Chapter 1. Prelude. The 10th year of the apocalypse. The base, in tatters, was on the verge of collapse. Beyond the towering walls, countless zombies swarmed relentlessly, one dying only to be replaced by another. They surged forward without fear or pain, creating an endless tide that stretched far beyond sight, leaving survivors desolate and despairing. Gu Zhongjing didn't know if they could endure this zombie wave, but he did not want to die. He had yet to confess his feelings to Chu Yan. He wanted to live, wanted to tell Chu Yan face to face how much he loved him, a love that had lasted 10 long years. Gu Zhongjing stood atop the wall, drenched in sweat, his pale complexion and trembling fingers betraying how close he was to reaching his breaking point. But even so, he summoned every last ounce of his ability, conjuring a water dragon that surged toward the horde below, clearing out large patches of the battlefield. After using his final attack, Gu Zhongjing refused to push himself further. He sat down where he stood and began absorbing essence stones to restore his powers. "Master Chu, please take some rest." As soon as he had settled down, Gu Zhongjing heard the familiar honorific and felt worry creeping into his downcast gaze. The two strongest ability users in the base were Gu Zhongjing and Chu Yan. Now, with such overwhelming waves of zombies, they had become the sole hope for survival among the remnants. Yet Gu Zhongjing knew that against the strongest zombie tide in history, both he and Chu Yan had given their all. If this wave consisted only of ordinary zombies, perhaps it wouldn't have been so bad, but it was clear that this was no ordinary tide, there was definitely a zombie king directing it. In their current exhausted state, facing off against the zombie wave would mean certain death. Gu Zhongjing wanted to flee with Chu Yan, to escape from this cursed place. But where could they go? The world was vast, yet overrun with zombies everywhere. And it wasn't just about escaping. The zombie king was clearly targeting high-level ability users like them. How could they possibly get away? While these thoughts swirled chaotically in his mind, Gu Zhongjing noticed the pile of crystal ash growing beside him. As the sense of power exhaustion lessened slightly, he raised his eyes and turned them toward Chu Yan, who was about dozens of meters to his left. Chu Yan was his arch-rival. Also the person he had loved for 10 years. At this moment, Chu Yan's ashen face was constantly expending energy. Even in such perilous conditions, his androgynous beauty remained strikingly breathtaking, like a delicate yet thorny rose. It was evident that Chu Yan hadn't fully recovered yet, but despite this, Gu Zhongjing forced himself to shift his focus and fully concentrate on restoring his abilities. He never noticed that after he turned away, Chu Yan cast a worried glance in his direction. The battle had dragged on for 5 days already. Everyone was utterly exhausted, and they had to remain vigilant at all times for the sudden appearance of the zombie king. With the resolve of facing certain death, everyone fought fiercely. Their refusal to submit to the zombies and deny their impending doom brought not just despair, but also an unstoppable resistance. 2 hours later, Gu Zhongjing opened his eyes. Without hesitation, he rose and walked over to the edge of the wall, silently utilizing his abilities once again. Chu Yan instinctively prepared to stop and recover his strength. Though the two had quarreled for a decade, he couldn't deny that the powerful man beside him often exuded incomparable safety and security. Just as Chu Yan turned, however, disaster struck suddenly. A dark figure leapt up onto the wall from below, claws long and black stretching toward Chu Yan's chest. Not good, it was the zombie king. Gu Zhongjing's face went deathly pale as he unleashed his space-shifting skill at the fastest speed possible. Before Chu Yan could react, he felt a warm, firm wall materialize behind him. The next second, he heard a sharp puff. Chu Yan was immediately splattered with warm blood. Things happened too quickly, and with widened, fearful eyes, Chu Yan spun around and embraced the person behind him. Gu Zhongjing. Big head. Are you alright? While anxiously asking about Gu Zhongjing's condition, Chu Yan simultaneously unleashed his own abilities against the attacking zombie king. Sharp icicles continuously shot towards the king, who moved with incredible speed but was unable to force Chu Yan back off the wall. Gu Zhongjing coughed up more blood, enduring the excruciating pain in his chest as he struggled with everything he had to use his skills and work alongside Chu Yan, forcing the zombie king off the wall. Events unfolded swiftly. The zombie king was severely injured by the duo and pushed off the wall. Only then did those nearby realize what had occurred. Everyone looked at Gu Zhongjing, who now bore a gaping wound in his chest, and panic set in. Chu Yan shouted loudly, "Where's Lin Jie? Come treat Big Head." If it weren't for the tremor in Chu Yan's shout, Gu Zhongjing would have thought Chu Yan was really calm about his impending death. He managed to raise his hand, caressing Chu Yan's face weakly as he uttered, Yuan, don't bother. There's no saving me." Chu Yan snapped, "Stop spewing dog shit. If I say you can be saved, then you will be. And who gave you permission to call me by my nickname? I'll beat you if you call me again." Gu Zhongjing forced a bitter laugh. You know, that was the zombie king. The zombie king was stronger than their class, even with a healer present, someone attacked by the zombie king could never be saved. The wound wouldn't heal, and becoming a zombie was only a matter of time. Chu Yan gritted his teeth, determined not to let tears fall. He had argued with this man for 10 years, clashed with him for 10 years, and had never seen him so weakened. "You stupid asshole, why did you shield me just now? Who asked you to butt in? You fucking idiot." Gu Zhongjing looked at the cursing Chu Yan and smiled. Yuan, I'm dying. Can you grant me one last wish? Chu Yan, shut your mouth full of crap. Evildoers live 1,000 years, and you're not going to die. Gu Zhongjing coughed up a mouthful of blood mixed with fragments. He had been using his remaining abilities to suppress the wound, trying to speak more coherently. Before Chu Yan could continue yelling, he interrupted. Yuan. Chu Yan stared at him helplessly, panicking as he pressed on his chest where a gaping hole had formed. His heart ached as though it too had been torn open. In a trembling voice, he replied, just tell me what it is. I'll do anything you ask. Despair and pain filled Chu Yan's eyes as he watched Gu Zhongjing's vitality fade rapidly, his complexion turning increasingly pale. Chu Yan knew that Gu Zhongjing was right, he was about to die. But as he glanced around at the people watching anxiously and the tide of zombies below the city wall, a grim smirk suddenly spread across his face. Die, it's better to die. What good does living bring in this broken world? Gu Zhongjing reached out to gently stroke Chu Yan's face once more, every moment of past rivalry dissolving into longing. He didn't want to appear so fragile and ugly in front of Yuan, but he couldn't hold on any longer. Yuan. He opened his mouth, wanting to tell Chu Yan that he loved him so much that he didn't know how to handle it. Wanted to confess that he wasn't deliberately opposing him every time, he just wanted to catch his attention. He didn't want to be like everyone else, a mere comrade in Chu Yan's eyes. He wanted to be together with Chu Yan. To see the sea together, to grow old together. His thoughts bordered on madness. Unfortunately, he was too cowardly to reveal his feelings, fearing nothing but rejection. What would happen to you after I die? Who will protect you in this cruel world? All these thoughts twisted endlessly but ultimately only resulted in one last wistful smile. Your smile is truly beautiful. Would you smile for me one more time? The hidden affection was too deep to ever be fully expressed, and Gu Zhongjing feared startling him. Chu Yan gave a smile uglier than crying, smeared with blood, appearing almost monstrous. Gu Zhongjing was satisfied. As he could barely restrain the rapidly spreading virus throughout his body, he meticulously traced Chu Yan's face in his mind, as if carving it into his soul forever. Chu Yan shook all over under his gaze. A sudden possibility struck him. Summoning the greatest courage of his life, he cautiously probed, Big Head Gu. Do you, like me? Gu Zhongjing's pupils dilated sharply. Amidst the sharp contraction and intense pain in his heart, there was no concern for anything but what Yuan's words implied. But before he could finish, another mouthful of blood came out. Seeing his condition, Chu Yan needed no further explanation. Chu Yan suddenly adopted an expression that was half laugh, half tears, eventually bursting into a manic laughter that startled those nearby, yet Gu Zhongjing seemed to suddenly grasp something. But it was too late. His consciousness grew increasingly blurred, his regrets and unattainable desires culminating only in one final instruction. Kill me. Throw me down, and detonate my crystal core. Chu Yan laughed softly, all right. He raised his hand, conjuring an icicle, and without hesitation, stabbed it into Gu Zhongjing's head. For zombies, only a strike to the head could end their existence. Gu Zhongjing didn't pass away gracefully, but Chu Yan acted as if he didn't care, smiling faintly at the corpse of Gu Zhongjing. Big Head Gu, it doesn't feel like living anymore without you. I'll come find you. After speaking, Chu Yan carried Gu Zhongjing and stood up, taking a final, deep look at the base. His gaze had never been so serious and serene. If it weren't for Gu Zhongjing's constant support over the years, he thought he might have given up long ago. Now, with his mental pillar fallen, he still couldn't collapse. Though the apocalypse was loathed, the people behind him made it impossible for him to peacefully follow Big Head Gu into the afterlife. This would be his final act for the base. He activated his powers, quickly freezing himself entirely in ice, and jumped off the city wall without hesitation, carrying Gu Zhongjing. 10 minutes later, an overwhelming explosion reverberated across the land, its devastating energy blasting a bottomless crater in the ground. The combined power of two top psychics' crystal cores was enough to destroy everything, including the undead king outside the base who had realized something was wrong and tried to flee. Everyone stared blankly at the plains outside the city walls, which were now reduced to rubble, unable to hold back their tears. The strongest psychics of the Hope base were famously bitter rivals, clashing over resources, abilities, and authority. They even mocked each other when they crossed paths on the street. And yet, they had died in such a brutal manner right before everyone's eyes, securing a fighting chance for the survivors. They might be forgotten by time but would always be remembered in history. The apocalypse may be cold and hopeless, but human hearts are warm. As long as people live, there is hope. Rebuilding will be difficult, but humanity's potential knows no bounds. One day, that brilliant civilized world will return. Even if Gu Zhongjing and Chu Yan can never witness it. Chapter 2, Travel Through Time. Yuan. Gu Zhongjing woke up in a sudden shock, breaking out in a cold sweat from the dream he had just experienced. He found himself aching all over as if someone had beaten him up. A chill ran through his body, and his head was spinning. He actually dreamt that Yuan Yuan committed suicide after his death. Gu Zhongjing felt disoriented, momentarily unable to distinguish between reality and illusion. Wasn't he dead? How could he still have dreams? It seemed one could still dream even after death. He thought he would no longer feel anything when dead. Gu Zhongjing struggled to turn his head around, looking about at what the world looked like after death. In a dirty and messy room stood 4 bunk beds. On the upper bunks lay quilts, the lower ones were combined with cabinets that served as desks, atop of which sat leftover instant noodle bowls yet to be discarded. It appeared to be a dormitory. The floor was covered with cigarette butts, paper towels and other trash, along with randomly discarded smelly socks and shoes. Though it clearly should have smelled foul, Gu Zhongjing couldn't smell a thing. He guessed it might be because the dead didn't possess the 5 senses. That wasn't right. If the dead didn't have the 5 senses, then why did he still feel physical discomfort? He struggled to support himself against the bedrail, sitting up and wanting to get off the bed to take a look. However, his body wouldn't allow such a high difficulty movement. As he got down, weak in hands and feet, he lost grip and fell down, his head making a bang sound as it hit the floor. Gu Zhongjing was startled by the fall. Since gaining special abilities during the apocalypse, when had he ever been this weak? Before he could recover, the head he smashed on the floor started to throb painfully, and along with the pain came an influx of fragmented memories flooding into his brain. It hurt too much. This level of pain was comparable to when Gu Zhongjing first awakened his powers years ago, so painful it made life unbearable and left one wishing they could die right there. He curled up, hands and feet clasping his head tightly, gritting his teeth and not uttering a single sound. It was a habit formed from enduring years of the post-apocalyptic world where zombies were sensitive to sound sources. To survive, one had to learn how to endure pain without making noise. This was common sense in the apocalypse. Gu Zhongjing did not know how long the sharp pain lasted. Maybe a few seconds, or perhaps a few hours. By the time it stopped, Gu Zhongjing was already drenched in sweat. After sweating profusely, even the soreness in his body felt significantly better. Lying flat on the floor with limbs spread wide, Gu Zhongjing laughed. The hoarse, low-pitched laughter echoed eerily through the dormitory. He, I'm actually not dead. As the chaotic memories gradually became organized in Gu Zhongjing's mind, he finally understood, he was never dead but instead, traveled through time. Gu Zhongjing put his hand on his chest and muttered to himself, giving up life so easily, little guy, you're really fragile. The severe headache earlier was due to receiving the memories of this body's owner who was also named Gu Zhongjing. Only 19 years old, he grew up in an orphanage, introverted and solitary, getting admitted into a prestigious university by balancing work and study. 19 years old and only in his freshman year of college, he originally should have had a bright and promising future. Unfortunately, everything was ruined because of a woman. To earn tuition and living fees, the original self worked as a game streamer on a live streaming platform. With his stern good looks, he quickly gained fame, eventually becoming a major broadcaster with millions of fans. There is a saying, people who are famous attract more controversy. After the original self became famous, many troubles arose. The biggest hassle was Zhao Qiuling, a rich second-generation fan who liked the original self. Frustrated after repeated failed attempts to win his affection, Zhao Qiuling resorted to paying classmates within the school to implement planned campus violence against him. Accusing him of cheating, alleging that he sexually harassed female students, they seized upon his status as an orphan to insult him, even claiming that he liked to peep at others. All sorts of rumors spread throughout the campus. Given his solitary nature and lack of friends, he inevitably flared up under such calculated bullying. When his roommate once again bullied him and was preparing to take his nude pictures, the original self exploded. In a struggle, he fought with the 3 other people in his dormitory, accidentally injuring one of them severely by fracturing his skull during the chaos. The incident had a massive impact, and the school called the police to arrest the original self. He told the police about the verbal abuse and bullying he endured, but the issue arose there, in the form of slanderous accusations against him. There were no injuries on his body, but instead, his classmates who had been beaten by him were hospitalized. None of his classmates were willing to testify for him either. In this situation, even the police couldn't help the original self. Not only that, the original self also had to compensate for the exorbitant medical expenses of his roommate. All the money he had saved was spent in compensation just to avoid the risk of being sued. When he thought things would end there, upon returning to school, he learned another devastating news: he had been expelled from school. The school ordered him to vacate the dormitory within the day. On his way back to the dormitory, he learned from a former bully that all he endured was because he had rejected Zhao Qiuling's advances. Who knew that the original self had almost forgotten who Zhao Qiuling was? And yet it was precisely this person he could barely remember who had ruined him like this. After several shocks, the original self returned to the dormitory in a daze and soon developed a fever. While delirious with fever, he suddenly felt everything meaningless, living was just torture. It was better to die. The original self swallowed half a bottle of sleeping pills and died right in the dormitory of the school he hated so much, thinking before his death that if he died here, the school would not be free of blame. It was a big present for them. Gu Zhongjing slowly sat up holding the bed frame, stumbled into the bathroom, and bent over the toilet to forcefully stimulate his gag reflex. He vomited repeatedly since the original self consumed half a bottle of sleeping pills, which would have greatly affected his body if left unexpelled. After rinsing his mouth, Gu Zhongjing finally felt more comfortable. He walked back to the original self's bedside, picked up the expulsion notice on the cabinet under the bed, and skimmed through it briefly. It roughly stated that during his time at the school, he engaged in fights, causing an extremely negative impact. After deliberation, the school decided to expel the original self as a warning to others. Gu Zhongjing sneered softly, if the school had nothing to do with Zhao Qiuling, he would rip off his head and use it as a ball. Though he had experienced the apocalypse for many years, he was once a top graduate of a prestigious university, thoroughly familiar with the school's rules and regulations. The original self situation at most deserved a serious demerit. If expulsion was necessary, all 4 people involved in the fight should be expelled together. There was no reason to single out the original self. Gu Zhongjing sighed, alright, I'll help you once, little guy. Although he didn't know why he ended up in the original self's body, Gu Zhongjing didn't want to know at all. He simply had no desire to live anymore. Even if there would be no apocalypse, no zombies, and the world would remain peaceful and perfect like heaven, Gu Zhongjing still had no desire to live. Because there was no Chu Yan, no Yuan here. Ending up mysteriously in the original self's body, Gu Zhongjing accepted the cause and effect of it all, even though he didn't need to. The 10 years of the apocalypse had long extinguished his kindness toward others. If it were someone else, Gu Zhongjing might not even spare a glance. A person who could collapse under such trivial matters seemed too weak to him. People like that wouldn't last a month in the apocalypse. However, since Gu Zhongjing had crossed over into the original self's body, he empathized with some of the original self's despair, awakening a rare sense of kindness in him. Therefore, he decided to help the original self once. Afterward, he would take care of the original self's affairs before dying again. With that thought, Gu Zhongjing tossed aside the expulsion notice, took a cup of water from the original self, drank some, and then swallowed a fever-reducing pill. He did not want to be weak when dealing with troubles later. Bang! A loud sound resonated as 2 tall and burly boys entered the dormitory laughing and chatting. Seeing Gu Zhongjing drinking water, they both revealed expressions of disdain. Hey, isn't this Gu who's already been expelled? You're still hanging around. You've been expelled but still sticking around. That's one thick face, my friend. Gu Zhongjing curled his lips into a smirk. Just as he was about to find them, they came straight to him. Not teaching them a lesson would be disrespectful to their foul mouths. Chapter 3, A Lesson. Gu Zhongjing slowly put down the cup in his hand, stretched his wrist, and the imposing aura around him began to rise gradually. Intimidating killing intent started to spread through the small dormitory. Li Yu suddenly felt goosebumps all over his body, feeling somewhat uneasy. But then he thought, even if Gu Zhongjing had strong presence, so what? If Gu injured him again, wouldn't Gu still have to pay? With that thought, Li Yu's mood improved significantly. He sneered, pretentious. After saying that, he swung his fist and rushed towards Gu Zhongjing. The last time, he was scared by Gu's reckless fighting in the toilet with 3 of them attacking him at once, which led to Qian Ying's head being broken by Gu Zhongjing. Even now when thinking about it, Li Yu would still feel a chill in his heart. The phrase, even a rabbit cornered will bite, truly held water. Gu Zhongjing usually had such a good temper, it wasn't surprising that he exploded after enduring their bullying. At that time, Gu probably mustered up the courage by having no fear of death, allowing him to hold Qian Ying's head and slam it against the wall. Li Yu was not unintelligent. After realizing Gu Zhongjing could be reckless like that and still dare to fight back, he had considered everything before making his move. The consequences of Gu Zhongjing's actions from last time were clear for all to see. This time, Gu Zhongjing would certainly hesitate, likely considering more carefully before acting. Even if he didn't care about dying, if something serious happened to Li Yu as a result, Li knew he wouldn't lose out in this scenario. I'll swindle Gu Zhongjing until I bankrupt him. Moreover, if Zhao Qiuling, the beautiful girl, knew that he got hurt trying to deal with Gu Zhongjing's trouble, she would definitely give him some money. Then, his tuition fees would be secured. Getting injured meant nothing, as long as he could continue his studies, a bright future awaited him. As for Gu Zhongjing, Li Yu could only say sorry, but who made him offend people who shouldn't be crossed? His punch was purely aimed at inciting Gu Zhongjing. Of course, the force behind it wouldn't be too weak. If this punch connected properly, Gu Zhongjing would surely be dazed for several seconds. Chen Liang beside Li Yu wasn't as intelligent as Li Yu. He was simply someone who liked to stir up chaos. Seeing Li Yu make the first move, Chen also clenched his fists and rushed forward. Facing 2 consecutive punches, Gu Zhongjing remained calm and expressionless. He extended both hands and caught each punch with one hand, pinning their hands instantly. Li Yu only felt as though Gu Zhongjing's grip had the strength of 1,000 caddies. No matter how much Li Yu struggled, he couldn't break free. As Li was about to swing another hand, Gu Zhongjing moved. Both hands flipped and pressed down, forcing both men into a prone position on the lower bunk table with their hands tied behind their backs. Next, a foot stepped on Chen Liang while Gu Zhongjing pulled a rope from somewhere and first tied up Li Yu, tossing him aside. He then proceeded to tie up the struggling Chen Liang as well. Fear filled their eyes. How had Gu Zhongjing become so powerful? Chen Liang, unlike Li Yu who was somewhat observant, began cursing loudly, "Gu Zhongjing, you little bastard. Let me go, your mother." Gu Zhongjing, with an indifferent expression, picked up a smelly sock lying on the ground, stuffing it into Chen Liang's mouth. Then, turning his head, he asked Li Yu, "Do you want to curse too?" Seeing the stinky sock in Chen Liang's mouth, Li Yu shook his head wildly, "No no no, I don't dare, I don't dare." After dealing with these things, Gu Zhongjing's body finally gave way. He collapsed onto the stool, breathing heavily while leaning on the metal railing of the lower bunk. His face turned pale, sweat beads formed on his forehead. Li Yu immediately knew Gu Zhongjing was sick. With the desire to retaliate rising, he realized he was bound so tightly by Gu that there was no movement possible, leaving him no choice but to helplessly watch as Gu rested. After resting for a while, Gu Zhongjing recovered some strength. Taming the two of them just now had consumed too much energy, and his whole body felt weak right now. Standing up, he walked over to Chen Liang with the stinky sock still stuffed in his mouth and delivered a hand strike, knocking Chen Liang unconscious. He repeated the same action with Li Yu, knocking him out as well. Next, Gu untied the ropes, took off their clothes, posed them, and took pictures. Taking breaths between each step, Gu Zhongjing kept busy until evening to get everything done. After taking more fever medication, he tied the two of them up again, fetching a basin of water and splashing them awake. The two were drenched thoroughly in cold water, waking up sharply just in time to see Gu Zhongjing holding his phone up to their faces. "Take a look, how are these photos?" Li Yu's pupils contracted sharply, his heart sinking coldly. Due to Chen Liang's foul mouth, Gu Zhongjing didn't want to hear nonsense, hence the smelly sock stuffed in his mouth. Now, even if Chen wanted to speak, he couldn't. Gu Zhongjing stared directly into Li Yu's eyes, a face that was undeniably handsome and melancholic now exuded an imposing authority without needing anger. "You two seem to enjoy taking nude photos of others so much. I've taken a few for you too, don't thank me." Li Yu looked at the pictures showing their naked, entangled forms, feeling faint and wishing he could bash his head against the wall to die. Holding on to the last thread of hope, he asked, "What about Chen Liang and me?" Gu Zhongjing seemed to understand. Regarding this, rest assured, nothing happened between you two. I just posed you in some positions. How's that? Isn't it realistic? Imagine what would happen if these photos got out." Li Yu felt a slight relief as long as nothing truly inappropriate had occurred. If he really had been with Chen Liang, he might as well be dead. After despair, Li Yu quickly regained his composure, asking Gu Zhongjing with all efforts to sound calm, "What do you want?" Gu Zhongjing considered Li Yu to be someone extraordinary, cunning, daring, and able to endure pain. If such a person existed in the end times, surviving for 10 years shouldn't be a problem. But unfortunately, he had fallen into his hands. The Gu Zhongjing who survived from the end times had struggled through 10 harsh years, sometimes scaring even himself with how ruthless he could become. "If you don't want these photos to leak, follow my instructions." The night breeze felt chilly on the skin. Gu Zhongjing's clothes were somewhat thin, and the feverish body seemed to have started burning up again. Walking along the street, he glanced around at the city gleaming with bright lights, his heart full of regret gnawing at him like ants. How wonderful it would be if his Yuan could also have come here with him. Have one final look at the world before death, then tell Yuan about its appearance when dying. Otherwise, Yuan would definitely not believe his words. Thinking of Chu Yan, Gu Zhongjing's expression involuntarily turned somber. How was Yuan faring? With zombies besieging the city, did Yuan manage to survive? Even now, Gu Zhongjing didn't dare to recall Chu Yan's deranged smile from the moment of his death. He feared being drowned in regret. He mustered up his spirit, stopping thinking about Chu Yan. After all, they would reunite soon. Once he fulfilled the original host's last wish, it would be like seeing someone through to the end. He would then find a place to commit suicide and leave this world without Yuan. Speaking of which, the original host's last wish seemed to be going back to the orphanage to see Grandma Meng, the director who raised him. Gu Zhongjing rummaged through the wallet of the original host, finding 200 yuan inside. Closing the wallet, he hailed a taxi. The orphanage was located in the outskirts of City A. It took 2 hours to get there from downtown. By the time Gu Zhongjing arrived at the orphanage, it was already 11 o'clock. His body temperature kept rising, and his consciousness grew increasingly blurred. He only felt cold and hungry. But Gu Zhongjing paid no heed. His steps remained resolute as he walked toward the memory-engraved orphanage. No matter how capable he had been in the end times, right now he was merely an ordinary person without any supernatural powers. He only made it to the entrance of the orphanage. With his last bit of sanity, he pressed the doorbell before collapsing. Meng Tsongyu was feeding a 1-year-old baby she picked up just outside the orphanage gate days ago with formula milk when she heard the doorbell. She carefully placed the child back in the small bed, stood up, patted off the wrinkles on her clothes, and opened the heavy iron gate outside. As soon as she opened it, she gasped. Who would be lying unconscious outside the orphanage at such an odd hour of the night? She hurriedly turned the person over. Under the dim streetlights, Meng Tsongyu's eyes widened instantly. Xiao Jing. Oh, he has a fever. Ali. Ali. Come help. Although Gu Zhongjing was only 19 years old, he was already a tall lad standing at 186 centimeters. Though slim, even this elderly woman couldn't lift him by herself. Ollie was an employee at the orphanage. Hearing the principal's call, she quickly ran out. Principal, what happened? Help me hold him up. Xiao Jing is running a fever. I can't carry him alone. Together, they carried Gu Zhongjing into the dormitory where the older children stayed. Ollie was a middle-aged woman with much more strength than the principal. With a single push, she lifted Gu Zhongjing onto the bed, laying him beside another boy who was also feverish in the orphanage. Meng Tsongyu wiped the sweat off her brow, frowning anxiously. What's wrong? Xiao Yan having a fever is one thing, but Xiao Jing too. Could it be influenza? Ollie, tomorrow you should. We should buy some Banlangen from the pharmacy as a precaution, and don't let the other children come here. Kids have weak immune systems, it'd be terrible if they all got sick. Ollie nodded in agreement, swiftly finding the fever medicine and giving it to the two lying in bed. She then twisted a wet towel and placed it on their heads. It took the two of them half an hour of bustling around before they left the room. As they left, Principal Meng looked back at the two boys with fevers and said, Ollie, remember to check on them a few times tonight. We can't afford to neglect them and risk brain damage from the fever. Ollie responded confidently, don't worry, Principal. Young men are strong, they'll be fine by tomorrow morning. Principal Meng nodded, and the two gradually walked away. In the room. The silver moonlight shone on the faces of the two people lying in bed, one steadfast and handsome, even bearing sorrow and hardship in his unconsciousness. And beside him lay another person whose beauty was so ethereal it defied gender norms, resembling A under the moonlight. Chapter 4, Reunion. The autumn nights grew longer, and the dawn was slow to come. When Gu Zhongjing woke up, it was still somewhat dim outside. His throat felt dry and painful, but his body had relaxed a little, though there remained the soreness after a fever. The burning sensation in his throat made Gu Zhongjing crave water. He propped himself up on the bed frame to sit up, only for his arm to touch something warm. He suddenly furrowed his brow. There was someone beside him. Years of survival habits in the post-apocalypse world put him on instant alert. His body quickly moved, pushing off from the bed as he gave a sharp glance towards the inside of the bed. At the moment he recognized the person lying on the bed, Gu Zhongjing's pupils contracted sharply, his face flashing with wild joy. Lying on the inner side of the bed was someone, their features illuminated by the sunlight streaming through the window. Their delicate facial features were clearly visible. The sleeping figure seemed androgynous, carrying a distinctly youthful air, appearing as if they were around 17 or 18 years old. That face was identical to Chu Yan's younger self. Gu Zhongjing couldn't suppress his rapidly beating heart, a previously calm and unshaken heart suddenly brimmed with unprecedented anticipation. Could it be Yuan Yuan? Yuan Yuan. As soon as the words left his mouth, Gu Zhongjing regretted it. He dared not and could not wake the person in the bed, fearing that waking them might reveal not Yuan Yuan but just a stranger who looked like Yuan Yuan. After all, his own journey across worlds was already a miracle. How could Yuan Yuan end up in the same world as him? Yet sometimes, despite knowing it was impossible, one still hoped for miracles to happen, hoping those miracles would extend to Yuan Yuan as well. Gu Zhongjing feared that any small hope might be ruthlessly shattered. Thus, he didn't dare wake the youth in the bed, afraid even the tiniest sound would disturb them and wake them. Though he wanted to wake the person in the bed, he also feared doing so, dreading that it wasn't Yuan Yuan after all. The conflict twisted his face slightly. And so, Gu Zhongjing stood motionless by the bed, staring intently at the person in the bed, almost terrified they might vanish if he looked away. Time ticked by slowly, and Gu Zhongjing remained rooted to the spot until dawn broke fully, when noises from outside began to intrude. With a mix of tension and hesitation, Gu Zhongjing wanted to go out and quiet the commotion, lest Yuan Yuan be disturbed from sleep. But his feet refused to move, keeping him glued to the spot. Yuan Yuan really looked beautiful, as fragile and lovely as the first time he had seen him, like a girl. Back then, it was precisely because he had mistaken Chu Yan for a girl, calling him Miss, leading to an enmity lasting a full decade. By the time of his death, Gu Zhongjing had never managed to confess his love and admiration for Chu Yan, nor express how he fell instantly in love with him upon meeting. His thoughts were in disarray, jumping between 10 years ago and the final moments before his death, Chu Yan's smile. He hadn't noticed the person in the bed had woken up. Big brother Gu, is that you? A familiar voice rang out, and Gu Zhongjing's body jolted, his eyes locking onto the figure in disbelief. The person in the bed had already awakened, looking at him with clear, star-like eyes. Yuan Yuan, it's really you. Overwhelming joy engulfed Gu Zhongjing. Flustered, he helped Chu Yan sit up, pulling him into a tight embrace. Chu Yan hesitated a moment, then returned the embrace. Didn't we die? Gu Zhongjing's heart skipped a beat. What didn't we die mean? Had Yuan Yuan also passed away? Before he could respond, a cheerful female voice interrupted. Ah, these two kids still have such good feelings for each other. Aunt Li had walked in, witnessing their embrace and sighing nostalgically. Having worked at this orphanage for many years, she had long treated it as home. The children here had grown up under her watchful eye, including Gu Zhongjing and Chu Yan. These two kids always had a good relationship. After Gu Zhongjing went to college, Chu Yan spoke less frequently. Even now, finding themselves both having high fevers at the same time struck Aunt Li as quite curious. Hearing her voice, the pair embracing in bed felt somewhat awkward, hurriedly pulling apart. They'd been enemies for so many years, this was their first ever hug. Gu Zhongjing carried memories from his previous life, knowing Aunt Li as the caretaker in the orphanage. In his past life, she held a position second only to Dean Meng in his heart. Aunt Li. Gu Zhongjing greeted her. Aunt Li approached, grabbing the thermos to pour 2 cups of water. She also rummaged for some medicine, handing it over. How are you feeling? Are there still any areas of discomfort? As soon as they finished speaking, Dean Meng came in with 2 thermometers. Here, take your temperature first. If you're still running a fever, we'll have to go to the hospital. Gu Zhongjing and Chu Yan exchanged glances and obediently agreed. After taking their temperatures and taking the medicine, Aunt Li and Dean Meng hurried off again. There were so many children in the orphanage and so few staff members that it was impossible for them to stay by their sides all the time. Once the 2 of them left, Gu Zhongjing and Chu Yan both let out a sigh of relief. With only the memories of his previous life's host body, Gu Zhongjing found he couldn't be as intimate with them as the original could. And Chu Yan didn't even know Dean Meng or Aunt Li at all. Just waking up, Chu Yan wasn't fully aware of the situation yet. But even just looking at Gu Zhongjing's face, which looked at least 10 years younger, told him something wasn't right, so he remained silent. You. They spoke simultaneously, then burst into laughter together. You go first, Chu Yan said. Gu Zhongjing smiled faintly. Yuan, it really is you, this is great. I thought I'd never see you again. Chu Yan asked, where are we? Did we come back to life? Gu Zhongjing's expression changed abruptly as he recalled Chu Yan's earlier words, weren't we dead? Now, Chu Yan had mentioned it again. Could it be that after Yuan's death, he couldn't hold out against the zombie tide either? Yuan, was it, the zombie wave? Chu Yan understood what Gu Zhongjing was about to ask even before he finished the sentence. Casually, he responded, not at all. I self-detonated, and the zombies all joined me in death. Gu Zhongjing stiffened completely, self-detonation. Chu Yan replied, that's right. Once you were gone, I found living utterly meaningless. Those endless hordes of zombies sicken me. After defeating one batch, another would always show up. It was better to die and take them all down in one fell swoop. It was worth it. Gu Zhongjing was deeply shaken by this response, not expecting such an answer at all. Yuan. Chu Yan glanced disapprovingly at Gu Zhongjing. Hey. Don't look at me like that. I wasn't doing it for you, I simply no longer wanted to live. Though Gu Zhongjing understood his awkwardness, he reassured him, I get it. Chu Yan rolled his eyes, what do you get exactly? Gu Zhongjing softly declared, I know Yuan can't live without me. Chu Yan sputtered indignantly, you're full of nonsense, ugh. Before he could finish, his lips were sealed. Gu Zhongjing kissed him almost fiercely, his arms tightly embracing Chu Yan's back as though trying to consume him. He loved Chu Yan deeply, and now, having survived such a calamity, he no longer wished to quarrel. He carried out something he'd always longed to do but never dared, to kiss him. Regrets from the moment of his impending death had taught him a crucial lesson, if you want to do something, don't hesitate, lest you end up regretting it for life. This person in his arms, he'd loved for 10 years, but he'd never found the courage to speak those feelings aloud, always telling himself to wait. Once the apocalypse ended, he would confess to Chu Yan. He didn't care whether Chu Yan might mock him at the time, he would have accepted any reaction fearlessly. However, reality slapped him hard. Not only did he fail to see the apocalypse's end, but he also never got the chance to confess to Chu Yan face to face. So, upon seeing Chu Yan alive again, Gu Zhongjing no longer hesitated. First things first, he had to secure Chu Yan before anything else. With this thought, Gu Zhongjing's kisses grew more fervent. The unsaid words dissolved entirely into this passionate kiss. Somewhere along the way, Chu Yan began to relax and timidly respond, gently moving his tongue. His subtle response spurred Gu Zhongjing on. He captured that cautious little tongue and sucked it deeply, wrapping the kiss with intensity and ardor. Finally, Chu Yan grew annoyed, struggling to breathe, so he shoved Gu Zhongjing away forcefully. Damn it, do you think my tongue is a straw or something? Sucking so hard. Gu Zhongjing laughed heartily, using his fingers to caress Chu Yan's lips as he tenderly called out, Yuan. Chu Yan felt uneasy, his beautiful and refined face blushing slightly. All right, you've already kissed me. Don't get carried away. Gu Zhongjing then said earnestly, Yuan, let's be together. Chu Yan's face turned even redder, the flush near his eyes making him appear almost stunningly gorgeous. Using stunningly gorgeous to describe a boy seemed somewhat inappropriate, but at that very moment, Gu Zhongjing truly couldn't find a better word in his mind. Expectant and infatuated, he watched Chu Yan anxiously, trembling with nervous anticipation. Chu Yan opened his bright red lips, preparing to retort as usual against Gu Zhongjing, but at the last second, he closed his mouth. Never mind, they had already died once. What was the point of continuing to dwell on petty grievances that didn't matter anymore? The thought of those 10 years spent pining for Gu Zhongjing in silence was something he never wanted to experience again. Besides, the scene of Gu Zhongjing dying in his arms was still vividly etched in his mind. The feeling of losing everything, desperation and agony, was something Chu Yan could still feel piercing pain from even now. All right. Chu Yan's voice was too soft. Gu Zhongjing heard it but almost couldn't believe it. Overwhelmed with joy and excitement, he asked, Yuan, could you say it again? Please, say it again. Annoyed and flustered, Chu Yan replied, if you didn't hear me, too bad. Gu Zhongjing insisted, no, that can't count. You agreed, I heard your agreement. Chu Yan countered, if you heard me so clearly, why are you asking me to repeat it? Are you looking for a beating? Gu Zhongjing chuckled uncontrollably, like a foolish son of a landlord, no longer retaining his usual handsome grace. Even though Chu Yan couldn't help but share in his happiness, he felt somewhat embarrassed by the transformation of their past nemesis into what seemed like a complete fool, finding little dignity in being related to such a figure. I'll say this up front, it was you who confessed first. If you ever dare to betray me, I'll skin you alive. Got it? Gu Zhongjing fully understood Chu Yan's contradictory words, if I were to betray you, there'd be no need for you to act, because I'd ruin myself first. And besides, as you know, Yuan, I won't. Chu Yan retorted, that isn't certain. Now that we've both lost our abilities, how am I supposed to control you? Gu Zhongjing's face turned strange after hearing him, you've lost your ability. Pausing for a moment, Chu Yan asked sharply, what do you mean? Are you saying your abilities are still intact? Gu Zhongjing responded, my abilities are gone, but my space remains. Chapter 5, Withdrawal from School. Chu Yan was greatly surprised. The moment he woke up, he discovered that his psychic abilities were gone. His ice-based powers had been with him for 10 years and had long since become an integral part of his body. Controlling them internally had become as natural as breathing. So even though he didn't intentionally check, he could tell his powers were no longer there. However, at the time, he was too caught up in the excitement of reuniting with Gu Zhongjing to even consider checking. Many questions swirled together in his mind, leaving him no time to think about his lost abilities. Now, as the topic shifted back to powers, Chu Yan asked, by the way, Big Head Gu, you haven't told me yet where we are. How did we come back to life? Why did our powers disappear? Unfamiliar with what had happened to Chu Yan, Gu Zhongjing felt a bit perplexed. When he woke up, the memories of the person whose body they were now in naturally surfaced in his mind. Why was it different for Chu Yan? He explained to Chu Yan, we must have traveled through time. Gu Zhongjing then recounted all the memories of their current host's life, including various backgrounds of this world. After listening, Chu Yan's eyes lit up, are you saying it's already 2020 in this world? Does that mean there won't be an apocalypse here? Gu Zhongjing empathized with Chu Yan's joy. Previously, he was so consumed by the pain of losing Chu Yan that nothing good about this world could capture his attention, and he completely lacked any desire to survive. Now, it was different. The person he longed for, Yuan, was with him in this new world, a peaceful place without zombies or viruses. Judging by this young man's memories, this world is very different from ours. Clearly, it's not the same one, and I suspect there won't be an apocalypse here. In their original world, a zombie virus emerged in 2012, and the apocalypse began, causing human society to collapse entirely. Surviving became the most meager hope for humanity. However, things were different in this world. It was already 2020, and there was no sign of any impending apocalypse. Both Gu Zhongjing and Chu Yan understood what that implied. They discussed the differences between the two worlds for a while and ultimately concluded, there was a 90% chance there would be no apocalypse in this world. The remaining 10% arose from their unfamiliarity with this world, so they retained caution. They would conduct further investigations to confirm whether the apocalypse would arrive. For now, their priority was figuring out what had happened to their powers. Regarding psychic abilities, I tried using my spatial powers when I disciplined those two guys in the dormitory earlier. It felt sluggish but still functional. However, it seems my water-based powers are also gone. There's a saying that the person who understands you best is your enemy. Chu Yan and Gu Zhongjing had been adversaries for 10 years and knew each other well. So, Chu Yan already knew Gu Zhongjing's secret. Gu Zhongjing's space power didn't come from his innate psychic ability, instead, it came from a jade pendant. This fact had been known to Chu Yan for years. He also realized the pendant couldn't be stolen, otherwise, given the tense relationship they once had, he would have taken it long ago. It's probably for the best that we've lost our powers. Heaven is fair, Chu Yan said casually. Gu Zhongjing understood what Chu Yan meant. To have another chance at life was already a gift from heaven, and it was fortunate that the spatial abilities brought over as well. At this point, having psychic powers was no longer that significant. After all, these two had only just come together after recently realizing their mutual feelings. After talking about the differences between the two worlds, their gazes naturally lingered on each other again. Neither spoke, merely looking silently at the other. Yuan, it's such a blessing that we're alive. This time, Chu Yan didn't argue with Gu Zhongjing. Being alive made him happy too. Yes, being alive is wonderful. With that, both shared a smile. Meng Tsongyu had recently been feeling troubled, so much so that she was hardly eating. She was the director of an orphanage, and every child there had grown up under her care. She had poured so much effort into raising them all, treating each one as her own child. Especially little Gu Zhongjing, who was so understanding from a young age that it always broke her heart. As a result, she'd always shown him a little extra affection. Later, when he got accepted into a prestigious university in the city, it filled her with immense pride, and she always used him as a model to motivate the other children in the orphanage. But a few days ago, Gu Zhongjing told her he had been expelled from school. No matter how she thought about it, she couldn't understand why. Little Jing was always so responsible. How could he possibly get expelled? Afraid to ask for the reason, fearing she might touch on something painful for him, she kept worrying about it alone. Today, several times during the meal, she wanted to ask little Jing about his future plans but swallowed her words after some consideration. While washing dishes, Ali noticed her still looking gloomy and advised, "Director, please don't overthink this. There are 360 professions, each producing its own champions. Even if little Jing stops studying, it's not a big deal. A grown young man can always find work wherever he goes, he won't starve. Stop worrying." Director Meng sighed worriedly, "You're right, but little Jing worked so hard to get into university. How could things end up like this?" Ali also lamented, "Who says it isn't true? Do you think little Jing did something wrong?" The director shook her head without hesitation, "Impossible. Little Jing is such a good boy, how could he do something wrong?" Ali, "Oh my, director, troubles sometimes aren't caused by our actions. They just come uninvited, forcing us to make mistakes. In our little world, when something happens to little Jing, no one can help him. I guess this time, he might have really gotten himself into some trouble." Director Meng grew more concerned as she listened, then dropped the dishes and prepared to find Gu Zhongjing. "No, I must ask him." Ali shook her head. This director, who sometimes worries too much at 55, already had all gray hair. Well, she decided that she would handle more of the orphanage's work in the future. When Director Meng found Gu Zhongjing, he was looking at his phone, preparing to look for a job on the recruitment website. He had no money left now, and as an adult, it was inappropriate for him to stay at the orphanage anymore. Besides, Yuan still needed to study. He didn't want Yuan to go to work, so he had to start making money soon. Seeing Mother Meng coming toward him with a worried expression, Gu Zhongjing put away his phone and called out, "Mother Meng." Director Meng responded, and directly asked, "Little Jing, tell Mother Meng if you've run into any trouble at school." Gu Zhongjing smiled, "No, Mother Meng." "Why do you say that?" "Director Meng, I feel uneasy. Everything was going well with your studies, why did you suddenly drop out?" "Little Jing, stop trying to fool me. I'm not confused yet. If you don't tell me, I'll go to your school and ask your teacher." Realizing there was no way around this, Gu Zhongjing could only confess, "I got into a fight at school and sent someone to the hospital." Director Meng was shocked, "What?" Gu Zhongjing feared her losing temper, so he toughened up and acted pitiful, "They were always bullying me at school. I couldn't hold back, so I fought back. Mother Meng, I didn't mean to cause trouble." Tears immediately welled up in Director Meng's eyes. "Why didn't you come home and tell me when they bullied you? I would have talked to the school and the teachers. By hitting someone, are you throwing away your own future? You stupid child." Warmth spread through Gu Zhongjing's heart. This was a warmth he never felt in his previous life. His so-called parents abandoned him as soon as he showed signs of developing psychic abilities while running a fever when the apocalypse began. Now, seeing Director Meng sincerely worried about him, Gu Zhongjing developed a stronger sense of recognition toward this kind-hearted elder deep down. "Mother Meng, don't worry, I know what I'm doing." He couldn't promise anything right now, he could only utter this dry statement, but he knew his capabilities. Someone who managed to live comfortably during the apocalypse wouldn't have trouble living in peaceful times. However, he didn't dare say these boastful words to Mother Meng because he feared she'd consider him too ambitious. Instead, he thought he'd better show results before telling her. Director Meng remained deeply troubled. She couldn't help but worry since little Jing, being somewhat introverted, must have been bullied severely to resort to violence. "It's all Mother Meng's fault for not knowing you were bullied." Saying this, she couldn't control her tears again. Gu Zhongjing was completely lost, he'd never consoled a crying woman before. While feeling utterly helpless, Chu Yan's voice rang out. "Big Head Gu. What are you doing? Why is Mother Meng crying?" Feeling aggrieved, Gu Zhongjing was just about to defend himself when Director Meng wiped her tears and said, "Xiaoyan, don't blame Xiaojing. Xiaojing hasn't upset me. It's just that I have shallow feelings and can't control myself." Chu Yan moved closer and supported Director Meng, consoling her, "There's no need to be sad about this, Mother Meng. Studying isn't everything, I've been planning to drop out too." Before Gu Zhongjing could say anything, Director Meng exploded, "What did you say?" Chapter 6 Space. In the past few days, Gu Zhongjing and Chu Yan have been inseparable. There were so many things they couldn't say before, no matter how much they talked, they still felt there was not enough. No matter how much intimacy they shared, they always craved more. They never even mentioned the topic of Chu Yan studying. When this sudden news came that Chu Yan didn't intend to study anymore, although Gu Zhongjing was surprised, he wasn't overly alarmed. He knew that Chu Yan had once been a top student at Capital University and faced the apocalypse before graduation, so his reluctance to continue studying was understandable. However, Meng Songyu was different. She epitomized the Chinese parent archetype, hoping her children would do well in their studies, enter a prestigious university, and then secure a decent, high-paying job later on. Both Gu Zhongjing and Chu Yan were orphans, without support. Though Meng Songyu loved them deeply, she was just an ordinary woman who realized there was little she could do for these unfortunate children. For them, the only way to change their destiny was through education. It's not as though not studying meant no future, but without education, one would inevitably endure greater hardships and fatigue with no guarantee of success. Under such circumstances, how could Meng Songyu allow Chu Yan to drop out of school due to a fleeting impulse? Chu Yan understood Meng Songyu's concerns but still tried to convince her, "Ms. Meng, don't be mad, I." "What do you mean, I?" "You don't want to study, so what are you going to do? Work? Even if you work, no one will hire child labor, it's illegal, do you know? The situation regarding Xiao Jing hasn't been resolved yet, and now you're adding trouble. Have you grown up so much that your wings are hard, beyond even Ms. Meng's control?" With tears streaming down her face, Meng Songyu rambled on and on, leaving Chu Yan dumbfounded. His parents were both highly educated intellectuals, so they spoke gently and softly. If it hadn't been for the apocalypse turning his parents into zombies overnight, making him grow up prematurely, he might have remained that little prince sheltered within the ivory tower. The care and scolding from elders that both Chu Yan and Gu Zhongjing had missed for so long made their eyes moist momentarily. These days, bits and pieces of memories about his previous self had resurfaced in Chu Yan's mind. He also understood that Meng Songyu had a gentle disposition, and all these words indicated how upset she truly was. Yet, he absolutely did not want to experience again the terror dominated by exams, and he was entirely set against dropping out of school. "So, I'll take a 2-year hiatus, then go back when the tuition is ready." Meng Songyu's tears hovered at the edge. "Oh, Xiaoyan, although I am useless, don't worry about the tuition fee. The Children's Charity Fund donated some money recently, and we can afford your schooling. Just focus on studying, don't compare eating or dressing with others. Once you graduate from university, whatever you want to do, Ms. Meng won't stop you." Meng Songyu patiently counseled him. Though reluctant, Chu Yan was not someone who didn't understand good intentions. Knowing that Meng Songyu was doing it for his own good, he dared not retort and just endured her lecturing silently. Seeing normally eloquent Chu Yan rendered speechless by Meng Songyu, Gu Zhongjing couldn't help but laugh. He said, "Ms. Meng, Yuan was just teasing you. I'll send him back to school tomorrow, don't worry." Hearing Gu Zhongjing's words, Meng Songyu's expression softened. However, Chu Yan gave him a fierce glare. Still detecting traces of unwillingness in Chu Yan, Meng Songyu was close to crying again, causing Chu Yan's scalp to tingle in panic, dreading being flooded once more. "Ms. Meng, please don't cry, I won't drop out, I will study hard." His demeanor was slumped and looked pitiable, while Gu Zhongjing felt a bit smug. It seemed like Yuan the little devil had finally met his match. Meng Songyu caught sight of Gu Zhongjing's smirk, which made her angry. "Xiao Jing, what are you laughing at? Don't think your issue is over just because you laughed. Tomorrow I'll bring you to meet your principal, you'd better go back and study diligently." Gu Zhongjing lost his smile immediately, mentally cursing. Why was this dragging him into it too? Meng Songyu wasn't giving him any room for rebuttal, and turned away in a huff. Chu Yan burst into laughter, patting his shoulder. "Laugh at me, huh? Now you've gotten your comeuppance, ha ha ha." Gu Zhongjing reached out and pinched his pretty soft cheeks. "And what if I laugh at you? I might even kiss you." As he leaned in for a kiss, Chu Yan's face turned red instantly, his heartbeat accelerating rapidly. "Go away. We're still outside, what if someone sees us?" Gu Zhongjing boldly declared. "So what if someone sees? Homosexual marriage is legal here anyway. Why can't we date?" After speaking, Gu Zhongjing shamelessly leaned in to kiss Chu Yan again. Chu Yan half-heartedly resisted but closed his eyes, preparing for Gu Zhongjing's kiss. "Big brother Jing and big brother Yan, what are you doing?" "Shoo, don't speak. They're kissing." "Ah. Didn't Aunt Meng say? You shouldn't just kiss someone, or you might get pregnant." "Will big brother Jing and big brother Yan get pregnant?" Gu Zhongjing/Chu Yan. The innocent chatter of the children softly resonated around them. Chu Yan's face instantly turned red all the way down to his neck, blending seamlessly into his white shirt. Gu Zhongjing, watching this, felt a burning desire. He didn't need to imagine, he knew Yuan's entire body must be pink right now. Chu Yan, under the intense gaze of Gu Zhongjing and the pure innocence of the children, wanted nothing more than to vanish into a crack in the ground. Gu Zhongjing wasn't as easily flustered as Chu Yan, but seeing that Chu Yan was clearly embarrassed, he extended his large hand and pulled Chu Yan into his arms, waving at the kids hiding behind the tree. "Anyone who keeps watching won't get any candy." The threat worked immediately. 3 or 4 little kids ran off like lightning, looking back mischievously as they went. These children had grown up in the orphanage since they were young, their understanding making one's heart ache. They wouldn't act this way in front of strangers, only showing their lively side before a few elders and older siblings in the orphanage. Big head Gu. Let me go. Chu Yan yelled once the kids left, seething with anger. Afraid of provoking him further, Gu Zhongjing quickly released Chu Yan, fearing that if he angered him too much, he would no longer allow kisses. Blushing furiously, Chu Yan stepped on his foot hard, gave an indignant humph, and walked away. Gu Zhongjing didn't chase after him. Based on his understanding of Chu Yan, approaching him now would simply lead to more trouble. Once Chu Yan calmed down, he'd have free rein again. He chuckled and sat down, continuing to browse job listings. As long as Yuan was around, there would always be time for kisses. Right now, making money was the priority, otherwise, if even his wife's tuition had to be covered by Aunt Meng, could he still call himself a man? In the past 2 days, he had thought it through. The fastest way to earn money was to utilize his space, growing some valuable flowers and selling them. The money would come pouring in. His space was different from those awakened by others in the apocalypse. It consisted of a plot of land about twice the size of a football field. In the center of the land, there was a spring. Not far from the spring, Gu Zhongjing dug a 3-meter square pit and constructed a small channel leading water into the pit, forming a small lake. During the apocalypse, the space was filled with various crops, rice, wheat, potatoes, corn taking up half the area, while vegetables and fruits took up another third. The remaining area was entirely used to store supplies. The whole space was vibrant and lush, filling anyone who saw it with immense satisfaction. With this space, Gu Zhongjing managed rather well during the apocalypse and was also the leader of the largest group of abilities within the base. However, if the previous space brought him immense satisfaction, then this current space filled him with worries. When he found time recently to inspect the space, the first sight inside enraged him. What had been a vibrant, flourishing space was now desolate, every single plant withered and dead, and even the meticulously collected resources had vanished without a trace. It looked exactly like when he had first obtained it, completely barren. Were it not for the presence of the lake, Gu Zhongjing might have doubted whether his memory was faulty. The loss was enormous, leaving Gu Zhongjing feeling troubled despite his otherwise steady nature. After all, there had been dozens of ginseng roots growing there, ready to be sold for cash. With those potential cash crops gone, Gu Zhongjing had to think of another way to make money, and raising expensive flowers and various medicinal herbs seemed most profitable. But 2 problems stood in his way. First, seed issues. To grow flowers and herbs, he needed seeds, and buying seeds required money. And at this point, money was exactly what Gu Zhongjing lacked most. Second, time flow in the space differed greatly from reality. There was a 24:1 difference. That is, outside 1 day equal 24 days inside. This speed discrepancy was extraordinary. Crops could usually be harvested in a matter of days, but cultivating valuable flowers and herbs needed much more time, measured in years. A month here roughly equated to a year inside the space, so Gu Zhongjing would have to wait at least a month to make any profit. These 2 problems were interlinked. Gu Zhongjing wanted to use the space to earn money but first needed funds to buy seeds. Without seeds, everything was moot. Asking Aunt Meng for a loan was an option, but Gu Zhongjing couldn't bring himself to do it. Aunt Meng had devoted herself fully to the orphanage, living a simple life herself. How could Gu Zhongjing ask her for more? There was no way he could bring himself to ask Chu Yan for a loan. It was already undignified enough that he couldn't support his wife financially. How could Gu Zhongjing possibly ask his wife for money? So the only option left for Gu Zhongjing now was to find a job and use his wages to buy seeds. Still, Gu Zhongjing had once been a wealthy second-generation heir capable of managing companies. The idea of him actively seeking employment was unprecedented. He'd been searching for 2 days and still hadn't found anything. Finally, after exhausting all other options, Gu Zhongjing made up his mind. Tomorrow, he would head to the newly developed construction site next door, to carry bricks. Chapter 7, Work. The next day, Gu Zhongjing, full of ambition, went to apply for a job with an air of confidence. Then he was politely asked to leave. It's not as simple as it seems to work at construction. With an aura of arrogance, his handsome and remarkable face contrasting with the original body's weak, stick-thin frame, the supervisor only needed 1 glance before rejecting Gu Zhongjing. The exact words were these: "Young man, this isn't the place for you. If you're short of money, you should try places like cafes or McDonald's. You won't be able to handle the labor here." Gu Zhongjing was no stubborn person. He understood that the original body was indeed too frail, looking almost malnourished. Given such physical condition, their refusal was reasonable. Plus, those words sparked an idea in him. That's right, cafes or McDonald's could be something he might give a shot. With regretful eyes, Gu Zhongjing looked at the construction site and then walked away. Actually, if he had been more shameless, complaining a little to the supervisor, they would have likely given him a chance. But Gu Zhongjing was someone whose thick skin only came out with Chu Yan. Throughout the 10 years of the apocalypse, he constantly teased Chu Yan daily, trying to see his lively reaction. It was hard for his skin not to thicken under such circumstances. Yet, when it came to others, he was just about as upright as it gets, fitting perfectly the term, quietly perverted. On the outside, composed and reliable, but letting himself show vulnerability to others? Not so easy. So stubborn about saving face yet willing to suffer through hardship, Gu Zhongjing pulled out his navigation device and found the nearest cafe near the orphanage, walking for a solid hour before arriving. After applying, Gu Zhongjing successfully secured the job. That same day, he worked a whole shift at the cafe. Smelling the long-lost sweet cake scents, he managed to endure swallowing saliva all day long. Speaking of Gu Zhongjing's recovery of survival instincts, his appetite also returned fully. Both him and Chu Yan ate the most at the orphanage every day. There was nothing they could do, no matter how good the food was in the apocalypse, it couldn't compare to modern cuisine. Dishes like cakes. It had been many years since Gu Zhongjing had tasted them. Even though flour existed in his space back then, without knowing how to bake, having ingredients didn't mean much. The cafe provided food but not lodging. After eating, Gu Zhongjing changed out of the black uniform provided by the cafe, back into his white shirt and jeans. As he was about to leave, the manager called out, "Mr. Gu, wait a moment." Stopping in his tracks, Gu Zhongjing looked at the manager. "Mr. Zhang, is there anything else?" Manager Zhang looked at the tall young man standing by the door, extremely satisfied internally. This young Mr. Gu possessed a truly blessed face, and even just casually standing there, he made for an impressive sight. Today's excitement among the young girls had not gone unnoticed by him. Based on his experience, during this young man's tenure here, customers would definitely not be lacking. "Here's some cake made today at the store. It won't sell well overnight, so take it home and eat it," Manager Zhang offered, pushing his limits to keep this ready-made attraction. Surprisingly delighted, Gu Zhongjing took the cake without giving it much thought, mistaking it simply for a decent cafe gesture. After expressing gratitude, he took the cake and stepped outside, leaving. After another hour of walking, Gu Zhongjing finally returned to the orphanage. The setting sun's afterglow bathed the orphanage buildings in warm light. From far away, Gu Zhongjing spotted the person waiting outside the orphanage. A faint smile curved his lips. Quickening his steps towards the entrance, he reached out to touch Chu Yan, who was looking down at something. Yuan, I'm back." Chu Yan's eyes lit up in surprise, but upon seeing Gu Zhongjing's slightly weary face, the smile faded. "You said you'd finish at 5:30, so why are you coming back now? Did you walk back?" Gu Zhongjing replied calmly, "Yes, the previous owner of the body was in very poor health. Walking back doubles as exercise." Hearing this, Chu Yan relaxed a bit. "Have you eaten yet?" Gu Zhongjing answered, "I've eaten," then added pitifully, "but I'm hungry again." Feeling a twinge of pity, Chu Yan said, "All right, let me go cook you a bowl of noodles." Satisfied, Gu Zhongjing followed Chu Yan inside, heading all the way to the kitchen. Meal times at the orphanage were highly regular, usually between 5:30 and 6 each day. Hence, no one was currently in the kitchen. Swiftly, Chu Yan cooked a bowl of noodles for Gu Zhongjing, poured a little soy sauce and sprinkled a bit of salt, then handed it over to him. Taking it somewhat hesitantly, Gu Zhongjing ate every bit clean before tentatively asking Chu Yan, Yuan, don't we have meat sauce or vegetables anymore?" Chu Yan slapped his forehead after hearing Gu Zhongjing's words. "That's right, I said something was missing. It turns out we're missing the meat sauce and vegetables." Gu Zhongjing knew that Chu Yan couldn't cook, he only knew how to boil instant noodles. But he never expected that Chu Yan didn't even know how to cook noodles properly. In those years of the apocalypse, it was fortunate that there were many people around Chu Yan who could cook, otherwise, Yuan might have starved to death. Gu Zhongjing secretly made up his mind not to let Chu Yan go into the kitchen anymore. After eating the noodles, Gu Zhongjing took the cake out of the bag, unwrapped it, and handed it to Chu Yan, saying, Yuan, this is the cake given by the shop. It's very delicious. Try it." Chu Yan looked at the piece of cake with surprise and couldn't help but swallow his saliva. "Cake. It smells so good." He hadn't had one for many years, and upon seeing this small strawberry cake, his eyes lit up. Gu Zhongjing's heart ached. It was all his fault for not having enough money. If he did, he would take Yuan everywhere to taste delicacies, instead of letting Yuan be so delighted by just seeing a cake. He handed the fork to Chu Yan and watched him carefully cut a piece of cake without hesitation and offered it to him. In an instant, Gu Zhongjing's heart became as sweet as honey. He didn't refuse and opened his mouth to accept the piece of cake. "It's delicious." Chu Yan's face lit up with a beautiful smile, looking both childish and adorable. "It's delicious, isn't it? Let me tell you, there used to be a cake shop downstairs from my home. That was truly delicious. Unfortunately, we can't eat it anymore." Chu Yan's expression showed no regret, as if he was just making casual conversation. After saying this, he forked another piece of cake and stuffed it into his own mouth. "Gu Zhongjing, making cakes isn't difficult to learn. Once I learn, I'll make one for you every day." "Chu Yan, you said it yourself. I'm going to remember that." Under the dim light in the kitchen, they ate the small cake bit by bit, with most of it consumed by Chu Yan. Gu Zhongjing excused himself, saying he'd already eaten at the store, so he only had 2 bites before stopping completely. After eating the cake, the two were about to return to their room when they saw a group of little heads lined up by the door. 5-year-old Xiao Xing, Brother Jing, we want to eat cake too. 3-year-old Xiao Yu, what is a cake? 5-year-old Xiao Ying, cake is very delicious, fragrant and sweet. 4-year-old Xiao Ming, then I want to eat cake too. Gu Zhongjing suddenly felt like he wasn't human, he'd forgotten about these little ones. Chu Yan also felt embarrassed. The 2 big men hid in a kitchen eating cake while outside a group of children drooled. They weren't being very humane. Chapter 8 Persuasion. Faced with the clear big eyes of a group of little ones, Gu Zhongjing squatted down and promised to the tiny toddlers, "There's only a little bit of cake, not enough for everyone. Once Jinga earns money, I will buy you all some cakes, alright? You can have as much as you want." The toddler's eyes brightened. "Really? Big brother Jing is so nice." Zhu Yan watched Gu Zhongjing interact with the little ones from the side. His heart slowly softened, and he followed Gu Zhongjing's example by also squatting down to speak with the toddlers. Children's minds are very active, always filled with endless questions. Gu Zhongjing and Zhu Yan were bombarded with countless queries. If it were the apocalypse era, they wouldn't have such idle time to deal with children, nor would apocalyptic children need much care. Every survivor in that world, even if a child, was tough. Children born in peaceful times, even though they were orphans and precocious to the point of being heartbreaking, still maintained their innocence, something missing from people in the apocalypse era. Thus, the two adults played question and answer games with these young toddlers, who on average were only 4 or 5 years old. Although their inquiries were naive and innocent, both Gu Zhongjing and Zhu Yan gave every one serious consideration. It wasn't until Mother Meng noticed that a few toddlers had gone missing and came looking for them that they stopped this juvenile dialogue. "Xiao Ying, take your younger siblings to bed now. Don't run around recklessly next time, alright? Mother Meng will be worried." Xiao Ying, the eldest among the children, felt somewhat ashamed at the headmaster's words and agreed, bowing her head. After agreeing, she led the younger ones back to their room and prepared for their bedtime routine under the help of Aunt Ollie. At the cafeteria entrance, Gu Zhongjing turned around and said to Zhu Yan, Yuan, go back to the room first. I have something to say to Mother Meng." Zhu Yan thought it must be about head Gu's school matters, so without another word, he greeted the director and returned to his room. Zhu Yan guessed right. Gu Zhongjing indeed wanted to talk to the director about schooling. With the memories of the original body, Gu Zhongjing understood that the director always kept her promises. Since she mentioned she would visit the principal at the school, it was sure she would act accordingly. However, Gu Zhongjing did not want the director to know what had happened to the original him. Previously pretending to be pitiful after being bullied was merely an act, but truly allowing the director to go to the school might expose too much, leading to unacceptable consequences. Therefore, he planned to persuade her and change her mind about visiting the school. "Mother Meng, I want to discuss dropping out with you." Meng Songyu shook her head. "Little Jing, I know you've always been a considerate child. And I know dropping out isn't your fault, but you still need education. Don't worry about the school, I'll find my old classmate and see if we can work something out." Gu Zhongjing, "Mother Meng, don't trouble yourself anymore. I'm planning to start my own business. My major isn't relevant to my plans, and returning to school won't benefit me anymore." Meng Songyu, "Then tell Mother Meng what you plan to do." Gu Zhongjing confidently answered, "Farming." Meng Songyu, "Are you kidding me?" From the expression of the director alone, Gu Zhongjing knew how shocked she was. He then explained his plan thoroughly. "Mother Meng, I plan to work first, save up enough money, and then lease some farmland near our orphanage." As Gu Zhongjing clearly outlined his well-organized plans, Meng Songyu's expression gradually softened. Perhaps because Gu Zhongjing appeared so confident, or maybe due to her wavering stance, she began to hesitate. What finally moved her was Gu Zhongjing's last sentence, "My career comes second. What matters most is that I'm worried about all of you. Mother Meng is getting older, and the children here are so young. If I return, I can take care of you all." Meng Songyu was a worldly person. For years, she had persisted in maintaining the operation of the orphanage and caring for the children, yet time waits for no one, and she was no longer young. She herself was not afraid of anything, but what about the children in the orphanage? Who would take care of them when she passed away? This orphanage may be a state charity institution, and even after her death, there would surely be other responsible persons appointed, but who could guarantee that the successor would treat the children well? Therefore, Gu Zhongjing's words deeply resonated with Meng Songyu, and she couldn't help but waver. "Mother Meng, don't overthink it. Actually, I decided long ago. After graduating from university, I intended to come back to the orphanage. This decision just made things happen a few years earlier." Meng Songyu was unknowingly in tears. She truly hadn't expected that Gu Zhongjing would have the orphanage so deeply on his mind. For all these years, countless children had left the orphanage. Some never returned, others occasionally came to visit her and brought back some money and supplies. But none of them, like Gu Zhongjing, decided to come back to stay with the orphanage. Her heart ached with bittersweet gratitude, making her throat tighten. Clutching Gu Zhongjing's hands tightly, she repeatedly said, "Good child, little Jing, you're a good child, it's Aunt Meng who's dragging you down." Gu Zhongjing felt somewhat embarrassed. He knew he wasn't being entirely truthful. How selfless could he be? There were reasons behind his words. Firstly, he didn't want to continue studying. Secondly, he originally planned to lease land for mountainsides, and the location didn't matter. Since there were many abandoned hills and lands around the orphanage, it saved him the trouble. Thirdly, since he now inhabited the body of the original person, he wanted to do something in return. Given that the original person cared most about Aunt Meng and the orphanage right before his death, incorporating the orphanage into his protection circle would be the best way to honor him. His motives weren't pure, but seeing this kind-hearted woman move to tears made him uncharacteristically uncomfortable. That night, Gu Zhongjing spent a long time talking with the director until late at night before returning to the room. Zhu Yan had been lying awake all this while, quietly reading a book in bed. It seemed he was waiting for Gu Zhongjing's return. The light illuminated his exceptionally handsome features, creating an unusual warmth. Gu Zhongjing felt a warm glow in his heart, cherishing the feeling that someone was waiting for him. A sincere smile bloomed on his face. Why haven't you slept yet? Zhu Yan, I can't fall asleep. Gu Zhongjing smiled warmly as he sat beside him and leaned in, whispering, since you can't sleep, let's do something interesting. Zhu Yan's face flushed red all the way down to his neck. Go away. Who wants to do with you? Gu Zhongjing grinned mischievously and pulled Zhu Yan into the space. After settling down, he solemnly explained, where did your thoughts go? I simply meant we should tidy up the space, isn't that fun? Zhu Yan froze, then gritted his teeth and picked up the pillow he still hadn't put down, throwing it straight at Gu Zhongjing. Gu Deity, are you asking for death? Gu Zhongjing chuckled evasively as he dodged the pillow attack from Zhu Yan, teasing, what's wrong with your little brain, always thinking dirty things. You're too vulgar. However, if you insist, I might satisfy you. Chapter 9, Past Heartbeat. Chu Yan was so furious that he started laughing. Gu Dashio, this despicable guy, always itches to be beaten when a day passes without punishment. It seemed like the pillow wouldn't satisfy him anymore. With this thought, Chu Yan discarded the pillow and picked up a withered branch from the ground, then began striking at Gu Zhongjing. Gu Zhongjing cried for mercy. I'm sorry. Baby, Yuan, I won't tease you in the future. Ow, are you really hitting me? Help. It's marital homicide. Gu Dashio, if you don't stand still, do you believe I'll ignore you for a month? As soon as these words left his mouth, Gu Zhongjing slammed on the brakes, coming to an abrupt halt. Chu Yan didn't expect the sudden stop and swung the stick too far, striking Gu Zhongjing with full force. Judging by the dull sound, it must have been a painful blow. Chu Yan also didn't anticipate that Gu Zhongjing would suddenly stop. He just wanted to scare him, he couldn't bear to truly ignore him. The moment the stick hit, Chu Yan's handsome face scrunched up, he immediately dropped the stick and rushed forward anxiously to examine Gu Zhongjing's injuries. Gu Dashio, are you alright? Where did I hit you? Gu Zhongjing smiled while looking at Chu Yan, appreciating how concerned he looked, then sneaked a kiss on Chu Yan's head. It doesn't hurt. Chu Yan, are you stupid? Why did you stop all of a sudden? Gu Zhongjing, feeling aggrieved, didn't you say you'd ignore me for a month if I kept running? You believed me. Idiot. Chu Yan exclaimed furiously. Gu Zhongjing maintained his composure, why wouldn't I believe you? I believe everything you say. Chu Yan felt pity, you big idiot. Gu Zhongjing softened a little, if I wasn't an idiot, could I have gotten such a beautiful wife? Chu Yan uncomfortably averted his gaze, refusing to look at Gu Zhongjing, whose eyes were too intense, they could make one melt away. Chu Yan dared not even glance once. Suddenly, he recalled their first meeting. Gu Zhongjing had looked at him in much the same way. He felt something unusual stir within himself, as though realizing something. At the thought of this possibility, Chu Yan's heart trembled. Gu Dashio, I have a question for you, and you must answer honestly. Perhaps due to Chu Yan's unusually serious expression, Gu Zhongjing became serious as well. Ask away, I'll be honest. Chu Yan, when did you start liking me? Upon hearing the question, Gu Zhongjing's gaze faltered slightly. In Chu Yan's eyes, his ears and cheeks reddened at an alarming rate. In Chu Yan's mind, Gu Zhongjing had always been a thick-skinned person, shamelessly opposing him for various reasons. But he had never seen Gu Zhongjing blush before. This was astonishing. Chu Yan watched, unable to blink, as Gu Zhongjing slowly turned as red as a tomato. Yuan, I fell for you at first sight. Chu Yan shuddered all over. What did that mean? At first sight, that meant 10 years. Had Gu Zhongjing liked him for 10 years? But how could that be? If Gu Zhongjing liked him, why would he keep causing trouble? As Chu Yan thought about this, he grew increasingly irritated. If you liked me from our first meeting, then why have you constantly opposed me? Your younger brother competing against me, resources being contested, and even the zombie crystal cores. Gu Zhongjing listened to Chu Yan's angry accusation, looking like a wronged child. Yuan, you've misunderstood me. When did I ever willingly compete with you? Back when we met, I had only just greeted you, and you immediately started fighting me. Later, you were the one to continuously provoke me. Chu Yan choked, then laughed coldly. Before, I initiated conflicts with you because you called me miss. Are your eyes decorative items or what? Can't you tell between male and female? And later events, how dare you claim that I instigated them first? Not wanting to anger Chu Yan further, and wishing to avoid another fight, after all, they were lovers now, it was appropriate to let his partner win, it wasn't cowardice. I'm sorry, Yuan. Let's not mention past matters anymore, okay? From now on, I will never oppose you. Whatever you want me to do, I'll do. You point east, and I won't go west, alright? Seeing Gu Zhongjing backing down, Chu Yan was reluctantly satisfied but still felt indignant deep down. If it weren't for that initial greeting of miss, they might have been together much earlier. How could they waste 10 years? He yearned to strike again. But every time he hit, it ended up hurting himself more. Chu Yan hesitated. Looking around the space, he said, so obedient. Whatever I say, you obey. Gu Zhongjing nodded seriously, I'll do whatever you say. Chu Yan, good, clear 1 acre of land, and don't go to sleep until it's done. Gu Zhongjing, alright, whatever my wife says goes, I'll start clearing right away. The last trace of unease in Chu Yan's heart disappeared as the corner of his lips slightly lifted. He muttered softly, who is your wife? Singing a tuneless song, Gu Zhongjing began to clear the space filled with various withered plants. He stood beside the space's spring, which was the most fertile land in the entire space. It was very suitable for growing herbs and flowers. Gu Zhongjing looked at the spring and suddenly remembered something. Unable to resist his frustration, he knocked himself on the head. Beside him, Chu Yan, who was pulling out dead grass with him, twitched an eyelid and asked, what are you doing? Gu Zhongjing's eyes shone brightly, Yuan. I just remembered something, drinking this spring water strengthens the body. How could I forget that with such a pig brain? Chu Yan. Speechless, you can even forget what functions your own space has, indeed, you have a pig brain. Gu Zhongjing immediately understood his expression and defended himself, it's not my fault, Yuan. Although this spring water can strengthen the body, it only works before someone awakens their psychic abilities. I had already awakened after just a month of drinking it. It's been 10 years since then, so how could I remember? In this life, neither of them had any psychic powers. A feature that was originally useless for Gu Zhongjing now became significant. Gu Zhongjing suddenly became excited. The physical health of the person he inhabited hadn't been too good. For a 19-year-old boy, it was overly frail, combined with his height of 190 centimeters, looking almost like a bamboo stick. Gu Zhongjing had previously considered exercising to improve his physique, but now with the spring water, he could save time spent on exercise and use it for other tasks instead. He quickly left the space, fetched a cup, filled it with water, and handed it to Chu Yan, here, Yuan. Chu Yan took it curiously and drank a sip. His expression instantly changed when he recognized the faintly sweet and cool taste, so familiar. This water tastes so familiar. Gu Zhongjing coughed awkwardly, well, all the water you usually drink comes from my space. Chu Yan showed no emotion, so, you've planted a spy in my team. Gu Zhongjing didn't dare to reply, snatching the cup from Chu Yan's hand, refilled it, and drank from where Chu Yan had drunk, pretending to casually change the topic, Yuan, aren't you going back to school tomorrow? Chu Yan chuckled but didn't expose him. Following his lead, he said, my teacher called the principal, there's no way around it. As he spoke, a trace of distress and anger crept onto his face, how many years have I been away from school? If I return now, won't I get 0 marks on everything? Gu Zhongjing, don't worry, once I receive my salary, I'll buy a few walnut trees to plant. You eat those nuts, and your memory will definitely soar, ensuring your entry into prestigious universities like Tsinghua or Peking without any issues. Chu Yan still frowned worriedly, art subjects can rely on memorization through repetition, but what about sciences? Gu Zhongjing, no worries, being good at arts is enough. Then, you can enroll in an art school and study dancing or similar things. That will also enhance your flexibility, which may come in handy in the future. Chu Yan. Such a beautiful dream. Chapter 10, The Coffee Shop. Chu Yan's original self was 17 years old, just starting his second year of high school. The school was a bit far from the orphanage, so Chu Yan lived on campus. Gu Zhongjing, though reluctant to let him go, understood that Chu Yan had to attend school as it was no longer the post-apocalypse world. With an underage Chu Yan not going to school, he wouldn't be able to do much else anyway. Gu Zhongjing cared even more about not letting Chu Yan suffer hardship and fatigue with him, so for now, this arrangement was necessary. On the day Gu Zhongjing sent Chu Yan off to school, Chu Yan did not show any sign of reluctance because he knew they would have plenty of time together in the future. This separation now was for better reunions later. But Gu Zhongjing was different, he sulked as he sent Chu Yan off, even specially discussing with Chu Yan's homeroom teacher for a long time. He mentioned how Chu Yan's brain got messed up and forgot all his knowledge, asking the teacher not to put too much pressure on him. Gu Zhongjing worried about Chu Yan eating poorly or sleeping poorly. He also fretted about unperceptive young boys and girls at school harassing his Yuan, fussing like a mother-in-law with countless reminders. Chu Yan became annoyed and simply shooed him away. Gu Zhongjing reluctantly left Chu Yan's school, glancing back every few steps. He decided that he must quickly earn money so he could find excuses to visit Yuan every day. After returning to the orphanage, Gu Zhongjing lost interest in everything he did, always frowning at work. However, strangely enough, some people seemed to like this sullen attitude. Business at the coffee shop kept improving, attracting many female customers daily who came specifically for Gu Zhongjing. Just then, 2 girls by the window ordered the most expensive coffee and cake available in the store and specifically requested Gu Zhongjing deliver it to their table. Sulking, Gu Zhongjing went back to the kitchen. He wasn't sure if it was just his imagination, but recently, he felt like someone was always staring at him, making his already busy workday even more hectic, worsening his mood. When he turned around and left, the 2 girls started chattering. So handsome. That gloomy look is so mesmerizing. Yeah, I used to think beautiful enough to eat was just a joke, but apparently, looking at someone handsome does make the food taste better. Xin, are you coming again tomorrow? Of course. Why wouldn't I? A man this handsome deserves extra looks and admiration. You little pervert. Their conversation was heard clearly by the manager, who found himself even more satisfied with Gu Zhongjing's performance and decided to give Chu Yan a bonus when salaries were paid out next. After working a full 10 hours, his feet began to hurt again. Being in the service industry was really exhausting. Every day was a grind, and this worn-out body couldn't hold up. Thankfully, there was space water. Otherwise, with his current condition, farming would definitely exhaust him. Dragging his weary body back to the orphanage, he helped the director with whatever he could manage. After putting the children to bed, Gu Zhongjing finally returned to his own room. After taking a shower, Gu Zhongjing took out his phone to send a message to Chu Yan. Yuan's husband, Yuan, are you asleep yet? Big head Gu is a pig, not yet, still memorizing words. Yuan's husband, sweetheart, do you miss me? Big head Gu is a pig, no. Yuan's husband, don't you miss me at all? But I miss you. Should I come see you tomorrow? Big head Gu is a pig, alright, I miss you a little. But don't come, it's so far and you don't have money. Yuan's husband, wife, that hurts. Big head Gu is a pig, I said I'll give you money to buy seeds but you refused. You're too proud for your own good. Yuan's husband, real men don't eat soft rice. Big head Gu is a pig. Yuan's husband, Yuan, I want to hear your voice. Big head Gu is a pig, it's late, all my roommates are asleep. Can't do video calls. I'll call you during class breaks tomorrow morning, okay? Yuan's husband, okay, sleep well then. Don't study so hard, it's late. Don't hurt yourself worrying over me. Big head Gu is a pig, alright, good night. Yuan's husband, good night sweetheart. After the call ended, Gu Zhongjing felt content. He tucked himself into bed and closed his eyes, ready to meet his Yuan in his dreams. The claim that space water can strengthen one's physical health isn't an exaggeration. After drinking it for half a month, Gu Zhongjing distinctly felt his body getting better. Previously, just walking a little farther would leave him panting, but now he could run all the way back from the coffee shop where he worked to the orphanage without feeling any exhaustion. Though still slim, his body had developed some lean muscles, and Gu Zhongjing was extremely satisfied with his current physique. Gu Zhongjing knew about the benefits of the spring water and naturally didn't forget about Chu Yan. He filled 2 buckets of spring water and sent them to the school, telling him to call once he finished drinking it. In addition to sending water to Chu Yan, Gu Zhongjing also poured several buckets of spring water into the well at the orphanage every day. The people at the orphanage were either too old or too young, and their health wasn't great. A few children were born with disabilities, had poor immunity, and frequently ran fevers. Gu Zhongjing sincerely hoped the spring water would be beneficial for them. Even if it couldn't cure their disabilities, at least it could improve their general health. Gu Zhongjing did all these things every morning at 6 o'clock, and no one knew about his space ability except Chu Yan. He didn't plan to tell anyone else, in this world, he only trusted Chu Yan. 6 o'clock in the morning. After washing up and tidying up, Gu Zhongjing took 2 buckets of spring water and poured them into the well, then went to the kitchen to steam a large pot of buns made by the director the previous night. After eating 2 himself, he left the others warm so that when the others at the orphanage woke up, they could eat them. When he was leaving, he happened to meet the director coming out to fetch water for washing up. They exchanged greetings and said good morning. Then Gu Zhongjing began jogging towards the coffee shop. Although the spring water was helpful, exercising wouldn't hurt him either. Thinking about the wonderful scenario of picking up Yuan single-handedly in the future, Gu Zhongjing felt even more energized in his legs. It took less time to jog from the orphanage to the coffee shop. After 40 minutes, he finally arrived at the store, and despite the drizzling weather, he worked up a sweat. After wiping down in the changing room and putting on his uniform, he combed his hair and became once again a handsome barista. After leaving the changing room, Gu Zhongjing didn't rush to work. He first went to the manager's office as he had an important matter to handle today. He wanted to draw his salary in advance. Waiting for payday was taking too long, it was still half a month away, and he couldn't wait that long. A coworker at the coffee shop told Gu Zhongjing he could get an advance on his salary, so after working for half a month, he decided to request one. The flow rate in the space was different from outside, 24 days inside for every 1 day outside. In half a month, it amounted to 360 days, almost a year. Planting anything during that time would give him enough capital to start accumulating startup funds. Medicinal herbs, flowers, and fruit trees might take a full year to mature, but growing vegetables would yield several harvests. Pushing open the door to the office, Manager Zhang was flipping through some unknown material. Seeing Gu Zhongjing come in, Manager Zhang greeted him warmly. "Little Gu, is there something you need?" "Manager, I'd like to draw my salary in advance," Gu Zhongjing stated his purpose directly. Hearing this, Manager Zhang's smile didn't change. "Advance on salary?" "Sure, I'll talk to the finance department later. You can just go collect it after work. By the way, how much do you plan to draw?" "Gu Zhongjing, how much am I allowed to draw right now?" Manager Zhang, under normal circumstances, you can draw 30%, but I can personally approve a 50% advance. Gu Zhongjing appreciated Manager Zhang's consideration. He indeed needed the money desperately. Then I thank you, manager. Manager Zhang waved his hand, saying this makes us feel distant. After saying this, he hesitated for a moment, seemingly wanting to say something. Gu Zhongjing didn't speak, waiting for him to open up. Little Gu, have you offended anyone? Gu Zhongjing was puzzled. Manager, feel free to speak your mind. Manager Zhang thought for a moment and decided it was better to tell Gu Zhongjing directly. Yesterday, the boss called me to inquire about your situation. Someone wants him to fire you. Don't worry about the boss for now, he's a reasonable person and won't dismiss employees without a cause. But he asked if I could find out what's going on with you. Can you tell me? Chapter 11, Mischief, Spending Money. Before Gu Zhongjing started working at the cafe, the business was neither very good nor terrible to the point of losing money. But whether the business was good or not, it didn't bother Qi Wei Yang, the cafe owner, too much. He opened this store just for leisure, occasionally bringing friends over for a visit. The rise and fall of profits meant little to him. However, this situation changed when Gu Zhongjing arrived. Every day, many young girls came specifically for Gu Zhongjing. They were easily drawn to his charm. Good looks aside, he's tall with a perpetually cool demeanor. These young girls took countless photos, posting them on Weibo, inadvertently promoting the cafe even further. Business got better as a result. But yesterday, Manager Zhang received a call from the boss, Qi Wei Yang. A famous playboy from City A named Jiang Bo had specially called, hoping that Gu Zhongjing could be fired. Qi Wei Yang, being part of the same social circle of rich kids, ruthlessly rejected Jiang Bo's inappropriate proposal and harshly ridiculed him in return. Afterward, he became curious about this employee of his and wanted to know how exactly Gu Zhongjing had offended Jiang Bo. That guy might be extravagant, but he wasn't the type to bully others out of arrogance. Why would he trouble a mere waiter? Gu Zhongjing, unaware of these details, only thought something went awry at school, but he didn't let it show on his face. He explained, if I've offended someone, there is indeed one person. Manager Zhang asked, would you care to tell me who? Being a subordinate to Qi Wei Yang can be exhausting. Beyond work responsibilities, he has to satisfy his boss's curiosity regarding gossip, which left Manager Zhang somewhat awkward since it was Gu Zhongjing's personal matter. He had no right prying into anyone's private affairs. Gu Zhongjing smirked slightly, spitting out a name, Zhao Qiuling. A fan from my live streaming days, she confessed her love to me, and I refused her, leading to retaliation. Manager Zhang understood now. He thought Gu Zhongjing looked so handsome, why didn't he rely on his appearance? Ah, it turns out he's being targeted by others. Actually, Gu Zhongjing wasn't like what Manager Zhang thought, avoiding using his good looks due to being targeted. In truth, it hadn't even crossed his mind. Even now, while mentioning the live stream, it felt more like someone else's story. Gu Zhongjing only harbored a faint sense of regret for the original owner of this body. Apart from that, there was no other emotion. Alright, I understand. I'll let the boss know. Don't worry, you can stay here as long as you want. No one will dare make things difficult for you. Manager Zhang's confidence stemmed from Qi Wei Yang, a type of self-assurance only someone with powerful backing could possess. Gu Zhongjing remained silent, because he had only planned to work there for a month anyway. Whether or not he continued working there wasn't particularly significant to him. Though he lacked money, it was merely seed money he needed. The advance salary was already enough. If it weren't for Manager Zhang treating him well, he might have quit already. After leaving the office, Gu Zhongjing's thoughtful expression disappeared, and he resumed his daily tasks. Dealing with those young girls in the shop was simple. Don't smile, act coldly, and ideally, treat them rudely. This version of Gu Zhongjing was enough to make them squeal. It's not that there aren't any aloof boys in the cafe, it's just that they liked Gu Zhongjing the most. It all boiled down to Gu Zhongjing's handsome face, after all. Gu Zhongjing sighed inwardly. In the post-apocalypse world, looking good isn't always a blessing. If one lacks strength, good looks might become a burden instead. Thinking back, Colonel Gu, to protect his lover Chu Yan, had secretly eliminated countless ill-intentioned people. Recalling it now still brought sorrow. Unfortunately, Colonel Gu's glory only exists in the post-apocalyptic world. In this world, no one knows his great name. People of all sorts could bully him. After finishing his shift, Gu Zhongjing went to finance to collect his prepaid 2,000 yuan salary, then bought 2 cakes from the front desk, one big and one small. Including the cake given to him by the manager, that made 3. Holding the cakes onto the bus, Gu Zhongjing genuinely reflected, money is truly a wonderful thing. Back before the apocalypse, he was at least a president of a company. After the apocalypse, he led a powerful special abilities group. And now, he actually felt compelled to marvel at taking the bus. Gu Zhongjing despised himself. After sitting for a while, Gu Zhongjing began to feel uncomfortable. Having stayed in the post-apocalypse world for so long, he had grown unaccustomed to being among large crowds. Being crammed in places like buses, which felt like sardine cans, was especially unbearable. To Gu Zhongjing, it felt as if he was surrounded by zombies, an absolutely awful sensation. He couldn't stand it after just 3 stops and decided to get off the bus. That overcrowded atmosphere inside the bus was something he simply couldn't tolerate. After getting off the bus, Gu Zhongjing walked to a slightly more open area nearby and took a deep breath with great effort to suppress the rising killing intent in his heart. Several times just now, he had almost acted on impulse. The densely packed crowd with their vacant stares was too much like zombies. After calming down, Gu Zhongjing glanced around and realized that this place was actually a snack street. The streets were lined with all sorts of snacks, emitting enticing aromas. Gu Zhongjing's mouth began to water as he smelled the variety of scents carried by the wind. How many years had it been since he last tasted these irresistible snacks? Even before the apocalypse, let alone after, Gu Zhongjing rarely ate such things, he always thought they weren't clean enough. But now, those snacks that he once considered unclean had become the rare delicacies he could never find again in the apocalypse. As the smells wafted toward him, his stomach started rumbling. He checked his wallet and got an idea. Though he couldn't afford a big meal, he could indulge in some street snacks. He entered a barbecue shop that smelled the most delicious, taking away a large bag of grilled food, then went into the next-door rice noodle roll store, packing 2 servings to go. Coming out, he noticed a vendor not far from the entrance selling spicy soup and pancakes. Alright, let's have 2 portions of those as well. By the time he finished walking through the entire food street, Gu Zhongjing was already holding a bunch of bags filled with various delicacies. He found an empty alleyway, put everything into his dimensional space, and continued exploring. Finally, he entered a Kadeji, KFC, and bought 2 family buckets, feeling completely satisfied. The snack street was really affordable, it only cost him over 300 yuan for all his purchases, adding the 500 yuan spent earlier on cakes, leaving him with over 1,000 yuan still in his pocket. That would be enough to buy seeds and even leave a little bit left over. Thinking that keeping the money meant it'd just sit there, Gu Zhongjing simply decided to head over to the neighboring street, where he picked out a thick coat for Chu Yan. Winter was approaching, and Yuan didn't seem to have much money, she probably wouldn't buy herself clothes. How could a husband not care? After a series of shopping, Gu Zhongjing took a taxi straight to Chu Yan's school. He simply couldn't bear the crowded bus anymore, plus the distance wasn't far, costing him no more than 20 or 30 yuan. When he arrived at the school gate, Chu Yan was still in class. He sent her a WeChat message. Chu Yan was concentrating hard on the lecture, but unfortunately, none of it made sense to him, he had a lost expression on his face throughout the lesson. Feeling his pocket buzz, Chu Yan's heart fluttered like a cat scratching, it must be a message from Big Brother Gu. Taking advantage of the teacher turning around to write on the blackboard, he discreetly took out his phone and saw the message. Big Brother Yuan, darling, your husband is waiting outside the school gates. Come out when you're done with class, I have something for you. After reading the WeChat message, Chu Yan felt an overwhelming sweetness rush through him, his lips curling into a wide smile. Raising his hand, he shouted, Teacher, I want to use the restroom. Chapter 12, Meeting. The teacher had no suspicion and approved it right away. Chu Yan suppressed his excitement and whispered to his deskmate, Brother, I won't be coming for the next class. Help me tell the teacher that my stomach hurts and I've gone to the hospital. I'll submit the leave note tomorrow when I come back and treat you to a meal. The deskmate saw the excitement and enthusiasm in the new school idol's brows and understood. They were all senior students of grade 2, who hadn't been in love. That friend slapped his chest, go ahead with peace of mind, as long as I'm here, I'll definitely help you. Chu Yan. What sort of middle schooler is this? After he walked out of the classroom, he ran toward the school gate with light steps, as if rushing towards the future. Gu Zhongjing saw him running over from afar and hurriedly called out, Run slower, don't fall. Only then did Chu Yan suddenly realize that he had acted too eagerly, so he quickly slowed down and walked over. His red cheeks looked at Gu Zhongjing, and occasionally, an emotion he couldn't suppress leaked from his eyes, touching one's heart. Gu Zhongjing hadn't seen him for half a month and was desperate to give him a big hug, but considering they were at school, he walked a few quick steps and pulled Chu Yan's wrist to take him to an alley opposite the school. There was no one in the quiet alley. As soon as Gu Zhongjing entered, he tightly embraced Chu Yan, as if wanting to melt him into his own bone marrow, never to separate again. Chu Yan also missed Gu Zhongjing. The longing he felt could not be relieved by WeChat, video calls, or phone calls. He firmly wrapped his arms around Gu Zhongjing's neck, rested his head on his chest, tightly sticking close to listen to the rapid heartbeat. Missed me? Gu Zhongjing's voice was deep and magnetic, almost impossibly pleasant. Chu Yan refused to speak, but his hands clutched tighter. Gu Zhongjing knew how uncomfortable he was, but insisted, My dear, did you miss me? It took Chu Yan a while before a muffled voice emerged from his embrace, saying, Missed. Gu Zhongjing asked, How much did you miss? Chu Yan whispered while biting his lip, a little bit. Gu Zhongjing exclaimed, I almost died missing you, and you only missed a little. You ungrateful little thing. Chu Yan humphed. The atmosphere was filled with pink bubbles, ambiguously sweet, almost too sweet to look at. After hugging enough, Gu Zhongjing finally let go of Chu Yan. He glanced at the alley entrance, observed the surroundings, and after confirming there was no one around, Gu Zhongjing took out various snacks from his space. Since space could preserve freshness, the items taken out were still steaming hot, just as fresh as when they were first put in. Chu Yan sniffed and drew in the aroma, then happily gazed at the pile of snacks, asking Gu Zhongjing, where did these come from? Did you rob someone? Gu Zhongjing paused in his movements and became extremely angry. Is robbery all you can think of? Chu Yan touched his nose, but haven't you received your salary yet? Gu Zhongjing said, I pre-withdrew it, silly. Chu Yan was too lazy to argue with him and squatted down to open the bag of the most fragrant barbecue. Just now, the smell through the bag already made him crave it, and now opening it, it smelled even better. There was a fair amount of food, so Gu Zhongjing only took one portion of each type out, more than enough for the two of them. The two crouched in a narrow alley and ate deliciously. If it weren't for their good looks, they would have looked like refugees. Mr. Gu, this rice noodle roll is really good. Gu Zhongjing grumbled while eating the skewers. Dear, stop calling me big head, how ugly does that sound? Chu Yan replied indifferently, then what should I call you? Roasted sweet potatoes taste good too. Gu Zhongjing smiled lecherously, call me husband. Chu Yan's face turned red as he slanted a glance at him. The beautiful and delicate features of the young face were full of blush. Go to hell. Gu Zhongjing loved his cute demeanor, like a proud little peacock, making his heart itch intensely. Wife, say it once, I want to hear it. Chu Yan vowed not to follow, won't say. Gu Zhongjing regretfully shut up and silently thought that someday, he would definitely make Chu Yan say it. After eating, Gu Zhongjing put the uneaten food back into the space and picked up the garbage after eating, throwing it in the trash can outside the alley. Holding Chu Yan's hand, they strolled along the road outside the school to digest their food. Chu Yan asked Gu Zhongjing, did you prepay your salary? Have you bought the seeds? Gu Zhongjing shook his head, not yet. Chu Yan, if you don't hurry up, I'm going to starve. Unlike Gu Zhongjing, who stubbornly suffered for pride, as a high school student, he could only work part-time during holidays. In the past, his old self would earn small amounts of money by helping classmates with their homework, but since Chu Yan came across, although the memories gradually came back, they always seemed distant. Now, he was basically a struggling student. How could he help others with their homework when he couldn't even handle it himself? So now, he really felt like he was about to starve. Gu Zhongjing had brought him these snacks today, and they were, without a doubt, the best he'd tasted in this time, not just recently, but in the last 10 years. Such a heart-wrenching feeling. When Gu Zhongjing heard his words, he felt pity for Chu Yan and silently condemned himself for not being more enterprising. He regretted focusing so much on so-called pride. If only he hadn't been so stubborn, he would have already made some money by now. He took out all the cash from his wallet, counted out 200 yuan to keep, and handed the rest over to Chu Yan. Honey, I only have a little over 600 left. Take it first, and once I buy some seeds, I'll make back the cost in 2 days. Chu Yan accepted the money without even looking at it, shoved it into his pocket, and then stretched up to give him a kiss as a reward. A delighted Gu Zhongjing pointed to the other cheek, don't favor one side over the other, dear. Chu Yan kissed him again. When Gu Zhongjing tried to point at his lips for another kiss, Chu Yan ignored him this time. If they had done such intimate actions in public 10 years ago in their world, someone would have definitely given them strange looks. But here, it was different. In this world, same-sex marriage was legal, and occasionally you could see couples of the same gender holding hands on the street. People generally understood and supported them. The two youths walked down the street, freely basking in the blessing gazes of others, enjoying a peaceful and happy moment that could never be experienced during the apocalypse. Gu Zhongjing didn't know that Chu Yan had skipped class without asking for leave, so when Chu Yan's teacher called, Gu Zhongjing sent him back to school without hesitation. His precious one's studies were already bad enough, he shouldn't skip classes anymore. After Chu Yan returned to school, Gu Zhongjing took out his phone and found a map to locate the nearest farmer's market. This area had many neighborhoods nearby, so after walking for about 10 minutes, Gu Zhongjing found a farmer's market. He browsed around inside, carrying only 200 yuan. He decided to buy vegetable seeds this time and return later to buy more varieties. The price of seeds wasn't high, 2 yuan per packet for normal ones, and 5 yuan for better quality ones. This was far lower than Gu Zhongjing expected. He originally thought they'd cost at least 15 yuan per packet. Before the apocalypse, Gu Zhongjing had at least been a CEO, unfamiliar with prices like these. Everything he bought back then was expensive and of top quality. Who would have paid attention to these sorts of things? All the seeds he collected in the space were gathered after the apocalypse started, when they were free. This was the first time Gu Zhongjing realized how cheap seeds could be. He bought several types of short-cycle vegetable seeds, Chinese cabbage, cherry radishes, water spinach, lettuce, small oil greens, Chinese cabbages, green garlic, sprout vegetables. These vegetables weren't highly priced, but they grew very quickly. The slowest took only 40 days to mature. According to the space's time flow rate, they would be harvest ready in at most 2 days. Gu Zhongjing liked to plan ahead, so after buying the seeds, he wanted to look around and inquire about vegetable prices, doing a basic market survey so he wouldn't be awkward when selling later. After researching, Gu Zhongjing felt a bit regretful. He shouldn't have bought so many vegetable seeds all at once. He should have focused on buying one specific type of seed, like Chinese cabbage, that had a high price and a short growth cycle. Having too many varieties of vegetables wasn't necessarily good for him. He only needed to specialize in one type of vegetable, for example, Chinese cabbage, which was commonly purchased by many people. Other vegetables could be planted gradually later, and at this stage, his main goal was to make quick money. Therefore, there was no need to buy so many miscellaneous seeds. With that thought in mind, Gu Zhongjing went back to the store where he bought the seeds and persuaded the shopkeeper, albeit reluctantly and begrudgingly, to exchange all the seeds into 20 packs of Chinese cabbage seeds. Each pack was 2 yuan, so after the transaction, he still had 160 yuan left. With the purchase done, Gu Zhongjing went to a farm tools shop and bought a hoe. The barren land in the space still needed tilling. During this period, he had been clearing dead branches and leaves by hand, not requiring any tools. However, tilling was different, it couldn't possibly be done with bare hands. Once the items were purchased, he found an unpopulated place and tossed everything into the space. Then Gu Zhongjing located the nearest bus stop and boarded the bus. Why endure the discomfort and take the bus? Because he had no money. No matter how hard it was, Gu Zhongjing gritted his teeth and restrained the rising murderous intent within him. He reminded himself to stay calm, telling himself, this is modern society now. There are no zombies here. Don't lose your cool, don't lose your cool. This chant was useless, Gu Zhongjing remained restless. He stopped muttering and pulled out his phone to send a message to Li Yu. Li Yu was the more pragmatic of the two classmates Gu Zhongjing had taken down when he woke up. Gu Zhongjing had given him a task before, and he wondered how it was going now. Mr. Zhang's words today stuck in his mind. That woman Zhao Qiuling, no one knew what she was ranting about, but it would be best to find out, otherwise, having someone watching him in the shadows all the time was really making him uneasy. When Li Yu received the message, he was reading in the library. He was a very ambitious person, an excellent student who won scholarships every year. Unfortunately, his family had no money to support his education, so he had to come up with ways to pay for school himself. The bullying of Gu Zhongjing to ingratiate Miss Zhao was something he felt guilty about but executed smoothly. He'd done such things many times and had become adept at them. But this time, he kicked a hornet's nest. Gu Zhongjing wasn't like those other students from the past. After being bullied, they wouldn't dare to fight back. At first, everything went according to plan. Gu Zhongjing was successfully expelled from school. However, Li Yu never expected that Gu Zhongjing would be so audacious as to take those photos. If it were just ordinary nude photos, Li Yu wouldn't care at all. After all, he was a man, so what if his picture was taken naked? But Gu Zhongjing, that despicable person, actually posed him and Chen Liang in suggestive positions. If those pictures ever came to light, both he and Chen Liang would lose their good reputations. He didn't want to lose his social network at school. Therefore, when Gu Zhongjing proposed that Li Yu find out the teachers and classmates who had bullied his former self and retaliate accordingly, Li Yu had no choice but to comply. Initially, Li Yu was apprehensive, fearing that Gu Zhongjing might seek revenge on them, so he hurried around non-stop with Chen Liang trying to do the tasks. However, after more than half a month passed, it seemed that Gu Zhongjing completely forgot about them. Li Yu began to relax and stopped putting as much effort into it. Until just now, when he received a message from Gu Zhongjing. Gu Zhongjing, how's it going? With gritted teeth, Li Yu replied, halfway there, the rest is still ongoing. Gu Zhongjing, give me the stuff next time. I have some things to deal with right now. The stuff referred to what Gu Zhongjing had tasked Li Yu to do, nude photos of those students who once bullied Gu Zhongjing's former self. His main reason for saying this was to prevent Li Yu from flooding his WeChat with those unsightly nude photos. They were clear evidence. How could Gu Zhongjing leave such a significant loophole for him? Even though retaliating against others with their own tactics was satisfying, this was a society ruled by law. Although Gu Zhongjing promised his former self to get revenge on those who had wronged him, Gu Zhongjing did not wish to involve himself in it personally, nor did he have the time to hunt down each individual to exact revenge. The best way was to let the dogs bite each other. It seemed that Li Yu's efficiency was not bad. Gu Zhongjing smiled, this guy was somewhat useful. Gu Zhongjing, I'll give you another half-month. With a pale face, Li Yu replied with a single word, okay. After sending the message, Gu Zhongjing paid him no more attention and closed his eyes to think about how to use the space effectively. As for the fate of these people, he felt no ripples in his heart. He had done far more ruthless things. Even if the people in the unseen photos hadn't participated in taking pictures of his former self, since they had overpowered others, they shouldn't complain when others retaliated. Gu Zhongjing always repaid kindness with kindness and enmity with enmity. As he told Li Yu, he would repay the ones who bullied his former self the most severely with similar bullying and nude photo threats. For those whose actions weren't as severe, he'd orchestrate group alienation and cold violence among the classmates. When intertwined in this situation, each person would be entangled like dogs biting each other, leaving nothing but chaos. Those subjected to cold violence wouldn't dare to resist, and those threatened certainly wouldn't dare to. Not even lodging complaints, because even if someone called the police, they would only go after Li Yu and Chen Liang, not Gu Zhongjing. Even if Li Yu tried to incriminate him, there would be no evidence. After all, in their earlier conversation, Gu Zhongjing hadn't said anything concrete. While Gu Zhongjing thought about these things, a satisfied smile crept onto his lips. On the other side, however, Li Yu couldn't concentrate on reading anymore and returned to the dormitory with his backpack. In the dorm, only Chen Liang was playing games. In the four-person dormitory, now only the two of them remained. One had been expelled, the other hospitalized, leaving the room feeling empty yet disheveled. Upon seeing him return, Chen Liang greeted him, "You're back. Let's go eat something, I'm starving." Li Yu said, "That surnamed Gu sent me a message." Chen Liang's expression immediately turned ferocious. "That bastard, what did he say?" Li Yu replied, "He said we need to finish within half a month, or else." The unspoken implication was clear to Chen Liang as well. After cursing furiously for a few moments, he finally spat out, "Shit, are we going to be threatened by that bastard forever?" Li Yu gave him a sidelong glance. "Whether we like it or not, do you really want those photos to be released?" Chen Liang's expression froze for a second before he swore again. "So what do we do?" After a brief moment of contemplation, Li Yu replied, "We've already taken care of most of the people he asked us to deal with. Now we just need to get the dean in our sights, and that shouldn't be too difficult. Tomorrow, we'll find someone to tail him and see if we can catch evidence of him accepting bribes. Then we can report him directly to the Education Bureau." It was this very dean who had accepted Zhao Qiuling's bribe and abused his power to expel Gu Zhongjing, facts that Li Yu knew all too well. Naturally, he understood exactly how to proceed. At this point, Chen Liang was starting to feel genuine fear. What if they call the police? I don't want to go to jail. Li Yu's eyes darkened with menace. Ha, call the police. Do you think they dare? Chapter 14, Selling Vegetables. Back at the orphanage, Gu Zhongjing returned to his small room under the moonlight and directly entered the space. Since time flows faster in the space, he could go inside, sleep for a while, and then work. Time spent there was ineffective to him, it wouldn't waste his lifespan. The space was so large that just thinking about having to till the whole area with a hoe gave Gu Zhongjing a headache. He decided to buy a farming vehicle once he earned enough money to relieve some pressure. For now, he would just till as much as he could. After being transformed by the spring water, his body had gradually become stronger. After cultivating for several hours, he drank some spring water and slept. He woke up and kept digging, rested when he was tired, ate something, and slept again. This cycle continued until Gu Zhongjing finally tilled 3 mu of land. While tilling the soil, he also scattered seeds. Once the tilling was done, the seeds were already planted. Then he left the space, got buckets and dippers, and poured spring water onto the 3 mu of land. Next, he didn't need to do anything else. The land in the space did not require fertilizers to grow well. He only needed to wait until the vegetables matured and come back to harvest them. After taking a bath in the small pond in the space, Gu Zhongjing exited the space, went to the kitchen, and placed all the snacks and barbecue cakes he bought in there. The director and children would wake up to eat them tomorrow morning. After finishing this, he returned to his room and collapsed on the bed, sleeping soundly. Over the next 2 days, Gu Zhongjing continued going to work as usual, occasionally entering the space to check on the growth of the baby bok choy. Seeing that the baby bok choy was ripe, Gu Zhongjing found Shen Hui, the husband of Aunt Li. He was a villager from the neighboring village of the orphanage. Although he hadn't cultivated land for many years, there were still many farmers in their village. Gu Zhongjing asked him to help borrow a tricycle. On the 3rd morning after planting the baby bok choy, Gu Zhongjing rode the little tricycle into the city. City A was huge, being the capital of Huaxia country, with a very dense population. Thus, urban development happened rapidly, and 6 districts have already been developed, each surrounding the center of City A like a ring. The orphanage was located in a remote area, already part of the 6th district. Gu Zhongjing's workplace was in the 5th district, and so was the vegetable selling location. There weren't many people on the road into the city. Gu Zhongjing found a secluded spot to store the tricycle in the space, loaded the tricycle full of fresh baby bok choy, and brought it out again. He had also carefully chosen the place to sell vegetables beforehand, at the entrance of the 5th district, where there was a super large farmer's market. Riding the tricycle to the market, Gu Zhongjing rented a stall from the market administrator. It cost 10 yuan per hour, and Gu Zhongjing rented it for 2 hours. He still had to go to work, so renting it for too long wasn't necessary. Also, mainly because he was running out of money. After moving the vegetables from the tricycle to the stall, Gu Zhongjing borrowed a stool from the neighbor auntie and sat down without moving. That auntie saw his distinguished looks and refined demeanor, and she clearly didn't look like someone who should be selling vegetables. Rather, he looked like a young nobleman. Curious, she asked, "Young man, how much are you selling your baby bok choy for per pound?" Gu Zhongjing, 5 yuan per pound. That auntie was surprised and said, 5 yuan per pound? We're all selling for 1 yuan per pound. Young man, your price is set too high. Gu Zhongjing smiled, my vegetables are naturally grown organic vegetables, free of fertilizers and pesticides, so they're a bit more expensive. The auntie rolled her eyes, whose vegetables here weren't natural organic vegetables. Everyone else sold theirs for 1 yuan while he wanted 5. She doubted they'd even sell. Feeling smugly satisfied, the auntie no longer warned Gu Zhongjing and went back to selling her own vegetables. It was still early, and most people buying vegetables right now were either retired uncles and aunts or procurement staff from large hotels. So, the market wasn't very crowded. Bored, Gu Zhongjing flipped through his phone, playing a match 3 game while observing the passers-by. He needed to find a few restaurants to cooperate with, providing vegetables to them long-term. Coming to sell vegetables every day wasted time and energy. With partner restaurants, all he needed to do was prepare the vegetables, and they'd take care of the rest. However, he had to choose carefully since some people might try to maliciously suppress prices. Since it was a long-term collaboration, he needed to assess their character. Gu Zhongjing was good at reading people. As long as he interacted with someone once, he could generally determine their nature, not entirely perfect but correct around 80 to 90% of the time. For instance, like the middle-aged man at the stall opposite him now, definitely not a good choice, an absolute miser. As he constantly belittled the vegetable stall owner's produce, he kept haggling over the price while continuously picking off the slightly yellow outer leaves of the cabbages. Even after doing so, he wasn't satisfied and complained that the cabbage wasn't tender enough. The owner glared at him with a green face as he nitpicked over every little thing, and they nearly ended up arguing before agreeing on a price. Dozens of pounds of cabbage were loaded onto his small tricycle and he walked toward Gu Zhongjing. Gu Zhongjing guessed that he should be the owner of a small restaurant who came to procure goods himself every morning. His business must not be doing well, so he was extremely stingy. Gu Zhongjing understood this with just one glance. So when the middle-aged boss came over and asked how much the bok choy cost, Gu Zhongjing smiled and said, 5 yuan per pound. How much? The middle-aged man's eyes widened in shock as he exclaimed, are these gold-plated cabbages? Why are they so expensive? Gu Zhongjing, no chemical fertilizers, no pesticides, natural organic vegetables. No bargaining. The middle-aged man looked at the lush green and water-laden baby bok choy, picked one up and sniffed it, instantly catching the unique rich fragrance. He knew that this was indeed good quality produce, but the price was simply too high. Pretending to be indifferent, he said, will you sell it for 1 yuan per pound? Gu Zhongjing, are you joking, big brother? The purchase price of my vegetables is more than 1 yuan. When the middle-aged man tried to say something else, Gu Zhongjing added, if you want to buy, then do it quickly, big brother. My vegetables don't come down in price. The middle-aged man frowned and retorted, fine, if I don't buy, then I won't buy. Let's see if your stuff even sells. Thinking this is jade, huh? 5 yuan. Why don't you just rob people instead? Before Gu Zhongjing could respond, another person who had been examining the bok choy for quite a while spoke up, boss, can you lower the price a bit? I'll buy everything if you do. Gu Zhongjing glanced at this person and thought, this guy seems alright. In his mid-30s, dressed in a suit with a dignified aura around his eyebrows, he might have been a discharged soldier. The key point was that he didn't carelessly pick at the vegetable leaves when checking the produce. Judging by his demeanor, he likely worked as a procurement officer for a large restaurant. After taking a quick look, Gu Zhongjing had decided, this was the right person. If you're buying all of them, then 4 yuan per pound. The man said, 4 yuan it is. Weigh them then. The middle-aged man couldn't believe that someone would actually buy them, feeling somewhat embarrassed. He sarcastically remarked, looks like there really are fools willing to pay such prices. Unfortunately, neither Gu Zhongjing nor the man paid any attention to him. They continued weighing the vegetables, and he could only slink away dejectedly. The electronic scale was borrowed from an elderly man selling potatoes diagonally across. Since the scale was small, it took quite some time to weigh all the vegetables. It totaled 300 pounds, and without hesitation, the man paid Gu Zhongjing 1,200 yuan, saying, my car is parked outside in the parking lot. Can you help me get the vegetables to my car? Gu Zhongjing readily agreed. He loaded the vegetables back onto the small tricycle, returned the scale, and rode the tricycle out of the market following the man. After helping to move all the vegetables into the small truck, the man introduced himself, saying, I'm surnamed Lu Goen. May I ask for your esteemed surname, young sir? Last name Gu Zhongjing. Mr. Gu, will you be coming tomorrow? Gu Zhongjing, yes, I will. Lu Goen, alright, then we'll see each other again tomorrow. Lu Goen knew as soon as he laid eyes on those emerald green baby bok choys that they wouldn't disappoint in terms of flavor. He had a premonition, he'd likely need to collaborate with Mr. Gu in the future. Establishing a good relationship early would never hurt. Chapter 15, Baby Bok Choy. Quanwei Zhai is a very famous Chinese restaurant with many branches in the country. There are 7 branches just in City A alone, and the main branch is located in the inner urban area of City A. It's said that the chefs from the main branch come from a royal chef lineage, producing dishes whose flavors everyone who has tasted can't help but praise. The businesses at all branches are no less impressive, with astonishing daily revenues. After all, those who can't secure a spot at the main branch can always book one at the branches. Sun Qin, the manager of the Wu District branch, is an observant person who often walks around the restaurant to listen to customers' evaluations of the dish's flavors. Today was no exception. He then noticed that a name was mentioned particularly frequently today. The taste of this baby bok choy is nice, with a hint of sweetness. The stems aren't overly soft, good flavor. Server, could you bring me another serving of baby bok choy in superior broth? Old Yang, why does this baby bok choy stir-fried with almond mushrooms taste better than yesterday's? The bok choy has such a sweet flavor, how about it tastes to you? It's better than yesterday, bringing back some childhood memories. I guess it must have been sourced directly from the countryside. Do you want another serving? Let's go for another serving. It tastes great. Mom, I want more baby bok choy. Honey, there isn't any left. Let's come back tomorrow, okay? No. No. I want more baby bok choy. All right, my little master. Server, please bring another serving of baby bok choy dumpling soup, exactly like the one before. Listening to the customer's evaluations, Sun Qin was slightly confused. Isn't the dish that gets added most often supposed to be the signature dish? Just before closing time, he reviewed the order sheets and saw that almost every table ordering baby bok choy had asked for additional servings. His first thought was that perhaps the chef had come up with a special way to cook it. Feeling quite pleased, he walked to the kitchen and gave the head chef some generous praise. Master Lin's culinary skills keep getting better and better. Even an ordinary baby bok choy, you've figured out a good way to make it delicious. Truly admirable. Master Lin, feeling slightly embarrassed by the praise, replied, Manager Sun, you're praising the wrong person. This isn't my doing, it's the quality of the ingredients that makes the dish taste so good. Sun Qin, ingredients. Master Lin, yes, as a chef for many years, I've never seen such excellent baby bok choy. The vegetables look vividly green and white, different from the norm. Sun Qin mulled this over in his mind. After saying goodbye to the chef, he went to find the procurement officer. If these vegetables were really this good, perhaps they could establish a long-term agreement with the vegetable farmer. Sometimes one shouldn't underestimate those common dishes. When prepared well, they can attract a lot of gourmet connoisseurs. In the space, there were 2 mu of baby bok choy. One morning, 1 truckload couldn't sell out, so Gu Zhongjing had gone again to the market after work yesterday evening, only returning home when it got too dark, without selling much. He decided on the spot that he wouldn't sell vegetables at night anymore. Retailing just doesn't compare to wholesale. Not only does it earn less money, but there's also constant bargaining. Some even belittle his vegetables, claiming they're not good enough. Ha! These vegetables are grown in the space. Eating them may not cure illnesses, but their nutrition is at least 10 times that of regular vegetables in the market. He only sells for 5 yuan per caddy, he's being extremely reasonable, isn't he? But Gu Zhongjing wasn't worried. As long as someone tries his vegetables, no one says anything bad about them. He wasn't worried at all about sales. Today, his main goal was to get in touch with Lu Guan from yesterday. If they could sign a long-term supply contract, he wouldn't need to endure the hardship of selling vegetables anymore. Riding into the market, Gu Zhongjing was preparing to rent a stall from the administrator when he saw Lu Guan rushing towards him. Gu Zhongjing kept a neutral expression on his face but realized in his heart that this long-term deal was likely sealed. Now, he didn't feel the urgency to rent a stall anymore and stood patiently waiting for Lu Guan to approach him. Sure enough, Lu Guan came over in just a few steps and told Gu Zhongjing, young brother Gu, don't bother unloading the vegetables. I'll take all your vegetables. Gu Zhongjing replied straightforwardly, alright, let's load it onto your truck. Within moments, this whole truckload was purchased by Lu Guan once again. Gu Zhongjing was somewhat puzzled. Lu Guan bought a truckload yesterday. How did they use it up so fast? By logic, 1 truckload should supply restaurants for at least 3 days. His original intention was to approach Lu Guan to sign a preliminary contract, saving him the trouble of selling vegetables later. But he didn't expect Lu Guan to buy another entire truckload. Though he had doubts in his heart, he didn't voice them. Whoever buys his vegetables, he would be happy. Why bother asking what they do with them? Before Gu Zhongjing could say anything, Lu Guan had already handed him a business card. Little brother Gu, this is my business card. I am the procurement officer from Quanwei Zhai in Wuqing district. The main reason I'm looking for you today is also to ask if your baby bok choy can be supplied long-term. Gu Zhongjing gave a faint smile, understanding now. So buying this truckload of vegetables was to curry favor with him. He returned the kindness and said, sure, big brother Lu, don't worry about that, it'll always be of consistent quality. Lu Guan sighed with relief, alright, little brother Gu is straightforward. But what do you think about the price? Gu Zhongjing responded, the price cannot be reduced any further, big brother Lu. It's 4 yuan per caddy. If it's less, I'd be losing money. These are organic vegetables grown without pesticides or fertilizers. Just have them tested, their nutrition level is 10 times that of ordinary vegetables. Although Lu Guan didn't fully believe him, he still replied, alright, if it can't be reduced, then so be it. By the way, do you have other types of vegetables aside from the baby bok choy? Gu Zhongjing's heart stirred as he asked, big brother Lu, tell me which ones you need. Seeing his confident demeanor, Lu Guan thought he must have a wide variety of vegetables indeed. Thus, he rattled off a long list of vegetable names, not hesitating at all. Gu Zhongjing quickly interrupted, big brother Lu, you're speaking too fast, I couldn't possibly remember. Let's do this, write out a list for me, and I'll send whatever's available next time. Hearing this, Lu Guan rummaged through his car and pulled out a notebook, jotting down an entire page. Gu Zhongjing looked over it, most were common vegetables, but only a few were relatively rare. He recalled their growth cycles, the slowest being 7 to 8 months. According to the space's flow rate, they would mature in just 10 days at most. After pondering for a while, he marked under the short-cycle vegetables and said, these ones I'll deliver to you the day after tomorrow. The others I will send when they're ripe. Alright, then it's settled. The contract I'll bring along with me on the day after tomorrow, Lu Guan beamed, surprised and delighted that Gu Zhongjing's vegetable selection was truly so comprehensive. Oh, where should I deliver these vegetables next time? After all, they couldn't keep transacting in the farmer's market forever. Lu Guan laughed, this way, you just give me a location. Next time, I'll come and pick them up myself, saving you the trouble. Gu Zhongjing thought to himself, how convenient, it's like pillows arriving just as one feels sleepy. And coincidentally, he did not have a vehicle yet. His impression of Lu Guan became even better at that moment. No matter whether soldiers were active duty, retired, or after the apocalypse, they were the most worthy people to respect and admire. After some more discussion, both went their separate ways to attend to their own affairs. Gu Zhongjing pushed his small tricycle back into the market again. Yuan would be returning tomorrow. They hadn't seen each other for 2 whole weeks, and Gu Zhongjing wanted to cook something delicious to replenish him. His Yuan was too thin. Chapter 16, Braised Pork. Even though it was still autumn, the weather was getting colder. All the children at the orphanage were made to wear long-sleeve shirts and thermal underwear by Auntie Meng, topped off with a light jacket that was both slimming and warm. Since conditions at the orphanage weren't great, all the children 6 years old or younger hadn't gone to kindergarten. The kindergarten curriculum was simple enough that Auntie Meng taught them herself, and they could enroll directly in primary school when they reached the right age. So the kids usually stayed within the orphanage grounds and played. The older ones either boarded or went to school daily and returned home after to help with what they could. Taking care of their younger siblings was something they were skilled at. Every few days, there would be university volunteers or couples visiting the orphanage. Even the young adults had busy schedules. Today being Saturday, every child's face in the orphanage wore smiles of anticipation, shining brightly from their eyes. The irresistible aroma emanating from the kitchen made it impossible for the little ones to play, instead congregating outside the kitchen door, staring expectantly at Gu Zhongjing, who was wielding a large wok and cooking. Xiaoya, smells so good, slurp. Xiaoxing, yeah, really fragrant. What's Brother Jing making? Xiaoya, meat. Xiaoying, I heard Auntie Meng say Brother Jing is making braised pork. Smells amazing. Xiaoming, can we eat yet? I'm starving. Xiaoying, me too. The rustling sounds brought a chuckle to Gu Zhongjing's lips. He moved systematically as he prepared his ingredients and got ready to show his skills by cooking a hearty meal for the little ones to enjoy an improved diet. In the big kitchen of the orphanage, the cooking pot was large, perfect for one-pot dishes. Gu Zhongjing chopped over 40 pounds of pork belly into evenly sized chunks with precise chopping sounds, then blanched them in boiling water. Afterward, he added peanut oil to the pot, tossed in small pieces of rock sugar, and stir-fried on medium heat until the sugar melted and turned deep brown as smoke began to rise. He then added green onions, ginger slices, and star anise, stir-frying to release the fragrance. Next, he included the pork belly and stir-fried gently over low heat until it released a bit of fat, ensuring it was evenly colored. He poured in just enough water to cover the meat, adding salt, soy sauce, light, dark soy sauce, and cooking wine. He covered the pot, bringing it to a boil over high heat before switching to low heat to simmer for about an hour. When the broth reduced to 1/3 its original amount, he removed the ginger slices, star anise, and green onions. After an hour, he uncovered the pot, increased the heat to medium, reducing the broth until thick and sticky. One big pot of braised pork was completed. It was important to control the fire well throughout this process, resulting in fatty but not greasy, melt-in-your-mouth meat. The aroma was intoxicating, enough to make someone want to swallow their tongue. When Chu Yan returned, a group of the little ones had already been hovering around the canteen entrance, watching as Gu Zhongjing and Principal Ali worked busily. They couldn't wait any longer to taste the food. Chu Yan smiled, picked up 3-year-old Xiaoya, whose fingers were deformed, and asked her, "What's little you looking at?" Little you responded unclearly, "Fragrant meat." Chu Yan, smelling the inviting scent of meat in the air, gulped involuntarily, "It does smell wonderful. Let's go take a look." He led a group of tiny tots into the kitchen. Meng Tsongyu saw Chu Yan and greeted happily, "Is Xiao Yan back?" Chu Yan replied, "Yes, I'm back. Auntie Meng, what are you guys making? It smells wonderful." From the second Gu Zhongjing saw Chu Yan, his eyes focused solely on him, brimming with happiness and laughter. Chu Yan deliberately avoided looking at him, knowing full well that Gu Zhongjing's attention was completely fixed on him. He felt both sweet and flustered inside, thinking how uncouth the man was, and whether Principal Ali or anyone else might have noticed. Meng Tsongyu said joyfully, "Xiao Jing has sold some vegetables wholesale these past few days and made a bit of money. Look. He bought quite a lot of meat back, and now he's making braised pork." Chu Yan responded with a single, walked over, took the vegetables from Meng Tsongyu, and said, "Auntie Meng, I'll wash the vegetables. You rest a while." Meng Tsongyu handed over the task readily. She wiped her hands and said, "All right, you wash, I'll go check on Yang Yang." Yang Yang was the youngest in the orphanage, only just a year old and constantly needed supervision. The principal also wasn't comfortable leaving him alone. After the principal left, only Auntie Ali, Gu Zhongjing, and Chu Yan remained in the kitchen. Auntie Ali was peeling potatoes, her back turned to them, giving Gu Zhongjing a perfect chance to grab the spatula, lean in, and kiss Chu Yan quickly. With his lips curled up, he silently called out, "Wife." Chu Yan gave him a glare, his ears red as blood, pointedly ignoring Gu Zhongjing as he continued washing vegetables. This person is too bad, Auntie Ali is still here and he kisses him so openly. He doesn't even care about being seen. Gu Zhongjing knows Chu Yan has a thin face and cares about his image, so he stops teasing him, continuing to cook after gaining a bit of advantage. The braised pork is already done, and next, he just needs to stir-fry some green pepper, shredded potatoes and simmer cabbage with tofu, which won't take much effort. When all the dishes are served on the table, Chu Yan's expression has already returned to calmness. A few adults and older children help the younger ones portion their meals and look after them while they eat. There are 10 smaller children in the orphanage who need someone to take care of them, those above 7 years old can eat by themselves. Since it was the weekend, all the older children have returned from school, filling up the canteen completely. It looked extremely lively. Gu Zhongjing watched these children and couldn't help but feel heavy-hearted. Having more children at the orphanage wasn't a good thing because they were all abandoned. On this side of the 6 urban districts, which belongs to the suburbs, there were already so many abandoned children. In other areas, there would be even more. But Gu Zhongjing can't change all of these things. Originally, he was a cold-hearted and indifferent man, and the only one he could hold dear in his heart was Chu Yan. Now, with the addition of Sunshine Orphanage, he will take care of these children within his ability. As for the rest, he can do nothing. After the children had finished eating, the adults finally could sit down and have a proper meal. As soon as Gu Zhongjing sat down, he first placed several pieces of meat and vegetables on Chu Yan's plate, saying with deep concern, Yuan, eat more. Look at how skinny you've become." Meng Tsongyu agreed, "That's right, you're this thin, obviously not eating well at school. I've told you so many times. Don't save money, yet you never listen. Where is Chu Yan saving money? He's in adolescence, eats a lot but only grows taller without gaining weight, what can he do? However, he likes the feeling of being cared for, so he doesn't argue and picks up a piece of meat to put into his mouth, gently pressing it against his tongue. Heaven! So delicious! He originally thought the braised pork would be greasy, but unexpectedly, it tasted this good, melting in the mouth, the lean meat fragrant but not tough. One bite of meat and one bite of rice, it was simply heavenly. He exclaimed in shock, "Big head Gu, your cooking skills are actually this good." Gu Zhongjing is extremely proud, being praised by his wife tastes better than any delicacy, this is nothing. You wait until I make some money, and I can prepare a full banquet for you. Chu Yan looks at him admiringly, thinking that Big Head Gu is truly excellent, worthy of being his man. Meng Tsongyu scoffed disdainfully, "You little kid, talk nonsense without preparation. I've already seen you flipping through recipes online. Just making some braised pork, see how boastful you are." Gu Zhongjing. "Mom Meng, I just wanted to show off in front of my bride, please don't expose me." Chapter 17, The Phone Call. After eating the braised pork made by Gu Zhongjing, all the kids in the courtyard became die-hard fans of Gu Zhongjing. They constantly asked Director Meng when Brother Jing would make meat again. As for Gu Zhongjing, who was being talked about by them, he simply had no time to cook every day. He spent all his free time in the space. Where would he have time to cook for them? However, candies, eggs, and cakes were bought several times. According to what he agreed with Lu Goen, Gu Zhongjing grew the vegetables he wanted in batches. Then he rented a warehouse at the edge of the 6th urban district near the 5th urban district, gathered the vegetables there, and let Lu Goen come to pick them up once every 2 days. Lu Goen has been extremely happy recently. Every time they met, he was as polite as possible. The Quanwai restaurant in the 5th urban district has recently been booming with business. In half a month, the customer flow increased several times directly, all thanks to the various fresh vegetables provided by Gu Zhongjing. The most ordered dishes, which used to be various kinds of meat, have now changed into various types of vegetables. Manager Sun Qin can't stop laughing every day. At the end of each month, all the branch stores need to provide their performance to the main store to calculate the bonuses of the managers of each store based on these ratings. The better the store's business is, the more dividends Manager Sun Qin gets. How could he not be happy? What makes him happiest is that it seems the boss Qi Huiyang also noticed the situation of the branch store in the 5th urban district. He even had assistant Lien call here, saying that he would come for an inspection in a few days. So Sun Qin kept reminding Lu Goen not to lose Gu Zhongjing, this big benefactor. With such a good vegetable supplier lost, where would he find another one? But sometimes he would think, if he could find a meat supplier of the same quality, the performance of his branch store would absolutely exceed the other branches. Though he thought about it, finding vegetables of such good quality was already something to thank heaven and earth for. How could there be equally good quality meat as well? Gu Zhongjing doesn't know the situation at Quanwai, but he is very confident about the vegetables produced in the space. There is absolutely no possibility of merchants canceling orders from suppliers, so he doesn't go to the vegetable market anymore. He only needs to focus on running this restaurant. Supplying too many restaurants is not beneficial to him at all. Moreover, it would expose the fact that he does not have a fixed vegetable wholesale place currently. The matter of the space must not be exposed. Once exposed, no matter how much money he earns then, it wouldn't be enough to make up for his loss. Now that he has a way to earn money, Gu Zhongjing prepared to quit his job at the cafe. Not only was the salary low, it was also tiring. He could have earned more money with this time. He stayed at the cafe for so long because he always remembered the favor done by manager Zhang. Leaving a reminder in his heart, staying here for a while longer could be considered reciprocating the favor. Gu Zhongjing mentioned his resignation to manager Zhang 10 days ahead. Although manager Zhang didn't want to let go of this human cash cow, he also knew that Gu Zhongjing's future was boundless. Naturally, he did not wish to act like a petty person. He agreed very generously, only asking that Gu Zhongjing work at least 1 full month, so that he could hire people to fill the vacancy. As it turned out, December 6th came, Gu Zhongjing had worked a full month. There was no reason for him to stay any longer. Little Gu, I know you are capable. My small shop can't keep you. Old Zhang can only wish you a bright future after leaving the cafe. Listening to manager Zhang's somewhat reluctant blessing, Gu Zhongjing felt quite moved inside. When he first came to this world, he only wanted to help the original host complete the last wish before going to die. But who would have thought that Yuan actually came through as well? Back then, he had no money left. To make money, he needed capital. Seeds were cheap, but he couldn't afford them, so he found a job at this cafe. Come to think of it, he has developed some feelings for this place, even though he had only stayed here for a month. Manager, don't say it like that. If anything, I should thank you for your warning. If you ever need any help in the future, just say so. Though I might not be able to help, I will definitely try my best. This statement was said sincerely. Gu Zhongjing has always valued his promises. By making this commitment today, regardless of what manager Zhang asks him to help with in the future, as long as it's not unreasonable, Gu Zhongjing will do his utmost to accomplish it. However, obviously manager Zhang did not know how valuable Gu Zhongjing's promise was at this moment. He just patted Gu Zhongjing on the shoulder and said emotionally, "Good lad, your brother Zhang did not make a mistake with you. If you encounter difficulties in the future, come find brother Zhang. Brother Zhang still has some influence." After this conversation, both of them had come to regard each other as friends, and they even went out for barbecue after work. That night, on his way home, Gu Zhongjing indulged in a rare luxury and took a taxi, stopping in front of the orphanage just like he did when he first arrived in this world a month ago. But the loneliness and despair he felt back then had now been replaced with determination and fighting spirit. Gu Zhongjing's mind was filled with the idea of earning money so that Yuan and everyone at the orphanage could live a good life. His mindset had already become completely different. Back in the dormitory, Gu Zhongjing, who was slightly tipsy, pulled out his phone and called Chu Yan. Chu Yan immediately knew that Gu Zhongjing might have been drinking as soon as he picked up. His voice was unusually sticky and enthusiastic. Yuan, my wife, my darling, I miss you so much." Listening to his voice, Chu Yan's heartbeat grew more intense, clarifying his feelings even more. He rarely showed tenderness as he coaxed Gu Zhongjing, "What's wrong? Did you drink?" Gu Zhongjing wasn't too drunk, but hearing Chu Yan's gentle tone ignited a fiery passion inside him that he couldn't suppress. Pretending to be drunk, he said, "Baby, call me once, will you?" "What do you want me to call you?" asked Chu Yan. "Call me, husband." Chu Yan buried his head in the pillow while talking to Gu Zhongjing, unsure if it was the heat or the frustration, but his face turned an intense red, making his dazzlingly beautiful features even more striking. If someone else saw him, they would surely marvel at his beauty. "No," replied Chu Yan, his voice softly refusing Gu Zhongjing. Gu Zhongjing didn't know why he had some masochistic tendencies. Although Chu Yan said no, he still had a strong reaction. The alcohol amplified his desire, which overwhelmed him irresistibly. Chu Yan could hear some rustling sounds from the other side of the phone, unsure what Gu Zhongjing was doing, so he asked, "Big head Gu, what are you doing?" Nothing, Yuan, my darling, can you call me once? I want to hear it." Although Chu Yan looked like a seductive being, he was actually very pure-hearted. Blushing furiously, he softly shouted, "Husband. Gu Zhongjing, I'm dead, I'm dead." A muffled sound of contentment and urgency escaped his lips, transmitted to the other end of the line, leaving Chu Yan stunned. After a moment, his lips trembling, Chu Yan growled low, "Big head Gu. What are you doing?" Chapter 18, Leasing Land. After that incident, Chu Yan completely ignored Gu Zhongjing. He vowed with great hatred that he would not talk to Gu Zhongjing this month. If he did, he'd change his surname to Gu. It was too much. How dare he dare to do such a thing while listening to his voice over the phone? Gu Zhongjing knew he had offended his beloved, so he could only apologize humbly in various ways and pamper him. He had almost sent a basketful of WeChat messages, but Chu Yan neither replied to him nor blocked him. Instead, he enjoyed secretly reading those flattering messages every day. Let's set aside the two's little fun for now. Gu Zhongjing's career was gradually getting on track as well. The money earned from Quanwei Zhai soon exceeded 30,000 yuan, and Gu Zhongjing decided to lease a few plots of land from Liujia village next to the orphanage. Otherwise, once someone began to notice him, there would be no way to explain where his vegetables came from. He liked to plan ahead when doing things. Previously, he sold vegetables from space out of necessity, but ideally, leasing a few plots of land first for cover would be the best choice. Just as he was about to go find the village head of Liujia village to discuss leasing the land, he didn't know that the internet drama about him had already started brewing. No matter what, his previous life was also a well-known game streamer. With his sudden disappearance over a month ago and never coming back online, fans were worried. They all voluntarily brushed up the topic #FindZhongXia. Day 35 of Arbitration Brother's disappearance, miss him. Did something happen to Arbitration Brother? It has been such a long time and he still hasn't come online, I'm concerned. Yeah, he just said he'd be back after buying a pack of instant noodles and then disappeared. Hopefully nothing really happened. Holy crap, arbitration is going down for convenience noodle poisoning. With such high participation in the topic, it quickly trended. Many people noticed, including Zhao Qiuling. In a luxurious villa, Zhao Qiuling coldly stared at the trending topic on Weibo. The accompanying picture was precisely that handsome face of arbitration she both loved and hated, Gu Zhongjing. She had liked this man for a long time. From the first time she saw Gu Zhongjing as a small streamer, she fell deeply in love with this man. She tipped Zhongxia, promoted him, just to get him to look at her more often. Finally, unable to resist her feelings for him, she used her connections to find Zhongxia's private information, figured out where he studied, and directly confronted him. She believed herself to be good-looking, forever pursued by many around her. She considered herself a goddess-level beauty since childhood. For her to lower her standards and chase a poor guy like this, Gu Zhongjing must have been elated. Unfortunately, she guessed wrong. Not only did Gu Zhongjing reject her, but he also returned all the money she had tipped him, leaving her with absolutely no hope. Such a person made her both admire and like him even more, and she became even more infatuated with him. However, Gu Zhongjing kept refusing her, making her lose face. Gu Zhongjing being forced to drop out of school was entirely his own fault. Why didn't he like her? Now, these people on the internet were actually searching for this ungrateful person, making it seem that making him drop out of school wasn't enough. Zhao Qiuling absolutely wouldn't allow Gu Zhongjing to ever rise again. She gave a call to Jiang Bo, who always liked her. Jiang Bo, didn't you say you wanted to take me out to dinner last time? If you help me with something, I'll agree to it. The male voice across the line immediately became excited. Really? Tell me, no matter what it is, I will definitely do it for you. Zhao Qiuling's beautiful face was full of malice. I want you to ruin Zhongxia's reputation online. Jiang Bo let out a tisk sound, another one of this Gu Zhongjing. How interesting was that? But since the goddess said so, the unlucky guy could only blame himself for his misfortune. Young man, you said you want to lease land. Gu Zhongjing looked at the village chief, whose face was full of wrinkles, and revealed a gentle smile. Yes, chief, I want to lease several acres of land. I wonder how the price is calculated. The dark-skinned face of the village chief showed deep contemplation, looking Gu Zhongjing up and down, as if evaluating whether what he said was true or not. If you want to lease it, it's 2,000 yuan per acre annually. How much do you want to lease? Gu Zhongjing understood this price. In the suburbs of second-tier cities, the annual cost per acre was around 600 to 700 yuan, less in cities below second-tier level. This place was a super first-tier city, and the price was still reasonable within his budget. In that case, I will lease 10 acres. But chief, I have a small request. Could you assign me the land at the foot of the mountain over there? As Gu Zhongjing spoke, he pointed towards a peak visible across from the village committee office. The village chief frowned. Young man, you should think it over. The soil quality of the land over there can't match the one on the east side of the village. Gu Zhongjing thought that this village chief was a nice person, and his smile became all the more genuine. Chief, rest assured, I know what I'm doing. I want the land over there. He didn't mention that he planned to eventually lease the entire mountain as well. Anyway, the chief wouldn't believe him if he said so now. It would be better to wait until he made enough money before discussing it. Seeing that Gu Zhongjing was determined, the chief shook his head and stopped persuading him. He took out the leasing contract from the drawer in his office, showed it to Gu Zhongjing, and then asked, do you want to take a look at which plots to lease or leave the decision to the village committee? Gu Zhongjing, let's go take a look. The village chief nodded, taking Gu Zhongjing out of the committee office. They got onto the chief's electric scooter, and he carried Gu Zhongjing toward the designated mountain. There are reasons why the land here was expensive. For instance, the road was paved flat, making the ride smooth without any trouble, plus it was near the urban area. Selling any crop grown here would be convenient. Lu family village was quite large. After riding for about 20 minutes, they finally arrived at the foot of the mountain that Gu Zhongjing had mentioned. It happened to be the boundary between Lu family village and Chen family village, with the mountain itself being the dividing line. Gu Zhongjing liked this mountain very much. Its geographical location, forest coverage, and other various factors were all in line with his expectations. There was even a little brook on it, creating a very pleasant environment. Although it was the boundary between two villages, making leasing a bit troublesome, aside from this point, Gu Zhongjing could hardly find any flaws. That was why he decided to lease the land at the foot of the mountain, keeping an eye on the mountain first, and then proposing the leasing matter in the future, which would be easier. It didn't take long to check out the suitable 10 acres of connected, flat farmland. It looked great. Once divided properly, Gu Zhongjing went back to the village committee with the chief to sign the contract and pay the fee, leasing the land for 1 year. After completing this task, a big rock fell off his heart. Next, all he had to do was submit the leasing contract to the relevant authority for approval. Once approved, the 10 acres of land for the year would officially belong to Gu Zhongjing. But he believed that these 10 acres of land and even the mountain behind them would belong to him for life. Such was his confidence. After bidding farewell to the chief, Gu Zhongjing returned to the orphanage. Lu family village wasn't too far from the orphanage. It only took 25 minutes by foot from the village committee office. With such a good mood, he couldn't help humming a tune while walking halfway through. Suddenly, his phone rang. Gu Zhongjing glanced at the number, and his eyes focused sharply. It was Li Yu. Chapter 19, The Aftermath of the Photos. Gu Zhongjing actually didn't really want to talk on the phone with Li Yu. He knew this guy was extremely cunning, and once the call was connected, it would definitely be recorded. If he accidentally said something he shouldn't, it would become a bargaining chip in Li Yu's hands. Although Gu Zhongjing believed that he wouldn't blurt out anything, who knows if Li Yu would say some half-true things. Playing safe is the way to survive. But since Li Yu called, it meant he had something to say. Gu Zhongjing simply ignored the call and sent him a WeChat message. "Where are you? I'll come find you." Li Yu saw the message, a flicker of regret passed through his mind. He indeed had an idea of leading Gu Zhongjing into saying the wrong thing over the phone, like cautiously asking when those fruit photos would be returned. Unless Gu Zhongjing immediately realized it, otherwise, in the future, if someone reported it, he could claim it was Gu Zhongjing threatening him. Unfortunately, Gu Zhongjing was too alert and did not answer the call. He could only honestly reply, "At the original point bubble tea shop at the school gate." Gu Zhongjing, wait. There was no need to mention how far the orphanage was from University A, let Li Yu wait. Gu Zhongjing took a taxi back to the orphanage from the school last time. Since it was night, it only took 2 hours. Taking the bus was different, it would take at least half as much longer. By the time Gu Zhongjing reached the original point bubble tea shop, 3.5 hours had passed. It wasn't necessary for Gu Zhongjing to make this trip, but he needed to retrieve those photos, so he specifically made this journey. Upon arriving near the bubble tea shop, Gu Zhongjing did not rush to find Li Yu. The outside of the tea shop was all glass, and he could easily see Li Yu's anxious and restless figure. He waited outside until he confirmed there was no one secretly taking pictures before entering the tea shop. Seeing Gu Zhongjing, Li Yu quickly plastered a smile on his face. "Brother Gu, please sit down. Would you like something to drink?" After more than a month, Li Yu felt that Gu Zhongjing's aura had become even more authoritative, almost intimidating to look directly at. Looking at Li Yu, Gu Zhongjing said, "No need. Let's talk outside." One after the other, they entered the same small alley as before, and only then did Gu Zhongjing ask, "What do you want?" Li Yu hurriedly put on a flattering smile. "Brother Gu, that woman Zhao Qiuling has approached us again. She wants us to cooperate with her hired internet trolls to say some unfavorable things about you. This time, it's a rich second-generation person negotiating with us. I estimate they want to defame you online, so I'm letting you know." Gu Zhongjing felt somewhat troubled. What kind of grudge was this? Why insist on targeting him? He clicked his tongue and said, "This matter, don't interfere. Whatever she asks you to do, just do it. I have my plans." Li Yu, grateful to tears, said, "Thank you for understanding, Brother Gu. You know I'm just an ordinary college student. I don't dare to stand up to the Zhao family. This time, I've truly wronged you." This apology was sincere, and looking at his mannerisms, Gu Zhongjing snickered and asked, "All right, where are the photos?" Li Yu quickly rummaged through his backpack and pulled out an envelope. After Gu Zhongjing took it and opened it for a quick glance, he placed it back inside. "Truly eye-searing." He didn't want to look anymore. With a frosty demeanor all over, he said, "Delete the original and the backup. If I find out you use these photos for anything." Li Yu shook his head vigorously. "Brother Gu, rest assured, I wouldn't dare." His appearance couldn't be more innocent, like a bullied little rabbit, but only Gu Zhongjing knew this person was fundamentally crooked, sure to be a menace in the future. But that had nothing to do with Gu Zhongjing, as long as it didn't harm him. Coldness was etched deep into Gu Zhongjing's bones. Whether Li Yu killed or set fires, what business was it of his? "Gu Zhongjing, what about the other half? Is it done?" "Li Yu, it's done. Just check the news. The director has already been removed from office." Gu Zhongjing, good job. Li Yu sighed in relief and tentatively asked, "Then, what about my photos with Chen Liang?" Gu Zhongjing, "HM. What did you say? I didn't hear clearly." Li Yu, nothing, I didn't say anything." Gu Zhongjing looked at the file and then at Li Yu, and smiled meaningfully. "Li Yu, do you know what kind of person I hate the most?" Li Yu trembled in fear. I don't know." Gu Zhongjing, "I hate people who think they're smartest." Li Yu didn't understand his implication. Perplexed, he looked over. "Brother Gu, I don't know what you're talking about." Gu Zhongjing grew impatient and radiated an overwhelming presence. "Tisk, take the voice recorder out of your pocket." Li Yu's heart sank. Fear spread across his face. How did he know? What voice recorder? I don't understand what you're talking about, ha ha ha. He tried to act dumb and bluff his way through it, but Gu Zhongjing gave him no chance. With a heavy hand on his shoulder, he hummed an extended and pressurizing tone. In that moment, Li Yu fell apart. Trembling, he took out the voice recorder from his pocket, his face full of fear and disappointment. Gu Zhongjing snatched the recorder and slipped it into his pocket, then turned around and walked away with large strides. As he reached the alley entrance, he glanced back at Li Yu and said, "Li Yu, don't try my patience." After Gu Zhongjing had been gone for a while, Li Yu wiggled his toes, which had gone numb from standing so long. It felt like all his blood had frozen. That gaze just now. So terrifying. The chilling aura was like a murderous wave emanating from blood-soaked mountains of corpses. Just thinking about it made Li Yu shiver. He swore he would never go against Gu Zhongjing again. In that 1 second earlier, he truly thought Gu Zhongjing might kill him. Meanwhile, Gu Zhongjing, who had already bought a small tricycle in District 5, had no idea how much psychological impact he'd left on Li Yu. He was currently torn between choosing the blue or red tricycle. Both looked pretty good, so what should he do? Looking left and right and unable to decide, he sent Chu Yan a WeChat message. "Today really wants yuan, wife, which one looks better? Big head Gu is a pig, the red one, I guess. Today really wants yuan, wow. Finally, you responded to me. Big head Gu is a pig. Spirit lifted instantly, Gu Zhongjing's lips curled up high. He quickly typed, "My love, I miss you so much, I'm sorry, please talk to me." After hitting send, there was nothing else. He had been blocked. Gu Zhongjing froze in shock. Everything was fine just moments ago, why was he blocked now? Zhu Yan hit her own hand hard under the desk, scolding herself for being so unresistant. For not being determined. She had planned to ignore Big Head Gu for a whole month, yet after just a few days, she broke her vow. Was she going to change her last name to follow his forever? Wait, maybe following Big Head Gu's family name wasn't that bad after all. Thinking about it more, Zhu Yan couldn't help but smile foolishly. But this expression didn't fool her teacher on the podium, who suddenly flashed an intense gaze under his glasses. "Zhu Yan. Do you find something amusing during class? What's making you so happy? Share it with everyone." Zhu Yan. Big Head Gu, you're done for. Chapter 20, Long-Term Contract. Little San Luan was bought, but Gu Zhongjing wasn't that happy anymore. Chu Yan had finally paid attention to him again, but he himself had ruined it, leaving him full of regret and unable to feel joyful. He slumped back to the orphanage, not even wanting to eat. He gave a brief greeting to the director before riding little San Luan to Lu village. The 10 acres at the foot of the mountain belonged to the Lu family in the village. The Lu family was one of the wealthy households in the village, owning several properties in the 5 urban districts. They didn't value this little bit of land in the village, so they just put it up for lease through the village committee. However, their land wasn't fertile, and it was close to Lu Ming Mountain, where a stream flowed right through the center of the fields. Every rainy season, water would overflow into the fields, which is why this piece of land hadn't been leased out for years. Since Gu Zhongjing had taken over here, he wasn't worried about the fields flooding. Anyway, he had rented this land mainly as a cover-up. Once he earned enough money, he would find someone to redirect the stream, creating a pond instead. How wonderful would that be? The plan made sense, but unfortunately, ideals often lose to reality. He still had to painstakingly clear weeds and till the land honestly. Tilling these 10 acres wouldn't be an easy task. Gu Zhongjing couldn't afford to waste time. That night, he began tidying up the land. When he got tired or hungry, he entered his space to rest for 7 or 8 hours, ate something, and then continued working. This cycle repeated several times until Gu Zhongjing finally stopped. It wasn't that he didn't want to finish everything at once, it was just that finishing the tilling on the very first day after leasing would draw too much attention. Although the area was remote and few people came, the village chief might come by to check. Caution was better. Just like the incident with Li Yu, it was such a minor thing, there was no need to make it seem like a spy rendezvous, but Gu Zhongjing naturally preferred being cautious and keeping everything under control, hence the nervousness. Hereafter, this place would be Gu Zhongjing's main base, so he planned to be more careful. Outside, 4 hours had passed, inside the space, 4 days had gone by. 4 acres out of the 10 were already tilled, and the work would continue over the next couple of days. If the village chief came asking questions, he could simply say that he hired workers. As long as it wasn't too obvious, these issues wouldn't be problems. Riding back to the orphanage on Little San Luan, Gu Zhongjing was already exhausted. Although Lu village was nearby, coming back every night was quite troublesome. He thought that once he had enough money, he would build a small house at the foot of the mountain and live there daily. That way, he wouldn't have to run back and forth, and he could also keep an eye on his fields to prevent theft. After taking a shower, he entered his space and picked mature vegetables from each type, filling a large basket, which he placed in the kitchen. These vegetables were good for the body, this was no exaggeration. Ever since there were more varieties of vegetables in his space, Gu Zhongjing would always leave a basket in the kitchen every day, claiming that he wholesaled them for prices much cheaper than the market rate. When the director insisted on paying him, Gu Zhongjing refused, giving her some grand explanations that left her confused, allowing him to escape quickly. This trick worked every time without fail. After putting away the vegetables, he returned to his room, sorted through the accounts, and then climbed into bed, falling into a deep sleep. Early the next morning, Gu Zhongjing went to the warehouse, took out all the fresh vegetables, and neatly arranged them while waiting for Lu Goen to take them away. Lu Goen arrived quickly, at 7 a.m., accompanied by a well-dressed middle-aged man. He instructed his employees to load the vegetables onto the small truck while standing with the middle-aged man chatting with Gu Zhongjing. Mr. Gu, let me introduce you. This is Manager Sun from our Quan Wei Zhai in the 5 urban districts. Manager, this is Mr. Gu. The middle-aged man smiled, shaking hands with Gu Zhongjing warmly. I've heard about you many times from old Lu. It's truly a pleasure meeting you today, young and talented with an extraordinary presence. His compliment was sincere. Gu Zhongjing didn't look like someone who sells vegetables, he resembled more of a noble young man. Before coming, the man had imagined that the vegetable seller would probably be a dark-skinned rural lad, but unexpectedly, Gu Zhongjing had both good looks and bearing. Sun Qin's politeness gave Gu Zhongjing a favorable impression. He responded humbly, Manager Sun flatters me, I'm just a simple vegetable vendor, not nearly as great as what you said. Manager Sun replied, don't be modest. In my life, I've met countless people, but your demeanor, it's truly unique among young ones. This isn't empty praise. Gu Zhongjing felt somewhat awkward under the compliments and asked, Manager Sun, what brings you here today? Understanding the shift, Sun Qin smoothly transitioned to the topic, and only then did Gu Zhongjing learn that Sun Qin had come to discuss a collaboration with him. Due to the store's increasingly prosperous business last month, it seemed like it would soon catch up with the main store. Sun Qin's performance was also improving, which aroused the attention of the boss, Qi Huiyang. So, he came to the 5 urban districts for an inspection with his assistant. He also learned that the reason for such good business was because the store had changed its supplier, which surprised him greatly. He even let the kitchen prepare a dish on the spot to taste. This tasted fine, but once Qi Huiyang tried it, he liked it instantly and praised it as very delicious. When leaving, he took away most of the store's inventory, saying that he wanted to inspect it to see if there was any issue since it was so flavorful. Sun Qin waited anxiously for 2 days, fearing that some problem might be found with the vegetables, in which case he would be in trouble. It wasn't until yesterday evening when he received a call, and Qi Huiyang's excited voice still echoed in his ears. Sun Qin, how much have you agreed upon for those vegetables with the farmer? Sun Qin cautiously asked, Boss, is there something wrong with them? Qi Huiyang said, yes, indeed. A big issue. The nutrition value of these vegetables turns out to be 10 times higher than regular ones. Man, it seems like the farmer must have been feeding these vegetables steroids for them to grow so well. Sun Qin was overjoyed, so the farmer wasn't lying after all. Qi Huiyang was astonished and inquired further, then Sun Qin explained what Lu Goen had told him. After hearing this, Qi Huiyang decisively commanded, here's your task, negotiate with the farmer for an exclusive supply. Check if they can supply 200 kilograms of each type of vegetable daily. I want this supplied to every branch store. If you succeed, I'll give you 20% share of the 5 urban districts branch. Sun Qin felt breathless and incredulously asked, 20%. Qi Huiyang confirmed, that's right, 20%. But the condition is that you negotiate successfully. If you fail, I'll send someone else, and you'll only get 5% of the shares as a reward for discovering this treasure. Sun Qin hurriedly said, I can do it, boss. This matter is entirely mine to handle. You can rest assured, I will definitely make it happen. But boss, what about the price for this exclusive supply? Qi Huiyang said, there's no upper limit on price, it depends on your skills. This was why Sun Qin came here early in the morning. With the thought of getting 20% of the shares, how could he not be urgent? He only mentioned the exclusive supply to Gu Zhongjing and intentionally left out the rest, trying to maintain a calm appearance so as to try to suppress the price as much as possible. Unfortunately, Gu Zhongjing declined immediately after hearing the required quantity of vegetables. Sorry, I can't provide this amount. Chapter 21, Renowned Phoenix Plume. With so many dishes, it wasn't that Gu Zhongjing couldn't grow them, but rather he didn't want to. He certainly didn't want to be a vegetable farmer all his life. To him, using his space for growing vegetables was already squandering resources, filling it all with vegetables would simply be wasting resources, wouldn't it? After listening, Sun Qin's smile remained unchanged. Brother Gu, consider it. An exclusive supply is good for both you and Quan Wei. You don't need to worry about the price either, I'm sure you will be satisfied. Gu Zhongjing gave a polite smile, Manager Sun, it's not about the price, it's about the quantity. You are asking for too much. These vegetables are grown by myself, and I don't have the energy to grow so many. Manager Sun thought for a moment and asked, so how much can Brother Gu provide? Gu Zhongjing looked at the vegetables in the warehouse, calculated in his mind, there were 20 kinds of vegetables here, each weighing 30 jin, totaling 300 jin. These vegetables only occupied the space of 3 mu in his special space, and they could be harvested within 8 days at most. He generally alternated their planting. Therefore, increasing the yield a bit wasn't an issue. At most 100 jin of each per day. Gu Zhongjing said clearly. Sun Qin didn't push Gu Zhongjing further, and immediately agreed. He knew that with such quality vegetables, being able to get 100 jin per day was already very difficult. He was even slightly worried if Gu Zhongjing's greenhouse could achieve this. Once the quantity was settled, it was time to talk about the price. Gu Zhongjing didn't make excessive demands, just raised the price by 3 yuan more per type from the original price, which Sun Qin happily agreed to without hesitation, fearing Gu might change his mind. Thereafter, Sun Qin quickly drew up the contract. Both parties signed and fingerprinted, setting the exclusive supply agreement for 8 years. Though Sun Qin originally intended to negotiate for a longer period, this time Gu Zhongjing refused to budge, leaving Sun Qin regrettably ending the discussion. Upon agreeing that someone would come to collect vegetables at 8 o'clock every morning, Sun Qin insisted on treating Gu Zhongjing to a meal. But Gu Zhongjing had to go plowing, so he politely declined Sun Qin's invitation. With regret yet satisfaction, Sun Qin left. Gu Zhongjing returned to the orphanage, tidied up, and then headed to Lu family village. He honestly spent the whole day plowing the land. As evening approached, Gu Zhongjing rode his tricycle to the Flower and Bird Street in District 5. Relying on vegetable cultivation for wealth building was too slow, he couldn't wait that long. Having sweated through half a month and only earning a few 10,000 yuan, he considered it a poor deal. Planting valuable flowers and medicinal herbs was much more profitable. Previously, it was because he lacked money. Now that he had it, these two plans could be put on the schedule. Flower and Bird Street was bustling with people, lively shops displaying all sorts of pleasing plants and animals. Gu Zhongjing walked along the street, entering the largest and busiest store. The shop was crowded, so the boss and his wife were too busy to greet each customer individually, allowing customers to browse freely. Gu Zhongjing took pleasure in browsing leisurely, carefully examining the plants in the store. The colorful flowers were arranged artfully in the shop, but Gu Zhongjing only recognized a small part of them. After all, he wasn't a plant enthusiast and didn't usually pay attention to these things. If it weren't for selling them, he wouldn't even step into this Flower and Bird Street. Looking around for half a day and still unable to figure out much, he wanted to call the owner over for an explanation. Just as he opened his mouth, an anxious and hoarse voice came from somewhere nearby. "Boss, come take a look at my flowers. What's wrong with them? Is there any hope to save them?" Hearing this, Gu Zhongjing turned to see a spirited old man dressed in a tang suit walking in hurriedly, holding a pot of nearly dead orchids in his hand. As soon as he entered, he thrust the flower pot towards the boss's face. Seeing the elderly man, the boss immediately wore a sycophantic smile and greeted him. "Ah, it's old Qi. What's happened? So urgent?" The old man carefully placed the flower on the counter. "Don't even mention it. My naughty grandson broke my precious orchid. Several roots were also severed. How could I not know the fragility of this treasure? Afraid it might perish, I rushed over to see if you can help save it." His anxiousness was palpable, and the boss's expression turned serious too. Because the orchid this elder Qi held wasn't a regular one, it was a renowned new variety of the lotus leaf orchid called phoenix plume. When this flower first appeared in the world, it had been sold for over 3 million yuan. Even though new varieties have been cultivated now, due to its difficulty in cultivation, its price remains high, averaging no less than 1 million yuan. The phoenix plume, in elder Qi's hands, was particularly outstanding in appearance. Normally, Qi cared for it meticulously. Anyone knowledgeable in the field could tell at a glance that this flower was worth at least 1.5 million yuan. Such a precious flower was naturally extremely fragile. Even the tiniest issue could cause it to wither under normal circumstances, let alone when its roots were broken. The boss, though known as a famous plant doctor in this area, had no confidence in reviving this flower either. After examining the broken roots, the boss shook his head repeatedly, his face full of sorrow. "Mr. Qi, too many roots are broken. Ah." The unspoken words were clear to everyone. Mr. Qi's expression turned grim immediately. It wasn't about the money he cared for, he could afford several million yuan worth of orchids after all, but rather, his heart ached deeply for his treasured flowers. Even the most experienced local floriculturist said there was no hope, and even if he went elsewhere to seek a more skilled expert, time simply wouldn't allow it. Watching his beloved orchid nearing bloom yet doomed to die, Mr. Qi's anguish surged through his veins. Gu Zhongjing observed him, fearing he might faint from distress any moment now. "Is there really no way?" the old man asked, clinging on to the last shred of hope. The boss replied helplessly, "Mr. Qi." Gu Zhongjing, observing the situation, immediately thought of his spiritual spring water. It just might save the orchid. A mixture of sympathy and personal interest led him to swiftly make up his mind. He stepped forward and said to Mr. Qi, "Sir, I may be able to save your flower." The unexpected event drew quite a crowd in the shop, some watching out of curiosity, others expressing pity, but not a single person believed that it could still be saved. When suddenly hearing another voice pipe up, the first reaction from everyone, including Mr. Qi who had initially held immense hope, was disbelief. All eyes turned toward the direction of the voice. "Young man, can you really cure it? Are you pulling my leg?" Gu Zhongjing responded confidently and firmly, "Sir, trust me, I'm not fooling you. If you don't believe me, come with me and we'll try it. If it doesn't work, I'll compensate you for the loss at full price." Looking at the handsome but youthful face of Gu Zhongjing, Mr. Qi found himself torn between absurdity and giving it a try. The unwavering assurance and seriousness on the young man's face convinced him. Perhaps the youth indeed had some tricks up his sleeve. Still hesitating, the boss chimed in, "Mr. Qi, give him a chance. Try treating a dead horse like a live one, it couldn't get worse anyway." He then whispered stealthily, even if he fails to save it but compensates you for the loss, where else would you find such a great deal? Money was not an issue for Mr. Chi, what mattered was curing his orchid. With hesitation, he finally agreed, alright, old man, I'll trust you this once. I will hand over my phoenix plume to you. Gu Zhongjing smiled gently, saving the flower is not difficult, but sir, I have a small request. What is it? Hearing the demand, Mr. Chi felt more hopeful than worried. If the person dared to negotiate terms, then he must have some expertise. Gu Zhongjing replied calmly, if I succeed, I want you to let me propagate one plant from this orchid. Chapter 22, Qi Lao. Qi Lao, who had agreed to return to Zhongjing's residence together, felt an unprecedented surge of doubt and regret when the driver, following the slow pace of a small tricycle, finally arrived at the orphanage. Seeing the 5 big characters, Sunshine Orphanage, made him feel incredulous. He berated himself for losing his mind and actually believing that this 17 or 18-year-old young man could cure his flowers. Moreover, he had even come specially here to the orphanage because of it. It wasn't that he looked down on people, but as an orphan still in school, where would Gu Zhongjing acquire the skills to grow and treat flowers? His background limited his access to such things, let alone being able to handle these precious plants which were certainly not within reach of ordinary people. At first, seeing Gu Zhongjing's confident demeanor and noble aura, he assumed he was from a wealthy family who enjoyed messing with plants, hence reluctantly believing Gu Zhongjing. But now, given the situation, he couldn't help but wonder whether this young man hoped to evoke sympathy by showing him the pitiful conditions of the orphanage, expecting him to donate money. This resembled a setup all too closely. Feeling unpleasant inside, Qi Lao's face betrayed some of his discomfort. Gu Zhongjing, noticing this, fearing that he might change his mind, quickly explained, Elder, please come inside. You don't need to worry about me asking you for donations. Since I've said I can cure your flowers, I will definitely do so. It'll take no more than half a month at the shortest, a month at the longest. If I fail, I'll find another identical plant to compensate. Despite his words, Qi Lao's expression remained sour, but he didn't say anything, only responding with, let's go. The old man had a peculiar trait, he never went back on his word once he promised something. He was a stubborn little elder. Gu Zhongjing smiled, leading both him and the driver into the orphanage. Neither the director nor Aunt Allie knew where they had gone off to, and they weren't visible anywhere in the yard. Gu Zhongjing directly led Qi Lao to the reception hall inside the courtyard. Taking the flower Qi Lao had been treasuring in his arms, Gu Zhongjing said, Elder, this flower can't be delayed, I'll start right away. If you're bored, you can take a look around. Qi Lao's eyes followed the flower, unable to focus on what else was said, no thanks, I'll watch. Gu Zhongjing shrugged, letting him keep watching. He carefully took out the rootless orchid from its pot, connected it before Qi Lao's eyes, securing it with a piece of film. Then, stepping out of the reception hall, he entered a room, digging up a pot of soil from somewhere, carrying back a bucket of water into the reception hall. He planted the wrapped orchid into the black, evidently nutrient-rich soil, watering it twice with spiritual spring water. With a pat of his hands, it was done. Qi Lao had been waiting for further actions but noticed him washing his hands, thus questioning, that's it? Gu Zhongjing, that's it. Qi Lao, was it really that simple? Gu Zhongjing, exactly that simple. Qi Lao, this wasn't at all what he expected. The old man nearly lost his breath, patting his chest with his hand, asking, is there anything special about this soil of yours? Gu Zhongjing, seeing that he truly didn't believe, fabricated, you hit the nail on the head, elder. This soil, I specifically went deep into the mountains to dig up some black earth. Around that area, there were over a dozen orchids. I dug up quite a lot with their soil, 2 of which had broken roots. Later, I found out that those flowers have a scientific name called lianhua. Back then, I didn't know how delicate those flowers were, so I fixed them using this method. Otherwise, why would I dare make such a rash promise to you? Listening to him dumbfoundedly, Qi Lao's face gradually showed more joy. Upon hearing lianhua, he got excited and clutched his hand tightly. Are those lianhuas you grew still alive? Are the flowers still around? Can I take a look? Gu Zhongjing, who had none of those lianhuas, having entirely fabricated them, could only reply, Elder came too late. I've already sold those flowers. Qi Lao only felt today had provided enough stimulation, with his blood pressure rising again. Quickly pulling out the antihypertensive drugs in his pocket, he stuffed them into his mouth and gulped them down with the water Gu Zhongjing poured for him. Upon tasting the water, he realized something was amiss. This sweet, crisp taste even surpassed the well water from his hometown many years ago. It was truly excellent water. Looking astonished at Gu Zhongjing, he didn't expect that such a small orphanage could possess such good water resources. But this was a minor matter, he just slightly marveled without asking any questions. Turning around, he addressed the driver who had been following him, Xiao Wang, go home first. I'll stay here tonight, bring my luggage over. The driver was greatly alarmed, no, Mr. Qi, this just won't do. You should go back. I can keep watch here, if the master finds out that I've left you alone here, he will definitely fire me. Please, return with me. Qi Lao didn't argue further but said decisively, this is an order, just follow it. If the boss dares to dismiss you, let him come find me. He then turned to Gu Zhongjing and stated, "Take me to see the guest room." Gu Zhongjing was somewhat surprised, her mouth agape as she looked at Qi Lao, wanting to say something but eventually kept silent. In the end, she couldn't help but chuckle. What a stubborn old man. Gu Zhongjing had only brought him back to the orphanage to reassure him, never imagining he would be staying over. The elder must have thought Gu Zhongjing might misappropriate his flowers, so wanted to keep a personal eye on them. Without much more ado, she stood up and led the elderly man to the guest room. It was originally prepared for people interested in adopting children, whenever someone wanted to observe the children more closely before adopting, and given that the orphanage had enough space, 2 rooms were converted into guest quarters. Although small, the room was spotlessly clean and comfortable. The sunlight streamed onto the bed, where blankets had been aired to become fluffy and warm, carrying the scent of sunshine. Qi Lao seemed satisfied with the environment. After commanding the driver to go back, he began wandering around the backyard, where several children were playing games. The old man watched with great interest for a long time and eventually joined in. Gu Zhongjing shook her head, cleaned up the mess of mud caused by the orchid, and headed to the kitchen. To be honest, if not for fear that Qi Lao might think he was a fraud out to trick him about the flower, Gu Zhongjing wouldn't have brought him to the orphanage. He had too many secrets, every extra person who knew posed a risk. Thus, even though Gu Zhongjing was set on obtaining the orchid, he didn't plan to move it into his secret space. He'd allow it to grow naturally. The wait was something he could endure. As Gu Zhongjing mulled over things while stir-frying, his large ladle swung skillfully, filling the kitchen with delightful aromas that gradually wafted to the backyard, causing Qi Lao to sniff continuously. He asked Xiaoying, "Young lady, is this vegetables? Why does it smell so good?" Xiaoying, also tempted by the aroma until drooling, replied, "That's our brother Jing cooking. His dishes are incredibly delicious, slurp." She ended up drooling audibly as she spoke. With all the kids chiming in, they praised Gu Zhongjing's culinary skills to the heavens, which piqued Qi Lao's curiosity like never before. When it was time for the meal, the director and Aunt Ali finally returned, entering the kitchen with cheerful expressions to lend a hand. Before Gu Zhongjing could tell them about Qi Lao, they burst with joy, asking, "Mom Meng, what wonderful news have you encountered?" Meng Tsongyu grinned broadly, "How wonderful. Today, I took little Ming to the hospital for a checkup, and the doctor said little Ming can have surgery now." Chapter 23, Got a Big Spender Client Square Root. Xiao Ming is one of the younger children in the orphanage. He's 4 years old and has congenital heart disease. He was abandoned at the doorstep of the orphanage as an infant, and the dean has been extremely worried about this child over the years. Because of his young age and poor health, his heart bypass surgery has been postponed until now. Recently, for some unknown reason, Xiao Ming's health has been improving, and his complexion is no longer pale. This time, upon examination, the surgery can be performed, so how could the dean not be happy? Gu Zhongjing also sincerely rejoiced for the child. Just as he was about to say something, he heard the dean sigh, "It's just at the cost of the surgery, sigh." Gu Zhongjing, how much does the surgery cost? Meng Tsongyu, conservatively estimated, it would require at least 100,000 yuan. The Adong Charity Foundation can cover part of it, but the orphanage will need to contribute around 40,000 to 50,000 yuan, and it seems we'll have to apply for more funds. Gu Zhongjing nodded, "Aunt Meng, don't worry. Next month I'll have the money. This month, we can focus on adjusting Xiao Ming's health. You don't need to worry about the money." Meng Tsongyu stopped washing vegetables and looked at Gu Zhongjing in surprise, "Where will you get so much money from?" Gu Zhongjing told Meng Tsongyu about old Qi and the orchid. After hearing it, Meng Tsongyu worriedly asked, "Do you really have confidence in curing that flower?" Gu Zhongjing nodded confidently, and Meng Tsongyu didn't doubt him either. Her kind face was filled with relief, "You must cure it well for them." Aunt Ali shook her head in amazement, "These rich people are truly different. A pot of orchids can be so expensive. If little Jing cures their flower, whoa. We're going to make a fortune." Aunt Ali's chubby face and money-loving expression made Gu Zhongjing laugh. They teased Aunt Ali a little, but she didn't get angry and joined in the banter good-naturedly. The three of them talked back and forth in the kitchen while preparing the meal. The dean and Aunt Ali called the children to eat, while Gu Zhongjing carried the dishes to the backyard to deliver them to old Qi. Old Qi had been restless waiting. Watching the children being called one by one to eat, he became increasingly anxious, fearing that all the food would be eaten before he got any. But at the same time, he felt it would be beneath his dignity to rush off without Gu Zhongjing calling him. Seeing Gu Zhongjing arrive with the tray, old Qi finally smiled, though he quickly restrained himself, "So you haven't forgotten about me yet?" "Gu Zhongjing, how could I forget about you, elder? This Szechuan-style fish-flavored pork is specially prepared for you, and it's only available here at the orphanage." Old Qi was slightly uneasy, "What about the kids? Don't they get any meat?" "Gu Zhongjing, the children eat meat every Friday. Don't worry about them." After that, old Qi remained silent, expectantly watching Gu Zhongjing set the dishes down on the table. There were 3 fresh vegetables, eggplant with potatoes, Szechuan-style fish-flavored pork, and stir-fried green peppers, along with a tomato and egg soup, making up a very refreshing menu. Though there was only one dish with pork, none of the vegetable-based dishes appeared frugal. On the contrary, they looked crisp and appetizing, very visually appealing. In Old Chi's eyes, the presentation was even better than what the main chef of his grandson's restaurant produced. Although eager to eat immediately, he held back and said instead, "Where's your dean? Call her to join us." You see, earlier when Old Chi was playing with the children, he accidentally caught sight of Meng Tsongyu wearing a purple cheongsam, qipao, and he greatly admired this elegant woman with her silver hair. He watched wistfully as she went into the cafeteria kitchen. Now that it was time to eat, he couldn't spot her and naturally asked Gu Zhongjing. Gu Zhongjing replied, "Elder, go ahead and eat first. Dean Meng and others are busy taking care of the children, so they don't have time right now." Normally, Gu Zhongjing would also wait until after the children finished eating before having his own meal. However, things were different today since Old Chi had come to the orphanage. It was important to properly entertain this elder, so accompanying him during dinner was necessary. Upon hearing this, Old Chi seemed somewhat disappointed but didn't press further. Without hesitation, he picked up chopsticks and quickly placed a piece of the hollow vegetable into his mouth. As soon as the taste hit his tongue, Old Chi's eyes lit up. Crisp, fresh, and fragrant, its concentrated earthy scent instantly awakened Old Chi's taste buds. He hadn't tasted such authentic vegetables in many years. What exactly makes a dish taste like its ingredients? Even Old Chi wouldn't know how to describe it exactly, but you just knew when you ate it, it was real. Unlike the current trend of so-called organic vegetables that often carry a plastic-like flavor. Under the stunning impact, Mr. Chi's chopsticks continuously reached for the hollow vegetable dish, ignoring all the others as Gu Zhongjing smiled silently and placed a bit of each dish into his bowl. Mr. Chi thought that little Gu was pretty perceptive, so he decided to give him a bit of face. As he started eating other dishes, he froze. Too delicious. Fresh, fragrant, crisp, refreshing, sweet, tender, each dish had its unique texture. The flavor was simply amazing. For the first time in his life, Mr. Chi felt like the previous 60+ years had been wasted without having tasted such good food. What meaning could there be to life when one hadn't tried this? The old man certainly wasn't unfamiliar with fine cuisine, yet at this moment, it felt like his first experience moving from the countryside to the city. He ate with his head down and didn't look up once. Gu Zhongjing grinned, knowing exactly what would happen. Anyone who'd eaten vegetables grown in his space would never deny their quality. It was impossible for anyone to say they weren't delicious. Even someone like himself who regularly ate these space-grown veggies still couldn't get tired of them, let alone Mr. Chi tasting them for the first time. Judging by this, it looked like he had gained another potential customer. 4 dishes and a soup were wiped clean by Gu Zhongjing and Mr. Chi. Mr. Chi even soaked his last bit of tomato and egg soup with rice. He hadn't eaten this full for many years. He always stopped after being only 7/10 full, rigorously following his doctor's advice. This was the first time in many years he had eaten until he burped. Burp. Little Gu, where did you buy these vegetables? Gu Zhongjing leisurely began gathering the bowls, glancing up at Mr. Chi as he asked, "How about it? Good flavor, right?" Mr. Chi, good. It's way more than good. This flavor beats all those Michelin-starred or private kitchen meals. Tell me, where on earth do you buy these vegetables? Gu Zhongjing chuckled, saying, "Thanks for your praise, Master Chi. And since I'm not hiding anything, I'll tell you, they're planted by myself." Planted by yourself? Do you have these kinds of skills? Gu Zhongjing raised an eyebrow. "If I didn't have some tricks in planting, how dare I offer to treat your precious orchid?" With that topic, the two of them started talking back and forth, flattery flying across as they conversed cheerfully for a while. Gu Zhongjing didn't hold back on compliments, showering Mr. Chi with satisfaction. Amidst the harmonious atmosphere, Gu Zhongjing had no idea that after some time had passed, online information about him was becoming rampant. Thanks to the popularity wave created by the mysterious disappearance of the original person, this second-tier streamer surprisingly gained a significant amount of traffic. Adding on to this, Zhao Qiling bought many online trolls to attack Gu Zhongjing, which resulted in him unknowingly trending again. Hashtag famous streamer expelled from school hashtag. Hashtag poor morals yet still becomes a streamer hashtag. Clicking through the titles revealed misleading content, stating that Gu Zhongjing didn't study well in school, bullied classmates, skipped classes, fought frequently, and broke his roommate's head at the slightest provocation. His relationships were messy too. Such morally corrupt individuals became streamers and questioned whether they wouldn't spoil kids. Fans and onlookers alike expressed surprise, as under the guidance of hired commenters, comments laced with venom poured out. Some refused to believe, hidden among the masses and hardly noticeable. What a misjudgment. It turns out the arbitrator is this kind of person. I don't trust a single word from the blogger, my arbitrator isn't like this. Get lost brainless fan. Things have already come out this way, and you're still defending him. A lickspittle will end up with nothing eventually. What's wrong with Weibo these days? Even 18th-rate celebrities can hit the hot search list. This kind of streamer should be banned and reported. Chapter 24, Chu Yen shows his power. There have always been plenty of news stories about streamers becoming famous outside of their circle. Gu Zhongjing wasn't the first, nor was he the one who made the biggest splash, but he was the one who disappointed his fans the most. After all, those who originally liked him were either attracted by his looks or were fans of his gaming skills. When they found out that he was a student at a prestigious university, even academically challenged people became his fans. What's that about? And now it suddenly came out that Gu Zhongjing had actually already been expelled from school. The fans all found this hard to believe. The long-term fans of his original self simply did not believe that Gu Zhongjing was the type of person to bully others. Any astute observer could see that the original Gu Zhongjing was just a somewhat introverted kid. He spoke very little during streams, only saying necessary thanks or talking about the game when required. How could such a person go around bullying others? Unfortunately, this type of person was not too common, and their fighting power couldn't match that of bystanders and internet trolls. Even when they tried to speak up for him, they were called suck-ups. If that was all there was to it, they wouldn't have minded being criticized a bit. What they couldn't accept was that Gu Zhongjing himself never once spoke up. It felt like they were mocked for being more anxious than the emperor himself. Facing relentless pressure from the onlookers and internet armies who took joy in drama, the fans gradually lost their ability to respond effectively. This sense of being forced to step in when the party involved didn't seem bothered, left a bitter taste in everyone's mouth. Thus, under these gradually disheartened fans, Gu Zhongjing's Weibo comments section began to fall into chaos, becoming a sea of fierce criticism. Even if Gu Zhongjing came out to explain that he hadn't bullied any classmates, it wouldn't have mattered anyway since no one would have believed him. Even if they knew the truth, he would have chosen to remain silent, waiting for the situation to cool down. And he certainly hadn't seen any of it. However, just because Gu Zhongjing didn't see any of it doesn't mean that no one did. Chu Yan had been going through a terrible time at school recently. If it weren't for Meng Tsongyu insisting that he study, he would have already gone back home to grow vegetables with Gu Zhongjing. Who really loves studying, right? He was an old-timer in apocalyptic survival games, having played them for years, so forcing him to study was pure torture. Every day, listening to lectures felt like listening to gibberish. The students in school were also ridiculously immature. Every day, it was either about love or asking the teacher how to solve math problems. As an adult, he truly didn't fit in with them at all. If it weren't for the distraction of his phone, Chu Yan wouldn't have been able to stay a single day. Once a genius in computer science, after years without touching a phone or a computer, he had now become a full-fledged internet addict. When Chu Yan discovered the malicious gossip about Gu Zhongjing on Weibo, it was already quite late, and the situation had already begun to turn overwhelmingly against Gu Zhongjing. Seeing the numerous highly offensive messages and slurs directed towards his friend, his anger flared up, burning all the way from his feet to his forehead. He immediately engaged in heated arguments with the trolls and hired internet warriors for 300 rounds. Supposedly. Where did your supposedly come from? Can you produce some evidence? Let me see it. If you don't know how to talk properly, then don't talk. Nobody thinks you're mute. Did you personally witness anyone get beaten? Did Gu Zhongjing dig up your ancestral grave? Or did he steal your money in a previous life? Why are you cursing him like that? Damn it, look at your low moral character. How can someone with such greasy language not be a loser hiding behind a keyboard, getting all excited over some news? Gu Zhongjing must have a great face to attract so many trolls. You call yourselves pros but use fake accounts that are clearly dead accounts. What kind of expertise is that? A thick skin might be a good thing, I hope you guys possess one. Chu Yan cursed for the entire afternoon, posting thousands of replies, making him the strongest anti-black campaigner among Gu Zhongjing's fans. Like an injection of a strong stimulant, his actions revitalized the spirit of the other fans. Led by Chu Yan, they silenced the trolls and hired internet warriors. Since they didn't have solid evidence, they relied solely on baseless accusations to malign Gu Zhongjing. However, with Chu Yan's support, the fans realized that making unsubstantiated claims without solid evidence was precisely what trolls do. It was clear that their revered arbitration had upset some people. Encouraged as if injected with adrenaline, the fans rolled up their sleeves and joined the battle. And still, Chu Yan wasn't satisfied. After evening study sessions, he bypassed the school firewall, sneaked out of school, and went to a nearby internet cafe. It was high time for his long-neglected hacking skills to come into play. With a mocking smile, his fingers danced rapidly across the keyboard, almost leaving trails of blurriness. Within 2 hours, he had identified the IPs of most of the trolls. A few were not detected because he simply didn't want to waste any more time, otherwise, there was no IP he couldn't track, unless he was a world-class hacker. After finding out the IPs, Chu Yan spent some time tracking down to the head of the hired internet warriors, hacking into his computer. There, he discovered that this leader was rather cautious as there were multiple audio files hidden deep in a password-protected folder. Chu Yan glanced over and found that they were all recordings of transactions between the Water Army boss and various people. There were call records, on-site recordings, more than 100 of them. Chu Yan didn't bother listening to each one. He pulled out the file named Arbitration and opened it. The voice of a young man filled with ill intent sounded, "Here's 500,000 yuan. Make sure this person's reputation is utterly ruined." The sound of pages flipping followed. The Water Army boss, fawning, "Arbitration? That game streamer, right? How did he offend you?" That person coldly said, "Not your place to ask. Just do as I say. I want him to never be able to do another live stream." The Water Army boss, obsequiously, "Yes. What charges should we pin on him?" That person, without hesitation, school bullying, rape, assault leading to hospitalization, it's up to you, depends on how capable you are. The water army boss sucked in a breath, cautiously saying, isn't this inappropriate? That person, what's inappropriate about it? Don't think I'll let him off just because he got expelled. He dared to reject my goddess. If I don't ruin him, I'll change my surname from Jiang. The water army boss, young master Jiang, this, what if it becomes a big deal, will arbitration commit suicide? That person scoffed, humph. Haven't your studio done such things before? Wasn't Tanyu forced by you guys to commit suicide last month? Stop pretending innocence. The water army boss defended earnestly, young master Jiang, please don't wrongfully accuse me. It was Tanyu who was too weak, it has nothing to do with me, so don't pin it on me. That person, acknowledge or not, it's up to you. I'll give you another 500,000, just get the job I assigned to you done properly. The water army boss's voice became cheerful, rest assured, I'll make sure it's done perfectly for you. After finishing the recording, Chu Yan didn't fly into a rage. Instead, an extreme calmness washed over his face. If Gu Zhongjing had been there, he would have known, Chu Yan was genuinely angry now. His fingers flew rapidly across the keyboard as he copied all the audio files, wiping away any trace of his presence. Then, jumping through over 100 IPs back to his own computer, he quickly organized the IP information he had previously gathered, sorted it, and uploaded it along with the audio files using the minor Weibo account stolen from the water army boss. As he finished, Chu Yan thought that tomorrow he must get Brother Gu to buy him a cake. Look how tired he was, his hands were even cramping. Chapter 25, Weibo Trending Topics. The impact of the recordings and IPs that Chu Yan sent out was enormous. When he woke up the next morning and happily logged into Weibo, it was no surprise to find that the first, second, and third trending topics were all his. Hashtag recordings, water armies hashtag. Hashtag arbitration suspected to be bullying victim withdraws from school hashtag. Hashtag overbearing Zhang Xiao, who is he? These explosive headlines carried too much information, gaining over 1 billion likes instantly. The comments and forwards spread rapidly, turning the water army leader and Jiang Xiao into overnight sensations. Who is this Jiang Xiao? How could killing someone be so easy for him? The revelations in this recording are absolutely chilling, he can just kill someone on a whim. There's no way this kind of filth should exist in our country. Who knows how many times they've done something like this? Requesting thorough investigation at Police Bureau of City A. How pitiful arbitration is. Just because he rejected that goddess beloved by Mr. Jiang, he had to suffer such punishment. They didn't even let him off after forcing him to withdraw from school. This water army head's ID seems strangely familiar. Tanyu was bullied to death, it turns out those behind the water armies deserve no mercy. Why has Weibo become such a cesspool? How many people have been ruined by these so-called leaks and water armies? Arbitration is so pitiful. +1. +10,086. Where has arbitration gone? Why hasn't he shown up in this period of time? Has something happened to him? Don't scare me upstairs. If this happened to me, I would probably already have fallen apart. Us common citizens really cannot mess with these masters. Chu Yan skimmed through various comments. Ignoring the profanity-laden ones, he focused on those engaging in rational discussions, starting to dig up more about Jiang Xiao and the water army chief. Netizens truly came through. It hadn't even been a full night, and their details were almost fully uncovered. Satisfied with the buzz he'd created, Chu Yan opened his WeChat and sent Gu Zhongjing a message. Gu Bighead, I want to eat cake. Gu Zhongjing replied immediately, what flavor does my wife want? Strawberry or mango? Chu Yan, only children make choices. Adults want both. Gu Zhongjing smiled faintly as Yuan became livelier day by day, which was wonderful. My dear, just wait, your husband will go buy it for you. Gu Zhongjing gleefully thought to himself that once they met, Yuan had to give him a kiss lasting more than 5 minutes. No, 10 minutes would be better. 5 minutes was simply too short. He'd just finished watering the orchids with mineral water when he heard the distinctive sound of Chu Yan's messages arriving. Qi Lao beside him tilted his eyes and looked at Gu Zhongjing, asking with a smirk, so little Gu is in love? Gu Zhongjing nodded with an irrepressible grin, even slightly flirtatious, yeah, boyfriend. Qi Lao sourly rolled his eyes, is loving someone so special that you're making such ugly faces? In my younger days, I was the charm magnet too, but age catches up with you. Regardless of Qi Lao's thoughts, Gu Zhongjing mounted his little tricycle and left for town without hesitation. He cycled all the way to a cafe where he used to work, bought 3 exquisite little cakes, and then headed out to meet Chu Yan. They say one day apart feels like 3 autumns, but in the space world, a single day equates to 24 Earth days. He hadn't seen Chu Yan in several days, who knew how many autumns had passed. Even if Chu Yan hadn't messaged him, Gu Zhongjing planned to find him later tonight anyway. Earning money was important, but not nearly as important as his Yuan. After all, for so long, he hadn't sought Yuan out. Who knows if some uncouth people might have bullied his precious Yuan. His gentle Yuan was always being pestered, even during the end times when Gu Zhongjing tried to protect her from every troublemaker. Let alone now in this modern era filled with fools. At the moment, his ever-obedient Yuan skipped class again, scaling walls like a pro, nearly getting caught by the Dean of Studies. If he hadn't acted quickly, there would have been no avoiding an education session. Once outside the school gates, Yuan went straight to the internet cafe. He hacked dozens of zombie accounts, taking on multiple roles himself. Collaborating with netizens whose pace thrilled him, he quickly unmasked the Water Army boss. The real name of the Water Army boss turned out to be Wu Yang, a well-known Big V on Weibo specializing in exposing celebrities' private lives. After the truth about him was revealed, people weren't overly surprised. Simply put, his fabrications and exposes had become too frequent. In the eyes of netizens, he was nothing more than a rotten apple, someone many already disliked. Had the leaks he made been true, perhaps things would have been less contentious, but the problem lay in his habit of hopping on any bandwagon where there was heat, often leading to debunking after debunking yet continuing relentlessly regardless. Many people said that he definitely had connections in high places, otherwise, offending so many celebrities would have taken him down long ago. How could he still be bouncing around like this? Sure enough, as soon as the news broke, it was clear who the Master Jiang might be, one of Wu Liang's key supporters. Now everyone was more determined than ever to expose Master Jiang and his goddess. Under such circumstances, how could Chu Yan not fan the flames for these capable netizens? Guiding the conversation with dozens of split accounts led to Jiang Shao being uncovered as well. Jiang Bo, the second son of the Jianghai group in City a playboy with no interest in work, only indulgence. He enjoyed flaunting wealth and goddesses on Weibo, but now, thanks to arbitration rejecting the goddess, there was no need to dig further, everyone already knew who the lit green tea schemer was. Isn't she Zhao Qiuling, the goddess everyone admires? I said all along that she was a two-faced, not someone decent, but people called me envious. Humph, let's see how they clean this up now. The person who forced arbitration to withdraw from school and disappear, Zhao Qiuling must give us an explanation. Heaven, I actually thought you were a talented beauty in the wealthy circle. My eyes have been opened, I'm unfollowing you. Comrades, breaking news, Jianghai group is under investigation. While Gu Zhongjing was completely unaware, his beloved not only cleared the smear campaign against him but also redirected the fire back at those trying to harm him. But even if he found out, he'd only sigh admiringly, the icy vixen commander from the Hope base, still living up to her fearsome reputation, worthy indeed of my affection. By the time Gu Zhongjing brought over the cake, Chu Yan took a call, casually left the internet cafe and went off to sweetly share the cake with Gu Zhongjing. Let's leave aside their sweet reunion for now. Jiang Bo and Zhao Qiuling were beside themselves with rage. Their fury was mingled with panic. These were people who had committed countless illegal acts, always relying on their powerful family background to fix everything, but this was the first time they'd been thrown under the bus. With the entire network now cursing them, they alternated between terror and berating Wu Yang mercilessly, ordering him to immediately find a solution. Especially Zhao Qiuling, by nature a vindictive and vain woman addicted to flattery, who previously opened a Weibo account just to see her followers' praises. Now, this Weibo page became the prime outlet for angry fans and passers-by to vent their frustration. Each insult was worse than the last, how could she endure it? She couldn't help but resent Jiang Bo, a useless fool who couldn't even handle a small matter like this yet dared to proclaim his love for her. Even though Zhao Qiuling was stupid and poisonous, she wasn't unattractive and understood men's weakness as well. She started pouting and crying right away, saying, Jiang Bo, what should we do? Those people are so hateful in their insults. If my father finds out, he'll beat me to death. You must help me. Jiang Bo did like her, but he wasn't dumb either. With his own situation precarious, he didn't dare to assist her in doing another foolish thing, lingling, rest assured, once this dies down, I'll definitely reclaim your honor. Before his dubious promise could finish, the phone rang. Jiang Bo. What is this recording on Weibo about? You better explain clearly, or you're done. Our family doesn't need incompetent fools like you. Chapter 26, Live Streaming. Chu Yan did not know how the Jiang family disciplined Jiang Bo, but very soon, all sorts of information about Jiang Bo on Weibo quickly disappeared, and related posts and news articles were entirely deleted. Some keyboard warriors who had been fanning the flames also received legal notices. The Jiang family's actions were swift, in just a day, most people could no longer find any related news. The trending topic was overwhelmed by news of a top-tier celebrity's wedding, and the entire internet seemed to instantly forget about the audio recording incident. Zhao Qiuling also swiftly shut down the comments section and posted an ambiguous tweet in a teasing tone, saying it was all her fault for being too conspicuous. Regarding the false rumors that she forced Gu Zhongjing to drop out of school, she announced she would use legal means to defend her rights. With one tweet, she subtly shifted the blame onto Jiang Bo while simultaneously presenting herself as a victim, transforming into an innocent snow lotus flower overnight. However, while Zhao Qiuling felt pleased with herself, netizens weren't buying it. Though they couldn't comment on her Weibo post, numerous fan accounts emerged online. Nevertheless, circumstances outweighed individual power. After receiving Zhao Qiuling's legal notices, the criticism gradually subsided, as no one wanted to face a wealthy and powerful opponent in court. And thus, this matter passed over lightly. Chu Yan did not attempt to reignite the controversy. He didn't really expect to completely ruin Zhao Qiuling in one go, for he and Gu Zhongjing were still relatively weak compared to their level of opponents like Jiang Bo. This time was merely a small warning. If they continued to overstep, they would have no reason to blame him, Chu Yan, for being ruthless. With their abilities, quietly taking someone out would be incredibly easy, it was just that they chose not to do it. After dealing with a somewhat big or small matter for Big Head Gu during his study period, Chu Yan had to return to school for classes. He was already a regular visitor to the head teacher's office and wouldn't dare skip classes for quite some time. The head teacher had warned him, another truancy and the parents would be called. Who were the parents? Of course, it was Aunt Meng. Chu Yan certainly didn't want to be scolded again. Gu Datu would definitely laugh at him then. Humph, he wouldn't give him that chance. Every day, Gu Zhongjing diligently tilled the land at Liumingshan. At mealtime, he returned to take care of Grandpa and the little ones in the courtyard, leaving him no time to browse Weibo. He was contemplating restarting live streaming once he finished preparing the farmland. In modern society, if you want to make money, you must keep up with trends, otherwise, you'll inevitably be eliminated. Since he planned to open a guest house in the future, he needed to build up his reputation first. Otherwise, without guests, what good would opening a guest house be? It took Gu Zhongjing 10 days to till the 10 acres of land. If not for fearing villagers' suspicion, he could have done it in one night, which wouldn't have made him as restless and uncomfortable as it did now. Once the land was ready, Gu Zhongjing brought seeds, tools, and the original live streaming equipment to the foot of Liumingshan. All Gu Zhongjing had to do was set up the stabilizer, place the phone properly, log into his live stream account, show his face, and he was good to go. Originally, he had 5 million fans. After a few days of fermenting, fans' sympathy skyrocketed, bringing his followers beyond 8 million. Now, Gu Zhongjing could be considered one of the top streamers on Xianyu Live. When he came online, there was always a special notification sound. As soon as he started his live stream, tens of thousands of viewers rushed in. Yang Su was one of them. She was aimlessly browsing the live streaming platform when she sighed sincerely, feeling that hardcore streamers were becoming fewer these days. All of them seemed to be empty shells, pleasant at first glance, but increasingly boring, offering no real appeal. If the Arbiter were still streaming, that'd be great. Unfortunately, this rare gaming master was destroyed by Zhao Green Tea. She wondered whether he'd ever live stream again. Just as she thought this, a notification popped up. Respected user, the broadcaster you follow, Arbitration, has gone live. Hurry up and support them. Yang Su was surprised, then elated, quickly clicking into Arbitration's live room. Sure enough, Arbitration was online. She barely had time to send a message to her friend saying, Arbitration is live, before she was utterly mesmerized by Arbitration's looks. After such a long absence, Arbitration seemed more steady and sunny. His demeanor was no longer gloomy, his hair had grown a bit longer, and his skin appeared a little darker, but strangely, he had become even more strikingly handsome. Master Arbitration, you're alright. Woo, I'm so relieved, one fan commented. I thought you were so disgusted by Zhao Matra that you would never want to do live streaming again, but you must persist, buddy. Under no circumstances should you make it easy for Zhao. We will always support you. Even if you dropped out of school, we'll always support you. Pat me, Arbitration, I know you've suffered a great grievance. The barrage of comments and gifts on the screen startled Gu Zhongjing. Totally baffled, he read for a long time without understanding, then asked, what are you talking about? I don't get it. The fans hadn't expected Gu Zhongjing to know nothing about it, so they began explaining to him in disorder, one after another. Gu Zhongjing finally understood, piecing it together by reading and guessing. His mood became extraordinarily complicated. He guessed at once whose doing this was, it had to be Yuan. After all, the talented person who rebuilt the network in the base back then found this little thing child's play. A surge of sweetness welled up in his heart. His heart felt as if immersed in honey, so sweet that he couldn't help but curve his lips upwards. The fans all knew that Arbitration was a slightly introverted type, rarely speaking, let alone smiling. They had never seen such a smile from Gu Zhongjing, so they became excited one after another. Ah, Arbitration smiled, he smiled. So handsome. Ah, I'm dead. Ah. Not asking for helicopters. You'll get them, every single one. Gu Zhongjing retracted his smile and said, I know about this matter now. Thank you all for your concern, I'm fine. Also, thank you to the technician who helped me. Such great kindness is hard to repay, but I can only show you vegetable planting. As soon as Gu Zhongjing finished speaking, he picked up the hoe on one side, took a packet of seeds and moved away from the camera. The audience commented with laughter, all thinking that Gu Zhongjing was joking. Ha 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 ha, haven't seen him for a while, Arbitration has become humorous and makes jokes now. Looks like the dropout recording incident hasn't affected the host. Comforting.jpg. Ha ha ha, is our host looking to develop a farming route? Ha ha ha, Arbitration, planting vegetables, it even rhymes. The host is getting into memes, quite fantastical. Amidst the laughter, someone noticed something was off. They realized that Gu Zhongjing wasn't joking at all. He truly swung the hoe and started digging pits, skillfully sprinkling seeds into the soil at measured intervals as he dug. While sowing, he explained, these are bok choy seeds. Space them out when you sow. If you can't manage the spacing well, it doesn't matter, this is just seed raising. After germination, they still need to be transplanted to another field, so only a small piece of land is needed. Once the seeds are sown, cover them lightly with soil using a hoe or by hand. Don't press the soil too firmly or too thickly, or the seeds won't sprout. Sprinkle some water afterward. The fans, who am I? Where am I? What are you saying? Why can't I understand? At this moment, the barrages went eerily silent, an affront given the 2 million online viewers. After an indeterminate amount of time, a timid barrage comment drifted across. Is arbitration completely crazy? Chapter 27, Now He's Rich. Gu Zhongjing was far away, sowing seeds and burying them with soil all at once, his movements skillful yet oddly stylish. The fans were left speechless and stunned for a while, before the barrage of comments brought them back to their senses, sending out comments like lunatics. Arbitration. Arbitration, what's wrong with you? Wake up, don't scare me. Zhao Cha. Jiang Ergai. Not only did you force my idol to drop out of school, but now you're forcing him to farm back home. Heavens, my idol is so pitiful, underscore. Are you going crazy, idol? You must hang in there. If we can't afford your treatment, we'll tip you. Please don't delay it. The buddy up front sounds like he's scolding us, but since arbitration has reached this point, I'll also send some gifts along. Still, I still kind of want to, ha ha ha. Such a sexy operation. Arbitration, you tell the truth, is this your counterattack against those two scumbags? An overnight return from a famous gaming streamer to farming, is it the destruction of humanity or the decline of morality? Various barrages flew across the screen. Some were baffled, others laughing haha, some genuinely sympathizing, others spreading conspiracy theories. But no one thought that Gu Zhongjing actually intended to take farming seriously. How could Gu Zhongjing possibly know how many dramas his fans had in their heads? He simply explained seed planting techniques meticulously. By now, he had already begun talking about the planting techniques for green peppers. These are green pepper seeds. Before planting green peppers, you need to soak the seeds. The method is quite similar to planting baby bok choy, first start seedlings, then transplant them. It's very simple, you can try it if you're interested. The fans. Somehow they didn't know why, but it seemed as if planting vegetables might be interesting. The soil Gu Zhongjing prepared for the seedling cultivation was the best quality, the soil was also made very fine. On 1 mu of land, approximately 10 kinds of vegetables requiring seedling cultivation were planted, separated into more than a dozen square ridges. He had made some small white signs at home, each marked with vegetable names. After finishing planting one section, he would insert the corresponding sign. Honestly speaking, after doing this, it looked somewhat meaningful. At least, the barrage had transformed like this. Is it a matter of looks? Why is the idol still an idol even when farming? Green mountains and clear waters, it looks pretty good. Just not sure whether arbitration can grow vegetables successfully. Suddenly a bit excited, huh? Wanting to see what these grown vegetables will look like, feels like they'd be delicious. Damn, another one gone crazy. This is a toxic live stream room, yet I don't want to leave. After finishing with the 1 mu of land, it was time to water the plants. Gu Zhongjing thought that he couldn't let his fans see the water coming out from space, right? There was indeed a stream nearby, but if that stream water ruins the taste of his vegetables, what should he do? Thinking about this, Gu Zhongjing walked over to the live streaming equipment, looked at the barrage, and smiled. Today's live stream has been on for 2 hours already, time to end it. Thank you all for the gifts. After saying this, he was about to turn off the live stream, but suddenly, several yachts appeared on the screen, and messages from big spenders showed up on the screen. Streamer, don't go yet, can you answer one question of mine? Gu Zhongjing paused, thank you, friend, for the yacht. What do you want to ask? Cash spending master, when will you next stream games? Everyone is worried about you. Did you encounter any difficulties? Speak up, and we'll help you think of ways together. This message prompted a series of gifts and barrage comments following afterward, conveying similar meanings. Gu Zhongjing felt deeply moved after seeing them. It seems that the previous owner, although died an unfortunate death, had exceptionally loyal fans. He solemnly expressed gratitude, thank you all for your concern. I haven't encountered any difficulties. The decision to drop out of school wasn't what I wanted, but since I have left school, I won't blame myself anymore. I found what I truly enjoy doing. Do you see those 10 acres behind me? They're all leased by me now. As for future live streams, I might not stream games again. In the future, my live stream room will become a farming one. I feel terrible disappointing the game lovers among you. It's not that I don't want to stream, it's just that there's something wrong with my hands, I shake whenever I touch a mouse or keyboard, so. While speaking, Gu Zhongjing always wore a smile, teeth white enough to advertise toothpaste. He looked handsome and suave, exuding a mysterious garrulousness. But regardless of how indifferent Gu Zhongjing acted, the fans' hearts were still deeply pained at that moment. They were convinced he was just holding up strong. A streamer, a gaming streamer. Yet he can no longer touch the keyboard and mouse. What kind of pain is that? Arbitration will never be able to play games again, yet he still forces himself to smile at them. How strong must one be to do that? They had just said arbitration was going crazy, but now they regret it terribly when they think about it. After so many consecutive blows, if it were them, they probably wouldn't even be able to manage a smile. But arbitration comforted them so gently. My God, it's unbearable to think about. The more you think, the worse it gets. The fans' hearts were broken. Gifts flew across the screen rapidly, barrages flying equally fast. Streamer, it's okay. Even if you switch professions, we'll still love you. I only watch gaming streams, but streamer, don't worry. From now on, you'll be my main guy. Whether you farm or even live stream eating poop, I'll support you all the way. Brother, are you even articulate? If not, donate your mouth to someone who needs it. Rough words but good intentions. From today onward, I'm locking in as your loyal fan. Gu Zhongjing was deeply moved. Actually, he said those things purely out of necessity. He wasn't cut out for gaming at all. Even though the original host's skills were there, he couldn't master them completely. So, gaming streaming was basically not an option. However, he didn't want to waste the excellent fan base left by the previous host, so he had to tell a little white lie. But he didn't expect such a huge reaction from the fans, and now he feels a bit embarrassed. For a one-time solution, he could only say what he didn't have any other better options. After thanking them once more, Gu Zhongjing turned off the live stream and stared at the earnings generated from the gifts in the backend in silence. 208960. Gu Zhongjing thought he had counted an extra zero, so he counted again. It was correct, 20,000, without a doubt. What is getting rich overnight? This is getting rich overnight. The live streaming industry is truly remarkable. He had only streamed farming for 2 hours, and 20,000 was already in hand. Gu Zhongjing's emotions became complicated and hard to express. So all the hard work he put into growing vegetables recently, using the space to grow them, didn't even come close to earning as much as 2 hours of live streaming. But when the original host spent countless nights playing games like it was a daily routine, it wasn't this profitable. The highest tip received was only 5,000. Gu Zhongjing failed to consider that the fans of the original host weren't on his current level. Just the number of people watching his live stream today had doubled compared to the original host. Not to mention, he had gone through so many incidents lately. Once the fans' sympathy was stirred, tips just flew in non-stop. He simply has no time to analyze the reasons now. All he can think about when looking at those numbers is, I can afford to buy mountains with money now. Chapter 28, Discussing Contracting. Previously, Gu Zhongjing had been fully focused on waiting for Qi Lao's orchid to recover so he could make a big profit by dividing it into smaller plants. But who would have guessed that luck came too fast, like a tornado. After just one live stream, he already had enough money to contract the Lu Ming mountain. He never expected such a good thing to happen, and if he knew, he would have started streaming earlier. Now as he looked at his balance, he couldn't wait to click on withdrawal. Here we need to mention the advantage of Xianyu Live. As the largest live streaming platform in Huaxia, their withdrawal conversion function is very smooth. After each live stream, gifts received are directly converted into host earnings after deducting the platform's share. There's no need to settle accounts once a month, withdrawal applications can be made immediately. The money will arrive within a week, deeply satisfying the hosts. Gu Zhongjing clicked on withdraw, and an identity confirmation form popped up. After inputting his ID number and completing a series of facial recognition checks to confirm his identity as the host, he successfully completed the withdrawal process. All Gu Zhongjing had to do next was wait for the funds to arrive. Smiling happily, he packed away his streaming equipment and farming tools and rode his little tricycle to find the village head. After riding more than 10 meters out, seeing the babbling stream made him slap his forehead. He hadn't watered the spiritual spring yet. So he returned to the field and dutifully watered the plants until they were soaked before setting off again towards the village head's house. The village head Lu Huicheng had been so stressed these past 2 days that he felt like blisters were about to form in his mouth. Their village and Chen family village had always had a good relationship, despite only being separated by a mountain. There were many families between the two villages that were related by marriage, and their interactions had been very close. However, familial ties cannot be compared with benefits. A few days ago, a seemingly very wealthy big boss from out of town arrived, wanting to contract the Lu Ming mountain between their two villages. The terms offered were very generous. After Lu Huicheng and Chen Min, the village head of Chen family village, deliberated, they agreed to let him contract it. Unfortunately, in the end, it still didn't go through. The reason was simple, the division of interests wasn't clear. As the boundary between the two villages, Lu Ming mountain has never had a specific demarcation line. Therefore, when discussing contracting fees, there was significant controversy between the two villages' committees. Each side believed they should take the larger share and thought the other party benefited unfairly, causing constant disputes. That big boss wasn't absolutely set on this mountain either. Seeing them argue like this, he also thought it troublesome. He thought, if this mountain would continue to cause disputes between the two villages in the future, it would not be worthwhile, so he straightforwardly said he wouldn't contract it anymore. This shocked both village heads. They held an emergency meeting. Lu Huiqing sat on the short bench in the committee office, cigarette clutched in hand, frowning while saying, "Old Chen, even though Mr. Jin seemed interested in your Yangjiao mountain, we must still deliberate over the issue of Lu Ming mountain. If anyone comes to contract land in the future, how should the land be divided?" Although Mr. Jin contracted the mountains on Chen family village's side, earning the village committee hundreds of thousands of yuan, Chen Min was genuinely happy and expressed his satisfaction now. "I say, old Lu, you're just too stubborn. Lu Ming mountain originally mostly belonged to our side, you see the tail of that mountain over on our side, but you still insisted on disputing with me. Now look, he outright refused to contract." These words naturally carried a hint of gloating. Lu Huiqing became angry upon hearing it, but he didn't want to keep arguing with Chen Min. "I've considered this matter. Determining the boundary isn't something we can decide ourselves. I think we should invite someone from the Land Bureau to determine the allocation properly." Chen Min listened without surprise and was actually delighted. As he mentioned, if the boundaries were aligned according to village divisions, it would certainly benefit their side anyway. Initially, he believed their village should claim the majority stake, and Lu Huicheng's suggestion aligned well with his own thoughts. Others in the committee also agreed with this decision, nodding approvingly. Chen Min took the opportunity to say, "Brother Lu's suggestion is right. While our committee can authorize land leasing, the matter of delineating boundaries doesn't fall under our jurisdiction. Alright, let's settle this here. I'll go to the Land Bureau right away. That Mr. Jin seems very wealthy. Perhaps, once we reach a mutual agreement, he'll be willing to contract again." Lu Huiqing knew what he said made sense but couldn't possibly let him go alone. What if he played tricks behind his back? So he said, "Let's go together then." To go to the Land Bureau meant traveling to Wuqing District, as Luqing District hasn't added a Land Division Bureau yet. Hence, Lu Huiqing went home to drive his son's Volkswagen car since the electric bike was simply too slow. Gu Zhongjing had no idea that he had a competitor. His dream mountain was almost contracted by someone else, and he was still reveling in the excitement of getting rich. He was solely focused on what to do once the mountain was contracted. Ideas for wealth accumulation were bouncing around in his mind, making him as excited as when he first used his superpower to kill a zombie. On the way, he couldn't wait to share this good news with Chu Yan. Chu Yan was also happy and said, "Gu Big Head, I'll go with you when you sign the contract. I'm off in 2 days, and I haven't seen Lu Ming mountain yet." Gu Zhongjing naturally agreed without hesitation. "Alright, I'll first talk to the village head about how to contract the mountain. By the day after tomorrow, the money should have arrived. Then I'll take you up the mountain for a good tour." After chatting for a few more sentences, they hung up the phone. Gu Zhongjing was still quite excited and wanted to share this news with everyone in the yard, but since he still had to go to the village committee office, he managed to restrain himself. Lu Huicheng and his group had agreed to go to Wuqing District. Not long after the car left the village committee's premises, they encountered Gu Zhongjing riding his little tricycle towards them. The village head had only seen Gu Zhongjing 10 days ago and remembered the young man. Seeing him heading towards the village committee, he assumed something might be up, so he stopped the car and called out. "Little Gu, where are you going?" Gu Zhongjing was looking down and riding forward, not noticing Lu Huicheng at all until he heard his shout and applied the brakes to stop. "Village head, are you guys going out?" "I was just coming to look for you." Lu Huicheng said, "It doesn't matter if we delay for a moment or two. What do you need?" "Let me handle it for you first." Gu Zhongjing replied, "Here's the situation, village head. Didn't I rent a few mu of land at the foot of Lu Ming mountain? Now I have some money, and I want to contract the entire Lu Ming mountain as well, so I came here to ask you about the details." Another person wanting to contract Lu Ming mountain, Lu Huicheng and Chen Min exchanged glances, both somewhat surprised. What was going on with Lu Ming mountain? For decades, no one cared about it, why was it suddenly so sought after? Lu Huicheng chuckled, "You're lucky, little Gu. Coincidentally, old Chen is here too. Half of Lu Ming mountain belongs to their village as well. Let's go back and discuss it in detail." After saying that, he turned the car around and returned to the village committee office, with Gu Zhongjing following closely behind. Once inside the village committee office, Lu Huicheng didn't beat around the bush and directly said, "It really shows how lucky you are, little Gu. A few days ago, a boss also wanted to contract this mountain. If the land division wasn't unclear, you would have come all this way for nothing today." Looking at his expression, Gu Zhongjing didn't think he was lying. His heart raced slightly, but he remained composed on the surface. "Village head, other people failing to contract it, isn't it showing they don't have an edge with Lu Ming mountain? We can always take our time discussing the land division issue, right? I'm not in a hurry. Worst case scenario, we can apply to the Land Bureau for a redivision." The two village heads looked at each other, thinking this guy wasn't easy to fool. Chen Min spoke up, "Little Gu, correct? You seem like a straightforward person. Since you said we can take our time on the land division issue, let's cut to the chase and discuss the contracting price and methods with you." Gu Zhongjing replied, "Sure, go ahead. This mountain is involved in land division issues, so the price is lower than other mountains. It costs 200 yuan per mu, covering an area of approximately 1506 mu, roughly around 1 square kilometer. The annual contracting price is 301,200 yuan, and we can round it off. So we will collect 300,000 yuan from you." Chapter 29, Qi family comes to visit. Lu Huicheng was somewhat annoyed at how naturally Chen Min had taken over the conversation. The issue with Mr. Jin from before aside, Lu Mingshan wasn't exclusively owned by their village anyway, so Lu Huicheng immediately interjected. So for the contracting method, it's up to Xiao Gu. I must first ask you, how long do you plan to contract? How many years at a time? If we clarify this, we can also draft a contract. 10 days ago, Gu Zhongjing had just contracted 10 mu of land for a total of 20,000 yuan, leaving him penniless. Over the past 10 days, he had delivered vegetables 5 times to Quanwai, earning another 30,000 yuan. Including today's live streaming profits, Gu Zhongjing now had slightly more than 25,000 yuan. After crunching the numbers, he realized he was still short 50,000 to cover 1 year of contracting. However, this wasn't an issue. A quick word with manager Sun from Quanwai would easily secure a prepayment of 50,000 yuan worth of vegetable purchases. In fact, it wasn't even necessary. As long as he live streamed again before paying, he could almost make enough money. Gu Zhongjing had come with some expectations. Originally, he thought Lu Mingshan's price per mu would be at least 300 yuan, so he'd already braced himself. Unexpectedly, due to partitioning issues, it became much cheaper. He was worried the two village heads might change their minds and quickly wrote a contract, paid a deposit, and agreed to finalize the formal contracting agreement after the historical disputes were resolved by the two village leaders. The two village heads also wanted to avoid similar problems like those with Mr. Jin, so they signed without hesitation, stamped their fingerprints, and promised Gu Zhongjing that if he could switch to a 20-year lease within 2 years, they wouldn't raise the contracting fees. If it exceeded that time frame, it would have to be renegotiated. Gu Zhongjing was in a hurry but realized that with Lu Mingshan costing 300,000 per year, a 20-year contract would reach 6 million. He'd have to increase the fee if he wanted to extend further. He often lamented how expensive prices were in City A, where even leasing barren mountains required such costs. Time was not something you could waste. Land and mountains in the suburbs of City A were never a concern about not finding takers. If delayed, the mountain wouldn't remain his. Thus, the urgent matter now was treating Qi Lao's flower. It had been 10 days since then, and slightly accelerating the process should pose no issue, right? After returning home, Gu Zhongjing's first action was moving Qi Lao's Fengling plant into his room, claiming there were secret formulas he couldn't share. Qi Lao understood instantly, hadn't he been watching all along? He didn't notice Gu Zhongjing treating the flower much, yet his precious Fengling kept getting better day by day. It clearly wasn't due to that deep mountain soil. Young Gu really knew how to play things close to his chest. Qi Lao looked knowingly at Gu Zhongjing while allowing him to move it in. Leisurely, Qi Lao went to find Meng Songyu again. Recently, he had practically lost track of time staying at the orphanage, taking care of children together with the director every day. Even calls from home were brushed off. Thinking about his eldest and second son's frantic urgency made him chuckle. He didn't need them as much as they assumed, did he? Without his suppression, would their businesses have flourished like this? Moreover, these days, they constantly gave him trouble, acting immature despite being in their 40s and 50s. They lacked young Gu's composure, their actions too scattered. Even Qi Huiyang, his grandson, had claimed to become China's top restaurateur, a grandiose statement indeed. Not to mention anything else, the dishes from the head chef at the main store were far from matching young Gu's culinary skills, and yet he dared to proclaim himself the leading figure in dining. Qi Lao decided to invite his sons and grandson to stay at the orphanage for a couple of days soon. Strangely, after living there for a while, he had noticed a significant improvement in his overall health. Old age usually brought physical troubles, rheumatism, gastrointestinal issues, migraines, etc., but since staying at the orphanage, none of these problems had reappeared. To top it off, there was Meng Songyu nearby. Every day, Qi Lao schemed ways to curry favor, keeping his energy levels high with no time to think about going home. Qi Lao even mused about staying even if the orchid got cured, just donating some money to the orphanage and assisting Meng Songyu in taking care of the adorable children. However, saying that was easy. Qi Lao himself wasn't entirely confident. After all, Meng Songyu had been showing little interest towards him recently. He probably wouldn't be allowed to stay. Caught up in his worries, Qi Lao failed to notice the renewed lushness of his flower 3 hours later. 3 hours in Gu Zhongjing's space equaled 3 days, and with the spiritual spring water poured, wasn't it bound to become even greener? After finishing these tasks, Gu Zhongjing immediately went into the kitchen and collaborated with Aunt Ollie to stir-fry a large pot of sauce. He took out a large basin of noodles that Aunt Ollie had prepared long ago. Today, he planned to make pulled noodles. With his great strength, the noodles he pulled were uniformly thick and thin. He cooked them in a large pot, fished them out after they were done, and first filled 10 small bowls. Then he blanched some greens and ladled a spoonful of sauce over them. The smell was irresistible. After the children finished eating, Gu Zhongjing made 5 large bowls for Meng Songyu, Aunt Ollie, her husband, and Qi Lao. The group sat together around the table chatting while eating. Meng Songyu daintily picked up a chopstick of noodles and stuffed it into her mouth. After swallowing, she said, "Little Jing's skills are getting better and better. I've gained 2 pounds recently, and my appetite improves every time I see your cooking." Aunt Ollie, being a loyal fan of the director, was about to speak, but Chi Lao had already taken over the conversation with a smile. That's right. I used to count grains of rice when eating, but now I can have 2 big bowls in one meal. Little Gu's skill is unmatched. Saying this, he gave a thumbs up. Seeing Chi Lao's sycophantic expression annoyed Aunt Ollie greatly. Such an old pervert dared to harass their director at such an advanced age, such creepy old men should be kicked out. Once little Jing healed his flower, she would definitely kick this creep out. Gu Zhongjing pretended not to notice Aunt Ollie's expression and said, if you like it, eat more. Once Yuan and the younger siblings take a break in a few days, I will prepare something delicious for everyone. Chi Lao immediately got excited upon hearing the mention of delicacies. What kind of delicious food? Gu Zhongjing responded, what do you feel like having, Grandpa Chi? Without hesitation, Chi Lao listed off a string of dish names, like Dongpa pork, Huanpi 3 combinations, stir-fried fish fillets, Beijing sauce meat strips, sweet and sour mandarin fish. After listening to Chi Lao's requests, Gu Zhongjing felt speechless. Chi Lao sure did dare to order. While he had eaten these dishes in his past life, the problem was he didn't know how to make them. But since Grandpa Chi requested it, he could try making them. His Yuan hadn't tasted good food for so many years, and if he learned how to cook these dishes, he could improve Yuan's palate. Otherwise, with the same few flavors day in and day out, even Yuan might get tired of them. Alright, I'll give it a shot. But if I fail, don't mock me. Chi Lao chuckled heartily, and Meng Songyu elegantly rolled her eyes at him. Little Jing, don't listen to him. Those dishes sound hard just by name. We can just stick to home-style dishes like last time's braised pork. Just as they were talking, the doorbell rang outside. Gu Zhongjing was about to get up and open the door, but Aunt Ollie had already stood up, so he sat back down. A few minutes later, Aunt Ollie led in 3 men and 1 woman. From their clothing and demeanor, they looked like successful individuals. Especially that woman, she was stunningly beautiful with a composed bearing. Standing next to her, Aunt Ollie occasionally glanced at her with an envious look. As soon as the group walked in, they all shouted in unison, Dad/Grandpa. Gu Zhongjing understood. Well, the children of the runaway old man had finally come to call. Chapter 30, Small Sweetness. Mr. Chi slurped his noodles without caring about them, while Meng Songyu and Gu Zhongjing couldn't ignore their guest like him. Are you family of the old man? Have you eaten yet? If not, have some with us. Meng Songyu was a little embarrassed, not knowing how to properly entertain the guests. Why did Ailey bring these people directly into the kitchen? The leading middle-aged man looked very stern as he courteously said to Meng Songyu, Are you Dean Meng? My father has been troubling you lately. We came hastily, but here's a small token of our appreciation, I hope you will accept it. As he spoke, he placed a large bundle of gifts by the table and added, We don't need dinner, we've already eaten. We came this time to take our father home. You've really helped us out a lot during this period. Just as Meng Songyu was about to respond politely, Mr. Chi had already spoken up, Don't come if you're going to annoy me, making trouble for the institute. How am I causing trouble? Do you always think I bother you in daily life? Qi Zheng hesitated momentarily, irritated inwardly that an offhand remark had caused such tension, but dared not retort verbally. Instead, he complained pitifully, Father, you are misunderstanding me. When have I ever thought you were troublesome? Am I not here to pick you up? Mr. Chi continued bickering at his son, 10 days. After 10 days, you remember your old dad. And now you blame me for misunderstanding you. It seems you all just wish I'd die soon. A beautiful woman could no longer bear listening to this, so she sat next to Mr. Chi, pulling his arm and started swaying it, cooing, Dad, why are you so stubborn? It's just a pot of orchids, isn't it worth staying here for such a long time? We all miss you. Though her words didn't belittle the orphanage, Gu Zhongjing could sense her disapproval and no longer wanted to watch their performance. He asked, Old sir, why don't we go to the meeting room to chat? Mr. Chi also felt this wasn't the right place to talk, so he quickly finished his bowl of noodles, wiped his mouth, and took his children to the meeting room, acting as if he owned the place. Neither Gu Zhongjing nor the dean knew what Mr. Chi's children would say, but they knew that Mr. Chi left them regretfully on that night. The orchid wasn't taken either, with Mr. Chi saying he'd return after a couple of days when Gu Zhongjing made a feast. Now that he trusted Gu Zhongjing, he no longer worried that his orchids would be misappropriated. Gu Zhongjing naturally wished for the elder to leave quickly, allowing him the chance to work with the flower. Earlier, he was concerned that the elder might spot any difference while observing the orchids daily and thus avoid dividing the plant. Now that Mr. Chi would only return in 2 days, Gu Zhongjing gained much more operating space. That evening, Gu Zhongjing brought the flower into the space and meticulously divided the orchid before leaving it there. In the next 2 days, Gu Zhongjing broadcasted live once again, receiving rewards totaling 150,000 yuan. The money for contracting Mount Luming was fully covered, and he even earned back Xiaoming's surgery fee. Some seeds in the field had already begun to sprout. Gu Zhongjing spent his days watering and taking care of the 10 acres under Luming Mountain and the land inside the space, becoming stronger day by day. He no longer looked like a bamboo pole, having developed muscles across his body, his arms growing firmer. Gu Zhongjing believed he could now easily lift Chu Yen. On the day Chu Yan went on holiday, Gu Zhongjing woke up early, tidied himself neatly, and rode a tricycle to the vegetable market. After buying the vegetables he needed, Gu Zhongjing went to the bank to withdraw his streaming money. Holding the freshly obtained 45,000 yuan closely, he returned to the yard and parked the tricycle before reboarding the bus. Afraid that his tricycle would be laughed at by Chu Yan's classmates, he simply abandoned riding it. He planned to buy a car within this year. Being somewhat famous online now, he even wore a mask while riding his tricycle. Constant use of the tricycle was inconvenient. Gu Zhongjing waited for an hour outside Chu Yan's school until he finally saw students filing out. His excitement increased, standing even straighter, resembling a tall white birch tree, elegant and upright. Chu Yan immediately noticed Gu Zhongjing upon exiting. With his outstanding looks and temperament, he stood out significantly from the crowd. Seeing Gu Zhongjing's distant smile, Chu Yan couldn't help but return the gesture, quickening his pace involuntarily. As Chu Yan approached, he watched Gu Zhongjing stride toward him too, feeling deeply touched. He paused melodramatically at the spot. Gu Zhongjing was a little confused as to why he stopped, but still took large strides over to hold his hand and walked out of the crowd together. The two didn't say anything on their way, holding hands all the way to the bus stop, waiting quietly for the bus. The sugary atmosphere between them was so strong it almost blinded people around them, driving away a few nearby. One even grumbled discontentedly, "There are couples showing affection everywhere, can't you just leave us singles alone?" Chu Yan chuckled secretly, his delicate and fair face radiated satisfaction. He extended his index finger to tickle the center of Gu Zhongjing's palm, turning his head with a smile. Chu Yan's beauty was intoxicating, like a vibrant peony, yet his young slim figure added an extra touch of innocence. Gu Zhongjing truly dared not look at him for too long, fearing to embarrass himself in public. His heart was filled solely with Chu Yan, being stared at so openly made his ears slowly turn red, causing him to cough dryly as if trying to relieve the overly intimate atmosphere. Yuan. Ah, the bus is here. Chu Yan interrupted him. Gu Zhongjing closed his mouth awkwardly and ushered Chu Yan onto the bus, where they sat in the last row and refused to let go of each other's hands. Their palms were sweaty, but neither was willing to let go. Being torn apart when they were in the honeymoon phase was already hard enough. Now that they finally met, they wanted nothing more than to stick together. Gu Zhongjing extended his other hand to play with Chu Yan's slender and pale fingers, softly asking, "Are you hungry?" Chu Yan replied, "Not hungry, but I'm craving snacks." Gu Zhongjing understood this feeling well. Since returning from the end times, he had developed an endless appetite. Even though he wasn't hungry, he always wanted to eat something. His space already contained a large supply of snacks meant for satisfying cravings. Hearing Chu Yan's hunger pangs, he discreetly pulled out a big plastic bag full of snacks using Chu Yan's backpack as cover and handed it over to him. "Have some of this, these cookies are good, and these chips taste great too." Gu Zhongjing tore open the bags one by one, proudly telling Chu Yan which ones were delicious. Chu Yan couldn't help laughing as he watched. "Gu Dotty, Mr. Big Head, do you eat snacks every day? Don't you know eating too many snacks is bad for your health?" The last time Gu Zhongjing came to find him last week, he also rustled up several big pockets of snacks as if afraid Chu Yan wouldn't eat enough. Gu Zhongjing wanted to kiss the dimples at the corners of Chu Yan's mouth but restrained himself on the bus. Leaning close to Chu Yan's ear, he whispered, "We have spiritual springs, they detoxify our bodies. We don't need to worry." Chu Yan laughed softly, feeling extremely loved seeing Gu Zhongjing caring about everything for him. Recalling their once hostile days, he would never have imagined back then that one day they would be so sweetly sharing everything. Now, all the things he longed for were right before his eyes, making Chu Yan feel like he could die in Gu Zhongjing's tenderness. But it still felt insufficient, he wanted even more. As they indulgently shared snacks, Gu Zhongjing's phone rang. Eyes completely on Chu Yan, he picked it up without looking who it was. Lu Hui's voice came through, "Little Gu, our side has finished the division, when will you come to sign the contract?" Gu Zhongjing's grip on Chu Yan's hand unconsciously tightened, his heartbeat quickening. Even someone as steady as him couldn't avoid a bit of excitement. Lu Ming Mountain would soon belong to him. Chapter 31, 10,000-word chapter. Although Chu Yan did not know why Gu Zhongjing had suddenly become so excited, he still found himself curious about the obvious fluctuations in Gu Zhongjing's emotions. After Gu Zhongjing hung up the phone, he blinked his eyes and asked, "What's going on? Did something happen?" "Gu Zhongjing, dear, would you like to come with me today to sign the contract?" Chu Yan, surprised, "We can sign the contract already? Didn't you say before that we might have to wait for a while?" "Gu Zhongjing, I'm not sure about the specific situation either, but of course it's better if we can sign it sooner." Chu Yan deeply agreed, good things should be immediately secured within one's own territory, otherwise what if someone else takes them? Their thoughts were similar to those of the village committee, both sides wanted to settle down as soon as possible to prevent any further changes. Gu Zhongjing was worried they might renege on their word, and they too were worried Gu Zhongjing might act the same way as Mr. Jin. With both sides in a hurry, Lu Huiqing specially made use of his connections and quickly got people involved in surveying and demarcation to come over. It took only 2 days to finish the task. "Big brother Gu, how big is that mountain?" Chu Yan was very curious. About 1 kilometer around, more than 1,500 acres. The size is not too large or small, but the environment is quite nice. Chu Yan, in the afternoon, I'll go with you to take a look. You've made me so curious. Gu Zhongjing, alright, we'll go together this afternoon. Time passed quickly, feeling like no time had passed between words when they reached the destination. Back at the courtyard, Gu Zhongjing looked at the time, it was already 11 o'clock. There wasn't enough time to cook an elaborate meal, so Gu Zhongjing casually cooked a few dishes. After everyone ate, Gu Zhongjing left with Chu Yan and went to Lu's village to sign the contract. On the bus, Gu Zhongjing had already arranged the time with Lu Huicheng. When Gu Zhongjing and Chu Yan arrived, Chen Min was also there. The two village heads seemed to have a good atmosphere, and it appeared both parties were satisfied with the division results. After exchanging pleasantries, they delved into the main subject. Gu Zhongjing meticulously read through the contract, confirmed its accuracy, then signed and stamped his fingerprint. Both village heads also signed, and Gu Zhongjing immediately handed over 30,000 yuan in cash to the two village heads. From this moment onward, for the next year, Luyuan Mountain belonged to Gu Zhongjing. But he knew that during his lifetime, this mountain would not change hands, he would be the sole owner of Luyuan Mountain for the next 70 or 80 years. After signing the contract and bidding farewell to the group from the village committee, Gu Zhongjing brought Chu Yan to Luyuan Mountain. Luyuan Mountain was an undeveloped wasteland, with a fairly high vegetation coverage rate. However, strictly speaking, these were just shrubs, looking lush and verdant. It was precisely because Gu Zhongjing was impressed by these shrubs that he firmly decided to lease the land. If it really were a forest-covered mountain with extensive tree cover, leasing it wouldn't be of much use since trees cannot be cut down arbitrarily. Shrubs are different. According to Chinese law, any shrubbery under 1 meter does not fall within the prohibited logging zone when leased. While Luyuan Mountain had some tall trees, most of them were near streams where they grew well. Gu Zhongjing had no intention of cutting them down. Therefore, overall, Luyuan Mountain was quite suitable for transformation. There was no road leading to the top of Luyuan Mountain, just a small path worn out by residents from previous generations who used to climb the mountain to chop wood. Now that logging is prohibited, and modern conveniences such as gas stoves and induction cookers are widely used, nobody climbs the mountain anymore to gather firewood. Consequently, the path has been abandoned. After climbing the mountain, Gu Zhongjing and Chu Yan discovered that the trail was difficult to navigate. But this didn't faze them. They traversed tougher paths before, so some thorns were nothing. As they journeyed along the path, Gu Zhongjing carried a wooden stick ahead of him, his left hand continuously holding on to Chu Yan without letting go. Along the way, they talked while exploring the terrain. Motivated, they climbed straight to the summit, taking about 4 hours in total. Upon reaching the top, Gu Zhongjing gained a clearer understanding of Luyuan Mountain. The mountain was not steep, belonging to the gentle slope type of peak, not particularly high. On the eastern side of the summit lay a cliff, roughly 10 meters tall, at the bottom of which flowed a spring with clear water running constantly all year round. The water flow was relatively substantial, forming a small stream over time, approximately 1 meter wide. The stream was crystal clear and shimmered under the shade of trees. The sound of the water washing over rocks was pleasing to the ears. They followed this neglected trail beside the stream on their journey uphill. Both were very satisfied with the stream. Upon arriving at the summit, Gu Zhongjing embraced Chu Yan, pointing to the entire mountain with grandeur and declared, "Look, the kingdom I have conquered for you." Chu Yan, whose mental patient was not properly confined. He ignored Gu Zhongjing and walked to the source of the stream, then turned his head to say to Gu Zhongjing, "We can build the end of the road here, and even build a pavilion on the way, which is very good for resting, cooling off, and enjoying the scenery." Gu Zhongjing looked at his uncooperative companion and awkwardly came over to join in his imagination. "Right, our house can be built next to the water source, leaning against the cliff." "Right, Yuan, what type of house do you like? The small European villa or the Chinese-style pavilion?" Chu Yan had some difficulty making a choice. "I like them all." Gu Zhongjing thought for a moment. "Then let's build both, with the small villa built in the flat area halfway up the mountain, surrounded by a lake, and the one near the mountain will be built as a Chinese-style pavilion. Later, wherever you want to live, that's where we'll stay." Where should we build the homestay?" "Gu Zhongjing, the homestay should be built." Standing atop the mountain, the two indulged in their imaginations about how to construct Lu Mingshan, completely forgetting that they were still struggling just above the poverty line. They stayed on the mountain until 3 o'clock in the afternoon before reluctantly climbing down. It wasn't that they didn't want to stay longer, it was that Gu Zhongjing still remembered promising everyone a big meal. Back at the courtyard, a string of small tales followed the two, the children all knowing that Gu Zhongjing was going to prepare a grand feast today, each excited and smiling innocently, their laughter infecting Gu Zhongjing and Chu Yan, making their moods even better. With Chu Yan and a group of older kids helping out, the Dean and Aunt Ailey were unable to help much, so they left the kitchen and gave up the space entirely to everyone. The older kids were all very industrious, none of them needed prompting to know what to do, eyes trained for work. If they needed to wash vegetables, they washed them, if they needed to peel garlic, they peeled it. All the tasks within their capabilities were fully taken care of by them. Gu Zhongjing also handed over the task of chopping meat into minced meat to them, beginning to prepare dishes. Some of the dishes he made today were ordered by Grandpa Chi, it was his first time making them, so his movements were a bit clumsy. But cooking skills are something that once mastered, can be applied universally for those who have talent, and Gu Zhongjing prepared the dishes neatly according to the recipes. Although Chu Yan looked at the same recipe, he simply could not comprehend what an appropriate amount of salt or a little sugar meant. Couldn't they just provide an exact number? Who can tell how much a little or appropriate really is? Helpless, he could only talk with Gu Zhongjing beside him. Each time Gu Zhongjing finished a dish, he would put a chopstickful into Chu Yan's mouth, feeding him openly without hesitation. The older kids watched the two enviously from the side. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Chu Yan picked up the chopsticks and served each of them a bite. The fragrant meat disappeared from their mouths after just 2 chews, leaving them wishing they hadn't eaten it at all. The oldest among the older kids, Wang Yudong, was only 15 years old. No matter how mature and sensible he might seem, he was still underage. In front of his big brothers in the courtyard, he was still naive. As Gu Zhongjing and Chu Yan's loyal little fanboy, he had always loved following the two around. This thin and small third-year junior high school student with an air of youthful spirit admired and complimented, "Brother Jing, you're getting better and better. You could make song fish exactly like the picture the first time you tried. I wish I could be as awesome as you and Brother Yan someday." This child was emotionally intelligent, praising Gu Zhongjing while not forgetting to include Chu Yan, leading Chu Yan to curiously ask him, "Your brother Jing is great at cooking, but where am I great?" Wang Yudong matter-of-factly said, "Of course, it's being good at studying. Brother Yan is a scholarship-winning top student year after year. I'm nothing like that. I failed this time again." Saying more made him feel a bit sad, not because he didn't try hard enough, but because he simply wasn't cut out for academics. Despite how hard he studied, he could only hover around average. Hearing his words, Chu Yan was momentarily at a loss for what to say. After all, he, Chu Yan, was good at studying, but he wasn't the original Chu Yan anymore. He didn't even pass last week's mock test. It was embarrassing to admit, so he could only vaguely comfort, "It's okay, just try harder next time," not mentioning his own studies at all. Gu Zhongjing was frying balls in preparation for making braised lion heads, but he was listening to their conversation all along. Hearing Chu Yan's comment, he laughed. "Your brother Yan whose brain burned out recently. Your studies might not be as good as his. If you give it a little more effort, you'll surpass your brother Yan by far." Chu Yan, having been deflated by Gu Zhongjing's remark, angrily twisted Gu Zhongjing's waist and gritted his teeth, saying, "Big head Gu, who said my brain got burned?" Gu Zhongjing took a sharp intake of breath and yelled in pain, "Ah. I did, I messed up, my brain got burned." Watching the interaction between the two, Wang Yudong felt something strange. Why did the atmosphere between Brother Jing and Brother Yan feel so stifling? How could he possibly feel so stuffed after just taking one bite of the meat Yan brother had passed to him? Amidst all the ruckus, the meal was almost ready. Gu Zhongjing directed the children to carry all the dishes out. He prepared a total of 8 dishes and 1 soup. Dompa pork, Huanpi 3 treasures, stir-fried fish fillets, Peking sauce beef threads, squirrel mandarin fish, braised lion head, stir-fried bitter melon, chicken shreds cold noodles, and lotus root spare rib soup. Because there were many people, aside from making 5 squirrel fish, the other dishes were all served in basins and placed at the serving window where the children could help themselves to whatever they wanted. Today happened to be the children's day off, so they naturally took care of the younger kids, allowing the adults to finally relax and eat together with them. Grandpa Chi seemed to have timed his arrival perfectly, as the moment he arrived, the children had just finished setting the table for the adults. Dressed in a Zhongshan suit, he looked even more dignified than when he wore traditional Tang attire. 2 people followed behind him, one was the elegant woman from before, apparently Grandpa Chi's daughter. The other was a young man around 23 or 24, wearing a hoodie and jeans, looking rather youthful and handsome. These 2 were the same juniors who had come last time to pick up Grandpa Chi. Why had they followed this time as well? Regardless of who they were, Gu Zhongjing thought that if they were eating his food, they would become his customers and should be treated well. He immediately added another pair of chopsticks and greeted them, "Grandpa Chi has arrived. Are these 2 yours?" Grandpa Chi pointed to the young man and introduced, "This is my eldest grandson, Chi Huiyang." Chi Huiyang smiled broadly, revealing 8 white teeth, greeting everyone in turn. Then Grandpa Chi pointed to the woman and said, "This is my youngest daughter, Qingran. You kids can call her aunt." Qingran, having many nephews already, didn't mind having a few more, smiling faintly as she greeted Gu Zhongjing and his group. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, they finally sat down at the table. Grandpa Chi's eyes sparkled as he gazed at the feast on the table, instinctively swallowing his saliva, not knowing how long it had been since he had acted so rudely. After sitting down, Chi Huiyang took a closer look at the dishes on the table, his heart inevitably filled with surprise. Originally, today he was supposed to treat some friends at the main branch of Quan Wei Zhai. He had arranged everything earlier. However, something odd happened. He had no idea why his grandfather insisted on dragging him to this unheard-of orphanage today, claiming that it was to let him taste real fine cuisine. To be honest, it wasn't that Chi Huiyang was arrogant, but mentioning fine cuisine in China right now, his restaurant chain Quan Wei Zhai definitely ranked in the top 10. He didn't take what his grandfather said seriously at all. What kind of real, fine dining could it be? His grandfather must have indulged too much in rare delicacies and developed a fondness for simple congee and light dishes. It's not bragging, if Sun Qin from Wucheng found that vegetable supplier named Gu something, the number of food enthusiasts coming to his store increased several times over. All the reviews praised the food, except for a few negative ones about the meat dishes. Qi Huiyang had wanted his grandfather to try the dishes again at the store, but the stubborn old man refused no matter how he tried to persuade him, insisting that the shop was just using gimmicks to fool people. Today, Qi Huiyang came with a bit of a chip on his shoulder, determined to see what trickery this little orphanage was pulling to charm his grandpa so easily in less than half a month. There was no way a place like this could harbor hidden talent. No matter what he thought inside, the moment his eyes fell on the dishes on the table, he nodded secretly. As a seasoned gourmet and an experienced food lover, he had sharp eyes. Without talking about anything else, the dongpa pork alone stood out, its shiny red skin coated in sauce gleamed like jelly, seeming as though it would quiver upon the slightest touch. The presentation was undeniably stunning, but the question remained, how did it taste? The other dishes also didn't disappoint, the various meats looked tender, the meatballs firm and tight, and the vegetables fresh and crisp, all very appetizing. Once Meng Tsongyu started eating, Grandpa Qi eagerly picked up a piece of dongpa pork while Qi Huiyang's first chopsticks reached toward the lion head. Taking a bite of the large meatball, juice oozed out, rich and succulent, leaving Qi Huiyang moaning. It was so good. Qi Huiyang had completely forgotten all the conspiracy theories he harbored upon arriving, overwhelmed instead by the barrage of compliments running through his mind. Delicious, so good. This is the flavor. What did he add? Why does it have such a unique sweetness? Can braised lion head really be this good? Did I only ever taste fakes before? After finishing one meatball, Qi Huiyang suppressed the urge to grab another and instead picked up some stir-fried bitter melon. He wanted to cleanse his palate before trying more of the meat dishes so as not to cloud his judgment. The moment the bitter melon touched his tongue, he froze. This taste. How familiar. It wasn't the flavor of the bitter melon from his restaurant, was it? It wasn't bitter at all, but rather had a fragrant aroma, retaining only the unique texture of the vegetable itself. The taste was extremely distinctive, making one crave for more. He slowly took another bite, confirming that it tasted exactly like the bitter melon from Quan Wei Zhai. Instantly, anger surged in his chest. This supplier really had some nerve, claiming to supply exclusively to his Quan Wei Zhai, yet secretly selling elsewhere in small quantities. Repressing his rage, he looked up at Meng Tsongyu and politely asked, "Dean Meng, may I inquire where your bitter melon is purchased?" Meng Tsongyu, assuming he was merely complimenting the dish, casually replied, "Oh, this bitter melon. It's grown by our own Xiaojing, it's nothing special. If you enjoy it, we can pack some for you when you leave." Qi Huiyang froze again. Grown, by themselves. Gu Zhongjing. A supplier surnamed Gu. So. Could Gu Zhongjing possibly be the supplier to Quan Wei Zhai? His eyes darted sharply toward Gu Zhongjing, asking, "Brother Gu, have you been supplying vegetables to my Quan Wei Zhai all along?" Seeing the excitement on Gu Zhongjing's face, he thought inwardly, "My vegetables truly are amazing, once tasted, they're unforgettable." Gu Zhongjing calmly replied, "Yes, what about it?" Qi Huiyang's eyes lit up even more, exclaiming, "Holy cow, brother. Quan Wei Zhai belongs to me." Suddenly, everyone at the table was shocked. What an incredible coincidence. Grandpa Qi was astonished as well. "What do you mean supplier? Little Gu, you've been supplying vegetables to my grandson's restaurant?" Even Qi Qingran, who had been quietly eating the entire time, lifted her head with her mouth still chewing. What kind of plot twist is this? Chu Yan was just as surprised as Gu Zhongjing. He tugged lightly on Gu Zhongjing's sleeve and asked, "What's going on?" Gu Zhongjing, dumbfounded, quietly responded, "I don't know either." The lively atmosphere of everyone devouring food was instantly shattered by this bizarre coincidence. Everyone put down their chopsticks, asking questions one after another. But suddenly, Qi Huiyang found Gu Zhongjing increasingly likable. With his mood improving, he immediately returned to his car to fetch the fine wine he had prepared for the gathering, proposing to share a drink with Gu Zhongjing. Grandpa Qi, being fond of alcohol himself, but often restrained by his family due to his age, also joined in, clamoring for some of the good stuff. By the end of the meal, Qi Huiyang already regarded Gu Zhongjing as a friend, completely shedding any hint of arrogance he'd carried upon arrival. Dean Meng and Aunt Ailey, watching them toast and brag to each other, couldn't get a word in edgewise. After finishing their meal, they tidied the table and went back into the kitchen to fry peanuts and cashews as additional side dishes to accompany their drinks. They let the two men talk comfortably while they went off to wash dishes, clean pots, and take care of the children. "Brother Gu, given the rapport between us now, wouldn't you consider increasing the amount of vegetables you supply me? The little bit you send every day isn't enough to satisfy the appetites at Quan Wei Zhai." Qi Huiyang was naturally close with people he liked. By this point, a few glasses of wine down the hatch made him effortlessly broach the topic of increasing the vegetable quantity. Gu Zhongjing laughed while picking out cashews for Chu Yan, saying, "That won't work, I'm almost bent over double from sending you so much already. Do you think those vegetables grow easily? Don't make things difficult for me, brother Qi." Gu Zhongjing had never even considered increasing the supply. As he said, growing those vegetables was both time-consuming and labor-intensive, utterly impractical. Every day, he spent long hours working inside his personal space without agricultural machinery. Each planting and harvesting process was done solely by him. Although he appeared to deliver vegetables every other day, he actually spent an entire day preparing the order within his space. The work left him extremely exhausted. Qi Huiyang had merely thrown out the idea casually. Seeing Gu Zhongjing's refusal, he did not push further. In matters among adults, probing stops as soon as the boundary is reached. As the group continued chatting and drinking, discussing topics spanning far and wide, by the end of the evening, Qi Huiyang had developed a deeper respect for Gu Zhongjing. Among his peers, he had never met anyone as knowledgeable and worldly as Gu Zhongjing and Chu Yan. They were always comfortable interacting with others, neither overly humble nor arrogant. Qi Huiyang felt they shared common ground, already classifying them among the select few he considered worthy of deep friendship. Moreover, as a self-proclaimed foodie, Gu Zhongjing's culinary skills were simply outstanding. One meal was enough to win him over. Should they become friends, he could eat whatever he desired in the future. Just thinking about it made him ecstatic. Grandpa Qi was delighted to see his grandson getting along well with Gu Zhongjing. After interacting with Gu Zhongjing for a while, he realized this young man was no ordinary person. It would only benefit his grandson to spend more time with him. However, this place was an orphanage after all, and the children went to bed early. As a result, they were unable to enjoy themselves fully and stopped drinking when they were half drunk. When it was time to leave, Gu Zhongjing returned to his room and took out Grandpa Qi's treasured orchid from his personal space. After nearly 2 months of growth in his space, the flower had become vibrant again, without a trace of its previous decline. Its broad, flat leaves were emerald green, surpassing the condition when Grandpa Qi had originally purchased it. If this flower were appraised now, not even 2.5 million yuan could buy it. The moment Grandpa Qi saw the flower, he was shocked. "Little Gu, did you switch it on me? I remember 2 days ago my phone ling didn't look like this at all." Gu Zhongjing kept a straight face and said, "Didn't Grandpa Qi promise I could split the plant? I took the liberty to do so already, which is why it looks different." Drinking some alcohol had actually sobered Grandpa Qi instead of making him drunk. He eyed Gu Zhongjing suspiciously. "After splitting the plant, shouldn't the flower have a period of dormancy? How has it become more vigorous instead?" Gu Zhongjing winked mysteriously. "Grandpa Qi, don't ask anymore. Even if you asked, I wouldn't tell you. It's my exclusive secret recipe. Next time, if you have any flowers to treat, just come find me. As long as they haven't withered completely, I can bring them back to life for you." Now Grandpa Qi dared not accuse Gu Zhongjing of exaggerating anymore. After all, he was holding solid proof right in front of him. Qi Huiyang and Qi Qingran nearby also felt very surprised. Initially, when Grandpa Qi mentioned coming here to treat his treasured phone ling, they both thought Grandpa Qi had definitely been deceived. After all, they had seen the poor condition of the flower before. They hadn't discouraged the old man from seeking help elsewhere because they simply didn't want to dash his hopes. But who would have known that Gu Zhongjing really managed to save the flower? So how many other talents did Gu Zhongjing possess? If you said he was a chef, the vegetables he grew tasted absolutely amazing. And if you said he was a vegetable farmer, he also knew how to take care of and treat flowers. Not to mention, judging by the extensive knowledge Gu Zhongjing displayed during their conversations tonight, he was skilled in much more. What they had witnessed was just the tip of the iceberg. Gu Zhongjing, truly, was an intriguing person. The one elder and 2 younger members of the Qi family were all very curious about Gu Zhongjing. But now it was late, so it wasn't appropriate to discuss further. Grandpa Qi could only say, "Young Gu, you mentioned wanting to open a guest house, didn't you? Old man here reserves a room with you ahead of time. Once it's ready, I'll come over to retire here." Gu Zhongjing eagerly replied, "Absolutely, Grandpa Qi must come when the time comes." Qi Huiyang and Qi Qingran exchanged glances and also added, "Count us in too. We want to reserve a spot, Brother Gu, you can't show favoritism." Gu Zhongjing responded, "Then how about this, I'll build a special courtyard for you guys later. Then Grandpa Qi can bring Qi brother and Miss Qi over together to live. What do you think?" Everyone agreed enthusiastically, thinking it was a great idea. Just as everyone was about to leave and start chatting by the entrance again, the dean lost her patience. In her eyes, nothing was more important than the children, so she drove them off, saying, "The kids are sleeping. Why don't we continue another day?" Only then did Grandpa Qi reluctantly lead Qi Huiyang and Qi Qing ran away, clearly still eager to continue talking. Once they left, Gu Zhongjing let out a sigh of relief, turned around, locked the gate properly, and bid the dean goodnight before taking Chu Yan's hand and returning to the room. Their room was still cramped and narrow, but neither of them cared, having grown accustomed to living there for so long. However, today Gu Zhongjing had just signed the contract for land leasing, and naturally, he started to entertain other thoughts. He decided it was time to build a house. For himself, he didn't mind where he lived, it was all the same to him. But seeing his Yuan always being inconvenienced made his heart ache. But these plans could wait until tomorrow. Now, all he wanted was to caress his beloved, whose cheeks flushed red from the alcohol. Oh, how utterly adorable. Gu Zhongjing grabbed Chu Yan's hand and sat down on the bed, gently stroking his face with affection. "Do you feel unwell? Would you like some water?" Earlier, he had already brewed some sobering tea and each of them drank a cup, but Chu Yan still flushed easily after drinking. The handsome features of his face looked even more enchanting. Gu Zhongjing was entranced and impulsively kissed his cheek. Chu Yan's eyes sparkled with innocence. Though a boy, at this moment he exuded an inexplicable charm. Gu Zhongjing felt his heart itch, longing to do something more. But after all those years of being timid, he dared not go further than lightly kissing Chu Yan's face and lips. Leaning against Gu Zhongjing, Chu Yan answered faintly, "I don't want water. I need to pee." There was no bathroom in the room, so Gu Zhongjing helped him up, held his hand, and went out to use the restroom. Gu Zhongjing was afraid Chu Yan might be scared to go to the restroom alone, so he accompanied him inside, but when Chu Yan started to unzip his pants, Gu Zhongjing turned around and looked at his nose in concentration. Chu Yan wasn't drunk. He clearly knew that Gu Zhongjing was standing behind him, and this embarrassment prevented him from being able to urinate even though he really needed to go. The more anxious he got, the less he could go, which made him even more upset. Eventually, sweat began dripping from his nose. After waiting for a while and hearing no sound, Gu Zhongjing asked, "Honey, are you done?" Annoyed, Chu Yan retorted, "I can't pee with you standing here." Gu Zhongjing couldn't help but laugh out loud, forgetting his earlier timid demeanor and teasing again, "Can't pee? Should I make some noise for you?" And before Chu Yan could react, he actually started making sounds, causing Chu Yan's face to turn red as blood rushed to it. As Chu Yan was about to scold him, a sudden wave of urgency overtook him. With an emotionless face after finishing, Chu Yan walked away without even glancing back at Gu Zhongjing. Gu Zhongjing panicked and quickly apologized, following close behind, I'm sorry, honey, wait for me." Clutching his teeth, Chu Yan continued walking, feeling still unsatisfied. He stopped and turned around, ready to punch Gu Zhongjing. Having lived long in the end times, Gu Zhongjing instinctively began defending himself against any attack. Seeing that he dared to dodge, Chu Yan grew angrier. A fight ensued in the courtyard, blocking each other's moves like they used to do often years ago when they were old rivals. After both became captains, their fights decreased significantly. Since they got together, there had been no physical conflict, only sweetness. This time, however, Chu Yan was so angry that what started as a desire to slap him escalated into full-on combat. Gu Zhongjing didn't dare to strike back, just dodging repeatedly. Inadvertently, he took several blows while quietly apologizing, I'm sorry, baby, I'll never tease you again." Chu Yan shot back, "Will you dare again?" Saying this, he kicked another blow. Suffering under his partner's wrath, Gu Zhongjing dared not have a single word of resentment, No, I really won't, believe me." Seeing his sincere apology, Chu Yan felt he now had an out and gradually calmed down, uttering a disdainful humph before stopping the assault. Turning toward the room, Chu Yan still bore a trace of embarrassment on his face. Behind him, Gu Zhongjing murmured softly, "You're getting more bossy, wife. You beat me up even after I helped you." Chu Yan abruptly turned around, glaring furiously, "What did you say?" Startled, Gu Zhongjing saw the moonlight illuminating Chu Yan's flushed and furious face. It seemed almost mystical. He gazed blankly, forgetting to defend himself entirely. Noticing his lover's fascinated eyes, Chu Yan came up with a mischievous plan and began to wear a soft smile instead of continuing to scold. Gu Zhongjing felt chilled by the sight, knowing something bad was coming. Indeed. The next morning, Gu Zhongjing woke up with panda eyes. Looking at Chu Yan in bed, he resignedly got up from the floor where he'd slept and headed to freshen up. He recalled how last night Chu Yan had stripped naked right in front of him with such allure, only to deny him any intimacy despite inflaming his desire fully. Instead, he banished him to sleep on the floor. Was this human behavior? Waking up today with a sore mouth ulcer, Gu Zhongjing stepped into the space to pluck a few bitter gourds to relieve his heatiness. He boiled them simply in water and ate them. Chu Yan watched smugly as he bustled about before happily going to help the principal. Seeing his lover's smug little face, Gu Zhongjing forgot all his grievances, thinking to himself how cute his Yuan was. Since Chu Yan was at home, Gu Zhongjing didn't leave for work either. With the mountain and land already contracted, everything else could wait, he was not in a hurry. He just wanted to take walks with Chu Yan. So for 2 days, he rested and took Chu Yan out on a proper date. After 2 days, Chu Yan returned to school once his vacation ended. Gu Zhongjing got busy again. First, he went to Liujia village and found the village head to hire over 20 people. He asked them to clear all the short shrubs on the mountain and dig out their roots too. It was a large project. If he worked on it alone, it would take forever. Though he wouldn't ask Chu Yan to help since he cared too much, hiring help was essential. Agreeing to pay 250 yuan per day, the villagers were all eager to take on the job. Not only was it close to home, but the wage was generous. Seeing their enthusiastic start, Gu Zhongjing didn't stay on the mountain to join them but rode his tricycle into town alone. The flower and bird street in the 5 urban districts was relocated from the inner city. It should be the largest flower and bird street in City A. If farmers from various provinces cultivated something valuable, they would send it here. This also included rare finds encountered deep in the mountains that would eagerly make their way to this market. There were many wealthy people coming here to search for treasures. Elder Qi was once one of them. Gu Zhongjing brought Feeling Orchid he had propagated into a store again. He wasn't afraid of Elder Chi finding out about his flower-selling activities because the propagation had been agreed upon beforehand. Additionally, he specifically took extra care of the flowers for 2 more days. Although the orchid's current condition was exceptionally good, almost abnormally so, he still had ways to explain it if needed. He mainly wanted to avoid dealing with the store where they had learned he could cure flowers. The unusual skills he had revealed to Elder Chi last time were done only out of necessity. Gu Zhongjing didn't want to invite unnecessary suspicion onto himself. When he entered the shop, the store owner was not busy attending to customers but was working on a tree of an unknown variety, twisting its trunk as if trying to shape it into a pretzel. Gu Zhongjing didn't understand what he was doing. After entering, he called out, "Boss." The boss looked up and asked, "Young man, what do you want to buy? Just browse on your own and call me when you've made up your mind." After saying that, the owner continued focusing on his tree. Gu Zhongjing, helpless, approached him and placed dealing before him, saying, "Boss, I'm not here to buy plants." As soon as the owner saw the flower Gu Zhongjing placed down, his eyes couldn't look away. He stopped fussing with the tree and carefully picked up the orchid, placing it on the table for closer inspection. While observing, he praised, the leaves are wide and thick, with red silk-like veins in the middle. This is foam ling. Where did you get this, young man? Gu Zhongjing knew the boss was knowledgeable, so he replied, "Boss, you have seen a lot." "Yes, this flower is indeed foam ling. I came to your shop wanting to consign this flower for sale. What do you think?" The boss smiled delightedly, "Really? How do you plan to sell it?" It was normal for the boss to be glad. The flower and bird street usually had visitors coming and going all the time, with various famous species occasionally flowing in and out. But such high-quality foam ling would generally only appear in larger stores. If this flower could be sold from his store, it would not only increase its fame but also make money, a win-win situation. Gu Zhongjing had already researched the rules of the flower store, so he said, "I know consignment typically involves paying after selling, but my flower requires a different method of sale." The boss chuckled, "Then how does the young man want to sell it?" Pausing for a moment, Gu Zhongjing continued, "I don't care how much you sell it for, as long as you give me 2 million yuan. The boss had no issue with this method of sale but still tried to haggle the price down a bit to earn more profit. He shook his head and said, 2 million is too high, it may be difficult to sell in the short term. Gu Zhongjing replied, "A month should be enough to sell it." "Boss, don't underestimate yourself. Your store is so big, and my foam ling is top-tier quality. It's likely others will scramble to get it. 2 million isn't too high." The boss laughed heartily, realizing Gu Zhongjing probably knew the market well. He stopped probing further and trying to lower the price, fearing that if Gu Zhongjing got annoyed and went to another store, he would lose out. He directly said, "All right then, young man, you know how to do business. Fine, I won't haggle with you anymore. Let me prepare the contract right now." Due to the extremely high value of these plants, consignment agreements usually required a witness and signing a contract to prevent the store owner from absconding with the merchandise. Witnesses were generally lawyers, and there happened to be a law firm on the neighboring street of the Flower and Bird Street. The boss feared Gu Zhongjing might change his mind, so he sent some employees to invite a lawyer over. After both parties signed the contract, Gu Zhongjing bought a large amount of various kinds of flower and tree seeds at the store. He also ordered a batch of fruit tree saplings, agreeing on a time for delivery. The boss would have the saplings delivered to Lu Ming Mountain the next day. The total cost came to more than 150,000 yuan, and it was agreed that the payment would be settled together after the orchid was sold. After purchasing everything, Gu Zhongjing was ready to go back. He didn't have the time to wait around for the flower to sell. He wasn't worried that the owner would run away with the deal. If that happened, he'd still be able to find him. Over years of experience, Gu Zhongjing had developed a keen eye. From their brief interaction, he assessed the boss to be honest. On the road, Gu Zhongjing gathered all the flower and tree seeds into his space. He didn't return to the orphanage but headed straight for Lu Ming Mountain. The villagers of Lu family village worked fairly diligently. When Gu Zhongjing arrived, he found they had already cleared a tenth of the area. The soil looked good, black and fertile. Without those troublesome thorny shrubs, Gu Zhongjing had much more freedom to act, such as planting all the saplings tomorrow. This time, Gu Zhongjing purchased a great variety of flower and tree seeds. He had done his research before making the decisions to buy these seeds. There were common flowers suitable for large-scale planting, such as gypsophila, petunias, zinnias, cosmos, poppies, and moss roses, all of which he planned to plant around the guesthouse once it was built. Individually, these flowers might not be eye-catching, but when they formed a sea of blooms, the effect would be magnificent and stunning. The breathtaking views would certainly attract a lot of attention. A sea of flowers is every girl's dream, and it's also a beautiful sight enjoyed by people of all ages. Once the guesthouse was ready, surrounded by a sea of blossoms, Gu Zhongjing could already imagine how much money this scene would bring him. Most importantly, Yuan loved moss roses best, those little pink flowers. Since there would be more mosquitoes in the summer, he could also buy some insect-repellent plants to grow alongside them. With the addition of space spring water, their effectiveness should be excellent. Other saplings included ornamental trees like cherry blossom and osmanthus, but most of them were fruit trees: apples, pears, peaches, walnuts, chestnuts, hawthorns, cherries, apricots, pomegranates, persimmons, blueberries. All of these fruit trees were suitable for cultivation in the northern climate. Although the space spring water allowed him to grow fruits from different regions without any issues, Gu Zhongjing still preferred to stay low-key and avoid unnecessary trouble. There were various breeds for each type of fruit tree. Too lazy to pick them himself, Gu Zhongjing just asked the store owner to choose good breeds for him. Combined with irrigation using spring water, the flavors should definitely be wonderful. However, fruit trees took a relatively long time to mature, at least 3 to 4 years. But Gu Zhongjing wasn't in a hurry. As long as they were planted, they would eventually bear fruit. The store owner worked efficiently. Early the next morning, he arrived with his employees and a truck, delivering the tree saplings directly to the mountain. Gu Zhongjing frowned in worry. His land hadn't been fully cleared yet. What should he do with these saplings? He had underestimated this situation. Should he store them in the space? But then he'd have to plant them twice, wouldn't he? That would tire him out completely. Chapter 32, Part 2. Worries aside, since the saplings had already been delivered, Gu Zhongjing couldn't simply put them into his dimensional space. He knew all too well that the flow of time in his space was different. If he left a sapling in there for a day, it would equate to 24 days. During this period, if the saplings weren't planted, they'd still wither even inside the space. It was better to plant them directly on the mountain. So Gu Zhongjing instructed someone to move the saplings to the warehouse, and he transported them to Liuxing Mountain himself in batches on a tricycle. The warehouse was cool and shady, so leaving the saplings there for a day or two wouldn't be an issue. If necessary, they could always be planted in the space temporarily and transplanted later. He then divided 5 villagers who were clearing shrubs to help him plant the saplings, striving to keep up with the previous pace of cleaning work. The villagers cleared the underbrush relatively quickly. After about half a month, scattered here and there, they managed to clear all the shrubs from the mountain. In the meantime, Chu Yan and the children from the orphanage came back for vacation wanting to assist Gu Zhongjing on the mountain but were politely declined by him. Such labor was too taxing, and he didn't want his Yuan to get tired. As for the older children from the orphanage, they were asked to stay behind to help out with some manageable chores for the caregivers, so they also did not go to assist. With more hands on deck and their expertise honed from years of agricultural work, the villagers worked efficiently and powerfully. Moreover, Gu Zhongjing compensated them fairly, allowing them to work without reservation. Because the roots of the bushes weren't deep, digging them up wasn't overly strenuous. For those with particularly deep roots, Gu Zhongjing decided not to strain them unnecessarily. All in all, he was satisfied with the speed of progress. Planting saplings with the 5 villagers progressed more slowly. They generally lagged behind. The planted ones were fine because they'd all been watered with water from Gu Zhongjing's dimensional space. However, the ones yet to be planted looked withered and limp. Gu Zhongjing feared they might dry up. After planting for 2 days, he moved all the unplanted saplings into the space and spent an exhausting night cramming all the saplings into the holes he dug in the space. After all, anything planted in the space would survive, no worries about it not thriving. The trees within the space required little attention from Gu Zhongjing. Every day, he calculated how many to plant, went into the space, pulled them out, and delivered them to Liuxing Mountain. The real hassle was watering the saplings once they were planted on the mountain. During the daytime planting, due to the number of people around, Gu Zhongjing couldn't directly water the saplings with space water. Instead, he fetched water with the villagers from a nearby stream, one sapling at a time. In the evening, Gu Zhongjing secretly returned to the mountain alone and began watering the trees using his finger like a hose, gushing water onto each tree. If seen, it might have been quite startling. Water spurted out continuously, drenching 1 tree per minute. The secret nighttime watering paid off. The planted trees remained vigorous and healthy rather than wilting. The villagers hadn't suspected much, only assuming the soil on this mountain suited these saplings perfectly. Hence, they focused entirely on their tasks. It wasn't that they were especially hard-working. Although jobs paying 250 yuan per day weren't uncommon in City A, finding such good opportunities close to home was rare. Everyone preferred to take their time doing less work for longer days. But little boss Gu made it clear, he would hire 5 workers to work long-term at Liuxing Mountain after this current round of work. Still at a daily wage of 250 yuan. Who wouldn't want this job? No wonder everyone tried their best. After 2 days of planting trees, Gu Zhongjing placed the remaining saplings into his dimensional space. An exhausting night's work ensured every sapling fit snugly into the pits he dug. Since anything planted in the space survived, there was no concern about their survival rate. 2 days after the mountain was cleared, more than 10,000 saplings were planted as he planned in designated areas. Gu Zhongjing didn't plant any flowering trees, intending instead to nurture their growth in the dimensional space first. Particularly the osmanthus trees, considering their fragrance, he planned to line them along the planned roads to the mountaintop once the road construction was completed. A few months later, when the roadwork finished and the saplings grew tall and lush, visitors climbing the mountain would be greeted by delightful scents, an appealing prospect indeed. Sakura trees were to be planted on a designated area at the halfway point, aiming to encircle the planned lodge complex. Likewise, other flowering trees would follow suit. Gu Zhongjing aimed to cultivate them for at least 9 years inside the dimensional space, which translated to half a year in reality. As for explaining where the flowers came from, that was a problem for another time. Flowering trees were sparse, and explanations would come easier, unlike fruit trees whose vast numbers demanded the patience of time to age properly. But with constant nourishment from the space water, their growth would far exceed ordinary fruit trees. Gu Zhongjing estimated that they might bear fruit within 2 years. New paragraph starts here. Gu Zhongjing, with his far-sighted consideration, didn't let the tree planting action slow down even for a second. On the last day of planting, he even started a live broadcast. Here, I plan to buy some bamboo roots in a couple of days and plant them in this area. By next spring, they will sprout. Oh right, I want to ask all of you for opinions. What style of boutique lodging do you prefer? Let me gather the information, and then we'll build according to everyone's favorite style. The fans all started chattering excitedly about their preferred styles. Gu Zhongjing paid close attention as he leaned in closer to read the comments on his screen, his handsome face almost touching it. Then the fans realized something, they had no filter effects applied. His skin was genuinely that good. In an instant, everyone got sidetracked discussing Gu Zhongjing's looks instead of offering suggestions. Ah! His skin is so nice. He looks better up close, how am I supposed to handle this? I can't breathe. Host, look at me. I'm qualified. You're qualified, my foot. Only I qualify. Helplessly, Gu Zhongjing concluded, after the broadcast ends, I'll tally up the statistics. I'll post the specific architectural styles on Weibo. Feel free to leave comments there, and I'll carefully consider them. Since the mountain was too large, walking around it all took at least a full day, so Gu Zhongjing only introduced part of it during the stream before going offline. Anyway, everything was just starting out, there wasn't much worth watching yet. He just wanted to put out some ads. Afterward, Gu Zhongjing went back to the yard, found a notebook, and replayed the live stream recording to compile a survey result. He finally settled on a European-American rustic style for the lodges. Once posted on Weibo, the decision spurred a flood of enthusiastic responses from fans who seemed more excited than Gu Zhongjing himself. Shaking his head, Gu Zhongjing couldn't quite grasp why the original person could get popular streaming games, which made sense. But now he'd shifted to farming streams, yet every episode still drew over 1 or 2 million fixed viewers. What exactly were they watching? Checking his balance, another 100,000 yuan had come in. With money in hand, constructing the road now became urgent. He had already accumulated over 180,000 yuan and needed to find a construction team tomorrow. Tallying up expenses, Gu Zhongjing realized his current income was still far from enough. Thinking of the ginseng, dangui, duzhong, goji berries, and FOTI plants growing in his dimensional space, he felt reassured. These herbal seeds had been bought online 7 days ago and planted 5 days ago, now they were flourishing. Because he had purchased seeds rather than fully grown herbs, the cost was actually very low. Gu Zhongjing hadn't tended to them after planting but planned to create a medicinal garden on the mountaintop later to cover up their origins once they grew larger. While calculating, his phone rang. Gu Zhongjing glanced at the screen, it was Zhou Gui, the flower shop owner. He answered while juggling the call between his shoulder and ear. Hello, he said absently, continuing with his plans. Little brother, Feng Ling sold yesterday. When are you coming by the store? Zhou Gui sounded elated. Gu Zhongjing paused his scribbling and couldn't help but show delight in his eyes. Feng Ling had been on display at the flower shop for 17 days. He thought it would take longer, but now he already had news. Seeing the sky darkening, estimating Tianjin would be completely black in half an hour, Gu Zhongjing responded calmly, alright, I'll stop by in the morning tomorrow. Realizing he might have expressed too much joy, potentially giving Gu Zhongjing the impression he'd earned a lot of money, Zhou Gui composed himself and spoke more evenly. Alright then, I'll be waiting for you at 9 in the morning tomorrow. Gu Zhongjing acknowledged and hung up the phone. Those 2 million yuan were timely indeed. Finally, many of his plans could start being executed. His handwriting sped up as he worked through various delayed plans due to financial constraints. Writing halfway through, Gu Zhongjing realized he'd gotten overly excited. Smiling wryly, he admitted he had lost his cool, just a bit of money, and he reacted this strongly. In his previous life, as a CEO owning assets worth billions, he shouldn't have been this ecstatic over several 100,000 or millions. Quite embarrassing. But this fleeting thought disappeared quickly from his mind. So what if excitement struck? Now, he was a married man, not the single dog he had been in his past life. The satisfaction of making money felt entirely different. Though, this thought vanished just as quickly, dismissed as trivial. Why not feel happy when things were going so well? He now had family and responsibilities, and each step forward felt meaningful. It was a new chapter after all, unlike the empty success of his previous existence. He found himself a perfect excuse and went on happily making plans. After finishing the plans, he took a photo and sent it to Chu Yen. Yuan baby world's cutest, baby, look what this is. Gu big head world's thickest skinned, a plan sheet. When was it made? Yuan baby world's cutest, I just made it now. Isn't your husband amazing? Shouldn't I be rewarded with a kiss? Goo big head world's thickest skinned. Goo big head world's thickest skinned, kiss.jpg. Goo Zhongjing suddenly sat upright. He had merely been teasing out of habit, but didn't expect Chu Yan to send back an actual kissing emoji. He immediately became excited and stared at his phone, sending another WeChat message over with high spirits. Yuan world's cutest, darling, I don't want this kiss, I want your voice kiss. The wavy lines perfectly expressed his sentiment, causing Chu Yan's face to turn red upon seeing it. She wanted to ignore Goo Big Head, but then she thought about how hardworking he'd been recently. Just a few days ago when she went home, she saw that Goo Zhongjing had darkened quite a bit because of exhaustion. Knowing him as her deeply loved person, they usually teased each other around, but seeing his darkened and thinned out appearance filled her heart with pity. Now reading through the plan sheets he sent over, she noticed almost every sentence was related to her. Statements like, cherries and poppies that Yuan likes will be planted all around the villa. Buy a car before the year ends to pick up and drop off Yuan. Encircle a fish pond near the brook and raise carp that Yuan loves. Or, small connecting roads in different parts of the mountain will be paved with pebbles that Yuan enjoys. All sorts of items he liked were intertwined among them. Chu Yan felt both moved and sorrowful. In Goo Zhongjing's planned future, there were traces of her everywhere, how could she still want to pour cold water on him? Although embarrassed, she ultimately sent a kissing emoji to Goo Zhongjing despite her racing heartbeat. Not only that, even when Goo Zhongjing was dissatisfied with just the kissing emoji and asked for a voice kiss, she found a quiet corner and complied. So when Goo Zhongjing actually received the audio "mua" from Chu Yan, he became so delighted he seemed foolish. That night, he looped the sound of "mua" countless times. He even thought about setting it as the exclusive WeChat ringtone for Chu Yan. But then again, if someone nearby heard during the day, just imagining his beloved Yuan's kiss being overheard made Goo Zhongjing unhappy. Goo Zhongjing, after hearing the audio, fell asleep early. The next morning, he woke up early and headed to the 5th city district. Zhou Guo had already been waiting for him. As soon as Goo Zhongjing walked in and greeted him, the boss couldn't wait to hand over a bank card. This time, Zhou Guo earned no small fortune. The flower he placed in the shop on its first day caught someone's attention immediately, and the price offered was 2 million yuan right away. How could Zhou Guo agree? Goo Zhongjing directly asked for 2 million, and if Zhou Guo sold it at too low a price, he wouldn't gain anything. So, even though many people wanted to buy every day, Zhou Guo held out until yesterday, when he finally struck a deal with one of the buyers. It appeared that buyer truly liked orchids and was also extremely wealthy. From the moment he laid eyes on Feng Ling, he decided to buy it for 2.8 million yuan without hesitation. Just by providing the consignment sale space, Zhou Guo purely profited 80,000 yuan, spending the entire night unable to sleep due to excitement. His eyes were still bloodshot with dark circles. After taking the bank card, Goo Zhongjing re-signed the clearance contract with him and chatted a bit more. Mr. Zhou, if you have any broken valuable flowers or plants, please call me, I'm always acquiring, as long as they're not completely dried out yet. Alright, I'll keep you in mind, and if I find anything, I'll let you know, Zhou Guo readily agreed. Since an employee had previously delivered saplings to Goo Zhongjing's looming mountain, the boss knew Goo Zhongjing owned a mountain of his own. Moreover, judging by Goo Zhongjing's looks and demeanor, which did not resemble those of ordinary people, Zhou Guo assumed he was some rich second generation who loved fiddling with flowers and plants. Acquiring damaged valuable flowers and plants must have been part of an experiment for Goo Zhongjing, anyway, damaged ones weren't worth much money. At that moment, Zhou Guo believed Goo Zhongjing was someone with foresight, the kind of person who wouldn't recklessly squander wealth, thus improving his opinion of him. Goo Zhongjing, unaware of how much Zhou Guo imagined, left after finalizing the agreement with the card in hand. His main purpose today was to find a construction team. Since he now had money, his priority would be repairing the road and the house, while everything else could be gradually managed. As for the construction team, Goo Zhongjing already had someone in mind. When he first came to this world, he once considered going to the construction site next to the orphanage to lay bricks, but the supervisor at the time rejected him, thinking he was too young. The person also gave him a suggestion to try places like KFC and McDonald's. Goo Zhongjing could tell that this was a very responsible person. So when Goo Zhongjing thought about repairing the road and building the house, he immediately thought of this person. Of course, he hadn't interacted in detail with that supervisor at the time, and it wasn't wise to make a rash decision based solely on the good impression from back then. He decided he would find and talk to that person first. If he discovered after interacting that the person wasn't suitable, he could always contact Qi Huiyang and ask for his help to find a reliable one. Logically speaking, contacting Qi Huiyang directly should have been the most appropriate choice since the Qi family was wealthy and influential, it wouldn't be much trouble to help with something small like this. But Goo Zhongjing considered that there was still much construction work ahead in the future, and it wouldn't be proper to keep bothering others. Debts of gratitude were hard to repay, so if he could handle it himself, he shouldn't bother others. Goo Zhongjing was an action-oriented person, once he had an idea, he acted right away. He went directly to the construction site, observed for 2 hours, and took the opportunity to observe the supervisor and his subordinates as well. He noticed that the supervisor was a gentle-tempered person who was respected by the workers. Any issue, big or small, was brought to him, and he handled them all with ease. Deciding he needed to observe further, after all, he now had nothing better to do and the most pressing need up the mountain was a construction team, he understood how important it was to find a good partner. Thus, Gao Shuhe endured being under Gu Zhongjing's scrutinizing gaze for half a day. That penetrating, unrelenting gaze made him extremely uncomfortable, so he finally walked straight over to Gu Zhongjing. Young man, you've been here watching for half a day. What exactly are you trying to do? Looking at the middle-aged man's disgruntled question, Gu Zhongjing realized his actions might have come off as inappropriate, anyone seeing this might think he was spying on him. Immediately, he gave a brief self-introduction and explained his purpose, allowing the middle-aged man to understand that Gu Zhongjing had spent the entire afternoon evaluating him. Upon hearing this, the man's expression softened. The previous day, he had been worrying because, after completing the current project, he would have to look for new bids, leaving him with nothing to do during the interim period. Who knew that today, fortune would smile upon him, and his attitude toward Gu Zhongjing changed accordingly. You can hire me to build houses, but I have no experience in road repairs. However, I know a friend who specializes in this kind of work, and I can introduce you. They exchanged a few words casually about prices and construction timelines, realizing that standing at the construction site entrance to discuss wasn't practical. So Gao Shuhe invited his friend who specialized in road repair over, planning to have dinner together and have a more detailed discussion. 2 days later, after understanding the market prices, Gu Zhongjing confirmed their cooperation and signed the contract. Gao Shuhe would have to wait until he finished his current project to start building Gu Zhongjing's house, but the road repairs could proceed first. Gao Shuhe's friend was named Lin Hong, also an honest and straightforward individual, and he currently had no projects, so they could begin any time. The road on Looming Mountain wasn't long, extending the existing path to the top would suffice, which was about 560 meters. According to market rates, including labor and materials, it cost 450 yuan per square meter, totaling approximately 250,000 yuan. After signing the contract, Lin Hong immediately went to Looming Mountain with his crew and started working fast. Gu Zhongjing didn't need to provide them with lunch, so all he had to do was go there every day to check. Most of his time was still spent tending to the vegetable fields down Looming Mountain. He even found time to take Little Ming to get surgery with the Dean and Aunt Ailey. After Little Ming's surgery, the Dean stayed at the hospital to care for him while Gu Zhongjing and Aunt Ailey looked after the other children at the orphanage. Time flew by quickly amidst the busy life, as the road construction progressed and Gao Shuhe's project was completed, followed immediately by the commencement of house construction up the mountain. Gu Zhongjing planned to build all the goose houses and his personal residence in one go. But building houses was costly, money flowed out daily. At present, he was making roughly 10,000 yuan every few days along with income from flower sales, so funds were temporarily sufficient. But he didn't want the process to drag on indefinitely, and just as the medicinal herbs in the space had ripened, Gu Zhongjing gave Mr. Qi a call. Upon receiving Gu Zhongjing's call, Mr. Qi was very pleased, though his words were teasing, "Is that you, young Gu? It's finally nice to hear from such a busybody. I thought you had completely forgotten about me." Gu Zhongjing understood the elder's childlike character and replied, "Old sir, don't say I haven't missed you. I've got some good stuff here, do you want it?" Mr. Qi knew Gu Zhongjing's steady nature. He usually didn't exaggerate, so if he said he could do something, he definitely could, just like saying he could treat his orchids meant he really could. Having initially built some trust, since Gu Zhongjing said it was a good thing, it surely must be good. Curious, he asked, "What's the good stuff? Is it worth your call?" Gu Zhongjing replied, "I've got an exquisite batch of Polygonum multiflorum and wolfberries. Would you like them, old sir?" Mr. Qi questioned with doubt, "Exquisite? Is it really that good? Where did you get it from?" Gu Zhongjing smiled, "That's none of your business. Just trust me, I won't deceive you." Without hesitation, Mr. Qi said, "All right, let me take a look then." After hanging up, Mr. Qi couldn't wait to call his driver and family doctor and set off for the Sunshine Orphanage. Actually, Gu Zhongjing approached Mr. Qi not just for selling his herbs but also to leverage Mr. Qi's network of connections. It wasn't really about making a bit of money. After all, Mr. Qi is just one person. How much medicine can he possibly buy? Even if Gu Zhongjing priced his herbs at 10 or 100 times the market price, Mr. Qi might only buy 1 or 2 pounds, which would yield some money, but honestly, not much. However, the vast upper-class social relationship network behind Mr. Qi was different. As long as his goods were excellent and distributed through these connections, would there be any worry about making money? Reasonably speaking, since Gu Zhongjing is now a streamer with tens of millions of fans, why not just open a Taobao store to sell herbs? But Gu Zhongjing didn't plan to do this. One reason is that it would be too troublesome, and the other is that it would stir up too much controversy. His herbs are expensive after all, and the prices could shock people. Most of his fans are ordinary people, and before they see results, Gu Zhongjing would face too much public opinion, and he doesn't want to waste energy on that. Therefore, from the beginning, his herbs in the space were intended for the high-end route. The herbs planted in the mountaintop garden will be slowly put on sale when the homestay opens. By then, he'll have more valuable items, and these herbs won't stand out so much. Mr. Qi arrived quickly. He had been wanting to come but had been delayed by a few old friends. He was burning with excitement to visit but felt embarrassed to express it. Gu Zhongjing's phone call came just at the right moment to solve his urgent need. Upon arriving, instead of rushing to see the herbs Gu Zhongjing mentioned, Mr. Qi excitedly went to find the dean. After searching around and not finding her, he asked. Kid Gu, where's your dean? Why don't I see her? Gu Zhongjing sighed helplessly. This enthusiastic display was intense. The dean is at the hospital taking care of little Ming. Mr. Qi quickly asked, which hospital? I'll go take a look. Gu Zhongjing countered, old man, are you here to see the herbs or to visit Mother Meng? Coughing, Mr. Qi responded, ahem, well, both. Both. Now show me your herbs. Let me tell you straight, if they're not good, I'm not buying. Without a word, Gu Zhongjing turned and entered the room to bring out the prepared herbs he had ready. The Polygonum multiflorum resembled human forms, with relatively large sizes. Gu Zhongjing hadn't gone out of his way to find special containers, just using a basin to carry them out, and the basin contained around 10 plants. The wolfberries were small, their bright red fruits looking very appealing. They too were carried out in a basin, fully packed, looking like there was probably 5 or 6 pounds. What hasn't Mr. Qi seen before? When these 2 Chinese medicinal herbs were brought out, he immediately thought they looked good, but he ultimately wasn't an expert, so he beckoned his family doctor over for an evaluation. Mr. Qi's family doctor was highly skilled, proficient in both Chinese and Western medicine, and regularly dealt with various kinds of herbs. These Polygonum multiflorum and wolfberries were ones he often encountered. Before coming, he actually suspected someone wanted to scam the wealthy Mr. Qi, although he didn't say anything then, he secretly planned to expose the fraudster on the spot if needed. But unexpectedly, the herbs Gu Zhongjing brought out truly were quality items. Looking at that Polygonum multiflorum, its appearance was perfect, each one resembling a black-skinned child who has matured. The thick and robust rootlets looked quite impressive. He had seen many artificially cultivated Polygonum multiflorum with good appearances before, but they weren't effective medicinally. Therefore, he asked, can I break one open and examine it? Nowadays, Polygonum multiflorum is mostly artificially cultivated, costing only 20 yuan or so per pound, so it's no rare herb anymore. Thus, he didn't think breaking it open would be a big deal. Gu Zhongjing simply smiled, sure, go ahead. With permission, the family doctor broke one open, checked the inside color, smelled it, and pinched a bit to taste it. After tasting, the doctor's eyes lit up, it was indeed good quality. Speaking of the difference between wild and artificially cultivated Polygonum multiflorum, the main difference lies in the fact that wild Polygonum multiflorum does not rely on any fertilizers or such. Growing to the size of an adult's palm purely depends on time, how many years it took to grow this large remains unknown. Dr. Chen immediately knew upon tasting it that this could never be artificially cultivated, it was too potent. After examining the Polygonum multiflorum, he turned to look at the wolfberries. He saw each plump and crimson berry piled together, with skin so thin they seemed ready to burst and release their red juice at the slightest touch. Carefully picking one up, he popped it into his mouth. The taste of the wolfberry was incredibly strong, bordering on bitter. These must come from a wolfberry tree hundreds of years old. Excitedly, he asked Gu Zhongjing, it's all true, isn't it? These are wild plants, aren't they? How much more do you have? I'll buy them all. Gu Zhongjing responded, they're not wild, I grew them myself. There's not a lot, but if you want, I can offer a discount. The wolfberries are 1,000 yuan per pound, and the Polygonum multiflorum is 1,000 yuan per plant. Dr. Chen choked in shock, how much? 1,000. And that's just for 1 pound. Even more extravagant, one single Polygonum multiflorum plant costs 1,000 yuan. This feels like robbery. What kind of golden treasure is this, priced so high? After all, on the market, wolfberries and Polygonum multiflorum only cost around 20 or 30 yuan per pound. Looking at Gu Zhongjing, who didn't appear to be a crooked merchant, how could he suddenly multiply the price by 40 or 50 times? Gu Zhongjing calmly repeated his offer again, leaving Dr. Chen speechless. It was clear that Gu Zhongjing had no intention of bargaining. But the quality was truly excellent, and Dr. Chen couldn't bear to pass up such an opportunity. Fortunately, money wasn't an issue for him, so he simply said, all right, I'll take everything on the ground. As soon as Mr. Qi heard this exchange, he got ready to pay but then grabbed Dr. Chen and said, hey. You're being unfair. If anyone should sell these, it's me, not you barging in. You can wait until next time, all of these belong to me. Dr. Chen retorted, why should they all be yours? Finders keepers, you know. Besides, you don't even need this much. You'll suffer from excessive nourishment if you consume too much. Also, you don't know how to process them properly, giving them to you would be a waste. Though officially labeled as Mr. Qi's family doctor, Dr. Chen was highly respected and renowned within the entire upper-class circle for his medical expertise. Everyone sought his favor because once people became wealthy, they always thought about their health. As a result, Dr. Chen held significant status in the circle. He and Mr. Qi were also longtime friends, bickering regularly like an old married couple. Now seeing these two old men arguing over the herbs, Gu Zhongjing chuckled and said, don't fight anymore. My supplies are limited, but providing for both of you won't be a problem. The two glanced at each other, both huffing indignantly, refusing to speak further to one another. They really were like old children, just moments before ignoring each other, but after Gu Zhongjing brought out 2 more basins, they reconciled instantly. Leaning close together, they started whispering intently, though Gu Zhongjing couldn't make out what they were saying. All he could see was Mr. Chi's eyes growing brighter and brighter as he gazed at the herbs. Gu Zhongjing took out the electronic scale he had already purchased and weighed the items. Mr. Chi's side had 4.3 pounds of wolfberries and 10 polygonum multiflorum plants, totaling 14,300 yuan. Dr. Chen's side had 5 pounds of wolfberries and 11 polygonum multiflorum plants, amounting to 16,000 yuan. In total, it came to 30,300 yuan. Dr. Chen said, "Mr. Chi, pay up." Mr. Chi frowned unhappily, "Pay your own share, I'm only paying mine." Dr. Chen replied, "You stingy old man, I didn't bring cash today, and I don't know how to use mobile payment systems. You cover it first, and when we settle my consultation fees at the end of the year, you can just deduct the medicine cost." Grumbling unhappily, Mr. Chi reluctantly muttered, "Fine, fine. You're not stingy, don't ask me for the money." After grumbling, he summoned his driver to fetch 30,000 yuan in cash and handed it to Gu Zhongjing, adding, "Forget the extra 300 yuan, just consider it a discount." Gu Zhongjing smiled, "All right, consider it discounted." This Mr. Chi really had a bit of a miserly side. After returning home, Mr. Chi directly handed the polygonum multiflorum and wolfberries to the Filipino maid, instructing her to prepare them appropriately either for cooking or steeping tea. He also reminded her to use them sparingly. The maid delivered the items to the kitchen and instructed the chef that the old man wanted medicinal cuisine, using the good ingredients sparingly. The chef understood and prepared a full table of dishes that evening, including 2 made from the herbs, polygonum multiflorum chicken stew and silver ear fungus with wolfberries. When the dishes were served, the Chi family was already seated at the table. Mr. Chi sat at the head, while others sat according to their generations, sitting formally. The Chi family had few rules, but Mr. Chi always maintained authority in front of his younger relatives, so no one dared to chatter casually. Only Chi Huiyang, who was closest to Mr. Chi, laughed and said, "Grandpa, what special occasion is today? Why did you call everyone back?" Mr. Chi had 2 sons and 1 daughter. The daughter wasn't married yet, but the sons were already middle-aged. The elder son had 3 children, 2 daughters and 1 son. Chi Huiyang was that only son. The younger son also had 3 sons, all of whom were already married with children, resulting in 4 grandsons and granddaughters altogether. This time, Mr. Chi summoned the entire family back home. Everyone thought Mr. Chi was about to announce something important. Instead, he said, "Nothing special. Today I managed to get my hands on some good stuff, so I just wanted everyone to come over and taste it." They looked at the dishes on the table. "Good stuff? Where?" Chi Huiyang's father scrutinized for a while before hesitantly pointing at the large pot of polygonum multiflorum stewed chicken soup and asked, "Dad, could this good stuff possibly be the polygonum multiflorum?" Mr. Chi nodded, "That's right, and those wolfberries too. Dr. Chen said these have at least 5 times the efficacy of what you'd find on the market. You're all young, yet one or another problem keeps cropping up. That's why I called you all here to try them. When you leave, take some back with you." Afterward, Mr. Chi specifically scolded his grandson who ran an online company, "Especially you, Hui Chen. Look at your hair, you're only 24 years old, and you're already losing it. What exactly do you do in your company that's worth it? Keep going like this, and how are you ever going to find a wife? After dinner, make sure to eat plenty of that polygonum multiflorum, maybe eating it will help regrow your hair." To tell the truth, mentioning it only made Mr. Chi angrier. His grandson Hui Chen was clever, always excelling academically, even known as a study god. For a long time, Mr. Chi liked him and Chi Huiyang the most, because Huiyang was ambitious, and Hui Chen was charming. But after Hui Chen started a network company specializing in game development, he began gradually losing his hair. Now he has to wear a hat or a wig every time he leaves the house, which became a major sore spot in Mr. Chi's heart. When Mr. Chi learned polygonum multiflorum could promote hair growth and darken hair, the first person he thought of was Chi Huichen. Embarrassed, Chi Huichen turned beet red when his grandfather pointed out his weakness in front of the whole family. He dared not look directly into his grandfather's eyes and muttered, "I understand, Grandpa, I'll definitely eat more later." True to his word, Chi Huichen ate the most during this meal. Not because he particularly wanted to, but because the whole family seemed to enjoy teasing him. Everyone kept piling portions onto his plate. Surprisingly, it actually tasted quite good. Other members of the Chi family didn't eat much because they'd eaten many fine things. Although this polygonum multiflorum and wolfberry dish had a pleasant taste, it wasn't impressive enough to warrant much attention. When the old man mentioned how potent the herbs were, everyone shrugged. It probably wasn't any different from what they usually ate. All medicinal herbs nowadays are artificially cultivated, their nutritional value is nowhere near what wild ones can offer. They took a couple of bites mainly because it was recommended by Dr. Chen and approved by the old man himself. By the end of the meal, only Chi Hui Chen and the old man had almost ignored the other dishes, finishing off the 2 medicinal dishes entirely, even drinking the soup. After the meal, each branch of the family returned home. Chi Jianghua, the eldest son, watched his wife apply skincare products at her vanity, lost in deep thought about something else. This upset his wife, and once she finished applying the last product on her face, she walked over and pinched him hard. "Chi Jianghua, ow. What did you do that for? Mrs. Qi, you've got some nerve asking me that. Speak. Are you thinking about some little fox spirit again? Qi Jianghua, if you have nothing better to do, go out shopping instead of daydreaming nonsense all day. Mrs. Qi, what were you thinking about earlier? I called you, and you didn't respond. Qi Jianghua didn't notice if she had called him or not and simply replied, I was wondering if Dad wants to remarry. Mrs. Qi, even if Dad does remarry, it's normal, Mom passed away so many years ago. Do you have any objections? Qi Jianghua, no, it's not that. Ugh, why is it so hot? Mrs. Qi, it is a bit hot. Winter's almost here, yet it's still so warm. Did you set the air conditioner too high? Qi Jianghua glanced at his already aging wife, suddenly finding her attractive today for some reason. On impulse, he moved closer. Interestingly, both wolfberries and Polygonum multiflorum share another benefit, nourishing yin and replenishing kidneys. As for Polygonum multiflorum, its uses are manifold. It's most famous for promoting hair growth and darkening it, but its functions extend far beyond that. It also lubricates the intestines, alleviates constipation, detoxifies, treats dizziness, palpitations, insomnia, tinnitus, nocturnal emission, dryness-induced constipation, chronic malaria-induced debility, itching caused by wind-related skin irritations, and yes, it can treat hemorrhoids too. Ordinary Polygonum multiflorum would naturally evoke no reaction. But what they had consumed was the high-quality variety grown by Gu Zhongjing in his mystical space. The effects of these herbs would manifest in multiples, and thus they became very noticeable. Most of the Qi family members hadn't consumed enough to cause diarrhea, but Qi Huichen was different. After returning home, he spent the night on the toilet, making nearly 10 trips and dealing with an unbearable stench. Yet, after it was all over, he felt unusually refreshed. The next morning, while brushing his teeth, Qi Huichen was surprised to find that the acne on his face had disappeared. When he washed his hair, not a single strand fell out. Half believing it, he wondered, could it really be because of the Polygonum multiflorum I ate last night? On Qi Lao's side, a similar situation occurred. He too stayed up all night relieving himself and, thinking his elderly constitution had led to weakened intestines from eating the wrong thing, quickly summoned Dr. Chen for diagnosis. After examining him, Dr. Chen told him that it wasn't due to eating the wrong thing, it was actually a sign of detoxification happening throughout the night. Qi Lao immediately thought about the Polygonum multiflorum and wolfberries. Upon testing his strength, he discovered that he didn't feel the usual fatigue, instead, his energy levels were incredibly high. Dr. Chen had experienced the same phenomenon. Called in early that morning for diagnosis, he didn't feel the usual irritability and was even in good spirits, with time to observe Qi Lao's hair. And as it turns out, when Dr. Chen took a closer look, he noticed something astonishing and exclaimed, Old Qi. Take a look in the mirror, am I seeing things? Your hair roots are turning black. Chapter 33, 10,000 word chapter, Part 3. Gu Zhongjing had no clue about the series of events that had occurred at Qi's family. Even if he did know, he would have only said one thing, anything from the space must be top-notch, it would be odd for it not to have an effect. Currently, every day he was fully immersed in Luting Mountain. The road was completed, and the house was being gradually built as well. He had taken out all the flower trees from his space that had already grown nearly 2 meters tall and planted them. It wasn't that he didn't want to grow them for half a year before taking them out, but he realized that if he actually grew them in the space for 7 years, then there was no way he could take out those osmanthus flowers. Fortunately, the soil inside the space was soft, otherwise, once those flower trees spread their roots too deeply, even he wouldn't be able to deal with them. Now, it was actually already quite difficult to dig them up. After almost 2 months of growth, those trees had stayed in the space for nearly 4 years, growing generally over 2 meters tall. It took him a lot of effort to dig them up, and this work couldn't be helped by others, it had to be done by himself alone slowly. It took him 2 to 3 days in the space each time just to dig out the trees, inevitably breaking some of the tree roots in the process. Planting the trees wasn't easy either, the trees were too heavy, requiring 3 or 4 people together to plant them down. There also needed to be 2 people digging holes on both sides of the road. Planting the trees was somewhat fine, mainly because he had to sneak into the warehouse late at night, release the trees from the space, and transport them back to Luting Mountain using a mini tricycle. This left him exhausted, wishing he could just give up altogether. But as soon as he thought about the upcoming blooming season when the vast fields would exude fragrant scents, Gu Zhongjing no longer found the work troublesome. Filled with motivation, he continued working busily. After planting trees for 7 or 8 consecutive days, Gu Zhongjing finally stopped. It wasn't because he finished planting. Instead, Yuan school break had started. Thinking about the fact that he and Yuan could be inseparable for nearly 2 months made Gu Zhongjing so excited that he couldn't sleep through entire nights. Ever since the day Chu Yan went to school, he had been looking forward to the summer break. Now that it had finally arrived, Gu Zhongjing got up early in the morning, ready to fetch Yuan's luggage. Dressed neatly and stylishly, Gu Zhongjing first called Aunt Lu Er and told her she didn't need to go work at Luting Mountain today. Instead, she was to come to the orphanage and take care of the children along with Aunt Ali. Aunt Lu Er was recruited among several workers a while ago to clear the bushes at Lu Village. Through observation, Gu Zhongjing noticed she worked diligently and avoided gossip, so after the bush clearing task was completed, he kept her and 4 other similar-minded villagers to continue working at the site. Now, they start work at 8 o'clock in the morning, head home for lunch at noon and resume work, and end their shifts at 6 p.m., earning 7,000 yuan per month from guzhongjing. To tell the truth, this salary could only be considered average within a city's manual labor industry. However, the advantage here was the close proximity to their homes, which is why many people wanted to work for guzhongjing. The people of Lu village all hoped guzhongjing would develop Luting Mountain better and better. With more job positions available, wouldn't they get more opportunities to work there? Therefore, guzhongjing and the villagers of Lu village maintained a good relationship. They greeted him warmly whenever they met on the road, hoping to leave a favorable impression so that future hiring preferences at Luting Mountain might favor them. When guzhongjing mentioned asking Aunt Lu Er to look after the children, she immediately agreed. She adored her current job and always followed her boss's instructions without any objections. Unable to wait for Aunt Lu Er to arrive, guzhongjing wore a mask and set off by bus. Chu Yan had to clean up the school premises during the morning, with the official holiday starting in the afternoon, but guzhongjing was already unable to wait. The earlier he went, the earlier he could see Yuan, otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to stay put at home anyway. Upon arriving at the school gate, guzhongjing entered a coffee shop nearby, ordered a cup of coffee and a piece of cake, and settled down. Chu Yan was still sweeping the classroom at the school, and later he had to return for a long lecture from his homeroom teacher. But these things didn't affect his good mood. His heart had already flown back to guzhongjing's side, making all his usual lethargic movements quicker today. His deskmate beside him asked, "Brother, is your boyfriend coming to pick you up today?" Due to the overly handsome and charming appearance of Chu Yan, the campus idol, he received numerous confessions daily from males and females alike. Tired of rejecting them constantly, Chu Yan simply announced outright that he already had a boyfriend. Now the entire school knew the school idol had a boyfriend, including the teachers. However, none of the teachers had ever seen Chu Yan's supposed mysterious boyfriend. Therefore, the teachers assumed Chu Yan merely stated this to escape from those pesky admirers, and instead, they started finding trouble for those who confessed to him. Just look at how our classmate Chu Yan has turned out because of you guys. You've even managed to force a boyfriend out of him. Are you bored with assignments or are you craving holidays? If you continue to bother Chu Yan, I'll call your parents. Thanks to the teacher's help, Chu Yan now felt much more relaxed and could go wherever he pleased. He no longer had to be trapped in the classroom by his admirers. Now the classmates were most curious whether Chu Yan really had a boyfriend or if it was a fabricated story to refuse them. For this reason, the various admirers used snacks to bribe Chu Yan's classmate who sat next to him, a typical otaku, asking him to investigate Chu Yan further. Chu Yan, hearing the question about whether his boyfriend would pick him up, answered without hesitation, yes. The otaku classmate asked, "Yan Zi, aren't we brothers?" Chu Yan glanced at him coldly, "No." The otaku classmate clutched his heart dramatically, "You've hurt me and yet you're laughing it off." Chu Yan replied, "If you're going to sing so poorly, then stop, it's embarrassing." Otaku classmate said, "Fine, I'll stop if I must. Though I'm not your brother, you're still my brother." Chu Yan sighed in exasperation. His classmate was too energetic, sometimes making it hard to follow his train of thought. "What do you really want to say?" The otaku perked up, "Brother. Won't you introduce your boyfriend to me?" "Can you?" Chu Yan asked, "Why would you even want to meet him?" The otaku responded, "I want to see the man who stole your heart, to check if he has wings." Chu Yan wondered, why would he have wings? Everyone says only an angel could match you, this little devil. The flirtatious tone made Chu Yan grit his teeth as he kicked his classmate's butt. The latter paid no attention and said, "I'll consider that as you agreeing. And don't sneak away without me." Chu Yan helplessly agreed. Since coming to this world, the only friend he'd made was this goofball. It was only natural to let him meet Gu Dudu. At 2 p.m., the homeroom teacher finally finished her long lecture, and Chu Yan went out with his otaku classmate Song Kai. Before they left, they heard many people discussing. "That boy waiting at the school gate is so handsome." Where? "The one wearing a mask, don't you see? Even with a mask, he's handsome. He seems familiar, though. Have you met him before? He looks very familiar. If he took off his mask, I'd probably recognize him. Someone this handsome isn't easy to forget." Chu Yan looked along with their discussion and thought, could it be Gu Dudu? And indeed it was Gu Dudu all dolled up for some reason. Trying to attract trouble, weren't you? Though, this big head did seem kind of cute. With a strange pride, he walked straight toward guzhongjing, while Song Kai hesitantly followed behind. Guzhongjing had been staring at the crowd for quite a while. He had heard the whispers but ignored them all. Being admired since he was young, in both this life and the previous one, such attention meant nothing to him. His focus was solely on the school gate, he didn't want to miss Yuan accidentally. So when Chu Yan appeared, he immediately spotted him, brightened, and quickly approached. Yuan. He called out affectionately and then took Chu Yan's backpack with one hand while using the other to hold Chu Yan's hand. Song Kai stared wide-eyed. They actually held hands. So the boyfriend thing was real. Such a combination between a handsome guy and the school grass was extremely attractive. Many people witnessed this moment, and the already noisy school gate grew even louder with cries of, "Holy crap," echoing everywhere. Holy crap, the school grass actually has a boyfriend. Ah, the school grass's boyfriend is also super handsome. So perfect together. I'm breaking up with him. Twice. Chu Yan's face flushed slightly, but he didn't release the hand holding onto Gu Zhongjing. He asked, when did you arrive? Gu Zhongjing replied, I came early this morning. Thinking you'd be off for holidays, I couldn't just stay home. Chu Yan listened to the care and longing in his words and smiled so brightly it blinded those who dared look directly. Song Kai felt completely ignored, timidly trying to get back into the picture. Yanzi, hurry and introduce me to your husband. Chu Yan responded, oh, you're still here. Song Kai. Definitely lacking in humanity, confirmed. Of course, Chu Yan had seen him all along. He was simply teasing him, satisfied with seeing his expressionless face, and then laughed loudly as he introduced Song Kai to Gu Zhongjing. Gu Zhongjing greeted him kindly as well, mainly because this good-natured fellow had a funny face, which genuinely made him feel no sense of rivalry whatsoever. After getting to know each other, Gu Zhongjing took them to have seafood. Though both Gu Zhongjing and Chu Yan tried their best to include Song Kai in the conversation, occasionally they couldn't help but mention Willow Mingshan. Upon hearing this, Song Kai became very curious and started asking questions incessantly. Gu Zhongjing explained that it was a mountain he personally leased and was currently developing. After listening, Song Kai became even more interested and immediately started pestering about visiting Willow Mingshan. School just got out today. Shouldn't you go home and spend some time with your family first, Song classmate? Song Kai whimpered dramatically, my parents went on their honeymoon yesterday. I know my parents are true lovers, I'm just surprised, wah. Chu Yan distanced himself from Song Kai irritably, why do you keep whining? Do you know how many people like you I could knock out with one punch? Humph, I don't care. I want to come and play with you guys anyway. Chu Yan despised this silly son of a landlord but still brought him along, though he warned beforehand, let me make it clear, I'm not charging you for coming along this time, but next time, there will be a charge. Song Kai came from a wealthy family and didn't care about the cost. He responded enthusiastically, no problem. Next time I'll bring my parents along, and you can overcharge them as much as you want. The three laughed and chatted through the meal, and Gu Zhongjing gradually became amicable towards his classmate. There was no way around it, Song Kai was extremely astute. Before Gu Zhongjing could even speak, Song Kai had already blabbered on about Chu Qing's incidents at school. Even more impressive was the fact that this high EQ yet slightly silly student had divulged such information right in front of Chu Yan without causing any negative feelings. This was indeed a skill. With this demonstration, Gu Zhongjing completely put his mind at ease regarding Song Kai's presence around Chu Yanshen. With such an active classmate around, the sight of Chu Yan wandering alone in the campus would most likely never occur again. By the time the meal ended, it was already 6 o'clock. Gu Zhongjing hadn't arrived on his tricycle, so the three of them boarded a bus, swaying back and forth, and returned to the orphanage. It was late today, so Gu Zhongjing simply didn't take them up the mountain. Instead, he arranged for Song Kai to stay in a guest room. Night had fallen by then. Aunt Lu had also gone home, and after helping Aunt Eli the children to sleep, Gu Zhongjing and Chu Yan finally had a moment to talk in their room. There was no bathroom inside the room. They always had to fetch water from outside for washing face or feet. As usual, Gu Zhongjing filled a basin with water and then took the kettle to mix in hot water until the temperature was just right before placing it by the bedside. Chu Yan sat on the bed while Gu Zhongjing sat on a small stool in front of him, reaching out to take off Chu Yan's shoes after holding his foot gently. Chu Yan didn't stop him. Over time, he had grown accustomed to Gu Zhongjing's peculiar liking of giving him foot massages. The first time Gu Zhongjing did it, Chu Yan was shocked and absolutely refused to let him wash his feet. However, over time, he gradually grew used to it and even began to enjoy the feeling of having his little feet held tenderly in Gu Zhongjing's hands. Gu Zhongjing's love for washing Chu Yan's feet stemmed from a bit of selfishness. Every time he cradled Chu Yan's good-looking and delicate feet in his hands, it gave him a sense of satisfaction. Of course, the main reason was that Chu Yan's feet were beautiful, soft and flawless, with not a single callus. Each toe was round and smooth, resembling jade sculptures with a pleasant pinkish glow. Strictly speaking, this fetish was a little weird. What Gu Zhongjing actually wanted to do the most was to bathe Yuan Yuan, but he had the desire but lacked the courage. So he settled for foot washing instead. He often consoled himself, it's all about cleaning Yuan Yuan. Isn't everything basically the same, flesh-wise? Each time he thought like this, he felt deeply satisfied. Gu Zhongjing wasn't unaware of how his brain switched to romance mode whenever he faced Chu Yan. But he simply couldn't control it. In those 10 years during the apocalypse, he had fantasized countless times about being with Chu Yan, missing him to the point where his heart ached continuously. Now that they were finally together, Gu Zhongjing wished to lock Chu Yan away, allowing only himself to see such brilliance. His Yuan Yuan was too outstanding, shining brilliantly wherever she was, capturing the admiration of countless people like himself. But now Yuan Yuan was obediently sitting here. Whenever he wanted, he could kiss his precious little one. Gu Zhongjing had become so content that his entire demeanor softened, forgetting about anything else. Looking down, Chu Yan saw Gu Zhongjing's stern face now smiling with satisfaction, and he too felt fulfilled, his lips unconsciously curling into a smile. Gu Zhongjing carefully washed, gently massaging each toe. Finally, when he picked up the towel to dry Chu Yan's feet, Chu Yan suddenly spoke. Mr. Bighead Gu, I have something to inform you. Gu Zhongjing paused, startled. Inform? Inform what? Before he even finished asking, Chu Yan had already continued, I've decided not to pursue further studies. Gu Zhongjing was truly stunned now, his emotions becoming overwhelmingly complex in an instant. Why have you suddenly decided not to study? Chu Yan, it's not sudden. I've been thinking about it for a long time. We've been in this world for 2 or 3 months, and we've also been apart from you for that same amount of time. I can't take it anymore. After hearing this, Gu Zhongjing's eyes instantly watered. While Chu Yan said he couldn't bear it, wasn't Gu Zhongjing the same? During the Apocalypse era, they were bitter rivals even though they were in the same base, and their psionic groups were near each other. Though they constantly butted heads every day, they had never actually spent so much time apart. Even when selecting missions, they would secretly conspire to choose the same one, covering their affection under the guise of competition. Back then, even during the apocalypse and while being adversaries, they never left each other's side. But ever since coming to this world, they'd managed to be together again only for age and societal obligations to force them apart, with no definite idea of how long this separation would last. Both were incredibly uncomfortable. Many times, he almost wanted to speak up and say Yuan, don't go to school, stay with me at Willow Mingshan. Now that we've finally found each other, why don't we just stay together for life without leaving each other? However, countless words remained unspoken as they choked on their tongues. He didn't want to let Chu Yan know about his nearly insane possessiveness hidden deep inside him. He wanted to present himself as Chu Yan's perfect partner, not the shackle that bound him. This world was beautiful and fascinating, and back then, Yuan was only 18 years old when she encountered the apocalypse, merely 1 year older than Chu Yan now. Yet she had no choice but to wield knives and guns, protecting herself and those around her. For 10 years, there had never been any ease or joy. Now that they had come to this world, he believed that Chu Yan deserved an incredible, regret-free life. Therefore, Gu Zhongjing buried all his unwillingness and greed deep within his heart, striving to create a space where Chu Yan could live freely and unrestrained. Through the entanglement of those 10 years, he had become used to quietly watching Chu Yan shine brilliantly from afar, lacking even the courage to express his feelings openly. He respected all of Chu Yan's decisions, never interfering with any of his choices, trying his best to suppress the beast roaring inside him, endeavoring to portray himself as generous and considerate. But now, Chu Yan says he can't take it. Only Gu Zhongjing himself knew the depth of emotion stirring in his heart. Lowering his head to wipe Chu Yan's feet, he concealed his reddened eyes. Back then, you hadn't even graduated when the apocalypse hit. I thought you might want to experience this campus lifestyle. Hearing Gu Zhongjing's slightly subdued voice, Chu Yan helplessly replied, why would you think that way? At that time, I didn't like studying at all, okay? What's so good about the campus life? Isn't it enough to have experienced more than 10 years of it in our previous life? I only agreed to go to school because I wanted to fulfill the dreams of the original body, that little person. I'm almost 30 years old, how could I like going to school? I prefer staying by your side. Only then did Gu Zhongjing realize that Chu Yan didn't actually like school nor had the desire to leave him. His heart swelled with happiness, slowly soaking into his soul like sunshine after the rain. It's better not to go. Just stay by my side, and we will never part again. Chu Yan, The excitement swelling in Gu Zhongjing's heart became hard to contain, but he didn't want Chu Yan to see such a fragile side of him. Without hesitation, he picked up the foot-washing basin and walked out. After disposing of the water, he lingered outside for a while, regaining his composure before re-entering the room. By then, Chu Yan had already lain down on the bed, his gaze catching Gu Zhongjing's for a moment. Gu Zhongjing realized right away that all his calmness earlier had been an act. As soon as he saw this person, all rationality disappeared. Walking quickly towards Chu Yan, he embraced him tenderly yet assertively, whispering in his ear, sorry darling, I'm a little happy. Moved by this vulnerable side of Gu Zhongjing, Chu Yan returned the hug and said softly, it's fine, I'm a little happy too. Reluctantly letting go of Chu Yan, Gu Zhongjing fixed his gaze steadily upon him. For a while, both of them laughed. A laugh filled with relief. After considering it, I think if I don't pursue my education, the dean won't agree, plus there's the original identity. He has always hoped to attend university through his own efforts and lead the life he loves. Since I'm borrowing his body, I must at least complete his dream. Therefore, I've decided to talk with the school about whether I can retain my student status and study on my own, taking the college entrance examination when the time comes. Seeing how everything was carefully arranged, Gu Zhongjing knew he must have contemplated it for a very long time. The waves of emotion inside him became uncontrollable, and lowering his head, he lightly kissed his lips. Chu Yan continued, it's just that I've been away from school for many years and have already forgotten all the knowledge. It will be very difficult to pick it up again by self-study. How could Gu Zhongjing let his darling worry like this? He immediately replied, don't worry, I'll study with you and teach you when the time comes. Chu Yan mocked him, with your half-baked knowledge, you're even worse than me. Gu Zhongjing retorted, hey, underestimating me, aren't you? Don't forget I have my space, if necessary, I'll go in there to study. I don't believe studying for a year or so won't help. Chu Yan pinched his waist. That's cheating. Gu Zhongjing, how can that count as cheating, sweetheart? That's called making good use of available resources. Chu Yan kept arguing back, and though they appeared to be quarreling, the smiles on both their faces reminded each other how happy they were. After Chu Yan decided not to attend school, Gu Zhongjing was filled with more energy, his spirit totally different. Classmate Song Kai directly felt Gu Zhongjing's joy and secretly asked Chu Yan, Yanzi, did your boyfriend find money or something? Why is he smiling so happily? Chu Yan looked at Gu Zhongjing feeding 3-year-old little Yu not too far away, the happiness on his face was quite evident. Is there? I didn't notice. Do you still want to go up the mountain? If you do, hurry up and finish eating. Song Kai was easily swayed. Upon hearing he wouldn't be invited, he quickly finished his meal, and after finishing, didn't forget to stuff another bite of scrambled eggs into his mouth. Yanzi, how does your boyfriend improve his cooking skills? This dish is too delicious. I never used to eat eggs, but the tomato scrambled eggs your boyfriend makes are amazing, no fishy taste at all. Chu Yan was a little smug. I don't think he trained much, he just stir-fried casually. If you like it so much, then have some more. Anyway, you probably won't get to eat such delicious dishes anymore. Song Kai, Yanzi, if you keep talking like this, I'll cut ties with you. Can't you let me be happy for a couple of days? Just as the two were bickering, Gu Zhongjing over there had finished feeding, came over, and said to both of them, Yuan, go put on a jacket, I'll grab 2 umbrellas and we'll head out. Song Kai, why take an umbrella? Gu Zhongjing, I checked the weather forecast. It might rain today. The sky had been gloomy since early morning, and the cold winter rain made the heart ache. Gu Zhongjing worried that if it rained on the mountain later, they would surely catch a cold if they got wet. Gu Zhongjing was riding the small tricycle, with Chu Yan and Song Kai sitting on a little stool in the rear compartment. Song Kai joked, this little open carriage isn't bad, can even enjoy the wind. Gu Zhongjing rode slowly, without any bumpiness. Chu Yan looked at the newly repaired road and the lush osmanthus trees by the roadside, asking Gu Zhongjing, when do these osmanthus trees bloom? Gu Zhongjing, from September to October next year, and when they flower, I'll make osmanthus cakes for you. Song Kai enviously said, I want to eat some too. Brother-in-law, make sure to save some for me then. Gu Zhongjing, since you called me brother-in-law, come over any time and eat as much as you want, until you're full. Song Kai delightedly replied, alright, thank you, brother-in-law. As Chu Yan listened to them talk, his eyes kept roving around the mountain. It had been half a month since his last vacation return, and the difference on the mountain now compared to then could be described as night and day. On both sides of the smooth road stood meters-tall osmanthus trees, and every so often there was a pavilion equipped with stone tables and chairs. Through the pavilions, one could see well-arranged orchards, about a meter tall, all flourishing and extending their branches vibrantly. The path leading to the top of the mountain was now a shady boulevard. In winter, it was somewhat chilly, but in summer, it would definitely be cool and comfortable. After an hour of riding the small tricycle, they finally drove out of the osmanthus-lined avenue, arriving at the end of the creek. There was no longer any desolate tranquility there, buzzing construction sounds filled the air. Workers were continuously constructing around 3 or 4 rustic-style villas that were already taking shape, varying in height. They seemed to be scraping exterior paint and installing windows, while inside, other workers were tinkering with water and electrical pipes. Around the villas stood a few exceptionally tall trees. Chu Yan knew those were cherry blossom trees, which Gu Zhongjing had mentioned to him. Looking at this, Chu Yan felt a touch of estrangement, sighing deeply in his heart. Luckily, he decided not to continue studying, otherwise, their home would be built entirely without his participation, and this feeling would indeed be unpleasant. Unaware of his thoughts, Gu Zhongjing proudly showed Chu Yan, Yuan, do you like it? Chu Yan, I like it. Gu Zhongjing said, in about a week, it will be ready. Then we can go buy furniture together. After airing it out for a month, we'll be able to move in. Chu Yan seriously suggested, there's some empty space around the house that could be fenced with white wooden picket fences to enclose the area. We could also hang swings on the cherry blossom trees. Oh, and let's set up a grape trellis in the yard. Gu Zhongjing carefully noted each suggestion down and planned to ask Gao Shi later where he could buy the white wooden picket fences. Song Kai looked at how the two were interacting in the environment of Willow's Singing Mountain. He was envious. Brother-in-law, is this what you guys call a homestay? It's so beautiful. When it's all decorated, I'd love to stay here for a while. Can I? Gu Zhongjing said, the middle one isn't a homestay, but the others are. If you want to come and stay, I'll give you a discount. After inspecting the house conditions, the 3 of them wandered to other parts of the mountain. Gu Zhongjing said that between the orchards, they would lay down pebble pathways. Chu Yan's heart felt warm at this idea, so he said he'd like to personally lay the stones. Gu Zhongjing always accommodated his requests. The two discussed plans on how to develop the mountain, giving Gu Zhongjing a sense of satisfaction, imagining that Chu Yan would work with him in developing it, exciting him so much he wished they could start immediately. Song Kai interjected opinions occasionally. The 3 of them toured the place before heading down the mountain. On the way down, Song Kai said, brother-in-law, I think you should consider building a wall around Willow's Singing Mountain. Think about it, your whole mountain is covered with fruit trees, and there will be flowers too. What if someone sneaks in and damages everything? At the very least, an electrified fence or security camera should be installed, Song Kai added. Gu Zhongjing, after hearing Song Kai's remarks, laughed and said, everything you mentioned must be done. But as you know, your brother-in-law simply doesn't have enough money right now. We'll talk about it again after some time. Anyway, nothing has been built yet on the mountain, so who would bother causing trouble now? It's often said that bad things happen when people speak carelessly. Though Gu Zhongjing thought no one would dare mess with him at this moment, he forgot Zhao Qiuling. Last time, Zhao Qiuling had hired internet trolls to smear Gu Zhongjing, hoping to destroy his live streaming career with just one blow. Her plan wasn't flawed, any ordinary streamer would have surely fallen victim to her scheming. Unfortunately, Gu Zhongjing was not an ordinary streamer. He was a broadcaster married to a hacker, which made him extremely non-ordinary. The leader of the trolls' plan hadn't even started before Chu Yan dismantled it thoroughly, inflicting significant damage on Zhao Qiuling, leading directly to the collapse of her hard-built goddess image. While online comments weren't too damaging, since Zhao Qiuling could simply ignore them, what truly hurt her were the gossip and rumors circulating at school and within social circles. Since that incident, wherever Zhao Qiuling went, people whispered behind her back. Everyone knew she was manipulative, venomous, and obsessive. Not only did her past admirers stop circling around her, even families once eager to forge matrimonial alliances with her ceased mentioning such prospects altogether. Once the beloved princess surrounded by admirers, Zhao Qiuling now found herself universally disliked. How could she endure this? Thinking over and over, she blamed everything on Gu Zhongjing. Had he not refused her initially, none of these events would have unfolded. Outraged, she commissioned more investigations into Gu Zhongjing and discovered he had contracted another mountain, already developing it effectively. This enraged her. She had been ruined because of Gu Zhongjing, but Gu Zhongjing kept flourishing and had even partnered with the Qi family. Zhao Qiuling realized that if she didn't strike down Gu Zhongjing decisively this time, she might never have another chance to harm him again. So, this time, she contacted some thugs personally. Gu Zhongjing must have spent all his money developing this mountain, right? Then she would have the thugs rip out all the saplings he painstakingly planted and smash his house to pieces. For every construction Gu Zhongjing initiated, she'd tear it down again. She wouldn't believe Gu Zhongjing had endless funds to keep rebuilding. Thinking of Gu Zhongjing crying helplessly at his losses made Zhao Qiuling delighted, and after negotiating the price with the thugs, she drove off in her red Porsche to shop. Gu Zhongjing had no idea Zhao Qiuling was lurking like an incessant rat, constantly keeping tabs on him. He was busy editing a post on Weibo. Lately, he streamed live every few days. His fans had witnessed firsthand the transformation of a barren hill filled with bushes into something magnificent under Gu Zhongjing's hands. This evoked a stronger sense of personal participation among his audience. Whereas other fans nurtured idols, his fans cultivated a mountain. As the beauty of Willow Singing Mountain unfolded progressively, fans clamored for Gu Zhongjing to open up homestays as soon as possible. They couldn't wait to visit. Additionally, the vegetables grown downhill from Willow Singing Mountain were watched closely by his followers from seed to harvest, carrying an inexplicable sentimental connection. Fans clamored, wishing to try them. Gu Zhongjing's fans urged him to open an online store as soon as possible, no matter the price. They all wanted to buy some of his produce and try it. They jokingly said that while others cloud-raised cats, dogs, or pandas, they cloud-raised vegetables, it would be a betrayal of their gifts if they didn't taste what they helped cultivate. With such compelling reasons, Gu Zhongjing agreed that it made sense. However, he had previously signed an exclusive supply contract with Quan Wei Zhai, so retailing wouldn't be suitable. Since selling wasn't an option, only giving them away remained. Gu Zhongjing checked his fan count, which had just broken the 10 million mark, and decided to hold a lottery event. The first 1,000 winning fans would each receive 2 pounds of every vegetable variety that had matured. As soon as the Weibo post went up, the comments section exploded. Drawl may all the gods protect me, I have to win vegetables personally grown by my husband. Brother Vegetable is generous. What's this brother vegetable nonsense? Laughcry.jpg. You're right, these kinds of lottery events should happen more often. You simply don't understand the pain of seeing but not eating. Daily reminder, Arbiter, do you remember how many days it has been since your last live stream? While Gu Zhongjing was reading through the comments, Song Kai accidentally caught a glimpse, then. You're Arbiter. You're actually Arbiter. My goodness, you're really Arbiter. Gu Zhongjing felt helpless at Song Kai's gopher scream, I remember being a face-revealing streamer, are you realizing this only now? Song Kai was still astonished, I thought you just looked like Arbiter. Gu Zhongjing, I've been live streaming farming and building Willow Singing Mountain, so are you saying you failed to recognize Willow Singing Mountain? Song Kai was shocked, aren't you supposed to be a game streamer? Gu Zhongjing. Classmate, are you new to the internet? I haven't streamed games for a long time. Song Kai, no, I'm too shocked, let me calm down. So, instead of streaming games now, you're streaming farming? Gu Zhongjing, correct answer, but no prize. Realizing how outdated his information was, Song Kai quickly borrowed Chu Yan's phone and started searching keywords, Arbiter. The web page instantly filled with numerous push notifications. Various headlines like, renowned streamer Arbiter forced out of school after failing to get a certain miss to reciprocate, Arbiter grows vegetables. What did Arbiter do to upset Jiang Xiao with strong background from the recording scandal? Arbiter's trembling hand ends his gaming career, Arbiter's game livestream compilation. Throughout Song Kai's confusion while devouring the gossip, he considered himself half a fan of Arbiter's. Why half? Because he paid less attention to Arbiter's looks and more to his gameplay, occasionally throwing in tips when aroused. His family conditions were good, pocket money abundant, and his phone was practically inseparable. With summer vacation approaching, Song Kai's parents confiscated his phone, promising to return it after the holiday. This led to him only finding out about Arbiter's recent news now. Worse still, his parents left on vacation, telling him to leave the phone at home and spend more time reading rather than gaming. But playing games was nowhere near as enjoyable as going out to play with friends, so without hesitation, Song Kai followed Chu Yan to the orphanage. It was there he discovered his gaming mentor turned out to be none other than Gu Zhongjing. He was both shocked and heartbroken, especially after learning that bullying had caused Gu Zhongjing's hands to tremble, making him unable to continue gaming and forcing him to rely on farming streams for a living. Goodness gracious, how pitiful. He stared tearfully at Gu Zhongjing, making Gu feel uneasy. Then, with a whimper, he moved to embrace Gu Zhongjing in a loving hug. But Chu Yan pulled him back. What are you doing? Song Kai, my idol is so pitiful, I want to give him a comforting hug. Chu Yan responded dominantly, I'll take care of comforting my man myself. Song Kai belatedly remembered that his idol had found love, his classmate was his girlfriend, and today, they had climbed the mountain together to enjoy the scenery. Not only did Gu Zhongjing own an entire mountain, he wasn't pitiful at all. Then he rubbed his eyes, returned to normal, idol, rest assured, last time something big happened and I couldn't say a word in your defense, but if anyone ever disses you again, I'll battle them back 100 times. Chu Yan observed the landlord's naive son, contemplating whether to inform him that she herself exposed those people's ugly faces during the previous incident. But looking at his excitement, she decided against it. The village internet classmate was also quite pitiable, so she would just let him remain innocent forever. After this small detour, Song Kai became even more diligent towards Gu Zhongjing. Being both an idol and his brother-in-law, Song Kai wished he could stay in the orphanage forever. Song Kai only hoped that Gu Zhongjing could teach him a trick or two about gaming, so when he went back, he could dominate the field. As Chu Yan looked at Song Kai with eyes of care for a fool, the classmate Song Kai eagerly helped Gu Zhongjing with his work day after day, growing increasingly proficient. Gu Zhongjing felt helpless because he himself didn't know how to play games well, and Song Kai's eagerness was all in vain. It was at this time that Elder Chi's phone call came in. Before Gu Zhongjing had a chance to exchange pleasantries with him, Elder Chi's hurried voice already rang through, Young Gu, do you still have any polygonum multiflorum or goji berries? How much? I'll take them all. Gu Zhongjing generally used speakerphone in front of Chu Yan, so she also heard it. The two exchanged glances as Gu Zhongjing leisurely said, Old man, they've been working well on you, haven't they? Elder Chi seemed to realize he had sounded too eager, but there was no way he could help it. It had been 7 or 8 days since he returned from Gu Zhongjing's place, and all the herbs he had bought were already consumed. All of his sons, daughters, grandchildren, granddaughters swarmed over to his place daily, snatching those medicines from their old man. If Dr. Chen hadn't said these drugs were too potent and couldn't be eaten every day, they would probably have devoured them all within 2 or 3 days. It wasn't that the Qi family lacked sophistication, it was just that the efficacy of those herbs was simply too good. After eating them for just a few meals, the old man's hair had turned black again. Even Qi Huichen, whose balding head actually started to grow new hair. The sensations of others were also very intuitive. The elders of both branches of the Qi family were already somewhat advanced in age, with graying hair, forcing them to dye their hair once a week for image reasons. But this time, they found their roots never turned gray by the next week. Their hair quality became smoother, shinier, and even better than in their youth. This feeling was most directly appreciated by several females of the Qi family. A head of pitch-black shiny long hair made people ask where they had it done when they went out, making them happy. Moreover, each of them began having intermittent diarrhea, but not the kind caused by illness. It was detoxifying diarrhea. Afterwards, they all felt incredibly refreshed, with their skin improving visibly. Coupled with their husbands' newfound vigor each night, well, polygonum multiflorum really was something great. Speaking of goji berries, those who used to suffer from insomnia and frequent dreams, now fell sound asleep until dawn after consuming 1 bowl of tremella goji soup each day, waking up with boundless energy and able to work all day without fatigue. With only half a caddy of goji berries left at home, the old man was heartbroken every time he brewed water. So after much thought, it was necessary to address the issue from the root. If things ran out, well, wouldn't they still have them here with little Gu? Chapter 34, The Gangster. After hearing Gu Zhongjing's words, Gu Zhongjing was not surprised. After all, he had been cooking medicinal dishes in the courtyard every 1 or 2 days for a while. With so many people, it wasn't feasible to be meticulous, so they simply stewed chicken, duck, and spare ribs. They had been eating these continuously for 10 days already, and the changes among everyone in the courtyard were remarkable. The dean's silver hair was now jet black and shiny. Aunt Ailey, though with short hair, looked no less impressive than the dean's long hair, it was all equally black, shiny, smooth, and growing fast. In the past, the children would wake up in the middle of the night, crying uncontrollably. Now, that was no longer the case. Not just the kids, but even the adults had great sleep quality and woke up fully refreshed with no issues at all. Aunt Ailey and her husband took care of the children as if it were child's play. It didn't tire them at all. The dean had spent the last few days at the hospital taking care of Xiao Ming. However, ever since Xiao Ming started eating the medicinal food, his condition steadily improved. After getting the doctor's approval, Xiao Ming could return home. Now, where is the weak-hearted look on Xiao Ming? Each day, he was brimming with energy and eager to play with his fellow children in the courtyard, looking like he would dash off if someone wasn't keeping an eye on him. The dean had once asked Gu Zhongjing whether the herbs they consumed daily were expensive, why the effects were so good, and why he shouldn't waste money on old bones like hers. Gu Zhongjing told her everything was grown by himself, and the seeds only cost a few yuan. He said there's no need to worry about eating them, they could be wasted for fun without any issue. Since then, the dean stopped conserving anything. She ate whatever she wanted, and what she couldn't finish was fed to the chickens and ducks, making the meat quality of the poultry better. Ever since Gu Zhongjing came back, the dean has always had a smile on her face. This boy has grown up, knows how to be filial, how could she not be happy? Remembering the time when Gu Zhongjing said he would stay to take care of them, he really kept his word. Look at how much the courtyard has changed. Whatever the children want to eat, Gu Zhongjing can provide. Their clothing needs are taken care of too. Gu Zhongjing gave the dean money, asking her to buy each child 2 new outfits per month. Now, the children in the orphanage, other than lacking parents, live no worse than other families' children. Each day, they become more confident, walking upright instead of hunched over, feeling free to express themselves in school. They have all gradually become more excellent. All these changes are due to Gu Zhongjing. In just 3 or 4 months of his return, he brought such significant change, causing the dean to reflect deeply upon this each time she thought about it. Speaking of these things might stray too far, but let's focus on old Chi's side. Eagerly wanting to buy more herbs, Gu Zhongjing naturally did not hesitate. I have 20 pounds of goji berries left, and 38 polygonum multiflorum roots. Would you like them all? Gu Zhongjing wasn't lying, he indeed only had this much with older herbal age in his space, considering the courtyard's consumption and the fewer quantities he cultivated. He worried cultivating too much might extend the herb's efficacy duration and create difficulties explaining the difference later on. He had already decided to pursue a high-quality route. Currently, he lacks money but plans to construct a mountain and build a factory there after its completion, using diluted herbs to create skincare and health products. Not only would they sell for higher prices, but they also wouldn't be as risky. Old Chi was delighted to hear about the large quantities available. He had assumed there wouldn't be much here, but he never expected this much abundance. Fearing unforeseen circumstances, he quickly summoned the driver to leave immediately. Just as they were stepping out, he coincidentally met Qi Huiyang, who, hearing the old man intended to visit the orphanage, followed along. He needed to establish a relationship with Gu Zhongjing. Judging from the situation so far, this young man wasn't ordinary. With so many excellent items under his command, forging a relationship meant potentially receiving some shares of these goods in the future. Old Qi also agreed with Qi Huiyang's idea, and both set off together. When they arrived at the orphanage, everyone was still waiting for them to eat dinner together. The children had already finished their meal and went off to play, leaving only a few adults chatting in the living room. Finally noticing their arrival, everyone proceeded to the dining hall. Some dishes were cold, so Gu Zhongjing reheated them. Although Old Qi was in a hurry, he hadn't eaten food cooked by Gu Zhongjing for a long time, genuinely missing it. Moreover, when he entered, he immediately saw Meng Tsongyu. His eyes were glued onto her, unable to move away. Meng Tsongyu's hair had turned black, her skin taut, and now, she looked merely around 50 or so. As Old Qi stared, his cheeks flushed red, embarrassed to keep staring. These changes during the meal did not escape Gu Zhongjing's keen eye. Mentally, he mocked the old man, if you like her, then do something. What's with all the hesitation, so cowardly? Little did he know, he wasn't much different either. Having waited 10 years to act on his feelings for Chu Yan, which one of them was more timid? Qi Huiyang nudged his grandfather under the table, trying to stop him from acting so embarrassingly, but instead, the old man glared at him furiously, making him stop immediately. With ears and eyes fixed on waiting for Gu Zhongjing to reheat the dishes, Qi Huiyang saw the little boy Wang Yudong next to him admiring how Gu Zhongjing flipped the wok and started teasing him. Little buddy, how old are you? Wang Yudong replied obediently, I'm 15. 15 already, which grade in middle school? Junior 3. How's your study going? It's okay. Qi Huiyang thought this younger brother was quite amusing, answering every question with just a sentence, and he looked obedient too, which immediately piqued his interest as he kept engaging him in conversation. Everyone at the table was chattering noisily, and soon enough, Gu Zhongjing had reheated the food and brought it back onto the table. They were all familiar faces, so no formalities were exchanged as they dug into the meal right away. Though reheated, the flavors remained as delicious as ever, and everyone stopped only when their stomachs were full. After the meal, Old Qi could not wait to leave the dining room, unwilling to make eye contact with Meng Tsongyu even once. Meng Tsongyu chuckled at how amusing the old man could be sometimes. Old Chi had come here for herbs, and Gu Zhongjing did not disappoint him. After dinner, he handed over the dishes to Aunt Ailey and went into the room. He grabbed 2 burlap bags, entered his space, and took out those 38 Polygonum multiflorum roots and 20 pounds of goji berries, dragging them out of the room. When Old Chi saw him come out, he felt unbearable heartache. Rushing forward in one step, he took over the items and started scolding Gu Zhongjing. You take it slow. My goodness, aren't you ruining such good things? Gu Zhongjing gave an awkward laugh. He hadn't actually anticipated that. Seeing Old Chi's anxious expression made him realize he should have used some high-end gift boxes to pack the goods initially. Once Old Chi took over the goods, he carefully opened it up, checking the portion dragged on the ground and finally sighed in relief after finding no damage. You naughty child, isn't this thing meant to be dragged like that? What if it gets damaged and affects the efficacy? Gu Zhongjing, Grandpa, I have a feel for it, I wouldn't ruin it. Only then did Old Chi let it go and turned around to command Chi Huiyang, give the money to Mr. Gu. Chi Huiyang was flabbergasted. Grandpa, wasn't it you who wanted to buy? Why am I giving the money? Old Chi stared him down. Did you eat less last time when I bought it? Stop complaining and pay quickly. His money was reserved for buying orchids, and there weren't enough left for medicines. The previous payment was due to consideration for Gu Zhongjing and Dr. Chen, but now with the big spender grandson here, why would he pay? Chi Huiyang knew how stingy his grandpa was, helplessly stepping forward to tell Gu Zhongjing, Brother Gu, can we transfer? Gu Zhongjing nodded, sure, anything works. Chi Huiyang logged into his mobile banking and transferred 5,580,000 yuan directly to Gu Zhongjing. 2 minutes later, Gu Zhongjing glanced at his phone message in astonishment and looked at him saying, there's an extra 5 and an extra 0, mate. This medicine is 58,000 yuan. Chi Huiyang, the surplus will be used for the children to buy something to eat and wear. Gu Zhongjing understood. Chi Huiyang was trying to win him over. He didn't hesitate and accepted the money, saying, all right, I'll thank Brother Chi on behalf of the younger ones. Chi Huiyang, don't mention it, as long as Brother Gu keeps me in mind for next time if you've got something great. Gu Zhongjing, of course, no matter whom I forget, I won't forget about Brother Chi. After exchanging pleasantries, Chi Huiyang left with the reluctant Old Chi. Gu Zhongjing transferred the money to the dean's card. When the dean learned that this was Chi Huiyang's donation to the orphanage, she remarked, he has a kind heart. Zhu Yan commented beside her, this person knows how to be discerning. Gu Zhongjing, Yuan's right, let's get along first. Time reveals people's hearts, and if he turns out to be a good one, perhaps we can deepen our friendship. The dean looked fondly at both of them. You guys have grown up, handle these matters as you see fit. I can't help much, just don't get taken advantage of. Seeing the dean's expression, Zhu Yan realized it was a good time to bring up something, so he pushed her towards the study. Mom Meng, I want to say something to you. Gu Zhongjing watched them walk away, shook his head with a smile, and returned to the room. He still needed to enter the space to dig up trees. If Yuan wanted to handle his own issues, then he wouldn't interfere. Under the cover of night, a van cruised down the road, blaring loud DJ music inside, audible even from outside. Inside the car, several young men swayed to the rhythm with the DJ beat. The yellow-haired youth in the driver's seat didn't bother with a seatbelt, completely ignoring safety regulations since they were in the outskirts where surveillance was scarce. They were heading towards what seemed to be a mountain. It wasn't particularly noticeable under the darkness of night, yet it appeared endless upon glance, suggesting its vast size. A road extended from the highway at the foot of the mountain upward. On both sides were osmanthus trees, and in the night, there were occasional bird calls and the sound of flowing streams, echoing in elegant tranquility. One of the youths dozing off in the back seat woke up suddenly, looked out the window, and asked, Brother Wen, are we here yet? What a lousy place is this? Why is it so far? The yellow-haired driver cursed, I'm driving my ass off and I don't think it's far, but you're already whining. Don't you know how to look ahead? Not bothered by the scolding, the youth replied, ahead? Not likely, these trees are too tall. Miss Xiao wants them all pulled down and chopped up. It's just us few doing that. The others were yawning incessantly. One of them said irritably, pull as many as you can. Why are you talking so much? As they were speaking, the car arrived at its destination. The engine was turned off. 5 figures got out of the car with loud music blasting out. They directly went up the mountain. At the orphanage. Gu Zhongjing held Chu Yan, who wasn't sleeping comfortably, tightly within his arms. Without realizing, he gathered Chu Yan closer each time, confirming that Chu Yan was still safely in his embrace. For some unknown reason, Gu Zhongjing didn't sleep well tonight, waking up from his dream twice. He felt he had a bad dream, but upon waking up, he couldn't remember what it was about. Now it was the same. He furrowed his brows, his closed eyes moving unconsciously. Suddenly, he jolted awake, feeling a bit uneasy. He glanced at Chu Yan, who had only recently fallen asleep, remembering before bed that Chu Yan couldn't fall asleep either, saying he always felt something was about to happen. He did not believe that 2 veterans from the apocalypse world could be uneasy for no reason. Yet, he also couldn't think of what might occur, thus comforting Chu Yan back to sleep. Unexpectedly, even in dreams he couldn't find peace, waking up twice without knowing why. Tossing and turning for quite a while, unable to sleep anyway, Gu Zhongjing decided to quietly let go of Chu Yan and stood up. After dressing appropriately, he was ready to step out. Chu Yan heard the slight noise and woke up, asking him, "Where are you going?" Gu Zhongjing apologized, "Did I wake you?" Chu Yan shook his head, "Anyway, I couldn't sleep well either." "Where are you heading?" "Gu Zhongjing, I thought of taking a stroll on the mountain since I am already awake and won't be able to sleep." Chu Yan, "Then I'll go with you, I don't want to sleep either." After hearing this, Gu Zhongjing came over and draped a coat around Chu Yan. Waiting until he was ready, they pushed the little tricycle outside the door of the yard. It was midnight already, starting the car inside the courtyard would awaken others. There was a tiny seat next to the three-wheeler driver's side where Chu Yan sat directly beside Gu Zhongjing, sitting shoulder to shoulder and chatting while heading towards Lu Ming Mountain. "Honey, are you cold? If you are, come sit behind me, I'll shield the wind for you." "Not cold, I don't want to go back, I want to stay close to you." "Then lean on my shoulder. Put your hand on me, and I will warm it." "All right. In a few days, the house will be pretty much finished. By then, I'll install air conditioners and put a few units in the yard. I saw frostbite on some of the younger ones in the yard today." "All right, all will be installed. Also, I wonder if because our bodies have changed that makes us delicate. A few degrees feel so cold now. In the apocalypse, -20+ degrees didn't feel like anything. Without those abilities anymore, naturally resistance decreases. And you're a southerner, so it's normal that you can't handle the dry coldness of the north. Once the air conditioner is installed, you better stay indoors." "No, I want to work with you when we go out. It's almost snowing, I won't go out either. Let's eat hot pot at home." "Stop teasing, you made me hungry. Let me cook you a bowl of beef noodles after we return." "All right." They snuggled together, talking as the car drove slowly and silently, which made every sound in the woods clear. Gu Zhongjing had excellent hearing. As soon as the small three-wheeler entered the mountains, he heard sounds. He immediately became alert and further slowed down the speed. After listening for half a while, he asked Chu Yan, Yuan, do you hear any sound?" Chu Yan also heard it, "It seems someone is cutting down trees." Both locked eyes. Gu Zhongjing turned off the three-wheeler, they got out silently, and moved stealthily towards the source of the sound. Not far ahead, 2 or 3 young men were swinging axes, cursing loudly while cutting down osmanthus trees. About 10 meters behind the osmanthus trees, there was an apple orchard where 2 figures were continuously pulling out apple trees. There was already a big pile of apple trees lying on the ground. Next to the apple tree area, the cherry tree patch was already completely ravaged, with cherry trees scattered all over the ground, toppled over every which way. Fury surged through Gu Zhongjing, erupting from his toes to the top of his head, suppressing the violent rage that had been bottled inside. The hidden energy exploded like a volcano. The angrier he became, the calmer he grew, lunging at the men like a leopard in action. Chu Yan was equally infuriated, knowing fully well what Gu Zhongjing had sacrificed for Lu Ming Mountain. On the surface, it seemed as though Gu Zhongjing had only been busy for a few months, but in reality, he'd already worked hard for years within the space. All this effort was to build a haven they could call home and create a safe place for each other in this world. Yet now, their home was being ravaged by others, and Chu Yan's eyes nearly bled with anger, teeth clenched in hatred. His movements were no slower than Gu Zhongjing's. Following closely behind, he sprinted toward the reckless bandits who knew not the peril they faced. Gu Zhongjing moved swiftly, reaching the bandits in a few strides, prompting several startled cries. "Ah! There's someone! Run! Damn it, how could there be someone here at this hour?" The group shouted and fled quickly, abandoning their axes, startled beyond measure by the sudden appearance of Gu Zhongjing. Already guilty from sneaking around to cause destruction under cover of darkness, panic took hold when they were discovered. Forgetting all resistance, their sole thought was to escape as fast as possible. But Gu Zhongjing wouldn't let them go. Swinging his fists, he struck the nearest bandit, knocking him to the ground, unable to rise. He immediately pursued the others while Chu Yan efficiently subdued another one running toward him before turning to deal with yet another. Both were powerful survivors from the apocalypse, and overwhelming these small-time criminals was effortless. Within minutes, all 5 were bound up. Enraged almost to the point of explosion, Gu Zhongjing had no intention of calling the police, imprisoning them for a few days would be far too lenient. How dare they destroy what he held so dear? Chu Yan's handsome face tensed coldly, like snow atop an icy peak. His fierce glare pierced through the captured intruders as he gritted out, "Who sent you? To be wreaking such havoc on Lu Ming Mountain so late at night, they had surely destroyed several acres of orchard." He and Gu Zhongjing had been uneasy all evening. Sure enough, someone had truly been sabotaging things. If not for this impromptu patrol, tomorrow morning could have brought even greater losses. Gu Zhongjing's eyes blazed red as he picked up the axe the bandits had used to cut down osmanthus trees. Without hesitation, he chopped off a finger of one of the captives. A scream erupted as the young man's little finger fell instantly to the ground, but Chu Yan gagged him swiftly, pulling off a strip of cloth from the captive's shirt and stuffing it into his mouth. Terrified by Gu Zhongjing's cruelty, tears streamed down the others' faces as they pleaded for mercy. "2 senior brothers, please let us go. W. We won't do it again, whoa whoa whoa. It was Zhao Qiling who told us to do this, brother, we're wrong, we truly know we're wrong, please let us go. Daring not to raise their voices, overwhelmed by Gu Zhongjing's fearsome aura, ready to chop off hands without warning, they had never met someone as ruthless. These were street hoods accustomed to collecting protection fees around high schools and junior highs, unaccustomed to facing someone as ferocious as Gu Zhongjing. Chu Yan appeared unconcerned by Gu Zhongjing's actions, glancing casually at the trembling men. Zhao Qiling. She really doesn't give up, does she? What else did she tell you to do? Terrified to death, the thugs spilled everything. She gave us 200,000 yuan, telling us to destroy everything we could on the mountain, including the house if possible. No matter how many times you rebuilt, we were supposed to keep destroying. Brother, we've said everything we know, please, spare us. Closing his eyes and taking a deep breath, Gu Zhongjing murmured softly, Zhao Qiling, I gave you a chance, yet you repeatedly challenged my bottom line. Impressive. Opening his eyes again, he coldly addressed the captives, I'll give you an opportunity. Bring Zhao Qiling here at the same time tomorrow night. If I don't see her by then, deal with yourselves as you see fit. Then he added menacingly, don't think about reporting me to the police. If I'm capable of cutting off your hands, ending your lives would be just as simple. Turning around, he spoke to Chu Yan, Yuan, turn around. Hearing this, Chu Yan obediently turned, understanding Gu Zhongjing likely intended to document evidence of the damaged fruit trees. Having survived the apocalypse, neither Gu Zhongjing nor Chu Yan were strangers to conspiracies or bloodshed. They weren't inherently good people, it was just that this world had given them some peace and beauty, and in return, they had chosen to hide the darker, more violent sides of themselves. But should anyone dare to cross them, then sorry, any harm inflicted on them would be entirely self-inflicted. Chu Yan didn't find fault with a single thing Gu Zhongjing did. If anything, if he'd been in Gu's position, he'd have done the same. Whoever dared to lay hands on their beloved fruit trees better prepare themselves for the consequences. A few minutes later, the group of thugs limped along, supporting one another as they dashed toward their van. The driver tremblingly attempted several times to open the car door but failed every time until the group finally managed to work together and force it open. They immediately revved the engine and fled at breakneck speed. As if pursued by demons, they fled in sheer terror from the two figures who seemed like devils incarnate. One of the youths whose hand had been severed continued to bleed profusely. Clutching his severed finger, he was both frightened and desperate, urging Huang Mao repeatedly to drive faster so they could get to the hospital and reattach the digit. Huang Mao refrained from snapping back, driving recklessly fast under the dire circumstances. If there was anyone they hated most right now, it was Zhao Qiling. Had it not been for her, none of this misfortune would have befallen them. As for the two men on the mountain, they didn't even dare to harbor hatred, they shook in fear at the mere thought, never mind retaliating. Back up on the mountain, Gu Zhongjing and Chu Yan stood silently surveying the destroyed tree seedlings scattered across the ground. Their anger had not diminished in the slightest. Gu Daxiong, why didn't you make them plant the trees before letting them leave? Chu Yan asked bitterly, his tone filled with frustration, not aimed at Gu Zhongjing but at the goons and Zhao Qiling instead. Gu Zhongjing came over and gently patted Chu Yan's head. The forbidding look softened slightly as he said, I don't want their filthy hands touching our fruit trees again. Chu Yan reluctantly accepted this explanation, that's fair. Let's get to work. With so many fruit trees, we might not finish planting anytime soon. Chapter 35, Pervert. The next day, the same dead of night. Zhao Qiling had her hands and feet tied with ropes, her eyes blindfolded, and black duct tape stuck over her mouth, a classic kidnapping pose. She was terrified to the core, her whole body trembling, fearing that the kidnappers would harm her to keep her quiet. She prayed they would contact her family soon to ransom her, though she wasn't sure if they'd spare her life given the wealth of her family. Right now, she deeply regretted why she impulsively contacted these thug scum on her own. Knowing they were bad people yet she went ahead and meddled, only for them to come after her instead of troubling Gu Zhongjing as she intended. It must have been how easily she handed over money that aroused their greed. Now, how could this weak woman, utterly defenseless, protect herself? She was in a state of panic and fear, yet she forced herself to remain calm, desperately thinking about how to escape. If she could return home, she wouldn't let these people go unpunished. Each one of them will be dismembered into pieces. Just like what she did to that girl when she was 18, she crushed her bones inch by inch, then buried her in the walls of her newly developed residential complex. So flawlessly executed, who would ever discover that classmate, missing for years and judged as having been abducted, was still entombed within the wall of some neighborhood? Why should that little bitch dare to compete for her classmates' attention? If it was anyone's fault, it was hers for being too beautiful. That expression of the girl's death, those unrepentant eyes still glaring at her, still brought Zhao Qiling immense satisfaction even now. These worthless scum, if she got out of this safely, she'd make sure to chop them up and feed them to dogs. Her mix of maliciousness and fear twisted her face, but since her eyes were bound by a black strip of cloth, she couldn't see the group of kidnappers who looked more frightened than her. The 5 men silently drove the car, none of them spoke. One of them had his finger tightly bandaged. Fortunately, he made it to the hospital last night on time, saving his finger although it would never bend again. They didn't dare to hate Gu Zhongjing, instead directing all their hatred towards Zhao Qiuling, so without hesitation, they lured her out under the pretext of showing her photos from the scene. Since Zhao Qiuling dared to plan all this, how could she possibly end well once she fell into their hands? Anyway, they didn't dare to call the police either. The only thing that consoled them was the revenge this woman was about to face. When they arrived at the location Gu Zhongjing specified, the five sat quietly in the car, occasionally glancing at the time, silently rehearsing what to say, worried about making mistakes that might bring trouble. The weather grew colder, as if it were about to snow. Gu Zhongjing and Chu Yan spent the entire night planting trees last night, and today during the daytime, they worked with a few employees cleaning up the broken branches, replanting new trees where necessary. Both were extremely busy all day, so they slept soundly that night until the alarm woke them up. Finally a day off, I thought we could sleep in, but these people came to ruin it. I'm annoyed, Chu Yan complained. Hearing his mumble-speak voice, Gu Zhongjing advised him, sweetheart, maybe you shouldn't come. It's so cold on the mountain, I can't bear it if you get frozen. But Chu Yan persisted without stopping his actions of putting on shoes. No way, it'll be too boring for you alone. I'll go with you. After much dilly-dallying, the two finally arrived at last night's designated meeting spot, where the group of hooligans was almost frozen stiff. Upon seeing the duo arrive, the gangsters quickly greeted them carefully, not daring to be careless. Big brother, we've brought the person here. Can we leave? Gu Zhongjing glanced at their cautious expressions and smirked. You guys seemed pretty excited pulling out trees and cutting them down last night. What happened now, afraid? The gang quickly flattered him, saying nice things. Gu Zhongjing didn't care much to listen, casually saying, alright, you guys go. Remember, she's the one you kidnapped. Speaking out of turn won't lead to a good outcome. The five were already complicit with Gu Zhongjing's scheme, not daring to utter any nonsense. After promising not to say anything, they jumped onto their van and fled. Their van didn't have license plates, and there were no surveillance cameras on Looming Mountain. Thus, they drove further, passing 2 cameras, ensuring they had successfully distanced themselves from Looming Mountain before abandoning the car. The 5 ran away along a small path, not daring to look back. They were this cautious because they knew Zhao Qiuling probably wouldn't fare well tonight. They all knew that tonight's incident must never be mentioned to anyone, as the person was tied up by them. If something happened to Zhao Qiuling, they wouldn't escape unscathed either. Gu Zhongjing didn't know the situation on the gangster side, and even if he did, he wouldn't care. Anyway, he was just a law-abiding citizen and had done nothing wrong. He put on a pair of gloves, walked over to Zhao Qiuling who was bound at the side, and pulled out the cloth ball stuffed in her mouth and tore off the black blindfold covering her eyes. The first person Zhao Qiuling saw after regaining her vision was Gu Zhongjing. She completely fell apart, utterly failing to imagine that it was Gu Zhongjing who had kidnapped her. In her mind, Gu Zhongjing was still that orphan with no background who she could bully however she wanted. She had always assumed that last time's online fiasco was an accident, for which she severely punished the leader of the hired trolls afterwards. Moreover, she also plotted once again to ruin Lu Mingshan. In her mind, Gu Zhongjing would absolutely dare not to resist, especially since Gu Zhongjing was well aware of her family's influence. Gu Zhongjing. It's you. How dare you kidnap me? Gu Zhongjing smirked coldly, I can even kill you, do you believe me? Zhao Qiuling was startled, but her mind was clear enough. After knowing that Gu Zhongjing was the one who had kidnapped her, disdain quickly took over her emotions. She actually began threatening, if you dare touch a single hair of mine, I'll make your life worse than death. And there's the orphanage. Upon mentioning the orphanage, the originally rather interested mood Gu Zhongjing had while watching her performance instantly worsened. His expression turned severe as he broke both of her legs. In extreme pain, Zhao Qiuling screamed. Only now did she begin to fear, Gu Zhongjing's cold gaze telling her that he truly cared little for human lives. She started begging for mercy, imploring Gu Zhongjing to let her go and promising that she would never bother him again. But Gu Zhongjing no longer intended to waste words on her. This woman was like a parasite clinging to his bones, without crushing her completely, there would likely be constant trouble from her in the future. Gu Zhongjing simply wished to live quietly and did not want to deal with a crazy woman. Hence, he acted without hesitation. He had killed so many people and zombies that he couldn't count them himself, he definitely did not care about Zhao Qiuling's wretched life. However, he needed to consider what to do after committing murder, or else given his feud with Zhao Qiuling, the police might trace this back to him, causing trouble in the end. Gu Zhongjing drew his dagger and pointed it at Zhao Qiuling. Various gains and losses flashed through his mind rapidly. Chu Yan seemed to have noticed his concerns and thus took out his phone, turning on the recorder. Someone like her must have committed plenty of immoral deeds. Let's interrogate her first. Facing the sharp tip of the knife so close to her, Zhao Qiuling was terrified to the point where her heart nearly leapt out of her chest, flustered and disoriented, fearing Gu Zhongjing really intended to kill her. Upon hearing Chu Yan's words, she clutched onto this lifeline as if it were salvation. Yes, I've done immoral things. Please spare me. I've murdered someone, yes, I have. Aya, please spare me Gu Zhongjing. I'll tell you where the body is buried, just let me go. I will never disturb you again, Wah. Her face covered in tears and snot, crying and pleading pitifully, was unbearably grotesque. Gu Zhongjing felt somewhat irritated looking at her but unexpectedly glanced at Chu Yan upon hearing her confession. Speak then, who did you kill? Why did you do it? Where's the body? Who helped cover it up for you? Chu Yan had only made a casual suggestion, thinking this type of manipulative person must have done countless misdeeds, but neither of them expected that Zhao Qiling had actually killed someone. Some people look good on the outside but are thoroughly rotten inside, hiding their dirty and smelly secrets behind a fresh and dazzling facade. Already scared stiff, Zhao Qiling revealed her greatest secret without considering the consequences, holding nothing back. It turned out that when she was in high school, there was a girl in the same school who was very beautiful and came from a good family, and was highly popular in school. There were small competitions and frictions between them occasionally. From that girl's perspective, it was a process of healthy competition, but in Zhao Qiling's view, it was as if the girl had taken away all the attention that should belong to her. Out of deep jealousy for that girl, during her most manic phase, she lured the girl to the residential complex she was investing in and constructing at that time. Then she suffocated the girl to death, shattered her bones into pieces, twisted her body into a tiny lump, and hid her within the walls of one of the suites in the complex. The entire operation was carried out solely by her, without any help from others. To better complete her plan, she even specially learned how to operate cement mixer trucks and secretly poured the girl into that perpetually dark wall overnight. Afterward, she went to school as if nothing happened until news of the girl's disappearance was exposed. Then, everywhere she spread rumors that the girl had been abducted, and eventually those false rumors became accepted as the truth. Later, the girl's family all believed that the girl had truly been kidnapped, and they were still searching everywhere for their daughter even now. Perhaps thrilled by her confession, Zhao Qiling temporarily forgot her fear. The bitch's family even came to ask me if I'd seen her. Haha, of course I've seen her, it was my own hands that moved her into the wall. The bitch's remains are in the suite that I've always kept. I stay there from time to time, it's so damn comfortable over there. After listening, Gu Zhongjing fell into a rare silence. This woman was beyond description. This is sheer perversion. After hearing Zhao Qiling's story, Chu Yan also felt somewhat at a loss, asking Gu Zhongjing, what do we do now? Turn her over to the police or just eliminate her? Gu Zhongjing was also conflicted. Is it really okay to let someone this deranged go? She can live together with a girl she personally buried in a wall without being scared, she even considers the house comfortable. She's already like this, if we let her go, she will likely forget tonight's terror quickly and retaliate against us. As Zhao Qiling said, she may not be able to deal with Gu Zhongjing, but what about the orphanage? Even if Gu Zhongjing reports to the police, even if Zhao Qiling gets the death penalty, she still has a family. If they raised her like this, her family probably doesn't have much moral compass either. In that case, the orphanage would face danger as well. Gu Zhongjing couldn't take that risk. In his heart, Chu Yan was always first, second was himself, and third was everyone at the orphanage. Gu Zhongjing absolutely wouldn't give anyone an opportunity to harm those close to him. But here's the problem, if they don't report this, the innocent girl would never be found, and her tragic death and suffering cannot be overlooked by Gu Zhongjing. Gu Zhongjing looked at the woman who was almost delusional with complex emotions, picking up the cloth ball and stuffing it back into her mouth again. If Lin Yang were still here, he could use his mental power to simply turn her into an idiot, no need to worry about her blabbering nonsense, making it easy to handle however we want. Upon hearing this, Chu Yan's eyes lit up, isn't that simple then? Afraid she talks too much? Just cut out her tongue. And writing? Cut off her hands and solve that problem too. Gu Zhongjing, dear, isn't that a bit too bloody? I don't want to touch her dirty tongue. Chu Yan, then do you have a better solution? Gu Zhongjing helplessly replied, alright, wait here for a moment. Chu Yan agreed and went to sit on the small tricycle. Gu Zhongjing grabbed Zhao Qiling and directly entered the space, reappearing exactly half a minute later. Seeing that Gu Zhongjing was clean and tidy, Chu Yan was satisfied and asked, shall we go home? Gu Zhongjing, yes, let's go. In recent days, the criminal investigation team of City A was in turmoil, all members wishing they could split themselves in two to manage everything. The reason behind the chaos was an anonymous audio file sent to the police squad. The audio meticulously recorded the process of how a wealthy heiress, Zhao Qiling, confessed to her murder. According to the recording, she killed a classmate out of jealousy and embedded her into the walls of the residential complex her family invested in. Furthermore, she retained possession of the suite concealing the girl's body, staying there occasionally. It wasn't clear whether Miss Zhao had left evidence while committing the crime which compelled her to disclose her actions or if the sender was merely an unknown person. Regardless, the criminal investigation team placed high importance on the audio. They immediately dispatched personnel to the residential complex mentioned in the audio, breaking into the flat, and inside the house burying the corpse discovered Zhao Qiling, blind, mute, armless, legless, earless, and tongueless. After taking Zhao Qiling away, the police inspected the complex's surveillance cameras and dug into the walls. Indeed, they uncovered a twisted and decayed corpse inside. Upon verification, it turned out to be the very girl Zhao Qiling spoke of in the recording. While the girl's missing person case was now resolved, the perpetrator who inflicted such injuries on Zhao Qiling remained at large. The police conducted overnight investigations into the residential complex's surveillance system, Zhao Qiling's circle of friends, and her recent whereabouts. Then they discovered that everything seemed normal, except Zhao Qiuling's movements after her last outing had entirely vanished into a mysterious haze. The surveillance of most routes during that same time frame was blank, and no matter how they tried to restore it, it remained unresponsive. Similarly, the video footage of the complex also went blank during a certain period. The trail abruptly ended, the only certainty being that Zhao Qiuling had been retaliated against. However, Zhao Qiuling had offended far too many people, forcing the police to summon them one by one for questioning. The prime suspects were naturally the deceased girl's family. After all, they had the motive. Yet, upon thorough investigation, the family provided neighbor testimonials proving they had been at home on that day. The same was true for everyone else, as they all had alibis proving they hadn't left during the time when the surveillance went out. This included Gu Zhongjing, the online celebrity who had a grudge with Zhao Qiuling. The orphanage dean and the children could vouch that he hadn't been anywhere that day. The case was shrouded in fog from beginning to end. The bureau had always been led by the nose, as if only uncovering the killer Zhao Qiuling while being unable to find any other clues. Even more infuriating was the fact that although Zhao Qiuling was a murderer, the Zhao family's attitude irritated everyone in the department. Armed with some influence, the Zhao family continuously pressured the department to investigate who had mutilated Zhao Qiuling. But just as the Zhao family tried to use their power to force the issue, the family of the victim exposed the case to the media. They weren't foolish, knowing they were prime suspects, they feared retaliation from the Zhao family. They decided it would be better to expose their daughter's cruel death at the hands of Zhao Qiuling right from the start. With that move, the Zhao family would surely refrain from doing anything further against them. As they had anticipated, after they hired journalists to publicize the story, the news headlines were dominated by Zhao Qiuling's murder case for the next half-month. Her brutal retaliation evoked no sympathy, but instead, the internet was flooded with voices of approval. Deserved it, people like her should not meet a good end. The girl was so pitiful, she suffered because she was beautiful. I hope we never find the mysterious hero. Beauty is the original sin. How did the Zhao family raise such a monster? Living together with a corpse for 4 to 5 years without fear, is this how all the Zhao family members are? Better not say anything bad, or the ZJ people might come after you. God. Suddenly thought about arbitration, was this an escape for Zhao Qiuling? Under the attack of public opinion, the stock prices of the Zhao family's company plummeted, and it never recovered. Several years later, it declared bankruptcy. As for Zhao Qiuling, despite her miserable condition, there was no doubt regarding her act of murder. She had to pay the price for what she had done. In response to the appeals of the family of the dead girl, Zhao Qiuling was sentenced to death, with a suspended execution. The person who threw Zhao Qiuling into the house was never found by the police throughout the investigation, leaving the case unresolved. However, these were matters of the future. At that moment, Gu Zhongjing was still discussing with Chu Yan about helping the victim's family further damage the Zhao family's plans, cutting off their idea of harming them. After all, this was Gu Zhongjing's doing and had nothing to do with the victim's family, he didn't want to involve them. Chu Yan understood his thoughts and put his skills to work. Regardless of how much effort the Zhao family made to remove the news and hashtags from trending topics, it would reappear on all major media outlets soon enough. To say the entire event owed its success most to Chu Yan, it was thanks to him hacking into the surveillance and erasing all evidence that Gu Zhongjing wasn't sitting in the police station drinking tea now. Unlike before, when they were simply summoned for questioning about his whereabouts and released afterward. To express his gratitude, Gu Zhongjing lay clean on the bed waiting for Chu Yan's favor, offering repayment in flesh. Chu Yan couldn't bear the disdain, kicking him off the bed and scolding him, "Mr. Gu, are you itching again? Offering me meat compensation, I know you're just trying to take advantage of me." Gu Zhongjing muttered softly, "If my wife sleeps with me every night and I don't have feelings, am I still a man?" Chu Yan didn't hear clearly, asking, "What are you mumbling about?" Gu Zhongjing shook his head quickly, "Nothing, darling, what do you feel like eating? Let me make it for you." "Chu Yan, I want roast duck, not store-bought, homemade." Gu Zhongjing agreed readily, securing a kiss and rushing out to buy an oven. He'd even cook human flesh without hesitation if Chu Yan asked. Without the rat perpetually watching over them in the background, both felt incredibly relieved, working harder than ever. After working with them for 2 days, Song Kai was called back home by his parents. Gu Zhongjing, with Chu Yan, replanted all the trees up the mountain and moved into the newly built house. Taking advantage of Gao Shihe's group still being around, Gu Zhongjing hired them to build a fence around Looming Mountain, a big project indeed since the area was enormous and it would take at least a month to finish. The cost was no small sum, but Gu Zhongjing wasn't worried, earning live streaming tips and selling herbs every 2 days, just barely covering the expenses. Feeling the pinch financially, Gu Zhongjing started another live stream on the very day the house was finished. The wooden villa, paired with cream-colored walls and terracotta red tiles, exuded a natural charm with its irregular arrangement of colors in light brown hues, offering a fresh and relaxed ambience. There were a total of 8 villas, situated at varying heights, hidden gracefully under the cherry blossoms. Their designs were simple yet harmonious, with a subdued color palette. Several villas were arranged around the largest one at the center, resembling an unconventional quadrangle courtyard. Surrounding it was a white wooden fence, and inside, there was a stone platform 10 centimeters higher than the ground that currently stood empty. But Gu Zhongjing had already made his plans, to build a white wooden grape arbor here, place rattan tables and chairs beneath it, plant grapevines, so that next year they could enjoy the shade, take in the views, and savor delicious food while seated here. On the left side near the stream source, a fish pond was dug out. The water flowed from a realistic lotus leaf-shaped mud platform into the pond before continuing downstream. Although many areas still needed finishing touches, the site was already beautiful enough to make fans roar with anticipation. When will it open? I don't care, I'm coming to Looming Mountain tomorrow, I can't wait any longer. I want to live with you, when are you opening up the homestay? Just imagining the cherry blossoms blooming next year, oh man, just thinking about it gets me weak-kneed. Isn't building the fish pond at the source a bad idea? If people unknowingly drink the stream water later, won't it be filled with fishy odors? Quit being a stick in the mud and get lost. One drop of blood pleads for the homestay to open. The barrage of comments flew too fast for Gu Zhongjing to read clearly, so he simply replied, the house has just been built, we need another month for everything to settle properly. Otherwise, if you come and something goes wrong, how would that be? Please endure for a little longer. But if everyone really wants to visit, I can open up reservations early, to avoid chaos later on. After cracking this small joke, Gu Zhongjing picked up his phone to take them on a virtual tour of the house's interior decoration. The furniture had been bought by Gu Zhongjing and Chu Yan 3 days prior. After the workers arranged them according to their requirements, they left. Now, Chu Yan was making final adjustments. Gu Zhongjing knew Chu Yan was adjusting the furniture, but he assumed Chu Yan was working on the one where they lived, so he entered a smaller villa. As soon as he walked in, he saw Chu Yan. Chu Yan was hanging a painting on the wall, arms raised high. His shirt was pulled upward slightly, revealing a stretch of pale, slim waistline. When he heard Gu Zhongjing enter, Chu Yan turned back and flashed him a smile. His stunningly beautiful features looked even more dazzling against the backdrop of the oil painting on the wall. Are you done streaming? Gu Zhongjing's face turned green. He quickly covered the camera lens and hurriedly exited the villa. He was seething. How many times had he himself seen Yuan's delicate waist? Chapter 36, Everyday Sweetness. No matter how regretful he was, the audience in the live stream still saw Chu Yan, and the chaotic state of the live room vividly demonstrated the sensation caused by Chu Yan's beauty. I saw it. What is this face of supreme beauty? So handsome, little brother. Arbitration. Let go of the camera. I want to see the handsome young man. Face-smashing blow. I'm dead, I'm dead. Arbitration, you come out and explain clearly, what's your relationship with the handsome young man? Ayawa. So beautiful. Shit, my nose is bleeding. Look at your lack of achievement, all you can do is scream like a marmot. Should we be screaming now? This is the moment to say, I will. Divine looks. Top grade enticing bottom. Locked forever. Waist, so slim waist. Gu Zhongjing covered the camera and also blocked the screen, so he didn't see the exploding barrage of comments. His mind was still regretting his carelessness. He never let Chu Yan show his face during his live streams and had no intention of letting Chu Yan show his face. His Yuan was a treasure, his personal treasure. He was like the dragon guarding the treasure, as long as someone showed even a little covetous thought for his Yuan, they had better be prepared to be driven away or even retaliated against. During the apocalypse, countless people wanted to win the favor of his Yuan, and it was the same in modern times. Don't think that he didn't notice the glances those kids gave Yuan when he went to school, he was fully aware of it. He just took into account Chu Yan's feelings and didn't want the sourness to reach his Yuan, so he never mentioned it. Moreover, he firmly believed that Chu Yan only had him in his heart, and no one could take Yuan away from him. However, his possessiveness always made him feel that the whole world wanted to steal his thunder. Just one school was already like this, let alone the millions of fans in the live room. Gu Zhongjing had known long ago how good-looking Chu Yan was. His appearance was top-notch even in the entertainment circle. If Chu Yan wanted to mix in the entertainment industry, even without acting skills, he could survive on his looks. But the fact that Chu Yan was so good-looking meant that once he revealed his face, he would attract countless admirers. Therefore, Gu Zhongjing never considered letting Chu Yan show his face, even though he knew that doing so would certainly attract a lot of face fans to his live room. His selfishness wouldn't allow his treasure to be exposed before the public. It wasn't that he feared he couldn't protect the treasure, he detested those coveting gazes. Of course, if it was Chu Yan himself who wanted to appear on screen, then even if he were reluctant, he would painfully let Chu Yan interact with these people. But Chu Yan never thought of relying on his face to eat. He had already caused a lot of trouble because of that face from childhood till now, and even the wasted 10 years with Gu Zhongjing partly stemmed from his face. To him, the pretty face attracting Gu Zhongjing was sweet and proud, but he didn't want to attract anyone else now. Beauty brought him a lot of trouble. If the beautiful face caused trouble for Gu Zhongjing, he would hate his own face. So after Gu Zhongjing left, the smile on his face faded. But their thoughts didn't represent the fans' thoughts. The fans were still shouting in the live room wanting to see Chu Yan. Gu Zhongjing's face looked unpleasant. After he exited the villa, he said to the live stream, "There's someone in there, we won't look for now, let's check other places first." The fans were dissatisfied with his attempt to shift topics and insisted he clarify who was in the room. Seeing the situation spiraling out of control, Gu Zhongjing reluctantly explained. Everyone stop fussing, my friend doesn't like showing his face. I'll take you to see other places. After several attempts to change the subject, the fans realized he no longer wanted to talk about this matter, and most rational fans stopped demanding to see Chu Yan. After all, this was arbitration's live room. Gu Zhongjing had already said the person didn't want to show his face, so continuing to demand it seemed unreasonable. But not all fans were so reasonable. Some younger fans and some trolls started stirring up chaos, but rational fans were still more numerous. As soon as a flood of messages appeared, the trolling comments were quickly suppressed. Gu Zhongjing also stopped discussing this topic. He took the fans around a few already decorated villas again, set the next live streaming time and reserved the homestay time, then logged off. After logging off, he returned to the villa where Chu Yan had been. When he entered, he immediately saw Chu Yan sitting on the sofa fiddling with the swan ornament on the table. Yuan, I'm sorry. Chu Yan glanced at him. What happened just now? Gu Zhongjing quickly apologized. I didn't know you were here just now. I came in without realizing the live stream was still on. Chu Yan, did my face show up? Gu Zhongjing looked dejected. Yes, but only for a few seconds. I exited right away. Chu Yan, if it showed, then so be it. We'll have to reveal ourselves to tourists eventually, this is just earlier than expected. Gu Zhongjing was still a little upset, as if the whole world had discovered his treasure. Chu Yan could clearly see his melancholy and felt somewhat gleeful. He said, you deserve it for barging in without checking if there's someone inside. Gu Zhongjing felt even more regretful after hearing that and shifted closer, inch by inch, until he was beside Chu Yan. Yuan, I feel bad. They all want to take you from me. Chu Yan saw how he was acting and started feeling sorry for him. I'm not going anywhere. What do you have to worry about? But they saw you. I don't want others to see you. You belong to me alone. Humph. I don't even want others to see you, yet you let them see you every day. I won't let them see me anymore. I'll just show myself to you. Roll away. Who would look at your big ugly face anyway? I'm not rolling away. I want to kiss you, or I'll still feel bad. As they cuddled together, the conversation veered off topic, and Gu Zhongjing's unease lessened significantly. Watching Chu Yan sit in the house he designed, his heart suddenly softened immensely. He moved closer to Chu Yan, pulling him into his arms for a tight embrace. Whispering solemnly into his ear, he said, honey, I can finally give you a home. Chu Yan froze momentarily before feeling an overwhelming surge of sorrow. Home. It had been 10 years since he had heard this word. He never thought he would hear it again from Gu Zhongjing's lips, truly, making him unable to hold back tears. He and Gu Zhongjing had been in this world for 3 or 4 months and always felt like something was unreal. Family, comrades, zombies everywhere, the devastated world, these things they were once most familiar with were all gone. The only one left beside him was Gu Zhongjing. They deeply loved each other but lacked a strong sense of belonging to this world. But today, Gu Zhongjing said they had a home. Though the orphanage was also their home, strictly speaking, it belonged to their previous bodies. It wasn't the home of Gu Zhongjing and Chu Yan. Tears brimmed in Chu Yan's eyes as he obediently leaned against Gu Zhongjing, burying his head into his chest. Unable to restrain himself any longer, he began crying. His tears seeped into Gu Zhongjing's clothes, but due to the thickness of his outerwear, he didn't feel it. He reached out to gently caress Chu Yan's back and said, although we can't move in yet, at least we now have a home. Do you like it, honey? With red-rimmed eyes, Chu Yan nodded in Gu Zhongjing's embrace, too choked up to say anything. He knew Gu Zhongjing had always understood his inner unrest, and without uttering a word, had worked diligently to build the house as quickly as possible so he could feel more secure. That's why he loved Gu Zhongjing so much. Gu Zhongjing was always dependable, silently taking on all the pressure without telling him. In the past, even though he knew Gu Zhongjing took on various dangerous missions, he only thought Gu Zhongjing was competing with him, worsening their relationship. But when he viewed things from another angle, he realized Gu Zhongjing had been protecting him from start to finish. Gu Zhongjing had been busy building the house during this time, and after its completion, still remembered to ask if he liked it. The gratitude welling up in Chu Yan's heart was indescribable through words. Reposing in Gu Zhongjing's arms, he replied, I like it. After answering, he asked again, Gu Zhongjing, do you love me very much? Gu Zhongjing tightened his arms around his slender waist, silently replying with a single mm. Afterward, feeling that the single sound was too insufficient, he voiced, love you so much. Upon hearing his words, Chu Yan muffled in his arms, I love you too, so much. After hearing Chu Yan's confession, every last bit of jealousy Gu Zhongjing felt because Chu Yan was seen by everyone earlier disappeared completely. Now, he only had eyes for the person in his arms. They confessed their love to each other in their newly built home, not knowing that the live streaming incident wouldn't be so easily resolved. Some people are born with rebellious natures. If you let them see enough, they might lose interest. But if you don't let them see, their curiosity grows instead. Chu Yan's face only appeared for less than a minute, but it seemed that the stunning moment when she glanced back had left too deep an impression. Fans determined to find out Chu Yan's identity and specially edited her short appearance into a video clip which was then uploaded to Weibo. Within 5 minutes, I want all the details of this boy. I agree, who is this celestial older brother? There are so many good-looking people, but one's like him. Rare. With such a slim waist, who will get to enjoy his beauty in the future? But I just want to know the relationship between him and my husband. Don't you think they make a perfect pair? When Zhongjing's expression changed, he looked like someone who had their candy taken away. The powerful force of the fans managed to push this Weibo post to third place on the trending topics list. The first 2 slots were occupied by a popular actress announcing her relationship, yet Chu Yan could still rank at third, largely due to random visitors who happened to click on Weibo midway through. The turning back smile animated gif was extraordinarily beautiful, unmistakably belonging to a male, combining innocence with charm in a way that made it unforgettable after just one glance. However, things that rise fast fall quickly. The actress whose relationship announcement had caused a stir wasn't happy at all. Having revealed her romance purely for publicity, how could she allow some unknown individual to steal her thunder? Gritting her teeth, she paid to have Chu Yan's topic removed from the trending list, satisfied to see the top 3 spots revert to her name. From start to finish, neither Gu Zhongjing nor Chu Yan knew that Chu Yan had stayed on the hot search list for 4 or 5 hours before being removed. After their affectionate reunion, both focused entirely on setting up their new home. Although the furniture had already been purchased, it still needed adjustment, placed to create a cozy yet stylish environment. After adjusting all the pieces around the house, various accessories would need to be added, and a final cleaning done before everything would be set. Sounded easy, but since every villa had 2 or 3 floors and covered an area of 400 to 500 square meters, there was quite a bit to do. Therefore, Gu Zhongjing and Chu Yan worked late into the night to complete the setup of all the villas. Upon finishing, they opened the windows to ventilate. They'd be ready to move in a month later. Although it was winter, the weather in the north was dry cold without dampness, and the air on the mountain was fresh. As long as they paid attention to the weather forecast and closed the windows before snow or rain, it would be fine. In the evening, after returning to the orphanage, several workers had just finished installing the air conditioners and were preparing to leave with the principal seeing them off. Upon seeing Chu Yan and Gu Zhongjing return, the principal called out, "Aunt Li, Xiao Jing and Xiao Yan are back, you can heat up the dishes." Aunt Li's loud voice responded, "All right." When Chu Yan heard the principal's voice, he suddenly felt a little guilty. The principal treated them like family, but Chu Yan hadn't fully considered them as family yet. He felt somewhat sorry for them. After greeting the principal, the two headed towards the dining room. Several children saw them return, laughing and running over to hang on their legs like ornaments. The principal sent off the workers and came back, scolding the children lightly. Chu Yan felt even more uneasy but didn't say anything to Gu Zhongjing because there were too many people around. So he kept quiet. After dinner, the two helped settle the children to sleep before heading back to their room. "2, big head, next month we're moving to the mountains, what about Principal Zhang and the others?" Chu Yan was genuinely worried. There were a lot of children in the orphanage, 10 toddlers, 20 big kids, and 12 teenagers, making a total of 42. All these children were supported by the state. Yangguan Orphanage was not really called an orphanage, but a welfare home. Even though it was funded by the state and the land and ownership all belonged to the state, all kinds of expenses were covered. Plus, there were donations from various charitable organizations each year, so life in the orphanage was tolerable. Chu Yan wanted to invite the entire orphanage to move with them, but since it was a public establishment, the principal had no authority to move everyone. That was why Chu Yan brought up the question. Gu Zhongjing understood Chu Yan's concern. "Mount Luming is so close to the orphanage, we can come once a day. If the kids miss us, they can climb the mountain to find us, what's there to worry about?" Chu Yan thought about it and agreed, knowing this issue could only be resolved like this. Neither of them had the capacity to take care of the future of so many children at this point. Talking about it further was meaningless. Once this conversation ended, Gu Zhongjing fetched water daily to wash Chu Yan's feet. While Chu Yan held his phone browsing through Gu Zhongjing's Weibo, his expression grew odd. He asked, "2, did you promise your fans that you'll open up appointments?" Gu Zhongjing froze for a moment, then suddenly remembered that in the morning's live broadcast, he had promised his fans to open up reservations first. "In the morning, didn't you show your face? I got so flustered that I forgot about it." Chu Yan was speechless. After Gu Zhongjing finished wiping his feet, Chu Yan quickly opened the laptop that Gu Zhongjing had just bought him and registered on various travel apps with swift actions. Half an hour later, Luming Mountain Homestay officially went online on major tourism and accommodation platforms. After logging into Gu Zhongjing's Weibo account, he edited a post to send out the reservation link. There were quite a few fans who had set Gu Zhongjing's Weibo as special attention. Once this post was released, it attracted many of his fans. Chu Xing was one of them. He had been a loyal fan of Gu Zhongjing since the early days when Gu was a gaming live streamer. In his view, Gu Zhongjing, being such a skilled hardcore gaming streamer, should have pursued professional gaming, and every time he watched Gu's live streams, he would enthusiastically encourage Gu to go pro. However, the former Gu Zhongjing rarely spoke much and seldom responded to them, so his requests were never acknowledged. He thought it was only a matter of time before Gu Zhongjing joined a professional gaming team because his skills were unmatched. Eventually, professional agents would inevitably reach out to Gu. But Chu Xing could not have foreseen that Gu Zhongjing would encounter someone like Zhao Qiuling. Not only did she cause Gu to be expelled from school, but she also harmed the hands that earned him his living, preventing him from ever touching games again and cutting short his gaming career. During the period when Gu Zhongjing was blacklisted and attacked online, Chu Xing fought fiercely on the front lines to defend Gu. He genuinely lamented what happened to Gu Zhongjing. Therefore, when Gu Zhongjing switched to live streaming vegetable planting and constructing homestays, Chu Xing followed along. He initially assumed that this type of content would be dull, but once he started watching, he couldn't turn away. With heartfelt enthusiasm, he followed Gu Zhongjing's journey and watched as an ordinary mountain became increasingly beautiful under Gu's efforts. His heart ached with longing, and his wallet twitched with desire. Regrettably, even though Chu Xing wanted to spend money, Gu Zhongjing kept delaying the opening of the Lu Ming Mountain homestay. The fans grew anxious and ended up forming a few groups. They secretly planned to visit Lu Ming Mountain secretly after a few days on Gu Zhongjing's birthday to surprise him. Many fans eager to rush there were privately contacted and stopped by the group administrators. That's why no one interrupted Gu Zhongjing during this extended construction phase. Otherwise, considering Gu Zhongjing's popularity, Lu Ming Mountain would have long been swarmed by crowds. How could there only be a few occasional visitors? That day, Chu Xing was typing fast in a group chat, discussing the final date for gathering with the group members, when the special notification tone from Gu Zhongjing's Weibo sounded. He clicked it open and immediately became excited. The Lu Ming Mountain homestay reservations were now available. Forget about the agreed-upon rules in the fan group. In no time, Chu Xing swiftly booked 2 spots, planning to bring his girlfriend. Thinking about the beautiful cabins on the mountain, vegetables that grew under their eyes, and the chef's impeccable culinary skills. It was unbearable. He wanted to go right now. After Chu Yan posted the Weibo update, within just a few seconds, all 35 rooms of the inn were fully reserved. Those who failed to secure reservations wailed in disappointment, while those who succeeded took pride in their lightning-fast reflexes. The comment section buzzed like it was the Lunar New Year. Chu Yan chuckled and read through the lively comments for a while before looking up and calling to Gu Zhongjing, "2, come check out this funny comment from a fan, ahaha." Sitting still where he was, Gu Zhongjing didn't move. Chu Yan stretched out his hand to pull him over, "2, come here." Still unmoving, Chu Yan noticed something wasn't right. He looked up and saw Gu Zhongjing gazing at him with a pitiful expression. Confused, Chu Yan asked, "What are you doing?" Hearing his question, Gu Zhongjing finally found an outlet to vent. Yuan, do you remember what I said to you before?" Chu Yan replied, "What?" Gu Zhongjing responded, "We previously agreed that you'd call me Lao Gong, husband, from now on. Look at you, calling me Gu.2 or simply .2, how unpleasant that sounds." Chu Yan felt embarrassed, but "I can't say that other name you want me to call you." Gu Zhongjing understood now. With Chu Yan's shy nature, making him call him husband in everyday life might as well wait until next lifetime. "Then how about you call me Gu, older brother?" Chu Yan shook his head in refusal, "No." Feigning sadness, Gu Zhongjing bowed his head, "You refuse to call me husband and you refuse to call me brother. Yuan, don't you love me anymore?" Seeing Gu Zhongjing like this, Chu Yan felt heartbroken. "But calling you brother is more embarrassing than calling you husband. Here's a compromise, how about you call me Yuan and I call you a Jing? Would that work?" It was rare for Chu Yan to humor Gu Zhongjing, and Gu Zhongjing, enjoying the attention, thought Chu Yan's suggestion wasn't bad. But he relished being coddled so much that he couldn't help wanting to prolong the moment. "No, you must call me brother." Chu Yan could tell that Gu Zhongjing had already softened but was just being coy now. He looked at him helplessly as he feigned sorrow. He paused a moment, then leaned in to peck Gu Zhongjing on the lips, calling him a Jing. Gu Zhongjing's heart melted with sweetness, he could no longer suppress his grin, a subtle smile creeping onto his face. Though nearly 1.9 meters tall, he sat awkwardly on the cramped little bed yet exuded an expression of pure affection. Chu Yan found him irresistibly cute and extended his hands to gently knead Gu Zhongjing's cheeks. "A Jing, you're so adorable today." Gu Zhongjing smiled wistfully. "If I'm this cute, wouldn't you like to kiss me again?" After a few intense moments earlier, Chu Yan no longer cared about his usual shyness. Still massaging Gu Zhongjing's cheeks, he pulled them upwards to make his lips protrude before leaning in for another soft peck. But Gu Zhongjing wasn't satisfied. Pulling Chu Yan close, he deepened the kiss fiercely. Since they'd been together, both had remained restrained, so these deep, passionate kisses were infrequent, leaving them momentarily overwhelmed. Their heavy breathing reverberated through the room, almost driving Gu Zhongjing mad with desire. Unfortunately, he remembered that Chu Yan's body was still only 17 years old. Suppressing his longing, he stopped himself just in time. When they finally parted, Chu Yan's face was flushed red, his eyes brimming with wateriness and charm, looking so alluring that it took every ounce of Gu Zhongjing's willpower not to deepen the kiss again. He took a deep breath, stood up, and stepped out the door. Chu Yan asked, "Where are you going?" Gu Zhongjing's voice carried along with the cold wind, I need to cool down. Chu Yan hesitated for a second, then giggled softly to himself, like a content little fox. When Gu Zhongjing returned, he couldn't bring himself to look at Chu Yan, instinctively grabbing another blanket in an attempt to create more distance between them, fearing he'd succumb to temptation. The atmosphere in the room grew increasingly intimate and sweet, permeating the air with warmth. This cozy ambience persisted until Gu Zhongjing's phone rang. Both sighed in relief when they heard the ringtone. It had almost felt suffocating in the room. If the phone had rung any later, Gu Zhongjing would have undoubtedly pounced on Chu Yan. Answering the call, he spoke into the phone, hello. The flower shop owner's voice came from the other end, Brother Gu, I've got 2 plants with rotten roots, half moons. Do you want them? Chapter 37, Fans. Half moon is a rare type of chrysanthemum. The flowers it produces are silver white, with petals resembling a half-string moon, layer upon layer enclosing the red pistil inside. This flower is very precious and hard to cultivate. If the air is too cold, too hot, or if the humidity is either too strong or too weak, it will affect the appearance of the flower. The most troublesome thing about this flower is that it attracts a certain type of beetle. These beetles love to eat the roots of the half-moon flower. If the flower were strong enough, it wouldn't matter, but unfortunately, this flower is extremely fragile. Once its roots are eaten, they rot, causing the flower to wither directly. The flower shop owner Zhou Gui didn't really expect Gu Zhongjing to be able to cure the flower when he called him. He was mainly hoping for some favorable treatment. After all, the half-moon flower is quite expensive. When its appearance is intact, prices range from 1 million to 5 million yuan, so even if Gu Zhongjing couldn't cure it, at least it would show that he hadn't forgotten what Gu Zhongjing had said. After receiving the call, Gu Zhongjing looked up on Baidu what kind of flower half-moon was, then he understood how precious and delicate it was. He wasted no time. As he put on his shoes, he told Chu Yan, honey, I'm going downtown. You go to sleep, don't wait for me. Chu Yan asked, do you want me to come along? Gu Zhongjing replied, no need, I can ride my bike alone faster. Chu Yan agreed and got out of bed to find his raincoat, given that the weather forecast mentioned a cold front approaching, possibly leading to snow. It's always better to be prepared. Gu Zhongjing gave him a kiss before leaving. Before setting off, Gu Zhongjing had spoken to Zhou Gui on the phone, so when he arrived, Zhou Gui was still waiting for him in the store. Seeing him arrive on a small tricycle, Zhou Gui felt confused. Wasn't Gu Zhongjing a rich young man who played around with flowers? Shouldn't his vehicle be a sports car? Or at the very least, a business van or a truck? Why, a tricycle? Last time when Gu Zhongjing visited during the day, the car couldn't be parked in front of the store, so it was left in the parking lot, thus he didn't see it. However, because it was already late tonight, there were almost no people on the street, so Gu Zhongjing simply parked right in front of his store, allowing him to see clearly. But how could Gu Zhongjing know what Zhou Gui was imagining? He even came up with a script for him as a wealthy young master. After stopping the tricycle, Gu Zhongjing greeted Zhou Gui, moved the flower onto the tricycle, and asked him, Mr. Zhou, how much is it? I'll transfer the money to you. Boss, no need, no need. The owner of this flower brought it to Flower and Bird Street to ask if anyone could treat it, but no one could. In anger, he smashed the flower, which I picked up and placed into another pot, so no cost incurred. Consider the pot as a gift from me to Brother Gu. Gu Zhongjing understood, alright, then I thank you, Mr. Zhou. After exchanging pleasantries, Gu Zhongjing turned back. After returning to the orphanage, instead of heading back to his room, Gu Zhongjing first brought the flower into the space, cut off the majority of the decayed roots, and planted it by the side of the spring water within the space. It would take approximately 2 months to nurture the root in reality, but only 2 days in this world. Gu Zhongjing was short of cash at this moment, so he wasn't planning to wait for another 2 months. In 2 days, he'd sell the flower in another city. Once the flower was dealt with, Gu Zhongjing returned from the space, cleaned up, went back to his room, and found Chu Yan still awake, leaning against the headboard, tapping away on the computer. Gu Zhongjing took off his coat after entering the room, warmed up his hands, then climbed into bed and asked him, why haven't you slept yet? What are you looking at? Chu Yan took off the headphones from his ears, you're back. I can't sleep without you. He then answered Gu Zhongjing's second question, I found an online course platform, I'm listening to a class now. Gu Zhongjing was surprised, oh, my Yuan is being so diligent. Chu Yan, what else can I do? I've already forgotten most of the high school knowledge long ago. I didn't focus on listening to lectures in school recently. I think the lecture recordings collected by this platform from renowned teachers are pretty good, so I followed them. Gu Zhongjing, then let's study together. Chu Yan shifted a bit inside and handed him an earphone. The two started studying with their heads close together. 2 days later, Gu Zhongjing and Chu Yan boarded a plane to City S. They were going there to sell the flower while sightseeing, buying whatever they needed, so they carried nothing with them. 5 hours later, the two arrived in City S. After disembarking, both were slightly uncomfortable. As everyone knows, train stations and airports are places with super heavy foot traffic. Crowds bustling about are extremely similar to zombie crowds. Fortunately, both of them had been through quite a lot of training recently. Gu Zhongjing experienced crowded public buses, while Chu Yan endured the rush of students at school during meal times and the weekly playground assembly. By now, they were already able to adapt to crowded situations. The only reason they felt uncomfortable was because their Hope base was originally built in the airport. It was normal to feel a sense of familiarity as if it were yesterday. After walking out of the airport holding hands, they found a quiet place to take out the flower and directly hailed a taxi to the Flower and Bird Street in City S. Though the Flower and Bird Street in City S wasn't as big as the one in City A, it was still relatively large compared to other cities since it's a megacity. This was Chu Yan's first time visiting such a place. He found everything interesting, so Gu Zhongjing accompanied him leisurely without rushing to their destination. Before coming, he had done his homework. On the Flower and Bird Street in City S, there was an auction house that specialized in purchasing rare flowers, birds, beasts, insects, and fish. As long as they were suitable, the store would buy them at reasonable prices and resell them via auction. However, the amount earned from the auction later on had no relation to the original seller. Due to the price being less than leaving the items for consignment at a store, many people chose to either sell their flowers directly at a shop or go to City A in search of wealthy buyers. Only those in need of money would visit the auction house. Gu Zhongjing came to City S because of this advantage, otherwise, the floral market in City X is larger, making it unnecessary for him to come to City S. During his last sale of flowers, he hadn't done his research, not knowing about the auction house. Otherwise, he would have come straight here last time. Although named Flower and Bird Street, all sorts of animals like birds, beasts, and fish were also sold here. Compared to flowers and trees, these creatures were fewer in number. After all, there was also a pet street nearby dedicated to pet shops. Chu Yan liked pet stores the most. Gu Zhongjing noticed how much he adored the furry little animals, so he asked, Yuan, shall we buy a small pet to take home and raise? Chu Yan shook his head, shipping costs would apply when buying from here, it's not cost-effective. We'll buy pets when we return to City A. Gu Zhongjing replied, it's fine, you can take a look first. The shipping fee won't be too high if you find something you like. Chu Yan said, we'll see what happens when I find something I like. As they spoke, they strolled casually. They watched cats, played with dogs, flipped over little turtles to watch them struggle to turn back, chatted with myna birds, fed carrots to rabbits. Chu Yan was very happy. Still, he didn't encounter anything he particularly liked, so they left without buying anything. Gu Zhongjing took note of the types of small animals Chu Yan interacted with more often, intending to purchase them upon returning to place on Lu Ming Mountain. Once satisfied with their browsing, they headed to the auction house. The doorman of the auction house was sharp-eyed and immediately spotted the half-moon in Gu Zhongjing's hand, quickly running inside to call the manager. Upon hearing it was an exceptionally fine specimen of the half-moon, the manager promptly welcomed them out. After exchanging pleasantries, the two began negotiating prices, eventually selling the flower to the auction house for 1.8 million yuan. How much it would sell for later on was no longer Gu Zhongjing's concern, nor did he care. After all, this transaction was basically cost-free for him. Regardless of who bought it or for how much, it was pure profit for him. All he lacked was time, and here was his best choice. After selling the flower, they didn't rush back to City A but instead enjoyed a full week exploring City S. Anyway, Lu Ming Mountain currently required little work from them. Cultivating flowers and raising chickens and ducks had to wait until next spring. He had already delivered extra vegetables to Quanwai, a vegetarian restaurant, and there were the couple Dean Ali to take care of things at the orphanage, so they didn't need to worry. Including the security of Lu Ming Mountain, there was no need for them to be concerned. 5 employees from Lu Village were assigned by Gu Zhongjing to patrol in shifts, ensuring basic safety. The guest house wouldn't open for nearly another month, so they were currently carefree. They figured this was likely their last chance to travel without restraint, given their future responsibilities. By the end of the week, both had thoroughly enjoyed themselves and bought many gifts to bring back for Dean Ali and others. Gu Zhongjing also thought about bringing everyone from the orphanage out for a trip next winter and summer break, otherwise, whenever he and Chu Yan traveled alone, they'd always worry about the orphanage. On the plane ride home, Chu Yan asked Gu Zhongjing, Jing, I forgot to ask you. Did you keep any cuttings of your flower? Gu Zhongjing replied, I didn't keep any cuttings, I kept the roots. There are no special beetles in the space, and the spring water has miraculous effects on plants. Cuttings weren't necessary, just the roots could ensure survival. Unfortunately, Gu Zhongjing hadn't kept any roots from the foamling flower he sold last time, not that he didn't want to, but the foamling had already been split once. To keep another root would mean both plants needed more nurturing time, otherwise, they'd be doomed to wither when taken out. He'd been desperately short on cash back then and couldn't afford the extra nurturing time, so Gu Zhongjing always regretted it. If he could have left the roots behind, he could have slowly cultivated a large amount of foamling flowers, making money while decorating his private courtyard at Lu Ming Mountain. Rare and beautiful flowers fetched such high prices because they were both attractive and scarce, right? If he could grow many rare and precious flowers on Lu Ming Mountain, once its fame spread, wouldn't people directly come seeking to buy them? He wouldn't need to go looking for buyers everywhere anymore. Chu Yan was well aware of this, which is why he asked. Hearing that Gu Zhongjing had already preserved the root, he felt satisfied and ceased questioning further. Sweetheart, are you sleepy? Lean on me and take a nap. I'll wake you up when we arrive, Gu Zhongjing asked as he draped a blanket over him. Chu Yan nodded, leaned over, rested his head on Gu Zhongjing's shoulder, and fell asleep. Gu Zhongjing fixated intently on Chu Yan's sleeping face, watching him like this all throughout their journey. When disembarking from the plane, Chu Yan was still a bit disoriented, his eyes dazed, while Gu Zhongjing was fully awake, leading him down the plane by hand. He wasn't like this before, always vigilant and never letting his guard down, but being with Gu Zhongjing made him feel deeply secure. He completely trusted Gu Zhongjing with every fiber of his being. Gu Zhongjing adored his groggy state. It was obedient and irresistibly adorable. Unable to resist, he pulled down his mask to kiss his beloved, receiving a look of puzzlement in return. Gu Zhongjing chuckled, guiding him into a taxi. Driver, to the Expo car market. City A has 2 airports, one in District 2 and the other in District 6, and they were currently at the one in District 6. The orphanage wasn't too far from the airport, but heading to the Expo car market meant going exactly the opposite direction. Rubbing his eyes, Chu Yan asked, "Are we not returning to the orphanage? Why are we going to the car market?" Gu Zhongjing responded, "To buy a car." Chu Yan questioned, "But don't we already have a tricycle?" Caught off guard, Gu Zhongjing retorted, "We'll leave the tricycle at the mountain. We're buying a car for easier transportation." Chu Yan said, "Oh, what kind of car then? An SUV? Or a pickup?" Gu Zhongjing replied, "Let's get a pickup truck. It'll make carrying things more convenient." By the time they finished discussing, they had arrived. After paying the cab fare, they wandered through the showroom for 2 hours and ultimately selected a Ford F-150 Raptor pickup truck. It looked monstrous, with a high suspension and excellent performance. According to the salesperson, the cargo bed could even be modified into a recreational vehicle. However, the price was a little steep, costing 600,000 yuan. After considering for 2 minutes, Gu Zhongjing decided to purchase it. They still had over 90,000 yuan left, and Luming Mountain was soon going to start generating income. With the purchase of this car, they could handle it. Perhaps because of their striking appearance and bearing, they didn't encounter the legendary prejudiced salespeople who treated customers differently based on appearances. In reality, there aren't that many arrogant people. Everyone wants to earn a living, and customers are always respected. Who would trouble themselves unnecessarily to antagonize a client? There might be some people who adjust their treatment based on others' statuses, but Gu Zhongjing and Chu Yan probably won't encounter such types given their exceptional presence. It was clear they were well-raised rich people. No one would wantonly provoke them. Everything went smoothly. After completing the payment, they discovered neither of them had a driver's license. They had forgotten this detail. They were currently 19 and 17 years old, poor orphans who couldn't afford driving lessons. Yet, the car was bought anyway, and they had no choice but to rely on an employee from the 4S store to drive it back for them. The orphanage often received visits from charitable individuals offering donations, adoption services, or doing volunteer work, so there were frequently vehicles coming and going. Ali, the wife of the director of the orphanage, also had a van. The children were thrilled about Gu Zhongjing's purchase for a while but eventually got used to it. The director remarked how having a car was convenient, and they wouldn't have to ride around on that small tricycle anymore for errands. A car is an adult's face, the most direct way for outsiders to judge your value. So Meng Songyu believed that as long as they had money, getting a more expensive car would ensure that Gu Zhongjing wouldn't face disdainful glances when going out. Besides, with the weather growing increasingly cold, she was concerned seeing Gu Zhongjing riding the tricycle every day in biting winds to deliver vegetables. A car would serve as a shield against wind and rain. Gu Zhongjing was pleased everyone supported his decision. He thought the director would accuse him of extravagance. He was partially correct though. The director didn't criticize him for buying the car, but scolded him later when gifts were handed out. "What are you buying all this for? Wasting money." "Gu Zhongjing, we're not wasting money, it's all food and clothes." Meng Songyu, though scolding them for overspending, had a happy smile on her face. Seeing the children being filial made her very glad. In the evening, Gu Zhongjing cooked several good dishes, making the children cheer and applaud. Xiaoying even whispered to Gu Zhongjing, "Brother Jing, while you were away, we only ate 1 bowl of rice every day." Gu Zhongjing patted her head, "Good children don't be picky eaters." Xiaoying said with an adult-like tone, "We're not picky at all, it's just that Brother Jing cooks too well, now we can't get used to Aunt Li's cooking." Listening to her little complaints in a babyish voice, Gu Zhongjing felt rather pleased, realizing his culinary skills were indeed commendable. Looks like once the homestay opened, he could price his dishes a bit higher. That's what he said, and that's exactly what he did. The next day, he started working on the menu. He made 1 or 2 new dishes per meal, took photos with a camera, and let computer expert Chu Yan adjust the colors. By the time the homestay opened, there would be about 100 pictures, enough to make 8 menu books, 1 for each villa. While he was busy making the menu and preparing for the opening, a group of fans who had long been planning their visit were already on their way to Luming Mountain. Today was Arbitration's birthday, and they had planned it carefully. They had secretly agreed to come together to throw a surprise birthday party for Arbitration. They had been planning this for 2 months. If it weren't for fearing to disturb Gu Zhongjing's construction work on Luming Mountain, they wouldn't have waited until today. More than 100 people were participating in this trip, all hardcore fans of Guzhongjing, agreeing to take different buses to the District 6 station and then charter several large buses directly to Luming Mountain. This plan filled everyone with joy, but Lin Yu was always hesitating and feeling uneasy. Xiao Liang, if so many of us suddenly show up at our idol's Luming Mountain, won't he be unhappy? Or maybe we shouldn't go and wait until the homestay opens. Did you book a spot? No. Then isn't that settled? Besides, we're here for Arbitration's birthday, not to cause him trouble. What are you worried about? Oh. Similar dialogues also occurred on other buses. Everyone was a mix of excitement and a touch of uneasiness. After all, showing up unannounced at Luming Mountain wasn't quite proper, and they were also concerned Guzhongjing might not be pleased. But there was always someone eloquent and in control in every bus steering the overall sentiment, so everyone remained steady. The cars soon arrived at Luming Mountain. After everyone got out, Shen Liang reiterated the precautions of the event again, then took out his phone as navigation to lead them all forward. A group of men and women walked along the road, chattering in small groups. Wow, is that the vegetables my husband planted? They look more appetizing than on the live streams. Don't shout randomly, those are my husband. But the vegetables grown by my husband are truly delicious. Let me tell you, after I won a prize last time, I received cucumbers and leeks sent by my husband, and my skin improved significantly after eating them. Is that true? So miraculous. Yes, no lie, didn't I have pimples on my face before? After eating cucumber, I got diarrhea. That smell, oh my, it was terrible, like detoxing. Then within 2 days, the pimples on my face were gone. When I go back, I must buy some from the idol. Everyone pay attention, do not leave the group without permission. The idol's vegetables can only be seen, not picked. As they got closer to Luming Mountain, everyone became more excited. The noise from over 100 people talking non-stop was powerful, startling Gao Shirha, who was building the fence. Seeing so many fashionable men and women heading toward Luming Mountain, Gao Shirha was both confused and shocked. He ran up and asked, Hey, what are you doing? This mountain is privately contracted, no random entry. Everyone began speaking at once, creating incomprehensible babbling. Impatient, Gao Shirha raised his voice, You're too loud. Do you have a representative? Let the representative talk. Shen Liang stepped forward, Are you Uncle Gao building houses for arbitration? I've seen you in his live streams. We're arbitration's fans. Today is his birthday, and we want to give him a surprise birthday party. Could you tell us where he is right now? Gao Shirha looked at them half doubtfully and surveyed the various gift-like packages they carried. He was unsure of what to do. She straightforwardly took out her phone and called Guzhongjing, Little Gu. Guzhongjing was laying pebble paths with Chu Yan on the mountain when he received Gao Shirha's call, which left him utterly astonished. He didn't even hang up as he rushed to the mountaintop to drive the car. Seeing his urgency, Chu Yan assumed something had happened and followed him closely toward the summit. In the car, Guzhongjing explained the situation to Chu Yan, who was equally shocked. For a moment, Chu Yan was at a loss for words, not knowing how to respond. Why don't all these people bother to inform beforehand? What if an accident happens along the way? And is today even Guzhongjing's birthday? How could he not know? Oh, right, the birth date of this body might differ from Guzhongjing's original one. What's more, where should so many people stay? The villas on the mountain won't accommodate everyone, and there's also the matter of meals to consider. Chu Yan's mind brimmed with questions, but before he could articulate any, Guzhongjing was already on the phone again. Hey, Brother Qi. It's me, Guzhongjing. Once they reached the foot of the mountain, they indeed saw a large crowd of young men and women waiting there. As their car arrived, someone screamed first. Following that, the entire group started screaming and shouting enthusiastically as if encountering a big star. Ahahaha. It's arbitration. Husband. Look at me. President looks so handsome in real life. Ha. He's like a godly younger brother. Guzhongjing felt overwhelmed as if dealing with 2 big headaches. After stopping the car, he hurriedly got out and shouted loudly, Stop it. Stop it. You're disturbing the peace. Though the crowd continued screaming, no one rashly swarmed around Guzhongjing to cause trouble. They were orderly and disciplined. Upon hearing Guzhongjing's request to stop shouting, they noticed their own overexcitement and promptly quieted down, yet their eyes still gleamed with excitement. Guzhongjing helplessly pressed his forehead, Why did you come without telling me? I could have made arrangements. The fans buzzed incessantly. Godlike idol, we came to celebrate your birthday. That's right, happy birthday, husband. If we told you, it wouldn't be a surprise, would it? Guzhongjing was both helpless and slightly delighted. He truly hadn't expected these people to secretly gather and come celebrate his birthday. Although today wasn't actually his birthday, he was genuinely moved. Even Chu Yan, standing beside him, found himself touched by the sincerity of the fans' admiration for their idol despite their rash actions. Chapter 38, Homestay Opening. Guzhongjing slightly bowed in gratitude and said, Thank you all. You're really thoughtful. Truly, thank you. After speaking a few more words at the spot, Guzhongjing led everyone up the mountain. Standing here all the time didn't seem right. Walking on the osmanthus path he had live-streamed the construction of, the fans were all very excited, taking photos, praising the scenery, or doing both. Is this the osmanthus road? So beautiful. It would be so fragrant if it were in September. It's just a little cold. Forgive me for not knowing much, but what are those trees behind there? That's pomegranate tree, right? Nope, that's persimmon tree. Gu Zhongjing was leading a group of fans up the mountain path, momentarily unsure how to describe his feelings. This was his first time hiking up the mountain via the osmanthus path, and unexpectedly, it would be with these passionate fans of Qiqing. Chu Yan was walking beside him. Feeling joyful inside, Gu Zhongjing reached out and held his hand. Chu Yan whispered, "What are you doing? Your fans are around." Fans. The fans had already gone wild with excitement. After a brief silence, they started whispering and squealing among themselves, "Ah ah ah ah. They're holding hands. I told you they're a couple. What kind of divine love is this? INE. Broken-hearted. Ah ah ah, so sweet. Ah 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 ah. Such a perfect match. That's definitely dog food." Even before these whispers subsided, there was someone bold enough to directly ask, "Lord, are you and this young man a couple?" Gu Zhongjing turned back and answered, "Yes, we're lovers." He then smiled sweetly at Chu Yan, successfully triggering another wave of whispers and screams from the fans. Lumingshan wasn't worth mentioning much except for its bare fruit trees, though the osmanthus path remained quite pretty. So after 3 hours of walking and arriving at the mountaintop, the fans were all exhausted, but upon seeing the villa, their excitement returned immediately. Apart from the central building, the rest were visited thoroughly. After consulting Gu Zhongjing, the fans took out various props they'd prepared earlier and began decorating. With many hands comes much strength, plus they knew the house layout from previous live streams. Following their carefully planned preparation, they transformed the house into a blue-themed birthday party venue. There were over 10 cakes, which the stronger boys had taken turns carrying up the mountain. Now unwrapped, these cakes were placed on the tables and chairs inside the villa, filling up a lot of space. Despite the large crowd, the house had 3 floors and could barely accommodate everyone. Surrounded by people in the living room, a birthday hat was placed on Gu Zhongjing's head, and the group sang, "Happy Birthday," to him. Standing amid the crowd with Chu Yan's hand in his, Gu Zhongjing felt a mix of slight awkwardness and happiness. After making a wish, to be forever with Yuan Yuan, he blew out all the candles. After eating the cake and receiving gifts brought by the fans, Gu Zhongjing expressed his thanks, signing autographs and taking photos with each of them. By the end, he was utterly exhausted, his hands unable to lift further. Afterward, the fans prepared to take leave of Gu Zhongjing. Knowing they had come suddenly, they didn't want to trouble him further. Once his birthday celebration was complete, they intended to go back home. However, Gu Zhongjing stopped them. Having gone through such efforts to celebrate his birthday, how could he let the fans leave without proper gratitude? He distributed the packed boxes of vegetables prepared by his staff to them and escorted them outside. Qi Huiyang had already arranged a rented bus waiting outside. After arranging for the fans to board the vehicle, Gu Zhongjing directly led them to Quanweizhai. Another bus headed to the orphanage to pick up the children there, with Gu Zhongjing and Chu Yan driving behind. He had previously informed Qi Huiyang about the situation, and Qi Huiyang generously offered to book all 5 branches of Quanweizhai for Gu Zhongjing that day. The fans hadn't expected Gu Zhongjing to reserve the whole Quanweizhai for them, and thus they felt both excited and touched. Each of them exclaimed that it was worth it to follow someone like him. After dining and taking photos, Gu Zhongjing allowed the bus to drop them off at the train station, where he followed, only leaving when he confirmed they had all boarded. A full day passed, tiring yet filled with immense happiness in his heart. He truly hadn't anticipated that a live stream meant solely for earning money would bring him so many warm-hearted fans. Chu Yan sighed and said, "I didn't expect your fans to be so considerate. Perhaps you should prepare some kind of benefit for them?" Gu Zhongjing nodded in agreement. "Yes, there should be one, but what should it be?" Chu Yan suggested, "Why not hold a lottery and give away skincare products, our own handmade ones?" Gu Zhongjing nodded thoughtfully, beginning to contemplate building a skincare factory on the mountain. The fans' plan for this event was highly successful, and when they posted the photos on Weibo, it garnered a sea of lamentations. Many began regretting not attending. "I should have gone, I'm so envious. You actually got vegetables planted by your idol." "Ugh, my boss didn't approve my leave, otherwise I'd have gone too. The person who tasted his vegetables before me can tell you that once you've had the idol's produce, you'll never feel bad about it. What a great deal you guys struck. When will our idol start selling vegetables? A heavenly brother is also here. Upstairs, don't even dream about it." Heavenly brother is the idol's boyfriend, with proof, photo of Gu Zhongjing and Chu Yan holding hands. "Whoa, upstairs, you took a photo. Why didn't I think of that? I said it all along, they're a couple." Unsubscribing, turns out he's gay. That peer, same-sex marriage is legal now. Moreover, homophobia equates to closeted behavior. With faces like these, it's no doubt they're celestial lovers. While the fans were actively discussing the birthday celebration and Gu Zhongjing's public declaration of love, some die-hard wife fans opted to unsubscribe from following him. However, since Gu Zhongjing wasn't a star and relied neither on good looks nor gaming skills anymore, he depended instead on agriculture. Even if he knew certain fans unsubscribed, he wouldn't care. Whenever trolls or contrarian commenters showed up, the fans fought back fiercely. By the end, under Gu Zhongjing's Weibo posts, there were only comments filled with envy and regret over not being present. But however much they may regret, the event was already over, and Gu Zhongjing resumed preparations for the move at the end of the month and the opening of the homestay. Time flew by quickly, and the villa atop the mountain in rustic countryside style became habitable, while Luming Mountain's wall construction neared completion. After the enclosure was built, the only exit led to the top of the mountain, where a security booth was set up. Gu Zhongjing transferred 2 male employees there, and their sole responsibility would be managing the gate and addressing nighttime safety issues. Over 3-meter-tall walls were entirely equipped with sharp steel plates installed by Gao Shihe and his crew. The blades were as dangerous as knives, just brushing against them could cause deep cuts, and they were connected to an electric fence on top, along with monitoring equipment. This enhanced security measures drastically improved the site's protection. From then on, anyone trying to cause trouble again would find it impossible, not only to enter but to do any damage. This comprehensive security upgrade cost Gu Zhongjing over 500,000 yuan. Chu Yan had calculated his accounts, every penny he'd earned had been poured into Luming Mountain. He even bought a car. If by December next year he hadn't made 3 million yuan, Luming Mountain would be reclaimed, meaning all his previous investments would be lost. If Gu Zhongjing did not have the space ability, relying solely on Luming Mountain, he might very well lose all he'd invested. But Gu Zhongjing did have the space. During this 1 month, the half-month chrysanthemums in his space had already been cultivated for 2 years. They had undergone division 6 times and were thriving, presenting high-quality specimens. Taking 6 pots of flowers, Gu Zhongjing visited S City again and sold all 6 plants to an auction house for 1.6 million yuan each. Making 9.6 million yuan in just one go, Gu Zhongjing then went to Liujia village's committee office and negotiated the contract from 1 year to 20. The village leaders were amiable, keeping their word without issue, adjusting the contract to the agreed-upon price of 6 million yuan. Given the deposit of 300,000 yuan already paid, in total, Gu Zhongjing only needed to pay another 5.7 million yuan. Having signed the contract, Gu Zhongjing still retained over 4 million yuan in reserve, some earnings from selling flowers, others from vegetable sales and live streaming income. Suddenly finding himself much more financially comfortable, many things were suddenly easier. With financial pressure off his shoulders, Gu Zhongjing could proceed full steam ahead with projects, building the traditional Chinese-style villa halfway up the mountain, constructing a factory for skincare and health products, and excavation for the lake. Unfortunately, Gao Shihe and his team had accepted a big project and couldn't continue handling this one. But instead of just walking away, he introduced another friend to Gu Zhongjing. Through interacting over this period, Gu Zhongjing trusted Gao Shihe's character and agreed to let his recommended contact take charge of the remaining construction work for Luming Mountain. During this time, Gu Zhongjing also enrolled in a driving school to get his license, because driving would be crucial. Through introductions by some workers on the mountain, he hired 4 drivers. This decision came after the visit by the fans. From the foot of the mountain to the top was quite far. Without transportation, tourists might decide after one visit never to return. Therefore, Gu Zhongjing purchased 4 12-seater sightseeing vehicles. Fans could choose to ride or walk as they pleased. Anyway, the sightseeing vehicles on Luming Mountain were free, and it was up to the fans' preferences. The drivers' salaries were also fixed at 6,000 yuan per month. After making money from selling flowers, Gu Zhongjing no longer cared about this amount of money, and running Luming Mountain had become his hobby. Once all these matters were sorted out, the time arrived on the day before the homestay opened. Gu Zhongjing got up early in the morning, moved some daily necessities with Chu Yan to the mountain villa, and had the driver take the group of people from the orphanage to the top of the mountain using the sightseeing vehicles. Tomorrow, the homestay would open, and there would definitely be too much to handle. So Gu Zhongjing decided to move today, planning to use the fireplace on the mountain to warm up the house. All the children from the orphanage came today. They had never been to Luming Mountain before and were extremely excited. They ran and played around the various villas. Fortunately, they were all sensible kids who, even when excited, wouldn't mess with anything inside the villas. Gu Zhongjing let them have their fun. After all, although Luming Mountain was large, surrounded by walls, it was impossible for the kids to get lost even if they ran around everywhere. The director of the orphanage, Aunt Ollie and her husband, along with a few teenagers aged 14 or 15, were busy helping Gu Zhongjing cook in the kitchen, while Chu Yan was also present. Despite its size, the kitchen was already filled with activity. The mountain is great, but living here isn't quite convenient. To buy anything, you have to go down the mountain, said the director while washing vegetables. Casual words from one party became meaningful to another. Gu Zhongjing listened carefully to this remark. Yes, he and Chu Yan had chosen the tranquility of moving up the mountain, but it was indeed inconvenient to buy daily supplies which required a trip down. If only there could be a small supermarket up on the mountain. With that thought, he asked the director. Director's point makes sense. My place is too far from the bottom of the mountain, and buying daily supplies is difficult. And when the inn opens, tourists won't want to travel down just for a bottle of water. Should we open a small supermarket on the mountain? The director had just made an offhand comment. But hearing what Gu Zhongjing said, it seemed reasonable. Beside him, Chu Yan chimed in, having a supermarket would be great. In the future, once the fruit trees mature, we can sell the fruits in the supermarket. Wouldn't this make your work too overwhelming? Asked the director. No problem, we'll hire more people then, replied Gu Zhongjing. Thus, the decision was quickly made to open a small supermarket on the mountain. Aunt Ali initially felt concerned for Gu Zhongjing's workload and wanted to suggest having her son Shenhui help Chu Yan. However, she recalled how many children were in the orphanage already needing constant attention, leaving no spare time to assist Gu Zhongjing. Thus, she decided not to mention it. Working together, they finished preparing the meal amidst their conversation. Gu Zhongjing still handled the main cooking duties, though the pots on the mountain were smaller than those in the orphanage's kitchen, resulting in some extra time wasted. It was nearly 1 o'clock before they finally sat down to eat. The children were starved, eating quickly and heartily. After the meal, Gu Zhongjing took the group from the orphanage for a tour of the mountain and sent them back down in the evening. As it was the first day of moving, after sending the orphanage members home, Gu Zhongjing and Chu Yan returned to the villa. They left the lights on as they left, illuminating the otherwise dark Lu Ming mountain and lending it a warmth. Upon reaching the door, Chu Yan took out the key and unlocked it. Behind him, Gu Zhongjing watched the elongated shadow cast by the light, feeling an instant calm settle over him. Yuan, he called softly. Chu Yan turned to look at him. What is it? Gu Zhongjing, nothing, I just wanted to call your name. Chu Yan ignored him, walked to the sofa, relaxed his body, leaned back heavily, slumping lazily. Gu Zhongjing followed and mimicked his posture, lying sloppily on the sofa and quietly looked at Chu Yan. Chu Yan's expression of comfort pleased him. He reached out to scratch under Chu Yan's chin, only to have his hand swatted away. Are you trying to pet a cat? Gu Zhongjing, isn't that what you are? Lazy like a kitten. Chu Yan, this position is comfortable. You know nothing. Gu Zhongjing, sweetheart, turn around so your husband can kiss you. Hearing the hint of mischief in Gu Zhongjing's voice, Chu Yan suddenly remembered that they were the only 2 people in the house. His face instantly turned red, but instead of running, he shyly turned his head towards Gu Zhongjing, slowly closing his eyes. Gu Zhongjing was ecstatic. Earlier at the orphanage, everything they did was always done cautiously so as not to disturb others. But now, with only them on Lu Ming Mountain, he could do as he wished. The delayed satisfaction stirred excitement throughout his entire being. His ears and neck turned red as he carefully leaned closer to steady Chu Yan. After enduring for a while, Gu Zhongjing reluctantly took a cold shower and consoled himself. No problem, in another year, Yuan will become an adult. Chu Yan was also a man. Gu Zhongjing felt uneasy, so did Chu Yan. Thus, when Gu Zhongjing came out of the bathroom, Chu Yan said, Jing, let's sleep in separate rooms. Gu Zhongjing looked shocked and confused, Yuan, what have I done wrong? Why should we sleep in separate rooms? Chu Yan helplessly replied, if we don't, you'll keep suppressing yourself which might cause issues. Gu Zhongjing understood, pouting as he snuggled up and hugged him, no, I want to sleep with you, I won't have any problems. In fact, Chu Yan didn't really want to sleep separately either. After being rejected by Gu Zhongjing, he somewhat hesitatingly followed him back to the room and slept soundly in his lover's arms until dawn. Perhaps due to sleeping on hard beds at the orphanage for too long, upon switching back to the soft and spacious big bed, both woke up late. It was only after receiving a call from employee Lu Zhang that they woke up. Lu Zhang was one of the 2 temporary security guards newly transferred to the guardhouse at the foot of the mountain, responsible for unlocking gates, patrolling the mountain, and addressing safety concerns. Gu Zhongjing learned that the booked tourists had already arrived, immediately sprang up, woke Chu Yan, hurriedly washed up and went outside. Actually, there wasn't much to see on the mountain right now, as many projects hadn't been built yet. Fans who came up the mountain mostly just stayed overnight to enjoy meals personally cooked by Gu Zhongjing. He didn't quite understand the fans' thoughts and even advised them to wait until the mountain was fully developed before coming. But the fans wouldn't listen. It was similar to the occasional scattered groups of fans who previously visited Lu Ming Mountain, or the situation where large numbers suddenly arrived like before. Gu Zhongjing decided it would be better to just let them come since the more he tried to stop them, the more they wanted to visit. Otherwise, they'd end up creating more trouble. The sightseeing vehicles at the foot of the mountain waited for full passenger capacity before departing. Thus, the first group consisted of 12 people. One of them was Chu Xing, who brought his girlfriend along. This time he had a mission. After staying overnight at the beautiful inn, he planned to buy dozens of pounds of radishes from Gu Zhongjing to take home. Speaking of the reason, it all stemmed from his luck. Chu Xing was the epitome of good fortune. Not only did he secure the booking slot this time, but last time he also won in Gu Zhongjing's Weibo lottery for vegetables. 2 days later, he received vacuum-packed leafy greens and radishes sent by Gu Zhongjing. As everyone knows, radish is often referred to as baby ginseng because of its rich nutritional content and multiple medicinal values, such as aiding digestion, detoxifying, reducing phlegm, and treating coughs. However, most modern radishes have limited medicinal value and are mainly consumed as a vegetable to supplement various vitamins. In terms of efficacy, they still can't match medicine. But Gu Zhongjing's radishes were different. Tenfold nutrition wasn't just talk. On the day Chu Xing received the radishes, he stewed a large pot of ribs with the radishes. The whole family praised how the radishes tasted fruity, sweet, and fragrant. The radish flavor was strong, making the meat cooked together become refreshingly flavorful and not greasy at all. Proudly declaring that it was his prize-winning radishes, Chu Xing earned unanimous praise from the family, and the entire pot of braised ribs with radish was devoured down to the last bite. Who knew that after tasting it, the effects were evident? His mother frequently coughed, and whenever she did, mucus blocked her throat, making it difficult to breathe. Although their family carefully nursed Chu Mom's throat, avoiding any potential triggers, coughs could happen without warning. Every day, Chu Mom was tormented by her cough. But, strangely enough, that night, Chu Mom improved significantly. She coughed twice symbolically and then stopped, easily spitting out the mucus. Unprecedentedly, she slept well that night. At first, they didn't give it much thought, assuming it was just a mild episode. However, 2 days after eating those radishes, Chu Mom relapsed. This time, it wasn't as easy as before. Chu Mom coughed continuously and struggled for air. That evening, they had to rush her to the hospital. After stabilizing, the doctor casually mentioned that if one has phlegm, they can consume more pears or radishes as part of treatment. Remembering the previous dish of braised ribs with radishes, the family began to doubt whether that fast effect of stopping cough and clearing phlegm the other night was due to the radishes. Happily, there were still 3 big radishes left at home. So, Chu Xing stewed them again. And after Chu Mom ate them, she really stopped coughing. Now the entire family realized that it was the radish's efficacy and instantly urged Chu Xing to figure out where he got them and buy dozens of pounds quickly. Despite repeatedly leaving dozens of comments under Gu Zhongjing's Weibo posts and sending private messages requesting radishes, Chu Xing received no reply. Coincidentally, he had previously booked a room at the Luming Mountain Inn, so he simply brought his girlfriend along. He was determined to pester Gu Zhongjing into selling him some radishes since he had come all the way here. There were many incidents like this. Gu Zhongjing's vegetables, whether in taste or effect, were always top-notch, and those who received them through his posts on Weibo were very aware of their quality, repeatedly praising him under his updates. But for most who hadn't tasted it, they weren't so convinced and often thought these praises were just flattery, so they paid little attention. Their indifference didn't mean that those who tried the food weren't serious. Many reached out privately to anyone lucky enough to secure a booking, showering them with flattery and offers of large sums of money to ask them to bring back some produce. Since all these transactions happened behind the scenes, Gu Zhongjing and most of his fans were unaware that his vegetables were being sold for over 100 yuan per pound. After Chu Xing and his girlfriend boarded the sightseeing vehicle, she looked around with disdain and said, "There's nothing here. I don't understand why you insisted on coming here. It's rare to have time off, we could have gone to an amusement park or watched a movie instead of coming to look at a barren mountain. I really don't get what you're thinking." Chu Xing replied, "You wouldn't understand, this is my idol's mountain." His girlfriend scoffed, "Idol? Can idols fill your stomach? You're almost 28 years old and you're still chasing stars." Chu Xing shot her a glare, "It's like you don't follow stars yourself. Aren't you deeply devoted to Liang Shan?" The girlfriend defended herself, "That's different. Liang Shan is an emperor of cinema, but your so-called idol is just an internet celebrity." Chu Xing snapped, "I'm not arguing with you. All I'm saying is, you'd better not try to steal my idol's food later." His girlfriend sneered, "Is it worth fighting over a bite of food? Why would I bother stealing from you?" Chu Xing stated firmly, "That's what you say now, don't eat it when the time comes." The girlfriend retorted, "If you want me not to eat, then fine. You're such a childish idiot." She declared it resolutely, feeling even more annoyed with Gu Zhongjing who made her quarrel with Chu Xing. She decided right there that no matter what he cooked, she absolutely would not eat a single bite. Chapter 39, Health Products. Rejection always turns to acceptance so quickly. It was supposed to be not eaten, but the girlfriend stated otherwise. It smelled delicious. The girlfriend indulged in eating, unable to lift her head. Since it was still early for the mountain trip, Gu Zhongjing prepared breakfast with steamed soup buns and plain rice porridge with pickled mustard greens. The girlfriend refused at first, but Chu Xing ate too enjoyably, finishing one after another. As they sat close, the inviting aroma emanating from his lips and teeth made its way into her nose. The girlfriend couldn't help swallowing saliva repeatedly. Chu Xing, being considerate of his girlfriend, stealthily picked up a bun when she wasn't paying attention and shoved it into her mouth. She chewed instinctively and was instantly won over. "It's so delicious." One bite revealed slightly hot meat filling and juice melting in her mouth, getting more fragrant the more she chewed. If paired with Gu Zhongjing's special seasoning, the taste surpassed even the best Zilong Bao she had tried in City J. Eating a small steamed bun and sipping some fragrant white porridge followed. Though ordinary, the porridge itself was nothing spectacular, but the pickled mustard greens were different. Those pickles, processed in an unknown way, were crisp and savory upon biting. When paired with a sip of porridge. My goodness. So good. To eat. As she ate, she said to Chu Xing, "Xing, I'm wrong. In the future, your idol will also be my idol, so good." Chu Xing was extremely pleased, happy enough to give her another small steamed bun. The rest of the group didn't eat much differently, all were buried heads down slurping away. Gu Zhongjing and Chu Yan were busy in the kitchen packing the small steamed buns, working hard. With their speed, they could barely keep up with everyone's ravenous pace. By the time all 35 people had nearly finished, it was already 10 o'clock, and it was time to start preparing lunch again. Gu Zhongjing seriously suspected that his inn would absolutely become a restaurant at this rate. He thought that things needed to change as Lu Mingshan still had many things to take care of. How could he continue construction if he spent all day in the kitchen? Hiring a chef seemed like a good idea, but today was already too late, so just make do for now. Just after finishing breakfast and already anticipating lunch, the group gathered around Gu Zhongjing, taking photos and asking for autographs before heading out to stroll around Lu Mingshan. They discovered that the air in Lu Mingshan was amazing. How amazing! As soon as you stepped outside, the fresh air filled your nasal cavity, making you feel refreshed after exhaling. After a short walk and wandering through Lu Mingshan, which didn't have much else to offer, everyone silently returned to the inn, watching Gu Zhongjing cook with anticipation. Sighing, Gu Zhongjing decided to contact Qi Huiyang after finishing lunch and asked him to help find a chef. The pay, well, selling some herbs to family Qi should suffice. By evening, the first batch of tourists finally checked into the rooms they had struggled to reserve. All the guest rooms had unique designs but shared one common feature: they were cozy. Each room had a purple hibiscus flower by the bedside, which helped induce sleep. These flowers bloomed from March to July, boasting a long flowering period and beautiful petals. However, what actually helped with sleep was not the flowers themselves, but their branches. The branches emitted a subtle fragrance year-round, helping those suffering from insomnia or vivid dreams to improve their sleep. The price was rather expensive though, over 5,000 per pot, and typically only those who could afford it kept one in their room. Gu Zhongjing bought them and cultivated them in his space for several days. Thanks to the nourishment from the space water, these flowers were highly potent now. Everyone sleeping under the effects of the purple hibiscus woke up feeling relaxed and mentally clear, usually feeling as if they hadn't truly rested during their usual mornings, now felt invigorated. After enjoying the breakfast prepared by Master Gu, Chu Xing confidently approached Gu Zhongjing. Lord, last time when I drew a prize, I got the radishes you grew. My mother ate them and her cough got better significantly. I want to ask if I can buy some more to take back home. Gu Zhongjing was just instructing the staff to clean up the bowls on the table when he heard Chu Xing's excited voice laced with anticipation. He found this matter a bit tricky, saying no because it was intended for medicinal purposes seemed cruel since Chu Xing mentioned giving them to her sick mother. Saying yes would conflict with his exclusive supply contract with Quan Wei Zhai, private sales weren't allowed. Thinking for a moment, he told Chu Xing, wait a second, I need to make a phone call. Although Chu Xing didn't understand why selling radishes would involve making a phone call, she obediently nodded. After contacting Qi Huiyang about the chef at noon, Gu Zhongjing called him again now. So Qi Huiyang assumed Gu Zhongjing was checking about the chef and said without waiting for Gu Zhongjing to speak, Brother Gu, don't worry. A chef has already been found. Gu Zhongjing, thank you, Brother Qi, for your efforts. However, what I want to say is not about this matter. Qi Huiyang, Is it not? Then why did Brother Gu call me? Gu Zhongjing explained the ins and outs of the situation to him, indicating that he wished to revise their contract. After listening, Qi Huiyang hesitated. He knew that despite his fairly good relationship with Gu Zhongjing and his desire to maintain a friendly alliance, for the sake of the high-quality products from Gu Zhongjing, Quan Wei Zhai had recently skyrocketed in the food circle. Virtually everyone who visited Quan Wei Zhai once became repeat customers. What did this mean? Even Michelin-starred restaurants never achieved such an extraordinarily high customer retention rate. His franchise already expanded to 3 more branches, with business so good that every day he was in exceptionally high spirits. Combined with the herbs purchased from Gu Zhongjing, he felt energetic daily, radiant and glowing, even his appearance improved significantly. He wanted to renegotiate the contract with Gu Zhongjing, converting it into a lifetime supply agreement, with the pricing well considered, as long as it wasn't too extreme, anything would do. However, knowing that Gu Zhongjing wouldn't agree, he hadn't brought it up. Yet, he never expected Gu Zhongjing to initiate a discussion on this topic. Not wanting to offend him but also reluctant to agree, he found himself caught in a dilemma. Gu Zhongjing perceived his hesitation, showed no anger, and directly stated, if Brother Qi agrees, I'm willing to extend the 8-year contract to 10 years. Qi Huiyang's heart skipped a beat, and excitedly blurted out, deal. He then said, no going back on this, Brother Gu. I'll bring the contract over immediately. Afraid that Gu Zhongjing might change his mind, he hung up and rushed to draft the contract. After hanging up, Gu Zhongjing turned around, preparing to take Chu Xing with him to the vegetable garden. Unexpectedly, he noticed Chu Xing's teary eyes. He was shocked, feeling goosebumps all over. If Yuan were to look at him like this, with tears brimming, he would immediately feel, pity. But when it came to a big burly man gazing at him with such watery eyes, it made him uncomfortable. You. What happened? Chu Xing wiped his tears, idle, I'm sorry, I've caused you to sign another 2 years of indenture with unscrupulous merchants. Gu Zhongjing. Excuse me? Indenture? What indenture? Chu Xing believed, didn't you sign an exclusive supply deal with some restaurant? Gu Zhongjing didn't understand how he equated an exclusive supply deal with an indenture, and replied, yes, but what does that have to do with being indentured? Chu Xing's girlfriend interjected, idle, don't pay attention to him. His talk always lacks sense. Chu Xing thought of saying he might skip buying those radishes, but as soon as this thought arose, he remembered his mother who frequently coughed and couldn't sleep peacefully through the night. This thought stopped him from voicing it aloud. Gu Zhongjing didn't know what he was thinking but could see his guilt, so he reassured, you don't need to feel guilty. The exclusive contract I signed doesn't allow zero selling. Regardless of you or not, I will sooner or later renegotiate it with them. Hearing this, Chu Xing felt much better. Watching from beside him, his girlfriend thought Gu Zhongjing was truly a great person. Although he appeared cold and stern, only showing a tender smile towards the handsome young man, he seemed naturally considerate towards fans. It was exactly in this moment she became completely hooked, inwardly apologizing to her previously favored celebrity, changing allegiances rather rapidly. Deeply moved, Chu Xing showered Gu Zhongjing with flattery. Listening to all these praises, Gu Zhongjing felt somewhat awkward, so he simply led the fans to the vegetable fields downhill, along with the staff picking and packing all the vegetables they requested. He didn't accept any payment, thinking it troublesome. The cost of these vegetables has already been included in the room fee. Speaking of which, the price Gu Zhongjing set for the Lu Mingshan Inn was far from cheap. One evening in a room costs 888 renminbi. The fans weren't short on money, and Gu Zhongjing didn't intend to lower the price too much to prevent excessive foot traffic, thus setting the price higher initially to curb overly excited fans. Most fans were ordinary people. Spending this much money to stay one night in a tourist spot was bearable, but currently, the mountain where Gu Zhongjing stayed wasn't yet fully developed, lacking everything. Fans would merely view the Osmanthus Road and spend a night in the homestay, hence this price wasn't worth it. It'd be better to visit once everything was developed. Gu Zhongjing was aware that he had set the price high. So when Chu Yan listed the inn on various booking channels, he already planned this 888 as the all-inclusive ticket to Liming Mountain. All expenses incurred during future stays and tourism on Lu Mingshan would be included in this sum. Later, when the fruits ripened, they could eat freely while on the mountain, and when leaving, they could take away up to 20 pounds of fruit and vegetables for free. Anything over 20 pounds would have to be purchased. This was their preliminary plan, which hadn't been announced on Weibo yet. Since the fans wanted to buy vegetables this time, Gu Zhongjing decided to bring it up. Gu Zhongjing started the homestay business initially to make money, but later on, he had no shortage of funds and was doing it purely out of interest. So even if this practice would result in some financial loss, Gu Zhongjing didn't feel regretful at all. The biggest difference between Lu Mingshan homestay and other homestays was that he didn't need to worry about attracting customers. His fans and fame were his best brand names. As long as he could maintain the pure charm of Lu Mingshan, he would never run short of tourists. So actually, he was still earning, just earning more or less. The fans didn't expect such a pleasant surprise and were even happier. When they left, they were all reluctant to go, saying they would come back to stay in a while. Since the fans booked through travel apps, they paid the fees beforehand. The money would be transferred directly into Gu Zhongjing's account once the fans confirmed their check-in. So after the fans left this time, Gu Zhongjing received a deposit text message. 35 rooms meant more than 30,000 renminbi, but Gu Zhongjing glanced at the notification casually and didn't pay much attention before pulling Chu Yan back to the top of the mountain. The next day, Gu Zhongjing learned from Chu Yan that all the fans who stayed had given good reviews for the homestay and wrote glowing praise in essays exceeding 100 words. The price is a little high, but it's absolutely worth it. The air on the mountain is fantastic. I slept soundly without feeling my usual insomnia. Plus, the vegetables personally grown by the idol were so delicious, and I also received gifts from him when leaving. Worth it. Let me first praise the idol's steamed buns and water-boiled fish, super duper delicious, drooling.gif. Also, after interacting with him closely, I found the idol to be extremely nice, gentle throughout, like an old friend. The environment on the mountain is amazing too. Just as my fellow reviewers said, upon waking, I felt refreshed as though ready to ascend. In summary, totally worth it. The two friends above are somewhat uninformed. The reason we slept well wasn't because of good air, it's the purple flowers placed on the bedside tables aiding sleep. Those flowers sell for at least 5 million yuan each, so for 888 renminbi, it's incredibly cost-effective, not to mention the idol didn't charge us for food or vegetables. Anyway, I've already planned to spend some time on the mountain. Are there any friends interested? The positive feedback for the homestay was posted on Weibo and caused a small sensation among Gu Zhongjing's fans. The booking heat that had slightly cooled down ignited again. Gu Zhongjing took a look, and now bookings for the Lu Mingshan homestay were already lined up half a year in advance. He sighed, nowadays, social media is incredible. A 10 million follower influencer like me can bring so much traffic. If he were still the same arbitrator he used to be, perhaps he might consider opening a live streaming platform to capitalize on the current momentum. But unfortunately, he had lost that ambition. His greatest wish now was to grow old with Chu Yan and live a tranquil life together. Chu Yan echoed his sentiments, stop lamenting, big name influencer. We need to hire people, we're exhausted. By hiring people, Chu Yan meant hiring service staff since they underestimated the manpower needed due to lack of experience in the hospitality industry, leading both of them to work non-stop for a whole day. Plus, the skincare factory, chicken coop, and duck barn on the mountain had all been built, but the staffing problem remained unsolved. These issues needed addressing, which prompted Chu Yan's comment. Upon hearing how tired Chu Yan was, Gu Zhongjing felt sympathy and guilt, gently massaging her shoulders on the sofa. Sorry baby, you've worked too hard. Chu Yan enjoyed the massage and replied, though it's tiring, this kind of full and meaningful life is something I truly cherish. Watching Chu Yan's compliant, beautiful profile, Gu Zhongjing couldn't help but agree. Indeed, having aligned values was the key to a long-lasting relationship. Their thoughts coincided, making Gu Zhongjing love this enriching life immensely, along with Chu Yan herself. Unable to suppress the fervor rising within him, he held Chu Yan's chin from behind and gently kissed her. Qi Huiyang soon came over to sign the new contract, and the two chefs were also arranged. Realizing there was not enough space, Gu Zhongjing turned one floor of a villa entirely into a restaurant, thus reducing the number of rooms to 31. Gu Zhongjing and Chu Yan also freed their hands to attend to other matters. The skincare factory and the health product factory were quickly built. After conducting market research, Gu Zhongjing introduced machinery and started a vigorous recruitment campaign. This recruitment mainly targeted Liaber family village and Chen family village. Since Gu Zhongjing had leased Mount Lu, it was important for him to maintain good relations with the villagers of these two villages. In case during the future lease renewal, the village heads might reconsider due to the prosperity of Mount Lu and demand higher prices, in such a scenario, the villagers would stand by Gu Zhongjing because of their jobs, which was thus very necessary. There was another crucial reason to hire from these two villages: they could directly return home after work, saving Gu Zhongjing from providing employee dormitories. In addition, an accountant was needed to handle salary payments and miscellaneous tasks. With the waiters and helpers required for the restaurant, at least 30 people were necessary in total. It was expected that around 20 workers were required for both factories. However, as Gu Zhongjing planned to launch health products first, with skincare products postponed until the flowers on the mountain bloomed next year, about 10 people were initially enough. Their main task would be operating the machinery. The process was not complex, anyone who wasn't too clumsy could learn after being taught twice. Even though there wasn't much need for secrecy, to avoid suspicion, Gu Zhongjing still separated the machines for each step of the process. Employees worked in pairs in a room, and they had to hand over their mobile phones and cameras upon entering, retrieving them only after work. This measure was also intended to prevent various potential troubles in the future. Otherwise, Gu Zhongjing wouldn't have taken such unnecessary steps. After all the employees were hired, Gu Zhongjing entrusted Qi Huiyang to help register the health product company and secure relevant licenses and product filings. The company name was established as Lu Ming Mountain Health Products. The health product factory quickly began production, initially producing Polygonum multiflorum, He Wu, and Goji berry health products. The manufacturing process was simple: clean the Polygonum and Goji berries, dry them with the machine, crush them into powder, mix with a certain proportion of water, then bottle and pack the product, completing the process. Such a simple process would hardly be believed if told to others. But even without adding any ingredients, merely diluting pure herbs, the efficacy of these health products far exceeded those available on the market. When he submitted his product for filing, it had to undergo testing. He still remembered the look on the tester's face when the results showed that the efficacy was 5 times stronger than ordinary market products. The tester's face was full of shock as if the medicine were some kind of monster. Once the first batch of products was produced, Gu Zhongjing directly contacted Elder Qi and Dr. Chen. They rushed over and bought out the entire first batch of 100 boxes. After purchasing, the two old men cursed Gu Zhongjing as a swindler with bitter expressions. It cost 10,000 renminbi per box, so 100 boxes amounted to 1 million renminbi. Though this price wasn't excessively high compared to some other health products, the problem was that now the two elders knew these herbs were grown by Gu Zhongjing himself. The previously intact herbs with excellent effects were sold for just a fraction of this price, but now they'd gone up several times. It was no wonder the stingy old men scowled and glared. If someone were unethical, they might have tried investigating Gu Zhongjing's planting base, but given their sense of justice, the two elders didn't do so out of respect. However, even if they did investigate, Gu Zhongjing wasn't afraid. Not long after selling the first batch of herbs to them, he had allocated 2 mu of land out of 10 mu down the mountain, covering it with greenhouses. Inside, he grew Polygonum multiflorum nearing maturity from his space, ensuring it was within the walled area, safe from theft. As for goji berries, it was simpler. He planted a grove on the east side of the mountain. Next year, goji berries would be abundantly hanging on the branches. Existing stock could simply be labeled as purchases. Where from? That's none of your business. Are you trying to compete with me? Gu Zhongjing felt confident that anyone with a brain wouldn't dare attempt such foolishness. After returning home with the products, the two elders convened family meetings and distributed the 50 boxes they each obtained. They kept only 10 boxes for themselves, consuming some and giving some as gifts to friends. These days, who doesn't have relatives or friends? Relatives and friends had observed changes in the Qi family these past few months and had asked privately multiple times. However, intent on maintaining good relations with Gu Zhongjing, they claimed to have fortuitously acquired some herbs, stating they had already consumed them all. Now that Gu Zhongjing's health products were available, they recalled their relatives and friends and sent the gifts cautiously and respectfully. Elder Qi gave his share to his longtime friend Old Liang, whose relationship stemmed from battles fought together. Now, as both had aged and suffered from many illnesses, Elder Qi had saved £1 or £2 from his ration and given it to Old Liang. However, because of the small amount consumed, the effects weren't very pronounced. Therefore, when Qi Lao bought so much this time, the first person he thought of was Old Liang. He arrived at Old Liang's house with 2 boxes of health products just as Old Liang was scolding his son while protecting a little girl. Old Liang's face was red with anger. You, as her father, have never cared for Lian. Her developing autism is mostly your fault. Now that she doesn't want to go to the hospital, you're forcing her. Do you only feel satisfied when you've driven her completely into a closed world? From now on, I don't want you managing Lian's affairs anymore, just get out of my sight. Old Liang cursed and threw a teacup at his son. The eldest son, Liang Shan, didn't dare to dodge it and endured it silently. When Qi Lao came in, Liang Shan's handsome face turned bright red. He said to his father, Dad, calm down, please. I didn't mean anything bad. I just want to cure Lian. I admit I was wrong before, but I will stick to my opinion on this matter. I'll go back home today, and come to pick up Lian tomorrow. Liang Lao, hearing his son still had the idea of sending Lian for drug therapy, raised his walking stick to beat him. Qi Lao was shocked and quickly held him back, waving behind to signal Liang Shan to leave immediately. Liang Shan gave Qi Lao a grateful smile and left quietly. After Liang Shan left, Qi Lao consoled Liang Lao, I think you're too hard on him. He's not a kid anymore. You made him lose face in front of me, you know. Hearing this, Liang Lao rolled his eyes in anger. Face? Does he deserve any face? He ran away from the army to be an actor. Besides, he brought an illegitimate daughter, delaying the child's life like this. Does he even deserve to talk about face? Qi Lao sighed deeply. Indeed, due to this incident, the Liang family had been mocked for many years. Young Liang Shan disobeyed his father, refusing to join the military to become a star instead. Even after breaking his legs, after they healed, he still secretly went to pursue acting. For years, Liang Lao fought bitterly with his son. Only when Liang Shan finally gained some fame did their relationship improve. Who knew that at that point, Liang Shan brought home a child claiming her as his daughter, nearly killing Liang Lao with anger. Even so, being their first granddaughter, Liang Lao reluctantly accepted her. Eventually, Liang Lao compromised and agreed to bring Lian back to the ancestral house, but Liang Shan insisted on raising her himself. Despite his apparent busyness, he somehow managed to raise her well, or so it seemed. Unbeknownst to everyone, Liang Shan was taken advantage of by someone, and the young girl suffered abuse from a nanny, becoming increasingly quiet until she was diagnosed with severe autism by the time it was discovered. Chapter 40, The Fruit Trees Are Blooming. This time, the old man was truly enraged. He immediately took the young girl back to the old house, planning to raise her himself and see if he could pull her out of her autism with care. But Liang Shan, who was never at ease, actually dared to come to old Liang and say that he wanted to take the young girl to the hospital for physical therapy. His intentions were good, but old Liang would not accept it. He believed that physical therapy would turn the young girl into a fool. What is physical therapy? It's combining medication with psychological treatment. Old Liang saw the young girl swallowing handfuls of medicine, and after just one day, he couldn't bear it anymore. Medicines have side effects, eating so many drugs without having any disease could cause sickness. So in old Liang's view, Liang Shan's persistence was unreasonable. Lian was already autistic, when would she get better just relying on care? The father and son had serious conflicts over this matter. After several quarrels, Qi Lao also found out about the situation. As an outsider, he understood the problem clearly and agreed with Liang Shan's decision that the young girl needed treatment now. He had tried to persuade old Liang, but old Liang was very stubborn, insisting that Lian's current condition could only be cured by the intimate care of family members. He didn't let Lian take medicine or receive psychological treatment, instead learning these psychological therapies on his own, which was very stubborn, and even Qi Lao couldn't persuade him. Qi Lao looked at the little girl who was 6 or 7 years old and sighed, then advised again, Old Liang, don't blame me for saying something harsh, we are all old and no one knows which day we will close our eyes forever. What about Lian then? She is still young now. If you really love her, entrust her to Xiaoshan's care. After all, Xiaoshan is her father. Old Liang snorted, if it wasn't for that unfilial son, how would my granddaughter have become like this? How can I possibly trust Xiaoshan with Lian? I've already planned it well, when I die, I will leave all my property to Lian. I don't believe I won't be able to cure my granddaughter before I die. Seeing his obstinate expression, Qi Lao stopped trying to persuade him and said, you stubborn mule. By the way, where is your wife? At the mention of his partner, old Liang's face softened a bit, she went to the backyard to pick some vegetables. You should stay for dinner today. Tomorrow, I won't be home, I'm taking Lian to live in J City for a while. Qi Lao asked, why did you suddenly decide to go to J City? With a bitter expression, old Liang replied, Lian's condition hasn't improved at all. I heard that J City has a good environment and air quality, maybe there will be some effect. Qi Lao, hearing about the good air and environment, thought of Lu Mingshan. He hesitated for a moment and said, if you want a place with good air and environment, I know a pretty good spot right here in a city. Curious, old Liang responded, a city is so foggy, living there long term can make people feel oppressed. If there is really such a place, how come I don't know about it? Qi Lao grinned smugly, are you becoming ignorant? Do you remember the Polygonum multiflorum and goji berries I brought you last time? Thinking about the highly effective medicine, old Liang became even more curious, is this place related to that medicine? Of course, it is relevant. That medicine was grown by the owner of the place I am talking about. Although his place is still under construction, the air quality and environment there are impeccable. Hearing Qi Lao's high recommendation, old Liang, recalling the medicine, said, is it really that good? Without saying much more, Qi Lao handed him the health supplements he had brought, no matter how good it is, finish these supplements first. Anyway, even if you go now, you probably won't be able to reserve a room. I still need to ask around further. Alright, I'll try them first, old Liang responded. The medicine Qi Lao had previously sent over turned both his hair and his wife's hair black. And those goji berries caused Lian to no longer remain awake until dawn every night. So, old Liang completely trusted that Qi Lao wouldn't mislead him. Here, Qi Lao was not only giving away health supplements but also promoting heavily, and other members of the Qi family were doing the same. The elder brother and second brother sent their business partners. The women gave gifts to their close friends from their maternal families, and the younger generations gave boxes to their friends. In short, except for leaving a few boxes for their family's use, they mostly gave them away as presents. Even Qi Huichen, who wasn't particularly adept at social niceties, gave 2 boxes to his company partners. Qi Huichen was someone who only liked to develop projects and didn't enjoy interacting with others. Therefore, all external interactions of the company fell solely on the shoulders of the partner, who, due to frequent entertaining, was also not in great shape, and both of them had the same issue, balding. Some time ago, Qi Huichen ate the Polygonum multiflorum that Qi Lao brought back. Not long after, hair began growing back, thick and black, which greatly delighted Qi Huichen. From then on, hats, wigs, and everything else became history. Qi Huichen especially cherished the new hair that had just grown out and was unwilling to cut it. It had now grown to neck length, making his partner incredibly envious. He had asked Qi Huichen several times how the hair had grown back, but the Qi family only had a little bit of the herbal medicine left, not enough to share with others. Qi Huichen had no choice but to secretly stash away a small amount for himself and bring it daily to his good brother who suffered the same plight, hoping to save his hair. When he heard Qi Lao mention that the medicine seller had started selling health supplements, he thought there wouldn't be a shortage anymore. The Qi family members felt free to hand out gifts generously, and in just 2 days, 50 boxes were almost all given away. However, the results were astonishing. Within half a month, everyone who had taken 2 boxes of the supplement noticed its effects. Although it didn't compare to the visibly drastic changes in the Qi family before, it was still quite remarkable. Bald heads slowly began growing hair again, graying hair slowly turned black, and overall physical conditions improved. People who previously suffered from insomnia and vivid dreams no longer struggled with sleepless nights. They now fell into deep sleep every night, waking up refreshed without any signs of the previous exhaustion typical in long-term insomniacs. This made Lu Mingshan's health supplements very popular within this small circle. People kept visiting the Qi family, eager to learn where they could purchase these products. After seeking Gu Zhongjing's approval, Qi Lao shared Lu Mingshan's address with their relatives and friends. In just half a month, Gu Zhongjing introduced Lu Mingshan to the wealthy and influential individuals of a city, thanks to the efforts of the Qi family. No one knew the relationship between Gu Zhongjing and the Qi family, but this did not stop them from cultivating connections with Gu Zhongjing. After all, who wouldn't want their body to feel healthier? The price compared to the effectiveness was very friendly to these wealthy individuals, so they all eagerly approached Gu Zhongjing, willing to buy dozens or even hundreds of boxes. Not only could the supplement be used personally, but it also made an excellent gift. Buying more would never seem like a waste. Unfortunately, they misjudged the situation when Gu Zhongjing announced that due to limited medicinal supplies, only 500 boxes could be produced each month. For various considerations, each person was limited to 5 boxes per month. If anyone wanted more, they wouldn't be accommodated. Upon hearing this, everyone present looked at each other in disbelief. None of them had ever seen someone reject profit like this. Some offered 10 times, even 100 times, the regular price in exchange for buying from Gu Zhongjing. But all were flatly refused. Gu Zhongjing was stubborn. If he said no, there was nothing that could change his mind, no matter how much the price was increased. Feeling wary of the Qi family, they dared not pressure Gu Zhongjing directly, so they sought alternative ways around the problem. Gu Zhongjing hadn't said that each individual could buy only 5 boxes. So they hired people to buy on their behalf. With enough manpower, the end result would remain the same. Gu Zhongjing only cared about producing 500 boxes monthly. As for how others purchased them, that was their concern. He paid no attention to it. Lu Mingshan's health supplements quickly became the top choice for gifts among the elite, offering both prestige and genuine intent. Prices skyrocketed, with some selling for tens of thousands per box. But with such effective results, and knowing they weren't lacking in wealth, why would anyone sell it to others? A fine product doesn't fear being hidden in an alleyway. By the time New Year's approached, Gu Zhongjing had successfully established the reputation of Lu Mingshan's health supplements. This reputation remained exclusive, known only to the wealthy who willingly kept it quiet within their circles, unwilling to share it further. No one was foolish enough to let the information spread widely when the supply was already limited, it would only increase competition unnecessarily. Qi Lao and Dr. Chen, having helped spread Gu Zhongjing's fame, were promised 20 boxes each per month. Other members of their families would need to follow the general rules if they wanted more. These extra 20 boxes were specially produced by Gu Zhongjing, not included in the original 500 boxes. In addition, supplements were also provided to the orphanage residents as rewards for employees and gifted to friends. Altogether, Gu Zhongjing actually produced 600 boxes per month, but even that number was quite small. Employees at the health supplement factory needed only a few days at the beginning of the month to complete their assigned tasks and then had no work to do. Yet Gu Zhongjing couldn't reduce the workforce because he had to maintain confidentiality, which required this extra step. Finally, after finishing their work, employees went to the construction team, whose wages Gu Zhongjing covered. With these employees' assistance, the construction progressed faster. By the end of the year, most buildings on the mountain were basically finished. At the mid-mountain level, traditional Chinese villas, chicken coops, and duck houses had been constructed. At the summit, there was a supermarket, restaurant, a planned lake, which would later have stream water diverted into it, and a pavilion located in the middle of the lake, all completed. Gu Zhongjing hadn't yet decided what else to build, so he settled the outstanding payments with the contractor and planned to reconnect with the construction team when necessary. Once everything was handled, the year-end came around. Gu Zhongjing closed off Lu Mingshan, granted the employees their annual vacation, and invited all the adults and children in his courtyard to join him at Lu Mingshan. Lu Mingshan's facilities were certainly better than those in the courtyard, offering more comfort for the orphans compared to their usual home. Though Gu Zhongjing couldn't let them all move over permanently, staying for a few days posed no issue. On the morning of the spring festival, Gu Zhongjing and Chu Yan got up early to prepare for the day's activities. They posted couplets, slaughtered chickens, ducks, and fish, fried glutinous rice balls, made dumplings, and much more. The older kids helped out, while the younger ones played around the mountain, only returning when called for meals, like a flock of little chicks rushing back to eat. By evening, all the elaborate dishes were finally ready. Chef Gu Zhongjing's skills were unsurpassed, leaving everyone with greasy mouths from enjoying his delicious food. For the children from the orphanage, celebrating the new year was a blissful occasion. It meant they could eat as much meat as they wanted, and enjoy candies and snacks, which is why they loved it so much. But this year's celebration was even happier than any previous year because they were now living in beautiful big houses, wearing new clothes, and had received lucky money. They were very grateful to Jing Gij, brother Jing, who had brought all these blessings. During the New Year's Eve dinner, the children imitated adult behavior by solemnly raising their glasses of juice in childlike voices to toast the adults. The phrase that touched Gu Zhongjing most deeply came from Xiao Dong, "May there be today every year, and may every year be like this." Cheered by this, Gu Zhongjing drank 2 extra cups of wine, his face showing signs of mild intoxication. After dinner, everyone went outside to set off fireworks. Burst after burst illuminated the sky with various glowing colors. Laughing and shouting, everyone held sparklers, with Gu Zhongjing and Chu Yan joining the children in childish antics, looking just like 2 true teenagers. The couple running the orphanage and Auntie Ollie watched everyone laugh and play with immense satisfaction. At 12 o'clock, the bell in the inner city rang, signaling the arrival of the new year. Gu Zhongjing watched as Chu Yan celebrated with the children, counting together and playing joyfully under the fireworks. Overwhelmed with warmth and affection, he simply couldn't restrain himself. When everyone was distracted by the fireworks and cheers marking the start of the new year, he secretly kissed Chu Yan on the forehead. Chu Yan's face turned red beneath the sparkling fireworks, but he didn't pull away. Instead, he leaned closer to whisper in Gu Zhongjing's ear, "A Jing, Happy New Year." Gu Zhongjing's gaze softened as if it might drip water, replying tenderly, "Yuan Yuan, Happy New Year too." Unknowingly, the director of the orphanage saw their intimate moment, her eyes full of shock. Had little Jing and little Yen started dating? Thinking she must have seen incorrectly, she blinked her eyes and looked again, only to find the two still gazing at each other with obvious love and affection. She missed hearing Auntie Ali's New Year wishes because of her surprise. When did they get together? It absolutely wouldn't do, she needed to talk to them. If they were really dating, she hoped the two could separate. They were still at the age of young infatuation, thus, their mutual attraction would lead to wanting to be together, something understandable, but not something Meng Songyu approved of. Feelings are the most unreliable thing in the world. If one day Jing and Yen quarreled and broke up, there would be a high probability they'd become strangers or even enemies. Meng Songyu couldn't accept the children she had raised turning into estranged strangers. She wished they'd remain brothers supporting each other forever, not lovers destined to part ways. In just a few seconds, many thoughts flashed through Meng Songyu's mind. She even considered calling Gu Zhongjing and Chu Yan over immediately for a serious talk. But before she moved a step, she suddenly hesitated. She understood Jing and Yen well, both were difficult to get close to. If they separated, neither of them might ever find someone else equally compatible. Perhaps letting them stay together was better. They shared the same background, knowing each other's struggles and growing up together in companionship. Even without romantic love, they had familial affection. Forget it, she would pretend not to know about the affairs between these children. No matter how things develop, she would always keep an eye on them. They wouldn't end up as strangers. With this thought, Meng Songyu's troubled expression eased somewhat, and her focus shifted elsewhere. Gu Zhongjing and Chu Yan were very perceptive. How could they miss the sharp gaze from the director? But they didn't look back, nor did they dodge, continuing to lean closely against each other. Jing, the director saw you kiss me. Even if she saw, we'll tell them eventually anyway. But I'm afraid she can't accept it. She won't. She's a wise elder. Let's go talk to her tomorrow. No need. I'll go alone. Fireworks exploded across the sky, children laughed and played, directors watched kindly, and the whispers of the young couple filled the air. Lu Mingshan welcomed its first new year in unprecedented warmth. As the new year passed, spring quietly arrived, and all things began to awaken. Lu Mingshan started sprouting green buds everywhere, and Gu Zhongjing and Chu Yan became unusually busy. The flower seeds prepared by last year were scattered all over the reserved empty land on Lu Mingshan by the staff. Regardless of the type of flower seed, they would all sprout if planted at this time, but the blooming periods might vary. At night, Gu Zhongjing took Chu Yan to water the spaces across the mountain, and it took nearly 10 days to thoroughly soak the places where flower seeds were scattered. During this period, they took the time to buy 500 chicks and ducklings each, as well as 5,000 fish fry, which they placed in a lake filled with creek water. Gu Zhongjing worried about the survival of these fish fry, so he added lots of space water into the lake, which took him 7 or 8 hours to stop. Afterwards, Gu Zhongjing bought lotus roots to bury in the lake water. When the lotuses bloomed in June, they would certainly look beautiful, and when the flowers withered, one could eat lotus roots. Since Gu Zhongjing hadn't tried growing lotus roots with space water before, he was rather excited to see the results. The chicken coops and duck coops were located on the back half of the mountain waste 20 minutes away from Lake Luming, far from the Chinese-style villa cluster, so the unpleasant odor wouldn't reach here. The water for the chicks and ducklings would be fetched by the employees from the lake, which contained 1/3 spiritual spring water. Not only would this benefit the fish fry, but it would also prevent diseases in the chicks and ducklings and improve their meat quality. Gu Zhongjing had thought about raising 2 pigs, but considering that pig farming smelled worse than raising chickens and ducks, he had no choice but to give up on that idea. With the arrival of spring, cherry blossoms and various fruit trees also bloomed on the mountain, red pomegranate flowers, white pear flowers, deep pink peach blossoms. Due to the abundance of fruit trees planted, now Lu Mingshan was covered with flowers all over, especially the hilltop villa cluster where cherry blossoms grew most abundantly, making it feel like it was enveloped in a sea of pink. Under the shade of cherry blossoms, the rustic-style villas with white walls and red roofs looked even more picturesque, not of this world. Grapevines in the courtyard began to climb onto grape trellises, looking tenderly green and particularly adorable. During Gu Zhongjing's live broadcasts, cherry blossoms and various fruit tree flowers frequently appeared in the frame, causing another surge in people who made reservations. However, guests who booked now wouldn't be able to check in until next year at the earliest. Some fans settled for visiting Lu Mingshan instead to admire the flowers directly. Among them were some costume enthusiasts and cosplay lovers, using the flower trees as the best background, uploading countless beautiful photos onto Weibo. Inadvertently, Lu Mingshan became a must-visit spot for many photography enthusiasts. Gu Zhongjing did not stop these fans who came to visit, he only set up a ticket booth at the foot of the mountain, charging 100 yuan per entrance without covering the costs incurred within the mountain. Charging didn't dampen the enthusiasm of the fans and tourists, and people could be seen coming and going every day. Concerned that certain individuals might damage the flowers on the fruit trees, Gu Zhongjing collected a deposit of 200 yuan from everyone entering the mountain. Cameras were installed everywhere on the mountain, and security room employees constantly monitored them. Once someone was seen picking flowers, their deposit would be confiscated, they'd be asked to leave, and they'd be put on a blacklist, never allowed back again. This was an unavoidable measure. If the pickers weren't stopped, the fruit trees might bear very few fruits, leading to losses. These flowers beautified the entire mountain and also attracted many bees and butterflies. Gu Zhongjing placed beehives in each grove of fruit trees, and stray bees gradually gathered around these beehives, rooting themselves in the respective forests of their favorite flowers. It's worth mentioning that the 3 grandfather-grandchildren pair introduced by Mr. Chi at the beginning of the year were already lost in joy there. For unknown reasons, the little girl with autism seemed influenced by the environment of the mountain and began to show some small reactions, for example, reaching out her hand to touch the various flowers she saw. She understood when told not to pick them, although still not responding to others, she listened and pulled her hand back. Seeing hope in the old couple, they liked Lu Mingshan even more, and they negotiated with Gu Zhongjing to lease one of the Chinese-style villas on the hillside. Understanding their situation, though knowing they were not lacking in money, Gu Zhongjing symbolically charged them 50,000 yuan and allowed them to stay there indefinitely. This decision also brought Gu Zhongjing a wave of criticism. In April, due to a word from Mr. Liang, Lu Mingshan suddenly gained popularity, becoming well-known beyond its initial scope, and also facing a surge of negative attention. Upon learning that his daughter's autism was gradually improving, Mr. Liang's son, Mr. Liangshan, hurriedly visited Lu Mingshan to see his daughter. Once he arrived, he understood why his parents and daughter loved Lu Mingshan so much. It was indeed extraordinarily beautiful. Starting from the foot of the mountain, there were fruit trees in full bloom all over, white ones looking snow white and pink ones bright and vivid. The blank spaces on the mountain were also filled with lush green plants. The top of the mountain featured country-style villas interwoven among traditional Chinese pavilions located at mid-slope, each having their own unique charm. A stream flowed down from the peak, gathering into a clear lake halfway up the mountain before trickling further down the slope. Walking along the osmanthus path to the summit, one could take in the stunning beauty of the whole mountain in an instant. Visitors were very conscientious, only appreciating the flowers and taking photos without ever reaching out to pick them. In various spots around the mountain, people dressed in Hanfu or Tang costumes were often seen posing for photos, occasionally encountering some cosplay enthusiasts wearing peculiar outfits. His little girl was standing under a pear tree, dressed in a red Tang costume getting her picture taken. The backdrop of white pear blossoms made Lian Lian look like a fairy. He watched as Lian Lian, guided by her father's loving care, slowly struck a pose after half a minute. Her lips slightly pressed together, her big eyes staring straight at her grandfather's camera. Seeing this, Liang Shan's eyes watered immediately. Tears streamed into the pure black mask he wore. He had not seen his daughter this lively in such a long time. Breathing in the floral fragrance, watching his caring parents and beautiful daughter nearby, his heart was filled with gratitude towards Gu Zhongjing. He wiped away his tears and went closer to call, "Dad, Mom, Lian Lian." Old Liang turned upon hearing his voice. His expression became colder but did not tell him to leave, instead quietly continuing to take pictures of his granddaughter. Liang Shan noticed that old Liang no longer opposed his presence and quickly stepped forward, flatteringly saying, "Parents, why don't you stand together with Lian Lian so I can take your picture?" Old Liang glanced at him, not answering either good or bad, ignoring him while still snapping several more photos before silently handing over the camera to Liang Shan. Tears welled up again in Liang Shan's eyes, streaming down once more. Not far away, someone spotted the upright figure of Liang Shan and began whispering. "Look quickly, isn't that Liang Shan? Shadow Emperor Liang would not be here, you're imagining things." Maybe. Liang Shan returned home the same day after staying only a day on Lu Mingshan. That day, he took photos of his parents and daughter and also shared a meal with them. Although his daughter still didn't speak to him, she reacted to what he said, nodding when he asked if the food tasted good. Flooded with gratitude toward the owner of Lu Mingshan, Liang Shan didn't know how to repay Gu Zhongjing, so he uploaded numerous photos of Lu Mingshan to Weibo. Gradually the flowers have begun to blur my vision, is it not beautiful? Attached to the post were images of the flowers see at Lu Mingshan. As a veteran actor, Liang Shan's single statement sparked heated discussions, and the flower C in his photo was swiftly decoded. Liang Shan left Lu Mingshan after only a day's stay, during which he captured photographs of his parents and daughter and enjoyed a meal with them. Although his daughter continued to ignore him, she responded to his inquiries. When asked about the taste of the food, she nodded. Liang Shan felt immense gratitude towards the owner of Lu Mingshan and wasn't sure how to repay Gu Zhongjing. Therefore, he posted multiple photos of Lu Mingshan onto Weibo. Chapter 41, Director Li Zi. If a movie emperor asks you whether it's beautiful, how would you answer? The fans answered, "Beautiful, very beautiful. Isn't it good?" They were shouting and cheering as if they had taken a stimulant. Why? Because of Liang Shan, the aloof emperor of movies. Liang Shan is a breath of fresh air in the circle. Everyone knows he comes from a military family. He dislikes hype and scandals, he just likes acting. The key is that not only does he have high looks and great acting skills but also high productivity. 2 movies and 1 TV series a year is his standard. Sometimes, he guest stars in other films or TV dramas. He just doesn't like to participate in variety shows or interviews, nor does he usually post on Weibo. The daily routine for his fans is to urge him to post on Weibo and argue with other celebrities who ride the heat. When this Weibo was posted, it had been a month since the last one. His die-hard and fervent fans felt like celebrating New Year. After lavishly praising the movie Emperor being more beautiful than flowers, they started digging into the location in the photos. "This place, I've seen it before. I've been there, crazy raising hands.jpg. Where, tell us. I know, but I won't say. I want to breathe the air that Shan has breathed. Isn't this Lu Ming Mountain? Lu Ming Mountain. Isn't that Gu Zhongjing's mountain? It seems so. I saw the villa during the last arbitration live broadcast when the divine little brother accidentally showed up outside the frame. Although Gu Zhongjing doesn't have as many fans as Liang Shan or as wide fame, he still has several million active fans, some of whom are also Liang Shan's fans. After seeing the Weibo post, they quickly decoded it. They were excited to death. The feeling that their idols liked each other made them extremely thrilled. One by one, deeply influenced by the movie Emperor, they hesitated not a bit and rushed towards Lu Ming Mountain the next day. Gu Zhongjing noticed this situation when Lu Ming Mountain was already full of people, with the crowd volume comparable to famous tourist destinations like the Great Wall or Mount Tai during holidays. He looked at all the people with some worry. With so many people around, his flowers might get ruined. Chu Yen noticed the situation was wrong. With sharp insight, he searched on Weibo and uncovered the mystery. Director Liang sent a few words and immediately pushed Lu Ming Mountain to the trending topics list, followed by the word explosion, surpassing 1 billion views. Gu Zhongjing, noticing the situation wasn't right, called the employees selling tickets down the mountain right away, signaling to stop ticket sales. He then went online on Weibo and stated that he would only accommodate 100 tourists per day from now on. This Weibo post was carefully considered before being sent out. He merely wanted to run a beautiful, peaceful bed and breakfast on the mountain. When short on money, he hoped to make money through tourists. When well off, he merely wanted to bring Lu Ming Mountain some popularity. If the crowd got too large, the beauty would be spoiled instead. After the Weibo post was sent out, Gu Zhongjing's comments were overwhelmed with various reviews. Ordinary cries of disappointment were okay, but trouble came from some young fans of Liang Shan. Just as it starts to gain attention, they start driving customers away. A popular figure remains a popular figure with a low vision. A famous mountain only gaining attention because of Emperor Liang. Saying limited capacity is an act of bullying customers. To limit, my ass. Who cares about your broken mountain? Without Shan's recommendation, I wouldn't bother looking twice, let alone limiting. Initially, I thought the sea of flowers looked pretty appealing, but upon arrival, the limitation makes me disappointed. We recommend it because our Shan helps, yet without forwarding, liking, or even acknowledging. What does that mean? Neither forward nor like. How disappointing for our Shan. Some comments directly included obscenities, cursing his entire family. Gu Zhongjing didn't understand why these people acted this way. Did they think they could freely speak nonsense behind a computer screen? He glanced once and smiled, ignoring them. Some people lose interest over time if you don't pay them heed, however, if you confront them, they grow even wilder. However, some fans made a good point. It was indeed Director Liang's kindness to recommend him, and he should express his gratitude. He immediately mended the fence, engaging in a whole chain operation, liking, commenting, forwarding, and following, but unfortunately, Gu Zhongjing's reaction was a tad late. After forwarding, the comments section plummeted again as the irrational fans lost their minds. Why must others say so before you forward? This IQ level. I'm turning black due to the road. Being forced to follow after getting scolded, how unwilling is that? Go away. All Emperor Liang did was ask if it was beautiful, not naming it as your pathetic mountain. Stop seeking attention, internet dogs. Another example of losing oneself as soon as gaining recognition. Poor thing, Shan. Recommended out of kindness and yet deemed a wannabe attention seeker. Gu Zhongjing, full of grievances but speechless. Liang Shan. He truly just wanted to help. Things escalated too quickly, and Gu Zhongjing didn't even realize it before he was labeled arrogant, impolite, and opportunistic. His fans were equally astonished. Once aware of the situation, they acted swiftly to control comments and join the fray. Look closely. It was your movie Emperor who sent out the tweet first. Who's taking advantage of whom? Get your movie Emperor out of our sight. Those stinky fans are making trouble again. Movie Emperor Liang, please control your own dogs. If your movie Emperor hadn't recklessly recommended it, would Lu Ming Mountain have set any restrictions? We've been hurt because of this. The fans of Emperor Liang seem to be becoming more unbearable over the years. Seeing the arguments between the two sets of fans getting more and more heated, Chu Yan couldn't stay idle anymore and prepared to operate his computer. But Gu Zhongjing held him back quickly. Yuan, don't rush. I'll call Director Liang. This mess was caused by his son, let him resolve it himself. Chu Yan, upset, said, but they cursed so harshly. Gu Zhongjing, it doesn't matter, anyway my entire family is dead already. Chu Yan, big head Gu. When did you become such a pushover? Hearing the nickname appear, Gu Zhongjing realized Chu Yan was genuinely angry. So, he immediately hugged him to console, baby, don't get mad. He meant well, but it turned into a bad outcome. Let's not take it to heart, alright? Chu Yan put down the computer, but the insult still irritated his heart. Though he often teased Gu Zhongjing, no one else could do so except him. He then insisted, give me Director Liang's number. I'll call him. This time, Gu Zhongjing dared not refuse and handed over the phone after dialing. Chu Yan refrained from exaggerating in the phone call, clearly explaining the beginning to end to Liang's father. After hearing it all, even Liang's father seemed taken aback. Before hanging up, he hesitantly asked, are fans these days really incapable of discerning right from wrong? Chu Yan sighed, most fans are reasonable, but some aren't quite normal. Such people are commonly called brain-dead fans. Liang's father learned something new and hung up only to make an unprecedented call to Liang Shan afterward. Not knowing Liang Shan's good intention, the elder unusually refrained from scolding him and only mentioned, handle the issue with your fans on Weibo. Don't cause trouble for young Gu. Upon hearing this, Liang Shan, who had already known everything and was editing a Weibo post, not only didn't feel annoyed but also smiled faintly at the corner of his mouth. The elder man finished speaking and hung up while Liang Shan was still happy. How many years had it been since the old man had proactively called him? The excitement made him almost want to spin on the spot. But he was still mindful of the Weibo issue and invited his agent to double-check the text after drafting a message. After ensuring it wouldn't bring negativity to Gu Zhongjing, Liang Shan released the tweet. As for those nitpicking trolls, there was nothing that could stop them. Such extraordinary creatures always find peculiar angles to criticize no matter what you say. In general, the Weibo stated that he merely thought Lu Ming Mountain was pretty and never expected it to cause problems. Additionally, he tagged and directly named some of the harshest commenters, stating that he didn't need fans who spout obscenities without discerning right from wrong. He then contacted the captain of his fan group and instructed her to control comments quickly to avoid being manipulated by malicious individuals. As soon as the core fan base stepped in, younger fans, upon seeing their idol disapproving of such behavior plus private messages from rational fans, snapped back to their senses realizing they had troubled their idol unnecessarily and hurriedly apologized under Gu Zhongjing's Weibo account. This time Gu Zhongjing, having learned his lesson, liked, commented, and forwarded once Liang Shan made a move. Lu Ming Mountain, all my fault for being too beautiful. Liang Shan replied, crying with laughter. JPG. Their interactions revealed a great relationship, refuting accusations that Gu Zhongjing had been exploiting the situation. They thought the issue had been resolved like this until director Li Zi, who frequently collaborates with Liang Shan, unexpectedly posted another Weibo. Huh. Is this Lu Ming Mountain? The one I mean. The picture accompanying the tweet was of Lu Ming Mountain's health supplements. Now, this stirred not only Liang Shan's fans but also roused the previously passive spectators watching from the sidelines. Director Li Zi was far from an ordinary director. Instead, he was a world-renowned master who had won multiple Oscars, with every film he directed achieving both critical acclaim and box office success. Moreover, being only in his early 40s, director Li Zi was renowned for his elegant demeanor, boasting a fan base comparable to that of Liang Shan. If Liang Shan has conquered fans with his acting skills and good looks, this director is a man who has risen to fame through sheer talent and charisma. How could such a person have any connection with a small internet celebrity? And what's the deal with those Lu Ming Mountain health supplements in the picture? It turns out it all started with Uncle Chi and Dr. Chen. After they introduced Lu Ming Mountain's health supplements into their social circle, word spread quickly, and before long, influential families were all paying attention to these products. Every month, those 500 boxes of supplements would appear and be snatched up as if they were magical elixirs, taken home either for personal use or as gifts. The wife of director Li Zi also came from a prestigious family within the circle, and they certainly didn't want to miss out on something so good. She found ways to buy plenty of them, kept some for herself, but didn't have time to distribute the rest as gifts. Eventually, after persistent pleading, she managed to take all the remaining supplies back home. Director Li Zi had suffered from chronic insomnia and mental fatigue for years, trying every kind of medication without success. Coincidentally, he heard about how others in the circle were hailing Lu Ming Mountain's goji berry supplements as miraculous. His wife decided it was worth trying, since neither Polygonum multiflorum, he shou wu, nor goji berries would cause harm even if they didn't work. She forced him to drink a cup of he shou wu water and another of goji berry water daily. Surprisingly, it actually worked. After just 2 days, Li Zi stopped having insomnia. A week later, he experienced deep sleep for the first time in years. His spirit improved day by day, his half-gray hair slowly turned black again, his health grew stronger, and all aspects of his vitality returned. Impressed by the results, Li Zi's wife joined in on the regimen, and soon her skin began tightening. She looked radiant every day, at least 10 years younger. Director Li Zi exclaimed that this supplement was truly remarkable. By the time he realized its effects, though, many others had already discovered it too, making it nearly impossible for him to buy. With no choice, he continued freeloading off his wife's family. Today, when he saw mention of Lu Ming Mountain on Weibo, he immediately thought of Lu Ming Mountain's health supplements. After reviewing Gu Zhongjing's Weibo posts, confirming that it was indeed the same Lu Ming Mountain, he promptly used his position to send out a tweet. If I can't get the product, can't I at least ride the wave? If I can directly form a good relationship with the boss, won't there be an unlimited supply of supplements? Director Li Zi gave himself a pat on the back inside his mind. No one else knew his inner calculations. Currently, everyone was more focused on his Weibo post. Everyone wondered what exactly this Lu Ming Mountain supplement was and how it connected to Gu Zhongjing. Speculations flew wildly around. Before anyone could guess further, they were stunned by Gu Zhongjing's rapid liking, commenting, forwarding, and following actions. How come, I feel sympathy for this arbitrator. Look at that quick response. That strong survival instinct. Still, I can't help laughing, ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. Just got converted into a fan right now. Seeing Gu Zhongjing's swift series of actions, director Li Zi couldn't help but laugh. He glanced at Gu Zhongjing's comment, judging by the packaging, it's definitely my Lu Ming Mountain. Li Zi said to the assistant director beside him, this young guy is really amusing. I just wanted to compliment him, see how scared he got. If Gu Zhongjing knew, he'd probably give Li Zi an awkward yet polite smile, scared. What a joke. Hadn't he survived 10 years in the apocalypse for nothing? Who knows who'd end up scaring whom if they met face to face. His swift forward was entirely for Yuan Yuan's sake, alright. If those brain-dead fans insulted him again, there's no way Yuan Yuan wouldn't stay up late uncovering all their dark secrets. To prevent Yuan Yuan from staying up late, getting angry, and harming his health, wasn't his action fast enough? Of course, there was no way he could know what Li Zi said. So, director Li Zi continued praising, "Old Lin, don't you think his appearance and aura match perfectly with my new movie? Both so handsome." Deputy Director Lin, "Indeed somewhat alike, why not ask?" Director Li Zi considered seriously, nodded, and then took out his phone to start drafting a Weibo post. Turns out it's the same Lu Ming mountain after all. I haven't yet thanked Mr. Gu for his polygonum multiflorum and goji berries. After taking them, my problems with insomnia, vivid dreams, dizziness, and blurred vision have been cured, and I feel much more energetic overall. Mr. Gu is indeed a conscientious entrepreneur. Thanks to Mr. Gu, I feel refreshed. My passion for filmmaking has been reignited. I believe Mr. Gu's looks fit perfectly with a character in my new movie. Would you be interested in starring as the male lead? The fans. Has the director's account been hacked? The onlookers. What a drama. Gu Zhongjing. Thank you, but no thank you. Weibo went silent for about a minute, then exploded. What's with this strong vibe of WeChat moment style marketing? Director Lee, blink if your account's been hacked. We're coming to save you. Is Director Lee starting a new movie? When? I get it, Mr. Gu here probably already signed with a big company. To get both Emperor Liang and Director Lee promoting him at once is quite impressive. Is it normal for directors to directly invite male leads via Weibo? No audition required? I'm curious about those Lu Ming Mountain health supplements. Are they really that good? Friend, don't fall for scams. Director Lee never endorses products. Why would he suddenly hype up a no-name product like this? He must be coerced. Gu Zhongjing didn't know what to say anymore. He pitifully looked at Chu Yan, seeking help. "Honey, what should we do now?" Chu Yan gave him a dirty look, took the phone, and quickly replied, "Thank you for Director Lee's affirmation and appreciation, but I prefer the countryside life. When Director Lee has time, come visit Lu Ming Mountain as our guest, and we'll surely prepare everything for you." This was a gentle refusal. Li Zi regretfully told Deputy Director Lin, "What a pity, such great looks wasted." Yet inwardly, he was pleased to have received an invitation from Gu Zhongjing. Tomorrow, he'd definitely go to Lu Ming Mountain and try to get more boxes of goji berry water from Boss Gu. The Deputy Director agreed completely. "It is a shame. Hey, Old Li, haven't you finished the polygonum multiflorum yet? Just give it to me, you're not even bald, so keeping it is useless." "Li Zi, you wish. If you want some, buy it yourself." This came from my father-in-law. While the two were conversing, the Weibo platform had erupted in screams. Director Lee personally invited the arbitrator, who rejected him. Fool. Don't you know Director Lee's movies turn actors into emperors and empresses of the screen? Whoa, he really refused. You kids should read more books instead of just shouting whoa all the time. Is this confidence or what? Why does it feel oddly refreshing? Gu Zhongjing and Chu Yan kept monitoring subsequent reactions, fearing another unexpected situation might arise. They kept staring until after dinner, fully believing the event had passed. Relieved, the couple held hands and went to cook. They did not know that this matter was not as simple as they thought. Liang Shan was fine, he was just an actor, his words having minimal impact, but Li Zi was different. Just as fans had mentioned, Li Zi was indeed a star-making machine. Anyone, regardless of being new or old talent, almost invariably won awards after starring in his films. Stars lined up from the first tier to the 180th tier, wanting to climb this giant tree, and countless people closely followed his Weibo account. One such person was Wen Man, a renowned actress, who closely tracked Director Lee's activities. She'd won a chicken award a few years ago and had enjoyed her moment of glory. But after taking on a few box office bombs, she was now living off past accomplishments. As she aged, her goddess image wasn't eating as well, so she'd been seeking to break through, albeit without much success. Seeing Director Li Zi's Weibo post this time, she sensed opportunity. Between the lines of Li Zi's post, she vaguely detected a subtle hint of flattery. Trusting her intuition and emotional quotient, EQ, she immediately felt her chance had come. Excited, she called her agent, Zhu, quick, book me a stay at a Lu Ming Mountain homestay, as fast as possible. Whatever the cost, you have to secure it. Her agent, referred to as Zhu, was also her secretly married husband. Hearing her urgent tone, he asked, "What's up, little man? Why would you suddenly want to go to that place, Lu Ming Mountain?" When Man said, "I've got a gut feeling, I'm about to become famous again." Zhu Xiwen felt his wife might be desperate to return to fame, but since he loved Wen Man dearly and knew her stubborn personality, he didn't refuse and replied warmly, "All right, I'll contact someone to book it. Stay home and behave yourself, okay? And no drinking." Wen Man cooed, then, "Darling, come back soon." Zhu Xiwen said, "Sure thing." Wen Man thought she'd acted fast enough, but no one moved faster than a certain reality TV show. Gu Zhongjing and Chu Yan had just finished cooking when they received a call from someone claiming to represent the Leisure Life production team. Unfamiliar with reality shows, Gu Zhongjing didn't realize this program showcased celebrities' rustic lifestyles as its key feature, which had caused a huge viewership surge upon airing its first episode. Now, with the first season having just concluded, the production crew was actively searching for locations for the second season. The reason they found this place was due to the recent buzz around Lu Ming Mountain, and also because of its stunning beauty. After discussion, the production team decided to ride on this wave of popularity and set the second season's filming location at Lu Ming Mountain. Looking at the interactions between Gu Zhongjing, Emperor Liang, and Director Li, it was possible that setting the location here might even lead to meeting a star or two. Not only would they save on celebrity appearance fees, but it would also serve as a promotion for the show. Why not seize this opportunity? Thus, the planner who called was very courteous. Of course, we will pay you 1 million yuan as rental fee for filming here, and we will not damage any buildings or plants on Lu Ming Mountain. You can also feel free to voice any conditions. Gu Zhongjing found it interesting, turning to ask Chu Yan, honey, what do you think? Chu Yan was also quite interested in the process of shooting variety shows, his phoenix eyes filled with curiosity, sparkling brightly. Sure, I'd like to see how variety shows are filmed. Hearing that Chu Yan wanted to watch, Gu Zhongjing replied to the person on the other end of the phone, alright, when will you come over? The planner rejoiced greatly. Mr. Gu is truly a straightforward man. How about we come over tomorrow to sign the contract? Gu Zhongjing agreed. After reaching a consensus, Gu Zhongjing hung up the phone. Chu Yan leaned against him nearby, holding one of Gu Zhongjing's hands and gently massaging his own stomach. He had eaten too much today, and now he felt slightly uncomfortable. Furrowing his brows, he said, Jing, let's take a walk. My stomach still feels off. Gu Zhongjing kept massaging his stomach with large gentle hands, feeling heartbroken upon realizing Chu Yan was still in discomfort, completely forgetting about the earlier call. Pulling Chu Yan up, he said, let's go for a stroll. If it doesn't get better, I'll head down the mountain to buy some digestive tablets. Chu Yan had already taken one tablet earlier, but it didn't seem to be helping, yet all their tablets were consumed by Chu Yan. Now, there was no choice but to go down the mountain and purchase more. As Chu Yan walked alongside Gu Zhongjing, locking the door behind them, he remarked, it's all your fault, cooking such delicious meals every day. It causes my food indigestion. Gu Zhongjing felt incredibly wronged, muttering quietly, who knows which little pig gets unhappy if I don't let him eat. Chu Yan's gaze was sharp, he reached out and grabbed Gu Zhongjing's ear, who did you call a little pig? Gu Zhongjing, me, honey, please let go. Ow, my ear is going to fall off. Chapter 42, Flower Appreciation. By evening, all the people who had climbed the mountain to see the flowers during the day had left. There were only a few dozen guests staying overnight, making it much quieter. At this time, most people were having dinner. Since the mountain was so vast, Gu Zhongjing and Chu Yan took a stroll without encountering many others. The two held hands as they walked along the pebble path, breathing in the slightly damp air, sweetly conversing with each other. Seeing some nearby pear blossoms that looked beautiful, Gu Zhongjing walked over and picked a bunch, holding them back to present to Chu Yan, flowers for a beautiful woman. Chu Yan smiled, sweetness lingering in his expression. There's a rule on the mountain not to pick flowers. What if there are no fruits because of the picked flowers? Gu Zhongjing replied confidently, rules are rules, but they're meant for others, not my treasure. Chu Yan felt a little delighted. Then I also want peach blossoms. Hearing this, Gu Zhongjing led Chu Yan to the peach grove, about 10 minutes away, and picked some peach blossoms which he included in the pear blossom bouquet. Chu Yan looked at the large bunch of flowers in his arms and could no longer hide the smile curving his lips. The two of them had been very busy recently, and this was their first time coming out to admire flowers. The flowers produced by trees watered with space water seemed even more beautiful than normal ones, the blooms were full and vivid. He sniffed the fragrance and then looked up at Gu Zhongjing. Jing, would you make me some peach flower cakes? Gu Zhongjing watched the beauty smelling the flowers, finding how apt the saying, a person outshines flowers, really was. Just as he was about to lower his head for a sneaky kiss, he heard Chu Yan's words. He sighed, dear, you've just eaten your fill. Now you're thinking of eating again. Aren't you just a little foodie? Chu Yan said, maybe I've craved things for too long, and now I look at everything and want to eat. Gu Zhongjing felt both sympathy and helplessness towards this habit carried over from the apocalypse. They indeed wouldn't feel like going shopping normally, but once they did, they always wanted to buy one thing after another. Now there were plenty of grains stored at home and in the space as well. If it weren't for the vegetables planted on the mountain, they might have even stocked those. The sense of satisfaction brought by storing supplies was incomparable to anything else, so they didn't try hard to restrain themselves. After all, the things won't spoil once they're stored, so let them be. But the habit of overeating should be changed. Eating mustn't involve binging or starving, and Chu Yan often wanted to eat more even after being full. This would surely lead to stomach problems down the road. Would you like me to prepare peach cakes for you tomorrow? Chu Yan nodded, then asked, Jing, could you stand aside? I'll take a picture of you. Gu Zhongjing, why do you suddenly want to take my photo? As he spoke, he moved to stand beside the peach tree. The tall, elegant man standing amidst the peach blossoms appeared increasingly handsome. Chu Yan liked what he saw and raised his phone to snap a photo. I noticed that people have already started taking wedding photos these days. We haven't taken any photos during this first bloom. Gu Zhongjing looked at the peach trees that reached just below his shoulders and said, "Dear, are you thinking about taking a wedding photo?" "No rush, let's take it next year. The trees this year are still a bit short, so it won't look good." Chu Yan had just mentioned it casually, but Gu Zhongjing misinterpreted it immediately. "Who wants to take a wedding photo with you?" "Don't dream." Gu Zhongjing followed his line, "Yes, my dear doesn't want to take it. It's me who does." After saying this, he came closer and looked at the photos together with him, then gave him a tender kiss on the cheek, intimate and affectionate. "I want to take a set of photos with you every year. We can look at them when we grow old. That would be quite meaningful." Chu Yan's expression softened. He leaned against Gu Zhongjing's shoulder and switched the phone to the front camera, raising it to aim at the two smiling faces filled with happiness. With a click, a photograph capturing their happy smiles was saved onto the phone. Gu Zhongjing's heart softened further. Yuan sometimes wasn't fond of saying sweet words, but he could feel his care through every word and action. It was delightfully reserved. "I'll take one first, then we'll hire a photographer tomorrow," Chu Yan said, looking at the photo. Gu Zhongjing, "All right. Jing, I'd like to travel around for a while soon. Staying in Luming Mountain every day is kind of dull." "Okay, where do you want to go?" "Let's go to Y City first. I want to see the sea." "Sure, wherever my dear wants to go, we'll go. Do you have anywhere you want to go?" "You keep saying okay. Wherever Yuan wants to go is where I want to go." "Jing, I think your mouth has gotten sweeter lately." "Is that so? Then taste it and tell me how sweet it is." As he spoke, he lowered his head to steady the person in his arms, touching soft lips. Unable to resist, Gu Zhongjing extended his tongue and tasted the sweetness, deepening the kiss further and lightly suckling Chu Yan's tongue. Chu Yan instinctively gripped the fabric at his back and responded by tilting his head up. The peach trees weren't yet very tall, only reaching their shoulders, so they could still see clearly what the scattered tourists around them were doing. But curiously, perhaps due to the perfect harmony and sweetness of the couple embracing under the setting sun, no one disturbed them. A man with a camera even lifted it and captured this moment in a photograph. He thought that Mr. Gu must deeply love his young lover. From how tightly he embraced him, it seemed as if he was afraid others might snatch away his treasure. Gu Zhongjing and Chu Yan didn't leave the peach grove until the sky had completely turned dark. They returned to the villa. After placing the big bunch of peach blossoms and pear blossoms in the kitchen, Gu Zhongjing said, "Let's watch a movie, darling. I'll join you after I pick the petals." Chu Yan replied, "I'll wait for you." Gu Zhongjing liked Chu Yan's dependency on him, so he went along with him. Together, they picked the petals, washed them, and stored them in the fridge before heading to the home theater. Their life now had a strict routine. Every evening, they would read and study for 3 hours. Once a week, they would go to the home theater to relax by watching movies or TV series. Today, they watched A Leisurely Life, the same variety show he'd been invited to participate in. Although Gu Zhongjing had already agreed to sign the contract tomorrow, he wanted to understand more about this program. If it wasn't as described by the producer, rejecting it while the contract was unsigned would still be possible. Leaning against a lazaboy sofa, with Chu Yan resting in his arms, the two cozied up and watched all episodes of the show. It was pretty enjoyable. Throughout the entire season, the atmosphere remained relaxed and carefree, with the countryside scenery paired with delicious food indeed making the viewers yearn for such an experience. Seeing the chicken wrapped in clay prepared by the host, Chu Yan swallowed several times. Jing, I want to eat that clay chicken. It looks so good." With his long fingers combing through Chu Yan's hair, Gu Zhongjing said gently, "All right, I'll make it for you tomorrow." Chu Yan hesitated, "But aren't you going to make the peach cake and pear candy tomorrow?" "I want to eat everything. What should I do?" Gu Zhongjing replied, "Then we'll make both. But you can only have a little of each. When you're full, you must stop." Chu Yan nodded obediently, "Okay." To Gu Zhongjing, his Yuan was truly well behaved, causing his heart to overflow with fondness. He leaned down again, seeking and wrapping his lips around Chu Yan's without letting go. After a while of passionate kissing, Chu Yan began struggling, pushing him lightly. Reluctantly letting go, Gu Zhongjing asked with a tender voice, "What's wrong, darling?" Covering his mouth with his hand, Chu Yan looked a bit angry. "My lips are broken. Can't you be gentler?" Gu Zhongjing's breathing was still slightly labored. Gazing at the red, tender lips like freshly painted with rouge in his embrace, his eyes couldn't tear away, and there was another area where attention couldn't be avoided. Suppressing the desire slowly kindling within his gaze, he whispered into Chu Yan's ear, "Dear, in 1 month and 29 days, you'll turn 18. Surrounded by Gu Zhongjing's tenderness, Chu Yan belatedly blushed. He knew Gu Zhongjing cared about his body's age, yet technically, he was 28, almost 29 years old. Being adults together every day with the loved one always nearby made one unable not to think about certain things. But Gu Zhongjing consistently remembered this 17-year-old body, restraining himself with great discipline. Their relationship hadn't gone beyond kisses and caresses, and nothing else was dared. Sometimes when Gu Zhongjing couldn't hold back, he'd lose control during the kiss and then immediately stop to take a cold shower. He wasn't without thoughts of asking Gu Zhongjing to give up on restraint, but something inside him made him shy and unable to utter the words. So Gu Zhongjing endured. As Chu Yan's 18th birthday approached, he grew visibly eager, often teasing Chu Yan subtly. Clearing his throat, Chu Yan hesitated to look up at Gu Zhongjing and asked softly, "Do you need help?" At once, Gu Zhongjing's eyes brightened. Without hesitation, he replied firmly, "Yes, I need your help." Blushing to the roots of his ears, Chu Yan looked pure and alluring. He extended his hand slowly. The next morning at 6 o'clock, Gu Zhongjing left for Quan Wei Zhai with a spring breeze dancing around him to deliver vegetables. This task happened every 2 days, and no matter how busy he was, he never entrusted it to anyone else. He always did it personally. Though these vegetables were gradually being replaced by those grown in the fields, half of them were still supplied by the space. Otherwise, the quantity simply wouldn't suffice. Lu Goen, who had come to collect the vegetables, noticed how happy Gu Zhongjing was and couldn't help but ask, "Mr. Gu, has something good happened to you? You look so happy." Gu Zhongjing grinned, "Is it that obvious?" Lu Goen said, "It's more than obvious, your mouth is practically splitting open from smiling." Gu Zhongjing thought about mentioning his progress with Yuan but decided against it. Still, he couldn't suppress his excitement and replied, "Today, a variety show production team will sign a contract with me." Hearing this, Lu Goen envied him greatly. "Congratulations. Mr. Gu, your business seems to be growing larger every day." Gu Zhongjing modestly responded, "What big business? I just dabble in things. Brother Lu, forgive my lack of expertise." Lu Goen praised him some more. He truly admired Gu Zhongjing. Just a few months ago, this young man was just a vegetable seller, but within such a short time, he'd risen to this level. That's impressive indeed. He began contemplating if he should also start doing something on his own rather than keep working for others. Seeing what Mr. Gu had accomplished through daring and perseverance inspired him. With these thoughts lingering, Lu Goen didn't prolong their conversation and decided to go home and ponder what to do next. After finishing delivering the vegetables early in the morning while the sky had just begun to brighten, Gu Zhongjing headed to the orphanage. Seeing the director and Aunt Ollie dressing the children, he quietly poured a lot of water from his space into the well and placed some vegetables he brought from the space in the kitchen. After tidying up, he ran into the director as she finished dressing the kids. "Xiao Jing, why have you come so early again?" Gu Zhongjing replied, "Good morning, Director Meng. I've just finished delivering vegetables and stopped by to visit." Director Meng said kindly, "Have breakfast before you leave. The buns are already steaming, and Uncle Zhao just bought some tofu pudding back. We'll take a little bit for Xiao Yan after you're done." Gu Zhongjing agreed and went to help the kids wash up. After assisting the director and having breakfast, Gu Zhongjing headed up the mountain, bringing along breakfast for Chu Yan. He now had his driver's license and could drive however he wanted. He even planned to modify his car into an RV later so he could take Yuan on a road trip when they were free. In high spirits, Gu Zhongjing parked his car and opened the wooden fence gate just in time to see his neighbors, Mr. Liang and his wife, coming out with their granddaughter. Mr. Liang greeted him, "Ah, Xiao Gu, you're just back from outside." Gu Zhongjing smiled and responded, "Yes, I've just finished delivering vegetables." "Are you taking Liao out, Mr. Liang?" Mr. Liang laughed heartily, "Exactly. Liao kept knocking on our door early this morning without saying a word. She gave us quite a wake-up call. Back then, we couldn't sleep. Now, we can't stay awake enough." Though he complained playfully, his face radiated with satisfaction. After all, this little girl hadn't paid them any attention in the past, let alone knock on their door. Noticing their happiness, Gu Zhongjing offered, "If you like the purple jean flowers, I can give you 2 pots when you go back." Mr. Liang declined politely, "There's no need for a gift. Selling me 2 pots would be sufficient." As they were chatting, the little girl tugged at her grandfather's pants impatiently, clearly disapproving of their conversation and eager to go out. Gu Zhongjing chuckled, "Liao can't wait anymore. Go ahead, Mr. Liang, or she might get upset." Smiling warmly, Mr. Liang bent down to hold his granddaughter's hand and stepped out first, while Grandma Liang smiled and watched them leave before turning back to Gu Zhongjing and asking, "Xiao Gu, there's something I want to ask you." Gu Zhongjing was curious. Grandma Liang rarely spoke to him, so he wondered what she needed. "What is it, Auntie?" "My old man and granddaughter have gotten used to eating my cooking. Can I use your kitchen? Also, can you sell me some of the vegetables at the foot of your hill?" Gu Zhongjing responded immediately, "Don't worry about it. Feel free to use the kitchen. And for the vegetables at the foot of the hill, you can pick whatever you like without feeling obligated to pay me." Happy with the answer, the old lady thanked Gu Zhongjing warmly and hurried to catch up with Mr. Liang and Liao. Only then did Gu Zhongjing finally have a moment to himself to open the gates of his villa. Entering the house, he didn't see Chu Yan. Knowing his little piglet must still be asleep, he didn't disturb him. First, he took out the porridge he'd left to cool, steamed the buns, fried an egg, and mixed the tofu pudding with sugar according to Chu Yan's preferences before heading upstairs. Upon entering the master bedroom, darkness enveloped the room. Gu Zhongjing didn't bother pulling the curtains open but instead navigated the darkness and walked straight to the bed. "Sweetie, it's time to get up. Little sleepy piggy. The sun is shining on your bottom now. Wife, my dear, wake up. The director made some buns today. Yuan, darling, it's time to get up." Annoyed by his constant rousing, Chu Yan pulled the blanket over his head and ignored him, wanting to stay in bed a little longer. This was an instinctive habit that had resurfaced since he moved to the mountain. Years ago, he also struggled with waking up early. Then the apocalypse came and forced him out of this bad habit. During the period when he lived at the orphanage after arriving in this world, there wasn't much opportunity to sleep in. Later, going to school also required him to rise early every day. However, since moving to Mount Luming, he found himself sleeping in more and more often, requiring Gu Zhongjing's persuasion and coaxing before finally getting up. And if he was in a bad mood, he would even throw a tantrum. Not only did Gu Zhongjing find it not bothersome, but he found Chu Yan's behavior unbearably cute. Seeing that he still wouldn't get up, Gu Zhongjing chuckled mischievously and pulled the covers back, crawling into bed next to him. A moment later, disturbed by his antics, Chu Yan couldn't continue sleeping. He reached out, grabbed a handful of Gu Zhongjing's hair, and laughed while pleading for mercy. I'm up, please stop tickling me. It's so itchy, ha 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 ha. Gu Zhongjing's large hand remained resting around Chu Yan's slim waist. Hearing his pleas, he regrettably stopped harassing him and crawled out from under the covers. Chu Yan's eyes opened groggily as he saw the disheveled hair atop Gu Zhongjing's head from his crawl under the sheets. When did you learn that trick? Gu Zhongjing took the opportunity to lie down next to him, encircling Chu Yan in his arms, and gave him a kiss. You clearly slept in this morning. This is exactly how the director wakes up his children. His tone carried unmistakable pride, and his handsome face beamed with a bright smile filled with obvious affection. Chu Yan, just awakened, was struck by how strikingly handsome Gu Zhongjing looked, leaving him unable to harbor any irritation. Leaning in, he pecked Gu Zhongjing's cheek. Propping himself up, he got out of bed. While washing up, he asked again. Is something wrong with Mingming? Didn't he used to never sleep in? Chu Yan's inquiry stemmed from the fact that ever since coming to this world, he had yet to see any child aged 3 or older at the orphanage ever indulge in lying in bed past wake-up time. Gu Zhongjing stood casually by the bathroom door watching Chu Yan brush his teeth. He used to not sleep in, but now they have the purple gene flowers, right? Their quality of sleep has become too good, they can't wake up until they've had at least 9 hours. With his mouth full of toothpaste foam, Chu Yan mumbled, then maybe we shouldn't keep purple gene flowers in the kids' rooms. Gu Zhongjing replied, I've already taken them away. They're still young, their sleep quality is already better than adults. There's no need to place sleep-enhancing items. As they chatted, Chu Yan finished washing up, and Gu Zhongjing wrapped an arm around his shoulders to go downstairs for breakfast. Chu Yan caught sight of the steamed buns on the table and exclaimed happily, these are the ones the director made. Gu Zhongjing picked one up for him. Yes, these were brought specifically for you by the director. You're only allowed to eat one, though. Chu Yan was somewhat reluctant but, upon glancing at the porridge, tofu pudding, and fried eggs on the table, decided that the mushroom buns weren't that appealing anymore. He picked up the bowl of tofu pudding sweetened with sugar and crushed peanuts and slurped it loudly, his cheeks puffing up like a chipmunk. Gu Zhongjing's hands itched to pinch those puffed up cheeks. Does it taste good? Yes, it does. Well then, let's grow a crop of soybeans in the space and make some tofu pudding for you when it's ready. All of it made into tofu pudding. The more Gu Zhongjing spoke, the more he noticed how everything somehow revolved around food. Shouldn't they be feeding each other bites in tender, intimate gestures? He thought this was a bad habit that must be corrected. Soon after Chu Yan finished eating, the directors and planners of the variety show who had agreed to sign the contract yesterday arrived with 2 copies of the contract for Gu Zhongjing to sign. After Chu Yan examined the contracts and confirmed they were correct, Gu Zhongjing signed and pressed his fingerprint on them. He rented out a 4-bedroom villa on the mountainside to them for a term of 1 month. During the following month, as long as they didn't damage the environment or the building, making small changes indoors and adding plants would be allowed. Gu Zhongjing casually asked as they prepared to leave, which celebrities are coming this time. The director admired Gu Zhongjing and entertained thoughts of allowing him to appear on screen during the shoot. Hence, he did not conceal any information. It's still the same cast as last season, except for one additional member. Do you know Sun Hanyang? That's her. How would Gu Zhongjing know Sun Hanyang? He smiled and evaded the question. At this moment, he had no idea that this Sun Hanyang would bring quite a bit of trouble to his life with Chu Yan. After both parties finished signing the contract and confirmed the shooting date was 1 week later, the production team left. Gu Zhongjing and Chu Yan wandered around some more, checking on operations everywhere. After looking over everything, they went down the mountain to buy tools to make peach blossom cakes and pear blossom pastries as discussed the day before. Actually, Gu Zhongjing didn't know how to make them. He watched closely as Chu Yan held up the mobile phone displaying the recipe for peach blossom cake. Following the steps, Gu Zhongjing washed the peach blossom petals and put them into the blender, then added flour, milk, and rock sugar powder, blending it all into peach blossom milk. He took out a milk pot, poured in pure lotus root powder, and added the prepared flour milk, continuously stirring during the cooking process to prevent it from sticking. Once it was done, he turned off the heat, poured it into peach blossom molds that were bought earlier, and placed it into the fridge. Once set, it would be ready to eat. During the making process, Chu Yan kept hovering around Gu Zhongjing. Seeing how eager he was, Gu Zhongjing fed him a spoonful of the still warm and uncoagulated peach blossom lotus paste. Chu Yan tasted it and said, "It's delicious. If only the milk flavor were stronger." As he spoke, he took the spoon and fed another bite to Gu Zhongjing. "Ah Jing, you're so talented, able to follow a recipe like a pro." Gu Zhongjing replied, "Do you want to kiss your husband for being so talented?" Chu Yan leaned in and kissed him, while Gu Zhongjing deepened the kiss and instinctively wrapped his arms around Chu Yan's waist. Being a head shorter than him, Chu Yan had to tilt his head back to cooperate. For a long while, Chu Yan was just sucking on his lips, which made Gu Zhongjing somewhat impatient. He softly coaxed between Chu Yan's tender lips, "Honey, stick out your tongue." Just as the two were getting passionately engaged, almost reaching the point of no return, Gu Zhongjing's phone rang. Cursing under his breath, he ignored it and continued kissing. Chu Yan pushed him away. "See who's calling. What if it's something important?" Reluctantly, Gu Zhongjing stretched out one hand to answer the phone while the other remained caressing Chu Yan's waist, unwilling to leave. "Boss, there's a gentleman looking for you. He says his name is Li Zi." Chapter 43, Covetousness. Li Zi and his brother-in-law set off early in the morning. After arriving at Willow Sing Mountain, they first wandered around the mountain for a long time and then had a meal. It has to be said that the dishes on Willow Sing Mountain were really delicious, comparable to Quan Wei Zhai's, but the meat was slightly inferior. They heard from the waiter that the vegetables were grown by their boss, while the meat was procured by the purchasing officer who went down the mountain, so the taste couldn't compare with the vegetables. After having their meal on Willow Sing Mountain, they became even more curious about Gu Zhongjing, who could not only grow such delicious vegetables but also cultivate herbs with excellent efficacy. And all sorts of flower trees on the mountain. Logically speaking, it would already be impressive if the plants bloomed in their first year after being planted. The flourishing and brilliant flowers as seen here were basically impossible. Yet, all these impossibilities manifested one by one on Willow Sing Mountain. Both thought Gu Zhongjing must have some secret formula for growing plants. But Li Zi didn't plan to delve into it, he only wanted to make acquaintance with Gu Zhongjing. His brother-in-law, however, harbored other intentions. Both with ulterior motives, after eating, they continued circling around, following the employee's guidance to find Gu Zhongjing everywhere. At one point, an employee said Gu Zhongjing was at the poultry shed. When they reached there, another employee said Gu Zhongjing had gone to the supermarket. After circling around a great deal, upon reaching the ticket booth at the foot of the mountain, yet again, they were told Gu Zhongjing had gone down the mountain. Li Zi and his brother-in-law searched for a long time but failed to find Gu Zhongjing, feeling sore from walking. His brother-in-law got somewhat irritated but had no recourse, and could only sit on the sightseeing car up the mountain and wait at the restaurant. After half an hour of waiting, both men lost patience and directly asked the staff to call Gu Zhongjing. Originally thinking that Li Zi, this director, might at least have some fame, but it turned out that the aunt didn't recognize him. Finally, it was a tourist who recognized him and provided testimony, which allowed them to connect with Gu Zhongjing. It wasn't that no one had told them that Gu Zhongjing lived in the villa in the middle, but Li Zi felt that going directly to his doorstep wouldn't be polite. So, not only did he himself not knock, but he also stopped his brother-in-law from knocking, saying this was an issue of politeness. To show up uninvited isn't being a good guest, or else they might offend Gu Zhongjing. Helplessly, Gu Zhongjing left home to greet them at the restaurant and happened to see Li Zi and a middle-aged man sitting leisurely on the swing in the courtyard of the restaurant, eyes closed as they basked in the sun, looking quite relaxed. Li Zi had sharp eyesight and instantly noticed Gu Zhongjing. He stood up and greeted Gu Zhongjing. "Mr. Gu, where have you been? I had such a hard time finding you, I almost walked my legs thin." Gu Zhongjing replied, "I apologize, Director Li. I didn't know you were on the mountain, making you wait for such a long time, and thus neglecting you." After exchanging pleasantries, Li Zi introduced the formally dressed middle-aged man beside him. "This is my wife's elder brother." "Elder brother, this is Mr. Gu, isn't he quite talented?" The middle-aged man, who had been wandering all morning, carried a lot of resentment but suppressed his anger since he needed help and gave a perfunctory response. "Mr. Gu does indeed look talented." Gu Zhongjing took a slight dislike to Li Zi's brother-in-law, sensing a haughty look in his eyes despite the man trying to conceal it. But guests are still guests, and Gu Zhongjing said nothing. He invited them inside, offered tea, and started a chat. After taking a sip of tea, Li Zi said, "Little Gu, I won't beat around the bush. I'm here because I need your help." Gu Zhongjing guessed he probably wanted to cozy up to get health supplements, just like those big shots, but he had already decided, no matter who came, he wouldn't sell them extra. If that gate was opened, everyone who came would want to get closer and buy more next time. Should he sell, or shouldn't he? Sure enough, his guess was correct. Li Zi continued, "I previously obtained a few boxes of your mountain-produced health supplements. After taking them, I truly feel much better. Previously, I sent my assistant twice to buy them, but couldn't compete with others every time. So, I'm wondering if you could reserve a few boxes for me. Of course, I don't want you to lose money, name any price." Gu Zhongjing answered, "Apologies, Director Li, it's not that I don't want to sell them to you. It's mainly due to the limited supply of my herbs. Each month, we can only produce so little. This month's quota has already been sold out, and there's nothing I can do. If you wish, you'll have to wait until next month." Li Zi couldn't understand why Gu Zhongjing refused money sent to his doorsteps, but he did sense the rejection in Gu Zhongjing's tone. Not wanting to alienate Gu Zhongjing, he asked, can you save me a few boxes next month? Gu Zhongjing replied, please don't put me in such a difficult situation. Look at the limited quantity of medicine available. So many people want to buy it. If I reserved for you, others will calculate and figure out the number. And imagine what would happen if they also asked me to reserve. Upon hearing this, Li Zi's brother-in-law, Yang Li, was already very upset. He had endured in silence while waiting for Li Zi to get down to business. Every month, his family sent people to purchase health supplements, so he had never directly dealt with Gu Zhongjing before. Upon meeting him now, he immediately formed a very poor impression. This man is too stubborn. He's just someone who sells medicine and runs a homestay, completely lacking in discernment. Li Zi, however, was different. When he heard Gu Zhongjing's refusal, he realized that asking was making the other person uncomfortable. Sighing, he changed the topic and started talking about something else. Alright, I won't give you a hard time. Next month, I'll come earlier. This time I came here because I also have another thing to ask. Would you be interested in knowing? Gu Zhongjing asked, what is it? My elder brother has a company specializing in cosmetics production. I see you've grown quite a few aloe vera plants on the mountain, so I'd like to talk with you about whether you can provide aloe vera and other plants to my brother's company. I believe that combining your plants with my brother's formulas will surely make the cosmetics a big hit. What do you think of this deal, Mr. Gu? After hearing this, Gu Zhongjing smiled. These two were quite perceptive. It seemed they had guessed that what he grew wasn't ordinary stuff. Unfortunately, he already had his own cosmetics factory and didn't need to cooperate with others. Sorry Director Li, I already run my own cosmetics company. Besides, given how large Yang General's company is, our Willow Sing Mountain simply can't supply that many plants. This response irritated Li Zi. What's wrong with Gu Zhongjing? Counting the rejection from Weibo previously, this was already the third time he refused Li Zi. Not only did Li Zi feel frustrated, but Yang Li, his brother-in-law, was even angrier. Filled with fury and indignation, his face turned purplish. One of the reasons Li Zi was asked to speak on his behalf during this visit was that Yang Li knew his own character could easily offend people. Moreover, Li Zi had already communicated online with Gu Zhongjing via Weibo and was officially invited, so all the decision-making power was handed over to him. If not, Yang Li would have probably approached Gu Zhongjing directly much earlier. Do you really refuse to cooperate, Mr. Gu? A collaboration with me will benefit us both. I advise you to think carefully. Yang Li's sour demeanor had already caught Gu Zhongjing's attention. Seeing him stay silent for so long, Gu Zhongjing thought he might have a bit of self-awareness. But it turns out that he couldn't hold back at all. I've thought clearly, Mr. Yang. There's no need to waste words. Willow Sing Mountain is too small, and we can't grow enough plants to meet your needs. Yang Li suppressed his anger, saying, then what if you sell me the secret formula of cultivation? Before he finished speaking, Li Zi suddenly stood up, his face ashen. He roared in low tones, Big brother, do you know what you're saying? I brought you here to discuss cooperation, not to take things by force. Yang Li shot him an angry glare, I know what I'm saying. Don't exaggerate, Li Zi. It's buying, did you understand that word? Besides, how do you know Mr. Gu doesn't want to sell? Turning his head toward Gu Zhongjing, Yang Li continued, isn't that right, Mr. Gu? Gu Zhongjing let out a cold laugh. The true intentions of Yang Li had finally surfaced. Just as he was about to say something to intimidate this ignorant person, Li Zi interjected apologetically, addressing Gu Zhongjing, Mr. Gu, I apologize for this one, I really lacked consideration this time. I shouldn't have brought him to Willow Sing Mountain. Let's leave now. Li Zi then grabbed Yang Li's arm and walked away. Yang Li was fuming inside. The atmosphere he created was perfect. If only Li Zi hadn't dragged him away directly, he could have scared Gu Zhongjing into selling the secret formula out of fear. Now, instead, Li Zi was pulling him away rudely. Even worse, he was incredibly strong, no matter how hard Yang Li tried, he couldn't break free. Gu Zhongjing remained seated where he was, watching them walk out of the door with a chilling gaze, seemingly lost in thought. Zhu Yan had been flipping through his laptop in the recliner by the window, completely unnoticed by those two until then. After they left, Zhu Yan said, aging. At this call, Gu Zhongjing responded gently, and his expression softened. He went over and sat beside Zhu Yan, baby. Zhu Yan asked, do you think Li Zi is genuinely clueless or playing good cop bad cop? Gu Zhongjing replied, he's probably really clueless. Zhu Yan added, I assume there are plenty of people who want to know our secret formula. Do you have any plans? Gu Zhongjing shrugged, nothing special, just deal with whatever comes our way. Then he asked casually, are you hungry? They skipped lunch earlier due to dealing with those two individuals. Zhu Yan said, a bit. Let's eat at the restaurant today. You don't have to cook. Gu Zhongjing agreed softly. Hand in hand, the two left together as if nothing had happened before. No matter how many people had ideas about the so-called secret formula, they were not concerned. If anyone was capable, they could come and take it, as long as they didn't end up losing a tooth in the process. Not far away, the two individuals descending the mountain with grim faces were both extremely upset. Due to still being on the sightseeing bus, neither of them said a word, but their unpleasant expressions were impossible to ignore. Upon reaching the foot of the mountain, after sitting in the car, Li Zi took the lead in confronting Yang Li. Big brother, why did you do that? Yang Li sneered, I should be asking you why you meddled with me. Li Zi responded, I thought you genuinely wanted to cooperate with Mr. Gu, which is why I brought you along. But instead, you threatened him. What did you intend to do? Huh? Yang Li replied, what do you think I intended to do? Don't tell me you don't see the peculiarities of all those green plants on the mountain. The boss possesses a secret formula that can enhance the efficacy of those plants. If we got our hands on it, do you know how much profit that would be worth? Also, you seem to have forgotten that this place is a homestay, open to the public. Even if you hadn't brought me here, I could have come myself. Don't stroke your own ego so much, coming along with you was merely out of consideration for you's sake, sharing a portion with you. Don't act like I'm offering you something without merit. Li Zi's face turned bright red. Even if he has any secret formula, what does it have to do with you? Your behavior earlier was no different from that of a bully. To be honest, I'm not even interested in the portion you're offering, it's you who's inflating your own worth. Humph, I won't argue with you over this. They say intellectuals dislike the smell of money, but I think filming movies has addled your brain. Do you think this was my personal idea? If Dad hadn't given the order, would I have needed to come here and endure all this humiliation? Li Zi was dumbfounded. What do you mean, Dad gave the order? The kid on the mountain truly thinks no one has noticed his abnormalities, right? Look at how the plants on Willow Sing Mountain have grown in just under half a year. Moreover, the dishes at Quan Wei Zhai, the Polygonum multiflorum and goji berries, they've been secretly tested countless times already. Were it not for the Qi family protecting him, would he really have been able to develop his business until now? It was rare for Yang Li to explain things to Li Zi, but he didn't want to completely sour their relationship, considering Li Zi's impressive earnings in the film industry. Upsetting him would bring no benefit. Li Zi had no idea about all these intricacies. Thinking about the wealthy families who had purchased Gu Zhongjing's health supplements, he suddenly shivered. Yang Li continued, others may fear the Qi family, but our Yang family certainly does not. That kid will eventually be unable to keep his secrets, it'd be better for him to sell them to us. At least our Yang family will offer him a fair price. Li Zi asked, how much are you prepared to offer him? 5 billion yuan. He added proudly, how's that? We're not mistreating him, are we? Li Zi was at a loss for words. 5 billion was a lot, but compared to the invaluable secrets held by Gu Zhongjing, 5 billion wasn't worth squat. Ignoring Li Zi's silence, Yang Li assumed he agreed with him and was ready to head back up the mountain again. Li Zi grabbed him firmly, where are you going? I'm going to negotiate with them again, Yang Li said. Li Zi advised, next time, bring a professional negotiator with you. If you go alone, you might offend them. By then, even if they sold it to someone else, they wouldn't sell it to you. Yang Li thought it made sense, didn't he ask Li Zi to come along originally to avoid making such blunders? With that, he instructed the driver, first drop Brother Li off at home, then take me to the company. After they returned home, Li Zi immediately dialed the number he remembered from when one of Gu Zhongjing's employees called earlier. It was Gu Zhongjing's number. When Gu Zhongjing answered with a, hello. Li Zi quickly interjected, Mr. Gu, it's me, Li Zi. We just met. Gu Zhongjing's expression hardened, I remember. Director Li, is there anything I can help you with? Also, as far as I know, I never gave you my phone number. Li Zi explained hastily, don't misunderstand. I have a photographic memory, so when your employee called you today, I happened to glance at the number and memorized it. Gu Zhongjing remained neutral, Director Li, are you calling to persuade me? Sorry, I have no secret formulas, you must have mistaken me for someone else. Li Zi pleaded, Mr. Gu, I have no other intentions. I'm calling to warn you that your current situation is very dangerous. He recounted everything Yang Li had analyzed, but omitted the dark intentions of his family. He also mentioned that he had tricked Yang Li into leaving. I don't know if you have any secret formulas, nor am I interested in this matter. I just don't want to see an admired younger person dragged into these dirty affairs. If you truly possess any secret formulas, either destroy them or sell them. Otherwise, those people. Gu Zhongjing chuckled scornfully, cutting him off, thank you for your warning, Director Li, but you needn't worry. I have no secret formulas, so naturally, I have nothing to fear. Li Zi sighed, this young man still didn't understand how deep the water was with the major families in City A. He had given his warning, and since Gu Zhongjing wasn't listening, there was nothing more he could do. He was already betraying Yang Li and the Yang family by calling Gu Zhongjing now. If the Yangs found out, Li Zi would be in serious trouble. Gu Zhongjing knew that it was quite hard for Li Zi to risk coming forward like this to warn him, so his tone softened a little, Director Li, rest assured. I'm not stupid, it won't come to that. You can just pretend you know nothing about this matter. After hanging up, Li Zi stared at the health supplements high up in the cabinet and remained silent for a long time. How could Gu Zhongjing have known Li Zi would call to give such a warning? In light of this phone call from Director Li, Gu Zhongjing secretly decided that if the Yang family ever did something, so long as it didn't cross the line, he'd forgive them once. He shared this decision with Chu Yan, who also thought highly of Li Zi. Therefore, he agreed with Gu Zhongjing's decision. Neither of them liked sitting around idly waiting for things to happen. Since someone had already knocked on their door, there was no reason to just sit back and wait for them to make the first move. That night, Chu Yan broke into the firewall of the Yang Group's headquarters and retrieved the list of senior management personnel before individually hacking into their computers one by one. Which large company didn't have issues with tax evasion or executives lining their own pockets? In Chu Yan's eyes, bringing them down wouldn't be difficult at all. After handling everything, Gu Zhongjing attentively came forward and started massaging Chu Yan's hands and shoulders while flatteringly saying, "Thank you, darling. You're so amazing." Chu Yan enjoyed being waited upon like a grandmaster and lifted his chin, saying, "Since I'm so capable, how are you going to reward me?" Gu Zhongjing acted shy and coy, unable to offer proper gratitude. "I can only pledge myself to you." Chu Yan burst into laughter. "Mr. Gu, you're so feminine." Ha ha ha. Seeing that he was amused, Gu Zhongjing went even further. "Disgusting, where am I being feminine, huh?" Chu Yan laughed uncontrollably and collapsed into his arms. The Sun family of City A. Grandpa Sun looked at his beautiful granddaughter and asked, Liang, how's the arrangement going?" Sun Hanliang, full of confidence bordering on arrogance, immediately promised, "Grandpa, don't worry. As long as the information is correct, I believe no one will resist reconnecting with their biological parents." Grandpa Sun said, "Remember, getting the secret formula is all that matters. Don't cause unnecessary complications." Sun Hanliang asked, "Grandpa, will you honor your word after I get the secret formula?" Grandpa Sun replied, "Yes, I will. Afterward, if you want to act, I won't criticize you anymore. The family will even provide you resources. But, this is contingent on whether you can obtain the secret formula." Overjoyed, Sun Hanliang began showering her grandfather with affection, imagining herself receiving international acclaim as an actress. After all, the Sun family was a 100-year-old lineage. If such a family supported her acting career, what kind of resources couldn't she acquire? If it weren't for her family feeling disgraced by her choice of profession, given her background, why would she remain a second-tier star? Take Liang Shan as an example. Even though the Liang family didn't support him in acting, they never stopped him from using the Liang family name. For her, doing what she loved required scheming to achieve, truly, different lives, same human. But afterward, she believed no one in the Sun family would dare to criticize her. In the Sun family, Grandpa was God. As long as Grandpa obtained that secret formula and stayed healthy and long-lived, she could continue doing what she loved. As for that young man Gu Zhongjing, sorry, but blame him for his own misfortune. Without power, one has no right to possess certain things. Time flew by quickly. On the day Gu Zhongjing's skincare factory started producing the pomegranate flower series, the Leisure Life production team also entered the mountain. They were naturally filming their content, and Gu Zhongjing and Chu Yan just casually watched before not caring too much anymore. They mainly didn't want to be captured on camera. Although the director of that program may have told the cameraman in advance, whenever they encountered the two of them, they'd film. Gu Zhongjing didn't want to be filmed so often. After greeting several actors, he stopped showing up. He and Chu Yan spent every day at the skincare factory teaching the employees how to use the machines, measure amounts, etc. Back in the Hope base, Chu Yan had an aesthete underling who always experimented with various toners and lotions. Over time, Gu Zhongjing also learned some things. Why did Gu Zhongjing understand these things? It was because in the past, he frequently saw the girl bring bottles and jars to Chu Yan, thinking Chu Yan liked these kinds of things. So he secretly collected some recipes intending to make them himself and gift them to Chu Yan, although he never had the guts to actually do so after learning them. How could Gu Zhongjing have known that Chu Yan had never used or even received those skincare products? The girl always directly shoved them into his room or handed them to him, and he didn't want to reject her kindness in front of her. He simply threw those things in the room, giving Gu Zhongjing a long-lasting impression of his love for beauty. It wasn't until now that Chu Yan found out about this. While feeling angry, he also thought it was heartwarming. What a fool Gu Zhongjing was. Fortunately, he hadn't sent those items to him at the time. If he had, Chu Yan might have thought it was a provocation. They only planted 2 mu of pomegranate trees, so there weren't many flowers. To leave some flowers for fruiting, Gu Zhongjing only picked half of them, and as a result, they ended up with only 50 boxes. There was also a reason why pomegranate flowers were chosen as the first product. Pomegranate flowers contain ellagic acid, which can protect cells from pollution in the environment and the harm of UV rays, nourish the cells, slow down aging, and have strong antioxidant effects. Gu Zhongjing chose this ingredient for the Dean and Aunt Ollie. Both of them were getting older and had quite a few wrinkles on their faces. Using this product should help effectively slow down skin aging. Other products, such as aloe vera gel and rose sets, would be produced later, with 1 variety every month. Each production run didn't need to be large, just under 100 boxes would suffice. The rich housewives and young ladies would naturally come and snatch them up. As for why not sell to ordinary people, Gu Zhongjing had never even considered it. How big was his lime mountain? It wouldn't suffice for all those people. And as for his fans, every time he produced something, he would set aside a few boxes for giveaways, as a way to show gratitude to them. After watching the employees pack the 50 boxes of pomegranate flower sets and move them home, Gu Zhongjing and Chu Yan took 4 sets intended for the Dean and Aunt Ollie down the mountain. Before their pickup truck reached the orphanage gate, they saw a crowd gathered there making a commotion, with the dean and Aunt Ollie among them. Gu Zhongjing and Chu Yan thought something must have happened and quickly parked the car to rush over. "Where is my child? Give my child back to me. My poor child." Chapter 44, Parents. In the crowd, the principal and Aunt Ollie were both frowning. The principal tried to speak to the weeping woman, but she just cried uncontrollably, leaving the principal at a loss for words. The crying woman appeared to be around 40 years old. Her clothing was somewhat fashionable, her hair was curled in large waves, and her face was heavily made up, though her makeup had smeared from all the crying. Due to her slim figure, she exuded an overall sharpness that seemed harsh. Next to her stood a middle-aged man, supporting her all along. His face was still quite handsome, yet his clothing was rather shabby. Grief covered his face, but if one looked closer, greed glinted in his eyes. Behind them stood a few more people, seemingly part of their group. Gu Zhongjing glanced at them briefly then turned away. He quickened his steps, shielding the principal and Aunt Ollie behind him as he asked, "Ms. Meng, what's going on?" Even though he asked, Gu Zhongjing had already guessed the reason in his mind. The couple across from him bore some resemblance, about 5/10, to his parents from his past life. These two must be the biological parents of his current body. Though it seemed like they were crying genuinely, Gu Zhongjing remained skeptical about why they had come. He didn't want to hastily define these original parents of his body, but their sudden appearance now left much room for doubt. Hearing Gu Zhongjing's question, the principal explained softly from behind, "They say their long-lost child is in our orphanage, but when I ask what features their son has, they can't answer. They just insist their son is here and demanded me to bring out all the 19-year-old children in the orphanage so they could recognize him. But since we only have you at that age, I refused." When I tried asking them more, this madam started sobbing endlessly. Gu Zhongjing thought inwardly that they probably don't even remember any distinct features of the original boy. He said to the principal, "Let's go inside to discuss further, standing out here looks improper." The principal nodded, ready to tell the group to move indoors, but unexpectedly, the woman across from Gu Zhongjing had stopped her sobs and suddenly grabbed him. "It's, sort of, old Su, doesn't he look like it?" The man supporting her stared intently at Gu Zhongjing with greed-filled eyes that he found too repulsive to even bother looking at. Aren't you called Gu Zhongjing?" To understand their intentions better, Gu Zhongjing played along and simply responded, "Yes." As soon as the woman had stopped crying, she burst into tears again. "Old Su, he really is our son. My son, I finally found you, woo-woo. For all these years, Mom searched for you so hard. You've grown so big, it's Mom who owes you, I lost you by accident back then." The man pretends to console her, "Fang, stop crying. Finding our child is a good thing, it's something to celebrate, isn't it?" She wipes her tears, "Yes, we should be happy." Then clutching tightly onto Gu Zhongjing, she says, "Child, I'm your mother. Would you call me mommy?" Principal and Aunt Ollie were stunned. How could they confirm so easily just from a single glance? Shouldn't they do a paternity test? Gu Zhongjing and Chu Yan observed them coldly without uttering a word. A few others standing behind the couple also wore expressions of satisfaction, as though they were genuinely pleased for them. Fang has been searching for so long, finally, her suffering has ended. Yes, it's not easy. This boy looks exactly like Jifa did when he was younger. Poor Fang. As the people chatted on, Gu Zhongjing watched them perform like actors on a stage. His expression was icy, and their act gradually faltered. No one in the orphanage chimed in or spoke. Only the small group carried on with their theatrics, especially Fang whose cries eventually ran dry, turning into forced mutterings. Seeing her hesitation, the man nudged her sharply. She let out a soft, "ah," her eyes reddening before resuming her crying once again. Tired of this charade, Gu Zhongjing released a wave of overpowering presence, unburdened by restraint, "Let go." This imposing aura, formed through years amidst mountains of corpses and blood, caused the faces of several people to turn pale. The woman realized her grip on Gu Zhongjing's sleeve felt as if pricked by needles, making her quickly withdraw. Cursing inwardly, she couldn't help wondering, wasn't this little brat supposed to be easy to fool? Why did he possess such formidable authority? Still pretending, she awkwardly called out, "Son." Gu Zhongjing cut her off abruptly, "Don't shout recklessly. Whether or not you're my biological mother still requires a paternity test." The woman was momentarily speechless, and the man quickly interjected, yes, a paternity test should be done. Your mom is just too excited, don't blame her. Tomorrow morning at the second hospital. For now, please leave. Gu Zhongjing's face remained cold, showing no emotional reaction to these sudden parents. Seeing his expression, some of them felt uneasy. Though they were reluctant to leave like this, without the paternity test results yet, they didn't have the confidence to cause a scene. The woman wiped her tears and said to Gu Zhongjing, "Sorry child, I got carried away. I've been searching for my child for 18 years. Just yesterday, I received some news, and today seeing you, I lost control. It was too rash of me. You're right, whether or not you're my son, we'll know tomorrow with the paternity test." Her voice choked as she spoke, and if it weren't for the smudged cheap cosmetics on her face, she might have looked every bit like a doting mother. The man let go of the woman's hand and stepped forward toward Meng Songyu, who had been silent all along. Dean Meng, we've caused quite an uproar today and given you trouble. My wife has gotten overly excited. Let me take her home first. We'll come back tomorrow morning. Regardless of the outcome, I'd like to thank you here in advance. The dean managed a weak smile. It's fine. You must have been anxious. After saying this, she didn't want to say another word. She never imagined that Gu Zhongjing's parents would one day come knocking. She still remembered vividly how much hatred she harbored for those parents when she found the injured little Gu Zhongjing by the dumpster. When this couple came claiming Gu Zhongjing was their child, she suppressed her anger all through the encounter. She wanted to ask so many questions. Why did they throw their child away back then? Why had they hurt him so badly? And why were they returning now? But as soon as she saw Gu Zhongjing, her words faded away. She wasn't sure if Gu Zhongjing wanted to reunite with his biological parents. In the orphanage, very few children were ever taken back by their birth parents. In her decades as a dean, only one couple had ever returned to claim their child. Most other children had either been abandoned or had lost both parents. No one remembered these unfortunate kids. Xiao Jing, like the other children in the orphanage, had been raised painstakingly by Meng Songyu from diapers to adulthood. To her, he was already like her own child. Now that his birth parents had appeared, what stance could she possibly take to prevent their reunion? If Xiao Jing were still a minor, she would naturally assist in observing the characters of these parents and make the decision for him. But Xiao Jing was an adult now. Beyond silence, she seemed unable to do anything. Gu Zhongjing was unaware of the complex emotions churning inside the dean. After dismissing those scheming individuals, he helped the dean inside the gate. Other children had been watching outside the gate with wide eyes. Hearing the adults enter, they swarmed over to Gu Zhongjing, clutching at his legs and peppering him with questions. Brother Jing, were those two people really your parents? Brother Jing, are you leaving with them? Brother Jing, we don't want you to go. To the children, whenever adults showed up wanting to adopt them as their parents, they would be taken away, separated from the dean and their other siblings forever, never to see them again. By this time, school had already resumed, so the only ones left at the orphanage were children under 6. They were still too young. Even if they understood well, their tiny minds couldn't differentiate between being an adult and being underage. Gu Zhongjing felt a pang in his heart. The looks of regret in these children's eyes made it impossible for even the hardest of hearts to remain unmoved. Brother Jing won't go anywhere. I'll stay and grow up with all of you. I'm not going anywhere else. Chu Yan casually pulled out a handful of candy from his pocket. Come on, Hing, pass out the candies among the younger ones. Brother Jing still needs to earn money to buy you more sweets, so where could he possibly go? Stop pestering Brother Jing now. The children trusted no one more than the dean, Aunt Ollie, and Gu Zhongjing and Chu Yan. Once they personally assured that Brother Jing wouldn't leave, the children regained their cheerfulness, gathering into a corner to share the candies. Seeing the sadness and silence on the faces of the dean and Aunt Ollie, Gu Zhongjing signaled Chu Yan, who immediately understood. They supported each side of the two elders and guided them into the study. In the study, Gu Zhongjing skillfully poured water for the dean and Aunt Ollie, then fetched a chair and sat opposite the dean. Aunt Meng, please don't worry too much. As for that couple today, I won't acknowledge them, even if they are my biological parents. The dean was taken aback. Xiao Jing. Gu Zhongjing continued, I didn't want to tell you originally so that you wouldn't worry, but it seems they've already affected you. So I might as well let you know. The implication in his words shocked both the dean and Aunt Ollie. Aunt Ollie was the one most quick-tempered by nature and immediately asked, what do you mean? Xiao Jing, is there some hidden issue regarding your biological parents? Seeing Gu Zhongjing hesitating for words, Chu Yan jumped in and said, Mom Meng, Auntie, recently some people have thought. In a few sentences, he explained about the so-called formula being coveted. He didn't want to alarm the two women, so he brought up the Qi family, saying that they had always been protecting them. Those who couldn't hurt them were now resorting to desperate moves. Probably, Gu Zhongjing's biological parents were one of these tricks. After hearing all this, Dean Meng and Aunt Ollie looked at each other in surprise, unable to suppress their concern. The dean asked, Xiao Jing, is what Xiao Yan said true? Gu Zhongjing nodded and added soothingly, it's fine, Mom Meng. With the Qi family here, they can't harm me. That couple has probably been bribed by someone else to exploit my sentiment for family and trick out that supposed secret formula. Unfortunately for them, they've picked the wrong person. Regardless of their purpose, even if they really had been searching for me for years, I wouldn't recognize them. At most, I'd give them a monthly allowance, which would already be more than enough from me. Dean Meng didn't feel that Gu Zhongjing's words sounded too cold-hearted. Instead, she genuinely felt glad. She knew what kind of person Gu Zhongjing was when it came to those close to him. There wasn't anyone more considerate and righteous than him. She immediately stopped hesitating and recounted the circumstances of finding Gu Zhongjing years ago. She got up, rummaged through her drawer, and retrieved the key, pulling out a yellow envelope from the safe deposit box. The orphanage has a rule, every child that comes here must undergo a checkup. The results are kept sealed, just in case we need them for emergencies. I never expected it would come in handy today. Inside the envelope were physical examination records and photos of the young Gu Zhongjing. The little child lying in an unwrapped swaddle bore bruises all over, with swollen head and protruding bones, looking thinner than any normal 1-year-old. As Gu Zhongjing flipped through the photos, he could only think how tragic the original little boy must have been, wondering if he could experience a new life like himself. With the dean's permission, Gu Zhongjing took away these documents, believing they would come in handy later. After handing over the skincare products to the dean and Aunt Ollie, neither Gu Zhongjing nor Chu Yan stayed for dinner but returned to Lu Ming Mountain, where a group of women eagerly awaited their skincare purchases. Since Gu Zhongjing began selling health supplements, he set up a group chat, which consisted mostly of regular customers buying these products, including bigwigs and proxies sent by bigwigs. Gu Zhongjing didn't care about their identities, since he rarely chatted with them anyway. Every month, he simply posted a brief message on the first day of the month, products available. This time was no different. He sent out the skincare pictures and efficacy descriptions pre-taken by Chu Yan along with the sales announcement before heading down the mountain. By now, quite a number of people had gathered. Everyone knew that anything from Lu Ming Mountain was quality, so if you didn't rush, you'd miss out. The tourists at the top of the mountain also marveled at the scene. Inside the villa courtyard stood a crowd of wealthy ladies, all exuding affluence in their luxurious jewels, chatting in small groups. Though they appeared relaxed, a sense of unease lingered among them, as if waiting for something. One tourist recognized someone and whispered excitedly to her companion, "I see Chu Shui. Ah, my goddess. She looks amazing, aging gracefully." Her companion asked curiously, "Chu Shui? As in the winner of the 3rd Miss Hong Kong beauty pageant? Isn't she married into wealth? Why is she here?" "Yup, that's her. She truly looks stunning." Another tourist, seemingly a white-collar worker, hesitated and pointed toward a woman. "Wife, isn't that our chairman's wife?" His wife responded, "It looks like her. Why would she be here?" White-collar worker, "Don't know. She looks happy. Maybe she's here on vacation." A fashionable girl cut straight to the chase, staring hard at one of the ladies, confirming her identity before walking up directly. "Editor-in-chief, are you here for vacation?" The woman referred to as editor-in-chief appeared to be in her early 40s, flawlessly made up, adorned with high-end brands, and her expression remained aloof and haughty throughout. Upon seeing the girl greeting her, she replied with restrained indifference, "No, I'm here for something." The girl glanced around at the well-dressed ladies exuding wealth and elegance and almost thought she was attending a banquet, but then the beautiful villa and pink cherry blossoms reminded her that this was indeed a tourist destination. Her fashion magazine, where she worked, was an industry leader. Celebrities took pride in being featured on its pages. The editor-in-chief of the magazine was affectionately known as the Fashion Queen. Seeing her presence there, the girl felt she had stumbled upon a perfect opportunity to flatter her superior. She quickly offered a string of blessings for the editor-in-chief's success, which seemed to relax the editor emotionally. Rarely granting someone a favorable response, she told the girl, "If you have nothing better to do, wait around here for a while. You might also get a chance to buy one box." Confused but sensing her mysterious air, the girls stood there together with the editor-in-chief, awaiting further developments. Under the earnest anticipation of the wealthy ladies, a pickup truck finally arrived, albeit late. Out of the vehicle stepped a tall, slim, handsome young boy, seemingly only 17 or 18 years old. His striking beauty immediately overshadowed all the elegant matrons present. It seemed only the abundant cherry blossoms encircling the yard could match such exquisite good looks. However, this impression lasted just an instant because next, a tall youth descended from the driver's seat. Unlike the young boy, whose beauty was delicate and refined, this youth exuded masculinity with eyes that held frost, revealing tenderness only when looking at the younger boy. As they moved toward the villa hand in hand, it seemed the world itself became their backdrop. Their surpassing looks and extraordinary elegant aura left even these seasoned admirers of beauty momentarily spellbound. Gu Zhongjing did not seem surprised by the throng of wealthy women upon stepping out of the car. He was used to this scene every month, adept at managing gatherings like this. After presenting the skincare products, he calmly sat down on a patio chair and took out a POS machine. The wealthy women queued up silently, paying, registering, receiving the skincare items, and afterward bidding Gu Zhongjing and Chu Yan a courteous farewell before leaving. There were a total of 59 people present, 9 who came late missed out on their purchase. Despite feeling extremely disappointed, they still politely greeted Gu Zhongjing before taking their leave. No one caused any trouble because everyone knew that missing out on the product wasn't the end of the world, there would always be next time, but if anyone caused a scene, they would lose the chance forever. More importantly, everyone belonged to the same social circle, so making a fuss would bring shame not only upon the troublemaker but also their entire family. This was a lesson learned from previous occasions when some tried to make a scene at Gu Zhongjing's events. Everyone mutually adhered to this understanding, none wanting to offend Gu Zhongjing. Any hidden agendas behind closed doors were beyond Gu Zhongjing's knowledge, and frankly, he didn't care about them either, as long as his established rules were followed on the surface. After the wealthy women had finished their purchases and departed, the tourists were left astounded. Emboldened by curiosity, one fan approached Gu Zhongjing and asked, Kai, what were they doing earlier? Were those skincare products? Gu Zhongjing treated his fans better than before, replying, yes, they were all here to buy skincare products. The fan looked enviously at the departing wealthy ladies and asked Gu Zhongjing, Kai, what kind of skincare products are you selling? How much do they cost? I want to buy some too. Gu Zhongjing chuckled lightly, sorry, everything sold out already. He did not mention the price or the type of product he was selling, he didn't want to cause unnecessary trouble. If this information were to leak, undoubtedly there would be backlash. His skincare products were priced exorbitantly, at 50,000 yuan per box. He believed spreading this information publicly would surely result in harsh criticism, but currently, he trusted that no one would dare to risk exposing it, since they hadn't yet obtained the secret formula. Starting a confrontation prematurely would harm them more than it would help. After the crowd dispersed, Gu Zhongjing entered the house. Chu Yan was lounging on the sofa watching TV, munching on a bag of chips. Gu Zhongjing walked over, picked up a chip, prompting Chu Yan to turn his gaze away from the screen and ask, all sold? Gu Zhongjing nodded affirmatively, yeah, all gone. Honey, I'm exhausted, can you massage my shoulders? Chu Yan gave him a sideways glance, don't come on to me, you're not tired just from collecting money. Gu Zhongjing interpreted Chu Yan's glare as a flirtatious look and leaned in to kiss his handsome phoenix-like eyes, alright, I'm not tired, I just wanted my wife to give me a shoulder rub. Chu Yan refused, plenty of rich women were throwing flirtatious glances your way, why don't you let them massage your shoulders? Why come to me? Gu Zhongjing belatedly realized that Chu Yan was jealous, and a joy spread from his chest to his eyes. He kissed Chu Yan's eyes mischievously and said, baby, are you jealous? Chu Yan uncomfortably turned his head to continue watching TV, who is jealous? Don't talk nonsense. Gu Zhongjing chuckled and leaned in to kiss his neck, muttering, my heart has already flown to your side, how could I have time to look at others giving me flirtatious glances? Chu Yan tilted his head back as he was kissed, pink spreading across his face and down into his collar. Gu Zhongjing lingered on his small Adam's apple, his breathing becoming more rapid, baby, Yuan, I love you so much. Chu Yan's heart had melted into sweetness, forgetting about the jealousy earlier, and his hands unconsciously reached up to Gu Zhongjing's shoulders. Didn't you say you'd wait until I'm of age? Gu Zhongjing's eyes were already bloodshot as he whispered affectionately in his ear, his voice hoarse, I know. We can do something else. Through this period of exploration, Gu Zhongjing had instinctively understood how to gain benefits without crossing any boundaries. Inside the Chinese-style villa halfway up the mountain, Sun Hanliang was making a call in the bathroom, her tone low and icy, what did he say? The male voice on the other end was raspy and excited, he said we'll go for the paternity test tomorrow morning. Surprise flashed through Sun Hanliang's eyes, but her voice remained steady, good, give a good performance, let me know at the first sign of anything. The man hesitated and then said, Miss Wu, could you send some money my way? Sun Hanliang found it amusing inside, her name was fake, her identity was fake, and this person didn't even know what she looked like yet dared to cooperate with her, truly as stupid as a pig, rest assured, once you've done what I asked. She hadn't finished her sentence when the man interrupted her, Miss Wu, I mean could you send me more money? My creditors are demanding payment again, if I don't pay them, I won't be able to leave the house tomorrow to go for the test. Sun Hanliang's face turned cold. Fool. Daring to haggle before finishing the job. Chapter 45, Partners. She truly never expected this idiot to dare threaten her. Sun Hanliang was nearly laughing in anger. Are you threatening me? Su Jifa slightly recoiled but refused to back down, how could I dare, Miss Wu? I'm really at my wit's end. Those creditors block my door every day, and as soon as I step out, I get beaten. If you don't help me, I'll never dare to go out again. Besides, helping me is also helping yourself, right? Sun Hanliang, how much do you need? Su Jifa burst with joy and greedily set the terms without realizing it, give me 50,000 first, no, 100,000. A wry smile lingered on Sun Hanliang's lips, alright, I'll give you 100,000 first. If you successfully take care of things, the remaining 4 million will be transferred to your account on time. But if you dare play tricks. At that moment, Su Jifa was filled with nothing but flattery for Sun Hanliang, Miss Wu, please don't worry, that kid seems pretty easy to fool. I'll definitely trick him into handing over the formula. Afraid he would mess up, Sun Hanliang recounted Gu Zhongjing's preferences after her investigation, then hung up and called her assistant to send money to Su Jifa. After ending the call, Su Jifa swore loudly, this be asterisk thinks I'm stupid. She wants my secret recipe. Ha! In my dreams. That's right, in his eyes, the secret recipe already belonged to him. If this Miss Wu was willing to spend so much money for Gu Zhongjing's secret recipe, it must be something valuable. He wasn't an idiot, he wouldn't just sell off a golden goose to her. Keeping it would surely earn him far more money. Look at his cheap son, within months, he'd turned Lu Mingshan into a decent business, even driving a car worth over 10,000 yuan. Every day there were plenty of tourists and guests. That had to be a lot of money. He, Su Jifa, was Gu Zhongjing's biological father. If he simply complained a bit, what amount couldn't he demand? Why should he ingratiate himself with these people and sell them the secret formula? That would be true idiocy. Lu Fangfang sat by his side smoking heavily and concurred with his plan, yet she still felt uneasy, so she asked, husband, if we take that 100,000 but don't follow through, what happens if they get angry and retaliate against us? Su Jifa hesitated a bit but quickly resolved, starvation kills the timid, overindulgence kills the bold. What are we afraid of? After we get past our current difficulties, can't we just ask that cheap son of ours for the money and pay them back later? As usual, Lu Fangfang followed her husband's advice despite lingering unease, and she said nothing more. Gu Zhongjing had no idea this couple planned to double-cross him. The next morning, he promptly went to the second hospital with Zhu Yan. Su Jifa and Lu Fangfang were already waiting. This time, they didn't bring their relatives along, only the two of them. The paternity test process went smoothly. After both parties were examined, the doctor said the results would be ready in a week. Even though Gu Zhongjing could have someone expedite the results, he decided not to rush it. Having a whole week to investigate their real purpose suited him fine. When parting ways, Su Jifa nudged his wife, prompting tears from Lu Fangfang as she looked at Gu Zhongjing affectionately. Xiao Jing, although the results aren't out yet, I feel in my heart that you're my lost child. Seeing you makes me feel close. Gu Zhongjing was annoyed by her emotional manipulation and cut her off. I've got other things to do, so please excuse us. Then, with Zhu Yan, he walked away confidently. He had plans to go on a date with Zhu Yan today. He didn't have the time to listen to their nonsense. Once inside the car, Zhu Yan asked him, where are we going? Gu Zhongjing replied, we'll eat first, then shop and watch a movie. I want seafood. Zhu Yan had food on his mind. Gu Zhongjing ruffled his head, can't you aim for something else? All you think about is eating. What if you turn into a fatso? Zhu Yan shot him a sly look, would you stop loving me if I became a big fatso? Gu Zhongjing suddenly felt a chill and sensed the murderous intent radiating from Zhu Yan. Hastily, he denied, no way. Even if you weigh 200 pounds, you'd still be my treasure. Humph, I guess you know what's good for you. A sweet smile involuntarily crept onto Zhu Yan's face. Driving along the road, Zhu Yan watched the scenery flash by outside the window when he suddenly noticed something. Ah Jing, isn't that Xiao Dong over there? Upon hearing this, Gu Zhongjing turned his head and looked at the roadside, his gaze sharpening. It's Xiao Dong all right. And that person beside him. Qi Wei Yang. This discovery unsettled them both. It was Saturday today. Shouldn't Xiao Dong be working his part-time job at this hour? Why was he here instead? And Qi Wei Yang. How on earth were these two together? As the light was about to turn green, Gu Zhongjing couldn't keep staring forever, so he sped up and drove directly into the underground parking lot of the mall ahead. By the time the two got out of the car and quickly walked out, Qi Wei Yang and Xiao Dong had just reached a spot slightly in front of the parking area. Xiao Dong was saying something to Qi Wei Yang, whose laughter rippled with unusual excitement. Gu Zhongjing instantly became furious. Xiao Dong was only 15. He shouted, Wang Yudong, stop right there. Hearing this familiar voice, Xiao Dong turned around and saw Gu Zhongjing standing there with a stone-cold expression. Frightened, he instinctively shrunk his shoulders, confused as to why he suddenly felt so afraid upon seeing Gu Zhongjing and Zhu Yan. Qi Wei Yang, noticing Xiao Dong's fear, felt some pity but also inexplicable guilt despite not having done anything wrong. Why did it feel like he had lured someone's younger brother? What exactly was he feeling guilty about? Though uneasy, he still stood firmly and shielded Xiao Dong behind him. Gu Zhongjing almost burst out laughing at how he and Yuan Yuan were being treated as outsiders. Brother Gu, where are you and Brother Zhu going? Gu Zhongjing's eyes could easily detect Qi Wei Yang's uneasiness. He gritted his teeth and was just about to approach and beat him when Zhu Yan held him back. Zhu Yan smiled slyly at Qi Wei Yang, Yuan Yuan and I are here to go shopping, of course. Where are you and Xiao Dong heading? Qi Wei Yang chuckled nervously, I'm bringing Xiao Dong to buy clothes. Zhu Yan, Xiao Dong, come over here. With great effort to remain calm, Wang Yudong stepped beside Gu Zhongjing and Zhu Yan, just about to speak when Zhu Yan already said, why didn't you tell us if you needed clothes? It's rude to disturb such a busy person as Mr. Qi. Xiao Dong, big brother Yan, I'm sorry. Qi Wei Yang couldn't bear to see the boy looking pitiful, so he explained, little brother Zhu, don't blame Xiao Dong. I ran into him by chance. While working part-time, he accidentally got soup spilled all over him, so I brought him out to buy new clothes. Gu Zhongjing's expression relaxed somewhat. That made sense, how could Qi Wei Yang be with Xiao Dong otherwise? Oh, that's what happened. Xiao Dong, say thank you to your big brother Qi. In compliance, Xiao Dong expressed his gratitude, thank you, big brother Qi. Qi Wei Yang looked at the boy, touched by that title, big brother Qi, and gently patted Xiao Dong's head, no need to thank me, it's what I should do. Gu Zhongjing missed any undercurrents in their interaction, but Zhu Yan wasn't so easily fooled. He keenly sensed something between the two but found no flaws in their explanations for now. Since they'd encountered each other and Qi Wei Yang had helped Xiao Dong, it wouldn't look good if they left without offering thanks. So, Gu Zhongjing invited Qi Wei Yang to join them for lunch. Qi Wei Yang readily agreed. They found a seafood restaurant, chatting while eating. During the meal, Zhu Yan silently observed Qi Wei Yang and Xiao Dong, noting how Qi Wei Yang showed far too much attention to Xiao Dong, never forgetting to serve him food even while speaking and constantly gazing softly at him. While Zhu Yan was observing, Gu Zhongjing discussed recent peculiar movements with Qi Wei Yang, continuously peeling shrimp and crab shells for Zhu Yan. Family Yang says they want to buy some secret formula from me, but what secret formula am I supposed to have? Who knows what they're thinking? If I really had a secret formula, would I bother struggling to develop Lu Mingshan? Qi Wei Yang, so, Brother Gu truly has no secret formula. Gu Zhongjing gave him a half-smile. Do you believe me if I say my secret is the spring water on my mountain? Qi Wei Yang also laughed. I don't believe it. Gu Zhongjing, see, you don't even believe me, so how could Family Yang? They'll believe it even less. Qi Wei Yang listened to his explanation and became slightly more serious. Brother Gu, don't tease me. If you said you have a fertilizer recipe, I might believe that. But claiming it's the spring water. Gu Zhongjing cut to the chase. Brother Qi, we've known each other for quite some time. You should understand who I am, Gu Zhongjing. Have you ever seen me brag? Recalling past experiences, Qi Wei Yang admitted he hadn't. Whenever Gu Zhongjing promised something to him, he always delivered. And for what he couldn't accomplish, he wouldn't make hollow promises. Because of this reliability, their interactions were filled with sincerity. If what Gu Zhongjing said now was true, didn't that show excessive trust in himself? If it's real, Brother Gu, why would you tell me this and not worry about what I might do? Qi Wei Yang asked half-jokingly. Gu Zhongjing decided not to beat around the bush. Brother Qi, don't guess. I've thought long and hard before telling you this. So many people in City A have been keeping an eye on my Lu Mingshan business, and I'm tired of dealing with them. I might as well share this matter with your Qi family. At least, I trust you and Grandfather Qi. Qi Wei Yang was genuinely touched. He asked Gu Zhongjing, Brother Gu, you really? Gu Zhongjing replied, Brother Qi, don't feel too burdened. I didn't tell you this without conditions. Qi Wei Yang exhaled a breath of relief. He had truly feared that Gu Zhongjing wouldn't discuss any conditions with him. Since ancient times, the debt of gratitude has always been the hardest to repay, and he could not possibly owe Brother Gu such a great favor for nothing. This piece of information might just be a casual word for Gu Zhongjing, but for the Qi family, it meant an opportunity to elevate their position significantly. Gu Zhongjing said, now Lu Mingshan belongs to me, as does the spring water. I don't care what your Qi family wants to do with the spring water, but in any project involving the spring water, I want 50% of the shares. Upon hearing Gu Zhongjing's seemingly exorbitant demand, Qi Wei Yang actually felt relieved inside. He had expected it to be 70% or more. Feeling delighted inside, Qi Wei Yang still had to put up a front, feigning distress as he complained, Brother Gu, aren't you being too greedy? Don't forget, I'll need to invest money up front. This is unacceptable. It's way too much, let's go with 40% instead. 50, Gu Zhongjing reiterated firmly. 40, Qi Wei Yang countered. 50. 45. 55. Alright, 50% it is. No going back on this now. Gu Zhongjing nodded approvingly and smiled. He dipped a chunk of crab leg he'd just dismantled into sauce and slipped it into Zhu Yan's mouth, who had been deep in thought over Xiaodong. Zhu Yan chewed instinctively, nodding appreciatively. So delicious. I'll have another one. Gu Zhongjing agreed with a hum, and continued to disassemble the crab legs. Although these crabs weren't as good as those from August, they had their own distinct fresh flavor. No wonder Yuan loved them so much. He should go get a batch soon to put into Lu Mingshan Lake. As he continued working on the crabs, Gu Zhongjing asked, since I've already told you about this matter, shouldn't your family show some sincerity? Qi Wei Yang admired the two's unconscious harmony of affection while unconsciously peeling shrimp for Xiaodong himself. Brother Gu, rest assured, I will handle the bugs for you. As for my parents, don't worry about them, I'll deal with them myself. You just need to help me find out who's investigating me behind the scenes. Agreed. Satisfied, Gu Zhongjing nodded his head. The goal for today was achieved. Without saying more, he concentrated fully on serving his wife. Yuan, try this sea cucumber, it's delicious. Alright. Zhu Yan directed him further, call for another serving of crab, it's very tasty. Gu Zhongjing summoned the waiter and added 2 servings. Watching from the side, Qi Wei Yang and Xiaodong started to feel something was off. After holding it in for a long time, Qi Wei Yang finally couldn't suppress his curiosity and whispered a question, Big Brother Yan, you and Big Brother Jing. With a mouth full of food, Zhu Yan casually answered, yeah, Big Brother Jing and I are dating. Xiaodong's mouth dropped wide open. This is early love. Zhu Yan said smugly, I'll be turning 18 next month, young man. Xiaodong looked at Gu Zhongjing and then back at Zhu Yan, unsure of what exactly he had witnessed. Finally, his gaze landed on Qi Wei Yang, his delicate and obedient face slowly blushing red. Nobody noticed this detail, and after dinner, Gu Zhongjing took Zhu Yan and Xiaodong back to the orphanage. Qi Wei Yang went home to discuss the plans and draft the contract with his family. He was ecstatic. If the detection team confirmed tomorrow that the spring water indeed possessed the magical qualities as described by Gu Zhongjing, their Qi family would achieve an extraordinary height. That position was where his father could make a real push for power. On the way back to the orphanage, Gu Zhongjing stopped by the market and bought a pile of seafood, intending to take it back. During the car ride, Zhu Yan found time to ask Xiaodong, how did you end up meeting Qi Wei Yang? He only half believed Qi Wei Yang's story earlier. Xiao Dong and him had only met once before. Would Qi Wei-yang really be that kind-hearted? Xiao Dong innocently replied, "Today, I went as usual to the Western restaurant for part-time work, but there were 2 customers who started fighting, and soup splashed all over me. Coincidentally, Brother Qi was eating there, so he helped me take leave from the manager and even accompanied me to the hospital to check for burns. While buying clothes, we ran into you guys. Brother Qi really is a nice person." Zhu Yan emphasized, "If anything happens in the future, be sure to call us immediately." "Are there any burns?" Xiao Dong responded, "Just a bit red, already applied burn ointment." As they spoke, they returned to the orphanage. The children who had gone on vacation were all back, and Gu Zhongjing showcased his cooking skills in the kitchen, preparing a whole table full of seafood. None of the kids in the orphanage had seafood allergies, so they ate to their heart's content. Back at Lu Mingshan, Gu Zhongjing slumped onto the beanbag in front of the floor-to-ceiling windows and lamented to Zhu Yan, "All thanks to Qi Wei-yang, our perfectly fine date got completely ruined." Reclining lazily on his body, Zhu Yan quipped back, "Didn't you say you've wanted to talk to him for a while?" Gu Zhongjing complained, "That's not the same. Today was our hard-earned date." Zhu Yan didn't bother with his hindsight and asked him, "Jing, aren't you afraid Qi Wei-yang might notice something abnormal?" Gu Zhongjing closed his eyes, caressing Zhu Yan's back, "What's there to fear? It's 3 parts truth and 7 parts bluff. He won't be able to guess." He had thought about this cooperation with Qi Wei-yang for a long time. Originally, he planned to formally set up a meeting time either with Qi Wei-yang or old Qi, but since they had met today, he just went along and directly mentioned it. As for Xiao Dong who was present, he knew the character of this child, wouldn't go around blabbing, so he never avoided him at all throughout the conversation. There were 2 reasons why Gu Zhongjing wanted to partner with Qi Wei-yang. First, he didn't want the hassle. He didn't want to deal with endless calculations from others. Secondly, his Lu Mingshan was too small, producing far too little. There was no way that product could benefit the masses. Every month, what they produced wasn't even enough for consumption within the higher social circles, let alone reach the common folk. He also didn't want to go through the effort of building another commercial empire, he only wished to live a leisurely life with Zhu Yan. Enough money to cover their needs was sufficient, earning so much money when you can't bring it with you to the grave wasn't necessary. But on the other hand, he didn't want to waste this reverse heaven resource in space water in his hands. Finding a partner was inevitable, and Qi Wei-yang happened to be the most suitable person selected after extensive contact. He had some understanding of the Qi family. These people were involved in this circle but not pretentious, and possessed their own principles. So after observing them for a while, Gu Zhongjing chose them. The reason for asking for shares was to reassure the Qi family. If he took everything without asking for anything, they would likely become overly cautious. More importantly, through his interaction with the Qi family, he had vaguely sensed that the Qi family harbored ambitions to move one step higher. Given the current status of the Qi family, being deeply involved in military, political, and commercial fields, reaching the next level. Gu Zhongjing had a heartache regarding the orphanage and Lu Mingshan. If the Qi family could rise, then transferring ownership of the orphanage under his name and moving the orphanage to Lu Mingshan wouldn't be difficult. Additionally, Lu Mingshan only allowed leasing and prohibited selling. At first, Gu Zhongjing didn't feel there was anything wrong with this. After all, he and Zhu Yan had over 100 years of lifespan left. Once they passed away, returning the mountain to the state would be natural. But since he intended to relocate the orphanage up the mountain, Lu Mingshan needed to belong to him completely, and it must ensure that it won't be reclaimed in the future. Otherwise, if the orphanage were moved up the mountain, and later when they pass away, this decision would end up harming the children. So he needed power, yet he was reluctant to engage in business operations. Isn't the Qi family the best choice? Zhu Yan understood his thoughts and supported his decision. Jing, how about we lease the 2 mountains on either side of Lu Mingshan as well? A smaller mountain isn't ideal for an aesthetically pleasing flower sea. Lu Mingshan was not a solitary mountain. To its left and right stood 2 other immense ranges spanning dozens of kilometers, much larger than Lu Mingshan. Gu Zhongjing calculated the areas of these 2 mountains. If leased, it would cost at least several tens of millions, not to mention purchasing. However, they currently had more than 10 million available. They could first lease for 5 to 6 years, leaving other issues for later discussion. Once their partnership with the Qi family developed further, money would never be an issue. After considering, Gu Zhongjing agreed, "Alright, I'll listen to you. Lease those 2 adjacent mountains as well." They discussed that in the near future, they would probably demolish the walls encircling Lu Mingshan, construct houses on the mountain, and still have plenty to busy themselves with. Excited by their lively discussion, Zhu Yan simply climbed off him, ran to get his computer, and started making plans. During the early construction phase of Lu Mingshan, Zhu Yan was still attending school and didn't participate. Therefore, he always felt regretful and thus became especially excited now. They planned for hours, preliminarily confirming the construction scheme before reluctantly saving the plan to take a shower. While showering, there was inevitably an affectionate exchange. Zhu Yan had several times felt that Gu Zhongjing's gaze towards him resembled hunger, as though ready to devour him, with his eyes turning green. He secretly shuddered, wondering what trouble awaited him on his birthday, but without a trace of hesitation in his mind. It wasn't just Gu Zhongjing who yearned for him, he wanted to fully possess this man as well. Early the next morning, the two got up to negotiate leasing matters with Liuji village and Qinjia village, as these two mountains belonged to different villages respectively, requiring multiple trips. Unfortunately, they encountered a minor issue just as they stepped out. Not long ago, when Man had seen a Weibo post by director Li Zi and had been longing to stay at Lu Mingshan. She even specially called her husband to book a room for her. Unfortunately, they didn't expect all the rooms at Lu Mingshan were fully booked until next year. Helpless, her husband Zhu Xiwen could only spend a high price to buy 2 spots from scalpers. Zhu Xiwen thought these scalpers were quite good at exploiting opportunities. Lu Mingshan couldn't escape their hands either. Even so, the spots they bought were still several days away. After waiting for so many days, when Man no longer expected to meet director Li Zi, this trip to Lu Mingshan was purely for relaxation with her husband. Since they didn't want to crowd with other tourists, they booked the entire villa. After finding their villa and receiving the keys, the staff left. Both of them finally managed to take a vacation after so long, and they were excited. Husband, the air here is so fresh, and the flowers on the mountain are so beautiful. Let's go for a walk. Zhu Xiwen, alright, let's take a stroll first. I saw that there seems to be a variety show being filmed halfway up the mountain, you can make an appearance later. When Man reluctantly disagreed, her charming face filled with refusal, no, they didn't invite me. Zhu Xiwen coaxed her, it doesn't matter that they didn't invite you. The show is quite popular, and making an appearance would be beneficial. He cajoled her softly for a long time before when Man agreed to make a quick appearance, but she still felt uneasy inside. She thought how realistic the entertainment industry was. Once someone became inactive, those who used to beg and plead would disappear completely. Even getting onto a variety show required her to seek it herself. Still, her husband was wonderful, he always treated her the same, no matter if she was popular or not. Thinking about this, she said to Zhu Xiwen, husband, I'm hungry. Let's eat first and then go to the show site, alright? Zhu Xiwen nodded gently, alright. The two went to the reputedly very delicious Lu Mingshan restaurant, ordered a table full of signature dishes, and enjoyed their meal thoroughly. Unbeknownst to them, this meal came with unforeseen problems. Chapter 46, Poisoning. Everything was fine at the start, and when Man thought the food at Lu Mingshan's restaurant lived up to its reputation. It wasn't much different from Quanwei Zhai, with the critical difference being that it didn't cost anything, being included in the room fee. It was nothing like Quanwei Zhai, where even a simple meal would easily cost over 1,000 yuan. Although when Man wasn't short of money, free meals just tasted better. As a female celebrity who wanted to maintain her figure, she had always stuck to eating vegetables, especially detoxifying and complexion-enhancing ones such as carrots, black fungus, green beans, spinach, and celery. These were the vegetables she usually loved to eat. These vegetables all had some detoxifying effects, high in vitamins, so this time when Man ordered a bit more, intending to treat herself well. She ate only the dishes and not the rice, clearing away most of the food on the table by herself. Not long after finishing, her stomach started hurting. It wasn't ordinary pain, it felt like her intestines were tangled together. She clutched her stomach in agony while her husband helped her into the restroom. She hadn't expected what awaited her there. As she tidied herself and flushed the toilet afterward, she instinctively glanced down. What came out was pitch black, foul-smelling and copious, and alarmingly contained blood. Seeing this, she fainted immediately. Zhu Xiwen waited outside for a while, called out a few times but got no response. Finally, gritting his teeth, he went into the women's restroom. When he saw one man lying unconscious on the bathroom floor, Zhu Xiwen was greatly startled. His wife's face was deathly pale, her body icy cold. Heart-stricken, Zhu Xiwen swiftly carried her out. Outside the restroom were a group of young girls heading there together. They had recognized the unmasked and unglassed one man earlier at the restaurant but had been too shy to ask for autographs. Now, seeing her seemingly unconscious, they gasped in shock. Ah! That's one man. What happened to her? It looks like she passed out. Quick, call the boss. What boss? We need to call emergency services, 120. Initially, the young girls were genuinely concerned, but soon as the crowd grew, it turned different. Seeing a famous star faint, many excitedly took out their phones to record the scene. Zhu Xiwen said, thank you all for your concern, but please stop filming. Move aside, I need to take Manny to the hospital. The commotion caught the attention of Gu Zhongjing and Chu Yan, who had just stepped outside. Seeing the growing crowd and videos being taken, they quickly asked what was happening. A girl explained the situation to them. Knowing the urgency, Gu Zhongjing instructed Chu Yan, Yuan, I'll go get the car. You stay here and control the situation. Chu Yan nodded, looking somewhat grave. Regardless of why, something had happened at Lu Mingshan, and they needed to investigate. Zhu Xiwen carried one man toward the exit, and some tourists continued recording with their phones. After enduring silently several times, he lost patience when one girl shoved her phone right into his face. Just as he was about to flare up, a beautiful hand reached out before him. A handsome and graceful teenager took the phone, quickly deleted the video, and returned it to the girl. Initially ready to complain, the girl blushed at Chu Yan's gaze. Could everyone please stop filming? Step back a bit, don't block the way for the patient. We need to rush her to the hospital. Thank you all for your cooperation. After saying this politely, those watching began feeling a bit embarrassed. Whether or not they actually deleted the videos is unknown, but they at least stopped moving forward. At this point, Gu Zhongjing drove up, and Zhu Xuan boarded the vehicle holding one man, followed closely by Chu Yan. Without explaining much, Gu Zhongjing sped down the mountain at breakneck speed, running several red lights along the way. Traffic police chased behind on motorcycles while they kept racing ahead, a chaotic sight indeed. Upon reaching the hospital, Zhu Xuan and Chu Yan sent one man to the emergency department, while Gu Zhongjing stayed behind to explain the situation to the traffic police. Realizing the urgency, the traffic officer didn't impose fines or demerit points but reminded Gu Zhongjing to prioritize safety next time. Gu Zhongjing then found time to enter the emergency department to inquire about the condition. Upon entering, doctors were already examining one man. Zhu Xuan, tense and worried, handled various procedures while clearly in great distress. Chu Yan ran around attending to the unconscious one man. Seeing his exhaustion, Gu Zhongjing felt sorry for him and asked him to sit and rest while he did the work. Without hesitation, Chu Yan sat down and checked his phone, opening Weibo. Sure enough, this incident had made it onto the trending list. One man hadn't worn a mask or sunglasses because of eating, and her entire face was exposed. Even with makeup on, her sickly pale complexion revealed that she wasn't pretending. Underneath the Weibo posts were all sorts of speculations about one man's condition. One man, what's wrong with you? Are you sick? Is it low blood sugar? Maybe she aborted a child, You cruel idiot from the floor above, go away. I saw one man eating at Lu Mingshan's restaurant. Not long after eating, she fainted in the restroom. Food poisoning maybe. You always boast about your arbitration business restaurant tasting good, turns out it's so good it sends people to the hospital. Goodness, is this real? I've eaten at Lu Mingshan too, don't scare me. Because she had eaten at Lu Mingshan's, many people present had witnessed her at that time. Since her fainting happened not long after eating, once insiders divulged the information, public opinion swayed almost entirely against Lu Mingshan. A few ill-intentioned families seized the moment, purchasing several trending topics. Well then, Lu Mingshan made headlines again. The news hashtag Lu Mingshan food safety breach leads actress when man hospitalized spread rapidly across all platforms, and the chaos ensued as opportunists began stirring things up. I've never dared say this, but last time I ate Lu Mingshan's food, I got diarrhea afterwards. Me too, I thought my stomach was weak. But I felt so much better after the diarrhea. Am I imagining things? The arbitrator is just an unscrupulous profiteer who serves unsafe food to make money. Such people deserve to die. I was thinking about visiting Lu Mingshan, but forget it now. As someone with a sensitive stomach like mine, if I eat their food and die, who'll take responsibility? How is one man doing? How much did she eat? I hope nothing serious happens. Stay rational and wait for one man to wake up. Messages on Weibo became chaotic, and Chu Yan didn't laugh long before realizing something. Those who'd actually eaten Lu Mingshan's food would hardly voice complaints like this, unless they were very few. And these accounts looked clean and fresh, clearly not real users. He wouldn't be fooled, these weren't real consumers but paid commentators. But he didn't have time to deal with them now. What mattered most was confirming one man's condition. Thanks to Gu Zhongjing calling Qi Huiyang earlier, some influence was exerted from that side, so the test results came out rather quickly. It turned out one man wasn't suffering from food poisoning, rather, she'd been poisoned long ago. She'd ingested a rare toxin known as huaoyan. Beautiful in name, this plant was rare, growing high-altitude border mountains, closely resembling the snow lotus. It was categorized as a protected plant. Every year, due to its resemblance to the snow lotus, many people mistakenly ingest it, leading to poisonings. The hospital confirmed this diagnosis swiftly. This drug slowly accumulates in the body over time, causing no short-term issues. However, excessive consumption can lead to death. This medication was destroyed upon detection, making it increasingly scarce, so how one man had ingested it remained unclear. Fortunately, her trip to Lu Mingshan, where she ate their detoxifying foods, detected the poison in her system. If discovered any later, even if she survived, she would have been partially disabled. Her digestive system had already grown extremely fragile due to prolonged accumulation of toxins. Once she consumed large amounts of highly effective detoxifying foods, her intestines simply couldn't handle the strain. Zhu Xuan was struck like by lightning when hearing this news. Never did he imagine his wife had been poisoned for so long. By now, not only her digestive system but even her liver had sustained damage. Only then did he recall that one man had gradually developed more spots on her face over the past year, frequently feeling dizzy, nauseous, and often experiencing stomach pain. Zhu Xuan had always assumed it was due to drinking and hadn't given it much thought, only continuously advising one man to stop drinking. Faced with the doctor's inquiries, he was utterly confused, unable to determine how his wife had been poisoned. Now, only one man herself could provide answers upon waking up. Wiping his face, he thanked Gu Zhongjing repeatedly, realizing that without this trip to Lu Mingshan, his beloved Manny might have been lost. Seeing his red-rimmed eyes, Gu Zhongjing consoled him a bit. After Zhu Xuan expressed gratitude, he still needed to contact family and the studio, so further conversation with Gu Zhongjing was limited. Zhu Xiwen mentioned they needn't stay idly waiting here and went off to call Wen Man's family. Given the severity of the incident, informing her family was essential. Additionally, he had to notify the studio to control public sentiment. Gu Zhongjing and Chu Yan didn't leave, they decided to stay and wait for Wen Man to wake up. Although their restaurant's food had helped uncover Wen Man's condition, it was ultimately tied to the incident. Leaving at this moment wouldn't be appropriate. An hour later, Wen Man finally woke up. Zhu Xiwen excitedly grabbed his wife's hand on the hospital bed and asked repeatedly, "Manny, you're finally awake. Are you in pain anywhere?" Wen Man, upon waking, saw herself in the hospital with Zhu Xiwen looking worried and exhausted. Weakly and confused, she asked, "No pain, what's wrong with me?" Zhu Xiwen informed her of the examination results, then asked, "Manny, how did you end up poisoned like this? Did you buy Snow Lotus?" Wen Man's expression turned grim. "It's sure Tian, it's her. She gave me the Snow Lotus, saying it came from her hometown Liangshan City, where her parents harvested authentic snow lotuses. She brought some for me and urged me daily to drink water steeped with it. She actually wanted to poison me, that despicable woman." Shi Tian was her assistant, and Wen Man had no idea what offense warranted such hatred. How dare Shi Tian attempt to poison her? Zhu Xiwen also looked troubled. He knew immediately what had happened once Wen Man mentioned Shi Tian. When Zhu Xiwen wasn't yet with Wen Man, Shi Tian had confessed her feelings to him, but he had rejected her. Zhu Xiwen didn't mention this incident, pulling out his phone instead to call the studio and learned they hadn't seen Shi Tian for 2 hours. Zhu Xiwen gritted his teeth. This person must have fled upon hearing about Wen Man fainting. After hanging up, he reported the case to the police. Seeing their conversation was over, Gu Zhongjing approached Wen Man and asked, "How do you feel now, Miss Wen?" Wen Man didn't recognize Gu Zhongjing, turning her head toward her husband. Zhu Xiwen explained, "This is Mr. Gu Xiao, the owner of Lu Mingshan. We owe them a great deal this time because of Lu Mingshan's detoxifying food, or we wouldn't have found out about your poisoning so soon." Recalling her earlier experience in the restroom, Wen Man blushed slightly, hurriedly thanking Gu Zhongjing. Gu Zhongjing smiled and said, "There's no need for so many thanks, I haven't done much. If you thank me again, I might feel embarrassed." Zhu Xiwen politely suggested, "Mr. Gu, could we possibly order a batch of vegetables from you? The price is entirely up to you." Gu Zhongjing responded, "Let's not talk about money. I'll arrange for the vegetables to be delivered to you tonight. It's an honor to help." After chatting for a while longer, Gu Zhongjing and Chu Yan bid farewell. As they left, Chu Yan reminded Zhu Xiwen, "Mr. Zhu, please clarify those false rumors online." Zhu Xiwen paused, remembering Wen Man's collapse at Lu Mingshan. With understanding and regret, he replied, "Of course, absolutely. You two can rest assured, I will arrange for clarification right away." With that, Gu Zhongjing and Chu Yan left the hospital and returned to Lu Mingshan. Once home, Chu Yan opened Weibo and was satisfied to see Wen Man's verified account had posted a clarifying post, explaining her fainting resulted from Hualien poisoning, unrelated to Lu Mingshan. Shi Tian, the suspect who poisoned her, had fled and was being pursued. They also urged people to verify the authenticity of Snow Lotus carefully to avoid being poisoned like Wen Man. Once the tweet was posted, the internet trolls previously causing trouble fell silent because their sponsors realized they couldn't destroy Gu Zhongjing with one strike, so there was no point continuing to defame Lu Mingshan. However, although the trolls stopped, the momentum of previous comments couldn't subside quickly. "I told you Lu Mingshan's restaurant has no problems, but you didn't believe me. Now what? Some faces should be red now. No smoke without fire. Even if Wen Man's poisoning is unrelated to Lu Mingshan, why do some people get diarrhea after eating there? Perhaps the toxic outbreak in Wen Man was related to the unhygienic food at Lu Mingshan. A strong inspection of Lu Mingshan's restaurant is demanded at Food Safety Regulation Authority. Are you all finished? I can testify that Lu Mingshan's dishes have no issues. I ate there and got diarrhea, sure, but my acne and bad breath disappeared afterward. How do you explain that? Stick to facts. My uncle works in the Market Supervision Bureau. Once, I visited Lu Mingshan and took some dishes home. Seeing how good they were, my uncle picked some samples to test. Guess what happened? I know you want me to ask next steps, but I won't. It's driving you nuts. No questions +1. +2. +10,086. Will it kill you to satisfy me just once? Alright, let me tell you. My uncle tested the vegetables from Lu Mingshan and found their nutritional value is 10 times higher than those on the market. I know you won't believe me, so here's a picture. Check for yourselves. Ho ho, sounds too good to be true. Maybe this person's being paid by some mountain operation as part of an army of fake reviewers. Army of fake reviewers? Chu Yan stroked his chin thoughtfully. Are water armies truly that useful? Should he buy a wave of them too? He suddenly stood up and straddled Gu Zhongjing, who was also looking at his phone. Excitedly, he asked, Ijing, shall we hire a water army too? Gu Zhongjing was startled by Chu Yan's sudden move but reacted almost immediately. This pose. Ah, don't think about it. He forced himself not to dwell on it, yet his eyes couldn't help lingering on Chu Yan's glowing face. Yuan really looks good, and I want to kiss him. With one hand supporting Chu Yan's slim waist and the other reaching around to hold his neck from behind, he leaned in fiercely for a kiss. Caught off guard, Chu Yan didn't know why Gu Zhongjing had abruptly kissed him, their tongues touching until Chu Yan felt pain, but still didn't push him away till he ran out of breath. Patting Gu Zhongjing's back, it took a while before Gu Zhongjing, indulging in the kiss, finally released him. Blushing deeply, Chu Yan quietly climbed down from Gu Zhongjing's lap and into the corner of the sofa, afraid to provoke him again. Gu Zhongjing calmed down after some time and managed to ask calmly, "Honey, what did you say just now?" "I didn't hear clearly." Chu Yan rubbed his reddened face. "I said we should also hire a water army." Gu Zhongjing, "Good, I'll ask one man and her husband if they have channels." Gu Zhongjing picked up his phone which had fallen on the floor and called Zhu Shiwen, explained his needs, and Zhu Shiwen immediately sent him a phone number, telling him to mention Zhu Shiwen's name when contacting them. Gu Zhongjing then called the water army. They agreed swiftly and began their operations right after hanging up. Satisfied with their quick action, Gu Zhongjing transferred them the money. The public opinion gradually started to subside. By nightfall, the incident no longer had such a high level of attention. Most people's impressions of Lu Mingshan had recovered. Gu Zhongjing thought this matter was over and turned his focus to investigating the information of the birth parents of his previous life that he had earlier commissioned someone to find. Upon seeing the information, Gu Zhongjing laughed. These two were indeed no good. Chu Yan sat curled up next to him barefoot watching TV, hearing his laugh and peeking at his phone. The page showed an electronic document. Chu Yan quickly read through it, and remarked, "Your previous self, what a poor kid." Gu Zhongjing deeply agreed, having these kinds of parents was already his luck. The original parents were named Su Jifa, the man, and Lu Fangfang, the woman, neither of whom were each other's first partners. Years ago, they both had families and had children. Su Jifa liked gambling, so he opened a mahjong parlor, where he gambled with friends daily. His life went on fairly normally. Until he met Lu Fangfang, who also loved gambling. Her husband was a chef, earning well but spending little time with her. She didn't like working either and quit her job to become a housewife. Claiming to be a housewife, she didn't take good care of her child and would instead take the child out to gamble daily at Su Jifa's mahjong parlor. Neither of them was very disciplined. They soon hooked up shortly after meeting, and since their appearances were decent, their relationship became fiery very quickly. Everyone in the mahjong parlor knew about their affair. One day, Su Jifa's wife unintentionally learned about her husband's infidelity from a regular customer at the mahjong parlor. That same evening, she brought along several brothers from her maiden family to catch Su Jifa and Lu Fangfang in bed together. Su Jifa stayed firm and chose to divorce his wife cleanly, despite her bad temper and lack of beauty. He even convinced Lu Fangfang to divorce her husband as well. They got married right after divorcing. Since they were both gamblers, how could they live without gambling? But after Su Jifa left empty-handed, the mahjong parlor was no longer his, so he took Lu Fangfang to another mahjong parlor to continue gambling. This gamble created a problem because that mahjong parlor wasn't one to trifle with. They set traps for the couple, and gradually, their stakes grew larger. Eventually, they owed a debt of 2 million yuan in gambling losses. Back in the early 2000s, 2 million yuan was no small amount. The couple ran from place to place evading their debt collectors, when during this time, Lu Fangfang realized she was pregnant. She didn't want the baby at first, but Su Jifa, having only daughters with his ex-wife, insisted on keeping this child. Lu Fangfang had a tough time during her pregnancy. Constantly fleeing and hiding left her unable to eat well, so when the child was born, it was extremely frail. For a while, both of them truly loved the infant dearly, but for some unknown reason later on, this couple began treating their child increasingly worse. They not only deprived the child of milk but also started abusing the 1-year-old. Nearly lifeless from the abuse, the couple didn't spend money to treat the child's wounds nor wanted to get involved in any trouble, so they simply abandoned the child. The child was then picked up by the head of an orphanage near where they had been hiding. As for what happened afterward, Gu Zhongjing already knew. What he couldn't understand was why the birth parents of the original self suddenly changed their attitude, not only abusing but also outright abandoning the child. But none of that mattered much now. With these investigative materials in hand, plus the injury report provided by the orphanage director, even if it is confirmed through testing that the couple are indeed the biological parents of the original self, he could sue them directly. In Huaxia, abandonment of infants is a serious crime. If these two were sensible, he would pretend they never existed and repay the favor of giving birth to the original self. But if they dare to cause trouble, it would be on them if he isn't friendly anymore. Seeing those documents, Chu Yan suddenly asked, "They say even tigers do not prey on their own cubs, yet in the apocalypse countless parents die trying to save their children. Why are your sets of parents so cruel?" Chu Yan's own parents always treated him very kindly, so he couldn't comprehend how either pair of Gu Zhongjing's parents could abandon him without hesitation. It made sense for the end-of-the-world couple. After all, they feared Gu Zhongjing might turn into a zombie. Though leaving without killing him, they left him to survive alone. Yet this other pair went so far as to hurt an innocent baby, causing Chu Yan to feel heartbroken. Gu Zhongjing himself didn't find it particularly upsetting, but knowing Chu Yan's concern for him, he seized the moment to confess, "Sweetheart, you're the only one who treats me best in this world." Chu Yan's heart ached for him, hugging his big head to comfort. "Aijing, don't be sad. You still have me, come give me a hug." Gu Zhongjing nuzzled against his chest, his hands wandering further as he rubbed affectionately. Chapter 47, Surprise Inspection. After the incident involving Wen Man, Gu Zhongjing and Chu Yan didn't go to Liujia village to discuss the contract that day. They stayed home for the entire day. The next day, Qi Huiyang arrived, taking away over 10 barrels of space water that Gu Zhongjing had prepared in advance to take back for testing. He had already discussed thoroughly with his family. If what Gu Zhongjing said was true, then they would follow Gu Zhongjing's plan and give him 50% of the shares. There were also those who proposed simply buying Mount Lu outright, such as Qi Huiyang's younger cousin who wasn't too concerned with worldly affairs. He usually focused on research, needing only for his partners to acquire anything he required, so he thought it would be simple enough to buy the mountain directly, no need to collaborate with Gu Zhongjing unnecessarily. But this decision was completely vetoed by everyone else in the Qi family. They were all clever people. Could Qi Huichen really not have anticipated what Gu Zhongjing wanted? If he could anticipate it but still directly chose to cooperate with the Qi family, it was obvious he must have an ace up his sleeve. It's also possible the so-called spring water he mentioned wasn't real. Under these circumstances, offending him would bring no benefits at all. It would be better to follow Gu Zhongjing's wishes. If he wanted cooperation, then let's cooperate. As long as he doesn't become overly greedy, everything can be worked out. That Gu Zhongjing was willing to cooperate with them was already a tremendous grace. Now if they were to repay kindness with hostility, would they even still be human? The Qi family couldn't afford to lose face like this. Qi Huichen was reprimanded by the elders in the family to the point where he couldn't lift his head. Even his mother, who normally helped him, didn't side with him this time. She even thought his research had made him stupid. A person like this, without their protection, would have already been conned and exploited countless times by others. Especially old Master Qi. He was inherently upright and liked Gu Zhongjing, and was nearly angry enough to whip his grandson with a stick after hearing what he did. Old Master Qi seized this opportunity to educate the others in the family, urging them to abandon their plans to scheme against Gu Zhongjing early on. First, there was fear of being outsmarted. Second, the importance of having good moral integrity. Third, fear of losing any chance to connect with Meng Zongyu due to scheming. Fourth, liking the boy Gu Zhongjing. With these multiple factors considered, the old master was especially strict, and even Qi Huiyang, who was closest to Gu Zhongjing, didn't escape being reprimanded. The whole family was forced to swear that they would never actively scheme against Gu Zhongjing. Of course, if Gu Zhongjing turned against them first, that would be another matter entirely. The others in the Qi family had many considerations too. It was indeed true that Gu Zhongjing possessed a secret formula that could enhance the effects of plants, but whether or not the source was truly from the water at Mount Lu was still uncertain. If they tried to force things like other families might, they might end up with nothing more than failure, costing them far more than they'd gain. Since Gu Zhongjing had proactively come to them for discussion about cooperation, the best strategy would be to let things happen naturally. So, after holding a day-long family meeting, the Qi family preliminarily determined their cooperation guidelines with Gu Zhongjing and sent Qi Huiyang to get the water from Gu Zhongjing the next day. When Qi Huiyang arrived, he didn't mention wanting to collect fresh water himself. He just took the dozen or so barrels of water provided by Gu Zhongjing and left. Gu Zhongjing appreciated his sense of propriety. This was one of the advantages of collaborating with smart people. They don't bother investigating if you're telling the truth or not, they focus on tangible gains. After Qi Huiyang left, Gu Zhongjing and Chu Yan tidied up and set out again to sign the contracting agreement. However, fate seemed to be against them, and they were called back shortly after leaving due to a phone call from an employee. This time, the food safety department had arrived. They immediately entered the restaurant at Mount Lu, inspecting both the front and the kitchen thoroughly. They also requested samples of the dishes from Mount Lu for testing. When the employees noticed something was off, they quickly called Gu Zhongjing. At this moment, Gu Zhongjing realized how inconvenient it was to not have someone in charge on the mountain. He felt that he should hire a manager specifically to handle the big and small matters of Mount Lu, including personnel arrangements. This way, employees wouldn't have to look everywhere for someone to talk to for every little issue, resulting in endless calls to him. Things like requesting leave or resignations shouldn't reach him every single time, as it could sometimes get annoying. Moreover, if there was a manager, incidents like today's could be handled promptly. The manager would contact him right away and control the situation, rather than waiting until the food safety inspectors were done checking before calling him, a bit too late to be effective. By the time Gu Zhongjing and Chu Yan rushed back, the inspectors from the safety bureau had already finished their checks and were waiting for Gu Zhongjing and Chu Yan to return to remove the vegetables and go back for further testing. Facing such a surprise attack, Gu Zhongjing could understand but didn't like it. Thus, he decided to resolve it all at once, sparing daily discussions about his vegetables being problematic. To be honest, the vegetables grown with space water were all sold at high prices to Quan Wei Zhai. Now they were included in the accommodation cost, making them practically free. There was really no difference. If it weren't for giving back to his fans, would Gu Zhongjing really go so far as to lose money? Seeing the group of people from the safety bureau sitting boldly under the grape trellis at the entrance of the restaurant villa, Chu Yan sincerely developed a dislike. What was that look on their faces? Was it disdain or contempt? And what about the person standing nearby holding a camera and continuously recording? When had Lu Mingshan agreed to let them film? The onlookers who were gathered around included some tourists who recognized one of the people from the food safety department. They exclaimed in surprise. Ah, it's Director Hong Ming. Why is he here? Could there really be something wrong with Lu Mingshan's restaurant? Hong Ming. Who's that? You don't know Hong Ming. Don't you ever watch the news? I never watch the news, I only watch entertainment news. Tell me quickly, I really want to know. Well, let me tell you. Hong Ming is the director of the Food Safety Bureau. These people have inspected and shut down countless small establishments using gutter oil and flavor enhancers. Really that powerful? Absolutely powerful, and he's extremely upright. Let me tell you. Various types of explanations and numerous doubts about Lu Mingshan came flooding in. It was the first time Gu Zhongjing faced so much questioning outside of the internet. He pursed his lips, parted the crowd, and protected Chu Yen as they walked into the yard. The person leading in the yard should be the director of the Food Safety Bureau that the onlookers mentioned. At this moment, he was seated in the pavilion, solemnly speaking to his subordinates. His few employees behind him pointed and commented about the beautiful villa and its environment, their actions filled with disdain. Yet, Gu Zhongjing could see jealousy deep within their ostensibly dismissive eyes. Gu Zhongjing took just one glance and then looked away. He strode forward toward those individuals. Hong Ming soon noticed Gu Zhongjing, stood up and waited for Gu Zhongjing to approach. He extended his hand to shake Gu Zhongjing's hand in quite a formal manner. From Hong Ming's eyes, Gu Zhongjing couldn't detect the kind of unpleasant emotions exhibited by his subordinates, making him feel slightly better about this person. It seemed this man truly focused on doing practical work. In that case, the tactics planned beforehand couldn't be used. On account of this being a leader who genuinely accomplished things, he'd switch strategies. Hello, Mr. Gu, I am Hong Ming from the Food Safety Bureau. Yesterday we received numerous anonymous reports from citizens, so we came to carry out a routine inspection. We apologize for any inconvenience caused to Mr. Gu. His words were very polite, so Gu Zhongjing followed suit. Mr. Hong, you are too kind. You're just doing your duty after all. By the way, Mr. Hong, how did the inspection turn out? Upon hearing these words, Hong Ming's expression did not change at all. He still politely but routinely said, Mr. Gu's Lu Mingshan has a great environment, and the restaurant is spotless, but the inspection isn't over yet. We need you to provide the ingredients usually used in the restaurant, which we will take back to examine if they're safe. We trouble you to cooperate. Gu Zhongjing raised an eyebrow and smiled lightly, but his smile didn't reach his eyes. Since Mr. Hong has spoken, I certainly must cooperate. That's our duty as every citizen. However, after pausing briefly, he continued, Mr. Hong mentioned receiving numerous anonymous reports which led to this inspection. I have no objections regarding the inspection itself. But I, Gu Zhongjing, admit that I started this restaurant not for profit making. I'm puzzled as to why it has attracted so many comments. In order to clarify that there's absolutely no issue with the dishes served at Lu Mingshan, I also request Mr. Hong's assistance. After finishing his sentence, Hong Ming remained silent for a while before responding, what help do you wish me to offer? He was somewhat curious. With over 20 years of conducting food safety inspections, every year he uncovered countless food factories and restaurants using additives to enhance flavors. Every boss subjected to a surprise inspection, although outwardly calm, Hong Ming could always see the subtle anxiety hidden deeply within their eyes. Gu Zhongjing was different. It appeared he wasn't the least bit worried about the food safety issues in his restaurant. After all, in this era, pork might contain lean meat agents, condiments might have food flavor enhancers, problems were almost certain to be detected. Could it be that Gu Zhongjing was truly so confident? Not even a bit concerned about what might be found. He studied Gu Zhongjing closely, wanting to know what this young man highly praised by Old Master Qi intended to say. Gu Zhongjing paid no heed to his probing gaze. If he wanted to look, let him look. After all, he wouldn't reveal everything, it's simple. Since raw materials need to be tested, let the tests happen right here at Lu Mingshan. The Health Bureau isn't far from here. Mr. Hong can inform us what equipment and tools are needed, and I can arrange personnel to go fetch them with you. What do you think? Before Hong Ming could give any response, some of the people standing behind him spoke. It's easy for you to say, but how do we know if you're not going to play any tricks while we go and fetch the equipment? That's right. I think you're just feeling guilty. If so many people got diarrhea from eating your food, then your dishes are definitely problematic, yet you're talking about inspecting them on site. You must be wanting to destroy evidence, right? By the looks of your restaurant, you're only using the simplest ingredients that smell incredibly good, it's almost certainly due to the use of food flavor enhancers. If you don't want us to find anything unusual, it's probably because you already admit there's a problem and are just trying to avoid getting caught. The four people were throwing accusations at Gu Zhongjing left and right, one after another. Gu Zhongjing couldn't comprehend their mindset. Had he done something wrong? Why did they hold such deep hostility toward him? He had no idea these individuals didn't act out of impulse. They had all been approached by the Sun family, who knew about the inspection plan and wanted them to frame Lu Mingshan with some big issues regardless of whether problems were actually found or not. Everything was originally planned flawlessly, they had even imagined Gu Zhongjing's disheartened expression already. But just before they headed out, Hong Ming inexplicably decided to come along, forcing them to abandon their underhanded schemes. Furthermore, when they arrived on the mountain and saw the luxurious villa and its stunning beauty, jealousy arose in their hearts. They were all top university graduates who worked tirelessly to join the government agency and were now overshadowed by a man who hadn't even completed college. This glaring disparity made them feel profoundly unbalanced. That's why they jumped at the chance to attack Gu Zhongjing, with one of them even stating, "Now, I have every reason to suspect you've already replaced the raw materials." Gu Zhongjing calmly listened, his lips curling slowly into a smile. Chu Yan, having witnessed this interaction, immediately knew trouble was brewing for them. "Oh. So you few think my dishes definitely have issues?" An angry young man with a ruddy face retorted, "If there were nothing wrong, why would so many people have gotten sick?" Gu Zhongjing said teasingly, "All right then. Since you believe my dishes have issues, I won't bother picking fresh vegetables from the garden, I'll just use what's already in the kitchen to show you the results. There's no need for all of you to return either, just one person can guide the way, while the rest stay here watching. The restaurant is open to your eyes, and nobody has gone in or out, so there's no chance of me playing tricks." The red-faced young man was shrewd and realized there was more behind this statement, knowing Gu Zhongjing likely had further conditions to put forth. He scoffed, "Humph, why are you speaking so indirectly? Just lay your terms out plainly." For once, Gu Zhongjing was momentarily at a loss for words. Hearing Chu Yan chuckling softly beside him, he coughed awkwardly and said, "My condition is this, if my Lu Mingshan passes the test without issues, you must publicly apologize to me, and clarify on our official Weibo account that my food is safe. And conversely, if my dishes fail, I'll apologize publicly on Weibo and shut down Lu Mingshan. What do you say?" The youth sneered in disbelief, ready to agree instantly, but Hong Ming interjected, "Mr. Gu, consider carefully." His words were well-intentioned advice, a warning not to let himself get provoked and lose control. Closing down a restaurant was fine, but shutting Lu Mingshan would be too extreme. After all, Hong Ming had accepted an important commission from Master Qi to ensure the protection of Lu Mingshan. He couldn't bear the thought of closing it should something unfavorable be discovered. How would he explain that to Master Qi? As someone known for his integrity and promises, Hong Ming took his task seriously, especially since Master Qi had staked his reputation on the fact that Lu Mingshan absolutely had no issues. But what if Master Qi had misjudged the situation? Though Gu Zhongjing was unaware of the complicated web of interests behind these dynamics, he perceived Hong Ming's sincere concern and responded with a grin, "Mr. Hong, you don't need to worry. If I dare to propose it, then I'm not afraid of being tested." Turning back to the other man, he asked pointedly, "Well, do you accept or not?" The flushed young man could no longer contain himself, responding brashly, "Fine. Let's do it your way. Hopefully, you remain as confident after the inspection." He then looked around the picturesque scenery of Lu Mingshan and appeared regretful, remarking, "What a pity about such beautiful views." Gu Zhongjing paid no attention to his theatrics and instead gestured for two nearby employees to join the group from the Food Safety Bureau and retrieve the necessary equipment. In the waiting time, Gu Zhongjing displayed not an ounce of anxiety. Instead, he casually went home to retrieve some Westlake Longjing tea that Master Qi had given him recently, and leisurely brewed several cups to serve everyone. Hong Ming and his subordinates, however, weren't nearly as calm. Their hearts felt unsettled, worried about things beyond their comprehension. The onlookers who had gathered to watch the drama realized there wasn't much more to see, so they gradually dispersed, deciding to wait for those fetching equipment before gathering again. During the wait, these tourists who had stayed silent to avoid missing any gossip finally broke into chatter as they walked away. "How about that? Did you capture it just now? Mr. Gu is really bold to make such a bet. Mr. Lu must be confident in Ming Shan's quality, which is why he's willing to take the gamble. I trust him. Are you his fan? You were enthusiastically filming earlier." "Of course. This will serve as evidence if nothing is wrong with Lu Mingshan later. It'll prevent random people from claiming compensation. I don't quite get all this fan stuff. Who do you think will win?" "Don't know, maybe 50-50. Although Mr. Gu appears impulsive, even if his dishes are fine, what about the meats? There's no way all of them are perfect, right?" As they discussed, some tourists posted snippets on Weibo, causing a ripple effect. The situation started gaining attention and heat, drawing interest from Sun family members as well, eager to fuel the fire further. Seeing an opportunity, several internet celebrities and journalists rushed over, aiming both to observe and leverage the increasing buzz. However, none of them acted faster than Sun Hanliang. She was astute enough to have known Sun family's plans right from the start. During a recent reality show recording, she had subtly guided her crew up the mountain under the guise of casually filming content. Her original intent was to alter the episode's flow, adding a live streaming element to capitalize on this incident and stir the pot further. Unfortunately, the program focused on leisurely country living, not competition-based live streaming. Hence, her proposal was rejected. Additionally, without yet fulfilling Old Master Sun's task or officially representing Sun family interests, the director rightly dismissed her ideas. Frustrated by the sycophantic attitudes around her, Sun Hanliang gave up trying to please anyone. Instead, she brought the camera crew to the area, coincidentally, prior to today's events unfolding. After all, she couldn't imagine the production team wouldn't want to capitalize on this heightened attention once the footage was recorded. Sure enough, her prediction bore out as the cameraman received instructions from the director himself to remain stationary and document everything happening on site. Even if they didn't broadcast it immediately, the clips could still promote their show ahead of time. If it turned out Lu Mingshan's food indeed had issues, several participating artists might also seize this chance for some publicity. Everyone had their own calculations, but none affected Gu Zhongjing and Chu Yan's calm demeanor. As they enjoyed their tea and light breeze, they idly chatted about whether to cover the fruit trees with molds to produce attractively designed fruits. Hearing this, Hongming became intrigued and joined in the discussion. For a moment, the atmosphere seemed relatively harmonious, though undercurrents remained strong behind the scenes. An hour later, as the group of influencers and media arrived prepared to interview Gu Zhongjing, the people returning with testing equipment also reached the location. Driving Gu Zhongjing's car, 3 individuals ascended the mountain directly, stopping at the courtyard entrance. Together, they unloaded all the tools needed for the tests. Testing equipment included ovens, water baths, electric stoves, mixers, grinders, pH meters, and fluorimeters. Their sizes weren't large enough to pose any challenges for the truck. Gu Zhongjing had already instructed staff to set long tables within the yard space. After placing the equipment neatly, Hongming stood up personally and donned his white lab coat. He would conduct the tests himself. Everyone present raised no objection since Hongming was universally regarded as upright and principled. He wouldn't cheat openly, especially with multiple skeptics watching closely. Everyone agreed the results would likely be accurate. Subsequently, Gu Zhongjing led Hongming and the group to retrieve all ingredients stored inside the kitchen fridge. Throughout this process, each person supervised carefully, ensuring no tampering occurred. Gu Zhongjing himself avoided touching anything, merely guiding the others while simultaneously observing intently. Given the deep enmity harbored towards him by certain individuals, should any sabotage attempt arise, it wouldn't surprise him in the least. Nevertheless, moving the ingredients went smoothly without issue. Once the ingredients were arranged properly, the inspectors assumed their designated positions, preparing the instruments thoroughly through sterilization measures. They strived to ensure absolute accuracy in this critical inspection. Upon completion of preparations, Chu Yan approached Gu Zhongjing, asking, should we request they stop broadcasting live? Fixing his gaze upon Chu Yan, Gu Zhongjing's expression softened, radiating warmth and sincerity, let them film. Don't you know if our dishes have any problems? Chu Yan nodded in agreement, true. Don't worry, sweetheart, embarrassing others is my forte. Who's worrying about you? Egotist. I'm not narcissistic, I only love you. The two stood next to the serious and busy group, waiting for the results while whispering to each other, creating a sweet atmosphere that no one could intrude upon, forming their own small space. The onlookers were speechless. Fellow comrades, this is a public inspection of your Lu Mingshan dishes. Aren't you worried at all? Can you please stop showing affection until after the inspection? Who wants to eat your dog food? A more humorous live streamer joked in his live room, I feel like I'm not watching a serious testing site, but attending Mr. Gu's and his boyfriend's wedding. Look at those pink bubbles, they've turned purple. Among the onlookers, several girls were madly taking pictures. Mr. Gu and his boyfriend rarely flaunt their love in front of the public, so these CP fans had to satisfy themselves by piecing together their own sugary moments. Careful listening revealed their soft and excited screams. So sweet and well-matched. Ah, what a godly couple. Go for a kiss, go for it. Ah. Mr. Gu is so gentle and handsome. His boyfriend is so pretty. The people nearby. Gentlemen, please mind the occasion. Is this really the time to ship a couple? As time passed, the items being inspected gradually produced results, and the expressions of the inspectors grew increasingly solemn, with some faces looking particularly bad. The onlookers at the scene and the fans watching through the live stream became more and more nervous. What's going on? Is there really a problem? Why are their expressions so serious? Chapter 48, Testing Results. All the testers, including Hongming, became increasingly serious as the testing continued. As they proceeded, beef, mutton, pork, chicken, duck, fish meat, and various vegetables were gradually moved to the right side, signifying that they had been fully tested. The red-faced youth couldn't help but let out an incredulous exclamation, how is this possible? How can this be? The other few people reacted the same way, all staring in disbelief at the test results in their hands. Their astonishment was so evident that the onlookers began whispering among themselves. What does this mean? Is there a problem or no problem? Judging by their shocked faces, maybe the data is so bad that they can't believe it. That's impossible. I'd rather think the data is so good that it surpasses their expectations. The red-faced youth could not hear the voices from outside. Lost in the numbers, he completely forgot his surroundings, repeatedly questioning how this could be possible. Indeed, how could it? Everyone involved in the tests wondered. Vegetable testing generally showed 0 pesticide residues and 0 heavy metals, while various nutrients such as vitamins, water content, protein, starch, sucrose, etc., were all more than 10 times higher than those found in ordinary vegetables available in the market. As for meats, the primary checks were on moisture, fat, tissue state, shape, lean meat stimulants, and animal residues. The results, though not as exaggerated as those of the vegetables, were basically all within qualified standards, with no single substance exceeding limits. How could this be? Even Hong Ming, who had seen it all, couldn't help but rub his eyes. Was it possible that he had misread the data? But even if he misread the result for one type of vegetable, it would be impossible to misread them all. He looked up at his subordinates, who also appeared dazed and confused. As the final item, the shiitake mushrooms, were tested, the result remained within standard. Hong Ming felt as though the world had suddenly turned magical. When Old Qi guaranteed Lu Mingshan's food quality with his reputation, Hong Ming still harbored doubts deep down. But he agreed to take this risk out of gratitude for Qi's past support for him. However, he never expected the test results to turn out like this. He gripped a thick stack of materials tightly, flipping through them over and over again, but could find not a single product exceeding the limit. Stunned with disbelief, the red-faced youth refused to accept it. He thought Mr. Gu Zhongjing must have tampered with something, otherwise, how could there be no excess levels, with vegetables even performing 10 times better? Gu Zhongjing must have tampered with the process. But when reflecting on Gu Zhongjing's every move being under scrutiny and the kitchen remaining untouched throughout, he couldn't substantiate his accusation either. Still, unwilling to admit defeat, the red-faced youth clenched his teeth and said to Hong Ming, "Director, let's retest. Maybe there's something wrong with the machine." Hong Ming considered the possibility, leading a few subordinates to check the equipment. After more than 10 minutes of careful inspection, they confirmed that the machinery had no issues. "We will retest everything carefully," Hong Ming declared. The group meticulously began the second round of tests, moving ingredients slowly back from the right side to the left. As they progressed, the face of the red-faced youth and his colleagues became increasingly grim, beads of sweat breaking out on their foreheads. The spectators didn't understand why they were retesting. Hadn't everything already been tested? Perhaps because of the tension in the atmosphere, everyone grew quiet and watched anxiously as the inspections continued. The live-streaming influencers hadn't checked their live streams for quite some time and didn't realize the number of viewers had increased significantly. The most famous influencer's live stream had even exceeded 5 million viewers. The comment sections were buzzing with questions. What's happening? Why are they retesting? I don't know. Let's wait for the result. Judging by their expressions, let me guess, are the contaminants really excessive? I haven't tried Lu Mingshan's stuff, but it seems it may exceed the limits. Luckily someone reported it. Luckily I didn't eat there. The Food Safety Bureau hasn't spoken yet, so why are you jumping to conclusions? Lu Mingshan is definitely done for. Just how much did it exceed the limit for these inspectors to look so terrible? It might also be because the nutritional benefits are too good. Why do you rush to conclude so fast? +1, I think the inspectors look disappointed because they're losing the battle. They didn't realize the reason these people looked so grim was because they hoped the ingredients wouldn't pass, aiming to use any fault to bring down Gu Zhongjing. As for Hong Ming, his naturally stern face, combined with genuine surprise, made him appear difficult to read. Although the people in the live stream could feel the tension in the atmosphere, they were not present, and thus did not sense the stagnation of the moment. Therefore, they spoke freely, unlike those at the scene who now stared intently at the group in the courtyard, eagerly awaiting the results. The only two individuals able to remain calm were Gu Zhongjing and Chu Yan. They had grown so bored that they began playing with their hands. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Hong Ming finally completed the second round of inspections with his subordinates. The group dazedly examined the test reports. The results were identical to the first round, with no noticeable discrepancies. Still unconvinced, the red-faced youth stared at the data for a long time before suddenly looking up at Gu Zhongjing and saying, "I don't believe it. You must have cheated. How is this data even possible?" Gu Zhongjing was just about to kiss Chu Yan's hand when he heard the red-faced youth's voice, and replied irritably, "Cheat? Little brother, why don't you think with your brain before speaking? I've never been out of your sight." Infuriated, the red-faced youth retorted, "If you didn't cheat, how come your meat has no issues at all? And your vegetables? 10 times more effective, this is absolutely impossible. It's ridiculous." Gu Zhongjing chuckled, "Can you talk straight? Is this my meat? Do I produce such a variety of meats?" The onlookers couldn't help but burst into laughter before they even had a chance to be shocked. Amidst their amusement, the red-faced youth felt his face heating up with anger but stubbornly insisted, "Don't dodge the topic. Please answer directly." Gu Zhongjing retracted his smile, his expression turning cold. He released Chu Yan's hand and projected his imposing aura toward the red-faced youth. "Answer questions. What kind of questions should I answer? Are you disappointed because there's nothing wrong with my ingredients? Do you really want me to sell bad food to make you satisfied? Is that the Food Safety Bureau's style of operation?" Overwhelmed by Gu Zhongjing's mountainous aura, the red-faced youth's complexion started to pale as the redness drained from his face, making him appear somewhat less annoying but still unbearably incredulous. Inside, a storm brewed in his mind. This man, his presence was incredibly strong. Crushed under his powerful aura, the red-faced youth lost all will to resist and began trembling on his legs. At this moment, Hong Ming interjected, "Lu Qian, return." Although Hong Ming disliked his subordinate, Gu Zhongjing's words directly implicated the Food Safety Bureau, forcing him to step forward and speak up to protect its reputation. If these accusations became confirmed, it wouldn't bode well for the Bureau. Mr. Gu, Xiao Lu is simply too surprised. In recent years, market ingredients have become increasingly disappointing, filled with additives and residual toxins that are nearly unavoidable. Suddenly encountering ingredients that are not only entirely qualified but also exceptionally effective caused him to lose composure. Mr. Gu, please don't hold it against him. Gu Zhongjing narrowed his eyes slightly, withdrawing his pressure, his face returning to a friendly smile. Mr. Hong, your words carry too much weight. Why would I hold a grudge against him? However, Mr. Hong, I am also curious about your test results. Can you share them with me? As soon as Gu Zhongjing asked, both those present and the viewers in the live stream vigorously nodded. Yes, we want to know too. Hong Ming picked up the thick stack of documents, knowing that they wouldn't understand the technical data, so he simply stated, as Xiao Lu mentioned earlier, all the meats at Mr. Gu's restaurant passed the tests. The vegetables, however, are a bit special, being 10 times more effective than ordinary vegetables on the market in terms of nutrients like vitamins, chlorophyll, water content. Hong Ming then proceeded to explain in half-plain, half-professional terms, which most people understood. Though some remained clueless, everyone clearly grasped the phrase, 10 times more effective, causing a flood of comments. What does this mean? What does it mean? Don't fool me, I'm poorly educated. What is 10 times more effective? Is it really that amazing? My God, so those who got diarrhea were actually detoxifying due to good food? This has to be one of the fastest apologies I've ever seen. People from the Food Safety Bureau should apologize, right? This result sounds fake. 10 times. Seriously? But didn't they test twice already? And personally conducted by Director Hong. Could there possibly be any mistakes? Some people can't even acknowledge others, spit, other restaurants' excellence. Why is it so hard? You guys keep chatting, I'm booking a room at Lu Mingshan's place. Brother, wait for me. What? You beasts have already booked until the end of next year. I told you already, Chef Kai's dishes couldn't possibly have problems. Where's the person who argued with me earlier? Little Cat loves fish, come out here and let's settle this. I'm Little Cat loves fish. I made a mistake just now. I apologize to Mr. Gu. I'm sorry, I wronged you. Mr. Gu, I'm sorry. The barrage of comments was, at some point, entirely filled with apologies, but unfortunately, Gu Zhongjing was completely unaware of their words. After waiting for Hong Ming to finish speaking, he raised his eyebrows slightly and said to Hong Ming, it's the first time I've learned my dishes are so remarkable. Thank you, Mr. Hong, for letting me know. Our country's Food Safety Bureau having someone as responsible as you is an honor for us Huaxia people. Hong Ming felt somewhat ashamed. Although he had not verbally doubted Gu Zhongjing before, in reality, he had subconsciously thought there was something wrong with Lu Mingshan's restaurant. He began reflecting on himself, whether it was because he had encountered too many problematic restaurants in recent years, which caused him to have a prejudice against all restaurants before even beginning the inspection, believing there must be issues beforehand. It seems that habits and preconceived notions truly can affect one's judgment. He believed that after this incident at Lu Mingshan, he would face his career more rigorously in the future. In this world, there are unscrupulous merchants, and there are also conscientious bosses like Gu Zhongjing. There might be few of them, but they do exist, right? Relaxing his brows, he turned around and said to a few subordinates, Xiao Lu, all of you come over and apologize to Mr. Gu. The red-faced youth named Lu Qian and 3 others glanced at each other hesitantly, eventually trudging gloomily towards Gu Zhongjing. They bowed their heads and apologized, Mr. Gu, I'm sorry. The apology was uneven, with somewhat low voices, but Gu Zhongjing heard every single word clearly. He didn't plan on dwelling on the matter and was about to say a few polite words to move past this when Hong Ming's stern voice interrupted, loudly. Did you skip breakfast? All of them chorused, I'm sorry, Mr. Gu. Gu Zhongjing waved his hand, alright, I accept your apology. In the future, just keep a better attitude when handling tasks. Not everyone is as easygoing as me. Oh, by the way, don't forget to post my test results on Weibo when you go back. His teaching-like statement was undeniably sarcastic. The faces of the young people turned scarlet, especially the red-faced youth whose already flushed face now approached purple. After Hong Ming waited for them to finish apologizing, he said, Mr. Gu, the tests are done, and it's getting late. We'll take our leave now. Gu Zhongjing didn't insist on keeping them, alright, I'll let my employees return your equipment, and I won't see you off. Take your time leaving. The Food Safety Bureau came suddenly and left swiftly. Gu Zhongjing could have invited them to stay for a meal, but under the public eye, it wasn't proper to treat these civil servants to dinner, so he refrained from mentioning it. As they departed, the onlookers slowly dispersed, but most of them headed towards the restaurant, causing it to fill up quickly. Sun Hanliang quietly returned to the traditional villa halfway up the mountain with the cameraman, informing him she needed to use the restroom and thus dismissing further company. Entering the bathroom, her forced smile finally dropped, and after taking several deep breaths, she suppressed the frustration inside her. Sun Hanliang genuinely hadn't expected that all the ingredients at Gu Zhongjing's restaurant were flawless. In her expectations, even if those vegetables treated with secret formulas were fine, there should be something wrong with the meat, right? But the results shocked her. It seemed even the meat was qualified. This didn't make sense. After confirming no one was in the restroom, she took out her phone and called Grandpa's son. "Grandfather, it didn't work." Grandpa's son's aged voice came through the receiver. "I saw the live stream. Grandfather, I suspect he has another secret formula that removes impurities from the meat. It seems we underestimated him." Grandpa's son replied, "You'd better refrain from making any moves for now. Wait until the couple's paternity test results come out." Chi family was also involved today. Son Hanliang was startled. "What? Chi family? Weren't they doing nothing major all this time? That Hongming shouldn't have been here today. I sent Xiao Zhou to investigate. Last night, someone spotted Hongming at the Chi residence." "Alright, I understand, grandfather." Son Hanliang responded solemnly. Previously, the Chi family only showed good relations with Lu Mingshan. If they were really protecting them, it was more talk than action. Now, they've begun taking concrete steps. She couldn't believe the Chi family would use these connections without benefits. It seemed the time to speed up their actions had come. After hanging up the call, she looked at herself in the mirror and massaged her face, reminding herself that for the sake of a bright future, losing wasn't an option. After everyone left, Gu Zhongjing went home with Chu Yan, who had been acting as one of the satisfied customers. "Those young people must have been bribed, otherwise, they wouldn't have targeted you everywhere." Chu Yan spoke with certainty. Gu Zhongjing kissed his cheek and held his waist. "If they want to target me, let them. Anyway, they can't do anything about me." Chu Yan chuckled. "Have you ever thought what if the meat was found problematic? Would you really close Lu Mingshan's restaurant?" Gu Zhongjing replied nonchalantly, "I'm confident in the meat washed by my spring water. If it couldn't wash away those impurities, how could it strengthen one's body and detoxify? As for Lu Mingshan, if it closes, so be it. Anyway, we don't lack money. At that time, only the two of us will remain at Lu Mingshan, and we can." He whispered something intimate into Chu Yan's ear, making Chu Yan's ears turn red fiercely, his long eyelashes starting to tremble lightly. Gu Zhongjing felt a powerful urge to kiss his eyes. Gu Zhongjing's heart was also racing fast. He has always played the more proactive role in front of Chu Yan, but in fact, he was shy inside too. It was also his first time falling in love, and it was natural not to be calm. Moreover, he faced the person he loved. A racing heart was merely a routine occurrence. However, because of his steady appearance and Chu Yan's more obvious shyness, his awkwardness had never been discovered. This is how two rookies fumble through dating. Even though they like each other to death, they still don't know how to express their feelings. Gradually, they ended up having an elderly couple vibe. Others might think they were too plain, but only they knew that every moment of plain interaction made them very satisfied and sweet. When Chu Yan was kissed from his eyes to his lips, he blushed pink all over. Feeling the pleasant bathing scent on him, Gu Zhongjing hugged his slender waist tightly, feeling almost transcendent. Finally, Chu Yan couldn't bear it any longer and patted his back. "Behave yourself, we're talking. Let me kiss you again." They lingered at the door for more than 10 minutes before finally sitting down on the couch to continue their conversation. There probably won't be anyone using ingredient quality issues to make trouble anymore, but the paternity test results will be out on Friday. I wonder what stunts that couple will pull then, along with the bought-off people on the mountain. Ah, these people are so annoying. As Gu Zhongjing spoke, he started massaging his hair. All he wanted was to live a peaceful life with his Yuyuan. Why did these people keep hounding him? Chu Yan suggested, or we directly hand over the dirt we uncovered that day to Qi Huiyang and let him handle it. Gu Zhongjing shook his head. "So far, only Yang family has openly approached us, and it's uncertain whether they're behind this. Let's wait for now, until those responsible for instigating the problems are found out. Otherwise, if we end up targeting the wrong person, it wouldn't be good." Chu Yan nodded in agreement with Gu Zhongjing's words. Then he looked at the time. It was already 6 o'clock. He slapped Gu Zhongjing's leg. "It's time to cook dinner, Jing. I want to eat braised spare ribs and salty egg yolk sautéed shrimp today. Oh, and peach blossom porridge, that's tasty. Make it a little sweeter." Gu Zhongjing pinched his cheeks. "Little lazy bug, you're ordering food now." Chu Yan was persistent about food and shameless when it came to asking for favors, cooing, "Jing, I'm so hungry." Gu Zhongjing's heart melted almost completely. He squeezed Chu Yan's lips upward with his hand, pecked him, and then stood up heading to the kitchen. On the way, he asked, "There's a bit of morning leftover lotus root not cut yet. How about adding a stir-fried lotus root and meat slice dish?" Chu Yan got up happily and followed him toward the kitchen. "Good." By the time dinner was ready, it was 6:30. Chu Yan prepared the bowls and chopsticks, eagerly ladling 2 bowls of porridge while waiting for Gu Zhongjing to bring out the last dish. Once Gu Zhongjing sat down, Chu Yan immediately picked up a piece of salty egg yolk sautéed shrimp and popped it into his mouth. He closed his eyes in bliss, savoring the fresh, salty, fragrant, chewy sensations filling his mouth, instantly conquering his taste buds. Without sparing praise, he commended Gu Zhongjing, "Jing, you're so talented, so delicious." Gu Zhongjing looked at him amusedly, proud and thinking to himself. Yuan praised him again. Alas, there's no helping it being too outstanding. At this moment, he had forgotten that Chu Yen only praised him after he made particularly delicious dishes. After finishing the porridge, Chu Yen fetched some rice and mixed it with egg yolk sautéed shrimp sauce, finishing another bowl. While eating, he remarked, if this rice was cultivated in your special space water too, it would definitely taste great. Gu Zhongjing gave him a piece of spare rib, responding, we'll plant next season if the land is not enough, we'll contract more. Chu Yen, Jing, how about we grow mushrooms ourselves? Mushrooms are delicious. Gu Zhongjing hesitated, growing mushrooms? But I don't know how to do it. Chu Yen, neither do I, but we can learn. Let's just grow a little bit for ourselves, okay? Gu Zhongjing, okay. The two talked while having dinner, the atmosphere warm and harmonious. When it was time to sleep in the evening, Chu Yen and Gu Zhongjing finished gaming with Song Kai and opened Weibo to check the Food Safety Bureau's updates. Sure enough, the Food Safety Bureau kept its promise and apologized to Gu Zhongjing via the official Weibo account, acknowledging that the staff had attitude issues. They also posted all the inspection results, detailing Lu Mingshan's ingredients and hygiene conditions clearly. This move gained quite a lot of goodwill, and Gu Zhongjing became a trending topic for the fourth time that day. Netizens' comments were mostly compliments, though there were some contrarians too, but they were rare. Since the authorities had admitted the problem, their arguments would be meaningless. After reading through the many compliments, both Gu Zhongjing and Chu Yen felt mentally refreshed and embraced each other to sleep. The next morning, after delivering vegetables to Quan Wei Zhai, the couple obstinately set out again, determined to sign the contract today. Fortunately, nothing unexpected happened this time, and they smoothly arrived at the Lu family village. Village Chief Lu Huicheng was speaking with a man dressed in a suit outside the village committee office. His face wasn't clear, but his aura was strong. Even though it was a very ordinary scene, Gu Zhongjing suddenly had an ominous premonition, and he glanced at Chu Yen before walking purposefully towards the village chief together. Are these people going to bother us endlessly? Resorting to such underhanded tactics repeatedly, do they think we're pushovers? Seeing Gu Zhongjing and Chu Yen approaching aggressively, both the stranger and the village chief looked somewhat uneasy. Especially the village chief, who seemed somewhat guilty. Amidst the guilt, there was also a hint of righteousness and anger, making his expression rather complex. That man and the village chief saw Gu Zhongjing and Chu Yen, the inseparable pair striding over, and both looked somewhat uncomfortable. Chapter 49, Lu Huicheng. Though Lu Huicheng was apprehensive, he wasn't afraid of Gu Zhongjing because he had merely spoken with the man for a while and hadn't promised anything. He believed he had been fair to Gu Zhongjing. Lately, many people had approached him, urging him to invalidate the contracting agreement with Gu Zhongjing. They were willing to pay the penalty fee and even offered him an additional 2 million yuan, but he had never agreed. Not to mention that under Gu Zhongjing's management, Mount Luming had developed so well that many villagers worked there, just from a sense of integrity, he could not break the contract. He was stubborn by nature and refused to yield, even when offered handsome rewards. Promises to help his son enter either government offices or big companies also failed to sway him, he rejected everything. His unease stemmed from not telling Gu Zhongjing about his private contacts with these people, it wasn't because he had done something dishonorable. What made him angry was that someone today had actually threatened him, saying if he didn't comply with their demands, his tenure as village chief would be over. They also warned him to consider his son's future instead of harming the whole family through his temporary stubbornness. Lu Huicheng saw himself as an ordinary person, yet just because he had contracted out the mountain to Gu Zhongjing, all these troubles arose. He felt both infuriated and helpless. Now, he was simply holding on by sheer willpower, refusing to agree. But if these people took action, he couldn't guarantee that he would be able to persevere. Earlier, he had been delighted by how well Gu Zhongjing had developed Mount Luming, adding to his political achievements, and perhaps allowing him a chance to advance in his career. But now, his worries had almost turned his hair completely white. After much thought, he had already decided to discuss his predicament with Gu Zhongjing. Coincidentally, Gu Zhongjing arrived right at this critical moment, catching him talking with one of those men. If things weren't clarified properly, it would be like mud falling into the rice pot, whether it smelled foul initially or not, it would definitely stink later. So, as soon as Gu Zhongjing approached, Lu Huicheng acted first. Little Gu, you came at a good time. Do you know this Mr. Yang? He has visited me several times, trying to persuade me to terminate the contract with you. Am I the kind of person who does such things? I was about to call you when you showed up. If there's any misunderstanding, please clear it up here, I don't want to deal with your affairs. Then he turned to the rigidly poised man in the suit, Mr. Yang, Little Gu is here. Resolve whatever matters you have between yourselves. If Little Gu agrees to terminate the contract, I'll act immediately without hesitation. But if he doesn't agree, then stop coming to me. The land belongs to the state, and I can't make final decisions. Having said that, Lu slapped his buttocks briskly and entered the village committee office, moving quickly as if chased by a ghost. Gu Zhongjing and Chu Yen exchanged looks, astonished. This old man had bolted. He sure knows how to shift responsibility. However, now wasn't the time to hold him accountable, they needed to deal with this individual first. Gu Zhongjing unleashed his imposing aura, overpowering the person in front of him. Mr. Yang. Are you from the Yang family? It seems you're still not satisfied. The suited man became weak under the pressure. Realizing his mistake, he understood that confidence was crucial in negotiations. He had already lost ground. Today, he wouldn't likely leave in good shape. Additionally, since he had come alone, should Gu Zhongjing and Chu Yan decide to physically attack him, he'd have no way to fight back. Moreover, what he was doing behind the scenes was clearly wrong. At this point, it wasn't wise to confront head-on. Gu Zhongjing wasn't like Lu Huicheng, he had the backing of the Qi family. So, he decided it would be best to go home and rethink his strategy. Thus, he immediately lowered his stance and addressed Gu Zhongjing, "Mr. Gu, you may proceed with your work. I have some urgent matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave." Chu Yan stepped sideways toward the direction where the man intended to escape, blocking his path. "Leaving? Not so fast. Explain why you're here." That man frowned darkly. "What do you mean, Mr. Chu?" Despite Chu Yan's pretty face becoming serious, his overwhelming presence matched Gu Zhongjing's, making him seem like a rose with sharp thorns, any touch leading to bloodshed. "What do I mean? I should ask what the Yang family means. Do they think my little brother Jing is easy to bully? We didn't pursue last time when you meddled, but you're trying these tricks again. Stop extending your hands where they shouldn't be unless you prefer me cutting them off for you." Under dual pressures, the man's mind fell into chaos, breaking out in cold sweat. His entire body trembled, barely managing to stay upright. Seeing his resilience, Gu Zhongjing viewed him slightly higher. After all, few people could withstand the intense aura cultivated in zombie-filled situations without collapsing instantly onto their knees. This person had managed to hold on, showing a resolute mindset. He suddenly felt somewhat disinterested and said to Chu Yan, Yuan, show them what we have." Chu Yan nodded, took out his phone, tapped a few times, and enlarged the image before placing it in front of the man. "Do you recognize what this is, Mr. Yang?" In order for him to clearly see what was on the phone, Gu Zhongjing and Chu Yan kindly toned down their imposing aura. The suited man finally let out a sigh of relief. He wiped the sweat off his head, swallowed some saliva to calm himself down, and focused his gaze on Chu Yan's phone. It seemed to be a document. Enlarged by the phone, the suited man just glanced at a few parts and immediately turned pale. Unable to bear his fear any longer, he quickly snatched the phone and scrutinized it carefully. As he scrolled down with rapid finger movements, his heart sank further. This was evidence of Yang Company evading taxes. When he flipped past that page, there were more, almost all the secrets of the Yang family hidden from public view. If he was an underling or a branch of the Yang family, he might not know whether the contents were real or not. But he was the legitimate son of the Yang family, the second son of Elder Yang. Last time, when his incapable elder brother came to Luming Mountain to discuss the acquisition with Gu Zhongjing but got rejected, he came up with this plan. Since Gu Zhongjing wouldn't sell without showing respect, he decided to directly cut off the fuel at the source. He believed that Luming Mountain would soon fall into his hands, making future discussions about secret recipes with Gu Zhongjing much easier. Because of this decision, he even quarreled with his older brother. He hadn't even told their younger sister, who was Director Li Zi's wife, fearing she might leak the information. During his interaction with Lu Huicheng, the stubborn old bull, Yang Shi had been feeling very confident. With coercion and enticement, he was sure they would soon get results. Who would have thought that Gu Zhongjing arrived at this moment, bringing so many pieces of evidence harmful to the Yang family? If he had merely been sweating from the intimidating aura earlier, now he was drenched in cold sweat. Once these things leaked or fell into the hands of competitors, the Yang family would be doomed. After hastily going through everything and deleting it thoroughly, Yang Shi watched as Gu Zhongjing and Chu Yan didn't stop him from doing so. Only after he had deleted all did Chu Yan leisurely say, "Are you done deleting? Thank you for helping clear my phone memory. I still have copies on my home computer. Would you like me to bring them over for your review?" Gu Zhongjing tried to suppress his laughter. Yuan was truly nasty. Indeed, Yang Shi was almost driven mad with anger but dared not utter another word. His lips quivered for a moment before he managed to say, "Mr. Gu and Mr. Chu, please give us Yang family a break. What happened before was due to our lack of judgment. Tomorrow, I will come over personally to apologize." Gu Zhongjing neither confirmed nor denied, taking Chu Yan's phone back from Yang Shi, pulling out a handkerchief to carefully wipe it clean before handing it back to Chu Yan. "I am close to Director Li Zi. After he left last time, I said something to Yuan. Do you know what it was?" Yang Shi lowered himself remarkably, no longer daring to underestimate these two youths who weren't yet 20 years old. His proud back bent in front of the duo. "I don't know." "What did you say?" He replied honestly. Satisfied with his awareness, Gu Zhongjing toyed with Chu Yan's hand, not even raising his eyes as he spoke. "I told Yuan, considering Director Li Zi, if your Yang family does anything in the future, I'll give you one chance. This incident, I won't pursue. But don't think about retaliating. Since I can find these pieces of evidence, I already have backups prepared. If anything happens to me, Yuan, or any of the orphanage members, whether or not it's caused by you, all those materials will automatically be posted on my Weibo account. By the way, do you know how many fans I have? 150 million. At this point, Yang Shi finally dismissed any other thoughts, swearing on oath, "Mr. Gu, rest assured. Our Yang family will mend our ways, and we will absolutely not cause trouble for you again." Thank you for not holding it against us. Gu Zhongjing said simply, get lost. Yang Shi dared not linger any longer. He scurried off towards his Mercedes, driving away swiftly. He had to return and report this matter to his family as soon as possible. The secret recipe could indeed elevate the Yang family to greater heights, but if obtaining the recipe cost them the entire family. Yang Shi shuddered, accelerating even more as he drove back to the ancestral home. After Yang Shi left, only then did Gu Zhongjing and Chu Yan enter the village committee office. Although Lu Huiqing had already gone inside, he stayed seated in the meeting hall watching outside, with the door conveniently open, allowing him a direct view of the three people conversing. He witnessed firsthand the previously arrogant Mr. Yang bowing low before Gu Zhongjing. Instantly, he felt both relieved and fearful. It was fortunate that he hadn't agreed to that person's demand to tear up the contract, or else he'd certainly have regretted it. Sigh, when gods fight, the mortals suffer. Upon seeing Gu Zhongjing and Chu Yan walk in, he quickly stood up to pour them 2 cups of tea. A strained smile appeared on his face. Did you guys reach an agreement? Gu Zhongjing smirked faintly as he glanced at Lu Huiqing, responding ambiguously with a hm. He then fixed his gaze steadily on the village chief and said, Uncle Lu, that wasn't very righteous of you, why didn't you inform me about this matter? Lu Huiqing groaned loudly, oh, little Gu, you don't know how much I've been worrying these past few days. This Mr. Yang kept bringing people to my house every day, and today they even came straight to the village committee office. He recounted all the threats Yang Shi had made against him, concluding with another complaint, I've been refusing them all along, and you can't imagine the pressure I've been under. Look, I've gone completely grey from worry. If you two hadn't come today, I would have definitely called you. Knowing full well that Lu Huiqing spoke truthfully and that he hadn't conceded to the Yangs, Gu Zhongjing reciprocated the sentiment by saying, Uncle Lu, relax. No one will bother you or your family again. If anyone does, just give me a call and I'll handle it. Relieved by this promise, Lu Huiqing told Gu Zhongjing, little Gu, let me be honest, if you hadn't come, I wouldn't have possibly agreed to them anyway. Luming Mountain isn't like the other mountains, it involves both Chen family village and Lu family village. It's not easy to void such a contract. Plus, during the last 6 months, thanks to your help, every household in Lu family village and Chen family village has lived better than before. Uncle Lu is getting old too, if I don't stay in this position anymore, what does it matter? My son is nearly 35, his future belongs to himself. So, rest assured, regarding the contract for the leasing of Luming Mountain, unless you decide to terminate it yourself, as long as I live, it absolutely will remain yours. After delivering this long string of words, Lu Huiqing felt his throat dry, so he took a sip of tea and sighed deeply, as though feeling significantly lighter. With his sharp eyes, Gu Zhongjing could easily tell whether Lu Huiqing was genuinely moved or putting on a show. It was clear that these words were heartfelt. Touched momentarily, Gu Zhongjing said, Uncle Lu is an insightful person, it's I who has been narrow-minded. Let me toast to you with tea instead of wine. After finishing the cup of tea, he declared earnestly, I will remember this kindness in my heart. Should there ever be anything in the future, just come to find me at Luming Mountain, and I'll offer all the help I can. Chu Yan understood Gu Zhongjing's character well, making such a commitment was no small feat for him, yet he also realized why, the hostility that Lu had endured on their behalf truly caused them trouble. Hearing this from Gu Zhongjing, Lu Huiqing felt immense comfort, knowing all his grievances hadn't been wasted. Having heard this, I feel it's all worth it. Little Gu, over these 6 months, I've witnessed firsthand how Luming Mountain has grown better and better. Naturally, I hope the same for you too, only when you succeed will Luming Mountain develop further. Your old uncle looks forward to benefiting from your success. The three exchanged some more casual remarks, and the incident thus passed without mention. Then Lu Huiqing inquired about their purpose this time around. Remembering why he and Chu Yan were there, Gu Zhongjing responded, Uncle Lu, I nearly forgot, I'm here to discuss with you the leasing matters of Lian Mountain, as well as the land at its foot. I want to lease them together. Lu Huiqing was taken aback upon hearing this. After just leasing Luming Mountain at year-end, Gu Zhongjing back then barely had any money, only able to afford 2 years' worth of leasing. How did he manage so soon after to take on leasing Lian Mountain? Lian Mountain was unlike Luming Mountain, it spanned a vast area of 7 square kilometers, stretching continuously far away, almost beyond District 6. Moreover, land and housing prices in City A were high, the leasing cost was 300 per acre, while Luming Mountain's price was originally 200 due to land division issues. As for Lian Mountain, there were no such concerns, all of it fell under the jurisdiction of Lu family village alone. If leased entirely, it would cost over 3 million yuan per year. Such a hefty price scared off many potential investors. While businessmen indeed possessed wealth, they surely wouldn't consider short-term leases of merely 1 or 2 years either. That brief period wouldn't be enough to generate development returns. Longer leases meant pouring substantial amounts annually without foreseeable profit. Who would willingly invest under such conditions? Last year, Mr. Jean contracted a larger mountain in Chen family village to build a resort, yet progress remained slow. The projected profits from the resort construction are still nowhere in sight. Why would Mr. Gu build just 2 villa complexes for homestays, attracting so much attention and instantly developing Lu Mountain? Isn't it good for wealthy bosses to buy land for real estate development? Why do they come to these remote places and lease mountains that cannot truly be owned? It's true that many small mountains nearby have been leased, but among the big ones, up until now, only Mr. Jean and another boss have leased them. Their two villages cover large areas, almost equal to an entire county, but there are still only a certain number of mountains. Both the largest mountains, Luqian Mountain and Lu Ho Mountain, have remained idle. Many people have inquired about leasing, but after asking, nearly all have given up. It was no surprise that Mr. Gu Zhongjing would suddenly say he wanted to lease it when Lu Huiqing had heard of the price. After hesitating for a long time, he finally said, "Young Mr. Gu, you need to think carefully. Luqian Mountain is different from Luming Mountain, it's not only larger in area but also differently priced. It'll cost over 3 million yuan per year. Are you sure you want to lease it?" Upon hearing this price, Gu Zhongjing wasn't surprised either. The two village heads had already told him that Luming Mountain was cheaper due to land division issues. The prices for these two mountains would definitely differ from Luming Mountain. He had already prepared himself mentally. "Uncle Lu, don't worry. I've already thought it through. I indeed want to lease them, not just Luqian Mountain but also Lu Ho Mountain. I plan to lease both. However, my current funds aren't sufficient enough, so I'm afraid I can only follow the same pattern as with Luming Mountain at first, by leasing for 2 years. After hearing this, Lu Huiqing understood that Gu Zhongjing was a man of vision and didn't continue dissuading him. After all, leasing out this mountain for development would actually count as part of his political accomplishments. The fact that he tried to persuade was already showing genuine care for Gu Zhongjing. Since Gu Zhongjing insisted, how could he push him away? Thus, he immediately said, "Alright, I'll get in touch with your Uncle Chen. Let's go together to draft the contract." He pulled out his phone and gave village head Chen Min of Chen Family Village a call. After explaining his side of the situation and hanging up, he took out a calculator and started figuring out the numbers for Gu Zhongjing and Chu Yan. Since Gu Zhongjing already knew the price beforehand, he didn't focus too much on the calculation. But Chu Yan, who hadn't participated last time, listened attentively this time and occasionally asked questions. As they were calculating, Chen Min soon arrived and began lamenting to Gu Zhongjing right away, "Young Mr. Gu, tell me, who exactly did you offend? These past couple of days, people have been coming to me daily, urging me to terminate the contract with you. They even promised to give me 2 million. Goodness, I've never accumulated so much money in my life. If you don't do something soon, I might not be able to hold out any longer." Chen Min was emboldened to say such things thanks to Lu Huiqing, who had sent him a message while he was occupied, informing him that Gu Zhongjing already knew about the situation and had solved it. He urged Chen Min to make the most of it when he arrived. How knowledgeable Chen Min was, he quickly mentioned the matter upon arrival, fearing that Gu Zhongjing might harbor resentment and refuse to lease Lu Ho Mountain from their village. Gu Zhongjing couldn't help but understand what these two elders were thinking, and didn't bother holding it against them. In a few words, he put their minds at ease. Only then did Chen Min feel reassured and let out a sigh of relief inside. His words weren't lies, he really had been tempted. If old Lu hadn't messaged him today, he had truly planned to contact the Yang family tomorrow. After all, that's 2 million yuan. Even though he was the village head of a suburb in City A, earning quite decent wages and benefits, he'd never seen so much money at once before. Not being tempted would be impossible. What he didn't know was that even if he dared to tear up the contract now, the Yang family wouldn't dare to lease Lu Ming Mountain anymore. They've been stripped down to almost nothing, where do they dare to cause further trouble? Since everyone was here now, no one brought up the matter anymore, it went unsaid. Chen Min and Lu Huiqing then went off to draft the contracts, leaving Gu Zhongjing and Chu Yan to wait at the village committee office. An hour later, the new contract was finally signed. Gu Zhongjing handed over the two prepared bank cards to the two village heads, which totaled 118.4 million yuan. From this day forth, the three massive mountains spanning tens of square kilometers, plus the 50 mu of land below the mountains along with the 10 mu previously leased, totaling 60 mu, all belonged to Gu Zhongjing. Well, they temporarily belonged to him for the next 2 years. But both Gu Zhongjing and Chu Yan believed that within a few years, they could change the leases on the 3 mountains and 60 mu of land into 70-year contracts. Even buying the mountains outright wasn't impossible. On the way back, Chu Yan couldn't contain his excitement, and Gu Zhongjing also felt invigorated. Jing, Luqian Mountain is so huge, we can't even see its edges from here. Yeah, the bigger, the better. We can build whatever we want. The mountains in the north are a bit better than those in the south. In the south, they're all towering peaks, while here the mountains are flatter and shorter. Planting a sea of flowers will definitely be super beautiful. When the flowers bloom on Lu Ming Mountain, we can ask the photographer who took our pictures last time to come over again for another set of photos. Standing amidst the flower fields, my darling will surely look amazing. Aha! I want to take photos in the moss phlox flower field, I saw its buds appear the day before yesterday. The poppies also look pretty good. Ah, just thinking about so many flowers blooming fills me with joy. Do you really love flowers, sweetheart? When we earn more money, let's plant lavender across either Luqian Mountain or Lu Ho Mountain, it's something you adore, what do you think? Yes, aging, if I love flowers so much, would you think it makes me feminine? Gu Zhongjing truthfully replied, yes. Chu Yan then poked his waist, squinted her phoenix eyes, and teased, how about now? Gu Zhongjing, no, our Yuan loves flowers, but he's still a real man. Whoever dares call you feminine, I'll beat him up. After some teasing, Chu Yan began worrying again about their bank account balance. Aging, we only have 1 million left. Is it enough to build fences? I'm not sure, it should be enough. I'll give Gao Shihe a call tomorrow. If it's not enough, focus on developing Lu Ming Mountain first. Let's start by building the fence. The fence has to be built, but construction shouldn't stop either. Production at Qi Huiyang's factory is going to start soon, and by July there will be income. If things get tight, I can sell a couple of Liangyan flowers or half-moon plants to make back the money. We won't lack funds anytime soon. Aging, I found out how competent you really are. Really? I'm even better at home. Want to try, sweetheart? Gu Dater. Are you itching for punishment again? Chapter 50, The Fox Spirit. After Yang Shi went back, he recounted to Grandpa Yang everything about the situation he encountered with Gu Zhongjing today. Grandpa Yang was nearly driven berserk. He had never imagined that Gu Zhongjing could actually uncover the entire background of their Yang family. He immediately realized that Gu Zhongjing was not someone they should provoke. He said to his 2 sons in the study, call everyone back. From now on, whatever the young master Gu does, our Yang family will not be involved anymore. It seems that this tempting piece of meat is something none of us can chew. The eldest son, Yang Li, still felt aggrieved. Dad, how can we let him have such a grip on us? What if he acts against our interests? Grandpa Yang seemed to have aged several years, his vigor weakened. If he intended to act against our interests, he would have taken revenge when you provoked him last time. Why would he let us off again this time? Don't meddle with him in the future. That guy has an unpredictable side. Yang Li was still unwilling to accept it. Why don't we just eliminate the root once and for all? The stuff he holds is too important. If it leaks out, our Yang family. Grandpa Yang stared at him sternly with cloudy eyes. If you can ensure the information won't leak after his death, go ahead. I won't criticize you. But if you can't guarantee it, then shut up. Yang Shi chipped in from the side. That's right, big brother. He clearly said, if it wasn't for your brother-in-law, we wouldn't have been spared this time. I think you'd better lay low. If it weren't for you last time, would Mr. Gu have formed such a bad impression of us? In a few days, the health supplements from Lu Mingshan will be available for sale again. Whether they'll even sell them to us by then is uncertain, yet you're causing more trouble here. Yang Li glared at him. It's not my fault you bungled things, yet you dare accuse me. Grandpa Yang interjected, enough. Either stop quarreling or get out. Both men finally quieted down, but neither looked favorably upon the other, glaring daggers as if foes rather than brothers. As for what was happening in the Yang family, Gu Zhongjing knew nothing of it. At the moment, he was on the phone with Qi Huiyang. The spatial water that Qi Huiyang took back had almost been tested entirely. However, the results were perplexing to him. Inside the spatial water, there was a unique substance which current technology couldn't identify specifically. Yet, tests showed that this substance could promote plant growth and its benefits for plants were clearly visible. Qi Huiyang was just so excited that he called Gu Zhongjing to report the good news. Gu Zhongjing was unsurprised upon learning about it. He had always known that the nature of spatial water could not be identified through detection. After all, hadn't there been research institutes during the apocalypse? As one of the top executives of the base, how could he not have sent the spatial water for testing? The result was always the same, no discovery could be made. Not only would Qi Huiyang currently fail to detect it, probably no one ever would. Thus, Gu Zhongjing felt secure. He asked Qi Huiyang, since the results are out, what do you plan to grow? Qi Huiyang replied, this company is currently holding meetings to discuss this. We haven't decided yet, but generally, the direction seems to be towards developing cosmetics. After all, isn't it true that women's and children's money is the easiest to make? Gu Zhongjing scoffed, you're nothing but a swindling merchant. Qi Huiyang chuckled, haven't you heard that there's no business without swindling? Gu Zhongjing didn't feel like arguing with him, alright, I know. Call me when it's time to split the money. Qi Huiyang remarked, Brother Gu, you're too heartless. These past few days, I've been running around myself like crazy, and you're only thinking about dividing the money. Hearing his tone laced with complaints, Gu Zhongjing shivered, I'm hanging up. I need to cook dinner for my wife. Qi Huiyang, assuming he'd improved their relationship considerably, teased him, alright, I won't disturb you, oh obedient husband. Gu Zhongjing promptly hung up the phone. In the next couple of days, Gu Zhongjing and Chu Yan hired another batch of employees. The manager they previously talked about also arrived. This manager turned out to be someone familiar, the Zhang manager from when Gu Zhongjing worked at the cafe. Back at the start of the year, Zhang manager's father fell ill with cancer, so he resigned and returned home to take care of his father. He realized how fleeting time was and wanted to properly accompany his father. 3 months later, his father passed away, and Zhang manager had to return to work to support his wife and children. Just then, he saw online that Gu Zhongjing's company, Lu Mingshan, was recruiting managers, so he decided to give it a try. Gu Zhongjing had worked under him for a while and thought Zhang manager was pretty decent, responsible and ethical, and promptly hired him. Afterwards, Gu Zhongjing handed over all matters related to Lu Mingshan to Zhang manager, including the subsequent recruitment affairs. Although manager Zhang had only been on the job for a few days, Gu Zhongjing could very clearly feel that having a manager to help with things made life much easier. The employees hired later all carried out their own duties, and Lu Mingshan became well organized. The employees who had been bought off earlier were all dismissed by Gu Zhongjing during this opportunity. The new hires came from Liujia village and Qinjia village, so the two village heads didn't have any objections regarding the dismissal of employees, nor did their families dare to say anything. After all, they were guilty, they had taken money from others to try and snoop on Gu Zhongjing's secrets. Now being fired was their just desserts, and no one dared to plead for them. As for Gao Shihe, Gu Zhongjing again asked him to build a fence around his property, but unfortunately, Gao Shihe still hadn't finished the large project he was working on, and it would be at least until the end of the year. Gu Zhongjing had to settle for the next best option and found the friend Gao Shihe had recommended. He handed over the fencing work to him. Since Lu Mingshan had already been fenced in before, to completely surround the entire mountain range, the walls on either side of Lu Mingshan would have to be demolished. Otherwise, it would severely affect the aesthetics. Gu Zhongjing also instructed manager Zhang to hire a batch of temporary workers from Liujia village and Qinjia village, starting to clear the shrubs on Lumianshan and Lu Haoshan like they did last time. There was a lot to do, but fortunately, none of it required Gu Zhongjing's direct involvement, just a bit of verbal instruction, and thus, he remained relatively idle. In the midst of the busyness, time flew quickly, and soon the day arrived when the results of the paternity test would be released. Gu Zhongjing set out early in the morning with Chu Yan to the hospital, bringing along the organized documents from before. When they arrived, the couple was already waiting, looking extremely anxious. Seeing Gu Zhongjing, they approached and pretended to care, asking, "Xiao Jing, have you eaten breakfast yet?" Gu Zhongjing didn't want to talk to them and replied coldly, "Stop stalling. Let's go." At Gu Zhongjing's impatient attitude, Su Zhifa was quite dissatisfied and wanted to reprimand him on the spot. But as he thought about the impending results, he held back, though his expression darkened slightly. Lu Fang wasn't faring much better than Su Zhifa, but she at least retained some rationality. Knowing that even if the paternity results came out, they would still rely on Gu Zhongjing for food, she managed to force a smile, then followed Gu Zhongjing and Chu Yan to get the results. All four of them knew exactly what the outcome would be, so when the glaring 99.99% father-son relationship appeared, no one was surprised. But not being surprised didn't mean they wouldn't act. Lu Fang let out a wail and burst into tears, completely disregarding the fact that they were in a hospital. "I knew it. I knew you're my son. For years we've searched for you. Xiao Jing, it's mommy's fault, I accidentally lost you, it's mommy who owes you, hic." With genuine emotion, Lu Fang sobbed, letting out hiccups that emphasized her supposed heartbreak. Their location was for retrieving the paternity test report. Here, people coming either had lost children or suspected they were wearing the green hat, leading to various dramatic scenes every day. Doctors and nurses had long become used to such displays, only noticing Gu Zhongjing and Chu Yan because they were good-looking. They didn't make any comments, though the onlookers were different. Witnessing such a scene for the first time, the bystanders couldn't help but remark. Truly lucky to be reunited after so many years. Yes, they must have suffered searching for so long. Sigh, I wonder when my child will return. This young man doesn't seem happy. Is he unwilling to acknowledge them? He looks so handsome, but don't tell me he's an ungrateful wolf. If I were the son who was found, I'd be cold too. So many years passed, and suddenly a pair of parents appears, how can anyone accept that immediately? That's true, but the mother is crying so pitifully, it shows how hard it has been searching for her child. Yes, look at those two youngsters in expensive brand-name clothes, while these parents dress like they bought their outfits from the market. There must be a story behind this. People of various ages surrounded them, their viewpoints differing, but one common thought united them all: these parents had it tough. While Gu Zhongjing was tugged by Lu Fang crying on his sleeve and the surrounding people discussed freely, he felt deeply annoyed inside. Chu Yan knew that it would be inappropriate for Gu Zhongjing to speak up at this moment, so he stepped forward and said, "Madam, could you please let go of Jing and talk properly?" Su Zhifa looked outwardly grieving but internally smug. Surrounded by people, their words helped him immensely. Just as he was subtly hinting to Lu Fang to keep crying by squeezing her waist, he heard this clear and bright voice. Instantly, he felt intense displeasure. He asked Gu Zhongjing, "You've been accompanying my son all the time, may I ask who you are?" Gu Zhongjing was about to speak when he felt a tap on his waist from Gu Zhongjing and closed his mouth. "My name is Chu Yan. I grew up in an orphanage with Jing and I'm also Jing's boyfriend." Upon hearing this, people around them began whispering. How pitiful this child is. Before his parents found him, he actually spent his childhood in an orphanage. That doesn't seem right. Weren't the children in the orphanages all registered with their DNA? If they really wanted to find their children, they would have found him long ago. Why has it taken him so long? Not necessarily. That measure was only implemented 10 years ago. What if they didn't know? Impossible. They were both orphans, so handsome, but how sad their parents must be to have lost them. Not necessarily. Maybe these two kids were abandoned. Su Zhifa realized that the public sentiment wasn't going well for them, and hurriedly said, "Good children, you've endured hardships over the years. In the future, Uncle will be your father, and both you and Xiao Jing will be Uncle's sons, and I will definitely make up for what you missed. In fact, Su Zhifa was inwardly furious. He and Lu Fang had no other children since then, and Gu Zhongjing was his only son. Even though he wanted to exploit him, he still dreamed of having grandchildren. Who would have thought that Gu Zhongjing would find himself a boyfriend? How could this happen when same-sex marriage was made legal? Being together as men is heresy, they should be burned alive. Men marrying and not continuing the family line, what use does it serve? He made up his mind to temporarily appease his son. Once he got hold of the secret recipe, he would make sure his adopted son dumped this good-for-nothing. How dare this abomination try to share in the glory of our Su family? Pfft. His thoughts were wicked and ignorant. If Gu Zhongjing knew what he thought of his precious one, he would surely flay him alive. Even if Su Zhifa didn't say anything, his eyes betrayed something. Gu Zhongjing glanced at it and immediately felt annoyed. A surge of anger bubbled up within him. How dare this trash look at his beloved like that? He yanked off Lu Fang's hand, pulling his sleeve, and stood side by side with Chu Yan against Su Zhifa. How do you intend to make up for us? Su Zhifa was startled by the question. He had just said it casually without any specific idea. For a moment, he was speechless and pinched Lu Fang from behind to make her speak. Lu Fang was smarter than Su Zhifa, always quick-witted, and had come up with many ideas over the years while evading debts. Lu Fang twitched under his pinch. She guessed her back must have turned blue, but it didn't matter because soon she'd have money. As long as there's money, let the old beast pinch her however he likes. Our parents will move in with you, taking care of your daily life. We'll also make up for the childhood you and Chu Little Yen missed. My poor Jing, woo-woo. She couldn't continue talking and used the universal remedy, crying. Gu Zhongjing simply didn't want to waste time here being made fun of. He held Chu Yan's hand and said, let's go, we can talk outside. Thinking they had gotten through this, Su Zhifa and Lu Fang were overjoyed, nodding enthusiastically and following Gu Zhongjing and Chu Yan out of the hospital. On the road outside the hospital, Gu Zhongjing said, wait here, I'll get the car. Saying that, he was about to drag Chu Yan to the parking lot. Chu Yan squeezed his palm and smiled at him. Jing, you go and fetch the car, I'll wait here for you. Gu Zhongjing sensed that he probably had something to say, hesitated for a moment, and said, I don't feel comfortable leaving you alone. Chu Yan whispered softly, what's there to worry about? I'll just scold them a bit, and vent some frustration for that little guy who's you. Gu Zhongjing recalled Chu Yan's venomous tongue, shuddered, alright then, scold away. Turning around to fetch the car, Gu Zhongjing scrutinized Su Zhifa and Lu Fang from head to toe once more. Su Zhifa and Lu Fang were scrutinized to the point where they felt creeped out, and they started to get angry. This little bastard, what does his glare mean? Contempt. With red and swollen eyes, Lu Fang hypocritically said, Little Yen, why are you looking at uncle and aunt like this? Is there anything on our faces? Chu Yan stared at their faces strangely. Yes, there's greed all over your face, making it obvious that you're here to scheme against Jing. Do you think if the people behind you knew how terrible your acting skills are, they wouldn't be enraged? Su Zhifa and Lu Fang were greatly shocked, and their expressions changed instantly. Su Zhifa panicked and said, you're speaking nonsense. We're Xiao Jing's biological parents, how could we scheme against him? Before Chu Yan could respond, the speaker continued rapidly, I think you're the one with ill intentions. How could little Jing choose someone like you as his boyfriend? You are trying to drive a wedge between us and Jing, aren't you? Let me tell you, there's no way we'd allow it. Furthermore, because of what you said today, we won't agree to Jing being with you. Lu Fang also revealed her true colors. Little fox spirit, you're so young yet already know how to entice my son, not only that but coming here spewing nonsense. I see that it's you who wants to scheme against little Jing. Little slut, I will let my son break up with you right away. Chu Yan listened with great interest to their curses, finding the term fox spirit particularly intriguing. He quickly stepped into character and retorted with an equally venomous tongue, you two old things really think you can intimidate me just because you're Jing's real parents. I'll tell Jing tonight, and he will sever all ties with you. Everything belonging to Jing is mine now, no one else can have it. Playing the role with delight, Chu Yan continued, your son has only me in his heart. It doesn't matter that you're his real parents. Your son bends to my will. I tell him to go east and he wouldn't dare go west. Want to come through the door? Sure, first kneel down and pay respects to your grandpa. Su Zhifa and Lu Fang were both seething with anger. Lu Fang unleashed a barrage of curses, while Su Zhifa, having no shred of gentlemanly demeanor left, cursed just as badly. From one end they called him a bastard, from another end they accused him of selling himself out. Chu Yan was lost in the identity of a fox spirit, about to hurl insults back when Gu Zhongjing arrived driving the car. Just in time, he heard the couple hurling various abuses at Chu Yan. His anger surged straight from his feet to his head, making his lips tremble in fury. His beloved Yuan, his precious treasure, he had never scolded with even a harsh word, they actually dared to look at his baby with such disgusting eyes, and now they dare to curse him. How dare they? He slammed on the accelerator, speeding fiercely towards Su Zhifa and Lu Fang, who let out frightened screams and tried to run away. Just as the car reached them within 10 centimeters, it made an abrupt stop. Suji Fa and Lu Fang were so scared their legs went limp, collapsing onto the ground unable to get up. Chu Yan, standing further away behind them, was grinning smugly, reveling in their misfortune. He swaggered proudly toward the passenger seat, passing by the two of them with a mocking smile. "Look, your son has heard you cursing me. You're in trouble now." Then he got in the front passenger seat. Filled with rage and despair, all they wanted was to kill this little fox spirit. When Gu Zhongjing saw Chu Yan sitting in the car, he looked at him with concern and asked, "Baby, are you all right? It's all my fault, I shouldn't have left you alone here." Chu Yan deliberately exaggerated his voice in a cutesy manner, speaking loudly, "Husband, I don't like these two people. Please don't take them home, all right? They insulted me just now." Wah. At the sound of Chu Yan's cooing tone calling him husband, Gu Zhongjing shivered with pleasure. This was the first time he had heard Chu Yan call him husband in front of others. Even the affected tone turned naturally into affection in his ears, his admiration thick enough to filter everything, leaving him almost drunk with affection. Okay, whatever wife says goes." His words and expression were caught precisely by the couple outside, causing genuine panic to ripple through them. They hadn't expected Gu Zhongjing to follow the little fox spirit's words so blindly, agreeing instantly to not bring them along. What if the fox spirit simply said disown them? Wouldn't Gu Zhongjing truly disown them? Both highly adaptable individuals, they rushed anxiously over to the passenger side apologizing to Chu Yan. Little Yan, earlier it was the uncle and aunt who misjudged you and spoke poorly. Please forgive us, all right? We sincerely apologize. Lu Fang added, "Indeed, the uncle and aunt were too hasty. Upon hearing you mention letting little Jing not recognize us, we became anxious." What a sly way to apologize while still planting seeds of doubt. Unfortunately for them, would Gu Zhongjing fall for it? As soon as he tore his gaze off Chu Yan, turning cold immediately as he looked at them. "Since Yuan doesn't want to acknowledge you, then let's not acknowledge each other anymore. Anyway, I certainly don't lack parents." Of course, he knew Chu Yan was playing around. Naturally, he played along smoothly, utterly confusing Su Fa and Lu Fang. Chu Yan fanned the flames even more. "Husband, you're truly wonderful." Gu Zhongjing. Damn, maybe the existence of this couple wasn't entirely worthless after all. He was now in a hurry to go back and have Chu Yan call him a few more times. He didn't want to talk to these two disgusting individuals any longer. Without another word, he immediately stepped on the gas pedal, leaving the two behind without hesitation. Su Fa and Lu Fang were both stunned. What the hell? Were they just left behind like that? The car hadn't driven far when Chu Yan burst out laughing with a ha. He truly found it amusing how ridiculous the expressions of that couple had been just moments ago, turning from green to purple and vice versa, gritting their teeth yet looking utterly confused. It was indeed hilarious. Gu Zhongjing could only sigh helplessly at his antics. After driving a little further, he parked the car by the roadside in a temporary spot and asked Chu Yan, "Sweetheart, was it really that funny? You know, I almost exploded with anger hearing them scolding you like that." At his reminder, Chu Yan recalled those nasty words and suddenly felt uncomfortable. When had he ever dealt with such vulgar people? His parents were intellectuals, and they had always taught him to insult others without using dirty words. Thus, even amid all the sarcasm earlier, there wasn't a single swear word. Even during the time he spent surviving in the apocalyptic world, the dirtiest insult he'd given was, "What the hell?" or similar phrases. And having never lacked followers, all malice was always kept away from him either by his subordinates or Gu Zhongjing himself. Indeed, he'd never experienced being cursed at this way before. Suddenly feeling upset, but quickly regaining cheer from teasing those two earlier, he turned to Gu Zhongjing and said, "I made them suffer even more. We're even now." Gu Zhongjing gritted his teeth as he reached out and pinched Chu Yan's cheeks, saying, "Even what? Your husband has never scolded you, so what right do they have to curse at my precious treasure?" Chu Yan's heart melted at this affectionate gesture. His lips curved into a sweet smile, involuntarily forming a shallow dimple. "It doesn't matter. Let them say whatever they want. Anyway, we're about to send them to jail soon. By the way, why did you just drive off earlier? Weren't we supposed to take them straight to the police station?" Gu Zhongjing replied, "No, I've changed my mind. I don't want to report them anymore. Besides, weren't they avoiding their debts all this while? I'm sure those creditors will be thrilled to see them." Chapter 51, Exposure. Gu Zhongjing had originally no intention of wiping them out completely. He only planned to file a charge of abandonment against them once the paternity test results were out. After all, abandonment carried a maximum sentence of 7 or 8 years. Though freedom would be lost, at least their lives would remain intact. But who could have guessed that they would spew such vile insults, hurling nasty words at Yuan? Gu Zhongjing was already repulsed by them and this further fueled his murderous intent. However, since they were in modern society, it was best not to use force unless absolutely necessary. He did not wish to resolve matters with his biological parents using physical means. Thus, the best course of action was to contact their creditors, inform them of the couple's whereabouts, and let the creditors deal with them accordingly. If their handling wasn't satisfactory to Gu Zhongjing, then he would file the abandonment charge anyway. Given the number of years their gambling debts accumulated, compounded interest now amounted to tens of millions. Once the debt collectors found them, that couple wouldn't survive unscathed. To prevent the couple from implicating him during their debt collection ordeal, Gu Zhongjing made it clear when contacting the debtors that the principal of 2 million owed by the parents would be repaid, but there would be no payment for the interest. How could the head creditor agree? That was tens of millions being wiped out just like that. How easy could it be? Not only did the head creditor refuse Gu Zhongjing's proposal, but they also tried to latch onto Gu Zhongjing, knowing full well that the couple didn't have the ability to repay the debts. They rather focused on pinning the couple's debt onto Gu Zhongjing instead. Gu Zhongjing said nothing and revealed a stack of evidence showing illegal mass gambling, high-interest lending, and drug trafficking. If these fell into the hands of the police, the group would face either capital punishment or life imprisonment. Upon seeing those items, the head creditor immediately panicked and tried to kill Gu Zhongjing to silence him. But was Gu Zhongjing someone they could manipulate at will? In a few swift moves, he incapacitated all of them. Realizing his inability to control Gu Zhongjing, the head creditor had no choice but to accept this threat, receiving the 2 million as the principal while vowing never to bother Gu Zhongjing again. Afterward, there was no need for Gu Zhongjing to worry. The debtor channeled all anger onto Su Jifa and Lu Fang. Sure enough, the couple weren't good people, and during the beatings, they implicated Gu Zhongjing. "Big brother, please spare me. I truly don't have any money. I won't run anymore. As long as you let me go, I'll do anything you ask." The creditor was an ordinary-looking middle-aged man who, upon seeing the same old tactics of trying to get away without paying, gave no response and ordered his henchmen to continue beating them. Su Jifa wasn't stupid. Both he and Lu Fang had been beaten countless times before, but this force was incomparable to previous ones. If they continued to be beaten, one or both of them might die or become disabled. Fawning, he crawled up to the middle-aged man, attempting to embrace his leg, unmoved by the man kicking him off. His face bruised and bloody, he evaded the fists and kicks, crawling back to the man crying out, brother son, please stop. I'll pay. Pay. With what? Begging? Brother son mocked coldly. Without hesitation, Su Jifa said, brother son, hear me out. I don't have money, but my son does. Let him pay for me. Stop. Someone's going to die. He was referring to Lu Fang, who was barely breathing now. Despite everything, he still harbored some semblance of marital affection, which is why he brought up Gu Zhongjing. His initial reluctance to mention Gu Zhongjing wasn't out of father-son sentimentality. He had been playing the same game as always, planning to enjoy a good life after enduring this beating, believing that Gu Zhongjing's wealth was rightfully his and should not be used for debt repayment. A beating was just that. After some time of rest, one could eat and drink lavishly in hiding. These people typically beat them first whenever they encountered them, so his skin had grown thick over time. Taking a beating was trivial. This time, however, he assumed things would proceed as usual, but from the moment they met, their assault was brutal. Lu Fang, being a woman, passed out after a few strikes, though Su Jifa managed better. Realizing this situation was different, he brought up Gu Zhongjing, prioritizing money over life at this point. Unfortunately, his calculations went awry. Mentioning Gu Zhongjing made brother-son turn livid instantly. He remembered how the man dealt with them yesterday, the icy aura that still chilled his bones when recalled, along with the damning evidence that decided the fate of their desperate group. The more powerless brother-son felt against Gu Zhongjing, the more he detested Su Jifa and his wife. Had it not been for them, why would he and his gang have crossed paths with such a calamitous figure? Now it was perfect, evidence in someone else's hands, allowing them to manipulate him as they pleased. How could brother-son bear this? He was already in a bad mood, and Su Jifa had the audacity to mention Gu Zhongjing in front of him. With eyes like a venomous snake, brother-son gestured his henchmen with a cold wave of his hand, disable them. In the desolate, abandoned warehouse, the cries of agony from Su Jifa and Lu Fang reverberated endlessly. Not long after, the group exited the warehouse. One of the younger gang members accompanying their leader spoke up, brother-son, should we deal with Su Jifa's son too? Brother-son replied through a puff of cigarette smoke, absolutely. Dare to threaten me and still expect to live comfortably. He's daydreaming if he thinks that will happen. The group set off toward Looming Mountain in their car but hadn't even passed 2 traffic lights when 7 or 8 police cars stopped them on the spot. At the police station, Gu Zhongjing was being questioned. According to suspect son's confession, did you use their criminal evidence to threaten them? Gu Zhongjing wore an expression of aggrieved innocence. Officer, I didn't. Yesterday, I went there intending to repay the debt my biological parents owed. I suggested repaying only the principal, but they refused. They said the debts of my parents, including interest, now amounted to over 20 million yuan. How could I possibly have so much money? So, I rejected them. They said that the 2 million would be treated as interest and they'd come for more later. That's why I reported it to you. The interrogating officer found this hard to believe. Were criminal records really so easy to obtain? If they were, why would the police have to work so hard every day? Keeping his tone mild, he continued, you did the right thing. You should report these matters to the police. Next question, did you assault any of the suspects? How could they make such baseless accusations? There were so many of them, how could I possibly beat them all? Gu Zhongjing's face brimmed with frustration and injustice at being falsely accused. The questioning officer glanced at the tall, skinny youth who looked barely 18 or 19. It was inconceivable that he could overpower those burly thugs. Investigations also confirmed that Gu Zhongjing had no history of martial training and had once been bullied by someone hired by Zhao Qiuling, who shocked the nation. How could he possibly have beaten those men? Moreover, the suspects had already been thoroughly checked, there wasn't a single scratch on them. The idea that Gu Zhongjing could have beaten them was laughable. Alright, don't be afraid. I know you didn't harm them. This was just a routine inquiry. Gu Zhongjing nodded sorrowfully. Officer, about my parents. He asked because 3 hours after he reported the incident, the group led by Brother Sun was arrested, and he had been summoned to the police station for questioning. Therefore, he was still unaware of the condition of the couple. The officer didn't quite know how to tell Gu Zhongjing. He felt deep sympathy for Gu Zhongjing, who had grown up in an orphanage and had dropped out of school due to abuse by a psychopath. Now, finally achieving some success, troublemakers kept appearing. The Su Jifa couple clearly wanted to exploit Gu Zhongjing, yet this child was so kind-hearted that despite knowing he'd been taken advantage of, he still wanted to help repay their debts. Such a lack of parental love must truly hurt. Regretfully shaking his head, the officer told Gu Zhongjing, I'm sorry, we couldn't save your father, he is deceased. However, your mother's situation is better. She has multiple comminuted fractures and her spine has been struck, so she'll likely be bedridden for life. Gu Zhongjing was inwardly surprised. He hadn't expected these people to go so far as to do this. Initially, he was considering whether to file abandonment charges against them, but now it seemed unnecessary. A disabled person, he wouldn't mind supporting her for life. As compensation for her 9 months of pregnancy. Seeing the bleakness wash over Gu Zhongjing's face, the questioning officer sympathetically allowed him time before asking again, 2 hours after your report, we received an anonymous email detailing suspect Sun's location and escape route. Was this done by you? Of course it was, but would Gu Zhongjing admit it? He decisively shook his head, denying it. No, it wasn't me. I just made a single call to report the incident, which was earlier this morning. I called because I felt my personal safety was at risk. I thought about it carefully last night and decided that given the situation, I might not be able to handle it myself, so I reported it. The officer said, alright, final question. According to suspect Sun, they beat your biological parents this way under your instruction. Is this true? Gu Zhongjing abruptly stood up, evidently unable to accept this accusation, losing composure as his left cheek red, unjust, and his right, oppressed. They're bluffing. How could I let them harm my parents? I've been an orphan since childhood. I had just found my biological parents, and they underwent a paternity test. Yesterday, they even promised me they would compensate for my lost childhood. How could I possibly instruct them to do such a thing? If I didn't like them, I could have simply refused to acknowledge them. Why make it unnecessarily complicated? After speaking, he seemed still unsatisfied and added, if I truly wanted to hurt them, why would I bother helping repay those 2 million yuan? Am I that stupid? The police officer nodded, indicating his understanding. Calm down first. We are just conducting routine questioning. Since they cannot provide any evidence against you, only oral descriptions, they cannot be used as proof to convict you. So, you can rest assured. Logically, the police officer shouldn't have shared these thoughts with Gu Zhongjing, but out of deep sympathy for the young man who grew up in an orphanage, the words slipped out inadvertently. The officer felt that Sun's confessions were nothing more than an elaborate attempt to shirk responsibility. Moreover, Gu Zhongjing was not stupid. If he had intended to get rid of his parents, there were many ways to accomplish it without involving their debt collectors, like filing charges of abandonment or hiring unrelated henchmen to do the job quietly. Why choose this obvious path where everything could easily be traced back to him? Not only had he lost 2 million yuan, but also both his father had passed away and his mother was paralyzed for life, requiring his care forever. And on top of all that, the suspects tried to defame him by accusing him of being behind the attack. The police sincerely thought, what a tragic case. With the questioning over, the police station announced that further investigations would continue and they might need Gu Zhongjing's assistance again. However, since the allegations from the suspects couldn't serve as evidence, the station had no authority to detain Gu Zhongjing. After signing some documents, Gu Zhongjing was free to leave. Upon stepping out of the police station, Gu Zhongjing found Chu Yan waiting outside. As he approached, he buried his face in Chu Yan's shoulder, seemingly crying. All the officers, these 2 boys are so pitiful QAQ. After some time, Gu Zhongjing and Chu Yan finally left the police station and drove to the hospital. Back at the station, the busy captain of the criminal investigation team turned to his loyal assistant and asked, Shaoli, how do you view this situation? With a look full of sympathy, the assistant said, poor kid, Gu Zhongjing. He just found his biological parents, only for one to die and the other to be severely disabled, and now he has been falsely accused. Shaking his head, the captain replied, I don't feel sorry for him. The assistant looked puzzled, Captain. The captain gazed deeply, the director just called me. The Chi family is getting involved. The assistant's eyes widened, the Chi family? Aren't they known for their integrity? Why? The captain, even if the Qi family interferes, we will still investigate this thoroughly. Something's fishy about Gu Zhongjing. Startled, the assistant asked, are the claims made by suspect Sun true then? Puzzled, he asked further, Captain, are you certain that he's responsible? The captain, first, the anonymous email reporting Zhao Qiling months ago, and then the one regarding Sun's group, all similar patterns. Second, the Qi family is intervening. Third, in both cases, Gu Zhongjing plays the victim role. So far, it's just speculation on my part, not definite confirmation. Sipping his tea calmly after finishing his statement, the assistant listened intently. Perplexed, the assistant couldn't believe what he heard and asked, then why did you let him go earlier? Regardless of his motives, his actions already constituted a crime. Captain, are you turning into a sycophant because of the Qi family? Seeing his once respected captain act this way confused him greatly. Upset, he rose to pursue Gu Zhongjing. I'll go chase him down. Get back here, the captain ordered. Looking back stubbornly, the assistant questioned, why? He. Coldly replying, the captain, what, he? What good would pursuing him right now do? Do you have any evidence proving he is the culprit? The assistant protested, didn't you just say? The captain cut in, speculation is speculation, but evidence? You know he did it, but where's your evidence? Frustrated, the assistant demanded, shouldn't we stop the killer from walking freely out of the police station? Leisurely sipping his tea, the captain countered, tell me first, what crimes did Zhao Qiling commit? What did these people do? When did I say the investigation was over? Arresting someone still requires evidence. Hesitating, the assistant murmured, lowering his head momentarily perplexed, Zhao Qiling killed and concealed her victims' bodies, these people sold drugs, abused drugs, gambled excessively, and loan-sharked. His voice brightened gradually, as he turned sharply to the captain, Captain. I understand. Let's keep investigating. A slight smile curved on the captain's lips, no one can trample on the law, regardless of the reasons. But investigations must be based on evidence. This case is handed over to you for follow-up. Can you handle it? The assistant stood at attention and saluted sharply, yes. The captain was a seasoned and sharp-witted police officer who had seen too many injustices. Many people who obviously deserved legal punishment somehow managed to escape unscathed. He detested these individuals intensely and showed no leniency toward them. He fought on the front lines daily to combat every criminal, unwilling to see beautiful families torn apart. Therefore, he never compromised. Regardless of who interfered, he pursued cases thoroughly, offending quite a few people over the years. He was a police officer who loved his profession deeply, yet that didn't mean he was naively righteous, he simply tried his best to do what he believed was right. Like this time, although he hadn't detained Gu Zhongjing, that didn't mean he wouldn't continue investigating. He would not let any criminal slip through the cracks, even if it was in the name of justice. But everything required evidence, it would depend on whether Gu Zhongjing could cover up his tracks or not. On their way to the hospital, Chu Yan said to Gu Zhongjing, this time around, the police might start suspecting us. Gu Zhongjing was completely unfazed, so what if they suspect? They have no evidence. Chu Yan still felt uneasy, we could have done this more perfectly seamlessly, but all those bastards turned out to be drug dealers, leading to unnecessary alarms being raised. It infuriates me. Gu Zhongjing didn't share the sentiment, reporting those scumbags to the authorities prevents them from ruining countless families. Exposure is fine, as long as the police don't have solid evidence against us, they can't do anything about it. Just be more careful in the future. Chu Yan also deflated, true enough. Initially, the two had planned to merely have creditors incapacitate Su Jifa and his wife. However, when Chu Yan dug deeper into their backgrounds for leverage, he discovered that these people were involved in growing and manufacturing drugs. If these villains weren't sent to prison, how many families would they destroy? Gu Zhongjing and Chu Yan considered waiting until after the matter with Su Jifa and his wife settled before reporting them, but ultimately decided immediate action was necessary. For the cooling-off period alone would take at least 6 months, how many households could suffer during that time? Gu Zhongjing and Chu Yan had come to view this place as their home after so much time here. If they chose to look away now after uncovering such hidden evils, they wouldn't be able to forgive themselves. Even though clues pointed towards their involvement, neither regretted it. Chu Yan said, without solid evidence, the police won't act for now. Let's send an email monthly from now on to clear your name. Gu Zhongjing refused, too dangerous. Chu Yan snorted coldly, dangerous. What kind of danger? Who can break my firewall? Recalling Chu Yan's hacking prowess, Gu Zhongjing was momentarily speechless but still hesitated, there are always better hackers out there. What if something goes wrong? Chu Yan became upset, there's no what if. Don't you trust me? Gu Zhongjing replied earnestly, sweetheart, I fully trust you, but I'm worried about you. You're so capable that I feel useless by comparison. Chu Yan countered firmly, you create a dream estate for me, and I'll build an unbreakable firewall for you. We complement each other perfectly, why should you think you're useless? Warmth filled Gu Zhongjing's heart as he extended his hand and gripped his partner tightly. At the Sun household. Grandpa, Su Jifa is dead, and Lu Feng has become paralyzed. What should we do? An enraged Sun patriarch pounded his cane in anger, cursing, these incompetents. They couldn't even handle such a trivial matter properly. Sun Hanliang then asked, "Grandpa, shall we directly approach Gu Zhongjing ourselves for the formula?" After deep consideration, Sun Patriarch declined her proposal. Even the Yang family failed in acquisition negotiations. Our chances are worse, given Qi family's thorough scrutiny lately. For now, stay put. I'll figure out something. Although reluctant, Sun Hanliang obediently nodded, all right. The Sun clan temporarily halted their plan while other influential families remained intimidated by Qi family's power. In this brief lull, Gu Zhongjing unexpectedly enjoyed relative peace. Thereafter, nobody caused significant trouble. Every day he busied himself managing construction projects on Lumingshan Mountain alongside his staff and occasionally took photos with Chu Yan amidst the flower seas on the mountain. The floral expanse was already taking shape, rows upon rows cascaded down the mountainside from peak to base, each variety occupying dozens to hundreds of acres. Although still sparse in places, its beauty captivated all who wandered through it. The only exception was the moss phlox, which wasn't separated into ridges. Instead, a narrow pebble path was built in the middle of the flower sea, winding and extending to places out of sight. Gu Zhongjing had purchased all deep pink seeds for this flower, verging on peach red. The breathtaking beauty of the peach red flowers spread across the mountainsides, enchanting anyone who saw it. This flower also had another name, Furikeo, with the floral language meaning, "I am deeply happy if you like it." Both Gu Zhongjing and Chu Yan loved this flower and took quite a few photos in various ways here. Following the advice of a group of cosplay-loving little girls, they even shot 2 sets of traditional Chinese costume portraits. Some fans spotted them taking photos and excitedly requested that Gu Zhongjing post the pictures on Weibo for everyone to admire. Look. Gu Zhongjing did post, but he posted just one picture, a photo of him and Chu Yan kissing in white robes amidst the endless pink. The faces in the photo were blurred due to the distance, and Gu Zhongjing was teased by his fans for a long time. They even gave him a nickname, Mr. Stingy. But Gu Zhongjing didn't care at all. "Whatever you say, but my treasure's beautiful face is mine alone to see. Letting you have even a glimpse is already generous enough. Now you want pictures to flick? Dream on." Every day now, he was counting down the days. It would be 10 more days until Chu Yan's birthday, and Gu Zhongjing was practically sleepless with anticipation. He was so excited that he couldn't sleep, even purple periwinkle tea was no help. His mind was full of distractions, causing him to get hot under the collar repeatedly, requiring cold showers, and he had already nosebled several times. Chu Yan noticed all his unusual behavior, quietly chuckling to himself while beginning to look forward with quiet anticipation as well. Chapter 52, Birthday. Gu Zhongjing felt that time was passing so slowly. He specially went down the mountain to buy a calendar to hang on the wall, flipping one page every morning. After flipping the page, he would routinely cook porridge and go out to deliver vegetables with great energy. After delivering the vegetables, he would release the space water for the orphanage, then help do some work in the courtyard, eat breakfast, and take a portion back for Chu Yan. Then he would sweetly wake up little pig Xiao Yan, supervise him finishing his breakfast, and together they would check on the construction of Lu Qianshan, and then return to Liaoshenchen to continue paving their cobblestone roads. Most of the cobblestone road at Liaoshenchen were paved by hand by Gu Zhongjing and Chu Yan. Now it was almost done, except for the part inside the poppy flower sea. Their goal was to finish paving the area within the poppy flower sea. There wasn't a strict schedule for this, so the two could take their time. Therefore, after lunch, Gu Zhongjing didn't go out again, but entered the space to harvest this batch of soybeans and vegetables. Chu Yan was reviewing lessons at home. The high school students of this year would be taking the college entrance examination in a month. Although Chu Yan was not from this graduating class, there was only about a year left until next June. Recently, Chu Yan has been gradually regaining his previous sense of learning. His family had once been a scholarly one, and his academic performance had been quite good, but due to the passage of time and changes in the knowledge points, picking it all up again proved to be difficult. After a period of systematic learning, he now basically understood what the textbooks were talking about and entered a brand new stage, revision. Gu Zhongjing accompanied him studying daily, but his progress was always behind, eventually giving up completely. He encouraged Chu Yan every day with good food, drink, and compliments. Chu Yan's improvement was still quite remarkable. Didn't Chu Yan say he wanted tofu pudding and tofu made from the soybeans in the space? By now, several crops have already been harvested. But Chu Yan just doesn't get tired of eating them. This was Gu Zhongjing's third round of harvesting. It's not that he didn't want to grow more, but his space is already occupied by various kinds of vegetables. The area allocated for soybeans is small, each planting only lasts about half a month. Harvesting the beans and removing the shells doesn't take long. By the time Gu Zhongjing came out of the space, Chu Yan hadn't finished even one page of his workbook yet. Seeing Gu Zhongjing suddenly appear with a sack of soybeans in hand, Chu Yan showed no surprise. He stood up to take the sack from Gu Zhongjing, who stopped him with his wrist. "Don't touch it, it's a bit dirty." Chu Yan obediently sat back at his desk, asking him, "You know it's dirty, yet you enter the space from the study." Gu Zhongjing giggled as he leaned in to kiss his face. "Isn't this to get closer to my treasure?" Chu Yan frowned a little seeing how dusty Gu Zhongjing was. "I'll draw you a bath, go wash yourself first before drying the soybeans." Gu Zhongjing responded affirmatively, teasing him, would you like to wash with me, darling? Chu Yan gave him a sidelong glance, if I dare to wash with you, would you dare to look at me? Gu Zhongjing was, genuinely scared. As the time was approaching, how could Gu Zhongjing dare to look? If he looked, his mind would definitely wander, and he still remembered vividly the dream he had last night. Those cat ears, that cat tail. Could Gu Zhongjing really think about it without having a nosebleed? Chu Yan knew how timid Gu Zhongjing was, hence why he blocked him with words. Sometimes, he also wondered why Gu Zhongjing acted so formally when waiting for him to turn 18, knowing well that he was close to 30 inside. But it wasn't something that should be discussed openly, which would make him seem eager. Although he was indeed somewhat anxious, he absolutely couldn't let Gu Zhongjing know, or else he would definitely start saying embarrassing things. After taking a shower, Gu Zhongjing first prepared an old hen stew, then took the beans halfway up the mountain to the health product factory to dry the beans using the equipment there. Resource utilization was evident. Then he returned to the villa, used the grinder kept in the utility room to grind all the beans into soy milk. When the tofu was ready, it was nearly 5 o'clock. Glancing at the time, Gu Zhongjing drove off with a large bucket of freshly made tofu putting to the orphanage and then returned up the mountain. When he came back, Chu Yan had already started cooking. Gu Zhongjing quickly fried a few dishes, served 2 portions of tofu pudding, 1 salty, 1 sweet. Gu Zhongjing preferred spicy and salty flavors, while Chu Yan preferred sweet ones. They paired these with a chicken stew simmered over low heat, ending up eating so much that their bellies were round. After dinner, the two routinely walked for half an hour, and then returned to the villa to continue reviewing for 2 hours. After finishing their review, they watched a movie and fell asleep hugging each other. Time slowly passed in this simple yet warm life. The 10 days flew by under the anticipation of Gu Zhongjing and Chu Yan. The day before Chu Yan's birthday, the two woke up early and didn't even have breakfast before heading out. Gu Zhongjing had been well prepared for Chu Yan's birthday. This time, the two planned to celebrate it by traveling. In the past 10+ days, Gu Zhongjing had already made all the necessary arrangements on the mountain. With manager Zhang around, there wouldn't be much trouble. He had delivered some space water and vegetables to Qi Huiyang just yesterday, which would last him a while. This trip would take them quite far, so they didn't drive nor bring any luggage, they simply held hands and brought along their ID cards before heading out. Chu Yan had originally intended to celebrate his birthday at Liashinshan Mountain. He could have invited the kids from the orphanage to come up, together with classmate Song Kai, who he befriended during his study months, and Qi Huiyang, who could be considered a half-friend. That way, they could enjoy a lively celebration at Liashinshan Mountain. However, Gu Zhongjing said that when they returned, he'd arrange a proper birthday party for him, but now was their special time for the two of them. Although Chu Yan felt sweet inside, he also felt a bit helpless as his mood was great today, rarely showing a constant smile on his face. Their destination this time was Gaili Town in City D, famous worldwide for its pink sandy beach. The town itself had a strong exotic flavor, making it a holy place for couples to date or propose marriage. Gu Zhongjing definitely had something else on his mind when choosing here, he wanted to propose to Chu Yan. The ring was purchased long ago and had been hidden carefully in his space without letting Chu Yan find out. He believed that even though Chu Yan was just 18, it was time to tie him down first. Then, they could immediately go get married once both turned 20. Since this trip carried an important purpose, Gu Zhongjing was thrilled throughout, showing extra attentiveness even though he was normally already considerate. Honey, are you hungry? Not hungry. Honey, are you thirsty? Yes, I am. What would my honey like to drink? Plain water. Alrighty then. Gu Zhongjing deftly stopped the flight attendant and asked her to bring a glass of plain water, after which he added, please bring 2 more blankets as well. Seeing both wearing black masks, the flight attendant gave them an extra glance, thinking that they looked familiar. She wondered if they were celebrities due to their excellent demeanor and handsome eyes. After the flight attendant left, Gu Zhongjing asked Chu Yan, honey, are you really not hungry? That morning, the two rushed to catch the flight without eating breakfast. Originally, Gu Zhongjing wanted to take Chu Yan by train so he could buy all the tickets for the sleeper compartment and create a private space for the two. Moreover, he could cook small dishes for Chu Yan. But the train is slower than the plane, taking about 2 days and 1 night to reach City D. Instead of spending such a long time, it would be better to fly 12 hours directly. Chu Yan pinched Gu Zhongjing's face and asked him, are you really that excited? Could you please rest quietly? You tossed and turned last night, keeping me awake too, and now I'm a little sleepy. Hearing this, Gu Zhongjing blushed a little since he was indeed overly excited last night, sleeping not a wink. His mind was preoccupied with planning how to propose properly and what to do afterwards to make Chu Yan comfortable and happy. It's impossible to fall asleep, especially when they needed to get up early for the flight. But Gu Zhongjing remained highly spirited, filled with nothing but thoughts of Chu Yan. Feeling apologetic, Gu Zhongjing said to Chu Yan, then sleep against me. I'll wake you up when we arrive. As soon as the flight attendant approached with the blanket and water, Chu Yan took them and ordered, you must close your eyes as well. Sleep. Not having walked far yet, the flight attendant thought, what a dominating star. Sweetly, Gu Zhongjing covered Chu Yan with the blanket and obediently did the same for himself. Afterward, he turned sideways and kept staring intently at Chu Yan. Chu Yan's ears gradually turned red under Gu Zhongjing's gaze, but he chose to ignore it, fearing Gu Zhongjing might lose control again somehow. After drinking the water, he closed his eyes. Gu Zhongjing stared for a long time until he slowly drifted off as well. In his dream, it was all about his beloved Yuan Yuan. Since Gaili Town was a tourist hotspot, there was an airport nearby. Gu Zhongjing and Chu Yan went there directly. Upon getting off the plane, they took a taxi straight to Gaili Town. On the way, Chu Yan couldn't help but feel a strange sensation that Gu Zhongjing seemed to be very urgent, repeatedly urging the driver several times. Even though the pedestrian flow in the town was heavy, most people went to the beach, leaving the town rather peaceful and beautiful. Before coming, Gu Zhongjing had booked a homestay. Following the address, the two easily found it. It was built not far from the sea, a blue-gray house villa whose decoration and furniture radiated leisure and warmth, clean and sun-kissed. They called the host beforehand, who arrived shortly to hand over the keys and gave them some brief instructions before leaving. Chu Yan slept for over 10 hours on the plane, and now he was wide awake. Even though it was nighttime, he still had a lot of energy. He walked around looking at the interior decorations of the house, while Gu Zhongjing stood behind him, constantly checking his phone. Chu Yan pulled the curtains open on the front balcony and looked in awe at the beautifully lit-up town under the night sky. He said to Gu Zhongjing, "Ah Jing, I feel like this town has so much life in it. Our Liashinshan mountain feels too quiet at night." Gu Zhongjing hummed in agreement, "If you like it, we'll come out more often." Chu Yan had taken off his shoes as soon as they entered, and now with excitement, he ran barefoot to the back balcony to enjoy the view of the ocean and beach under the night sky. Unfortunately, the pink sandy beach wasn't clearly visible at night, leaving Chu Yan feeling a little disappointed. Gu Zhongjing followed him, taking his hand and leading him to the pool located behind the balcony. He asked, "Honey, do you want to eat first or go swimming?" The late spring weather was still somewhat cool, so Chu Yan decided against getting into the water. "Let's eat first, then head straight to the beach tomorrow." Gu Zhongjing nodded, but seemed distracted, glancing occasionally at his phone. He was quietly counting down the time in his mind. Chu Yan was a little irritated by his distraction, so he reached out and waved his hand in front of Gu Zhongjing's face. "Ah Jing, what are you thinking about?" Before he could answer, the distant sound of bells chimed through the air, followed by bursts of fireworks exploding across the sky. It was midnight. Chu Yan looked up, marveling at the brilliant fireworks illuminating the sky, as he faintly heard someone say, "Yuan Yuan, happy birthday." Chapter 53, Proposal. Gu Zhongjing held Chu Yan in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing at the fireworks exploding in the sky as he lightly kissed his hair. Chu Yan let out a "wow" and fixed his eyes on the colorful fireworks spread across the sky. His pupils, dark like ink, reflected the splendid and beautiful fireworks, showing an almost childlike beauty. He grabbed Gu Zhongjing's arm excitedly, shouting, "Hey Jing, look quickly, it's so beautiful." This time, the fireworks weren't all over the sky like during the New Year celebrations, they only covered the entire sky above the small town. Yet, this was already incredibly stunning. Chu Yan could hear the residents of the small town and tourists gasping in awe. Everyone was captivated by this rare beauty, and Chu Yan was no exception. Gu Zhongjing leaned in close to whisper in his ear, "Do you like it, darling?" His voice was deep and magnetic. Chu Yan felt a slight tingling sensation in his ears and turned his head in surprise to look at Gu Zhongjing. "What do you mean?" Gu Zhongjing tried to maintain a steady and calm demeanor, smiling slightly as he opened his mouth to say, "I mean this fireworks display, do you like it?" Chu Yan's breathing nearly stopped. "Are you saying this fireworks show is something you prepared?" There was a hint of pride in the depths of Gu Zhongjing's eyes. "Yes, I planned it out. The time is right, 12 o'clock. Yuan Yuan, you're 18 now." Boasting a little, he brought his large head close to Chu Yan. "Do you like it?" Chu Yan, well, how should he put it? Of course, he liked it. After all, who wouldn't love something wonderful? But what concerned him more was, did you save up money without telling me? Gu Zhongjing. It's not good. If I don't answer this question well, I'll probably be sleeping on the floor tonight. Faced with the joy-filled yet confused phoenix-like eyes of Chu Yan, Gu Zhongjing quickly explained, "No, Yuan Yuan, believe me, I didn't hide any savings. These fireworks cost a total of 1,580,000 yuan. Qi Huiyang lent them to me." The seamless explanation made Chu Yan laugh out loud. Filled with happiness, he thought, how wonderful it is in life to have someone who always keeps you in mind. "You're really foolish," Chu Yan said. Gu Zhongjing was indeed startled for a moment just then, but after explaining, seeing Chu Yan's rapidly reddening eyes, his expression of mock horror quickly softened into tenderness. He extended his thumb and forefinger to wipe away Chu Yan's tears. "It might be a bit tacky, but I knew you'd definitely like it." Chu Yan nodded repeatedly and asked, "When did you start preparing for this?" Gu Zhongjing, "Almost a month ago." He didn't elaborate on how it was arranged during that period, but Chu Yan could guess that keeping it a secret from him surely required a lot of effort and possibly owed some favors to Qi Huiyang. He leaned in to kiss Gu Zhongjing's lips and then looked up at the fireworks in the sky attentively, observing them very seriously, seemingly wanting to carefully remember everything. Seeing Chu Yan enjoy it, Gu Zhongjing finally breathed a sincere sigh of relief and a smile appeared on his face. Today, he almost thought he wouldn't make it on time. The flight was delayed by half an hour, and when he arrived here, it was already 11:30. He had been worried about being too late, and now that he managed to deliver the surprise as scheduled, Gu Zhongjing was already exhausted. From behind, he embraced Chu Yan and watched the fireworks, tightly clutching the ring box in his hand. His heart began to draft continuously. Yuan Yuan, I love you. Shall we get married? Yuan Yuan. Let you be my wife. If you agree, wear this ring. No, no, these words are too cliché. Think again, think again. Yuan Yuan. Jing, when will these fireworks end? Jing. Gu big head. Chu Yan's sudden louder voice startled Gu Zhongjing back to reality. He came to himself and felt a little embarrassed. Darling, what's wrong? Chu Yan looked at him curiously. What's the matter with you today? You've been distracted, which I could understand before because of the fireworks, but why are you still like this now? Tell me, is there anything else you're hiding from me? Gu Zhongjing suddenly became vigilant inside. No, I was just mesmerized by watching the fireworks. Chu Yan looked at him dubiously. Gu Zhongjing deflected the topic. Baby, what did you say just now? Chu Yan, I asked when the fireworks will end. Gu Zhongjing, in 2 more hours. Chu Yan pinched his waist. Why are you being so extravagant? Gu Zhongjing justified firmly. How is this being extravagant? Earning money to spend on my wife is only natural. Chu Yan couldn't help but feel speechless again. He would always get flirted with by one of Gu Zhongjing's unintentional remarks. Grasping Gu Zhongjing's arm, he turned around to face him and said, lower your head. Gu Zhongjing's heart skipped a beat, and he obediently lowered his head, his usually steady and handsome face showing a hint of disarray and embarrassment. Chu Yan raised both hands to encircle his neck, then leaned up for a kiss. After more than half a year of training, Gu Zhongjing's body had become solid and strong, now possessing the robust physique between that of a boy and a man, with broad shoulders and a narrow waist. He was much larger than Chu Yan's slender, elegant frame. With one big hand extended, he effortlessly embraced Chu Yan tightly. As their lips touched, Gu Zhongjing couldn't help but caress Chu Yan's slim waist with his palms. At this moment, he could barely suppress the passionate thoughts that had been brewing in him for years. His beloved had finally come of age and was in his arms, fully giving himself. The thought made Gu Zhongjing lose control. He fiercely sought out Chu Yan's sweet lips, allowing their heavy breaths to echo throughout the spacious room, as if wanting to swallow Chu Yan whole. When he retained the last shred of his sanity, he lifted his deep, emotion-filled eyes and fixed them steadily on Chu Yan, causing Chu Yan to softly pant under his gaze. He carefully opened the ring box he had been clutching in his left hand, revealing a pair of platinum rings inside. Trembling slightly, yet filled with anticipation, he spoke. Yuan Yuan, this is the 11th year we've known each other. We are finally together. Me. Being with you has always been my dream, and now that dream has come true. But it feels insufficient. I want to marry you, I want to take care of you for the rest of my life, and give you a permanent home. Yuan Yuan, can you give me this chance? By the time Gu Zhongjing finished speaking, his eyes had reddened. Though the desire hadn't subsided, his heart was blazing intensely, and the fiery emotions in his eyes seemed capable of engulfing everything, leaving nothing untouched. The moment Gu Zhongjing pulled out the ring, Chu Yan knew what he was about to do. He admitted that the joy in his heart exploded like fireworks in the sky, wave after wave igniting within him. He also loved Gu Zhongjing deeply, no less than Gu Zhongjing's feelings. Those 10 years of arduous secret affection paled in comparison to the 6 months he spent in this world. In these past 6 months, the sweetness and happiness he experienced were enough to erase all the hardships endured during the apocalypse. Putting aside the young body he inhabited, he wasn't young anymore, he was 29, and in another year would be turning 30. He longed for a home, but wherever Gu Zhongjing was, that was his home. He had never considered himself someone who craved formality. Until Gu Zhongjing knelt before him, holding the ring, expressing his love and longing, Chu Yan realized he had been waiting for this all along. Though not prone to tears, Gu Zhongjing had an uncanny knack for making him cry effortlessly. His tearful eyes overflowed with moisture, and he kept nodding, unable to utter a word. Gu Zhongjing was also moved, his heart and body, from the inside out, were bubbling over. Urged by inner excitement, he slipped the custom-made ring onto Chu Yan's finger. Obeying the desire in his heart, he slowly placed the ring on Chu Yan's finger that had waited so long. Then, handing the ring box to Chu Yan with an expectant look, he called out, "Honey." Chu Yan wiped away his tears and accepted the tiny red velvet ring box, taking out the remaining larger ring inside. Slowly, he slid it onto Gu Zhongjing's ring finger. This gradual action felt almost like a kind of torture, filling Gu Zhongjing with both sweet pleasure and pain. Though he wanted Chu Yan to hurry, he greedily relished the sensation of placing the ring onto his own finger. He wanted to remember this feeling forever. Once the ring was secured, Gu Zhongjing stood up, tightening his embrace around Chu Yan, and whispered hoarsely into his ear, "Baby, Yuan Yuan." Chu Yan's nose tingled too, but upon hearing Gu Zhongjing's voice laced with pleading and grievance, his affection surged forth uncontrollably like a flood. "I know, I'm here. Gu Zhongjing's arm muscles were firm, gripping Chu Yan so tightly that his lower back ached slightly. But he enjoyed this pain, as it reminded him that he was still alive. This wasn't just a fantasy, it was happening right now. Gu Zhongjing really did propose to him. From this slight pain, Chu Yan could sense reality. But Gu Zhongjing, somewhat dazed, wanted to confirm that the person in his arms had truly accepted his proposal. Loosening his grip slightly and pulling back a little distance, he once again tilted down and firmly captured Chu Yan's lips. The night stretched endlessly. Fireworks continued to burst late into the night, while the lights in the room stayed lit until dawn. The next day, at 2 in the afternoon. The warm sea breeze brushed the white thin curtains, the sunlight filtered through the fabric, entering the room and shining on the heart-shaped king-size bed. A little bird passing by outside inadvertently caught a glimpse of the scene inside the room. There seemed to be a person lying on the bed, but this person appeared somewhat fat, even under the covers. It was obvious that their shape was rather wide. The bird couldn't quite understand why humans could eat themselves so fat. They didn't have wings, fine, but being that fat, how did they manage to move around? Birds, with their light and nimble bodies, could fly as they pleased. The bird groomed its feathers with its beak, feeling sorry for humans. While it was silently sighing, the fat man on the bed moved. With a rustle, this fat man actually split into 2 people. Startled, the bird flapped its wings and flew away in a hurry. When Gu Zhongjing opened his eyes, his first thought was to look at the person in his arms. Long, curled eyelashes covered the handsome phoenix eyes of the person in his embrace. A petite, elegant nose framed a refined face. The most beautiful feature had to be the lips. Unlike their usual healthy pink hue, now they were as red and vivid as the freshest roses. Judging by the color and slightly swollen state of those lips, one could tell just how intense last night's encounter had been. With contentment, Gu Zhongjing gently smiled and leaned forward to peck a kiss on the forehead of the person in his arms, doing so with utmost care and tenderness. After kissing, he stared at the beautiful youth for a long time until the youth furrowed their brows, looking slightly uncomfortable. Gu Zhongjing blinked in surprise, quickly and lightly pulling back the blanket to check the red mark area on Chu Yan, ensuring there were no tears before finally sighing in relief. He felt he should get up, but thinking back to last night's pleasures, he couldn't help but stare again with eyes glazed over like a besotted maniac who couldn't look away. After some time, he forced himself to avert his gaze, guiltily moving his body to pull the blanket back over Chu Yan. Did I look good? Gu Zhongjing was already feeling guilty, and when this familiar hoarse voice rang out, he jumped in shock and quickly turned around to look at Chu Yan. Chu Yan had woken up some time earlier and was lazily gazing at him with his phoenix eyes, which carried an indescribable allure in their corners. Such casual yet seductive stares made Gu Zhongjing's heart start racing wildly. So beautiful. Gu Zhongjing almost fled from the room, unable to believe why he would behave this way. In the living room, he suddenly froze in place. No, that's not right. Shouldn't this be the moment for me to show off what it means to be a perfect gentleman? Why did I run? Why? If Yuan sees that I ran, won't he die of frustration? His befuddled brain snapped back to reality as he began thinking anxiously about his behavior, embarrassed enough to want to burrow into a hole. Annoyed, he scratched his hair, then decided to put on a show of going to the bathroom. After washing up, he returned to the bedroom with an expression of composure. To the Chu Yan on the bed, who was watching him casually, he said, "Baby, can you walk? Should I carry you to freshen up?" Chu Yan looked at him with a smile tinged with mockery. Honestly, he never expected Gu Zhongjing to be this pure-hearted. He hadn't seen this side of him before. One sentence, and he bolted faster than a rabbit, something that would have been hard to believe if Gu Zhongjing hadn't acted like a wolf last night. Chu Yan didn't expose him. "Help me sit up." Gu Zhongjing obediently went forward to support him, even slipping his slippers on. Then, he carried Chu Yan into the bathroom. Chu Yan poked at his chest and asked, "What were you running from just now?" Gu Zhongjing replied with feigned calmness but tried to cover up, "I wasn't running from anything, just wanted to wash up." Chu Yan didn't buy it. "Really? Gu Zhongjing, really? Baby, are you hungry? What do you feel like eating? I'll go get it for you." "Chu Yan, let's have porridge. Anything else is probably too much for me to handle right now." Gu Zhongjing lowered his head, repenting, "It's my fault, I'm sorry dear." After Chu Yan finished brushing up, he didn't let Gu Zhongjing carry him. Instead, he hobbled out of the bathroom on his own. He walked to the balcony, pulled open the curtains, and allowed the sunlight to fall on him, closing his eyes contentedly. Achieving a cherished wish after so many years, his sense of fulfillment wasn't much less than Gu Zhongjing's. Though due to both of them being inexperienced, it left him in a bit of pain, the joy afterward compensated for all his bad moods. If only this body of his could keep up, he felt confident he could go another round. "Let's go, we'll eat out." Gu Zhongjing worriedly held onto him and said, "Baby, can you even leave home like this?" Chu Yan, "Why not?" Gu Zhongjing, "Aren't you in pain?" Chu Yan, "Yes, I hurt everywhere, my waist, my back, my whole body." Gu Zhongjing, with concern, "Then stay here and wait for me, alright? I'll go get food." Chu Yan, "No, I can bear this pain. I don't want to stay in the room." Gu Zhongjing felt a bit defeated. Weren't other people's partners supposed to be coquettish at this time and obediently wait at home for their husbands to feed them? Why was his partner so strong? He said disappointedly, baby, am I that bad? Chu Yan asked curiously, Gu Zhongjing replied, it's not said in books that a husband who doesn't make his wife unable to get out of bed isn't a good husband. Chu Yan remained silent. Alright, you go buy it, and I'll wait for you here in the sun. Gu Zhongjing thought this way he was wronging Chu Yan again since they had promised to go traveling. Ah, how pitiful. Or we could go together, and I'll carry you, okay? Chu Yan rolled his eyes, Mr. Gu, I'm very hungry. Why are you making so much fuss? Are you going or not? As soon as Gu Zhongjing got scolded, he recovered some of his usual familiarity. I'm going, I'll go now, baby, just wait for me, I'll be back soon. After watching Gu Zhongjing leave with a broad smile on his face, Chu Yan opened the sliding window, went to the edge of the swimming pool outside and lay on a beach chair to watch the sea. After a while, his phone rang, it was Song Kai. As soon as the call connected, Song Kai wailed, brother, where are you? Why can't I find you anywhere? Song Kai had visited Luming Mountain once before. Afterwards, he messaged Chu Yan daily, saying he wanted to visit again. Unfortunately, they would enter senior year 3 next semester, so they were constantly taking extra classes and had no time to come over. Today, he finally managed to take a day off, packed his bags, prepared to visit Luming Mountain, and upon arrival, discovered neither Gu Zhongjing nor Chu Yan was there. At the moment, he was standing outside the villa calling them. Hearing his tone, Chu Yan was surprised, you're at Luming Mountain. Song Kai answered, yes, I'm on vacation and came to play with you. Chu Yan was speechless after hearing this, why didn't you tell me you were coming? I'm in City D now. Song Kai lamented, why did you go to City D? Brother, come back quickly. I didn't make a reservation, and I have nowhere to stay, wow. Chu Yan was also helpless and said, go find a server in the restaurant and let them bring you to Manager Zhang. Give him the phone, I'll talk to him. Okay, I'll go find him later. But why did you go to City D? Clearing his throat, Chu Yan bragged, my birthday is here, a Jing took me to celebrate. Song Kai envied endlessly, wow, Z, your life without studying seems so enjoyable. Happy birthday, brother, I'll make up for your gift when you return. Chu Yan, thanks. Xia Songzi, let me tell you, a Jing proposed to me yesterday. With an audience to boast to, Chu Yan rarely became childish. After hearing such bragging, Song Kai wasn't envious anymore. He gave earnest advice, Yanzi, don't take it against me for being blunt, although your Jing is handsome and kind to you, people change. To decide so quickly to step into the grave of marriage seems too early. You should enjoy the pleasures of love but still approach marriage cautiously. Yanzi, you should think carefully. He didn't know what Gu Zhongjing and Chu Yan had experienced, all he knew was that the two were childhood sweethearts planning to get married young. He thought it was a pity, life is long, how would Chu Yan know he wouldn't encounter someone better than Gu Zhongjing later on? Deciding so fast seemed a bit too soon. Chu Yan understood his kindness and felt touched. He agreed, Xia Songzi, rest assured, I know what I'm doing. How long are you free this time? Song Kai, alright, if you know what you're doing. This time, I'm off for 4 days. When will you come back? Chu Yan, the day after tomorrow. Have fun on your own for 2 days first, and when I come back, I'll take you fishing. They chatted for a while more, then hung up the phone. Not long after, Gu Zhongjing returned, carrying a large bag of food. Seeing Chu Yan by the swimming pool, he walked over and placed the food on the small table beside the lounge chair, then began unpacking it one by one. After breaking apart the chopsticks, he did not hand them to Chu Yan, instead holding chopsticks in one hand and a spoon in the other, preparing to feed Chu Yan. Chu Yan, I want to eat by myself. Gu Zhongjing smiled sweetly, your husband wants to feed you. Chu Yan, no, I want to eat myself. If you feed me, you might spill food on my clothes. Gu Zhongjing tried to persist, baby, I want to feed you. Chu Yan let out a small yawn, his eyes slightly red at the corners, and that flirtatious charm appeared again, then hurry up, I'm about to fall asleep. Gu Zhongjing, feeling gratified, ladled a spoonful of seafood porridge to feed Chu Yan. Chu Yan found it tasted good and mumbled, this is delicious, you should try it too. Gu Zhongjing responded with a simple and ate from the same spoon he used to feed Chu Yan. It indeed tasted good. In the evening, I'll take you to eat some supposedly delicious seafood in town, then we can walk along the beach after dinner. Chu Yan accepted being fed by Gu Zhongjing but felt somewhat dissatisfied, so he took the spoon to feed himself. They had planned to eat some late-night snacks last night, but ended up sleeping in until 2 p.m. this afternoon. By now, his stomach was already empty. As he ate, he told Gu Zhongjing, Song Kai called me just now. That impulsive guy went to Luming Mountain without even telling me. Gu Zhongjing was peeling a shrimp for Chu Yan while hearing this and replied, should I call Manager Zhang and ask him to go to the dean's office at the foot of the mountain to get the key to our room and give it to him? All the rooms on the mountain were limited, and all guests who stayed there had made reservations long before, so it wouldn't be appropriate to just let Song Kai cut in line. Chu Yan, you can make the call, I guess Manager Zhang might be in Luqian Mountain at this moment, and Song Kai probably won't find him. Gu Zhongjing called manager Zhang and explained the situation, and continued eating. After finishing their meal, the two of them relaxed on the lounge chairs, talking lazily. While talking, Chu Yan gradually fell asleep. Gu Zhongjing tilted his head and looked at him like this for a long time, eventually falling asleep himself. Remembering the cool evening breeze, Gu Zhongjing woke up after 2 hours. The evening clouds were reflected on the pink sand, creating a breathtaking scene. He took out his phone and snapped a picture of Chu Yan, including the pink sand, the sunset, and the twilight in the photo. He leaned closer and captured another photo of him kissing Chu Yan's cheek, encompassing the sunset, the emerald sea, the golden sand, and his beloved lover in the frame. Gu Zhongjing gazed at the photo for a long while, the love in his heart surging as he wanted the whole world to know that this person finally belonged to him. Unable to suppress the urge, he logged into Weibo and uploaded the photo of him kissing Chu Yan's cheek. Caption: This life is enough. Chapter 54, Development. This was the first time Gu Zhongjing had publicly displayed affection on Weibo, and the fans were very supportive, praising his and Chu Yan's looks from their eyelashes to their nose hairs. My boyfriend is so handsome QAQ. Kai Kai is so lucky, they're childhood sweethearts. Wow, his eyelashes are so long. Wah, I believe in love again. I see the sea, did you two go on a trip? Am I mistaken? Is that a strawberry on your boyfriend's neck? Ah yes, good catch. Do you guys have magnifying glasses or something? All I see is Kai Kai's big nostrils. Congratulations. Wishing you two happiness forever. Rarely motivated, Gu Zhongjing replied to many comments. The fans all knew he was in a good mood, so they got bolder. Kai Kai hasn't done a live stream in so long, what kind of live streams do you do? Yeah, it's been 2 months since your last one, we miss your unfiltered face. Kai Kai should do a live stream, do it. Seeing their insistence, Gu Zhongjing replied with tomorrow at 8 in the morning. After replying, he stopped looking at Weibo, checked the time, woke up Chu Yan, and took him out for food. The rumored excellent seafood restaurant didn't disappoint, truly delicious. Especially their sea cucumber steamed egg was fantastic. Chu Yan finished 2 servings and still wanted more. Halfway through the meal, the cake Gu Zhongjing had pre-ordered was delivered. In the dim light of the private dining room, Gu Zhongjing softly sang happy birthday to Chu Yan. Chu Yan listened attentively, his eyes filled with happiness. Baby, make a wish. Chu Yan crossed his hands in front of his face and silently made a wish. Gu Zhongjing curiously asked him, what did you wish for? Chu Yan smiled mischievously, I'm not telling you. Gu Zhongjing chuckled, even if you don't tell me, I'll know. It must be related to me. Chu Yan said, you think you can trick me? Not a chance, I won't tell you. Gu Zhongjing fondly shook his head, picked up the cake fork to cut the cake, cut a large piece, and placed it in front of Chu Yan, saying, eat, little greedy one, your favorite strawberry flavor. Chu Yan probably hadn't eaten snacks in years, and had no resistance to snacks and desserts, beautifully devouring the whole piece of cake. Gu Zhongjing wanted him to eat less, but always remembered the suffering Chu Yan endured during those 10 years. Reluctant to scold him, he simply reduced the portions of meals. So usually, even though Chu Yan ate a lot, it was small frequent meals. Unlike today, when he just ate until he was stuffed. After the meal, the two leisurely walked to the beach for a stroll. Gu Zhongjing took off his jacket and draped it over Chu Yan's shoulders, like any ordinary young couple, taking off their shoes and carrying them in their hands, walking slowly on the waves. The sea breeze was blowing, the sound of the sea was noisy, and the seagulls were singing. Gu Zhongjing tightly held Chu Yan's hand, never letting go regardless of what Chu Yan did. Jing, you say there are pink beaches, are there purple ones too? I don't know, let's travel and look around sometime, we might find some. Sweetheart, do you want to build a castle? No, that's too childish. Where's the childishness? It's so much fun, come on, come on. You're already 30, yet you're playing such a childish game. Who's 30? I'm only 19 this year. Don't let me say it, you're like an old cucumber painted green, pretending to be young. But I'm young anyway, I'm your little puppy. Ugh. The two who acted immature spent a long time building castles on the beach until the moon was high in the sky. When the tide came in and washed away their castle entirely, they returned to the villa. It was Chu Yan's first time experiencing such pleasure, and his back had remained quite sore. Hence, Gu Zhongjing carried him back. On the road, Gu Zhongjing looked at the elongated shadows printed by the moonlight on the ground and spoke reflectively, Yuan, I really wish I could carry you forever. Chu Yan lay on his back, still holding his shoes in his hands. Hearing this, he said, when I grow taller and fatter, you won't be able to carry me anymore. Even if you eat yourself into a big fatty, I will still be able to carry you. Jing, I've noticed you really like showing off. That's not showing off, that's called being manly. Alright, Mr. Manly, can you walk faster? No, I'm going to walk slow. But I'm cold. Cold. Then I'll walk faster. Life in the small town was leisurely and relaxing. Gu Zhongjing and Chu Yan spent several days here, going out to sea early in the morning for fishing, returning at noon to cook and enjoy a sumptuous seafood meal together, then playing various beach activities in the afternoon, and strolling around the little town in the evening to look for delicious local snacks. They enjoyed walking on the night sea breeze, being intimate back at their villa, and took many photos by the pink sandy beach, having an especially great time. It wasn't until Song Kai's incessant urging that the two ended their sweet and enjoyable holiday. Back at Lu Mingshan, the two of them selected a weekend and invited everyone from the orphanage, along with Qi Huiyang and Old Qi, as well as Song Kai. They held a belated birthday party for Chu Yan right there on the mountain. The party was in the form of a self-service barbecue, and even more people participated than Gu Zhongjing had imagined. All tourists staying in the mountain goose houses joined in. Everyone enthusiastically grilled meat, drank wine, sang songs, and stayed lit until dawn. The news of Gu Zhongjing and Chu Yan's engagement also caused much astonishment among their circle. The couple, young as they were, had already committed to each other. Their lives were full of sweetness, and yet they continued feeding others dog food. After some reflection, Old Qi decided to move directly into the orphanage. Every day, he flirted openly with Meng Songyu, who gradually began responding favorably towards him. Encouraged, Old Qi became even more attentive. Once the scheming family members ceased causing trouble behind the scenes, the three mountains contracted by Gu Zhongjing quickly entered a rapid development phase, transforming daily. As the flower sea began to take shape, Gu Zhongjing would develop a new skincare or health product every beginning of the month. These products, once launched, would be snatched up within half an hour. There were only those who failed to get them, but none left unsold. Now, in high society circles, if someone mentioned the skincare or health products produced at Lu Mingshan, there was absolutely nothing but praise. Those who had consumed over 5 boxes of Lu Mingshan health supplements could have their real age no longer discernible by the naked eye. Each person exhibited jet black, shiny hair, radiant skin, and had bid farewell forever to any issues related to physical weakness. And the noble wives and sisters using skincare products didn't need mentioning, as Gu Zhongjing's production became increasingly varied. A plethora of anti-aging, moisturizing, whitening, acne-removing, and scar-healing products hit the market. These wealthy women, who had ample time and money, pursued the skincare products produced by Lu Mingshan like crazed fans. There were plenty of products more expensive than Lu Mingshan's skincare range that they'd used before, but very few of them compared to Lu Mingshan's efficacy. They were pure, natural beauty products that matched the effects of medical aesthetics. Who wouldn't love such? According to Qi Huiyang, the gossip expert, recently more families within the circle had started arranging marriages, not through blind dates, but relationships developed organically. Why? Isn't it because men are visual creatures? Once these ladies started becoming beautiful, why would they still chase after pretty strangers? Within the circle itself, they were already so good-looking and came from influential homes, bringing immense benefits from arranged marriages, benefits that ordinary attractive women couldn't compare with. Thus, girls who were just as pretty but slightly richer became highly sought after. This included older, once faded beauties, who used to endure their husbands running off to mistresses. Some chose to turn a blind eye, pretending to be blissfully ignorant rich housewives, while others got embroiled in disputes leading to divorce. But now, with the aid of the health supplements and skincare products, their skins returned smooth and tight, their bodies grew healthier and their metabolisms faster. Surprisingly, their figures improved too. Among those capable of becoming rich housewives, how many were originally unattractive? These were all women nurtured under affluent circumstances, carrying innate elegance. Now, looking younger one by one, their husbands no longer ran off outside and instead willingly clung to them. This way, the menopause troubles seemed to cure themselves naturally. Family atmosphere improved harmoniously, filling homes with laughter, leaving room for patient parental guidance of children. The changes in the kids slowly revealed themselves as well. Unless someone was extremely greedy or constantly dealing with distressing situations, the overall circle almost seemed renewed. Rich housewives, when attending social gatherings, no longer competed in showing off their children or husbands while engaging in subtle jabs of envy toward each other. Instead, with their mindset growing calmer, they unintentionally made numerous genuine friends. Their flaunting items gradually shifted to Lu Mingshan's health supplements and skincare. At first, no one noticed this virtuous cycle, but as time passed, they miraculously discovered that they simply couldn't live without the products produced by Lu Mingshan. They didn't really care about the beautiful scenery of Lu Mingshan. After all, they had seen many great sights before, and Lu Mingshan was nothing special. But the changes Lu Mingshan brought to them were different, they were tangible. So gradually, they began considering staying at Lu Mingshan for a while. Haven't you heard that sleeping one night in the rooms at Lu Mingshan can improve your sleep? And it's said that the air there is very fresh. Thus, booking became a priority. It wasn't just for 1 or 2 days, but they would book for an entire month or more. There were also people who found tourists that had booked months in advance and paid large sums to take over their slots, such incidents happening repeatedly. Gu Zhongjing did not intervene. If you want to play around like this, go ahead, it's mutually consensual, with no one being forced. One party receives money, the other reaps benefits, completely fair. He himself didn't mind being exploited like this. Your ability to exploit is your skill. If someone truly wants to come, even paying others won't help. Why should he bother with these trivialities? As long as no one disrupts his 3 Willows mountain, let them do whatever they please. Qi Huiyang had a second-generation rich friend who absolutely loved Lu Mingshan and visited every month, staying for a few days each time. Every visit, he bought the slots from tourists who had reserved well in advance, notoriously labeled as a fool within the ticket-scalping circle. This rich man had now grown quite familiar with Gu Zhongjing. His name was Ji Xingyin, and every month he would bring a beauty to Lu Mingshan, feeling perfectly at ease as though he owned the place. He once told Gu Zhongjing that those young ladies were easy to deceive. As long as he led with money and added a touch of romance in the flower fields, most could be easily wooed. Gu Zhongjing did not approve of his way of making friends, but he had no right to interfere, so they never deepened their acquaintance. Ji Xingyin didn't mind, and without fail, every month he arrived with a new lady for their dates, starting from spring and lasting till autumn. Even when the spring flower season faded, there was still no issue, because osmanthus flowers blossomed then. Speaking of the osmanthus trees on Three Willows Mountain, they were something else. On the roads connecting three mountains stood towering osmanthus trees stretching 3 to 4 meters high. The small creamy white flowers emitted a fragrance so potent that a breeze could carry its scent miles away from Lu Mingshan. Saying, perfumed for 10 miles, was not an exaggeration. Osmanthus grown by space water had a pure, refreshing aroma. A whiff could clear your head significantly, leaving one wishing they could live permanently at Three Willows Mountain. Starting at the foot of the mountain by sightseeing car, passengers were surrounded continuously by endless rows of osmanthus trees, so sweet the fragrance made everyone wish they could get drunk on it. Through the shade of the osmanthus trees, visitors could also see lush fruit crops. Some had ripened, while others were still green. Tourists walked in groups carrying small baskets, plucking fruits, eating as they went. At this moment, Ji Xingyin and his little girlfriend carried small baskets picking fruit. He, being tall, could easily pluck apples at the top branches of the trees reaching only up to his neck, effortlessly. After picking an exceptionally large red apple, his girlfriend lavishly praised, "Wow, what a big apple. Mr. Ji, you're really talented." Ji Xingyin smiled with a mischievous twinkle in his almond-shaped eyes, charmingly responding, "Xiaoxue, try it, it tastes pretty good." Then, without any pretense, he raised the freshly picked red apple to his mouth and took a huge bite. Her carefully crafted compliments, however, turned into a subtle sneer at the thought of biting into the apple. Who knew how much pesticide residue was on it? Eating it like this, could it really be safe? She was inwardly regretting it already. She originally thought she'd hooked onto Ji Xingyin, this super-rich second-generation heir. While not expecting piles of cash or resources, dating him could at least include some glamorous places, right? Things like private clubs, foreign travels, sea yachts, and private jets. At least he could give her a taste of luxury. Instead, Ji Xingyin had brought her here, to this small rotten hill. She'd had enough of Sanlu Mountain lately. Normally, it was fine when classmates complimented it, but colleagues at her internship also raved about it. And now even Banana Channel's Leisure Life program was giving it praise. She'd developed an aversion to hearing Lu Mingshan. It was everywhere, truly maddening. Originally, none of it mattered since she could just choose not to go, but this rare chance of knowing a rich young master shouldn't slip through her fingers so easily. Yes, she admitted Lu Mingshan's osmanthus fragrance was nice, but it wasn't nearly enough to change her bad impression of the place. Now, Ji Xingyin wanting her to eat this unknown apple filled her with 100 refusals. "Mr. Ji, apples make my teeth hurt. You eat it." Ji Xingyin, a shrewd man, couldn't fail to notice that she didn't want to eat it. Yet, he didn't care. If she wanted to eat it, fine, if not, fine too. He wasn't going to indulge her. The two carried baskets and had walked halfway up the mountain when Xiaoxue grew tired. There were too many fruit varieties on the mountain, and their walk-and-pick journey was exhausting Xiaoxue's face of expression. As if blind to her fatigue, Ji Xingyin led her towards the peach grove. By now, only the pan peaches in the orchard were still edible, everything else had long passed its season. Tall and with long legs, Ji Xingyin walked ahead holding the basket. He showed at least some degree of gentlemanly conduct by pushing aside branches for Xiaoxue. Xiaoxue was just trying to start a conversation with Ji Xingyin when suddenly he stopped, standing stiffly straight. Facing an elderly couple and a young child ahead, he exclaimed, "Grandpa Liang, Grandma Liang, Lian, how are you here?" "Hey, it's little Ian. I'm bringing Grandma Liang and Lian to pick peaches. She's been longing for these pen peaches for quite some time." The voice belonged to a kind old man. Curious, Xiaoxue glanced over and found that his appearance seemed younger than his voice suggested. His black hair and rosy complexion made him look about 50-something, while the old woman beside him appeared even younger, as if she were in her 40s. Xiaoxue thought rich people really knew how to take care of themselves. Their skin looked almost pulled tight, nearly matching that of a girl in her 20s like herself. Ji Xingyin chuckled, "Of course, I've been craving these pan peaches for a long time too. My dad said this time I have to pick at least 2 gene for him, or he won't let me come next time." Xiaoxue was slightly surprised by this comment. Could there be something special about these peaches? Was there really a need for the chairman of Tang Tang Ji Group to specifically instruct his son to come and pick them? Unfortunately, there have been too many tourists lately, and most of the peaches have already been picked. When we came yesterday, we only saw 2 almost red ones on the tree tips. We rushed today to get them before they're gone. Luckily, they're still here, otherwise little Lian would have cried again. Ji Xingyin cast a concerned glance at the little girl clinging to Grandma Liang's thigh, asking, "How is Lian doing? Last month when I came, she could already call me brother. She should be even better now, right?" At the mention of her granddaughter, Grandma Liang smiled so broadly she couldn't close her mouth. "Little Yin, don't get me started. This Lu Mingshan has been great for her. You see, when Lian first came, she couldn't speak. Now she's become a little troublemaker, wanting one thing after another, giving us a hard time every day." Ji Xingyin understood well that although they complained out loud, their hearts must be filled with happiness. Initially, Grandpa Yang and Grandma Liang moved to Lu Mingshan for the sake of Lian, and no one approved. Even Ji Xingyin's grandfather said they were desperate and turning to unorthodox treatments. But look now, the little girl's autism actually improved. Not only that, both Grandpa Yang and Grandma Liang were in better shape than those who spent all day teasing cats and raising birds back home. They walked together, and people sometimes thought they weren't even from the same generation. Unfortunately, Lu Mingshan's villas for exclusive elder use can't simply be bought now. It took a lot of effort each month to snatch reservations from tourists. Now, Ji Xingyin didn't wish to stay long with Xiaoxue around, so after showing concern again, he quickly picked a dozen or so pan peaches that hadn't yet turned red and left. Trailing behind him, Xiaoxue felt waves of surprise rising in her heart. She had only known before that Lu Mingshan's flower seas were beautiful and its produce delicious, but she never imagined there were so many secrets hidden within Lu Mingshan. Could it really treat autism? Was its feng shui truly that good? It wasn't surprising that she didn't know, because in fact, many ordinary people had no idea why these seemingly ordinary mountains attracted so many people. Initially, perhaps it was due to Gu Zhongjing's fan effect, but later, others were not fools either. Why would they repeatedly come and book rooms here if there were no benefits? Otherwise, China has plenty of beautiful places. Just in City A alone there are countless scenic spots. Why go out of your way to rush to Lu Mingshan? Forget the skincare products and health supplements affordable only by the elite circle, even the food and fruits served had effects that everyone who tasted them experienced without exception. So, it made sense why Lu Mingshan kept popping up in Xiaoxue's circles. Although she still wasn't particularly fond of Lu Mingshan, her perception had somewhat changed. As she followed Ji Xingyin, walking along the pebble-strewn path back up the mountain, they arrived just in time for dinner. After returning the fruit to their room, the two went out to eat a meal. Ji Xingyin didn't seem to chase girls actively. Though he appeared playboy-like, in reality, he waited for the girls to make the first move. If this behavior was exhibited by a regular guy, wouldn't he be labeled as just another dead straight male? But there was nothing she could do. Ji Xingyin's family was wealthy, extremely wealthy. Just one advantage, and the attentive young women could tolerate all of his little flaws. Fortunately, he didn't bother those good girls, so he never caused any trouble. At this moment, Xiaoxue had no choice but to serve this old man by picking dishes and pouring water for him, tending to him carefully as if she were a maid beside a young master. She wasn't annoyed with what she was doing because she knew that in return for her efforts, she would receive substantial rewards. While Ji Xingyin ate, Xiaoxue also took a few bites. It smelled really delicious. The food could actually rival Quan Wei Zhai, currently the top culinary chain in China. It was truly remarkable. Although she'd tasted fine cuisine before, this experience slightly improved her opinion of Lu Mingshan, though it still wasn't enough to completely wow her. She didn't know that the ingredients used by Lu Mingshan were almost astronomically priced. Apart from Lu Mingshan, only Quan Wei Zhai provided these ingredients, and they were limited in supply. Unlike Lu Mingshan, where you could eat as much as you wanted. Tourists who couldn't reserve spots at Lu Mingshan or get tickets up the mountain sometimes bought fake ingredients sold under Lu Mingshan's banner. But after being scammed once, people learned to distinguish quality. If they wanted to buy authentic products, they would ask someone who had reserved a spot to purchase on their behalf and pay extra money. Now, many people not only spent very little living in Lu Mingshan but even earned money, which everyone preferred. Of course, some tourists criticized Lu Mingshan's laid-back attitude multiple times, demanding that Gu Zhongjing improve Lu Mingshan's management to reduce scalping, thereby improving user experience. Did Gu Zhongjing have time for that? He was busy planting lavender across Yuanyuan Mountain every day. His spare time was spent pondering over delicacies. When would he address such issues? Besides, addressing them would mean infringing on certain people's interests, something Gu Zhongjing wasn't yet confident enough to tackle. He needed to wait until Qi Huiyang stabilized things on his end before making such moves. For now, everything remains messy. What he was most focused on right now was Qi Huiyang's affordable skincare line set to launch in 2 days. Chapter 55, Skincare Products. After Qi Huiyang took the space water back for research, he ultimately decided to mainly cultivate aloe vera and roses. Aloe vera has various functions, such as scar removal, anti-aging, sun protection, and hydration. It can tighten the skin and make it softer, so it also helps in pore contraction after blackhead removal. Burns, scalds, and sunburns can be greatly relieved by applying aloe vera gel, and its natural anti-inflammatory properties make it effective for allergies as well. Aloe vera contains 75 elements that are almost perfectly matched with human cell requirements, making it a plant with significant health benefits, honored as a miraculous plant or family medicine cabinet. Its medicinal value is abundant, and once successfully cultivated, it can be processed into aloe vera gel, aloe vera hydration and moisturization set, aloe vera mask, aloe vera scar gel, etc. Qi Huiyang's decision to choose aloe vera was absolutely worthwhile. The second product chosen was rose, which is more delicate and harder to manage than aloe vera. However, its advantages are apparent. Rose promotes blood circulation, removes spots, and brightens the skin, although these effects may not be as strong as those of other plants. But roses have an advantage that other plants lack, their fragrance. The sweet and alluring scent of roses naturally appeals to many women. Products made from roses could include a rose whitening spot removal set, rose perfume, rose lipstick, rose masks, rose essence, rose body lotion, and rose tea, among others. Roses are even more versatile than aloe vera. Although their efficacy might not match that of aloe vera, their aroma holds an undeniable charm. Few girls resist the desire to smell pleasant, and the rich yet non-irritating fragrance of roses surpasses most similar plants. Qi Huiyang also consulted with his team on other plants like lavender for balancing sebum secretion, sage for breast enhancement, green tea for teeth whitening, and pennywort for moisturizing dry cracked skin and lips. All were gradually included in their planting plans following a systematic approach. Since this was the first year of planting, despite Qi Huiyang starting greenhouse cultivation directly, they still couldn't launch the products in late July as Gu Zhongjing had anticipated. There was just too much preparation required: leasing land, planting, harvesting, extracting plant essences, registering products, manufacturing, packaging, etc. These processes demanded extensive manpower and intricate procedures. Qi Huiyang spent the entire 6 months working tirelessly, almost running himself thin. Qi family's company is named Yuanheng Group, which conveys great ambition but lacks the feminine touch needed for skincare products. A name like Yuanheng doesn't suit cosmetics very well. After discussion, they settled on the name Jiaoyou. As soon as Gu Zhongjing heard the name Jiaoyou, he knew it was a gesture of goodwill towards him. In return, he offered to give 20% of the shares to the state, willing to take only 30%. Qi family originally intended to allocate those 20% of shares from their own portion, not reduce Gu Zhongjing's share, so when Gu Zhongjing mentioned this, although Qi Huiyang was touched, he declined the offer. Gu Zhongjing knew that keeping treasures could bring trouble. Currently, the Qi family might not think 50% of the shares is excessive, but what about over time? Thus, the best strategy was for him to take a step back and ensure sufficient benefits were distributed properly, reducing future disputes. If Qi family wouldn't take the 20%, then he would step further back and offer 10%. This move left Qi family hesitant for quite some time before eventually accepting his kind gesture. It wasn't about the money, they wanted Gu Zhongjing to feel reassured. Through delays, the day of the press conference finally arrived. Both Gu Zhongjing and Chu Yan dressed up in formal attire, ready to attend the event. "Honey, my tie is a little tight. Can you help me adjust it?" When they were about to leave, Gu Zhongjing asked Chu Yan. Without even looking back, Chu Yan walked out without any regard. Hadn't Gu Zhongjing been serving as president in a past life? Surely, tying a tie should be no challenge. Chu Yan refused to forgive him because of the trouble he caused last night. If he forgave him so easily, wouldn't it embolden Gu Zhongjing to become more audacious? Knowing there was important work today, he still didn't hold back at all, and he even pinned him against the windowsill. And that was in the villa resort area. An area where other residents lived. Putting that aside, it admittedly felt intense, but Chu Yan did warn him earlier that they'd be attending a public event today, urging Gu Zhongjing to act appropriately. Not only did he ignore this warning, but now his neck was covered in hickey marks. Now, no matter how he fastened the collar all the way up, it was still useless as several red marks were exposed. He had nothing like powder to cover them up and could only go out like this. If he met acquaintances or elders, how embarrassing would that be? If he didn't get a proper education soon, Gu Daxia would start pushing his boundaries again. There's no way Chu Yan could stand him. Gu Zhongjing knew well he was at fault and kept trying to strike up conversations to cheer him up. He feared that Chu Yan wouldn't let him sleep in the same bed tonight. To explain, being addicted once one tastes the marrow, not experiencing joy is fine, but once experienced, it becomes hard to quit. "Honey, I'm sorry. Please don't ignore me, alright? Yuan, are you hungry? Shall we have breakfast before going, okay? Wife, my tie really feels a bit tight. Baby. This entire rout of apology and flattery made passers-by think nothing of it. They'd already been used to Boss Gu's public displays of affection. They'd long since gotten used to seeing the couple flaunt their love daily. As they became accustomed, some even mocked Boss Gu for being overly submissive. Being afraid of one's wife wasn't rare, but few people displayed it so blatantly like Gu Zhongjing. After the two walked away, one tourist said to her boyfriend, "Look at Mr. Gu, how good he is to Master Chu. You should learn from him." The boyfriend secretly smirked and whispered, "If you looked even half as good as Master Chu, I'd treat you just as well." "What did you say?" Nothing, I didn't say anything." After knowing about the engagement between Gu Zhongjing and Chu Yan, tourists and fans stopped calling Chu Yan boyfriend, thinking fiancé might sound inappropriate. So, they simply gave Chu Yan a nickname, Master Chu. It was undeniable that Master Chu carried the demeanor of a richly raised noble gentleman. Coupled with Gu Zhongjing's daily devotion to cooking various delicacies for him, Master Chu truly looked more beautiful than flowers. Wasn't he just the picture of a noble young master standing there? Over time, everyone began using this title, and Gu Zhongjing also thought his dear baby wasn't just any ordinary person, he was indeed a difficult-to-please young master. Darling, please acknowledge me, will you? I truly know I've erred, and next time I'll never do it on your neck again. Hearing him getting increasingly out of hand, Chu Yan worried that ignoring him would lead to even more embarrassing statements, so he scolded while giving in, Gu Daxiao, this is the last time. If you dare act recklessly again, you'll sleep on the couch forever afterward. Relieved by this response, Gu Zhongjing thought nothing of Chu Yan's repeated last times. Ahem, in fact, the young master wasn't hard to console after all. I understand, darling. Next time, I will definitely listen to you. Let me buy you a concealer box, shall I? Once covered, others won't notice it anymore. Chu Yan found it odd for a man to use cosmetics, but currently, he had no other option. In an hour, he had to attend the press conference. Was he supposed to show up with his neck covered in strawberries? So why are you still standing there staring? Go. Gu Zhongjing grinned cheekily, knowing that this hurdle was finally cleared, meaning no sleeping on the sofa tonight. After buying the concealer, Gu Zhongjing carefully applied it onto Chu Yan to cover the traces he left behind. Yet, inwardly, he felt somewhat regretful. These marks were deliberately left to assert ownership. If it weren't for the fear of causing Chu Yan to lose control and ignore him entirely, keeping these marks would have been wonderful. Anyone looking would immediately know their relationship status, avoiding unwanted flirtations or misunderstandings like being asked if Chu Yan was his younger brother. When they reached the press conference venue, Qi Huiyang had already been busy for quite some time. The venue was now filled with journalists, company employees, invited collaborators, and numerous audience members, creating a lively atmosphere. A familiar face was also present, actress Wen Man, who served as the spokesperson for the entire Jiaoyou skincare line. She came to lend her support and make promotional announcements. A portion of the audience consisted of her fans. Another group was made up of Gu Zhongjing and Qi Huiyang's followers. No wonder either, the duo combined boasted a massive 20 million fans. After Gu Zhongjing promoted the Jiaoyou press conference on Weibo, fans naturally showed up to support. Qi Huiyang, for his part, had become a social media sensation purely through being a wealthy heir. His royal title, Prince of Yuanheng, quickly attracted large waves of attention upon verifying his Weibo account. Once people discovered his exceptional handsomeness, becoming his fan seemed inevitable. Of course, when adding up both their followings, they couldn't match Wen Man's immense following. As a top actress, she retained numerous loyal fans. Half a year ago, due to an unexpected incident where she suffered food poisoning at Lu Mountain Resort, her visibility increased significantly, drawing additional traffic to this event. Since her incident happened at Lu Mountain Resort, Gu Zhongjing and Chu Yan would often visit her when she was in the hospital. Somehow, director Li Zi got wind of this and decided to give Wen Man a tryout for a role in his new movie. Wen Man didn't disappoint, she nailed the audition and secured the lead female role, officially joining Li Zi's production team. Everyone knew that with just one film, director Li Zi could make someone a star. All those informed understood that Wen Man's career might be about to turn around, so many started changing their attitudes towards her and sought contact. Within half a year, Wen Man rose again. Even though the movie hadn't been released yet, through various variety shows and endorsements, she climbed back to the top rank. When Qi Huiyang needed an endorser, Gu Zhongjing thought of Wen Man first. This was mainly because of her outstanding looks and bearing. Now that she regularly ate vegetables grown using space water, after learning about Lu Mountain selling health supplements and skincare products, she arranged monthly visits by her assistant and husband to secure supplies. Her transformation seemed complete, her beauty sharper than ever. Choosing her as an endorser wasn't solely due to her suitability, it was also because of her good relationship with Chu Yan. The two had become very close, almost like best friends, and Wen Man had even privately shared some tips with Chu Yan. For instance, how wearing cooler clothing might help. Gu Zhongjing was incredibly grateful to her, right? How could they not remember this well-meaning elder sister for future opportunities? So when Qi Huiyang was troubled about whom to choose as an endorser, Gu Zhongjing unhesitatingly recommended Wen Man. Before the press conference began, Wen Man saw the two from afar and walked straight over. Chapter 56, Honey. Mr. Gu, Xiaoyan, you've come. From Wen Man's greeting, it was clear whom she was closer with. She looked very good today, radiant and beautifully charming. Even Gu Zhongjing could feel the envious eyes on him and Chu Yan. Chu Yan naturally stepped forward and called out, Sister Wenman, when did you arrive? Gu Zhongjing nodded to her as a greeting, leaving space for them, and went to talk to Zhu Shiwen nearby. Not far away, he could still hear Wenman's voice, we arrived last night and are staying at the hotel next door. After today's event is over, we can go shopping together. Chu Yan responded nervously, no thanks, Sister Wenman, I don't want to go shopping. Gu Zhongjing chuckled, the last time Chu Yan had promised Wenman to go shopping, he was initially excited and happy, but by the time they got home, he collapsed onto the sofa, too tired to move, saying women were the most terrifying creatures in the world. Zhu Shiwen also heard this and laughed, our Manny is indeed terrifying when shopping. One trip with her will wear you down completely. Curious, Gu Zhongjing asked, I heard from Yuan that during their shopping trips, Sister Wenman wore high heels and never seemed tired. Zhu Xiwen replied sympathetically, being tired means nothing when there are so many beautiful bags, clothes, shoes, and cosmetics waiting to be bought. It's worth dying for. That's what Manny herself said. Gu Zhongjing immediately felt grateful for his own relationship, thinking that Yuan didn't value these things too much, instead only caring about enjoying delicious food. Truly easy to take care of. Brother Zhu has worked hard. Gu Zhongjing couldn't help but offer a sympathetic look. Zhu Xiwen shuddered at the memories and didn't want to bring up the topic again. He then asked earnestly, Mr. Gu, do you have any more honey left? When will the new stock be available for sale? We've run out at our place. Manny has only been daring to scoop out a tiny spoonful each day. Watching her, my heart aches. The honey was launched by Lu Mingshan 2 months ago. The numerous flowers of spring provided plenty of pollen, which in turn attracted lots of bees. Gu Zhongjing personally led Chu Yan wearing fully sealed protective suits to harvest all the honey from the entire mountain. Close to 50 hives yielded over 200 jars of honey. Various flavors were packaged separately. Gu Zhongjing kept only 50-odd bottles, selling the rest at an astronomical price, 20,000 yuan per bottle. And even so, it wasn't enough to meet the demands of the wealthy. Ever since Lu Mingshan announced that the honey would be harvested, people already had their eyes on it. As soon as Gu Zhongjing informed everyone that the honey would be on sale, it was snatched up entirely within moments. The reason this honey was sought after was because of Gu Zhongjing's credibility. Anything produced on Lu Mingshan was considered top quality, and this consensus had established a brand effect. But Lu Mingshan had never let them down. Whether skincare products, health supplements, or vegetable and fruit delicacies, everything brought surprises. This honey was no exception. The bees collected nectar from various plants grown in the special water space system, thus the honey had effects that regular honey couldn't match. It is well known that honey has many benefits: skincare and beauty, improving sleep and reducing fatigue, antibacterial and anti-inflammatory properties, promoting tissue regeneration, aiding digestion, boosting immunity, protecting cardiovascular health, moistening the lungs, stopping coughs, promoting calcium absorption, and many other functions. Each spoonful of honey contains more than 180 types of nutrients, making its nutritional value extremely high. However, in recent years, much of the honey sold outside has been fake or adulterated with sugar, leading to minimal results. Even if genuine, few people can persistently consume honey due to its excessive sweetness. With little short-term visible effects, many people actually don't eat a spoonful of honey every day unless they prioritize health preservation or truly like honey. And wealthy people have one common issue: they cherish their lives deeply. So when they purchased the honey from Gu Zhongjing, they made sure to consume at least a spoonful daily, either drinking it dissolved in water or using it for sweets. The more extravagant ones used it for face masks. Additionally, the honey came in various flavors: pear blossom, osmanthus, cherry blossom, peach blossom, salvia blossom, rose. All of these were available. Some managed to grab the osmanthus flavor quickly while others settled for more ordinary fruit flower honey. In terms of taste, one simply had to open the bottle to smell the rich floral aroma, making it easy to distinguish the kind of honey. Just by the scent alone, nobody wouldn't like it. Just by scooping up a spoonful, you could see the clear, rich liquid, and it was an indulgence to eat it. But this only applied to the first spoonful. After that, the sweetness would become cloying. It was perfect for steeping in water, leaving a sweet aftertaste that lingered for a long time without fading. This had the added benefit of naturally freshening one's breath, so every conversation carried a delicate aroma. In the mornings, even upon waking, there was no hint of bad breath, a feature highly welcomed by wealthy individuals. Thus, people of all age groups didn't avoid consuming it due to excessive sweetness, and younger family members drank it diligently without being told. Over time, the effects became apparent. Take Wenmin as an example. Her current favorite wasn't the vegetables and fruits from Lu Mingshan, nor were they the health supplements, it was the skincare products and honey. She couldn't choose between the two, both equally cherished treasures. Using them consistently each day, Wenmin confidently declared that now hardly anyone in the entertainment industry had skin as good as hers. Emperor of Cinema, Liang Shan, counted as one exception, and the recently successful Sun Hanliang as another. However, Wenmin suspected she must have some connections to buy things from Lu Mingshan, otherwise, how could her once acne-ridden face clear up so quickly? Having mixed in the entertainment industry for years, Wenmin knew every piece of gossip. Sun Hanliang used to be frequently targeted for comparison through paparazzi photos with other actresses under outshining marketing campaigns, but now, she finally got the upper hand. Other actresses found it impossible to use her as a scapegoat. The word outshining no longer held any definite meaning when it came to who outshines whom. Nowadays, a great number of ordinary onlookers claimed Sun Hanliang looked better than those who previously said she outshone them. Her skin appeared tender enough for people to believe she was 18. Of course, speaking of outshining, if all the actresses in the industry appeared together, Wenmin could at least surpass 90% in terms of beauty and figure. With her significantly improved skin and condition, overcoming 98% posed no problem. Previously, she shared similar skin issues with Sun Hanliang. Sun Hanliang's acne and Wenmin's dark spots covered her face, which no amount of expensive skincare could fix. Had she not impulsively wanted to visit Lu Mingshan to bump into Director Li Zi at the start of the year, she wouldn't have met Xiaoyan and Mr. Gu. And her skin wouldn't be as white and tender as it is now. With better skin, she grew increasingly attached to the health supplements, skincare products, honey, and produce from Lu Mingshan, making daily usage a basic practice. Yet despite her consistent use, the production quantities simply couldn't keep up. Watching the honey almost run out left her distressed, grumbling incessantly at home every day. Not just Zhu Xiwen, but the entire team was driven dizzy by her complaints. When Gu Zhongjing and Chu Yan were invited to attend the release event of Jiaoliu, Zhu Xiwen couldn't take it anymore and approached Gu Zhongjing first before Wenmin could speak up. Hearing him mention the honey, Gu Zhongjing asked, "Didn't Sister Wenmin buy 2 bottles last time? Are they already finished?" Zhu Xiwen grimaced and replied, "At first, your Manny forced me to eat it together, but then seeing its effectiveness, she stopped me from having any more. She claimed that I flirted around too much, saying it'd be useless for me, and boldly monopolized both bottles. Boss Gu, do you think I'm not wrong? How can my wife possibly attract less attention than me? Every day I worry someone will plot something against her, and now she's getting more beautiful." He confided quietly, "If it weren't for making her happy, I wouldn't have approached you. All those good things from your place are like magical remedies, becoming more effective the more you consume. I now wish she could be back to how she used to be, something only I could see, wouldn't that be better?" Zhu Xiwen finally found his outlet, spilling a flood of grievances. Gu Zhongjing listened until his head spun, but one point resonated deeply with him, his wife growing increasingly beautiful. He also noticed Chu Yan becoming more attractive lately. While she delighted the eye, envious and jealous glances increased around him, and so did unsolicited advances. As far as Gu Zhongjing knew, whenever someone visited Lu Mingshan and was male-oriented, none failed to gaze adoringly at Chu Yan. Once spotting an opportunity when Gu Zhongjing wasn't nearby, they'd approach her, gauging her youth for proximity and seduction attempts. Though he himself felt the same way about his wife, he couldn't accept others coveting her. His wife being desired by others was fundamentally different from his own being admired. Deep down, men's possessiveness made it hard to stomach their wives being lusted after by others. As for himself, there was a saying, lenient towards oneself but strict with others. His straight guy mindset had caused him to secretly feel jealous countless times about this issue, but due to his pride, he couldn't bring himself to talk about it with Chu Yan, or even his single dog friend Qi Weiyang. When Zhu Xiwen brought it up, it was as if he'd suddenly found an ally. "Exactly. You don't know how many people approach Yuan every day. If I don't keep an eye on her, they'll try all sorts of tricks, like taking my Yuan to look at the stars and moon. There's no way to stop them, it's driving me crazy." Zhu Xiwen immediately exclaimed, "Oh, so you're suffering from the same problem too?" In sync like never before, the two began pouring out their complaints. By the end of their tirade, both felt a deep sense of camaraderie, and Gu Zhongjing slapped Zhu Xiwen's shoulder. "Brother Zhu, don't worry, I'll send over 2 bottles of honey when we get back. Let me tell you something in secret, though, don't let Sister Wenmin know. The honey is diluted with sugar water, it's not that effective. This is exactly what I gave to Yuan. Zhu Xiwen, you're a real piece of work, huh?" The two were so engrossed in their conversation that they didn't notice the other two standing behind them for quite some time already. Chapter 57, Press Conference. Gu Zhongjing and Zhu Xiwen were chatting enthusiastically, and as they spoke, they jokingly exchanged punches, huddled together with a sinister laugh. Chu Yan finally couldn't bear it any longer and interjected, "What are you two talking about? So happy. Tell me something to cheer me up too." The sudden voice startled Gu Zhongjing and Zhu Xiwen, who jumped in surprise. Turning back, they saw Chu Yan and Wenman looking at them with knowing smirks. Both men felt their scalps tingling, discussing their wives behind their backs only to get caught red-handed. It was awkward. "Ha ha ha, Yuan, when did you two come over?" Gu Zhongjing asked with a fawning smile. Chu Yan arched an eyebrow, "Not long ago, right when Brother Xiwen said Sister Man was too beautiful." Zhu Xiwen shuddered and turned to Wenman with a placating smile, Man is beautiful anyway, right Man?" Wenman smiled mischievously at her husband. In public with so many people, she couldn't reprimand him face to face but swayed elegantly towards the backstage area, saying, "Follow." Zhu Xiwen sighed bitterly to Gu Zhongjing, "Brother, remember what you promised me." Gu Zhongjing deeply sympathized with this brother about to suffer from domestic violence. Even at this critical moment, he was still thinking about his wife's honey, showing how much he truly loved her. He nodded and gave an okay sign. Zhu Xiwen returned a grateful look and followed his wife to the backstage makeup room. Gu Zhongjing watched their retreating backs happily, gloating to Chu Yan, "Brother Zhu's going to have bad luck, Sister Man will probably pinch him again, hee." He didn't stop laughing until he noticed Chu Yan's sardonic grin which scared him. "What's not funny now, Mr. Big Shot? You gave me diluted honey. I knew the taste was off. Are you itchy again?" Gu Zhongjing chuckled awkwardly, "Darling, we can talk about it later, when we get home, there are so many people watching us here." Chu Yan glanced around at the onlookers secretly sizing them up, furrowing his brows slightly as he lowered his voice, "All right, wait until we get home." Gu Zhongjing let out a sigh of relief and mentally cheered with a, "Yay." Naturally, he reached for Chu Yan's hand to find the last-minute preparations with Qi Huiyang. After being held by Gu Zhongjing for a short while, Chu Yan came to his senses. He realized he was angry now. Why should Gu Zhongjing be holding his hand? He quickly disengaged himself. Confused, Gu Zhongjing looked over and received a big eye roll. His heart sank, a sign of trouble ahead. If Chu Yan wouldn't even hold his hand, tonight was definitely going to be rough. Thinking fast, Gu Zhongjing said, "Darling, we're outside. If we don't hold hands, rumors about our breakup will spread again." Chu Yan recalled the previous time when Gu Zhongjing had pouted because he didn't share a bowl of cold noodles, refusing to let him hold or hug him, resulting in photos of him pushing Gu Zhongjing away surfacing on social media forums, almost making it onto the trending list. They were, after all, semi-public figures with millions of fans, where every little squabble was scrutinized. Chu Yan dreaded hearing tourists ask things like, "Young master, are you fighting with Kai Kai again? If so, why not just break up with him? I'll take care of you instead." Though said in jest, Chu Yan resented any words hinting at breaking up with Gu Zhongjing. Despite their arguments, no one would ever split them apart. Realizing this, Chu Yan somewhat reluctantly allowed Gu Zhongjing to hold his hand. Gu Zhongjing beamed inwardly. Although Yuan had a big temper, it came and went fast. By tonight, she'd forget all about today's events, avoiding trouble once more. Having such skillful ways to soothe his wife was both a blessing and a curse. Gu Zhongjing thought proudly. Seeing his smug expression, Chu Yan grew indignant and vowed to teach him a lesson tonight. Gu Zhongjing had become too conceited recently. Despite carrying sweet yet troubling thoughts, the couple approached Qi Huiyang, who was confirming final details with the department manager. Spotting them, Qi Huiyang dismissed the manager with instructions, "Go ahead with your tasks. Also, check if the dealers and guests have arrived. Let me know when everyone is here." The manager agreed, nodding amicably at Gu Zhongjing and Chu Yan before briskly departing. "Old Gu, little Yan, you've come pretty early." As time passed, their relationship gradually deepened, and their mutual nicknames became more affectionate. Gu Zhongjing, teased by Qi Huiyang, laughed, "If we didn't come early, wouldn't we end up drafted for labor?" Qi Huiyang countered, "You're living so leisurely as a boss. Not like me, who got up at 5 in the morning and has been busy since, not even getting a sip of water. Aren't you feeling guilty?" Gu Zhongjing casually grabbed a bottle of mineral water from the nearby decorative counter and tossed it to Qi Huiyang. "Here, don't say I don't care about you." Qi Huiyang gave him an exasperated look, took a few sips of water, and said, "I won't argue with you. Time's almost up. You two go take your seats, I'm going on stage soon." Gu Zhongjing saw more and more people arriving and said, "All right, go ahead. Call me if you need anything." Qi Huiyang nodded and turned to get ready. Gu Zhongjing hadn't mentioned offering help at all, not because he was lazy, but rather because regarding Qi family business, it was better for him not to meddle where he could avoid it. Although they were in a partnership, proper boundaries still needed to be maintained. He had come so late precisely for this reason. If their relationship were just that of simple shareholders, it would be fine. However, once management issues came into play, no matter how big or small, they had to tread carefully. Gu Zhongjing didn't gamble on other people's loyalty. Their earlier spring water deal had happened because the Qi family knew they couldn't touch them easily. Gu Zhongjing had good control over this balance. Even if the Qi family decided to turn against him one day, he wouldn't fear, it wouldn't be difficult for him to switch to another partner. He had the ability to either lift or bring down the Qi family. Currently, the Qi family remained cooperative, and Gu Zhongjing was happy to keep Qi Huiyang as a friend, willing to put effort into helping him. But that didn't mean he would recklessly interfere with Qi Huiyang's company, only fools did that. Finding their seats, the two sat down quietly talking with Chu Yan. Jing, I just saw Xiaodong. Xiaodong. What's he doing here? He seems to be working part-time, I'm not sure what he's busy with backstage. How come wherever there's Qi Huiyang, there always seems to be Xiaodong? That's why when I told you that Qi Huiyang, the sly wolf, has something going on with Xiaodong and you didn't believe me, let's ask Xiaodong when we go back. Ask what he's thinking and if possible, give him some advice. Chu Yan understood what Gu Zhongjing meant. He probably also noticed Xiaodong's feelings toward Qi Huiyang. Though Xiaodong is still young and not yet mature, his admiration now may not last forever. It'd be best to give him advice before he becomes too entangled. If dissuasion fails, it's necessary to make Xiaodong aware of the potential hardships he might face. Coming from an orphanage and considering Qi Huiyang's top-tier background, their future together would hardly promise happiness. The gap between their positions would likely lead to imbalance, and real life isn't fairy tales where rags to riches love stories happen effortlessly. Neither Gu Zhongjing nor Chu Yan liked being villains, but Xiaodong was like a younger brother who'd grown up alongside the originals. To watch him collide headfirst without intervention would leave both of them feeling uneasy. Xiaodong's situation wasn't like the dean's. The dean was chased by old Master Qi. Both were adults with their own thoughts, no juniors dared or could intervene. But Xiaodong chasing Qi Huiyang despite having many seniors overseeing the relationship left the outcome unclear even if the Qi family respected Gu Zhongjing and showed Xiaodong some courtesy. Chu Yan sighed softly with difficulty and whispered to Gu Zhongjing's ear, "Hey, I feel like our orphanage and the Qi family are getting more deeply intertwined. I'm not sure if it's good or bad." Gu Zhongjing whispered back, "It doesn't matter, let things develop naturally." Chu Yan could only nod, what else could be done except go with the flow. As they spoke, the time came. The staff responsible for guiding the guests, dealers, reporters, and fans all arranged seating. Once nearly 200 people were seated, the host took the stage. After declaring the start of the press conference, the host warmed up the audience. The chaotic atmosphere gradually quieted down, leaving only the sound of continuous camera flashes and the host's voice. "Welcome to the Jiaoyou Cosmetics Company press conference, I am host Li Yi." Scattered applause erupted below, which didn't bother the host as he continued smiling. "They always say that women love beauty the most. So how can we beautiful ladies ever do without skincare, the protector of beauty? Skincare products come in various kinds and brands, and Jiaoyou is one of them. Perhaps you're not fully familiar with the products and effects Jiaoyou has to offer. So next, please welcome our handsome and debonair Mr. Qi to answer these questions." Let's welcome Mr. Qi. This time the applause was slightly more enthusiastic, especially from Qi Huiyang's fans. Qi Huiyang adjusted his suit, walked on stage with poise and confidence, and began talking to the audience. He first discussed the benefits of the product, then had the staff play an early promotional video prepared by the company. The girls on the screen are all volunteer employees of Jiaoyou Cosmetics Company. This shows their skin conditions 2 months ago. To better demonstrate the effects, no beautification filters were used. Let me be objective here, how many modern people can say they don't have any skin problems? Look at this girl, she has very obvious acne scars and pimples. And this photo is her after using Jiaoyou aloe vera gel for 2 months. The stark contrast of dozens of photos was quite shocking. They were all unaltered original pictures comparing the states before and after 2 months, leaving the audience shuddering. To further enhance the persuasiveness, Qi Huiyang also had a basin of water brought up on stage. One man gracefully stepped forward with steady eyes looking directly into the front camera and started removing her makeup. This move shocked everyone present. Who didn't know that female stars, whether on or off stage, would never take off their makeup-covered faces? Their dazzling looks were their bread and butter, and except for those few confident in their natural beauty, how many dared to show their bare faces? Female stars like one man who did live makeup removal performances were rare but still existed. However, none had used Jiaoyou's makeup remover on-site and cleaned their faces thoroughly with Jiaoyou's aloe vera cleansing milk. She must be working really hard. Was it really necessary to go so far just for money? Chapter 58, Plain Face. He even heard someone say, "It's over. My goddess is gone." Everyone generally assumed that actresses didn't look good without makeup, and some might not even measure up to ordinary people. This was the belief held by most commoners. Many of them thought if they wore makeup, they would definitely be more beautiful than those female stars. Aren't all of them just relying on plastic surgery and makeup? Therefore, there were many voices of doubt on site at this moment, including fans of Wenmin at the back who were already full of doubt and panic. They truly followed their idols, naturally having Wenmin in mind. If, after removing her makeup, Wenmin could only be considered as not ugly, failing to meet others' expectations, she would indeed suffer greatly from online trolling. Regardless of what everyone present thought, Wenmin quickly finished taking off her makeup. The whole process was projected onto a big screen, so everyone watched it clearly. The doubts gradually disappeared until everything became completely silent. Wenmin had always been an actress known for her dignified and elegant demeanor. Therefore, her usual dressing reflected this direction, sometimes delicate and feminine, sometimes mature and graceful. However, her great figure added a touch of allure and beauty to her dignity. She was a very charming and beautiful actress. At this moment, everyone surprisingly found that Wenmin looked at least 5 years younger after removing her makeup. Her face, displayed on the ultra-clear big screen without any filters or beautification, was like a peeled eggshell, white, tender, tight, with not a single pore visible, no blackheads, no spots, no wrinkles or laugh lines, not even eye corners wrinkles. Wenmin was actually 35 this year. Yet, none of these skin issues existed for her. More importantly, her skin looked extremely natural, without any sign of having received injections. Just now, when Wenmin was washing her face and vigorously rubbing her cheeks, it made everyone watching grimace. Would she dare do that if she had really undergone injections or cosmetic surgeries? After removing her makeup, she looked just as white as when she was wearing it. Without the imposing eye makeup, her eyes turned out to be almond-shaped. With one glance, an overwhelming sense of purity came forth. Normally, celebrities' lips turn dark due to long-term lipstick use. But hers appeared pinkish and youthful, like a young girl's. Zhu Xiwen, watching his wife from below the stage, regretted bitterly that he should have stopped Wenmin from agreeing to remove her makeup. Look at all those men and women around him, staring at his wife like wolves. He fumed with anger. But then he felt the pain in his waist from before and gritted his teeth, remembering how fierce his wife was. He would definitely ask for some compensation later tonight. On the stage, Qi Huiyang was very satisfied with the effect caused by Wenmin's plain face. Wenmin was also pleased, she knew she was going to trend again. No need to mention anything else, the title of Plain Face Goddess was now hers. Qi Huiyang shamelessly attributed Wenmin's excellent skin nurtured by Lu Mingshan's products to Jiaoyou. He proudly introduced, There's no need to be surprised about teacher Wenman's good skin since this is all the result of using our Jiaoyou skincare products for 2 months. As long as you are willing, you can all have skin like teacher Wenman's. Someone in the audience began to question this statement. They said that Wenman was the queen of actresses, wealthy and leisurely, free to choose any method of skincare she wished. Who knew if she was really using Jiaoyou? Some fans of Wenman even criticized Qi Huiyang for boasting excessively. However, Qi Huiyang remained calm and continued, Teacher Wenman has also agreed to let us release her skin condition 2 months ago. Please take a look. Then the audience was shocked again. That face, while retaining the same facial features, how come it was full of spots? Looking at the photos, then looking at the person herself. And again, comparing between the photos and the real person. Everyone kept repeating this action, trying their best to distinguish if it was indeed the same person. Alas, they were bound to be disappointed. That was exactly Wenman's picture taken 4 months ago, shortly after she started using Lu Mingshan's product. Although the spots on her face had lightened considerably, there were still many. When Gu Zhongjing approached her asking if she wanted to be the spokesperson for Jiaoyou Cosmetics, Wenman immediately agreed. Not anyone could board Yuanhang Group's ship, so when Qi Huiyang mentioned the plan to disclose these photos, Wenman hesitated for a long time but finally agreed. This response at the scene was the best reward for her daring decision. She realized the coming days would all be trending topics about her. Popularity represented resources, and resources represented status and money. Inside, Wenman was elated. Gu Zhongjing commented to Chu Yan below the stage, Sister Wenman is really daring. From now on, these 2 contrasting photos will accompany her life forever and can never be erased. Chu Yan dismissed it, Sister Wenman doesn't care. Anyway, she has already said that after shooting a few more plays, she will retire. At that point, all people will remember are her great works, who would still stare at her face all day. Gu Zhongjing shook his head, Qihiang, this guy is really cunning. I thought he just wanted Sister Wenman to make a simple appearance, but he staged such an event. With this publicity, Jiaoyou is almost secure. As they spoke, both relaxed and watched the explanation on stage. Qihiang was explaining things effortlessly, one model after another came out to demonstrate various cosmetic usage methods while Qi Huiyang personally introduced the efficacy beside them. Then, senior executives from various companies gave speeches, followed by responding to questions from journalists. After the event, there was no time to even greet Gu Zhongjing as Qihiang arranged for everyone present to be gifted Jiaoyou skincare products, which were not restricted by gender, each person received a whole set. If you didn't use them yourself, you could give them to your relatives and friends. You must know what one whole set contained, an aloe hydrating set, a rose whitening set, inside were toner, lotion, cream, essence, everything included. Other miscellaneous gifts like aloe gel, aloe masks, rose body lotion, rose essential oil, lipsticks etc., required 3 large bags to hold. Combined, these items were worth over 3,000 yuan in market value. There were nearly 200 people at the scene, and Qihiang sent out gifts amounting to over 600,000 yuan worth. Of course, the cost wasn't that high, but he definitely spent over 10,000 on it, promoting with great effort. After seeing off the journalists and fans, Qihiang hurriedly headed to the grand meeting room at the backstage along with the general managers and guests of various companies as well as distributors. This was the main event of this press conference. After negotiations on various cooperative matters, everyone left happily with contracts and gifts, and only then did Qihiang consider the press conference finished. Gu Zhongjing and Chu Yan did not have to attend the subsequent procedures. After saying their goodbyes to Qihiang, who had squeezed time out to find them, the 3 made an appointment with Wenman and Zhu Shiwen to eat hot pot together before returning home respectively. As Gu Zhongjing had earlier predicted, shortly after the journalists and fans exited, the video of the press conference was uploaded onto all major media platforms and climbed up the trending list within 2 short hours. Wenman's 2 contrasting photos were studied repeatedly by everyone, making Jiaoyou skyrocket to fame. Is it real or fake? Can Jiaoyou's products be this powerful? They managed to fix even Wenman's spotted skin. Does that mean my face can also be fixed? Such astonishing effects, wouldn't something be excessively used? The poster above clearly didn't watch the conference attentively. All components of the cosmetics were disclosed and everything was perfectly clear. The results exceeded expectations. No more talking, I've already prepared the money. See you all at the store. Smile.jpg. There's already a flagship store on Taobao, and I've purchased 2 sets, 1 aloe hydrating set, 1 rose whitening set. The customer service promised me a free aloe gel. Ha ha ha. Let me interject, I think I saw Kai and Xiao Yi in the audience, they're so handsome. Such a perfect couple. I think Sister Wenman's skin has always been this good. Those spots should probably have been edited on, it's a waste to ruin naturally flawless skin. Isn't it a loss for you, Wenman? Wait, let me check with some Tashop experts. Why is Jiaoyou selling so cheap if it's this amazing? A whole set is just 1,000 yuan, this is too affordable, feels like a scam. You guys are so critical, when it's expensive you complain you can't afford it, when it's affordable, you accuse it of being fake, just don't buy then and leave it to those who actually need it. What about the friend who went to ask the Photoshop expert? Have you gotten any answers yet? Here we go. I asked expert Jing Xianyang, and the expert said there's no editing, pure natural. Wow, if expert Jing Xianyang says it's the original photo, it must be true. My respect for Wenman grows, she actually dared to release such a candid photo. For her sincerity, I think I'm willing to try buying one set. Folks wait for my evaluation. Many were eager to do evaluations, and makeup gurus all agreed to participate in testing. Jiaoyou's sales volume that evening shocked Qihiang, who had just concluded a meeting. He excitedly called Gu Zhongjing, old Gu. Our first day sales have broken 3 million. It's 1 million more than my previous prediction. Gu Zhongjing was also startled. After all, it hadn't been half a day since the conference ended, and already they had accumulated so much. Isn't it just the first day? Feedback results came this quickly. Qihiang explained, all the results we have now are from various online sales platforms. These numbers came out rather quickly. The physical stores haven't even restocked yet, but I believe it will not be less than this. This is just the beginning. Once they see the effects, they'll go even crazier. Every time I launch a product, there's always a mad rush. You should increase production right now. Don't end up with insufficient supply later and embarrass yourself. Gu Zhongjing suggested. The excitement in Qihiang's tone diminished a bit. Yes. I'll go arrange that right away. As he was about to hang up, Gu Zhongjing said, wait, Qi, is Dong with you? Qihiang paused in confusion. No, didn't he return with you guys? Gu Zhongjing's heart sank as he replied, that kid still hasn't come back. Yuan and I were at the orphanage, and we didn't see him either. He doesn't answer our calls too, and we all thought he was still with you. Never mind, I'll go look for him. Qihiang became anxious. His feelings for Xiaodong were complicated, and upon hearing that he had not returned yet, his worry overshadowed his earlier excitement and eagerness. Anxiety followed closely behind. I'll also look for him. Let me know if you find anything on your side. Gu Zhongjing agreed before hanging up the phone, then set off with Chu Yan to search for Xiaodong. Chapter 59, Xiaodong is injured. Nowadays, the Lubingshan Mountain, no, it should be Sanliushan Mountain, was no longer like it used to be, dark and tranquil at night, quiet as if no one lived there. The trees planted on the mountain were slowly being adorned with tiny white string lights by Gu Zhongjing and Chu Yan. Once the switch was turned on in the evening, the entire mountain became an ocean of white light. Each tree wrapped with the white string lights had an added charm that wasn't present during the day. Various villas were also decorated with these line-like string lights. From a distance at night, they looked incredibly beautiful. Amidst such beauty, there was never a shortage of people on the mountain even at night. Sometimes, couples engaging in their little romantic escapades could still be encountered late into the night, making the atmosphere perpetually warm and full of human touch. After returning from the press conference, Gu Zhongjing and Chu Yan had been at the orphanage without going back to the mountain. Upon knowing that Xiaodong hadn't returned, the two of them drove along the route taken to the press conference earlier to look for him. They also went back to Xiaodong's school and made phone calls to his friends but couldn't find him anywhere. Gu Zhongjing and Chu Yan knew that Xiaodong was a sensible child and wouldn't go missing without reason. As time passed and they couldn't find him, they started to worry. Chu Yan even contemplated the worst possible scenario, perhaps those who covet their secret formula were still determined, thus targeting Xiaodong. Gu Zhongjing must have thought the same thing too, as his expression grew increasingly solemn. After coming out to look for Xiaodong, in order not to make the dean worried, they told him that Xiaodong had been brought back to Lubingshan Mountain. If they couldn't find Xiaodong, how would they explain it to the dean? Jing, do you think Xiaodong? On the return trip, Chu Yan couldn't help but ask, it's impossible, they wouldn't target Xiaodong even if they wanted to act, the best target should be, he left the sentence unfinished, but Chu Yan knew who he referred to, the dean. That's right, if they were to take action, the best target should be the dean. Why would they target Xiaodong? Could it be that Xiaodong really ran away on his own? While they were deeply concerned, Qi Weiyang was tirelessly looking for Xiaodong too. Over the past 6 months, Qi Weiyang and Xiaodong had grown closer. Xiaodong's reliance on him sometimes surpassed that of Gu Zhongjing and Chu Yan. Qi Weiyang enjoyed this sense of being needed and cared for Xiaodong as if he were his younger brother. Qi Weiyang didn't realize when he started to develop different feelings for Xiaodong. By the time he did, it was already too late, he had fallen for Xiaodong. To fall in love was too heavy a term, Xiaodong was only 16 years old, what did he know? He knew nothing. Qi Weiyang felt like an animal, so he deliberately kept his distance from Xiaodong. He stopped calling him every day to remind him to eat or sleep, stopped taking him to amusement parks, ocean worlds, or watching movies, and refrained from doing anything that he once believed was good for his younger brother, fearing that he might lead Xiaodong astray. As an adult, he couldn't allow his inferior thoughts to trap a good young man. Therefore, he chose to let go freely. Ever since the press conference this time, he had been in a cold war with Xiaodong for half a month. He didn't expect Xiaodong to show up at the press conference today for a part-time job. The moment Qi Weiyang saw Xiaodong, his heart trembled. Yet, he still forced himself to simply greet Xiaodong briefly before rushing off to work, too afraid to approach and test his self-control. Thus, when Gu Zhongjing called to say that Xiaodong hadn't gone home yet, Qi Weiyang's heart almost stopped. He immediately jumped up and ran around, searching all the places Xiao Dong might go to. However, there was nothing at all. Qi Weiyang's search made him more terrified. He didn't know what he would do if something happened to Xiao Dong. He had never realized how important Xiao Dong was to him until now. Just hearing that Xiao Dong hadn't come home caused such anxiety. He drove crazily across the city like an idiot, fearful of any mishap involving Xiao Dong. This city was too big. Qi Weiyang could only drive aimlessly on the streets, trying to recall where Xiao Dong might go. In comparison to his frantic state, although Gu Zhongjing and Chu Yan were worried too, they weren't as panicked. Their search lacked method. After finding no one after revisiting the press conference venue and school, they decided to drive back. According to their understanding of Xiao Dong, he was not a reckless and misbehaving child. There must be a reason why he hasn't gone home yet. At this point, the best solution would be to report the matter to the police, but since less than 24 hours had passed since Xiao Dong disappeared, reporting wouldn't be helpful. Therefore, Gu Zhongjing and Chu Yan planned to check one last place, Sanliushan Mountain. If they couldn't find him there, they'd have no choice but to report it. All the older and younger children at the orphanage liked Sanliushan Mountain. They often came here just to hang out. The security guards in the booth at the foot of the mountain knew their relationship with Gu Zhongjing and Chu Yan, so they never stopped them from going up the mountain. It was possible that Xiao Dong was on Sanliushan Mountain. Since they hadn't gone back yet, they assumed Xiao Dong hadn't returned home. After a calm analysis, the two drove back to Lubingshan Mountain, stopping by the security booth at the bottom to ask Lu Qingjiang, the guard there. "Did you see Xiao Dong come up the mountain today?" Lu Qingjiang was always glad to see the boss. Such a conscientious employer was hard to come by these days. He was generous not only in character but also with wages, never being stingy with the employees, so Lu Qingjiang always held him in high regard. Upon hearing Gu Zhongjing's question, he paused for a moment, asking, "Boss, who is Xiao Dong?" That's right, the employees knew the children from the orphanage but didn't know their names. Gu Zhongjing slapped his forehead, silently reproaching himself for forgetting this fact. "Xiao Dong is the oldest child at the orphanage except me and Yuan. Have you seen him come up the mountain?" With that clarification, Lu Qingjiang and his colleague understood. "Oh, him? Yes, we've seen him. He came here in the evening and hasn't come down since." Gu Zhongjing and Chu Yan exchanged a glance, feeling a weight lifted off their chests as they exhaled a sigh of relief. At least it wasn't done by the rival group. Gu Zhongjing told Lu Qingjiang, "All right, I know now. Prepare yourselves, and follow me into the mountain to find him." Gu Zhongjing started the car heading towards the top of the mountain. The view of a sea of white-lit trees was breathtaking, but neither of them had any heart for sightseeing. They drove straight up the mountain. Once home, Gu Zhongjing first called Qi Weiyang to inform him that Xiao Dong was on Lubingshan Mountain, asking him not to worry. After putting on his jacket and grabbing a flashlight, he stepped outside. Although there were string lights on the mountain, some places like flower fields weren't covered, still requiring a flashlight. The security guards at the base had already entered the mountain from the bottom, joining Gu Zhongjing and Chu Yan to search across the entire mountain. Sanliushan Mountain was quite vast. Just walking from Lubianshan to Lahushan would take at least a day, making it somewhat challenging to find someone across these three large mountains. Nevertheless, humans are adaptable. Gu Zhongjing took part of the group up the mountain while leaving two people at the guardhouse to review the surveillance footage. Too many people appeared in the surveillance recordings, and the security guards were uncertain at what time Xiao Dong went up the mountain in the evening. So, they could only flip through frame by frame. Meanwhile, Gu Zhongjing's team split into two groups, one headed toward Lubianshan and the other toward Lahushan, shouting out as they searched. About an hour later, Qi Weiyang arrived, joining their search party. Finally, the guard room found the time Xiao Dong entered the mountain and pieced together his route from the camera footage. Judging from the route, he headed towards Lubianshan, exactly the direction Gu Zhongjing's group was searching. They quickened their pace, heading swiftly down the left side under Lubingshan Mountain. As they walked, a shout came over the walkie-talkie from the guard checking the surveillance and giving commands. "Ah!" Gu Zhongjing tightened. "What happened?" "Boss. It's the slope ahead of you. That child fell from there. He's lying there now, motionless." Everyone was shocked. Qi Weiyang's legs almost gave way after hearing that sentence. His heartbeat had never been this fast before. Gu Zhongjing and Chu Yan were also startled. They all quickly leapt down the steep slope, where they indeed saw Xiao Dong lying there motionlessly. As the group approached, no one dared to touch Xiao Dong. Qi Weiyang looked deathly pale, pulling out his phone to call 120. Gu Zhongjing did not stop him and checked Xiao Dong's condition. Then he said to Chu Yan, Yuan, help me carry him onto my back. Let's get him up to the mountain." Chu Yan hesitated. "We don't know which part of him got hurt. Let's not move him until the doctor comes." "Gu Zhongjing, I've checked. His leg bone is fractured, but there's no obvious damage elsewhere. We can't let him stay here, it's too damp." Qi Weiyang finished his phone call and walked over saying, "Old Gu, you go down the mountain to wait for the ambulance. I'll carry him." Gu Zhongjing shook his head and replied, "Let Yuan do it. We'll take turns carrying him, it's still a long way to the foot of the mountain." He then shouted to the guard room, "Xiao Chen, drive a sightseeing vehicle down to the foot of Lubianshan." He deeply regretted not building a road from Lubianshan to connect directly to the bottom, instead linking it sideways from Lubianshan. Now, they had to descend through pebble stones to reach the bottom. It took the group half an hour to carefully carry Xiao Dong down the mountain, and by then, the ambulance from the nearest hospital had arrived, quickly taking Xiao Dong away. Chu Yan followed the ambulance, while Gu Zhongjing and Qi Weiyang drove their car behind it. On the road, Gu Zhongjing made a call to give some instructions to the security booth. The anger in his heart simmered like a suppressed volcano, burning his throat hoarse, yet he forcibly restrained himself from losing his temper. He could not believe that, under the comprehensive surveillance of Sanliushan Mountain and with so many people in the security department, no one noticed Xiao Dong's injury. Xiao Dong had gone up the mountain in the evening. Setting aside the reasons for why Xiao Dong would go alone to such a remote place and injure himself this way, how was it possible that no one noticed for such a long time? Were the cameras just for show? What were the guards supposed to be doing? More than 10 security personnel, and not a single one discovered anything. Gu Zhongjing had always thought he had everything well arranged on Sanliushan Mountain, but at this moment, he realized just how many vulnerabilities there were. Chapter 60, Security. Not to mention those appointments that let scalpers and wealthy people cut in line as they please, or the half-baked security guards on the mountain, Gu Zhongjing always felt these issues could be gradually adjusted once the mountain area developed further. Mount Sanlu isn't that large, even if there were loopholes in its management, he didn't think it was much of a problem. After all, one cannot eat a whole meal in a single bite, it can take time. Moreover, with the tangled interests involved, it wasn't easy to straighten things out quickly. So, Gu Zhongjing had pretended not to see these problems. However, for other issues, there could be excuses such as waiting for more influence before acting, but what about security? Why hadn't he directly hired experienced retired soldiers to act as security personnel earlier? For the first time, Gu Zhongjing felt that he had truly become complacent and indulgent. What happened to his former vigilance and strategic planning? Had he forgotten all of it? He was furious, so furious that it made him restless. However, he knew that this was all his fault, so he did not vent his anger on the employees. After all, he had left the mountain operations entirely to Manager Zhang without concerning himself with them, being a hands-off boss. Problems occurring were thus unavoidable. Additionally, he had never thought that Mount Sanlu would encounter serious issues. He had been confident in his own and Chu Yan's martial prowess, believing the role of the security staff was merely to open the gates at the foot of the mountain and maintain order, tasks that any ordinary strong man could handle. He had never imagined that something could go wrong on Mount Sanlu, which seemed so peaceful. There weren't many dangerous spots on the mountain, nor were there hazardous animals. Moreover, cameras were installed everywhere on the mountain, how could anything go wrong? But what he failed to foresee was that these employees would pay lip service while acting insincerely. A major incident involving a person falling and remaining unnoticed for quite some time could occur right under their noses. Wasn't the place where Xiao Dong fell relatively accessible? The surveillance could clearly capture someone falling down the slope, yet no one noticed. It took replaying the footage to realize what had happened. Such management oversights put Gu Zhongjing at serious fault. These security guards absolutely needed to be replaced. This time it was Xiao Dong who got injured, but who would be next? Gu Zhongjing did not want to risk another occurrence. Suffering one loss was enough. On the way to the hospital, Gu Zhongjing continuously reflected, and Qi Huiyang was also somewhat upset, albeit for reasons similar to Gu Zhongjing's thoughts. Xiao Dong fell on the mountain, yet none of Gu Zhongjing's employees noticed. But Qi Huiyang had no position to criticize Gu Zhongjing, neither professionally nor personally. Xiao Dong was Gu Zhongjing's younger brother raised together from childhood, more than family. As for Qi Huiyang, he was just an outsider. Thus, no matter how uncomfortable he felt, he said nothing. Both harboring their own thoughts, they followed the ambulance to the hospital. After a flurry of activity handling formalities, Gu Zhongjing and Qi Huiyang finally saw Xiao Dong awake after being treated by the doctors. Seeing Xiao Dong lying weakly on the bed as doctors applied plaster casts, Gu Zhongjing was unsure whether he should be angry or amused. He pulled over a chair and sat beside Xiao Dong's bed, asking him, "Xiao Dong, why didn't you call me or your elder brother Yan when you went up the mountain?" He wasn't trying to blame anyone but wanted to understand why Xiao Dong ended up in such a place and injured himself. With a pale complexion and cold hands, Xiao Dong's gaze did not waver as he replied, "The day before yesterday, I heard the director mention wanting pomegranates. I wanted to pick some after work today, but it turned out that those near the halfway point had already been picked clean. So, I decided to continue downhill, but then tripped and fell down the slope. So this blood case was caused simply by a desire for pomegranates?" But Gu Zhongjing still couldn't understand, it wasn't that steep a slope, so how did your leg get fractured too? And what about your phone? Why didn't you call us after falling? Xiao Dong also found it hard to explain and looked utterly exhausted. "Where I fell, there was a stone. My leg hit it hard, and my phone got broken too. I shouted for help, but no one paid attention. Then I tried crawling back uphill, but the pain became unbearable, and I lost consciousness." Gu Zhongjing didn't have the heart to lecture him anymore, it was too pitiful. Initially, during the construction of Sanlu Mountain, thorny bushes and most stones had been cleared away, who would have thought his leg would end up hitting precisely a rock? And his phone broke in the fall too. Qi Huiyang stood nearby, feeling extremely distraught. Xiao Dong had gone up the mountain in the evening, and it had been 4 or 5 hours with no one noticing him. Who knows how much pain he must have endured. Qi Huiyang didn't care about maintaining distance anymore, squatting beside Xiao Dong's bed to warmly inquire, "How are you feeling now? Does it still hurt?" Xiao Dong was somewhat taken aback. Facing Gu Zhongjing and Chu Yan earlier, he didn't feel much, but Qi Huiyang's kind words made him feel awkward. He felt too foolish for injuring himself just because of some pomegranates and causing everyone to worry and search for him unnecessarily. "I'm sorry, I shouldn't have run around everywhere and caused you to worry." What could Gu Zhongjing say? The boy had apologized for getting injured just while picking pomegranates. Who would have the heart to criticize him now? Chu Yan also felt sympathy for the kid. "Why are you apologizing when it's not your fault? If anyone should be blamed, it's us, since you've been lying hurt for so long without any security noticing. It's Chu Yan and I who should apologize to you." Gu Zhongjing also nodded. "Xiao Dong, allow me, your brother Jing, to sincerely apologize. It's because I didn't handle the mountain security well that led to your injury." Xiao Dong quickly shook his head. "Brother Jing, brother Yan, don't say that. No one knew I'd fall. It was all my fault. There were already pomegranates at the supermarket on the mountain, but I still went to pick some myself. It's not anyone else's fault." All of them were trying to shoulder the blame, and Gu Zhongjing felt worse inside. In the end, it boiled down to the issue of security. So many surveillance cameras there were, and yet no one discovered Xiao Dong's fall in 4 or 5 hours, leaving him to endure pain alone on the slope until he fainted. The more fury surged in Gu Zhongjing's chest, the guiltier he felt towards Xiao Dong. Qi Huiyang truly couldn't help but feel deeply sympathetic at this moment. Seeing Xiao Dong obviously suffering yet comforting them made Qi Huiyang's heart burn like being roasted by fire. "Old Gu, go back and deal with those security problems first." This time it was Xiao Dong, but if another tourist fell next time, it would cause even more trouble. "Xiao Dong is in good hands with me, you can leave with peace of mind." His words carried a slight tone of resentment, but Gu Zhongjing could not argue back, only saying, "Cheesy, today, I really owe you a favor. You've been busy searching for Xiao Dong all day. Go back and rest now, Xiao Dong will be fine here with Yuan, and I'll go back to handle the issues on the mountain." Qi Huiyang shook his head. "Why are you being so formal with me? I'm also not comfortable seeing Xiao Dong this way, I won't be able to sleep anyway. I'll stay here. You both go ahead, and I'll watch over him." Both were personalities accustomed to making arrangements for others, and now they inevitably had some small differences. Chu Yan saw their inability to persuade each other, then said, "Come on, aging, let's go back first. We'll bring 2 outfits for Xiao Dong tomorrow morning. With so many people here now, we won't be much help." Afterwards, he gave Gu Zhongjing a meaningful glance, who reluctantly nodded, "All right." After giving Xiao Dong some more instructions, Gu Zhongjing and Chu Yan drove back to Mount Luming in Qi Huiyang's car. On the road, Gu Zhongjing asked Chu Yan, "Baby, why did you agree with Qi Huiyang just now? Are you okay letting him be alone with Xiao Dong?" Chu Yan glanced at him sideways. "Didn't you see how sweet they look together? You're always trying to be the third wheel. Think about if I got hurt, could you ever let someone else take care of me?" He left unsaid that if he were injured, the person he would most want to see would be Gu Zhongjing. That's why he could empathize with both Xiao Dong and Qi Huiyang. Gu Zhongjing still felt somewhat puzzled, "But wasn't it you who said we should break them up before?" Chu Yan justified firmly, "That was then, and this is now. Xiao Dong is injured. Let him enjoy a few happy days. Once he recovers, I'll talk to him." Gu Zhongjing smirked. "By then, you might find it impossible to separate them, even if you wanted to." Chu Yan tapped his teeth together. "If they can't be separated, so be it. Falling in love is normal. Who knows if they will split later? It's better we don't play the villain now." Gu Zhongjing sighed, then fell silent. Meanwhile, in the guard room of Mount Luming, over a dozen employees were having a meeting. "Brother Lu, do you think the boss will fire us?" This came from Xiao Chen, who had been on duty today watching the surveillance screens. Now filled with fear and disappointment, he didn't want to lose this nearby, high-paying job that was so leisurely. "It's your own damn fault. I told you, pay attention to the surveillance. But no, you ignored it and kept playing on your phone, and now you've gotten all of us in trouble." Lu Qingjiang thought of himself as the hardest working person since he joined work on Mount Luming, always diligent and focused. When it was his turn to watch the surveillance, he stayed glued to it for a full day without relaxing once. Precisely because of his attitude, he caught the eye of Manager Zhang and became the captain of the security team. Now things had gone awry. With such a major incident occurring, their security department had an inescapable responsibility. Getting fired was minor compared to possible compensation, they just have to hope for the boss's leniency. Little Chen was criticized, enduring looks of disdain and anger from colleagues, and was finally angry himself. "You guys weren't doing any better either. I'm just unlucky enough to hit this event. How could this possibly be my fault? How could I have known the guy would climb the mountain and break his leg? The others just thought he was unlucky." The mountains in the north all had very gentle slopes, and since the flowering period had already passed, they had relaxed their vigilance over the surveillance. Who would have thought that a slope of nearly 20 degrees could cause someone to fall like that? Lu Qingjiang no longer wanted to talk. He closed his eyes briefly and said a sentence, "All right, talking about these things is useless. Wait for the boss to come back and apologize honestly." Little Chen was panic-stricken, tears began to well up in his eyes, but no one pitied him. At this moment, he realized his mistake only when it was too late, whereas earlier during the game, he was thrilled. Gu Zhongjing arrived at the foot of the mountain, parked the car, and entered the security department. Seeing him come in, several security guards shrank back and stood up nervously, not daring to say a word, including Lu Qingjiang. Gu Zhongjing didn't say a word either, but inside he felt increasingly disappointed. These security guards, even if they weren't ex-soldiers, were adult men. Yet, upon making a mistake, they acted so meekly, truly disappointing. He silently stared at the large screen that took up more than 10 square meters of wall space, gazing at the surveillance images on the screen for a few seconds before turning around and speaking to those employees. "Pack up your stuff. Leave tomorrow morning." Chapter 61, App. As soon as these words were spoken, more than 10 security guards in the guard room froze. They had anticipated that Gu Zhongjing would be furious and deducting bonuses was a given. They also expected that those on duty today might get fired, but none of them had thought that Gu Zhongjing would fire everyone. Especially Lu Qingjiang, who always believed he worked diligently, thought that even if he hadn't managed his subordinates well, he shouldn't have been fired so outright. Moreover, with their firing now, what would happen to Lu Mingshan's security? Shouldn't they wait until someone is found before firing them? Shocked, Lu Qingjiang asked Gu Zhongjing, "Boss? Why?" Gu Zhongjing calmly continued to watch the surveillance. He had already thought it through. Instead of idly keeping all these unproductive people, it was better to just fire them. It would be easy for him to hire some veterans who could start tomorrow morning, and making this decision at this time wasn't too abrupt. He could take things slowly when there was no issue, but now that problems had arisen, he needed to resolve them rather than just letting them linger. Hearing Lu Qingjiang's question, Gu Zhongjing glanced at him and said, "What do you think why?" Lu Qingjiang's face fell, realizing he had asked a foolish question. Such a major error in work couldn't be tolerated by any boss. At that moment, he silently accepted the outcome. Gu Zhongjing, observing his usual performance after thinking about it, said, "You and Lu Yang can stay, but neither of you will receive your bonus for this month. Your positions will also need adjusting. I don't think you two are suited to being security guards." Lu Qingjiang's work was still passable, at least whenever Gu Zhongjing came to the guard room, he always saw Lu Qingjiang working diligently. To just fire someone like this wouldn't set a good example among the staff, hence placing him in another role would make more sense. Of course, continuing as security captain, a small leadership position, would no longer be possible. "Others, you don't need to come tomorrow morning." Apart from Xiao Chen, who caused the problem, the others also felt dissatisfied and asked Gu Zhongjing, "Why can the captain stay but not us? The person who was supposed to watch the monitor on shift today wasn't us. That's unfair." Gu Zhongjing smiled faintly and said, "Although I don't frequently come to the guard room, I know your job performance as well. Including how often you use phones in the surveillance room. I've noticed my captain and Lu Yang's behaviors over time. He didn't manage you well as the captain and thus has deserved punishment. However, he works somewhat seriously at least. What about you guys? I didn't interfere before due to lack of time, but that's no excuse for slacking off on the job. Tomorrow morning, I'll let finance settle your salaries with you. Hopefully, wherever you go for future jobs, you'll learn a lesson. Once you earn a salary, you should do your work responsibly. Not everyone is as lenient as I am." After saying that, Gu Zhongjing turned and left. He didn't feel the need to further explain himself. Someone with half a brain wouldn't ask him such questions about fairness at this point but would rather worry about whether they'd need to compensate for losses. To put it bluntly, if not for the fact that the one who encountered trouble today was Xiao Dong, it would likely have resulted in compensation. If it had been tourists, would there be no compensation? Gu Zhongjing didn't want to give them too much hassle either, he had enough to deal with already without wasting time arguing with them. Upon returning to the mountain with Chu Yan, he made a phone call to Qi Huiyang. Qi Huiyang was still at the hospital accompanying Xiao Dong and wasn't asleep yet. Upon hearing Gu Zhongjing's request to find a few discharged soldiers, he readily agreed. Their Qi company was big, with numerous branches across the country. So each year they hired many retired soldiers, even under his name, all flavored shops included. Besides, Qi family had always maintained connections with the military, and every year, they helped arrange for large numbers of discharged soldiers. Therefore, the 7 or 8 slots Gu Zhongjing requested were nothing significant. Qi Huiyang immediately agreed and followed up by calling the Civil Affairs Bureau's office responsible for the resettlement of discharged soldiers, confirming the matter at once. It was pretty late at this point, but the other party promptly agreed without hesitation, promising to send people to work the next morning. Once Gu Zhongjing got confirmation, he called manager Zhang, who had already gone home after work and was sound asleep, instructing him to handle the security room's matters the next morning and also informing him that new security guards might be coming for work in the morning, requesting him to place them accordingly. After all of these arrangements were made, Gu Zhongjing said to Chu Yan, Yuan, isn't it true that I've become too relaxed since coming to this world? So many issues could have been avoided, yet I kept pretending not to see them. Chu Yan replied, don't talk about you, haven't I been the same way? Both of them used to be hands-on people who preferred to act in advance, planning everything meticulously, but since arriving in this world, they had unknowingly become more lax. Some things only get done when they absolutely have to be, much like how a lazy person needs extreme circumstances to act. Gu Zhongjing was sprawled on the sofa, hugging Chu Yan, and sighed in despair, what should I do with someone who has absolutely no fighting spirit? All he thinks about every day is getting drunk with beauties by his side. Chu Yan lightly slapped him, saying, so you're blaming me for influencing you? Gu Zhongjing quickly shook his head, no, no, no. How dare I think such things? I just feel I've been too incompetent, focusing only on building up and neglecting management. It's because of this extravagant life. Chu Yan completely agreed with him. After pondering for a while, she suggested, Jing, we've resolved the security issue, but there are still many other hidden dangers on the mountain. Shouldn't we take this chance to address them all at once? Gu Zhongjing hesitated, I do have an idea, but I'm afraid it'll tire my precious one out. The moment Chu Yan heard this, her interest was piqued. She flipped over and leaned on him, her eyes shining brightly as she asked eagerly, what's your plan? Tell me quick. We develop our own app, incorporating single-day tour reservations alongside homestay room bookings into 2 separate options. No more queuing, it will be first come, first served, with the reservation opening each morning at 8 a.m. Whoever has the fastest hands gets their spots. This way, we won't offend either the wealthy or the regular tourists. Upon hearing this, Chu Yan grew interested as well, that's right. Why didn't I think of that? If we implement this, the number of people buying tickets down the mountain will reduce drastically, saving us from constantly hearing complaints from tourists who come here only to find out that there's no spot available for them, leading to wasted trips. Also, those waiting in line for room reservations already have their slots lined up till next year. Continuing like this isn't sustainable. Gu Zhongjing nodded, that's correct. Initially, I planned to deal with these issues after all construction on the mountain was finished. But now, I believe it's essential to establish some rules and regulations, otherwise, not only will management become harder, but will end up alienating people. Chu Yan reflected for a moment before proposing, since we're creating an app anyway, why don't we integrate our monthly product sales as well? Let customers snatch what products they want. Whoever grabs it first owns it. Then we can simply coordinate with courier services for shipping, saving us from constant visits by them on the mountain. Gu Zhongjing pondered over it and added another condition, let's hide this function from regular users and only open it to loyal customers. Otherwise, seeing our products sold at such high prices might stir up trouble among regular users. Chu Yan played with the buttons on Gu Zhongjing's shirt, responding affirmatively, alright then, let's create 2 versions during registration, one normal version aimed at the masses and a 1.0 version sent via a link into a group chat where they install it themselves. How's that sound? Gu Zhongjing leaned down and gave Chu Yan a kiss, asking teasingly, that means my precious one will have to work hard. Chu Yan raised her head and kissed his lips in return, saying confidently, if the app actually gets done, it could possibly make our lives easier than before. We won't have to attend social gatherings every month, nor endure the sight of endless crowds at the base of the mountain every time we ascend. Hard work in this case is definitely worth it. Excitedly speaking, she playfully slapped his chest again, let's go ahead with this plan. We'll start tomorrow. Charmed by her glowing face, Gu Zhongjing bent down and showered kisses on her, whispering lovingly, having a wife who knows how to code is truly blissful. Allowing him to kiss her freely, Chu Yan lifted her head and pecked his chin, then suddenly thought of something and asked, then what about the tourists who have already booked their spots? Simple, Gu Zhongjing replied matter-of-factly, we first roll out daily tours on the reservation system and take down the homestay reservations from various platforms. Once all previous reservation check-ins conclude, we can relaunch them on our own app. Tomorrow, I'll post an announcement on Weibo. Chu Yan nodded, yes, you arrange these things. One more thing Jing, should we inform Dean about Xiao Dong's injury? Definitely, responded Gu Zhongjing, Xiao Dong injured his leg, and it'll take more than 2 or 3 months to heal properly. It can't stay a secret either. Chu Yan suggested, when Xiao Dong gets discharged, bring him to live with us on the mountain for a while. There aren't many people in the institute to take proper care of him. Upon hearing this, Gu Zhongjing concurred, this is better. The dean and her team are already so busy. We shouldn't burden them further. Yuan, what if we directly hire a few people to help Dean at the institute? Would she agree to that? Not sure, Chu Yan said slowly, didn't you mention last time she refused? Still, Gu Zhongjing felt concerned for the dean who was getting older. He thought continuing at this pace would lead to serious exhaustion, despite receiving health supplements and water from the space dimension. With new kids coming to the institute each year, recently including an abandoned newborn baby with cleft lip found outside their door, their days were filled with non-stop hustle and bustle. Continuing like this, even with the supplements and water provided by Gu Zhongjing, sooner or later her body would break down. Gu Zhongjing had mentioned hiring a few people to help at the institute, but the dean always felt that the 3 of them could manage. Hiring new people would require a complex reporting process and if skipped, Gu Zhongjing would have to cover their salaries. The dean didn't want to trouble him. This time, we're not asking her, we'll just hire them first and tell her later. Chu Yan nodded, glancing at the wall clock, it was almost 2 in the morning. Never mind, let's leave everything until tomorrow. It's too late today, I want to sleep. Chu Yan had pale skin, and staying up would immediately give him dark circles. Today, with both the press conference and looking for Xiao Dong, there were already slight traces of darkness under his eyes. Seeing how exhausted he was, Gu Zhongjing kissed his eyes tenderly. All right, let's sleep. We'll talk about it tomorrow. Chu Yan got off Gu Zhongjing, who stood up and scooped Chu Yan into his arms to carry him back to the bedroom. Chu Yan hugged his neck and said, Jing, I want to take a shower. Gu Zhongjing replied, no, baby, not tonight. We'll shower in the morning. He gently laid him down on the bed, then took off his shoes and climbed onto the bed himself. Chu Yan sat up, saying, then at least we should wash our feet, right? Gu Zhongjing extended a hand to remove his shoes. Don't worry, I don't mind the smell. Chu Yan rolled his eyes. I do. After removing Chu Yan's shoes, Gu Zhongjing started to take off his own, teasingly holding out his socks for Chu Yan to sniff. Smell this, does it stink? Chu Yan was so disgusted that he kicked him away. Mr. Gu, keep fooling around and you'll be sleeping outside tonight. Hearing this threat, Gu Zhongjing stopped messing around and obediently went to the bathroom to prepare a basin of water. He helped Chu Yan wash his feet, then washed his own as well. When he came back out, Chu Yan was nearly asleep, keeping his eyelids open with difficulty as he waited, looking completely worn out. Sleep, my love. Let me hold you. Okay, good night, Jing. Good night, my darling. Chapter 62, Back on Track. Creating an app wasn't difficult for Chu Yan. The next morning, he sprang out of bed and started his work with energy, and Gu Zhongjing also got busy. First, he posted a Weibo announcement about the upcoming app, then contacted major platforms to have the Sanlu Mountain reservations taken down. He then arranged for 15 retired soldiers sent over by Qi Huiyang in the morning, and dispatched 3 middle-aged female employees to the orphanage. He informed the director about Xiao Dong's injury, and after hearing it, the director was extremely worried and rushed to the hospital. Gu Zhongjing didn't stop him. After handing the employees over to Aunt Ailey, he took the director directly to the hospital. These employees were selected by manager Zhang, and Gu Zhongjing himself found them to be very competent workers, diligent and meticulous. Gu Zhongjing decided to keep them at the orphanage and continue paying their salaries from his own funds to assist the director. The director was so preoccupied with Xiao Dong that he didn't notice Gu Zhongjing had already left the employees there. After the two arrived at the orphanage, the director stayed behind to comfort Xiao Dong, while Gu Zhongjing went out with Qi Huiyang to give them some space. Standing outside was just standing, so the two started chatting. Gu Zhongjing told him about what he and Chu Yan had discussed last night, and Qi Huiyang's eyes lit up as he listened, thinking that Gu Zhongjing's idea was indeed great. Feeling a bit excited, he thought this method could also benefit Jialium Company, so he wanted to ask if he could borrow this idea to develop a shopping app for Jialium. But then he reconsidered and abandoned the idea. Gu Zhongjing's Sanlu Mountain was different from Jialium, it had fewer visitors and fewer products, so making this app would only bring benefits without any significant loss. Jialium, on the other hand, followed a mass-market strategy, requiring substantial traffic to support it. It was currently unrealistic to create its own online sales platform without having built a reputation yet. Their Qi family held shares in several large online sales platforms, there was no need to make another unnecessary move. By now, most of the big pie of the online sales market had been divided up, and trying to step in now wouldn't be easy. Thus, Qi Huiyang suppressed his excitement and said nothing more. He simply praised, your idea is really good. If the app is successfully made, your Sanlu Mountain tourism experience will definitely improve greatly. Gu Zhongjing smiled, that's exactly what I'm thinking. Once the app is done, I can take you on around more freely. Qi Huiyang envied Gu Zhongjing's deep bond with Chu Yan and said half-jokingly, you're lucky to grow up together with Xiaoyan like this. Gu Zhongjing replied, envious. Then you find one too. Qi Huiyang's expression darkened, find one. Easier said than done. The person he liked was still young, and he dared not even hint at any feelings beyond friendship. How could finding someone be easy when others like Gu Zhongjing had it easier? With a few pats on his shoulder, Gu Zhongjing, partly sympathizing and partly reminding, said, Xiao Dong is still young. Qi Huiyang's body trembled as he turned to look at Gu Zhongjing, shocked. Why you, how did you figure it out? Was my affection that obvious? Gu Zhongjing chuckled sarcastically, obvious? Your feelings could be seen from miles away. Are you still asking if it's obvious? Haha. Qi Huiyang felt like Gu Zhongjing's final haha was mocking him. Was it really good to laugh at his friend's plight like this? Gu Zhongjing had reached this point in conversation purely through wordplay. They originally planned to discuss it after Chu Yan talked with Xiao Dong, but it didn't matter now. Now, he probed Qi Huiyang further. Old Gu, don't laugh at me. You've won the heart of your beloved. How can you possibly understand my feelings? Alas. This, alas, was drawn out and heavy, filled with a myriad of emotions, and Gu Zhongjing felt a strong bitter undertone. Suddenly his heart jolted. When he hadn't won Chu Yan's love, hadn't he been just like Qi Huiyang? No, he had suffered even more, he had drowned in bile. Even though he now enjoyed happiness after bitterness. Who understood better the pain of unrequited love? At that moment, Gu Zhongjing sympathized even more with Qi Huiyang and, strangely moved, encouraged him. Xiao Dong is still young now. If you truly like him, wait until he turns legal age. Who knows? He might also like you. Though Qi Huiyang thought the possibility was slim, he was consoled by Gu Zhongjing's words and said gratefully, "Brother, may your blessing come true." Gu Zhongjing felt slightly nauseous, slapping off the hand Qi Huiyang had placed on his shoulder. "Stop messing around. I'm a married man." Qi Huiyang. So annoyed, he wanted to hit someone. Xiao Dong, sitting in a wheelchair by the distant ward door and pushed out for a walk by the director, just happened to see the two men walking side by side with Qi Huiyang's radiant profile, slightly stunned for a moment, then his heart sank into gloom, tempting him to overthink. People as excellent as Brother Qi should naturally like someone like Brother Jing. I don't even have the courage to confess my feelings, let alone deserve Brother Qi. All this time, I've been pestering him, adding so much trouble for Brother Qi. Haven't I noticed his recent distance? When have I ever seen him this spirited? He must have always thought of me as a kid. Forget it, no point in thinking anymore. What's the use of pondering all these things? Fate brought us together, but destiny didn't favor us with love. Despite wanting to put this aside, he couldn't help but feel upset. Then, he thought about the relationship between Gu Zhongjing and Chu Yan and wondered if he should talk to Brother Yan about it tomorrow. Little Xiao Dong, with his sensitive heart, had many thoughts in a short time, while neither Gu Zhongjing nor Qi Huiyang had any clue about how far-fetched his imagination could go. When they came out, Gu Zhongjing said hello to them, checked on Xiao Dong's condition with the doctor, and returned to Sanlu Mountain. Chu Yan was fast at creating the app. For him, building an app was easier than hacking firewalls. Still, there were plenty of mini-program plugins for the app that required careful attention to ensure its smooth operation. Though dedicated, Chu Yan only took 2 weeks to finish the app. He didn't stay up late, mainly because Gu Zhongjing didn't allow it. So every day, he would program for 4 hours fixed, spending the rest of the time wandering aimlessly across the mountain with Gu Zhongjing. Gu Zhongjing went wherever he did, following closely, sticking around so much that it both troubled and pleased him. He didn't want Chu Yan to sit home all day coding, nor did he want him to work. Instead, he decided to bring this small shadow along everywhere, picking fruits, harvesting herbs and vegetables, planting trees, delivering vegetables, and though doing everything together, making sure Chu Yan wouldn't do any manual labor. The intimacy of the two refreshed the tourists' and fans' perspectives again, feeding daily new sugar into the Jingyan CP super chat group. Fans celebrated joyfully like during holidays, yelling, "Ah," involuntarily even while complaining of being overwhelmed with sweetness. Even while screaming, they still kept urging Gu Zhongjing to hurry up with the app, hoping for its release sooner rather than later, perhaps even more anxiously than Gu Zhongjing himself, the boss of the company. He had already promoted the upcoming app on Weibo, so fans had long awaited it, including wealthy individuals who also looked forward eagerly. After all, the big fish eat smaller fish, and smaller fish eat shrimps. There are always barriers even among ordinary people, let alone among the rich. Even among the wealthy, there are the generally rich and the super rich, each class inevitably indulging in some form of competition. Previously, although one might buy reservation spots on Sanlu Mountain from ordinary people, it would cost quite a bit more and might not be guaranteed against even richer buyers. After all, no one's money falls from the sky, so even the wealthy feel a loss if they overspend. To make matters worse, the monthly release of health products and skincare items on Sanlu Mountain was truly good stuff. Previously, not being able to compete with the wealthier and more powerful tycoons left some people feeling resentful. Now, with an app for purchasing, regardless of whether you're a tycoon or not, it's down to hand speed. Very fair, and everyone agreed. For the super wealthy types, there was no complaint either. With their money, finding employees with fast hands to wait for purchases wasn't hard. Thus, when Gu Zhongjing announced on Weibo, everyone waited expectantly for his post sharing the Jingyan app link, swallowing this dog food of an app name without hesitation while happily downloading the app. The download links for the VIP version, aimed at wealthy patrons, were different and posted directly in the WeChat group. On the surface, the app was full of girlish pink tones, but once inside, users found real name account registration, with only limited slots available for reservations each day. It seemed simple. Yet fans and tourists were satisfied. In the past, those wishing to visit Mount Luho for flowers, fruits, vegetables, or meals had to queue early, sometimes unsuccessfully. Those with bad luck might stand in line for hours only to find no tickets left when it's their turn. How unjust was that? Now, local residents could simply book spots ahead of time, going up the mountain anytime, provided they made reservations. Tourists and fans from other provinces could arrive a day earlier in City A, book their spot in the morning, and enjoy the scenic beauty of the mountainside easily. If the first booking attempt fails, there's no issue, just try again the next day, and explore other parts of City A. The city has countless attractions, after all. Climbing the Great Wall or watching the flag-raising ceremony is a fine plan too. Thus, the release of this simple app was met not with criticism, but with unanimous praise. Finally, Kai Kai has done something good. QVQ. Universal celebration. Let's have a lottery drawing, thank you Kai Kai. This app is really great, we don't have to queue up anymore. Well done. Approval +1. Jing Yan app, who would have thought I'd even have to endure some couple fluff while downloading an app? Can this world just show some kindness towards us single folks? Kai, why don't you take advantage of the app's release and do a live stream or something? It's almost been half a year. Forget it, the upstairs commenter, Kai probably already forgot he even had a live streaming account. Phew, finally no more queuing for tickets in the future. The last time I came, standing in line got me sunburned, my skin hasn't whitened back yet. You want your skin whiter? Buy Jiaoyo products. Their rose whitening set is amazing. Is this Kai's Weibo account? People wanting to praise Jiaoyo, please head over to their official account. The upstairs commenter needs to be better informed. Jiaoyo partly belongs to Kai, don't talk nonsense if you don't know. I use Jiaoyo aloe vera gel, and my acne scars have diminished by half, it's true, see picture proof, acne scar comparison.jpg. Can we all give Jiaoyo the credit it deserves? I bought the entire set and tested each product, only to find them truly as miraculous as claimed. Much better than those so-called big brands. What started off as pure admiration on Weibo for the Jingyan app, slowly veered into a grand fawning session over Jiaoyo skincare. In just 2 weeks, Jiaoyo skincare earned widespread acclaim, much to the surprise of certain people like the Sun family, who were preparing for some waiting game. Chapter 63, Calculation. Previously, the Sun family wanted to use Gu Zhongjing's biological parents for profit, but unexpectedly unearthed more than they expected and were manipulated by Gu Zhongjing into revealing a drug trafficking ring. Since the Qi family was conducting an intense investigation, as a precaution, the Sun family temporarily halted their scheming. But none of them had anticipated that Gu Zhongjing would collaborate with Qi Huiyang and establish a cosmetic company named Jiaoyo. Just look at the wonderful products Gu Zhongjing sells each month, then check out the grand launch of the Jiaoyo series promoted aggressively by Qi Huiyang. With such remarkable effects and high sales of Jiaoyo, the Sun family was envious to the point of spitting blood. Why did the Qi family always have such good fortune? The formula they had been dreaming about was easily acquired by the Qi family. If this opportunity allowed the Qi family to rise further with that secret recipe, the Jiang family would be in grave danger. The Jiang family is currently the only one capable of competing against the Qi family for the top spot. Both the second of the Qi family and the eldest of the Jiang family are involved in politics and have clashed countless times, both overtly and covertly. As the term of their superior is nearing its end in 2 years, the most hopeful contenders for succession are these two. The conflict between the two families has now become intense. And as loyal supporters of the Jiang family, the Sun family's fate is tied to theirs. If the Jiang family falls, neither will the Sun family be spared. While the old master was still alive, he could shield the younger generation from harm, but if not. No, that formula must be obtained. It was not only the wish of the Jiang family, but also his own. The more powerful and influential people are, the more they fear death. Having reached the position of Grandpa Sun, he lacked nothing now except for his aging body constantly reminding him of his impending demise. That wealth will soon no longer concern him. What once seemed so vibrant yesterday now feels like an unsatisfactory exit. He didn't want to leave this world in such disgrace. In the hands of Gu Zhongjing, the formula wasn't just a representation of interest, it was also a prescription that promised robust health and even longevity. A group of people who could speak for the Sun family, including Sun Hanliang, sat gathered in a spacious, bright study discussing issues amongst themselves. The sales of Jiaoyo are climbing further day by day, becoming stronger every time, already surpassing most secondary brands. If this continues, overtaking frontline big brand sales is just a matter of time. If it were just this, we wouldn't worry, but there's news saying that young man Qi Huiyang went to Country M to buy a farm. It seems he plans to spread globally, he sure has ambition. Then why don't we suppress him on the part of contracted land? With his vast expansion, without land to grow raw materials, it's all futile. That won't work, Brother Jiang is busy combating Qi Jiangping and has no time to help us. We need to be cautious above all. You're all wrong. The Qi family can expand business because of what? That's right, the formula. Once the formula is in hand, this piece of cake won't be swallowed by the Qi family. But how do you think you'll get hold of that secret when that little brat Gu Zhongjing guards it so closely, and the Qi family is protecting him? Even appealing to his parents last time didn't work. Are you stupid or something? If his parents don't cooperate, then go for the orphanage. If the orphanage doesn't work, isn't there Lu Mingshan? Who are you calling stupid, Sun Jianhong? Are you trying to pick a fight? And what if I am? How about you come up with a better idea, fool? Grandpa Sun felt his headache intensify. Initially, what they said made some sense, but the arguments grew increasingly ridiculous, escalating into quarrels. He struck the ground twice with his cane and shouted, "What's all this noise? If you keep acting up, get out." Even though he was old, Grandpa Sun still held considerable authority. His anger immediately silenced the room. The two who were arguing shot each other dirty looks but dared not speak another word. Looking at his unworthy descendants, Grandpa Sun felt liver pain due to anger. As his eyes scanned around, they fell on Sun Hanliang, the granddaughter he had never paid much attention to before, who had previously given him a useful suggestion. "Hanliang, what are your thoughts?" Sun Hanliang felt a wave of excitement. Finally, her grandfather recognized her value. She clenched her fists slightly and said, Grandpa, Uncle 3 mentioned correctly earlier. We can start with the orphanage, whether by giving money to employees or finding adoptive parents for the children, there'll be someone willing. Beyond this, I have another method. Grandpa's son took interest. Tell me more. Sun Hanliang nodded confidently and spoke assuredly. When I watched Lu Mingshan's reality show recording, I observed Chu Yan. I think we should find a breakthrough through him. Chu Yan. Everyone present was momentarily surprised upon hearing this name. Isn't he Gu Zhongjing's treasured darling? Grandpa's son gestured with his hand. Go on. Grandpa, Gu Zhongjing is very good to his young boyfriend, but I see that his boyfriend is not so enthusiastic about him. I guess they're together partly out of childhood affection, but if we really talk about whether his boyfriend likes him as much, it's uncertain. Moreover, Chu Yan didn't go to school and does nothing every day except rely on Gu Zhongjing for support. Wouldn't he have some thoughts? In short, both are still too young, their values aren't even fully formed yet. How can they know if the other person is their truest love? Sun Lao, what do you mean? Just as Sun Hanliang was about to speak, her uncle 3 interrupted. Liang means finding someone mature and charming to approach him. Sun Hanliang was slightly irritated at being interrupted but still smiled subtly. Exactly, Uncle 3's mind works quickly. We'll find someone who's better than Gu Zhongjing in every aspect to approach him. The boy has only lasted half a year with him, it'd already be remarkable. Everyone in the Sun family found this reasonable and nodded in agreement. In their Sun family, emotions were the least reliable things, only interests were the best way to maintain relationships. Both men and women were the same, feelings were just spices, optional, as long as there was money, what kind of fresh meat or beauty couldn't be found. Gu Zhongjing's boyfriend was merely an 18-year-old orphan. Even if they grew up together, when a better choice appeared, would he still choose Gu Zhongjing? Gu Zhongjing was clearly so fond of his boyfriend, so he would definitely share the formula with Chu Yan. As long as the person they sent could sweet-talk him, it wouldn't take any effort to obtain the secret formula. Why bother alarming the Qi family with brute force? Sun Lao had understood everything clearly and immediately gave Sun Hanliang an approving smile. Liang is getting smarter and smarter, just like your grandmother when she was young. Seeing her grandfather's approval, Sun Hanliang's eyes sparkled brighter, seemingly more admiring of Grandpa's son. As everyone praised Sun Hanliang's intelligence, her uncle 3 spoke coolly. This plan is a good one, but tell me, where can we find someone better than that Mr. Gu in all aspects? Sun Hanliang's breathing caught, almost thinking her uncle was deliberately targeting her. Sun Jianhong added further doubt, those who look better don't have Gu's wealth or talent, those who have wealth and talent don't look as good as him. He also possesses the secret formula. Would you fall for someone who doesn't match up to your boyfriend? In our circle, who among us looks better than Gu Zhongjing? He left unsaid another line, even among celebrities who earn by their looks, how many are more handsome than Gu Zhongjing? Sun Hanliang responded defiantly, Uncle 3, if there were no candidates, would I dare to mention this plan? This surprised Sun Jianhong genuinely now. If such a person exists, why would he agree to cooperate with you? Sun Hanliang sneered, how I achieve it doesn't matter, all you need to do is wait for my good news. The Sun family meeting continued for 2 more hours, meticulously analyzing every detail, even preparing a fallback plan involving the orphanage. Their preparation was nearly foolproof. Even if Gu Zhongjing and Chu Yan were as clever as ever, they wouldn't expect someone to use such a bizarre strategy against them. Right now, they were blissfully unaware, engrossed in enjoying osmanthus blossoms. Osmanthus blooms from September to October. Though its blooming period isn't long, the fragrance is overwhelmingly beautiful. When they planted the osmanthus tree last year, Gu Zhongjing had been eager to make osmanthus cakes for his beloved heartthrob. They'd already picked the flowers twice this year. The osmanthus cultivated with special water in their own space emitted a richer scent compared to normal ones, making the resulting cakes fragrant enough to linger on the palate, leaving Chu Yan craving them endlessly. This time, after Xiao Dong got injured, he shyly mentioned wanting to eat osmanthus cakes, and Chu Yan did as well. So they invited Xiao Dong along with them to the osmanthus avenue. The osmanthus trees were originally kept inside the space for some time, accelerating their growth rate. By now, they were almost 3 to 4 meters tall. Gu Zhongjing carried a long bamboo pole, swiftly climbing onto the osmanthus tree and vigorously shaking the branches while swinging on the unstable trunk. Below, standing under the tree were quite a few people. Not only Chu Yan and Xiao Dong but also tourists who'd heard the news. Each tourist held an eco bag, this was learned from experience. During the early September, when Gu Zhongjing first picked osmanthus last year, tourists without bags hadn't gathered much, causing them to lament bitterly on Weibo. With better luck this time, they encountered Gu Zhongjing picking osmanthus again and decided to join in the fun. It's no wonder why fans and tourists love coming to Willow Singing Mountain so much. Besides being large and beautiful, Willow Singing Mountain occasionally hosts little events like this one. According to manager Zhang, in a few days, Gu Zhongjing will be harvesting walnuts. When the time comes, they'll need to act fast to secure their spots, or else there won't be any left. The walnuts grown by Boss Gu. They must be super brain boosting. As the tourists planned for next time, they couldn't help but direct Gu Zhongjing constantly. Boss Gu, left. There's a big patch on your left. Tree top. Focus on the tree top. Jing, look at the dense cluster above your head. Jing Gu, behind you, quick. Gu Zhongjing. Which side exactly? Forget it, I'll listen to my wife. He swung the long bamboo pole lightly upwards, tapping at the clusters above his head. Fine, golden yellow osmanthus flowers cascaded down onto the ground, covering it completely. Chu Yan joined in with the cheerful crowd, picking up the clean petals that fell neatly onto the asphalt. The moment she squatted down, she could smell the intoxicating fragrance of the flowers, filling her senses until she felt utterly relaxed, lulled by the scent. As everyone picked petals together, they teased Chu Yan and Gu Zhongjing lightheartedly. Ah Jing, your young master says where to hit and you just obey him blindly. Why are you so obedient? Yeah, Kai Kai, showing off your love daily is immoral, you know that? You're killing all the single dogs out here. My mom asked me why I'm kneeling to pick osmanthus petals. Chapter 64 Osmanthus Cake. Chu Yan was teased to the point of embarrassment and stopped speaking, just lowering his head and smiling slightly with his lips pressed together, a faint flush on his cheeks as he refused to look up at Gu Zhongjing. Gu Zhongjing, perched high on the osmanthus tree, looked down at Chu Yan with a wide grin revealing a mouthful of white teeth. Despite the many people around, it seemed like his eyes only focused on Chu Yan. The crowd felt superfluous, the intimate atmosphere making them anxious, so they cheered even louder. Unbothered, Gu Zhongjing allowed them to tease him. After shaking down all the accessible osmanthus flowers from the tree, he gracefully jumped off, his movements both handsome and natural. Amidst everyone's laughter and chatter, Gu Zhongjing shook all the osmanthus petals onto the ground. Each person's bag was filled with more than half a bag. The golden little flowers were both fragrant and beautiful, sitting neatly in the bags, their scent easily detectable from a distance without having to get close. After separating from the tourists, Chu Yan pushed Xiao Dong while Gu Zhongjing carried the osmanthus flowers back to the villa. Upon entering, Gu Zhongjing placed the flowers on the coffee table in the living room, then took out a basin from the kitchen. He poured the osmanthus into the basin and sat on the sofa, picking out stems and calyxes from among the golden flowers. Chu Yan and Xiao Dong also came over to help. While picking, Chu Yan asked Xiao Dong, "How's your leg? Does it hurt?" Earlier, Xiao Dong had enthusiastically bent down with everyone else to collect many osmanthus flowers, which worried Chu Yan that he might have strained his wound. Xiao Dong felt warmth at Chu Yan's concern and shook his head with a smile. "Brother Yan, I'm fine, don't worry about me." Chu Yan said, "Good. You rest for a bit. Your brother Jing and I can handle it." Gu Zhongjing asked, "Do you want to lie down on the sofa?" Xiao Dong shook his head, "I want to sit for a while." "Hey, Brother Yan, Brother Jing, stop worrying about me. I'm not a kid anymore, I'll tell you if I feel uncomfortable." Gu Zhongjing tossed him a flower and teased, "Hey, you little rascal, ungrateful for our concern." Xiao Dong said, "I am not. Look, Brother Yan, Brother Jing is scolding me again." Chu Yan also picked up a small flower and threw it at Gu Zhongjing. "You're always bullying Xiao Dong." Gu Zhongjing said, "This is called care, care." As the three of them laughed and chatted, they finished handling the osmanthus. Then, Gu Zhongjing took the perfectly cleaned osmanthus back into the kitchen, washed it and set it aside before taking Chu Yan and Xiao Dong down the mountain. The dean had said that today they would make spicy sour noodles to eat, and the osmanthus cake could be made the next day. After enjoying a delicious meal down the mountain, the three returned to the villa for a good nap. The next day, they excitedly began making the osmanthus cake. Gu Zhongjing, apron tied, entered the kitchen and took out the osmanthus from yesterday, pouring it into a basin, adding a little water, and sprinkling some salt to remove its bitterness. Since the osmanthus still needed to soak for a few more minutes, Gu Zhongjing retrieved sugar from the cabinet, poured it into a large bowl, added warm water, and used a whisk to dissolve the sugar. Next, he added an appropriate amount of water-milled rice flour, wheat starch, and corn oil to the sugar water, continuing to stir with a hand whisk until there were no lumps in the batter. Finally, he added the osmanthus and stirred a few more times to completely blend the oil, osmanthus, and batter. He then took out the pizza pan normally used for pizzas and coated the bottom lightly with oil, evenly pouring in the osmanthus batter and smoothing it out, then covering it with plastic wrap to prevent steam droplets from falling in. Next, he took out the steamer pot and placed the pizza pan containing the osmanthus batter inside. The batter was steamed for 25 minutes on a cold base before being turned off and left to simmer for a few more minutes. Once steamed, the osmanthus cake needed to be cooled for a while or frozen in the fridge. When taken out, it could be cut into blocks, either diamond-shaped or square depending on personal preference. Gu Zhongjing cut the osmanthus cakes into diamonds since it looked prettier and more appetizing, mainly because Chu Yan liked it this way. Though it was possible to use molds directly on the cooled osmanthus cake, Chu Yan disliked doing so. He said that if the pastries were too beautifully decorated, one wouldn't bear to eat them and suggested cutting them casually. Gu Zhongjing loaded the freshly cut golden osmanthus cakes onto 3 full plates, taking one plate out to place on the table for Chu Yan and Xiao Dong to eat. The other 2 plates were intended to be delivered to the orphanage down the mountain. Though it may sound like little, the quantity was actually quite substantial. Their pizza pan was custom-made and larger than ordinary ones, specifically designed for making oversized pizzas for the orphanage. Therefore, this one plate contained 20 pieces of osmanthus cake, each as big as half a palm, enough to feed everyone there. Chu Yan's stomach had been growling for a while, smelling the aroma of the osmanthus cake wafting from the kitchen. He asked Gu Zhongjing several times if it was ready. Finally, after eagerly waiting for it to be cooked and cut, he immediately picked up a piece by hand and took a huge bite. Upon tasting the pastry, the first impression was its fragrance. It was too aromatic. It had a sweet, sticky texture that was slightly chewy and instantly won over Chu Yan. So delicious, so fragrant. Gu Zhongjing teased him, still say you're not a little foodie. Eat slower, no one's going to snatch it from you. Chu Yan, with his phoenix-like eyes half closed in satisfaction, looked like a little hamster eating, unbearably cute. Seeing how much Chu Yan enjoyed it, Xiao Dong also abandoned the chopsticks, picking up a piece directly and shoving it into his mouth. Xiao Dong didn't know how to describe that sweet and fragrant flavor, but he knew it was the best tasting dessert he'd ever eaten. His eyes widened in surprise, and his chewing speed increased. Gu Zhongjing felt content watching them eat happily. The idea that what he made could be appreciated brought more joy than if he were to eat it himself. After finishing a piece, Chu Yan asked Gu Zhongjing, aging, this time's recipe tastes better than last time. Last time, Gu Zhongjing used glutinous rice flour, which was a bit sticky in the mouth. Although it was tasty, it wasn't as good as this time. Gu Zhongjing said, next time I'll make coconut milk osmanthus cake for you. I read on the recipe that it has a unique taste. Chu Yan nodded while stuffing the osmanthus cake into his mouth, feeling fully satisfied and happy. After eating a few pieces, Gu Zhongjing stood up, carrying the other 2 trays of osmanthus cakes to send to the dean and others. Not long after he left, Chu Yan and Xiao Dong had nearly finished eating. One of them, with a protruding belly, lay sprawling on the sofa, while the other reclined on the wheelchair, both extremely lazy. Chu Yan burped lazily, emitting a scent of osmanthus from his mouth. He asked Xiao Dong languidly, Xiao Dong, would you like to take a walk? Xiao Dong propped himself up and glanced at the table where 5 or 6 pieces of osmanthus cake remained, saying regretfully, walking is fine too, I'll come back to have another bite when I've digested some. Chu Yan thought it was a great idea. Driven by the desire to eat another piece, he sat up with a roll, pushing Xiao Dong out the door. This season, all sorts of fruits were ripe. With their full stomachs, neither Chu Yan nor Xiao Dong wanted to go to the orchard. They headed straight towards the zinnia sea to the south instead. The blooming period for zinnias was June to September, and soon after the full sky stars flower fields passed, they opened again. Various colors of zinnias covered the mountains, making for an impressive and beautiful sight. However, their scent was rather too strong, almost stinky in its intensity. Despite Gu Zhongjing and Chu Yan liking these flowers, they usually spent little time there and generally went back home right after picking some flowers. Chu Yan thought that since they both felt somewhat full, and since the zinnia sea was farther away, walking there and back should help digest their food. However, with Xiao Dong sitting in the wheelchair and the road entirely composed of pebble paths, getting there was truly no easy task. As they stood on the roadside in perplexity, Xiao Dong asked Chu Yan, Brother Yan, what did you think about back then? Why are there only pebble paths here? Chu Yan previously found pebble paths quite good, beautiful and natural, even able to massage the feet, how perfect. All the pebble paths on Mount Luming were laid down by him and Gu Zhongjing, costing a great deal of effort. But now, seeing Xiao Dong's plastered foot, Chu Yan started to feel a headache too. He said, isn't it nice to look at? Now what? Should I carry you there? Xiao Dong thought about the sea of flowers and wanted to go, but didn't want to tire Chu Yan, so he said, Brother Yan, let me use crutches instead of the wheelchair. Chu Yan questioned, over there is so far, can you manage? Xiao Dong swore confidently, I can manage. Seeing how much Xiao Dong wanted to go, Chu Yan couldn't refuse him. And since he himself also wanted to go a little, he fetched the crutches and helped Xiao Dong head towards the zinnia sea. Xiao Dong, who insisted he could do it, had to admit he couldn't after just 15 minutes. He leaned against the side of a cherry tree, panting heavily. Chu Yan stood nearby and laughed, Brother Dong, didn't you say you could do it? Xiao Dong rebutted, I just need a break, I can manage. After laughing, Chu Yan bent down and told Xiao Dong, alright, capable Brother Dong, climb on my back. Xiao Dong refused shyly, Brother Yan, let's not, your little frame. Chu Yan glared with his phoenix eyes, what? Do you look down on your brother Yan? Then he added, come on, only 10 minutes of the journey left, why hesitate? Helpless, Xiao Dong crawled onto his back. Chu Yan tried his strength to pick up Xiao Dong. On the first try, he failed. On the second try, Xiao Dong's feet were lifted 5 centimeters off the ground. On the third try, Xiao Dong's feet rose 5.5 centimeters off the ground. Due to the exertion, Chu Yan's face turned bright red, which made him look as if he were blooming like a peach, while the youth on his back was refined and gentle. Together, their combined good looks were more than just the sum of their parts, stunning someone watching from afar. Chu Yan felt particularly embarrassed inside. He had confidently declared that he could carry Xiao Dong, yet now he couldn't, making him feel utterly humiliated. Xiao Dong also felt somewhat awkward and was about to console him when they heard a pleasant light laugh from not far away. Both Chu Yan and Xiao Dong felt extremely flustered and looked in the direction of the sound. Not far away, under the cherry tree, stood a tall man. The man had an elegant and handsome face, with phoenix eyes twinkling with amusement, a high nose bridge, slightly thin lips, soft facial contours, and a slightly pointed chin, a standard face of beauty. Though the man was graceful, his demeanor was free-spirited and commanding. Standing there with an imposing presence, no one would mistake him for a woman. Of course, the man's towering height of nearly 6 feet 3 inches and his well-built, V-shaped body left no doubt about his gender. His hand was raised high, his fingertips almost touching the tip of the cherry tree, where a cluster of cherries hung. In June, the cherry trees had already been picked clean of their ripe fruits, leaving only lush green leaves. This cluster of cherries seemed to have sprouted out of season, glistening like jewels on the treetop, making the man's long, fair hand look as fine as jade. Chu Yen admired silently, "What a fine young master. His face is only slightly less handsome than mine and aging's." Chapter 65, Chong Fan. After the stunning moment passed, Chu Yen retracted his gaze and gently put Little Dong down, reminding him, "Hold on to the tree, I'll get your crutches." Before he could finish speaking, the man had already taken a few long strides over, bent down to pick up the crutches, and handed them to Little Dong. "Little Dong, thank you." Chu Yen smiled politely and expressed his gratitude as well. Supporting Little Dong, they were about to leave since it was quite far from the 100-day chrysanthemum sea. Moreover, Chu Yen couldn't carry Little Dong on his back anymore. Both of them felt reluctant to go any further and exchanged glances, mutually deciding to turn back. Seeing them change directions to head back, the man asked, "Where are you going? Need any help?" Chu Yen was an independent person who generally remained cautious around strangers. He preferred to do things himself rather than bother others. Likewise, Little Dong was also used to being self-reliant. So when the man offered his help, both shook their heads in unison. No need, we can manage ourselves." The man silently thought to himself, a bit hard to approach. However, his expression didn't change at all as he laughed and joked with the two, "I just heard this little friend say they could handle it earlier." Little Dong's face turned red instinctively, embarrassed. In a caring big brotherly manner, the man gestured toward the 100-day chrysanthemum sea and asked, "It seems like there's only the 100-day chrysanthemum sea over there. Are you heading that way? Let me take you there." Regardless of gender, as long as someone is good-looking, they usually receive some special treatment. Add a charming smile and gentlemanly demeanor, and very few people would be able to refuse. So, after offering his help, the man waited for their grateful nod, expecting to escort them to the flower sea. Then he'd casually ask for a phone number or add them on WeChat. Normally, he would show concern occasionally, perhaps flirt lightly, and most often, his targets would fall for him effortlessly. It was all standard operating procedure. Over the years, Chong Fan never failed in such pursuits, believing wholeheartedly that there was no one easier to charm than these young boys and girls. Boys tend to be freer-spirited, sometimes even easier to pursue than girls, not needing any responsibility while feeling touched by your gentleness. After all, in society, there were always more ones, straight-acting men, than zeros, effeminate men. Someone like him, wherever he went, wouldn't fail to win attention. The two boys before him ranked among the top-tier candidates he had pursued. Yet, he firmly believed that no one could resist his charm, perhaps even successfully seducing them together. Chong Fan's lips curled into a slightly seductive smirk, preparing to bend over and carry the boy who seemed purer-looking once they agreed. "There's no need, thank you, we're heading back." Before Chong Fan could fully bend down, he heard those words and was somewhat surprised. His estimation of the pair rose a little more. It was fine if they didn't bite, chasing could be fun too. Coincidentally, he hadn't experienced much challenge recently. Therefore, his surprise was fleeting. He quickly recovered, interest peaked. On the surface, however, he maintained a considerate expression and suggested, "Then would you like me to see you back?" Chu Yen became increasingly wary inside, finding this man's persistence odd after refusing his offers so many times. Having been approached by countless men and women recently, he couldn't help feeling somewhat narcissistic, presuming this to be another flirtatious attempt. With heightened caution, he replied, "We're truly fine, we'll go back ourselves. Please feel free to do what you came here for." With that, Little Dong began walking. Chong Fan originally wanted to ask for their phone numbers, but seeing Chu Yen and Little Dong like this, he decided it wouldn't be right to follow up rudely. He needed to find another chance. No matter, anyway, Sun's family had arranged more than a dozen people every day to grab reservations. Coming up the mountain daily, he'd surely find opportunities. Thinking thus, he stopped pestering, making a gentlemanlike decision to let the two leave gracefully. Before parting ways, he said, "Be careful on the road then." Chu Yen and Little Dong nodded politely and leisurely walked back along the way they had come. When Gu Zhongjing returned, Chu Yen and Little Dong had arrived home. The round trip seemed to have sufficiently calmed their feelings. Neither thought much about the man and did not mention him to Gu Zhongjing. They simply forgot about him shortly afterward. In the days that followed, Chu Yen kept encountering that man. Going down the mountain with Gu Zhongjing to pick vegetables from the greenhouse, watering flowers in the yard, collecting products made by employees at the factory, catching chickens and ducks halfway up the mountain, even taking a stroll to pluck fruits, he would always run into that man. Chu Yen started suspecting whether he was being stalked. However, that man always appeared to be strolling around leisurely every time. He would admire flowers when needed, pick fruits, eat meals, and go down the mountain in the evening, then continue his visit the next day. Yet, he never initiated a conversation with Chu Yan. Chu Yan thought maybe he was overthinking it and didn't pay too much attention anymore, continuing with his daily routine. But what he didn't know was that Chang Fan was almost driven mad by now. What's wrong with these two? Why do they stick together all the time? Are they conjoined twins? Wasn't there supposed to be a lack of enthusiasm between Gu Zhongjing and his boyfriend? These fire eyes that have seen thousands of sales aren't just for show. How can this constant sticking together be described as not enthusiastic? What about Sun Hanyang? Can she really not see the love-filled sourness emanating from those two? He has been trailing behind them every day, almost running his legs thin, with nothing gained but being fed dog food to the point of losing his appetite. And yet, they want him to play the role of the third wheel. Fat chance. After seeing the two sweetly holding hands returning from the duck coop again, Chang Fan angrily called Sun Hanyang. Sun Hanyang answered quickly, her sweet voice coming through, "Hey, brother Fan." Hearing her unmistakable tone of admiration, Chang Fan felt better. Looks like it's not that my charm has faded, but rather Chu Yan doesn't know how to appreciate. Hanyang, didn't you tell me that the relationship between Gu Zhongjing and his little boyfriend wasn't so good? Sun Hanyang confidently replied, yes, Chu Yan follows closely behind Gu Zhongjing all day without saying a word, appearing completely powerless. Chang Fan choked. Do you think Chu Yan is powerless? Unless I am blind. Every day he says what he wants to eat and Gu Zhongjing cooks it for him, wherever he wants to go, Gu Zhongjing goes with him, with one word, Gu Zhongjing leaves whatever he's doing to wash his hands for him. Gu Zhongjing circles around him, eyes almost glued on him, and you call this no power? Are you sure? Chang Fan had some doubts about Sun Hanyang's words. Of course. Everyone can see that Gu Zhongjing likes his little boyfriend, treating him like a precious pearl. This boy isn't allowed to do this or that, if it were me, I wouldn't like it either. Moreover, don't you notice that it's always Gu Zhongjing who initiates everything? His boyfriend is always passive. Have you not noticed that Chu Yan has never been involved in the management of Willow Hill at all? The employees always go to Gu Zhongjing for anything, while Chu Yan just stands aside without saying a word. What kind of good relationship is this? Chang Fan was also made somewhat uncertain by Sun Hanyang's words. Yes, normally, which man lacks ambition? Even though Gu Zhongjing and Chu Yan appear affectionate every day, it seems true that it's always Gu Zhongjing managing Willow Hill, with Chu Yan generally standing by quietly until Gu Zhongjing finishes handling things and calls him to do something else, appearing obedient and well-behaved. Sun Hanyang continued, I've also noticed that whenever Chu Yan wants to buy something online, he asks Gu Zhongjing to do it for him. There's no difference from being kept. It's just because he hasn't had the opportunity. If he did, he would surely be willing to cooperate with us. Brother Fan, as long as you get familiar with them first, find an opportunity to talk to him alone. If you can accomplish the matter without pursuing him, it would definitely be better. Sun Hanyang said this partly out of self-interest. She liked Chang Fan a bit, but compared to her career, business was more important. So she could give up on Chang Fan without hesitation. But if she could achieve her purpose without giving up Chang Fan, it would obviously be better. Chang Fan has been playing male public relations for several years, presenting himself as a rich overseas returnee to deceive wealthy young men and women. People like Sun Hanyang, he's encountered many. Previously, he wanted to make a profit off this young lady, but she saw through his persona and even threatened to expose his identity unless he was willing to come and destroy this young couple's feelings. Chang Fan knew he wasn't a good person, he was a heartless deceiver preying on beautiful boys' and girls' bodies and souls, but he never meddled with couples genuinely in love. Love cannot withstand tests. He doesn't believe in love, but he respects it. Therefore, he wouldn't ruin relationships. Breaking people's marriages will lead to divine retribution, and he wouldn't stoop so low as to be the third party. If it weren't for Sun Hanyang's threat to expose him and cut off his fake rich second-generation ways to deceive others, promising a 10 million reward upon success, Chang Fan wouldn't have come to scheme against Chu Yan and Gu Zhongjing. Hearing Sun Hanyang's analysis, reason told him she was right, but emotion couldn't accept that such a pretty and seemingly innocent boy could have ulterior motives. How do you know Chu Yan is that kind of person? Sun Hanyang keenly detected Chang Fan's disapproval of her and said, Brother Fan, money stirs the heart. Otherwise, how did we end up together in the first place? You know what I mean, right? Chang Fan couldn't refute her. Back then, he had only approached her after accidentally finding out that Sun Hanyang was Miss Sun from a prestigious family. Throughout their relationship, she had been gentle and considerate. If anyone asked him now if it wasn't for money, he wouldn't even believe it himself. Therefore, whether or not Chu Yan was greedy and vain didn't matter to him. All he cared about was completing his task. After thinking it through, Chang Fan said, Liang, I can't guarantee success at this moment. I'll just try my best. Jokingly, he thought, after observing for this period of time, Gu Zhongjing treated Chu Yan like a treasure, and he wasn't confident if he could pry them apart. Better to give Sun Hanyang a heads up first. It would be best if he could separate them, but if not, at least he would have an excuse. Chapter 66, Starting a Conversation. Gu Zhongjing had recently been feeling that the man who occasionally showed up was plotting something sinister. He considered himself exceptionally good at reading people, anyone he judged would almost certainly be assessed accurately. That shameless man kept staring at Yuan every day. Don't think he hadn't noticed how sneaky and shifty that guy was, clearly up to no good. Not only did he have upslanting eyes, Dan Feng eyes, but they darted around restlessly. Just by looking at him, one could tell he wasn't anything commendable. Today, as he took Chu Yan to water his medicinal herb garden near the top of Willow Cry Mountain, he encountered that shameless person again before even reaching the garden. In the distance, Gu Zhongjing saw a figure with a robust build similar to his own, but he refused to admit he was envious. Humph, so what if that guy had all those muscles? Wasn't he still just some wimpy type? Not like himself, though slim, he had the right amount of muscle in all the right places. Just last night, Yuan had praised his physique while running her hands over it. As Gu Zhongjing was inwardly criticizing that shameless person, said individual walked toward them, glancing at Chu Yan from time to time and wearing a smug smile, which made Gu Zhongjing want to punch out his eyes. But since this shameless person wasn't approaching Yuan, there was no real excuse for him to act either. Just as Gu Zhongjing was internally cursing this person, the taller man approached them, exuding a certain air of confidence due to both his height and demeanor. Before Gu Zhongjing could project his own intimidating aura, gained from countless trials and blood-soaked battlefields, he found himself momentarily overshadowed by the other's poise. Unwilling to seem weak, Gu Zhongjing was about to let loose his authority when the man stopped in front of them and addressed him courteously. "Hello, Mr. Gu, may I take a few minutes of your time?" With one hand holding onto Chu Yan and the other gripping a large watering pot, Gu Zhongjing, despite having little desire to engage in conversation, reluctantly nodded after realizing the man had already initiated the dialogue. "Let me introduce myself," the man said smoothly. "I am Chang Fan, Chang as in frequent and Fan as in sailboat." Gu Zhongjing gave a slight nod and replied without change in expression, hello. As if to say, you're playing your card, huh? Finally couldn't hold back. "It's like this, Mr. Gu," continued Chang Fan, "I'm a businessman who has been constantly busy with work. A friend recommended this place to me a while ago, and once I found time to visit, I instantly fell in love with Willow Cry Mountain for its leisure and beautiful scenery. It made me realize that work can always wait, but life shouldn't feel like enduring penance. Therefore, I've asked my subordinates to reserve spots here for tourists on a daily basis. I've explored every corner of Willow Cry Mountain during these days, and I'd love to stay at a homestay for a bit, but unfortunately, Mr. Gu seems to have halted reservations already. When I called your previously booked friends, none of them could spare slots. Excuse me for mentioning this." After talking about reserving spots, he added nonchalantly, as if it were an afterthought. Gu Zhongjing found his tone overly sweet and decided to address the issue directly. "Then what is Mr. Chang asking for exactly?" Chang Fan then revealed a self-confident smile, clearly believing it appealed greatly to young men. "What I mean, Mr. Gu, is whether you could rent me one of your villas, preferably for an extended period. I wish to stay in Willow Cry Mountain for some time to experience leisurely living. Of course, price is entirely up to you. What do you think?" Gu Zhongjing chuckled internally, thinking, what fresh nonsense is this? Even if you weren't obviously scheming, renting out houses would be nearly impossible given the long queue. Many wealthy individuals were already eager to get their hands on property in Willow Cry Mountain. Why should he make an exception for someone like him? Not particularly appealing, Gu Zhongjing stated calmly, "Mr. Chang, you might not be fully informed. I previously mentioned on Weibo that after handling pre-booked reservations through other platforms, I'll release a new reservation system via the Jingyan app where everyone will have a fair chance to grab reservations. So if you're patient, you can wait, it will likely be ready by next March." Chang Fan had anticipated Gu Zhongjing's refusal. Hearing it, he remained composed and courteous. "Is that so? That's indeed unfortunate. Nevertheless, it doesn't matter too much. I notice many flowers in Willow Cry Mountain bloom in spring, and the scenery will surely be breathtaking then. Waiting for such beauty isn't a waste of time." Gu Zhongjing offered a strained smile. "I appreciate your understanding, Mr. Chang. Do you need anything else? If not, I must get back to work. You see. Just go already. Stop looking at Yuan whenever you talk. And don't blame me if I lose control and hit you." Chang Fan slightly curved his lips, revealing a somewhat helpless yet charming smile. "Then I won't disturb Mr. Gu Zhongjing and this young child." The three words, young child, lingered on his tongue as if imbued with an unusual tenderness. His gaze swept over Chu Yan with an especially alluring look. Gu Zhongjing's expression turned cold. Damn. He dared to seduce my wife right in front of me. By the way, Mr. Gu, could you leave a phone number? Either yours or this young child's will do. I really like Sambra Mountain, and also like Mr. Gu and your young child. I'd like to make friends with you. Just as Gu Zhongjing was about to lose his temper, this man added such a sentence. He narrowed his eyes slightly, considering the phrase, your young child, he refrained from lashing out, but his tone wasn't particularly friendly either. I think my beloved and I probably wouldn't have much common ground with Mr. Chang. After all, there's a generation gap every 3 years, don't you think, Mr. Chang? When he stretched out the 3 words, Mr. Chang, it unintentionally carried an ominous feeling. Once Chang Fan heard it, he realized that Gu Zhongjing was likely dissatisfied with him. Chang Fan paused briefly, thinking about the generation gap of 3 years. Do I really look that old? But then again, given that Gu Zhongjing was only 20 years old and he himself was 28, he supposed he did look a bit older. But age wasn't the issue, the problem was this Mr. Gu's possessiveness. Wasn't even asking for a phone number allowed. After testing the waters enough, Chang Fan decided not to upset Gu Zhongjing further and put on an accommodating demeanor. It's fine. I believe that in the future, once we get to know each other better, you'll see that I'm a very good person to befriend. Well, I won't bother you two anymore. Carry on. Gu Zhongjing glanced at him, thinking that he was still reasonably sensible. If he had continued to look at Chu Yan that way, things might have gotten more confrontational. Gu Zhongjing didn't say a word while pulling Chu Yan past him and heading toward the herb garden. He acutely noticed that even after walking quite a distance, Mr. Chang was still staring at their backs. So he let go of Chu Yan's hand and raised his arm, tightly draping it around Chu Yan's shoulder to assert ownership. Chu Yan couldn't help but laugh at Gu Zhongjing's actions, teasing him, "What are you doing?" Chu Yan hadn't spoken a word up until now. It was their unspoken agreement. Chu Yan was someone who avoided trouble. Whenever outsiders were present, he would stay quiet, leaving everything for Gu Zhongjing to handle. It wasn't that Gu Zhongjing wouldn't let him speak, it was just that Chu Yan didn't want to talk. In the past during the apocalypse, he had endless responsibilities to deal with every day, people coming to ask him questions about various issues non-stop. He had long grown tired of the role of leadership. Had it not been for the apocalypse, he might have followed his parents' path and stayed in school for graduate studies to become a university professor. Neither leading others nor running a business came naturally to him. He didn't like interacting with people, so he silently stood by Gu Zhongjing each time. He considered himself an academic type. Managing these tasks wasn't something he wanted to do, he just wished to be a contented little programmer under Gu Zhongjing's protection. He had never imagined that Sun's family would actually think he felt aggrieved, thought he lacked authority, and assumed he desired wealth and power. Chu Yan used to be a prince-like figure, having no concept of money. Later, when the apocalypse happened, money became nothing more than useless paper sold by weight without anyone wanting it. And now, anything he needed, Gu Zhongjing bought for him early on, sparing him any mental effort. Therefore, Chu Yan indeed viewed money as mere excrement. If someone ran up to him saying, "I know you feel dissatisfied. I am willing to help you achieve what is rightfully yours," Chu Yan might just respond with a chuckle before letting Mr. Gu give him a punch in the face. Why didn't he hit the person himself? Because if he really tried to fight, he wasn't sure who would end up hurt, he looked soft all over, cared for by Gu Zhongjing. Just touching his skin made it turn red, so truly fighting another person would definitely hurt his own hands. His leisurely comfort and fulfillment were invisible to others. They judged him solely based on their own values, making errors in judgment understandable, like this moment when Chang Fan watched them walk away and believed 3/10 of Sun Hongliang's words unconsciously. Chu Yan never spoke while Gu Zhongjing conversed with others. Yet as they walked further away, Gu Zhongjing was still speaking to Chu Yan. "Baby, I don't like the way he looks at you." Chu Yan nodded, agreeing with him, "He is kind of greasy, I don't like it either." Initially, Gu Zhongjing harbored a hint of jealousy, but upon hearing this, he felt much better and hugged Chu Yan even tighter. Chu Yan lightly slapped his arm, "Hey, loosen up a bit." Gu Zhongjing relaxed his grip slightly and asked, "Baby, what do you feel like eating after we finish watering the plants?" At the mention of food, Chu Yan became serious, pondering for a long while before hesitantly saying, "I want to eat 8 treasure duck, or maybe just stewed chicken with mushrooms." No, how about curry chicken instead? Actually, let's go with the stewed chicken with mushrooms, something fresher. Oh, and there's that walnut milk pudding you made me yesterday, Jing, I'd like to have that again. Listening to Chu Yan seriously deliberating over his choices, Gu Zhongjing thought he was absolutely adorable and couldn't resist leaning down to kiss him on the cheek, leaving Chu Yan with a dazed look in his eyes. Feeling even more endeared by this reaction, Gu Zhongjing had a sudden urge to lock him up at home where no one else could see him. With rosy cheeks, Chu Yan teased him with a touch of whining, "What was that for?" Gu Zhongjing responded matter-of-factly, "To kiss my wife." Chu Yan's face turned an even brighter red. Even now, he would still occasionally blush uncontrollably from Gu Zhongjing's displays of affection, which left him feeling embarrassingly stupid. "I am not your wife. I'm your old huss, wait, no, I'm..." After struggling for half a minute, Chu Yan still couldn't think of a better term to describe their relationship, and was clearly vexed by it. Seeing his struggle, Gu Zhongjing helped him out, whispering softly in his ear, "You are my treasure." Chapter 67 Aloe Gel. The Sun family began urging Chang Fan again. He had been at the Sanlu mountain for a month and still had no progress at all. Not only had he not succeeded in flirting with Chu Yan, but he also couldn't even get close to him. The Sun family was extremely anxious. A month. The effects of Jaya Brilliance during this period had already emerged, with evaluation results being continuously posted online. Qi Huiyang is a savvy marketer, spending money on many big influencers from various live streaming platforms and short video apps to help evaluate and promote advertisements for Jaya Brilliance. Makeup bloggers aside, since their work revolves around such content, the heat created by some non-conscious promotional influencers shouldn't be mentioned either. Surprisingly, even pet bloggers are joining in on the trend. There's a cat on Douyin, not only does it have an ultra-high cuteness level but also sounds super sweet. Its voice could make your bones melt in sweetness. Don't underestimate this cat, it has over 30 million followers. It's more popular than Gu Zhongjing, who relies on looks and farming for a living. And now, its first ever advertisement endorsement goes to Jaya Brilliance. Allegedly, after the cat's owner personally used Jaya Brilliance products, the pimples and acne vanished from their skin, turning them into an ardent loyal buyer of Jaya Brilliance. In order to express gratitude, without needing Jaya Brilliance company's contact, they spontaneously endorsed Jaya Brilliance products. Other influencers need not be mentioned further. You just need to randomly browse through these famous influencers' homepages, check their feeds, and you'll surely find recommendations for Jaya Brilliance. Under such intensive publicity, combined with Jaya Brilliance products' robust effectiveness, how could it not explode in popularity? Currently, almost all over the internet is dominated by mentions of Jaya Brilliance. Wherever you go, someone is recommending Jaya Brilliance. A makeup blogger released a roundup of the top 10 sincere skincare products. Today, I'll talk about some useful, effective, and reasonably priced skincare products domestically. XXX is said is quite decent for improving sensitive skin. As for Jaya Brilliance, all its products can be summarized in one word: incredible. Without exaggeration, that rose whitening set makes the blogger visibly 2 shades lighter, always carrying a breeze of fragrance, saving me perfume costs entirely. The price is incredibly affordable, it's the most efficient yet cheapest skincare product I've ever encountered. How could beauty-loving girls possibly not own a complete set of Jaya Brilliance? Buy quickly. Fans, buying. Besides, there were others who tested Jaya Brilliance themselves. They uploaded their unaltered daily selfies on Weibo, and the fans witnessed firsthand the improvement in the skin of this makeup blogger without any beautification or filters day by day. Watching every day might seem fine, but when the blogger compiled all the pictures of the past month into one long image, the fans were amazed. This is really not called skincare anymore, it should be called a face replacement. Initially, the blogger's makeup-free skin was dark and sallow, with dark circles under the eyes, red acne, and pitted scars. There were also many closed comedones on the nose and below the lips, looking much uglier compared to when wearing makeup. But after a month, the filter-free, bare-faced skin was completely different. The skin became whiter and tenderer, with the pores becoming less noticeable, even the marks left by acne had disappeared. When compared to wearing makeup, it doesn't fall short, and instead adds a touch of purity. It seems that the blogger also applied aloe gel on their lips as lip mask, causing the slightly darkened lips to become pinkish and plump. What else could the fans say? One word: buy. These could all be considered marketing strategies, but one event officially propelled Jaya Brilliance to the throne of China's #1 honest skincare brand. Not long ago, a prominent Weibo account, seeing all the praises about Jaya Brilliance online, decided, in line with the journalist's style of nitpicking, to make a video discrediting Jaya Brilliance. Before making the video, this major Weibo user prepared extensively. Thinking that if he was going to do it, he might as well stir up a huge storm, so the materials selected were ones with obvious scars. He thought it would be easier to criticize on these grounds. Then the plan was to label Jaya Brilliance as just a hyped-up product without actual effect to attract attention. Regardless of other factors, it would definitely bring lots of keyboard warriors clicking like buttons and commenting, because although Jaya Brilliance prices are very reasonable, there are always those who cannot afford anything and sit at home eating dirt. The Big V, full of confidence, started collecting data on Jaya Brilliance, but what surprised him was that the scars, big or small, on the bodies or faces of those bloggers he collected were completely gone in the case of minor scars, while serious ones had significantly faded away, with a visible likelihood of disappearing completely if continued use. This revelation shocked that Big V immensely. Not believing his luck ran out, he conducted an exhaustive search across the web. To his astonishment, every single person who used Jaya Brilliance aloe gel showed visible results. What was the implication of this? It meant that no matter whether one was a scar-prone individual or not, once Jaya Brilliance products were used, scars would decrease in varying degrees. For those with better recovery abilities, they could heal completely, while for those recovering slower, scars could at least be significantly lightened. This 100% scar removal rate startled him and sparked a sense of justice within. Though he wasn't a good person himself, he knew how many lives were ruined each year due to burns, without even mentioning firefighters who suffered burn injuries rescuing others from fires. Then there were the surgical scars. Taking his own wife as an example, her cesarean section scar on her abdomen meant she had never worn a crop top since. If those lifelong scars were originally going to be erased by someone moved to buy due to marketing campaigns, only to have their minds changed because of his single-minded Weibo post aimed merely at increasing traffic, leaving them to endure the scars forever, wasn't this too heavy a guilt? He simply couldn't bear it. After much deliberation, he immediately composed a Weibo post. He collated all the before and after comparison photos he'd spent time collecting into a long video. In the video, he sincerely sang praises upon praises about Jaya Brilliance. The Big V was famous for his sarcastic and meme-laden tone, boasting 40 million followers who never saw his face but admired his editing skills and vocal charisma. Yet one good quality about him, his videos never exaggerated facts or distorted the truth. Even when blackening something, his content remained solidly grounded in evidence and logic. Thus, once this particular video went out, it quickly topped the hot search lists. Initially, some comments mocked it as a performance act, accusing him of yielding to the capital power of corporations. However, as more and more people uploaded photos under his comment section, all of whom were users of Jaya Brilliance Aloe Gel, the overwhelming hard evidence left the keyboard warrior speechless. At this point, everyone realized just how numerous the patients who successfully removed their scars using Jaya Brilliance truly were. Among them, one male patient's case was particularly heart-wrenching. A firefighter, during one rescue mission, he risked his life carrying a child out of a fiery blaze covered in flames. When the child was rescued, he emerged completely unharmed, yet the firefighter himself sustained full-body burns, which later healed but left scars covering his body from below the nose down to his calves. This handsome young man henceforth carried the hero's marks, but these scars also made it difficult for him to find a partner. Already 35 years old, he had yet to find a girlfriend. It was indeed rather ironic. Luckily, this young man didn't wallow in self-pity. Whenever he found suitable scar removal products, he bought and tried them, often saying that perhaps with continued use, the scars might fade, and then with his handsomeness, surely a girlfriend would come along easily. Despite speaking so confidently, deep down, he held little hope, aware that it was merely a self-consoling notion. During the nationwide craze over Jaya Brilliance, he hopped onto the bandwagon and purchased a tube. And then, a pleasant surprise arrived. After just half a month, he discovered the scars beginning to fade. Almost moved to tears, he bought an entire box back, yes, a box, lathering his entire body with it. By the end of a month, the scars on his body had almost vanished entirely, leaving only the more severe, deformed areas behind. The former youthful charm gradually resurfaced, and the young man eventually found his girlfriend relying on his striking looks. He posted the side-by-side comparison pictures alongside his story under the Big V's Weibo, gaining over 10 million likes. Seizing the opportunity, Jaya Brilliance official immediately forwarded this Weibo, interacting with the Big V while contacting the firefighting hero to invite him as the brand ambassador for their aloe gel product. As per policy, the number of endorsers should have been limited to one man alone. Officially, it was impossible for them to privately invite another endorser without permission. But considering this special situation, after explaining everything to Chi Huiyang and one man kindly consented to let the young man become Jaya Brilliance official spokesperson. Once this news broke out, the name, Jaya Brilliance Aloe Gel, instantly surpassed all other Jaya Brilliance products, claiming the well-deserved title of best-selling champion across the whole series. Such immense attention also caught the notice of the A City First People's Hospital. The hospital, upon seeing such remarkable effects of this aloe gel, promptly dispatched personnel to purchase a few tubes to conduct research. Upon their study, they found that Jaya Brilliance Aloe Gel was entirely natural, aside from some additives to enhance its shelf life, devoid of any harmful substances, and possessed efficacy 10 times greater than ordinary aloe gels. Being a decisive individual, the president of the People's Hospital immediately dispatched staff from the medical department to liaise with Jaya Brilliance upper management and signed a procurement contract directly. The People's Hospital officially included Jaya Brilliance Aloe Gel within the lineup of anti-scarring medicinal products, a move that definitively confirmed the effectiveness of Jaya Brilliance. When a patient went to the hospital to buy scar removal medicine, the doctor gave her a prescription for Jaya Brilliance Aloe Gel. She absent-mindedly took the aloe gel back home and posted a Weibo update. Then, Jaya Brilliance exploded in popularity again. Doctors from other hospitals lamented, saying how had they not thought of prescribing it this way. Soon, all the hospitals began doing the same, and the monthly orders placed with Jaya Brilliance by major hospitals were jaw-dropping. After this episode, Jaya Brilliance firmly cemented its position as the top conscientious skincare brand domestically. However, the impact of this event wasn't limited to sales and reputation, it also influenced political achievements. Qi family's outstanding contribution resulted in growing undercurrents in politics recently, with more people leaning toward supporting the Qi family. The Jiang family grew anxious, and the Sun family became even more worried, so they began pressuring Chang Fan. Pressured intensely, Chang Fan could no longer proceed with his original, boiling frog, plan. He decided to make a rash move, fully prepared to fail and be severely criticized. Chapter 68, Hazelnut Mushroom. Very early in the morning, Chang Fan got up. He knew that today was the day Gu Zhongjing went to the greenhouse to pick vegetables and deliver them to Quanwai, so he hurriedly climbed the mountain to avoid Gu Zhongjing. The little guy Chu Yan was strange too. When Gu Zhongjing wasn't around, he wouldn't go out much, staying home like a hermit. If you wanted to see him, you had to do it when he and Gu Zhongjing were going out. Approaching him was extremely difficult. Today, after Gu Zhongjing goes down the mountain, some hoodlums will hassle him, pretending to rob him and delaying time. What Chang Fan needs to do is take advantage of Gu Zhongjing's absence to talk a few words with Chu Yan, creating an ambiguous atmosphere and allowing those who have been following him to secretly take a few pictures. These pictures will appear on Weibo's trending topics, and then Gu Zhongjing will see them and get angry as a result, beating Chang Fan up. Then, the little angel Chu Yan, who witnessed Chang Fan being beaten, will step forward to defend him, saying that they didn't do anything other than talking a few words before tourists took their picture. Chang Fan will be that innocent young flower unjustly affected. Whether Gu Zhongjing believes it or not, subsequently he'll find more opportunities to be alone with Chu Yan again, brushing up his likability while simultaneously irritating Gu Zhongjing. If Gu Zhongjing, with his bad temper, keeps hitting him, the kind-hearted Chu Yan will grow increasingly adverse toward him and develop feelings of guilt, thinking that he himself dragged Chang Fan into this. At this point, if Chang Fan shows his intentions for liking Chu Yan, even if Chu Yan doesn't reciprocate his feelings, Chang Fan could leave a very good impression. Once Chu Yan starts having thoughts about Chang Fan, Gu Zhongjing can't hold him back anymore, as he always goes down the mountain. And Chu Yan will have increasing interactions with Chang Fan, thus making the mission more likely to succeed. Chang Fan was very satisfied with this plan and gave himself multiple praises. The reason he sincerely believed this plan would succeed was because he'd done something similar before. Of course, that time was unintentional. He said that he didn't like being the third party, so naturally he avoided people who were already married. However, though he didn't seek it, others saw him due to his good looks. That girl was a rich man's daughter, 2 years younger than him, and he met her through mutual friends. They had a pretty decent relationship. The girl was beautiful and kind, and Chang Fan intended to interact with her more. Unfortunately, before any action could be taken, he learned that the girl already had a husband, and thus decided to stop pursuing her. However, on the day he decided to stop flirting, the girl's husband showed up and beat him up. While the girl cried with tears streaming down her face, she insisted that there was nothing between them. Later, the girl visited Chang Fan many times. Seeing her sad and misunderstood by her husband, Chang Fan comforted her a few times. After coming and going like this, the girl really fell for him. And then, Chang Fan was beaten up by the girl's husband again, twice. But the more he was beaten, the more heartbroken the girl became. Eventually, she divorced her husband, saying that she wanted to be with Chang Fan. Chang Fan was fed up, he didn't even like the girl, nor did he want to be tied down. Decisively, he abandoned the previous city and came to City A. This time, when he was tasked to get close to Chu Yan, he had tried everything. He hadn't gotten his phone number, couldn't bump into him casually, couldn't initiate conversations when he encountered him, and on top of all this, Gu Zhongjing was eyeing him warily. He thought about asking Sun's family to help him look up Chu Yan's WeChat ID, but after adding it almost half a month ago, Chu Yan still hadn't accepted him. Chu Yan's slippery refusal left him at a loss. If it were someone else who emitted such clear rejection from head to toe, he might have given up, but this time was different. It wasn't about him wanting to chase Chu Yan, but rather being forced to do so. What else could he do except come up with some bizarre schemes? His plan was quite thorough. Early in the morning, he sat in the courtyard of the villa complex on the mountaintop, pretending to admire the scenery waiting for Gu Zhongjing. In the courtyard, the white grape arbor was already laden with lush green grapevines. It was September, right when the grapes ripen. Large bunches of purple grapes hung from the vines, plump and full with a layer of white fruit frost covering them, sticking to the rainwater left over from last night's rain, looking temptingly delicious. Chang Fan felt that if it weren't for accepting this task from the Sun family, he would definitely love Sanlu Mountain, leisurely bringing his lover up here for a vacation. Why bother plotting conspiracies? Isn't life about seeking happiness in the moment? What's the use of earning all that money which won't accompany you in life or death, while also calculating things unscrupulously? How exhausting. He asked himself this question countless times, but never brought it up to Sun Hanyang. He thought these people were already poisoned beyond cure, there was no point trying to dissuade them. If he didn't do it, he wouldn't have any peace either. It was better to pretend to know nothing, treating this as a paid vacation while interacting with Chu Yan, enjoying a stimulating romance, albeit one that might involve getting beaten. He sat under the grape arbor, with a lingering taste of breakfast he ate not long ago in the dining room of the neighboring villa still remaining in his mouth. It was a bowl of chicken soup noodles, made from a rich broth using free-range hens from Mount Lu Mingshan. On top of the soup was tender, smooth chicken skin and meat, accompanied by freshly blanched green vegetables. The noodles were handmade with flour ground from wheat grown on the mountain. The rich flavor brought a longing to Chang Fan's mind as he contemplated what to have for lunch. Alas, there were no cows on Mount Lu Mingshan, otherwise ordering a steak would have been perfect. Swallowing saliva at the thought, Chang Fan found himself more captivated by the local delicacies and scenic beauty than scheming about how to seduce Chu Yan. Recalling the panoramic view of City A he glimpsed yesterday atop Mount Lu Ho, along with the various flower seas and the sunrise slowly rising from the horizon, the awe-inspiring feelings lingered in his heart. Chang Fan believed that if this charming young fellow could secure Sanlu Mountain for himself, he wouldn't regret it too much either. While daydreaming about all sorts of random thoughts, Chang Fan's waiting wasn't particularly dull. He even indulged in examining the plain-looking potted plants in the courtyard, taking out his phone to identify each species one by one. And yet, he was unaware that the person he was waiting for wasn't even home, confident that Gu Zhongjing and Chu Yan were still sleeping given how early he'd arrived. Indeed, Chang Fan had come early, but Gu Zhongjing and Chu Yan had left even earlier. Off they went to Mount Lu Qian. Mount Lu Qian and Mount Lu Ho were so vast that some forested areas were inevitable. The tall trees here were forbidden to be cut down, unlike the short shrubs covering Mount Lu Ming, which could be freely pruned. Gu Zhongjing and Chu Yan headed to an area where a cluster of trees stretched across several mu of land, mostly consisting of tall trees and yangmei bushes. During the construction of the houses on Mount Lu Qian, Gu Zhongjing had wandered around these yangmei bushes. Recalling their sweet and tangy taste, he purchased some yangmei saplings from a florist and planted them amidst the wild ones. He hadn't bought many, as he had no intention of selling. He simply wanted to harvest the fruits himself when they matured. If some tourist stumbled upon them while wandering idly around the mountains, that would just be their good fortune. Gu Zhongjing didn't mind sharing a bit since he and Chu Yan could never consume everything. This season wasn't Yangmei time, it peaks between May and June, and this year's Yangmei had already been picked by Gu Zhongjing and Chu Yan. They made 2 jars of Yangmei wine and over 10 cans of Yangmei preserves, both utterly delectable. Getting carried away there for a moment. Ahem, let's focus. Gu Zhongjing and Chu Yan came here to pick wild mushrooms. From July to October every year, the wild mushrooms reached full maturity. In City A, however, it wasn't like in Y province where entire mountains would sprout mushrooms in every direction, green-headed mushrooms, chicken oil mushrooms, termite mushrooms, and the likes, supposedly incredibly delicious though neither Gu Zhongjing nor Chu Yan had ever tasted them. City A was in the north, where wild mushrooms also existed. The specific kind Gu Zhongjing and Chu Yan discovered was called hazelnut mushrooms. The fallen branches and leaves in this grove provided the mushrooms with their finest nourishment. These brown little fungi might look unassuming, but their fleshy texture was flavorful and highly nutritious, making them ideal for stewing with chickens in the famous dish, chicken stewed with mushrooms. It was exactly these hazelnut mushrooms that Chu Yan had mentioned wanting to try previously. They always harvested them here. As a loving husband, Gu Zhongjing had already brought Chu Yan here multiple times this autumn to gather the hazelnut mushrooms, always after seeing rain fall the night before. Moist soil after a rainfall overnight fostered an abundance of mushrooms, and last night happened to bring another autumn shower. Early in the morning, Gu Zhongjing dragged an excited Chu Yan out of bed and into the woods. Facing the sun partially risen, they ventured into the dense forest. Leading the way, Gu Zhongjing guided Chu Yan into the heart of the woods. The first time they came, they brought a small pot and some meats, enjoying a picnic amid nature where they initially stumbled upon the hazelnut mushrooms behind the trees. This time, Gu Zhongjing didn't plan a picnic due to last night's rain. The wet environment inside the forest increased the risk of catching a cold, a hassle he preferred to avoid. Ah Jing, I see one here. Oh no, not one, there's a whole nest of them. Come quick. Chu Yan excitedly pointed toward a cluster of hazelnut mushrooms hidden among the dead leaves deep within the bushes. Yes, Chu Yan had set out specifically to find mushrooms, naturally leaving such a task in his lover's capable hands. Gu Zhongjing was not far from him, bending over with a stick in his hand, raking through the shrubs and the carpet of dry leaves on the ground, trying to find those small mushrooms hidden in these dim corners. Hearing Chu Yan calling him, he turned around with good temper and asked gently, "Where?" "Let me take a look." Chu Yan pointed at the bush with a clean, smooth stick that had no bark. His fingers were white, tender, and elegant. Following the direction of his finger, Gu Zhongjing spotted the little cluster of hazelnut mushrooms. Seeing so many, Gu Zhongjing felt somewhat delighted too. He leaned in and kissed Chu Yan's lips softly. "My treasure is truly amazing, even such a well-hidden spot can be found by you." Chu Yan raised his chin proudly. "Of course, my eyesight is 5.0, after all." Gu Zhongjing couldn't help but kiss him a few more times. Chu Yan swatted at him, dissatisfied. "Hey, stop kissing. Quickly scoop them all up. I want to eat chicken stewed with mushrooms." Gu Zhongjing chuckled, then squatted down, stretching his long arms carefully to pick the cluster of hazelnut mushrooms, placing them into the small basket that Chu Yan was carrying, which was already half full. Each time they came to harvest hazelnut mushrooms, when they went downhill, Chu Yan's basket was always full, whereas Gu Zhongjing's contained only a pitiful few. Gu Zhongjing's adoration for his wife was evident in every aspect, including giving her a sense of satisfaction at all times. He certainly tried hard for their happiness. Meanwhile, under the grape arbor in the courtyard of the Lu Ming Mountain Villa, Chang Fan waited from 8 in the morning until 11, basking in the warm sun, inadvertently dozing off on the table. Chapter 69, Reporting. When the two returned home carrying 2 baskets full of morel mushrooms, neither of them noticed Chang Fan sleeping under the grape arbor, and they walked right past him. It wasn't that they were deliberately ignoring him. Ever since the grapevine was hung on the arbor, people often came to rest under it. Someone was always sitting there every day, so Gu Zhongjing and Chu Yan had naturally grown accustomed to the comings and goings under the grape arbor and no longer paid much attention. Thus, Chang Fan pitifully slept until 11, waking up with a shiver from the cool autumn breeze. Upon waking, he didn't know what day it was for a moment. He stared blankly at the door of Gu Zhongjing and Chu Yan's villa, sitting dazedly for quite some time before looking at his watch. It's already past 11. Where did those two go? Isn't today the day when they deliver vegetables? Why haven't they shown up yet? Could I have missed them while I was asleep? Chang Fan blamed himself for oversleeping. How long have I been waiting before dozing off, he thought bitterly. Why didn't you just sleep until death? As he scolded himself, he couldn't help but give himself a light tap on the head. Perhaps this action stirred something in the air, as he seemed to catch a whiff of an alluring aroma. Chang Fan sniffed and followed the scent to the door of Gu Zhongjing and Chu Yan's villa, inhaling deeply several times. Yes, the fragrance was coming from inside the house. These two are being way too unfair. I've been waiting for them here all morning, and they're cooking delicious food at home. In anger, he stretched out his hand to ring the doorbell but snapped back to reality midway. What was he doing? Would he abandon the plan just for a bite of food? No, I'm here as a mole, not for vacation. Wake up, Chang Fan. After thinking this through, Chang Fan brushed the hair from his forehead, took one last deep look at the villa door, then walked to the dining area of the neighboring villa. After quickly finishing lunch, he didn't rush back to the villa but instead sat by the restaurant entrance, gazing down the mountain path. He figured that by 2 o'clock at the latest, Gu Zhongjing would surely leave the house. Whether heading to Mount Luqian, Mount Luho, or leaving the mountain altogether, the road down would be unavoidable, and he could keep watch right here without worrying about arousing Gu Zhongjing's suspicion. He regained a bit of confidence as he imagined this, especially noticing how nearby teenage girls were covertly peeking at him and whispering among themselves. This reassured him further. He believed if given the chance, he could win anyone over. On the other side, after enjoying a fulfilling meal, Gu Zhongjing and Chu Yan embraced, ready to take a nap. "Jing, aren't you going to deliver the vegetables anymore?" Chu Yan said while rubbing his stomach with Gu Zhongjing's big hand. Gu Zhongjing's large hand gently kneaded the smooth belly of Chu Yan, distractedly considering whether to persuade Chu Yan to do something more stimulating than this daytime nap. It was a waste to sleep when so much could be done. "I won't go anymore," Gu Zhongjing said. "The vegetables from the greenhouse can now supply enough for our whole restaurant. Manager Zhang can handle this minor matter well. With so many eyes on us, we'd better avoid using the space unless necessary. Later, we'll only grow vegetables you like in the space." This year, they planted quite a bit more. Now the vegetables from the greenhouses down the mountain could almost meet the demands of their restaurant, so there was no need to continue growing them in the space. Moreover, growing vegetables in the space meant that Gu Zhongjing had to work alone and harvest by himself because whenever Chu Yan wanted to help, Gu wouldn't let him. It was exhausting every day. While it seemed he only needed to manage things on the mountain daily, in reality, he spent a lot of time in the space. Sometimes, staying in the space for 2 or 3 days translated to only 2 or 3 hours in real life, causing long separations from Chu Yan. Gu found it rather irksome. Had it not been for the previous contract signed with Qi Weiyang to provide vegetables for an extended period, Gu Zhongjing wouldn't have worked himself so hard. Now that the production in the greenhouse has caught up, he certainly didn't want to continue enduring such labor daily. Hearing this, Chu Yan felt a mix of sympathy and reproach. "I've told you I'd help you, but you don't allow me." Gu Zhongjing pulled Chu Yan closer, leaning down to kiss his lips. "I spent so much effort making my treasure all plump and chubby, it's not for you to work." Chu Yan narrowed his eyes. "Are you saying I'm fat?" Gu Zhongjing pinched his slightly fleshy abdomen teasingly. "Isn't my little piggy cute? Look at these dimples." With puffed cheeks, Chu Yan turned around and ignored him, thinking that unless Gu Zhongjing coaxed him and apologized, he wouldn't pay attention to him. "But, am I really fat?" He quietly reached out and pinched the flesh on his stomach. When he lightly squeezed, a layer of soft meat popped up, shocking him instantly. He really has gained weight. So, was Gu Zhongjing rejecting him because he was fat? In the past, even though Chu Yan didn't have much muscle, his body was still firm. It wasn't like now, his whole body had softened, and his waist got thicker too. But Chu Yan sighed. He didn't want this to happen either. He blamed Gu Zhongjing for always cooking such delicious meals every day that now he had gained weight. Seeing Gu Zhongjing's back facing him, silently radiating a self-isolated vibe, Gu Zhongjing regretted his own carelessness. "Honey, it's all my fault. You're not fat at all, you're perfectly fine as you are now. Before, you were too thin. Now, you fit just right, I don't feel uncomfortable holding you anymore." Chu Yan said sullenly, "So your meaning is that I used to make you feel uncomfortable when you held me?" Gu Zhongjing choked. No, holding you before felt comfortable too." "Really, honey, please turn around. I can't sleep without holding you." When Gu Zhongjing saw Chu Yan still wouldn't turn around, he became worried and afraid he would be genuinely angry. He quickly moved closer, embraced him from behind, and whispered quietly in his ear, "I like it when my treasure is plump. If you get fatter, it'd be even better." Chu Yan couldn't help but feel a trace of sweetness in his heart. "Really? Gu Zhongjing, really, whatever my treasure looks like, I love it. Chu Yan, would you still love me if I become 300 gene pounds?" Gu Zhongjing thought about a 300 gene round and white fatty rice ball. Seemed kind of cute. Thinking about how Chu Yan walked and ate with his chunky body, wow, so cute. "You'll look good even if you weigh 300 gene. My darling looks good in any form." Chu Yan felt sweet inside but continued teasing, "You're lying. If I became that fat, you'd definitely leave me." Gu Zhongjing, nonsense. "Would I show my loyalty or not? Let me prove it to you." "Chu Yan, how do you prove it?" Gu Zhongjing's hand started being mischievous, like this. Chu Yan blushed and slapped away his hands. His anger dissipated as well, and then he turned over, cuddling into Gu Zhongjing's arms and said, "All right, I won't fool around with you anymore. I'm sleepy." Regretfully, Gu Zhongjing hugged him tightly. Seeing his eyes slightly glazed over, knowing he woke up early this morning and was truly tired, he kissed his forehead gently, consoling him, "All right, no more nonsense. Be good, sleep baby. I'll hold you." Chu Yan kissed his chin affectionately and responded dependently with a soft, then closed his eyes and fell asleep in his embrace. After a short nap with Chu Yan, Gu Zhongjing woke up first. He got up, brewed a steaming cup of honey water, placed it on the bedside table, ensuring Chu Yan could drink warm honey water upon waking up. He wore a straw hat himself and prepared to go outside to check how the sweet potatoes and rice down the mountain were being harvested. The off-road vehicle drove down the mountain not long after, and Chang Fan nonchalantly came out from the restaurant, then sat back under the grape arbor, eyes staring intently at the villa door. Chu Yan woke up half an hour later. Upon waking up, he touched beside him and noticed the blanket was already cold. It looked like Gu Zhongjing had been out for quite a while. He instinctively glanced toward the bedside table and, sure enough, saw a glass of honey water there, a smile unconsciously spreading across his face. Though Gu Zhongjing daily muttered about letting him drink less honey water, saying that drinking too much would make Chu Yan look cuter and thus give him no sense of security. Yet Chu Yan would always see a cup of honey water waiting on the bedside table when he woke up every morning. Chu Yan's heart filled with sweetness, making him feel sweeter as he drank the honey water. After finishing the water, he got up, did a simple wash-up, and planned to go find Song Kai, who they had arranged yesterday. He bought a lot of practice problems and exam papers following the teacher's advice online and had made gradual improvements, but achieving a score high enough for a decent university seemed almost impossible. He wanted to take the entrance exam near home, aiming for Yanda University, Yenyu. Although Yanda wasn't a key university, it was still categorized as a Tier 1 school. With his current scores, it seemed quite distant yet. Just by chance, Song Kai had been a classmate of his previously, so he entrusted him to lend him copies of study notes, test questions, and workbook exercises. Without hesitation, Song Kai agreed. Since he had promised this, Song Kai began listening carefully in class. After all, if he didn't focus, his messy and unorganized notes would be too embarrassing to hand over. Today was the day the two had agreed to pick up the test papers from their most recent mock exam. The time was set for 5 o'clock. Chu Yan glanced at the clock and realized he still had time, so he decided to head down the mountain to help Gu Zhongjing and then meet up with Song Kai later. He tidied up, changed into fresh clothes, and headed out without hesitation toward the nearby sightseeing vehicle, completely oblivious to Chang Fan who excitedly jumped up upon seeing him leave. Chang Fan, noticing Chu Yan heading out, hastily gestured frantically to a nearby photographer, also laid back like himself, startling him into paying attention. Just as Chu Yan was about to board the sightseeing car, Chang Fan rushed forward and grabbed his hand. Feeling a pressure behind him and his hand being held, Chu Yan's skin instantly broke out in goosebumps. He swiftly jerked his hand away from Chang Fan's grip and shouted angrily, "What are you doing? You freak!" Grabbing other people's hands out of nowhere. Chu Yan's pleasant mood upon leaving was instantly ruined. Chang Fan hadn't expected such a strong reaction from Chu Yan. The disgust on his face wounded his poor self-esteem. He thought grudgingly, it was just a touch on the hand, is it really that bad? Fortunately, Chu Yan had no idea what Chang Fan was thinking. If he did, he would have scolded him right there. His hand had only been held by his big head and the dean, so who was this person grabbing it without permission? Sorry, I didn't mean to. I was just in a hurry. Chang Fan quickly apologized when he saw the furious expression on Chu Yan's face. Chu Yan took a deep breath. Since the other party had apologized, he didn't want to keep dwelling on it. Keeping his handsome face cold, he asked curtly, "What do you want?" With a gentle yet slightly urgent look, Chang Fan said, "Chu Yan, I need to talk to you. Can you spare me a few minutes?" Impatiently, Chu Yan replied, "I'm busy, no time." And he started to leave. Chang Fan choked on his breath, his patience almost depleted. What was going on with these two lovebirds? Why didn't they follow the usual script? Using his height advantage, Chang Fan stepped around and blocked Chu Yan's way. "Chu Yan, I like you." Inside, Chu Yan felt absolutely nothing, except perhaps some annoyance. Who wouldn't be annoyed after being hit on the moment they step outside? "Oh, are you done? If so, move aside," Chu Yan said nonchalantly. Biting his teeth, Chang Fan feigned an injured look and continued, "Chu Yan, do you believe in love at first sight? I genuinely like you, I've liked you since the first time I saw you, and I hope you'll give me a chance to pursue you." Chu Yan believed in love at first sight. It happened to Gu Datu when he met him, but why should someone else's love at first sight matter to him? Seeing Chang Fan still not moving, Chu Yan finally raised his head and gave him a bland look. "Thank you for your affection, but I don't need it. I already have a fiancé, please step aside." Still not budging, Chang Fan persisted, "Chu Yan, don't shut me out like this. I know you have a fiancé, but you're not married yet, are you? I don't want to regret this my whole life. I want to try." Seeing he wasn't backing off, Chu Yan tried to go around him, but Chang Fan cut his words short to stop him and moved closer to walk near Chu Yan. Repulsed, Chu Yan took a step back and irritably stretched out a foot, kicking sharply at Chang Fan's knee. Letting out a hiss of pain, Chang Fan bent over, clutching his knee. Was this guy's foot made of iron? How could kicking hurt so much? Seizing the opportunity, Chu Yan maneuvered around him and directly boarded the sightseeing vehicle. After getting kicked, Chang Fan was angry and wanted to chase after him, but tourists were now pointing and whispering at them. TSK, another reckless one. Yeah, last time a weirdo insisted on flirting with Master, who got thrown far away by Kai Kai. Really? Did you see it with your own eyes? Sure thing, I'll never forget Kai Kai's expression. Just recalling it makes me shudder. But the one confessing to master this time looks so good looking. Yeah, indeed pretty handsome, but can he compare to Kai Kai? That's true, by the way, you mentioned last time. So this is your second visit? Yes, I've had good luck, 3 times already. Wow, you're amazing. Although their chatter gradually veered off topic, Chang Fan still felt greatly humiliated as he was treated purely as a laughingstock. He had never imagined that one day he would be compared to a creepy guy. Losing out to Gu Zhongjing was understandable, after all, the latter's face really was gifted with unparalleled beauty, and sometimes he even felt jealous when he saw it. But comparing him to a flirtatious creep? That was excessive. He wanted to say a few words in his defense but didn't know how to start, so he decided to act dejected instead. Not far away, tourists who had been watching began to whisper among themselves. Hey, Master has once again shattered another pure young man's heart, so tragic. So tragic. Wait until Kai Kai finds out someone tried to poach her fiancé. This handsome man will have it rough then. That's true. Shouldn't we refrain from posting today's events on Weibo? That can't be done. Even if this handsome man is unfortunate, does Kai Kai deserve to have her husband stolen? True. All third wheels should be dragged out and burnt, no matter how good-looking they are. Chang Fan. He wasn't sure about these fans. If they were Gu Zhongjing supporters, why were they so friendly towards Chu Yan? Shouldn't they be cursing him for stealing their husband? Are you sure this is what stardom means? Feeling uncomfortable inside, with his dignity bruised, Chang Fan had no choice but to slink away. The photographer came down the mountain soon after to meet him, showing him the photos in the camera. There were pictures of Chang Fan tenderly holding Chu Yan's hand from behind, of them talking closely together, of him being kicked, and of Chu Yan bypassing him. Among hundreds of photos, only those involving hand-holding in close proximity could be used. Fortunately, Chang Fan had remembered to pose for the photos all along, and his expressions looked deeply affectionate and gentle in every shot. After finishing viewing the photos, he said to the photographer, "You go back and give the photos to Miss Sunday." Photographer, and you? Chang Fan, I'm going to the pharmacy to buy some medicinal wine for bruises, I'm sure my knee is bruised. Photographer. Chang Fan added bitterly, tell Miss Sun to publish the statement as soon as possible. After making the hot searches, I still need to go up the mountain to beat the person surnamed Gu. Photographer, what a miserable man. After fuming down the mountain, Chu Yan walked toward the rice paddies at the foot of Lu Qian Mountain, angrily taking out the handkerchief prepared by Gu Zhongjing to wipe his hands while walking. Gu Zhongjing was seated high in the combine harvester reaping rice, with an unobstructed view. From afar, he saw Chu Yan approaching, broke into a wide smile, jumped off the agricultural machinery, instructed his employees to continue, and quickly strode toward Chu Yan. Walking to Chu Yan's side, he grinned foolishly, took off the straw hat on his head and placed it on Chu Yan's, gently scolding him, "It's such a sunny day, why don't you wear a hat?" Seeing Gu Zhongjing, Chu Yan immediately magnified his grievances multiple times and complained helplessly, "Aging, someone bullied me." Gu Zhongjing's smile vanished instantly, furiously swinging his towel and asking, "What happened? Who bullied you? Where is he? I'll teach him a lesson and vent your anger." Chu Yan, feeling somewhat comforted, extended the hand that Chang Fan had touched. He grabbed my hand. Gu Zhongjing. Gu Zhongjing, fuck. Where is he? I'll kill that son of a bitch. A surge of anger surged through Gu Zhongjing's chest, all he could think of was rushing over there to slaughter the person who dared to touch Chu Yan. Unaware that he sounded like a little school kid reporting to the teacher, Chu Yan continued complaining sorrowfully, "He blocked my way and wouldn't let me go, saying he liked me. So I kicked him and went downhill." Gu Zhongjing's face turned cold like ice, but in front of Chu Yan, he forced himself to remain gentle and asked, "Dear, tell me where he is and what he looks like." Chu Yan extended his white and tender hand and pointed upward. "When I came down, he was still up there, I don't know if he's still around now." "You also know him, it's that person who always wanders around the mountain." Recalling, Gu Zhongjing instantly recognized the guy who always wandered around the mountain trying to steal a peek. Well, so the guy had finally revealed his foxtail, coming to dig the wall right under his nose. He knew all along that guy wasn't any good, and just as he left Chu Yan, this guy showed his real colors. Getting angrier as he thought more about it, Gu Zhongjing pulled out a handkerchief from his pocket and held Chu Yan's hand to clean it, then leaned forward and planted many kisses, coaxing him, "It's fine dear, it's my fault I didn't accompany you down the mountain, scared you, didn't I?" Being coaxed, Chu Yan involuntarily pouted and whimpered pitifully, "Yeah." Heartbroken, Gu Zhongjing leaned forward and kissed him several times, wrapping Chu Yan's hand with his big hand, rubbing it several times. "It's okay, honey. Look, it's all filled with the smell of your husband." Chu Yan himself didn't know what was happening to him, becoming more and more sentimental. When Gu Zhongjing wasn't around, he could calmly reject advances and retaliate. But the moment Gu Zhongjing showed up, his grievances spilled out uncontrollably. Now, being coaxed like a baby, Chu Yan felt both embarrassed and consoled, lamenting his own downfall. After cajoling for a while, Gu Zhongjing still couldn't help thinking about that outrageously bold guy, his anger almost getting out of control. He took Chu Yan's hand and drove up the mountain, thinking if that guy was still there, he'd show him why flowers are so red. When they arrived at the top, even before getting out of the car, they saw Chang Fan sitting in the villa garden looking lost in thought. Gu Zhongjing's anger boiled over, he was just seconds away from exploding. What a shameless bastard. How dare he wait here? The moment he parked the car, Gu Zhongjing jumped out and stomped towards Chang Fan. As he approached, his presence grew stronger, radiating an overwhelming rage that was terrifying. At least at this moment, Chang Fan very much wanted to run away. He quickly calculated the timing in his mind. No, it doesn't make sense. The trending topic shouldn't be online yet, so why is Gu Zhongjing looking so angry? Did Chu Yan tell him? Why would Chu Yan tell him? And after being touched by another man, it's not wise to confess everything to your boyfriend right away, is it? While screaming in his mind, Chang Fan barely restrained his legs from trembling but forced himself to sit still and think about what to do next. Before he could devise a plan, Gu Zhongjing had already taken a few long strides and arrived. With a frighteningly handsome face, Gu Zhongjing grabbed his collar, yanked him up, and dragged him toward the villa. Chang Fan tried to maintain his composure, shouting loudly, "What are you doing? Let go." At this hour, there weren't many people around the villa, as everyone was off on the mountain playing. Hence, only a couple of stragglers were watching silently, treating it as a spectacle as Gu Zhongjing hauled Chang Fan into the villa. Chu Yan and Gu Zhongjing worked in perfect harmony. Chu Yan unlocked the door and fully cooperated with Gu Zhongjing, his expression cold as they got the man inside. Someone might ask, why drag him home? Wouldn't a lesson work just as well outside? Of course, beating someone up indoors is far more satisfying. Chapter 70, Confession. After Chang Fan was dragged into the villa, he felt as if no one was answering his cries for help. The cold and lethal look on Gu Zhongjing's face made his legs feel like jelly. Are these two serious? It's just a handshake, right? Could they possibly be thinking about silencing him? Why not just beat him outside? Instead, they drag him inside. This is the end of me. He howled in despair inside but clenched his teeth to avoid begging for mercy. He shouted stubbornly, "Let me go." What are you doing? The main reason why he refused to give in was that he feared Chu Yan would look down on him. His eyes kept glancing at Chu Yan, hoping that he would come to rescue him and stick to the script. Unfortunately, all his flirtatious looks were wasted on someone who couldn't care less. Chu Yan followed Gu Zhongjing with excitement, estimating how much more damage this guy could take and deciding whether he should kick him twice if necessary. Technically speaking, being a tall man over 190 centimeters, Chang Fan's height almost matched Gu Zhongjing's. His physique looked stronger than Gu Zhongjing's and logically his strength should also exceed Gu Zhongjing's. But in reality, despite being dragged by Gu Zhongjing, he had no chance to struggle at all. Moreover, he still needed to mind his image in front of Chu Yan, yet ended up being pulled into the villa by Gu Zhongjing nonetheless. Once inside, Chu Yan closed the door from behind, then Gu Zhongjing let go of him, throwing Chang Fan onto the ground. There went his dignity, shattered completely upon hitting the floor. Acting fast, Chang Fan quickly got up from the ground and furiously questioned Gu Zhongjing, "What does Mr. Gu mean? Is this how you treat your guests?" Gu Zhongjing sneered, "We naturally honor well-behaved guests as VIPs, but people like you who attempt to poach talent when the boss isn't around, why should I bother treating you politely?" Before Chang Fan could defend himself, Gu Zhongjing sent a kick straight towards him. Bang, clang, snap. Ah! Stop it. Is there no law and order left? You, in broad daylight you dare hit people, keep going and I'll call the police. Gu Zhongjing delivered another strong kick to his shoulder and said expressionlessly, "Go ahead and report it. I'm sure you're brave enough to." Chang Fan, beaten to the point of having no strength to retaliate, didn't interest Chu Yan to intervene anymore. He sat comfortably on the sofa, leisurely brewed a cup of tea, added some fresh wolfberries he collected this year, and happily sipped on it. "Chu Yan, you're... Ah. Are you really watching him beating me without helping?" Chang Fan squatted on the ground, covering his head while shouting. Chu Yan smiled while drinking tea, choosing to ignore him. It was worse mentioning Chu Yan. Once Gu Zhongjing heard his name mentioned, his anger flared even more. He grabbed Chang Fan, executed an over-the-shoulder throw, and yelled, "Aren't you full of energy when confessing? How dare you hold my sweetheart's hand? Which hand touched her? Show it here. I'll chop it off so you won't do it again." At first, Chang Fan could interject with screams amidst getting beaten, but soon pain took over and he was left with only, "aha," wailing. Once satisfied, Gu Zhongjing shook his hand to relieve tension and stopped the beating. He then sat next to Chu Yan, accepted a glass of wolfberry water from him, and took a sip. Only then did he turn his cold eyes to glare at the bear-like man lying curled up on the floor and demanded, "Speak. Why exactly did you come here?" Gu Zhongjing wasn't stupid enough to believe he came merely for Chu Yan. Though he knew of Chu Yan's appeal and that many liked him, those gazes held admiration or possessive greed. That man's eyes, however, contained no affection, only calculation. Every part of Chang Fan ached severely, especially his face, shoulders, back, and waist, where Gu Zhongjing had struck most frequently. Even without looking, he knew his condition must be bruised beyond recognition now. From his experience with injuries, though, nothing appeared life-threatening. Just superficial wounds. With great effort, Chang Fan crawled off the ground and leaned against the door, trying to appear cool as possible, extending one leg while resting the other bent. His hand rested casually on his bent knee. While wiping blood from the corner of his mouth, Chang Fan thought he'd gotten lucky. Then he heard Gu Zhongjing's question and startled, raising his eyes toward the men on the couch. Looking at them, each seemed more relaxed than the other, their gazes cold as ice, evidently seeing through his ulterior motives. But no matter how suspicious Gu Zhongjing might be, Chang Fan couldn't admit to it. He forced a smirk and winced from pain with a sharp intake of breath. "Mr. Gu, how interesting you are. Do you know why I came to the Sanlu Mountain? Of course, I am aware you're together with Chu Yan. But so what? You haven't married yet, which means I still have a chance. Pursuing her isn't against the law. On the contrary, it's Mr. Gu's jealousy that has impressed me." He had just been beaten and actually didn't want to provoke Gu Zhongjing, but now all he could do was provoke him, otherwise, if Gu Zhongjing probed deeper, things would turn even worse for him. Gu Zhongjing wasn't angered this time because he knew Chang Fan wouldn't dare to act on his words. If it weren't for Chu Yan's hand being grabbed by Chang Fan today, Gu Zhongjing wouldn't have been so enraged since, as Chang Fan mentioned, pursuing Chu Yan wasn't against the law. Despite having strong possessiveness over Chu Yan, Gu Zhongjing also deeply trusted him. Many admirers could easily be dealt with by Chu Yan himself, unless they were especially obnoxious. In normal cases, after being rejected once, people would generally give up. However, ones like Chang Fan who dared to make physical contact clearly required intervention from Gu Zhongjing. This individual stood out differently though. Having loitered around Sanlu Mountain for several days before claiming his affection for Chu Yan, and exhibiting a calculating gaze, there was no way Gu Zhongjing would let him off. "No, you don't get that chance. Stop changing the subject and tell me which family sent you. Yan, Chen, Zhang or Sun." Gu Zhongjing and Chu Yan had kept an eye on those families that had previously shown frequent minor movements. The Qi family had continuously investigated without any slack either. Most of these families Gu Zhongjing had named had ceased their actions in the past 6 months, so he stopped investigating further. But this person's sudden appearance again heightened Gu Zhongjing's alertness. "I don't understand what you're talking about. Chu Yan is your boyfriend, liking him isn't wrong. Grabbing his hand today was my mistake, I accept your beating, but my feelings for Chu Yan won't change. Even if you beat me 1,000 times, I'll keep pursuing him." Seeing Chang Fan still insisting stubbornly, Gu Zhongjing's anger surged again, and he immediately prepared to stand up and beat him some more. Chu Yan grabbed his hand and stuffed a piece of apple into his mouth. "What's your rush?" Gu Zhongjing protested, looking aggrieved. "Baby, why are you stopping me?" Chu Yan shot him a glare. "Do you really think you can extract the truth this way? I'll find out." After saying this, he stood up and went upstairs to fetch his computer. Chang Fan couldn't shake off an ominous premonition in his heart. Sure enough, shortly thereafter, Chu Yan descended from upstairs. He turned on the computer and instructed Gu Zhongjing, "Jing, go get his ID card." Upon hearing this, Gu Zhongjing stood up and walked over to Chang Fan. "Take out your ID card, or I'll search you." "Chang Fan, I don't have such obligation." "What are you doing? Let go. Give me back my wallet." Before he finished speaking, Gu Zhongjing had already snatched his wallet from his coat inner pocket. Gu Zhongjing took out the ID card, tossed the wallet back to him, then returned to the couch and handed the ID to Chu Yan. Chang Fan gritted his teeth helplessly behind Gu Zhongjing's back but consoled himself thinking even if they got the ID card, it wouldn't matter since it didn't prove anything. Without him confessing, they lacked evidence against him. However, his growing anxiety only intensified. Chu Yan took the ID card and quickly input the number, retrieving his information within moments. Chang Fan, resident of Quoto Village in S City. The most recent bank transfer record shows 2 million yuan. Jing, he definitely has issues. Listening to the various pieces of data reported by Chu Yan, Gu Zhongjing glanced at Chang Fan kindly and said, "Shall we continue our investigation or will you speak up?" Chang Fan. Chang Fan was stunned speechless. He hadn't expected Chu Yan to be able to dig out so much just with an ID card. Isn't this something only the police station could do? Seeing Chang Fan's eyes nearly popping out, Gu Zhongjing found his bruised and swollen face rather amusing, and his patience increased a little bit. He repeated, "What do you say, will you tell us yourself or should we continue checking?" Chang Fan panicked and his thoughts raced rapidly. At this moment, if he remained silent, and if Chu Yan dug up something, he'd surely face trouble. If he did confess, the Sun family knowing about his leak wouldn't leave him in good shape either. So the best solution would be, "Mr. Gu, please help me." Hearing this, Gu Zhongjing smirked and took a sip of the wolfberry water nonchalantly. "Help you? How so?" At this point, Chang Fan abandoned pretending to be cool, struggled to his feet, and bowed deeply in front of Gu Zhongjing and Chu Yan. "Mr. Gu, I admit I came to Sanlu Mountain with intentions. I don't genuinely like Mr. Chu Yan. I was threatened." Gu Zhongjing nodded. "Go on." With hope gleaming in his eyes, Chang Fan pleaded, "Mr. Gu, I can continue, but please help me." Gu Zhongjing made no promise. "Speak first, let's hear what you have to say." Chang Fan had no choice. After pondering over the Sun family's relentless intimidation, he gritted his teeth and said, "It's the Sun family. They forced me. Gu Zhongjing exchanged glances with Chu Yan. It was indeed as expected. What did they force you to do? Chang Fan replied, they forced me to court Mr. Chu Yan to make him utterly devoted to me so they could obtain your formula. They threatened me, saying if I failed, they would expose all my past deeds and drive me out of city. Boss Gu, I've told you everything, I'm truly being forced into this. Speaking honestly, Boss Gu, even if you two hadn't questioned me today, I probably would have told you the truth in a few days. I may not be a good person, but I really can't pull off something like this. You can tell by how inactive I've been on Sanlu Mountain for these many days that I didn't want to do this at all. It's bad karma to ruin someone else's relationship. Especially when you and Mr. Chu Yan have such a good relationship, I understand my place. Regardless of whether his previous words were true or false, Gu Zhongjing neither confirmed nor denied them, but his final sentence did please Gu Zhongjing. Chapter 71, Medical Room. Isn't he perfectly suited for Chu Yan? They are truly a match made in heaven, aren't they? To be precise, what Chang Fan said wasn't wrong. He indeed did nothing except wandering aimlessly on the mountain every day, and today he just confessed his feelings to Chu Yan and got beaten up. Given that he spoke sweet words and did nothing inappropriate, Gu Zhongjing decided. Yuan, what do you think? Ha! For all this time, his darling had been constantly harassed, so the one who should decide what to do with this guy should be Chu Yan. Chu Yan was lounging on Gu Zhongjing, eating fruit that Gu Zhongjing cut for him, lazily saying, it's impossible for me to help you, but I can choose not to pursue your harassment over this period. After hearing this, Chang Fan's face fell slightly, but he could understand. After all, he came here to scheme against them, and their decision not to hold it against him was already a great act of kindness. It was truly naive of him to expect them to help him. He bowed again deeply to Gu Zhongjing and Chu Yan, saying, thank you, Mr. Gu and Mr. Chu for not holding my actions against me. I will not bother you anymore. Sorry for causing trouble these past few days. Gu Zhongjing responded with a grunt, all right. Glancing impatiently at Chang Fan, he threw the ID card at him, get lost. Chang Fan felt embarrassed, but he didn't dare to say anything more. He knew there was no way he could win a fight or argument against them. Their decision not to hold it against him was already a pleasant surprise, he certainly couldn't afford to complain about anything. Picking up his ID, he struggled to open the door and walked out, quickly contemplating how to explain things to the Sun family. Through a previous conversation with Sun Hanliang, he had learned that Gu Zhongjing had the backing of the Qi family. Now this would likely lead to a showdown between the two families, which would give him an opportunity to flee while he still could. After all, since he ate from the rich people's table, he knew well that the Sun family was much weaker compared to the Qi family. Hadn't he thought earlier that Gu Zhongjing and Chu Yan were young, and as long as he played his cards carefully, they wouldn't find out the truth, thus leaving him free to take money and follow the Sun family's orders. Now that Gu Zhongjing knows, disaster is sure to fall on the Sun family, and by extension, on him as well. Even weakened, the Sun family could easily deal with him if they wanted to. He couldn't sit idly by waiting for doom to strike. Losing all his hard-earned influence in City A wouldn't matter. He'd just move somewhere else beyond the Sun family's reach. With his skills, would it really matter where he went? Surely, he wouldn't starve, right? Deciding clearly, Chang Fan felt much more composed after reaching this conclusion. Carrying his injuries, he returned to his place without even daring to visit the hospital. After packing his belongings quickly, he rushed straight to the airport. Chu Yan and Gu Zhongjing had no idea he acted so swiftly and fled. They were planning how to teach the Sun family a lesson. Jing, we can't let this slide this time. People like them think we're easy targets. This time, they came after me, but what about next time? The orphanage is a living target. We can't take any risks. Gu Zhongjing pulled Chu Yan closer onto his lap and kissed his lips lightly, saying, you're absolutely right, honey. If we're going to make a move, we need to hit them hard, or everyone will continue thinking we're pushovers. Chu Yan asked, do you have any good ideas? Gu Zhongjing replied, the principle stays the same, destroy the Sun family. Once the Sun family falls, other families will think twice before making any moves. Darling, first check out what dirty deeds the Sun family has done. If we find anything, then it'll save Qi family the effort. We shouldn't bother them too often, we should resolve matters ourselves whenever possible. And in a way, it serves as a warning to the Qi family. Chu Yan extended her elegant finger and poked Gu Zhongjing's forehead, you just know how to order me around. Gu Zhongjing caught her hand and gave it several affectionate kisses, my love, isn't it because I'm not as capable as you? Or do you want me to kill the head of the Sun family? Once their leader falls, dealing with the others will be easier. Seeing him start to ponder deeply, Chu Yan rolled her eyes at him, did I ever say I wouldn't cooperate? Why are you so anxious? Gu Zhongjing grinned widely, laughing happily, I know my baby is the best. You only know how to talk sweetly. Instead of wasting time on that, why don't you think about what delicious food you can cook for me? Sure, what do you want to eat, honey? I'll go cook it for you right away. Why do you always ask me? Isn't it the chef's job? The crabs and fish in Lu Ming Lake are ready. Shall I bring some back and cook them for you? Tell Uncle Lu to catch a few small fish. You can fry them for me, they're so delicious. Alright, wait for me, my love. Saying this, Gu Zhongjing left for Lu Ming Lake, and Chu Yan smiled watching him leave, picking up her laptop to enter the study. Today, it was just a simple intrusion into a system to check Chang Fan's information, so using the laptop was sufficient. But if they were going to hack into the Sun family's company systems and the computers of every individual in the Sun family, that would be a massive project, requiring hundreds of IP jumps alone. A laptop simply wouldn't cut it, a desktop computer would be much better suited for the task. His desktop was specially customized for him by Qi Huiyang abroad. It had lightning-fast internet speed and made any operation convenient. While Chu Yan worked on investigating the Sun family's information at home, Gu Zhongjing also contacted Qi Huiyang. "Qi Z, there's something I need to tell you." Qi Huiyang's voice came through the phone somewhat distorted. "Hold on a sec. I'm on my way back with Xiao Dong, we'll be there soon. Let's talk about it then." Yesterday was Xiao Dong's follow-up examination day, and Qi Huiyang volunteered to take Xiao Dong down the mountain to the hospital since he happened to be fetching water from there. After confirming with Xiao Dong himself, Gu Zhongjing entrusted Xiao Dong to Qi Huiyang without worry. Thus, today he had the time to go up the mountain with Chu Yan to pick mushrooms. "Alright, drive safely. I'll hang up now." After hanging up, Gu Zhongjing thought that Qi Huiyang and Xiao Dong would also have dinner on the mountain tonight. Additionally, he needed to send some food over to the orphanage as well, so the amount of ingredients required increased significantly. Therefore, he quickened his pace. Old Master Lu was an excellent swimmer who knew how to row a boat. His daily tasks included dumping fish feed into the lake, collecting garbage and aquatic plants like weeds, and sometimes chasing chickens and ducks away, work he performed conscientiously, earning the generous salary paid by Gu Zhongjing. This year was their first attempt at raising fish, shrimp, and crabs. The fish and shrimp had already graced their dining tables, but the crabs hadn't yet appeared. Many tourists had set their sights on the crabs this season, eagerly awaiting the Mid-Autumn Festival when they could enjoy a meal here at Lu Ming Mountain. Chu Yan had been longing to eat the crabs for quite some time, but Gu Zhongjing wanted them to grow a bit fatter before harvesting, since smaller ones wouldn't taste good. So far, all the crabs they had eaten were purchased from elsewhere. With the Mid-Autumn Festival approaching, Gu Zhongjing finally relented and offered to prepare them specially for Chu Yan. Of course, part of this decision was due to flattery. Since entering this peaceful society, Gu Zhongjing's skills in killing zombies no longer had any use. His only somewhat useful talent was farming, while Chu Yan's abilities found their best expression here. Thus, Gu Zhongjing couldn't help but feel somewhat useless. At the same time that he felt useless, he was proud as well. His brilliant wife was truly an incredible person. He promised to protect her, but now she ended up protecting him. Yuan was truly a precious treasure. In his heart, he continuously praised his wife, even as his hands worked alongside Old Master Lu pulling up crab and shrimp traps from the lake. Every night, Old Master Lu placed these traps into the lake with bait inside, such as snails or dead fish and shrimp. The next morning, they would find the traps full of shrimp and crabs. There were plenty of shrimp traps, around 10 cages or so. The restaurant on the mountain used a lot of shrimp daily, so they took however much they needed each day to ensure freshness. Any unused portion was returned to the lake at night, and new traps were laid again. However, crabs were more complicated. This wasn't yet the prime time for eating crabs, so Old Master Lu had only laid out 2 cages just in case, which wasn't nearly enough. Laying more crab traps at this moment would be too late, and Gu Zhongjing didn't want to wait. After a brief discussion, they decided to directly head to the crab ditch with a stick and catch the crabs manually. The large blue crab's pincers are strong, so when poked with a stick, they would grab onto it and could be pulled up easily. It wasn't very troublesome. After busy work for some time, having gathered enough fish, shrimp, and crabs, Gu Zhongjing tidied up and was about to leave. That's when Old Master Lu hesitated and spoke up. "Mr. Gu, I have a question." With a pleasant mood, Gu Zhongjing smiled warmly. "What is it, Old Master Lu?" Seeing that Mr. Gu was in a good mood, Old Master Lu hurriedly asked, "I was wondering if we need more staff on the mountain." Gu Zhongjing stopped tinkering with the fish and shrimp, laughing amiably. "We're hiring. Both the swimming pool and restaurant on Lu Qian Mountain need people, as does the lavender field on Lu Ho Mountain. We still need workers for the greenhouses down below. Didn't Manager Zhang tell you?" Staff were urgently needed everywhere on the mountain, and Gu Zhongjing had been instructing Manager Zhang to pay attention to hiring needs. People from the Lu family village and Chen family village were given priority, and the employees on the mountain knew this. So why did Old Master Lu ask? Not exactly, let me clarify, I meant for a medical position. That piqued Gu Zhongjing's interest, a medical position. Master Lu, my son studies at a medical university and has been working at a city hospital for the past 2 years. However, he is quite introverted and doesn't get along well with the hospital staff. So I thought about getting him a different job or even opening a clinic. But opening a clinic would require quite a bit of money, my savings aren't enough for that. Anyway, our Sanlu Mountain has everything now except for a doctor's office. Hence. After listening to him, Gu Zhongjing realized that though the 3 mountains already had supermarkets, restaurants, homestays, swimming pools, and various entertainment facilities under construction, they indeed lacked a medical room. He reflected on how inconvenient it was not having a medical room, several times, tourists who ate on the mountain got food poisoning so severe they became dehydrated, others accidentally tripped and fell, or employees sustained minor injuries while working, all of which required being sent directly to the hospital, causing unnecessary hassle. Master Lu's idea actually seemed very practical. A medical room on the mountain would be highly beneficial for both tourists and employees. After mulling it over, he said, "I haven't thought of this, thank you for your suggestion, Master Lu. I'll have my people arrange to build the medical room as soon as possible. Tomorrow, please bring your son up the mountain, and we can discuss the details of its operation in more depth." "How does that sound?" Overjoyed, Master Lu replied, "That's wonderful. On behalf of my unworthy son, let me thank Mr. Gu." Chapter 72, Scandal. After Gu Zhongjing and Lu Bai made a plan, he returned home with the fish, shrimp, and crabs to cook dinner. Chu Yan was busy in the study, so Gu Zhongjing didn't bother him and thought about the Sun family and the medical room while cooking alone. He didn't take the Sun family seriously, but it seemed that they were persistent and kept testing his bottom line. As the saying goes, it's easier to avoid the devil than small demons. If they weren't dealt with soon, the orphanage might have some trouble. Chu Yan's investigation would probably take a couple of days. Chang Fan had definitely run away by now. The Sun family wasn't stupid, they would surely guess that he already knew. If they weren't foolish, they would immediately take new measures or even rip off their masks directly. Gu Zhongjing thought that he would bring the dean and the children up the mountain to stay for a few days after going down the mountain later, which could temporarily avoid any impact. It was Friday today, and the children were on vacation. Staying for 2 days wouldn't affect anything. By Monday, this matter should be handled properly. Qi Huiyang and Little Dong arrived very quickly, even before dinner was ready. Gu Zhongjing was busy removing the veins from the shrimp when Qi Huiyang, after settling Little Dong, entered the kitchen. "Old Gu, what did you want to say on the phone just now?" As he spoke, he began helping Gu Zhongjing. Gu Zhongjing recounted the day's events involving Chang Fan and then asked, "Did you find anything about the Sun family during your previous investigation? What's the situation with them?" After hearing this, Qi Huiyang was also surprised. The Sun family had been hiding quite deep. The Qi family had always been investigating them without ever slacking off. They had considered the possibility of the Sun family making a move, but the people monitoring the Sun family reported that they had always been compliant. How did a person arranged by the Sun family suddenly appear? The Sun family is our adversary, they have always supported Jiang family's laughing tiger. My brother has been clashing with the Jiang family recently. I assume they're getting desperate too, but strangely, we've been constantly sending people to keep an eye on the Sun family's movements, and their side has always been calm. How did this person manage to connect with the Sun family? Strange. After finishing speaking, realizing that this incident was also an unwarranted calamity for Gu Zhongjing and Chu Yan, he said, "This time, it's our fault that we've dragged you into this." "Sorry, buddy. Gu Zhongjing, if we're brothers, there's no need to talk about dragging each other into things." Seeing that Qi Huiyang still looked guilty, he continued, "Regardless of how they managed to arrange someone here, they won't remain passive from now on. I think you should inform your family about this." Qi Huiyang agreed and washed his hands before stepping out to make a call. After preparing the meal, Gu Zhongjing went upstairs to call Chu Yan. Chu Yan was deeply immersed in his work at the moment, typing quickly and concentrating fiercely. Seeing him like this, Gu Zhongjing realized he must be at a crucial point and decided not to disturb him, quietly leaving once again. He divided the food into 2 portions and invited Qi Huiyang and Little Dong to eat first. He himself hadn't touched a bite, intending to wait for Chu Yan. Neither Qi Huiyang nor Little Dong hesitated, praising the delicious meal as oil dripped from their mouths. Qi Huiyang joked, "I tell you, old Gu, your culinary skills are unmatched. Why don't you come to my all-flavor restaurant and be my head chef? I'll give you 10% of the shares. What do you say?" Gu Zhongjing rolled his eyes at him while looking through his phone. "You sure have big dreams." Just as he was speaking, he paused upon opening Weibo's trending search. After a short pause, he cursed furiously, "This despicable rat. I should have crippled him today." His gaze froze on the phone screen, his expression cold and terrifying, as if ready to kill the person inside the screen. Qi Huiyang, curious about his reaction, leaned over to take a look. On the screen, Chu Yan was holding hands with a tall, handsome man. His face appeared to have a trace of anger, but it wasn't clear unless observed carefully. The photo had been edited with filters, appearing romantic against the backdrop of white brick, red-roofed villas, resembling a professional photo shoot. At first glance, Qi Huiyang had to admit that the 2 men in the photo were very compatible. Upon seeing such a photo, Qi Huiyang's heart sank. Knowing how much Gu Zhongjing doted on his wife, seeing this picture would surely cause a huge explosion. Indeed, as expected, Gu Zhongjing couldn't suppress his fury, emitting a terrifying aura that even Qi Huiyang found hard to withstand. He felt a slight shock. This kind of overwhelming presence was something he hadn't even experienced in front of his grandfather. Gu Zhongjing was both angry and regretful. Although he was upset earlier when he learned that Chu Yan's hand had been held by the other guy, he let it go because he told the truth. But now, seeing the actual photo of him holding Chu Yan's hand, the image pierced through him. He regretted not chopping off Chang Fan's hand on the spot. Shit. The more he looked, the angrier he became. Gu Zhongjing, as he kept looking, angrily threw his phone onto the sofa and stopped viewing. Qi Huiyang braved the chaotic aura of death emanating from Gu Zhongjing, steeled himself, and advised, "Old Gu, what are you doing? You know Chu Yan's hand was grabbed unexpectedly. You shouldn't act rashly." He worried that if Gu Zhongjing couldn't find Chang Fan who had already fled, Gu might vent his anger on Chu Yan. Even if things didn't get physical, cold treatment or some kind of violent behavior wouldn't be surprising, would it? What man could tolerate seeing a photo of his wife being so intimate with someone else? Although Qi Huiyang thought Gu Zhongjing wasn't the type to do something like that, just in case, he felt obligated to say something. If the two of them started having a rift over this, Qi Huiyang would feel guilty beyond words. At the end of the day, all of this happened because of the Qi family dragging them into this situation. Initially filled with anger and regret, Gu Zhongjing, after hearing Qi Huiyang's words, couldn't help but laugh humorlessly. "Do you have water in your head? What rashness are you talking about? I know exactly what my treasure is like. I only regret not killing that disgusting face." Qi Huiyang finally breathed a sigh of relief and asked, "Then what about this trending search?" Gu Zhongjing didn't even bother reading the comments, knowing they were probably all driven by trolls saying unpleasant things. However, not reading them meant he also didn't know how to guide public opinion, so he suppressed his anger and continued scrolling down. Mom says, the prettier a person looks, the more likely they'll deceive people. Poor Kai Kai. Congratulating the arbiter for receiving a green hat. Not really. Is the young master actually involved with someone outside? Kai Kai doesn't cry, you still have us. Truly showing off affection gets separated fast. If Kai Kai and the young master really break up, then I'll never believe in love again. What's today's date? First Fan Yen exposed drug use, then the Jingyan couple created gossip. How chaotic is this noble circle? Calmly eating melon, curious, I see there's still anger on the young master's face. Perhaps there's hidden context here. Of course influencers are influencers, their private lives are messy indeed, TSK. Do influencers eat the rice out of your house? Is it necessary to criticize an entire group unnecessarily? Drug team plus 1 point, infidelity team plus 1 point, at Radio and TV Bureau please ban blemished artists. The young master isn't an artist. Ban my balls. Weakly speaking, the person with whom the young master cheats looks quite handsome. Kai Kai, look at this green hat, it's big and green. Seeing the whole screen full of green expressions, Gu Zhongjing's face turned green as well. Regardless of whether Chu Yan had cheated, something which absolutely hadn't happened, or even if he did, Gu Zhongjing would still hate seeing him criticized like this. The phrase, deep love equals humility, wasn't inaccurate at all. Over these 11 years, Gu Zhongjing's feelings for Chu Yan had sunk deep into his bones. Even if Chu Yan truly cheated, Gu would probably grit his teeth and accept it silently. But the problem was that Chu Yan didn't cheat at all. As the party being harassed, to have to bear so much unwarranted criticism and slander, Gu Zhongjing simply couldn't bear it. He immediately contacted the security department down the mountain and requested them to send over the surveillance footage. He then contacted the troll group from last time, asking them to steer the comments toward a more favorable direction. Following that, he forwarded the post that suggested Chu Yan had cheated and posted a clarification. Thank you for your concern, but there has been no issue with the feelings between me and my fiancé. The person in the photo is Yuan's admirer, whose confession failed earlier and was dissuaded by me, smiling. Furthermore, people who maliciously spread rumors or insult my fiancé should await the lawyer's letter. He also attached a recording of the incident at the villa gate, including the moment when Chang Fan was kicked. Not long after this tweet was posted, the comments section blew up. Young master's kick was so damn cool. So here comes the question, who happened to be nearby, who just happened to capture the young master's photo holding hands? And who painstakingly posted this photo on Weibo? Don't say anything upstairs, the implications are chilling. I'm telling you, the relationship between the Jingyan couple breaking up is just impossible. Rumors come easy, dispelling them takes legs running off. Some people, I suggest you be good-hearted. Kai Kai protecting the young master looked pretty cool too. But what I'm curious about is how the guy whose confession was rejected got dissuaded. That smile feels so profound. Blind students, you've discovered the highlight, we'd like to know too, smiling. Watching the public opinion swiftly shift, and with no further news coming out afterward, most onlookers scattered. A portion of people mocked coldly, suggesting that Gu Zhongjing was desperate for fame, using emotions for publicity stunts. But such comments were largely irrelevant since both fans rapidly reported them, suppressing any negative chatter. His swift response cleared things up quickly, and the Sun family also grew a bit anxious. Sun Hanliang had been unable to reach Chang Fan for a whole day. She went to his place but found no one, and his phone was unreachable. In her anxiety, she had someone investigate Chang Fan's whereabouts. It was then discovered that Chang Fan had boarded a flight to Country Y at 4 in the afternoon. Shocked, Sun Hanliang realized that Chang Fan must have been exposed, and quickly contacted Grandpa Sun. Grandpa, Chang Fan has fled. Grandpa Sun's heart sank as he understood the severity of the situation. Without hesitation, he ordered, start with the orphanage, do it as soon as possible. I need results within 3 days. Since they were already exposed, there was no point blaming each other now, the only option was an all-out final attempt. If they failed to secure the secret formula, they would face ruthless suppression from the Qi family. The Sun family simply couldn't afford to lose. Meanwhile, after Gu Zhongjing posted on Weibo, he left in his car along with 3 sightseeing bus drivers, without even taking the prepared seafood dishes. He planned to bring everyone up the mountain to discuss further. Chapter 73, Downfall. That night, the people from the orphanage were taken up the mountain by Gu Zhongjing. The principal thought that the children were just on holiday, so when Gu Zhongjing brought them up to relax, they didn't think too much of it. The children were all very happy. The elementary school students would have a 2-day break, while those in junior high and high school had a 1.5-day vacation. With the time being too short, Gu Zhongjing, worried about them returning to school, explained everything to the principal. The principal wasn't someone who couldn't handle matters well, immediately took leave for each child accordingly. After these issues were handled, Gu Zhongjing recruited more than 10 veterans from the Veterans Work Placement Office, arranging them in 2 shifts to monitor surveillance around the clock without any relaxation, with constant patrols also conducted on the mountain. The Sun family didn't expect Gu Zhongjing to act so quickly. All the people they sent out came back empty-handed. Sun Laoyi realized there was no turning back now and held several family meetings in urgency. Finally, they decided, even if everyone from the orphanage moved up the mountain, what did it matter? The old site of the orphanage still existed. If they acted swiftly by firing the orphanage principal and replacing them with their own people, wouldn't it make no difference even if Gu Zhongjing kept everyone up on the mountain? They couldn't possibly stay up there forever, could they? These kids couldn't avoid going to school for their entire lives. So what if they hide for a couple of days? Their various industries and the Qi family officially tore off the mask and started an open campaign of blackening and suppressing each other. The Sun family side also contacted people to reach out to the Land Bureau and land lease contractors in the 6 urban districts. They, as large families with deeply intertwined networks, had their cronies within all kinds of government departments. It made more sense for them to directly contact their superiors instead of dealing with small villages like Lu Family Village or Chen Family Village. The Qi family also acted swiftly. As soon as operations began, they prepared to directly revoke the land use rights due to violations concerning Gu Zhongjing. The Qi family and their followers descended into the fray. The small land lease contractor and land bureau were thrown into disarray, but currently, delaying Gu Zhongjing by half a month or so posed no real problem. Gu Zhongjing knew that until Sanshui Mountain truly belonged to him, he'd remain under threat from others. Thus, he went to Lu Family Village and summoned 2 village leaders, signing a 70-year contract all at once. Although it was still a leasing contract, its significance had changed. From now on, Sanshui Mountain would belong to Gu Zhongjing and Chu Yen. Such a large amount meant that even if the Land Bureau and lessor wanted to renege, they'd have to get through the Qi family gate and return his leasing fee along with a penalty for breach of contract. All political actions targeting the orphanage by the Sun family were blocked by the Qi family. The Sun family, infuriated by the Qi family's interference along with those aligned with them, unable to find a way past Lu Mingshan shielded behind thick walls like a turtle, resorted to attacking Jiaoyou outright, with no regard for decorum. Within 2 days, every branch store of Jiaoyou faced customers coming to create disturbances. These customers claimed their faces broke out after using Jiaoyou products. Qi Huirang said nothing in defense that evening and simply detained all those causing trouble. Providing these troublemakers with food and lodging, live streams showcased these individuals using Jiaoyou skincare products. Deciding on a direct face replacement stream, Qi Huirang promised both these troublemakers and the audience before their screens that if these issues weren't cured, Jiaoyou would cease production entirely. Moreover, the on-site victims would receive hefty compensations, alongside unconditional returns to all Jiaoyou users. The effects needed over 10 days to show. Meanwhile, the Qi family hadn't been idle either. Since the Sun family and Jiang family had torn apart their masks, it was time for a one-time resolution. Bring them down, and the Qi family would become the strongest competitor. Initially planning to strike right before the election cycle, the situation has turned white-hot because of the mere Sanshui Mountain. Fighting had become inevitable. Gu Zhongjing's value didn't lie in his Sanshui Mountain but in the formulas he possessed. In just half a year, the Qi family amassed nearly tens of billions. What a colossal interest. In merely half a year, without even fully establishing its supply chain, Jiaoyou was already nearing listing on the market. Such extravagant profits, who wouldn't be envious? Wouldn't the Qi family understand, being outstanding invites envy, and that Gu Zhongjing was becoming far too conspicuous? Anyone wanted a piece of the pie, including families within their own alliance. For balance, the Qi family handed over many Jiaoyou collaborations to partners. As a result, in these 6 months, not only the Qi family, but every family allied with the Qi faction made huge profits. Their stance towards Gu Zhongjing and Sanshui Mountain transformed into staunch support. There was always one truth: interest moves hearts. Gu Zhongjing played a role akin to a cannonball, a sacrifice, a fat meaty target that everyone lusted for. Surrounding them were fierce beasts, each wanting to take a bite but none daring to make the first move. Whoever moved would face an onslaught. Take the Sun and Jiang families for instance. When the Qi family acted, it wasn't that others didn't want to stop them. However, as these moves were made voluntarily by Gu Zhongjing, there was no basis to protest or to compete with the Qi family. Now that the Qi family is willing to share benefits with everyone else, who would oppose them? Thus, the situation reversed. Many previously neutral families quickly took sides, granting the Qi family unparalleled influence. With so many families jointly striking against the Sun and Jiang clans, the two found themselves in dire straits within 3 days. It was then they realized how many other families had silently joined forces supporting the Qi family. The isolated Sun family left Sun Hanliang without hesitation, addressing Sun Laoyi, "Grandfather, we have only one way out." Sun Laoyi had grown increasingly dissatisfied with his granddaughter, as all her plans thus far had failed, nearly exposing the Sun family. If not for the support of the Jiang family and several others, the Sun clan would already be ruined. Impatiently, he demanded, "Speak your mind instead of stammering." Suppressing her hatred for Gu Zhongjing and Chu Yan, Sun Hanliang declared, "Since Mr. Gu refuses to see reason, why don't we just kill him? Given the current situation, the probability of us obtaining those formulas must be slim. If we can't have them, neither should anyone else." At this suggestion, Sun Laoyi immediately rejected the idea, muttering about killing Gu Zhongjing just as he neared death, depriving himself access to the health-preserving products from Gu Zhongjing's resources. He could not die prematurely after expending so much effort. Seeing the fury on Sun Hanliang's face, he said, "Drop your unreliable schemes. Everyone else can perish except for Mr. Gu." Unbelievable, Sun Hanliang stared at her grandfather, puzzled over why she couldn't act. Was she supposed to simply watch the Qi family grow stronger while Gu Zhongjing basked in triumph? Her grandfather truly grew senile. If they allowed Gu Zhongjing to continue existing, their Sun family would never rise again. She quietly agreed with an unconvincing nod. Leaving Sun Laoye's study and retreating to her quarters, Sun Hanliang quickly contacted some people. If her grandfather refused to make decisions, she would proceed on her own. As long as Gu Zhongjing perished, the formulas would vanish alongside him. Once that happened, the volatile powers in City A would calm once more. Even if the Sun family couldn't preserve its dominance, they'd survive, not like now, being mercilessly crushed with no chance of resistance. After concluding her call, Sun Hanliang recalled Chang Fan, who had fled to an unknown foreign land. This memory filled her with rage and resentment, distorting her features. Once things here resolved, she'd personally hunt down Chang Fan and ruin him. If Sun Laoyi knew what Sun Hanliang had planned, he'd likely spew blood in fury. Gu Zhongjing's survival maintained a certain balance, though competition continued, it wouldn't harm their bones and marrow fundamentally. Even if the Qi family ascended, the Sun family might suffer oppression, having their members relocated, companies facing tougher approval processes, but if the younger generation fought hard, they could endure through the Qi era, holding hopes for revival. But if Sun Hanliang harmed Gu Zhongjing, it would entirely change. It would directly affect real benefits. To attack someone's interests equaled killing their parents. These angered families would surely destroy the Sun clan utterly. Unfortunately, Sun Hanliang, being young, and focused on the entertainment industry before, thought her cunning plans were brilliant. In truth, all previous actions were mere trivialities, small-scale moves selected by the Sun family merely to avoid exposure. Surely, the Sun clan possessed many talents capable of devising ways to confront Gu Zhongjing. Ultimately, everything revolved around careful calculations. Sun Laoyi paid no heed to his granddaughter's schemes. After giving recent warnings to the younger generations to stay clear of trouble, he left with several sons for the Jiang family. Sharing the same fate as the Sun clan, the Jiang family had no better outcome either. Now, unity became exceptionally important, with meetings both large and small happening daily. Gu Zhongjing was fully aware of these undercurrents. He understood being used as bait, recognized his current predicament, and realized unless the Sun family suffered a severe blow, there would inevitably emerge another family similar to the Sun family in the future. To peacefully lead his life with Chu Yan and the orphanage, he had to strike them hard, once and for all. They needed to show everyone that Sanlu Mountain was not to be trifled with. They weren't just meat on everyone's lips, but brilliant diamonds shining with crystalline brilliance. Anyone who tried to bite them would not only fail but also risk breaking their teeth. Sanlu Mountain could handle the situation without relying on the Qi family, making even the Qi family and its allies think twice. To make everyone understand Sanlu Mountain wasn't an easy target, it all depended on Chu Yan. Indeed, science and technology really did change the world, this wasn't an exaggeration. Chu Yan knew the severity of the situation. For 7 days straight, he worked tirelessly, staying up late every night until 2 or 3 in the morning, diligently served by Gu Zhongjing. On the 7th evening, Chu Yan finally managed to uncover everything about the Sun and Jiang families comprehensively. Goodness gracious, the Sun family practically lived off tax evasion. The sheer amount they stole annually from their own company shocked even Gu Zhongjing. The Sun family had interests across multiple industries, real estate, medicine, catering, clothing, entertainment, all involving dozens of chain companies, forming a massive empire. Chu Yan didn't even need to investigate their branch companies, merely checking the main companies revealed countless surprises. Moreover, the third-generation scions of the Sun family were individually no less sordid. Some had used their family's power to smooth over traffic accidents they caused, others dabbled in drug abuse, while some resorted to intimidation and extortion, forcing victims to jump off buildings. Their arrogance and lawlessness couldn't be described as anything short of blatant exploitation of authority. The reason none of these scandals erupted was simply because these individuals were cunning. They never messed with people within their social circles but instead targeted ordinary civilians. Once incidents surfaced, they silenced voices with money. The seemingly flourishing Sun family was actually already rotten inside out. Compared to the rest, Sun Hanliang was considered somewhat innocent for focusing solely on her career in entertainment. She represented one of the few among the third generation who harbored dreams. But these others were nothing like her. They engaged in debauchery of every kind, skilled in nothing except destroying their father's reputation. The Jiang family fared slightly better since they operated under the watchful eyes of the entire nation. Occasionally, Grandpa Jiang and his eldest son still made news appearances, exercising much more restraint than the Sun clan. All Chu Yan discovered about them involved some degree of tax evasion, not enough to topple the entire family outright. Unsatisfied, he dug deeper. This time, he truly hit the hornet's nest. The Jiang family turned out to be the protective umbrella for a trafficking organization. Fearing alarm might spread, Chu Yan cautiously investigated for many days to unravel the vast and intricate web of relationships. Evidence began piling up, account books, lists, addresses of criminals, it was all uncovered. In order to assist Chu Yan's efforts, Gu Zhongjing had the orphanage's director request several more days off for the children. Sanlu Mountain also ceased accepting reservations. Once the gates at the bottom of the mountain closed, the place became significantly quieter. After concluding his investigation, Chu Yan tossed the evidence to Gu Zhongjing and promptly fell asleep. Despite his heartache seeing Chu Yan so exhausted, Gu Zhongjing knew there was no other way. Besides Chu Yan, no one else in this world could uncover such truths. Though Gu Zhongjing himself had learned some programming from Chu Yan, talent was a limiting factor. No matter how hard he tried, he could never reach Chu Yan's level and thus had to abandon helping further. Now that Chu Yan had completed the investigation, all that remained was handing over this information to the archenemy of the Sun and Jiang families, the Qi family. Originally, Gu Zhongjing could have directly contacted Qi Huiyang. However, considering their genuine friendship and his connection with Xiao Dong, he decided against troubling Qi Huiyang with this matter. Instead, he sought out the current head of the Qi family. Even though old Master Qi was cozying up to the dean of the hospital, the elder was sharp-witted and fully capable of weighing the importance of this task. Consulting him proved most suitable. Although Gu Zhongjing considered directly exposing everything on Weibo, the extent of the Jiang family's crimes was too enormous. Revealing such horrifying cases would inevitably cause nationwide upheaval. Gu Zhongjing wanted to avoid taking such drastic actions. Delivering the materials to the Qi family ensured another approach could ensnare all those responsible, sparing the need to soil his own reputation. A gradual elimination would be the best resolution, maintaining respect for Huaxia's image. With so many prying eyes watching externally, unveiling such a scandal now would come at a cost no one could bear. If removing the Jiang family entirely required minimal sacrifice, only the Qi family possessed the capacity to do so currently. As for the Sun family, it was somewhat different. While Gu Zhongjing could fully expose their misdeeds on Weibo, this would need to occur after completely dismantling the criminal gangs, lest it warn them prematurely. Whatever anxieties arose from entrusting this matter to old Master Qi, Gu Zhongjing cared little about. He even welcomed it. An appointment was set. Gu Zhongjing then left for the Qi residence, driving directly there. Old Master Qi took Gu Zhongjing's visit very seriously and specially summoned his two sons back for the occasion. The four of them spent a long time discussing matters in the study. When Gu Zhongjing arrived, he carried a thick stack of documents in his hands. When he left, his hands were empty. He handed over the materials to the Qi family, hoping they wouldn't let him down. If they breached the agreement, the backup at his place wasn't something to be trifled with. After Gu Zhongjing departed, old Master Qi and his two sons stared at the alarming stack of documents in front of them, feeling hesitant and skeptical. Qi Laoda swallowed hard, trembling as he asked his father, "Dad, what do we do now? Should these things be used wisely, the Qi family would soar to new heights." Qi Laoda felt a mix of excitement and fear. This young man named Gu was truly extraordinary. They had been opposing the Jiang family for so many years, never once imagining that the Jiangs could have ties with a trafficking organization. Just how did Gu Zhongjing uncover this? And what other cards might he still be holding? Old Master Qi's face also showed deep solemnity. His gaze on the stack of documents revealed nothing but revulsion. As an old revolutionary, he felt both responsible to his country and accountable to his family, so upright that he often seemed stubborn. Never would he have guessed that the old man from the Jiang family, whom he had opposed for half his life, would stoop to such acts. It was like cutting flesh off their motherland. At this moment, he felt both grief and relief, grief for the deeds of the Jiang family, and relief for Gu Zhongjing's timely discovery. Simultaneously, there was a sense of caution. Just as Gu Zhongjing had foreseen, though old Master Qi harbored no ill will toward him, a seed of wariness had taken root in his heart. Confronted with someone who could expose every last detail about you at any moment, even knowing that he was on your side wouldn't entirely eliminate feelings of unease. What if the Qi family made a grave mistake? Who knew if the Jiang family's fate wouldn't one day become the Qi family's own? Old Master Qi could see it, and his two sons couldn't help seeing it too. Hence, Qi Laoda posed that question. What can we do? Since it has been presented to us, we'll use it. Who's afraid of who? The old man's temper flared, and he shouted immediately. Qi Lao Air, ever composed, wore a somber expression. This boy is not someone to underestimate. He refrained from taking action himself, probably to remind us. Old Master Qi nodded in agreement. That reminder is true, but the lad doesn't seem overly ambitious. If he had real intentions, with his skill of uncovering everything, surpassing our Qi family would only be a matter of time. If it weren't for the aggressive actions of the Jiang and Sun families, he might have hidden his abilities all his life. Since both of you are here today, just remember one thing: in the future, never provoke this Gu boy, and tell your wives and children the same. Don't make mistakes that cannot be reversed, understand? Both brothers, nearing their 50s, chorused their consent. Not even 10 lives combined would embolden them enough to challenge Gu Zhongjing now. Alright, stop overthinking and get to work. There's going to be plenty to do ahead. Old Master Qi stated. The three split up and began acting swiftly. With these pieces of evidence in hand, the Qi family wasted no time in deploying its forces. The primary target was the human trafficking organizations. Within a single night, the criminals whose addresses were clearly marked were rounded up completely. Meanwhile, they sent people to control all the core members of the two families and increased personnel at major airports to prevent anyone from fleeing the country. With the evidence in place, executing these tasks was done without hesitation or obstruction. This turmoil continued until the next year. First came the downfall of the Jiang family under the charge of tax evasion, followed by the online exposure of the Sun family's tax fraud and their bullying criminal records. The Sun family was etched forever into the Hall of Shame. The Jiang family, since the trafficking scandal didn't come to light, suffered less backlash than the Sun family, but nonetheless, they plunged into irrelevance. When the tree falls, the monkeys scatter. Over the course of this 6-month tug-of-war between the two powerful families, their resources were entirely divided among various large families. The biggest beneficiary, the Qi family, leaped to the forefront of competition, not just one of the most potent competitors but perhaps the sole one. And through the Qi family's deliberate publicity, the industry learned exactly who exposed this scandal. Following this, Gu Zhongjing's Luming Mountain remained pristine, untouched by trouble as if it were a paradise away from worldly concerns. No one dared to disturb him anymore. The only thing that upset Gu Zhongjing was that shortly after handing over the evidence to the Qi family, he encountered an assassination attempt while out purchasing supplies. However, the mercenaries hired by Sun Hanliang proved no match for Gu Zhongjing, who easily dispatched them. Though this incident was merely a footnote, it angered Gu Zhongjing over the Sun family's relentless pursuit. Through this event, he traced back and discovered Sun Hanliang. In this incident, Sun Hanliang was supposed to be the only clean member of the Sun family who had done no wrong. Even if the Sun family collapsed and went bankrupt, she could still rely on her savings as a celebrity and would never fall into extreme misfortune. Unfortunately, her hiring of the hitmen was too sloppy, and Gu Zhongjing managed to catch her in the act, pinning an additional criminal charge on her. After more than half a year of arduous struggle, the situation finally calmed down. The subsequent process of reassigning positions and cleaning up took another year, but now everything was truly over. The Qi family emerged as the biggest winner from this affair, and they also acknowledged whose effort this success was due to. To repay the favor, they submitted Gu Zhongjing's accomplishments to higher-ups and secured him a reward. First, the orphanage was officially transferred to his name. Second, the Sanlu Mountain and the land below it were sold to him at the land price of City A. This was the olive branch extended by the Qi family, and Gu Zhongjing didn't hesitate to accept it. Originally, the Qi family wouldn't have been capable of such a gesture, but with the former leader about to step down, their influence had grown significantly, leaving no one daring to speak against them. Moreover, that person also wanted to build a connection with Gu Zhongjing, so they smoothly agreed, hoping to foster goodwill. Finally, Gu Zhongjing could breathe a sigh of relief. From now on, no one within the circle would dare to treat Sanlu Mountain lightly again. Gradually, life on the mountain returned to prosperity. These dark undercurrents among the elite had no impact on ordinary people, who continued living as usual, eating, drinking, working, and playing. During their free time, they idly discussed how clear and just politics had become in recent years. Little did they know the monumental achievements of the couple they often joked about online as the Sanlu Mountain couple. Even less did they realize the brutal role played by the young master they once mocked for being pampered and coddled, whose actions could be described as single-handedly shaking the entire country. As for the two ruthless individuals themselves, they held hands sweetly, ready to head to the registry office for marriage licensing. Chapter 74, The End. The legal marriage age in China is 20 years old. Gu Zhongjing and Chu Yan had been in this world for more than 2 years. When they came, Chu Yan's original body was not yet 18, and Gu Zhongjing's original body was 19. Time flew by so quickly, and with Chu Yan about to turn 20, Gu Zhongjing eagerly arranged their wedding. For both of them, getting married held a special significance. In their original world, same-sex marriage was illegal and something that was highly unlikely in the near decades. Even after the apocalypse, when many bachelors chose to live together, no one ever thought about getting married since it wasn't recognized legally and would invite disapproving looks from others. In most people's eyes, being gay still meant deviating from societal norms. But here, things were different. Same-sex marriage had long been legalized. Although some older people and homophobes might not fully accept it, most people viewed same-sex couples with normalcy. On the day Gu Zhongjing and Chu Yan went to get their marriage certificate, the weather was clear, and the haze was lighter than usual. Of course, it could also have been a figment of their extremely happy minds. Both exceptionally handsome men were dressed in white shirts and black pants. As they walked hand in hand into the Civil Affairs Bureau, some employees who recognized them thought they must be seeing things. Through their days, the employees watched as the couple happily completed all the procedures and took their wedding photos. Afterward, they even witnessed Gu Zhongjing instinctively kiss Chu Yan. Though Chu Yan's face turned red, he didn't pull away but leaned in and returned the kiss. When they finally received the two little certificates, Gu Zhongjing felt tears welling up in his eyes. He never dreamed that there would come a day when he could marry Chu Yan. Reflecting on the 10 years past felt like a dream. It wasn't until after their wedding photo shoot that the staff members snapped back to reality, and, thrilled, approached to take photos with the newlyweds. Gu Zhongjing's happiness was bursting at the seams, so naturally, he agreed to their requests. After the group photo, he pulled out candies from his always-present black backpack and joyfully distributed them among the bureau staff and other couples registering that day. He didn't ask them to keep anything confidential either, smiling broadly like a dog, eyes practically squinting. Anyone could see how profoundly happy he was. Holding his freshly wedded husband's hand, he shone as if emitting light himself. Chu Yan was similarly radiant. His usually cold and beautiful phoenix eyes softened as he followed beside Gu Zhongjing, thanking everyone warmly for their blessings. It was obvious to everyone how deeply in love they were and how much joy they brought each other. Even the couples marrying that day felt sweeter because of them. After obtaining their certificate, they left the office hand in hand. Meanwhile, civil affairs staff and other couples posted their pictures online. Today, I spotted young master, Chu Yan, and Kai Kai, a pet name for Gu Zhongjing, at the civil affairs office. Ah! They're such a perfect match. Wow, what a celestial couple, or now a celestial married pair. Their stunning close-up, ah. Young master isn't just handsome, he's practically a fairy-like being. I got their lucky sugar. It's super sweet. Blessings. May your union last forever. Congrats to the Jingshi couple for achieving marital bliss. Wishing you long-lasting happiness. Though eating dog food isn't great, I'll swallow my pride for Lord Kai and young master's fairy tale romance. I believe in love again. The screen was filled with red hearts and blessings. Likes, shares, and comments swiftly sent them trending. As for the two responsible for all the commotion, they simply slung their backpacks over their shoulders, certificates in hand, and boarded a plane for their honeymoon. Their destination this time? Country F, Province. Mount Sanlu was now running smoothly without any need for their intervention. All apps had switched to reservation mode, and the final round of accommodation bookings from previous platforms were occupied last year. Now, everything depended on real-time availability. There was Zhang Manager and the Dean looking after Mount Sanlu, so nothing major would go wrong. Additionally, the water space that needed to be given to Qi Huiyang and the rest had already been handed over, enough to last half a year. With nothing holding them back, the two could leave whenever they wanted and enjoy a romantic trip. They had already discussed with the Dean that upon returning from their honeymoon, they would host their wedding atop Mount Sanlu. This would align perfectly with the children's summer break, allowing them to take the Dean and kids out for an excursion afterward. And now, this moment belonged solely to them. Amidst the lavender fields of Provence, Chu Yan's excitement baffled Gu Zhongjing. Didn't we have lavender fields on our very own Mount Sanlu? Even though it was a slope, it wasn't too steep and the area was vast. The flower fragrance here was much stronger, and the blooms were of better quality. So why did Chu Yan seem even more excited than when he was at home? Confused, Gu Zhongjing asked, "Honey, don't we have lavender fields at home? Why aren't you this happy then?" Chu Yan rolled his eyes, "Are they the same? You've never been so passionate with me back home." Gu Zhongjing's handsome face turned red as he remembered Yuan's charm last night on the heart-shaped big bed, realizing what Chu Yan said made sense. Looking at his beloved giving him the cutest eye roll, how could he think about anything else but kissing him? With that thought in mind, he immediately leaned over and gave him a sweet kiss. While their lips intertwined, Gu Zhongjing whispered a declaration of love, Yuan, I love you." Chu Yan lightly grazed Gu Zhongjing's lower lip with his teeth, also softly responding, "I love you too." After affectionately touring the lavender fields, they headed to the vineyard, where they picked up several choice wines, eventually drinking themselves into a stupor at a themed hotel. The themed room played all kinds of tricks, uniforms, allure, and temptation, throwing the entire night into playful chaos. After enjoying the best of Provence, the couple set out for Oceania, exploring ancient Roman history and wandering across the Aegean Sea. They dozed off hand in hand at Vienna's Opera House, kissed under Venice's Bridge of Sighs, and reveled in the splendor of Paris. For their final destination, they chose Antarctica. Chu Yan said he wanted to see penguins and the aurora, so Gu Zhongjing brought him there. Despite the cold, neither of them hesitated. They stayed in Antarctica for 7 days. Extremely lucky, they witnessed the aurora on the very day they arrived. However, the reason they didn't leave afterward was because Chu Yan had fallen completely in love with feeding and taking pictures of penguins. Jing, wake up. Hurry. I want to go see the penguins. A jing a jing. Gu Zhongjing slept like a dead pig, and it took Chu Yan over 10 minutes to rouse him. Awake now, Gu Zhongjing looked helplessly at Chu Yan with a hoarse voice. Dear, why are you up so early again? He checked the outside sky and his watch, sighing, it's only 5 o'clock, honey, can't your husband sleep some more? Chu Yan wouldn't hear it. No, I want you with me. That penguin pecked me yesterday, I'm scared to go alone. A jing, please wake up, stop sleeping alright. Seeing her couldn't wake him, Chu Yan unleashed his secret weapon. Hubby, can you accompany me? Gu Zhongjing. In an instant, he sat up, spiritedly looking at Chu Yan. Dear, what did you just call me? Say it again. Chu Yan's cheeks were flushed from the cold, making it hard to tell if he was blushing, but Gu Zhongjing knew for sure that Chu Yan was shy. After twisting and turning uncomfortably for a while, he finally called out, Hubby. Gu Zhongjing, he. He laughed multiple times, like an idiot. Chu Yan found this guy wearing thermal clothes, with high-altitude redness all over his face, absolutely silly, teasing him, dummy. Gu Zhongjing was awakened by his few intimate coos and chuckles. Getting dressed quickly, he led Chu Yan out of the door. Yesterday, while Chu Yan was photographing penguins, he got too close to their nest and was chased by the penguin couple who mistook him for a thief stealing penguin eggs. Today, Chu Yan deliberately woke up early to take photos secretly, wanting to make up for the blurred ones taken during yesterday's fright, which captured no penguin eggs. Bathing in moonlight, stepping on the creaky snow ground, they slowly walked toward the penguins' camp like two bulky penguins themselves. Spending the whole morning, Chu Yan eventually ended his photo-taking session with satisfaction. After bidding farewell to the staff of the penguin station in the afternoon, the couple embarked on their journey back home. On the way, Chu Yan enthusiastically organized the photos, carefully putting the couple's portraits together into an album that he purchased in Paris. This souvenir came in handy now. Throughout their trip, they bought so many things in each city they visited that Gu Zhongjing arranged to have everything shipped, which should already be home by now. Suddenly, while sorting through the photos, Chu Yan joyfully called Gu Zhongjing, a jing. Look fast. At the sound of his name, Gu Zhongjing moved his gaze down from Chu Yan's face to the photo, his eyes widening in surprise. The photo Chu Yan held was one they took with their own camera on the night they saw the aurora. In the picture, Gu Zhongjing was reaching around Chu Yan's waist, trying to kiss him, as Chu Yan giggled while dodging. The happiness in the photo was almost spilling out of the screen, but that wasn't the point. The key was the aurora in the sky behind them. It just so happened to form a heart shape, enveloping the two of them within it. It looked like something edited with software, yet it was truly the aurora. The photos taken that night were triple shots, and neither had noticed this. Now while organizing the photos, Chu Yan was extremely delighted. Wow, it's so beautiful. Why didn't I look back then? This is absolutely miraculous. Gu Zhongjing kissed his forehead. If you had looked back, this photo might not have existed. Yeah, having the photo is good too, we can take it out and look when we want in the future. With their heads leaning on each other, they chatted until the plane landed. After getting off the plane, the couple took a taxi, heading directly back to Sanlu Mountain. Having been outside for over a month, both of them felt homesick. 10 years of hardships in the apocalyptic era have led to their current lifelong commitment to each other. It's worth it. Arriving at the gate guard station of Sanlu Mountain, they got out of the car and left the luggage at the foot of the mountain, asking the security department to send their belongings up the hill. Holding hands, they walked uphill towards home, enjoying the scent of various fruit blossoms from the trees on the mountain as they headed home. A jing, do you know what kind of flower fragrance is this? It's April. I guess it's peach and pear flowers, there should also be crab apples. When all the April flowers are fading away on Earth, we should have come back earlier. Most of the flowers would have already faded. Faded or not, it's fine. There will always be blooming flowers every month on the mountain. Next month, I'll arrange magnolias for you. Alright, I also want camellias. Sure, baby wants anything, baby gets anything. What if you don't have it? If I don't have it, I'll create the conditions to get it. A jing, you're so nice. With me being this nice, how about giving me a little kiss as a reward? The affectionate lovers held hands, walking on the winding road through dense foliage, leading straight to the summit, the direction of their home. Chapter 75, Bonus Chapter. It was August again, and the fruit season at Sanlu Mountain had arrived. The vast expanse of fruit on the mountainside attracted wave after wave of visitors. Osmanthus flowers were also blooming slowly. The osmanthus tree that Gu Zhongjing had once cultivated inside his storage space was now the tallest tree on Sanlu Mountain, its fragrance spreading far and wide even before you got close to it. Today was Chu Yan and Xiao Dong's day off. Gu Zhongjing had already left early in the morning, meeting up with Qi Huiyang, as the two went to pick up their wives. Chu Yan had been admitted to her dream university 4 years ago, not far from home. Xiao Dong followed in her footsteps and was admitted 2 years ago. So the two would meet every day for classes, returning home in the evening. Of course, Chu Yan was picked up by Gu Zhongjing to Luming Mountain, while Xiao Dong was taken back to the house near the school that Qi Huiyang had specifically purchased. He and Xiao Dong had been together for 2 years already. In the year Xiao Dong graduated from high school, he had just turned 18 and confessed his feelings to Qi Huiyang. Qi Huiyang had liked Xiao Dong for many years but never dared to express it, not because he feared family pressure, but because he worried about Xiao Dong being too young, without stability, fearing that one day they might part ways. He couldn't bring himself to scold or criticize Xiao Dong, regardless of what happened, he blindly protected him. Xiao Dong had been an orphan since childhood and, unlike Gu Zhongjing and Chu Yan who were bold hands, he had endured much hardship from a young age. It wasn't until the arrival of Gu Zhongjing and Chu Yan that things began to improve for him gradually. However, the loneliness and hardship had deeply scarred him, leaving indelible marks on his heart. Therefore, when Qi Huiyang appeared, no matter what happened, Qi Huiyang always handled things for him properly. No matter where Qi Huiyang was, if Xiao Dong called, he would always be gentle and considerate, something neither Gu Zhongjing nor Chu Yan and the principal could provide for him. Xiao Dong often kept his grievances to himself because he knew how busy the principal and Gu Zhongjing were, unwilling to trouble them. But keeping quiet didn't mean the grievances disappeared. Qi Huiyang always managed to sense his emotions through his words and actions. And without hesitation, Qi Huiyang stood firmly by his side, resolving everything for him. In Xiao Dong's heart, Qi Huiyang, who started as Jing's friend, slowly became a mutual friend between them, and later, someone he liked. Carefully guarding his feelings, Xiao Dong dared not say anything, until the year he turned 18 when he could no longer suppress the heat within him and decided to give it one final try. If it failed, he would never mention it again. Xiao Dong was well aware of the gap between him and Qi Huiyang. The head of Qi family frequently appeared on television, with a formidable family influence. A massive conglomerate alone, with only the Quanwai, all-flavor workshop, and Jiaoyou under Qi Huiyang's name, was already impressive, and Qi Huiyang repeatedly made it onto the Forbes wealth list each year. Most importantly, Qi Huiyang was young and handsome. Such a person, Xiao Dong believed, was far too perfect to dare approach. But Qi Huiyang's unique attention toward him gave him the tiniest sliver of confidence. He opened his heart fearlessly, ready for the possibility of losing Qi Huiyang as a friend forever. But contrary to his expectations, they didn't remain friends, they became lovers. Qi Huiyang accepted his confession, and Xiao Dong still remembered those words clearly. Xiao Dong, brother is so much older than you, I'm afraid you'll regret it in the future. Have you really thought it through? How did he respond at the time? Brother, I've thought about it for 3 years. How could I regret it? As long as you don't regret it, I will never regret. After they started dating, Qi Huiyang treated Xiao Dong even better, initially pampering him like a child but eventually treating him like a fragile porcelain doll. Xiao Dong had never experienced such deep love and care throughout his life. The directors and Aunt Lise loved him dearly, but it was a kind of universal affection. They loved all the other children in the orphanage equally. Jing and Yen saw him as a younger brother, and their concern for him was significant, yet it could never compare. Qi Huiyang's love was so intense that Xiao Dong was completely lost in it. He couldn't imagine how he would survive if Qi Huiyang ever left him. His possessiveness over Qi Huiyang grew stronger with each passing day. He couldn't stand seeing any close stranger of either gender appear near Qi Huiyang, though he kept silent, restraining himself, outwardly appearing excessively clingy. Qi Huiyang thoroughly enjoyed Xiao Dong's clinginess and wished daily to carry him around as an accessory. When news of their relationship broke out, Xiao Dong somewhat embarrassingly expected that Jing and Yen would be greatly surprised. However, he never expected that upon hearing the news, they remained utterly unshaken. They also mentioned that they had known something was going on between the two since the first time they met them on the street years ago, they just hadn't said anything. Chu Yan had wanted to talk to Xiao Dong countless times but couldn't bring himself to speak each time, knowing how hard it had been for him and Gu Zhongjing to be together. How could he possibly bear separating a couple in love? Eventually, Gu Zhongjing noticed Chu Yan's struggle to speak and told him not to bother. Everything should happen naturally. Whether they stayed together or not, there would be feelings for each other, and eventually, everything would have its own outcome. Upon learning that Xiao Dong and Qi Huiyang were indeed a couple, both Gu Zhongjing and Chu Yan sighed with relief. They had even made arrangements. If Xiao Dong and Qi Huiyang got married in the future, Jiaoyou's shares would transfer 10% of the stock to Xiao Dong, ensuring he wouldn't be bullied by others from the Qi family. As for the remaining shares, Gu Zhongjing planned to establish a foundation after his death. The funds of the foundation would provide each child with a lump sum when they reached adulthood. The children could use it as startup capital for entrepreneurship, spend it freely, or use it for whatever else they pleased. In any case, Gu Zhongjing did all he could think of to ensure their well-being. He and Chu Yan may have occupied the bodies of 2 children, but at least they could do what they could, protect the children in the orphanage. Originally, Gu Zhongjing had intended to turn the orphanage into a private institution, which could continue through the generations of former orphans even after he passed away. However, he abandoned this decision. Although he could protect the orphanage for life, he couldn't guarantee every future principal would treat the children selflessly as he had done. Thus, after he died, he decided to return the orphanage to the state, allowing the government to assign someone new to care for the children. But neither method guaranteed perfection. Even those appointed by the state couldn't guarantee proper treatment of the children. With Jiaoyou's share dividends, the foundation and the orphanage would inevitably become a coveted piece of cake for everyone, but Gu Zhongjing hadn't yet devised a better way to manage things. Still, he believed perhaps over the next few decades, he might find an improved solution. Chu Yan fully supported all of Gu Zhongjing's decisions. He contentedly played the role of an easygoing boss while occasionally helping maintain the Jingyan app, updating it, and giving Gu Zhongjing assistance when needed. For the most part, however, he spent time cozying up with Gu Zhongjing, attending classes during the day, and coming home in the evening. Their lives went by peacefully and leisurely. After the battle 4 years ago, no one dared touch Sanlu Mountain again, granting Gu Zhongjing a complete peace of mind. The director of the orphanage and Grandpa Chi had also been together for 4 years. The elderly pair enjoyed being more attached than the younger couples, spending each day caring for the children, relaxing, and traveling together. Only when the director grew too old to handle the affairs of the orphanage did they completely hand over responsibilities to Gu Zhongjing. Gu Zhongjing hired many dedicated people to take care of the children, who genuinely loved and cared for them. Because of this, aside from the absence of parents, the children lived better than ordinary kids. Over time, Sanlu Mountain gradually transformed into a Class 3A tourist attraction, bustling with visitors year-round regardless of peak or off-peak season. Lu Ming Mountain's daily quota of 300 slots always filled up immediately. Most visitors were satisfied with Sanlu Mountain's controlled crowd size, which dispersed across the vast mountain making it seem almost empty. This allowed visitors to enjoy themselves without jostling against crowds of tourists. Of course, it would be better if securing those limited spots wasn't so competitive. Despite Sanlu Mountain having many areas still under improvement, Gu Zhongjing and Chu Yan, still young, were committed to developing it into the most beautiful place in everyone's heart step by step. Just like their love, beautiful, lasting, and ever-renewing. End of story.